In the 40th year of Lihujun's transcendence as the master of the celestial sect, he finally acquired a system that could stand on equal footing with anyone. Are you an ancient being who has secluded for millennia? I can match you. Are you the unparalleled celestial emperor, resplendent and extraordinary? I can match you. Are you the fearsome demon that sends shivers down spines? I can match you. Chapter 1. No one can defeat me. In the esteemed Qingzhou, the Dao Tian sect, one of the 108 main peaks, lies Yunjushan Mountain. 40-odd years have passed. Do you know how I have endured these 40 years? By a serene lake on Yunjushan Mountain, a handsome young man clad in a green robe gazed excitedly at the water. The young man's name is Lihujun. He is one of the 108 masters of the Dao Tian sect. At first glance, this status may seem impressive. Yet in reality, Lihujun is a complete cultivation failure to this day. He remains an ordinary person. His ascension to the position of master of Yunjushan Mountain was solely due to the fact that 40 years ago, when his master passed away, he was the only disciple. Thus, he often found himself relegated to the role of servant, engaging in idle chatter with the elders of the Dao Tian sect. As for why someone so inept could enter the Dao Tian sect and become a genuine disciple, it is essential to mention that Lihujun is a time traveler who masqueraded as a prodigy. Once upon a time, he spoke at 3 months, recognized characters at 6, walked at 9, and by the age of 1, was already well-versed in knowledge. People referred to him as a reincarnation of a celestial being. Thus, at the tender age of 1, he caught the attention of the previous master of Yunjushan Mountain, who took him as a disciple. Although the last master eventually realized that Lihujun was wholly incapable of cultivation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, ensuring that the privileges of a true disciple were granted. However, he secretly contemplated nurturing a backup plan. Regrettably, before he could begin training a secondary persona, Lihujun met his demise during a great battle where the Dao Tian sect suppressed the turmoil of demonic cultivators. Seeing that others had sacrificed for the sect, the Dao Tian sect naturally took care of Lihujun, allowing the 6-year-old to inherit the title of master. After all, since Lihujun could not cultivate, Yunjushan Mountain would remain leaderless after a century. There would be time to plan for Yunjushan Mountain later. This way, the Dao Tian sect could also gain a favorable reputation, showcasing their loyalty and righteousness, thus attracting more prodigies to join. Moreover, the fact that Lihujun, in his 40s, still appeared youthful was merely the result of taking a beauty elixir. However, starting today, everything would undergo an epic transformation. For today marks the awakening of Lihujun's golden finger system as a time traveler. System, it has been over 40 years. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been finished. Lihujun exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. But be calm, host. The system may arrive late, but it will never be absent. A voice resembling a mechanical synthesis echoed in Lihujun's mind, but that's reassuring. However, system, look at me, I am over 40, past my prime. Is it still possible for me to begin cultivating? Lihujun inquired eagerly. Cultivation? Host, you underestimate the system. With a system, what need is there for you to cultivate? As a reward, the host receives a welcome gift. Open it. Lihujun declared without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special ability. Equitable balance with all things. What does equitable balance with all things mean? Lihujun asked, utterly perplexed. What a bizarre name. In simple terms, it means that regardless of what or whom the host faces, you will achieve a 50-50 balance, implying that neither could defeat the other. I think I understand. Lihujun blinked, then drew a dagger from his boot and queried the system. Can I achieve that balance with this? Indeed. Upon hearing the system's response, Lihujun gritted his teeth, grasped the blade of the dagger, and pulled back sharply. Sizzle! A sound of metal scraping resonated. To his astonishment, Lihujun discovered that his hand, which had been grazed by the dagger's edge, was utterly unscathed, with not even a trace of a mark. This ability seems rather extraordinary. Lihujun gasped in awe and asked the system, if I encounter a being of true celestial caliber, can I still achieve that balance? Of course, with all things in the world. This is truly like a cow stepping on a power line, impressively electrifying. I'm absolutely enamored. I could see that moment. Lihujun's eyes gleamed with excitement. With this 50-50 ability, was he not effectively invincible in this world? This is merely a welcome gift. Should the host complete system tasks, you will receive even more unexpected rewards. System, please don't dangle empty promises in front of me. Lihujun said, nearly drooling with anticipation. We are honest in our dealings. That's a relief. Zhou Jun nodded, then seemed to recall something, asking the system, is there an attribute panel? Is that not simple? Host, please direct your gaze to the large screen. As the system's voice concluded, a transparent panel materialized before Zhou Jun. Host, Zhou Jun. Identity, Master of Yunjushan, Daotian sect. Age, 46 years, 4 years remaining. Cultivation level, none. Ability, equitable balance with. All things is it true, system. What on earth does this remaining 4 years mean? Zhou Jun gazed at the age column, instantly gripped by an ominous premonition. Ding! It signifies that you have only 4 years left to live. Zhou Jun exclaimed, am I truly destined to perish? Despite the notion that one could share a 50-50 chance with the universe, he was still but a mere mortal, and worse still, a short-lived soul, destined to exist for merely 50 years. Ding. Rest assured, host.by completing system tasks, you shall be rewarded with cultivation levels in this realm, thereby extending your lifespan. Didn't you just say that cultivation is futile? Why then would you reward me with cultivation levels? Zhou Jun retorted. Ding. Care to understand the capabilities of the idle mode? All right. A glimmer of hope sparked in Zhou Jun's eyes. Can you grant it to me right now? Ding. The host sect will hold a disciple recruitment ceremony in 3 days. The host is required to recruit a disciple. Success will yield unforeseen rewards. Recruit disciples? Zhou Jun felt a wave of dread wash over him. His reputation preceded him, earning him such titles as the useless mountain lord and the dependent mountain lord. In simpler terms, only a fool would choose to take him as their master. System, do you not think this task is a bit unreasonable? Zhou Jun lamented, tears streaming down his face. Ding. A grand ambition should not be diminished by self-deprecation. That is indeed a valid point, but I feel that even if I were to accept a disciple, I would only lead them astray, for I genuinely possess no knowledge of cultivation. Wouldn't that be harming others? This realization brought Zhou Jun some clarity. Ding. Fear not, host. Why are you in such a panic? Right, why am I panicking? Zhou Jun mused, stroking his chin. The system's capabilities were indeed formidable after all. It had enabled him to share an equal standing with the universe. Teaching a disciple should be a simple feat. Now he awaited the day when the sect would begin its disciple recruitment. Chapter 2. The Young Girl Sunan. 3 days later. Daotian sect. Shengxian Mountain. Of course, this Shengxian Mountain was not a true place of ascension, but rather the designated site for the Daotian sect to recruit disciples. At this moment, beneath Shengxian Mountain, over 10,000 youths had gathered. Among them were the offspring of illustrious families and royal lineages from Qingzhou. Yet, at this moment, the faces of these young nobles and princes were painted with reverence. The reason was simple. Daotian sect was the foremost sect in Qingzhou, with countless dynasties, sects, and noble families in submission. Here, one could not afford to throw a tantrum, as they would not be indulged. At that moment, an elderly man clad in gray emerged, his voice not loud, yet resonant like spring thunder throughout the gathering. I'm the elder responsible for your trials. Heed my words carefully. The Daotian sect is recruiting disciples, and the first task is the spiritual root awakening test. The grades of spiritual roots are classified as waste, mundane, inferior, medium, good, superior, extraordinary, and sacred. Those who achieve a medium-grade spiritual root or higher in the awakening test may advance to the next round of evaluations within our Daotian sect. Do you all comprehend? We understand. Over 10,000 young boys and girls responded in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. Then let us commence. The elder in gray, with a sweeping gesture of his long sleeves, announced the official beginning of this recruitment. As the elder proclaimed the trials, the multitude of youths formed several long lines, awaiting their turn for the spiritual root awakening test. Half an hour later, of the thousands present, only 5,210 youths passed the spiritual root awakening test, possessing roots of medium grade or above. Thus, nearly half were eliminated at this stage alone. The successful candidates wore expressions of exhilaration, while those who failed left dejectedly, their spirits dampened. That was a close call. Thankfully, my awakening revealed a medium grade with spiritual root. If I had to return home empty-handed, my father would undoubtedly be utterly disappointed. Among the successful candidates was a girl with large, sparkling eyes and delicate features, dressed in simple yet clean attire. She quietly murmured to herself, patting her chest, "Miss Sunan, I awakened a superior grade fire spiritual root. If I can pass all the trials, I am certain to become an inner disciple, and perhaps even catch the attention of the elders to become a true inheritor." Why don't we form a partnership? I will surely assist you in your cultivation in the future. A young man clad in splendid garments and with a handsome visage smiled at her. Startled for a moment, the girl Su Nan replied with a smile, "Young Master Chun, congratulations on awakening a superior grade fire spiritual root. Your future is indeed boundless. However, as for forming a partnership, I think I'll pass for now, as I'm still quite young." Young Master Chun displayed a seemingly helpless smile. "Miss Su Nan, your Su family and my Chun family both reside in Pingyu City. I believe you will change your mind in due time." Su Nan nodded in agreement. Young Master Chun turned away. His expression darkened immediately. This insufferable girl was clearly rejecting his advances. He, Chen Xiaohua, had never failed to win over a woman he desired. Even if the Su family and his Chun family are equally renowned in Pingyu City, it mattered little. With his superior grade fire spiritual root awakened, entering the inner sect was merely the beginning. It was highly likely that he would catch the attention of the elders and become a true disciple to that point. A mere word from him would compel the Su family to present her to him willingly. Meanwhile, the elder in gray reappeared and addressed the group of youths who had successfully passed the spiritual root awakening test. "Congratulations on your success in the spiritual root awakening test. From this moment, you shall embark on a journey to ascend to the immortal platform atop the Ascension mountain. Those who reach it shall become disciples of our Dao Tian sect, with a time limit of 1 day. Along the way, you will encounter various illusions and face serpents, insects, and fierce beasts. These trials are designed to test your character and to ascertain whether any individuals from the demonic path have infiltrated our sect as spies. Should you find yourself in peril and wish to abandon the trial, simply call out 'Give up,' and you'll be automatically returned to this place. After the trial concludes, those who have failed will also be transported back here." As he continued, the elder's voice grew increasingly cold, sending a shiver through all present. "Now let the challenge commence." With a wave of his sleeve, the youth set forth on their journey to ascend a mountain. The following morning, the summit of the Ascension mountain. The immortal platform. The so-called immortal platform was in truth a vast expanse capable of accommodating thousands. Directly in front of the platform were arranged over 100 grand seats, each occupied by powerful figures whose auras, though restrained, exuded an overwhelming presence akin to mountains and deities. They were the masters of the Dao Tian sect, or individuals of equal standing, pillars of the sect whose names alone could instill awe across the Qingzhou region. However, one individual stood apart. That was our protagonist, Zhou Jun. This moment. Seated among these prominent figures, Zhou Jun resembled a husky mingling within a pack of wolves. "Masterly, have you been climbing since the day before yesterday?" inquired a cheerful man in a red robe seated beside him. This man was Liu Yin, the master of Huofeng Mountain, who had, in a fit of rage a decade prior, incinerated an entire river, truly a spectacle of burning mountains and boiling seas. "Actually, it was yesterday," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Zhou Jun felt a sense of frustration. Even though he could match anyone in skill now, he was still essentially immortal. Thus, his ascent to the peak of the Ascension mountain truly began only yesterday morning. Though the mountain was riddled with illusions and fierce creatures, Zhou Jun had climbed to the summit countless times over the past 40 years and had naturally mastered a safe route. Liu Yin nodded, filled with admiration. "Indeed, practice makes perfect." "Exactly," Zhou Jun replied with a smile, inwardly rolling his eyes at what was clearly a subtle jab at him. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to test his abilities against Liu Yan's? Yet he wondered how reliable the system was. If the situation proves unreliable, one would undoubtedly find oneself in utter despair, left with nothing but remnants of hope. Ding. Could the host please place their trust in the system? Should you dare question it again, the system will impose a punishment, compelling you to strum your little guitar in public. Wow, that's excessive. You actually know about the guitar. Zhou Jun could not help but exclaim inwardly upon hearing the system's words. Ding. Naturally, the system is all-knowing and omnipotent. Omniscient and omnipotent. Then what is the 1,891st digit of pi? Zhou Jun asked skeptically. Ding. Is the 1,891st digit of pi? Zhou Jun responded with exasperation. What kind of answer is that? You've offered nothing of substance. I feel as if I've been separated from a day in mere moments. Ding. Host, please refrain from excessive chatter. Is there anything wrong with the system's response? Actually, there's nothing wrong. Zhou Jun's lips twitched. It seemed this was nothing more than a rogue system. At that moment, as Zhou Jun engaged in verbal sparring with the system, At the entrance of the Ascension platform, a girl clad in white, with eyes reminiscent of autumn, rivers yet bearing a hint of frost, and skin as smooth as fine jade, gracefully entered, her steps akin to that of a blooming lotus. Chapter 3. You rascal, if my intuition serves me right, this young lady must be the renowned Princess Shui Nianyao of the Shuiwei dynasty. With remarkable talent and an exceptional water spiritual root, she would be a splendid addition to my Jingyue Mountain, where I intend to personally take her as my disciple. However, the clandestine assassination techniques taught at Jingyue Mountain are hardly befitting of someone with her extraordinary potential. Would it not be far more advantageous for such a prodigious water spiritual root to be nurtured at my Kanglan Mountain, or even at my Huifeng Mountain? Curcio. Luyin, with your active volcano, those possessing a water attribute spiritual root may arrive, but will they have the fortune to enjoy their time there? Why create such a commotion? Indeed, esteemed guests, among us, you, Lu Yan, are the least deserving of taking Nianyao as your disciple. At this moment, the many mountain lords present have begun to vie for the attention of the fair maiden in white. Even the formidable fire cultivator Lu Yin has joined the fray. In stark contrast to these excited mountain lords, Zhou Jun appears out of place. An exceptional water spiritual root. How I wish I had been bestowed with such a gift when I awakened my own, only to discover the absence of any spiritual root. As Zhou Jun gazed upon the scene before him, his thoughts drifted back to years past. Recalling the look of despondency and disappointment in his master's eyes when it was revealed that he possessed no spiritual root, a memory that cut deeply. Ding. An exceptional water spiritual root is hardly anything to boast about. It is not worthy of becoming a disciple of the host. Your words imply that anyone would willingly seek me as a master, Zhou Jun retorted, feeling speechless. Ding. Host, what do you know? Soon you shall understand that those who wish to be your disciple have certainly stepped into a pile of dog feces. Zhou Jun's lips twitched. System. If you are capable of speech, do indulge me more. I am listening intently. At this moment, Shui Nianyao's gaze settled upon Zhou Jun, who appeared incongruous among the other mountain lords. Zhou Jun offered her a warm smile, yet he was taken aback. Could it be that this young lady perceived him as an ordinary person, mistaking him for a reclusive yet powerful master, eager to take her as a disciple? How utterly embarrassing. However, in the next instant, Shui Nianyao's attention shifted past him, landing upon the master of Kanglan Mountain, her eyes brimming with certainty. During her journey to the Daotian sect for the trials, her father had specifically warned her that if she encountered a seemingly ordinary mountain lord on the Ascension platform, she should refrain from seeking him as a mentor, for he would lead her to no promising future. As for the other mountain lords, she would assess them as she saw fit. The master of Kanglan Mountain was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Noticing Shui Nianyao's gaze directed at her, she could not help but smile warmly, addressing her. Nianyao, would you be willing to take me as your master? My Kanglan sword technique is the very aspiration of cultivators with water attribute spiritual roots. Disciple Shui Nianyao pays her respects to master. Shui Nianyao, a woman of few words, made her intentions clear and promptly bowed to her master. Excellent, excellent. Nianyao, come stand by my side. The master of Kanglan Mountain beamed with delight. The other mountain lords, witnessing this, could only pound their chests in frustration. However, it cannot be denied that the exceptional water spirit root is indeed well-suited for entry into Kanglan Mountain. Congratulations to the master of Kanglan Mountain for acquiring such a remarkable disciple. The future of Kanglan Mountain is assured. Before the seats of the various mountain lords stood a middle-aged man clad in robes adorned with the celestial elements, his demeanor imposing. He smiled at the master of Kanglan Mountain. This man was none other than the leader of the Daotian sect, Mu Taiyu. At this moment, the master of Kanglan Mountain respectfully replied, "Your praise is unwarranted, sect leader." Mu Taiyu merely smiled in silence. At that instant, several young men and women entered the Ascension platform. However, they all possessed only mid-grade spirit roots, failing to capture the attention of the mountain lords, and thus stood there awkwardly, awaiting their turn with reverence. Should these individuals remain unnoticed by the mountain lords by the end of the trials, they would inevitably become outer disciples of the Daotian sect. Their aspirations to become inner disciples would require gradual cultivation and the undertaking of trials set forth by the various mountains. To elaborate, the disciples of the Daotian sect are ranked from highest to lowest as follows: Sacred Son of the Sect, True Disciples under the Sect Leader, True Disciples under the Mountain Lords, True Disciples under the Elders, Inner Disciples, and Outer Disciples. Moments later, dozens more entered, yet none bore exceptional spirit roots. Consequently, the Mountain Lords refrained from vying for them, patiently awaiting the gathering of all disciples before making their selections. Suddenly, a youth clad in black, surrounded by a fiery aura, strode confidently onto the Ascension platform. This boy possessed an exceptional fire spirit root, and, if there were no surprises, he was likely the prodigious young talent from the Yi family of Longyan City, Yiyu. It was evident that his exceptional fire spirit root was likely aimed at attracting the attention of Mountain Lord Liu Yin of Woofing Mountain. The Mountain Lords remarked with a sense of awe. As anticipated, the young genius named Yiyu directly pledged himself to Liu Yin, positioning himself beside the Mountain Lord. This scene, witnessed by Zhou Jun, stirred a profound envy within him. This is the master of Yunjushan. Do not delay in paying your respects. Liu Yin admonished Yiyu while pointing at Zhou Jun. Disciple Yiyu pays respects to the master of Yunjushan. Yiyu clasped his hands in greeting. But a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The master of Yunjushan? Is he not the so-called useless mountain lord of the Daodian sect, truly occupying a niche without contributing anything worthwhile? At that moment, Zhou Jun, too, discerned the flicker of contempt in Yiyu's gaze. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Zhou Jun replied with a light chuckle, undeterred by Yiyu's demeanor. An hour had elapsed, and the trials were nearing their conclusion. Yet, in the final moment of the trials, a youth dressed in plain garments, his appearance unremarkable, slowly stepped onto the Ascension platform. As this plain-clad boy entered, all the mountain lords collectively inhaled sharply. Heavens! It is a sacred grade with spirit root. Disciple, come, look towards your master. Who is your disciple? That is my disciple. Disciple, I impart the true teachings of the mountain. Most of my inner disciples are female. Hurry and come into my bowl, not from the mountain. With the emergence of a humble-clad youth, the various mountain lords erupted in a frenzy. Would you like to honor me as your master? A voice, akin to spring thunder, suddenly resonated throughout the venue. The mountain lords fell silent, their gazes directed toward the speaker. This individual was none other than Mu Taiyu, the esteemed leader of the Daodian sect. With Mu Taiyu's utterance, the mountain lords refrained from further contention over disciples. It is well known that even the notoriously arrogant and impudent Liu Yin, who could scorch mountains and boil seas, would show utmost reverence before the sect leader. Bowing like a humble servant, the disciple Ku Fengchun respectfully addressed Master Mu Taiyu. I have come to pay my respects. Come here, Mu Taiyu replied with a slight smile. Ku Fengchun approached Mu Taiyu, unfazed by the surrounding commotion. An exceptional spiritual root. Lihujun observed this scene with envy. Dang, what is there to envy? There is not just one exceptional spiritual root in the arena. This wood-type exceptional spiritual root is not favored by this system. Are you still disdainful of their exceptional spiritual root? Lihujun rolled his eyes. If there were other exceptional spiritual roots present, how could the sect leader and these mountain lords remain composed? At that moment, he simply wished to entice a lucky individual with a medium-grade spiritual root into his own Yunju mountain. Ding! Hidden exceptional ice spiritual root discovered. Ding! Host's disciple recruitment mission has identified a target. Ding! The mission has been altered from recruiting disciples to securing the exceptional ice spiritual root bearer as a disciple. Upon completion, the host will receive substantial rewards. What the hell? You changed the mission. You rascal, can you play like this? Lijujuan's eyes widened. However, as the system prompted him, Lijujuan's gaze abruptly shifted to a young girl in a green dress among the over 1,000 new disciples of the Daodian sect. Standing upon the Ascension platform after passing the final trial, this girl was fair of face, not strikingly beautiful at first glance, yet upon closer observation, one could not help but marvel at how such an exquisite maiden could exist in the world. At that moment, a transparent panel appeared above the head of the green-clad maiden in Lijujuan's eyes. Target: Sunan, age 16, cultivation, none, talent, medium grade with spiritual root. Exceptional ice spiritual root, hidden, indeed, an exceptional ice spiritual root. Yet, can such a gifted prodigy truly be willingly taken as my disciple? Lihujun felt a tinge of uncertainty. Ding, you can do it, host, especially since you have me. This remarkable system. Chapter 4. Taking disciples just as the system was spouting its nonsensical remarks. The esteemed leaders present have begun to direct their attention toward those disciples who have successfully passed the trials and possess exceptional spiritual roots. What is your name? The first to fix his gaze on the crowd was Liu Yin, who sat beside Zhou Jun, particularly focusing on Chen Xiaohua, who stood near Sunan. Disciple Chen Xiaohua. Chen Xiaohua replied respectfully. Liu Yin smiled and inquired, with your superior talent, would you be willing to join my Woofing Mountain as an inner disciple? With your qualifications. It is certain that an elder would wish to take you as a true disciple upon your arrival at Woofing Mountain. I am willing. Chen Xiaohua responded with fervent excitement. Very well, please wait here momentarily, and shortly accompany me back to Woofing Mountain. Liu Yin nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Liu Yan's gaze resumed its search among the youthful individuals at the Ascension platform, seeking those with good and superior fire spiritual roots. Within the Daotian sect, individuals with good and superior spiritual roots are typically chosen by the various mountain leaders to become inner disciples. Among those with superior spiritual roots, once they return to their respective mountains with the leaders, they will be eagerly sought after by the elders as their disciples. Much like the earlier scene where the mountain leaders vied for disciples possessing exceptional spiritual roots. Meanwhile, Qin Shaohua, now successfully admitted to Hufeng Mountain, smiled broadly at Su Nan and remarked, "Miss Su Nan, you heard what Mountain Master Lu said earlier. With my qualifications, I will surely be taken as a true disciple by the elders upon my arrival at Hufeng Mountain. It would be far better for us to become companions on this path than for you to remain merely an outer disciple. Young Master Chun, with your talents, you are bound to find a better partner. You are a good person, but I am still quite young, truly," Su Nan replied earnestly. At this moment, Su Nan felt a vague sense of unease, for Qin Shaohua was notorious in Pingyu City as a debauched scion, having used his family's influence to bully and oppress others without remorse. Now that he had joined the Daotian sect's Hufeng Mountain as an inner disciple, it remained uncertain what actions he might take against her family, the Su clan. Nevertheless, Qin Shaohua, witnessing Su Nan's demeanor, maintained his smile, though internally he scoffed. Stubborn and unyielding. At this juncture, among the over 1,000 new disciples of the Daotian sect at the Ascension platform, those with good and medium spiritual roots had been thoroughly selected by the mountain leaders. Lu Yin turned to Zhou Jun with a smirk, saying, "It seems that Mountain Master Li has once again found no suitable disciples today." In truth, Lu Yin held a sense of disdain for this ordinary individual, who stood on equal footing with him, knowing well that Zhou Jun lacked the capability to recruit disciples, thus indulging in mockery. Beep, the host has been ridiculed. How can this be tolerated? Beep, the system has issued a task, stand and approach Su Nan. Completing this task will yield rewards, including the ability to awaken spiritual roots. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Lihujun smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to the sarcastic remarks of Lu Yin. Instead, he slowly rose and walked towards the Ascension platform, approaching Su Nan, one of the newly admitted disciples. What is Lihujun up to? Is he planning to take on a disciple? What a joke. He is a waste without even a spiritual root. The various mountain lords of the Daotian sect, witnessing this, initially displayed expressions of astonishment, which gradually morphed into derision. However, Lihujun appeared unfazed by their gazes. He approached Su Nan and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to take me as your master?" "Really? Is this true?" Su Nan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Momentarily lost for words. What is happening? A mountain lord has come personally to offer to take her as a disciple. Surely, this must be a dream. My goodness. Clearly overwhelmed by joy, Su Nan failed to notice the subtle expressions of the mountain lords seated around her. Of course, Lihujun replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Qin Shaohua, standing nearby, was bewildered. He could not fathom why this mountain lord would accept someone with a medium-grade spiritual root as a true disciple. It was utterly perplexing. At that moment, the system also chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and reaching Su Nan. The host receives a reward, spiritual root awakening ability. As the system's voice faded, Lihujun smiled at Su Nan and said, "If you wish to be my disciple, then call me master." "Greetings, master. I am your disciple, Su Nan," she exclaimed joyfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully accepting a disciple. Ding! The host receives a reward, Saint-grade Ice spiritual root. Ding! The host receives a reward, Perfect golden core cultivation. Ding! The host receives a reward, Xianming Heart Sutra. Saint-grade Ice spiritual root, a gift bestowed upon those who possess an affinity for the icy spiritual energy of the cosmos. Perfect golden core cultivation in this realm. The stages of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void return, void immortal, integration, tribulation transcendence, and great ascension. Xianming Heart Sutra, an ice attribute technique cultivated by the Xianming Immortal Emperor, which the system has assisted the host in automatically learning. Oh my. Hearing the series of rewards from the system left Zhou Jun in a daze. A Saint-grade Ice spiritual root. I now possess a spiritual root, and it's a Saint-grade one? Furthermore, the sudden appearance of the Xianming Heart Sutra in my mind. This is the ice attribute technique practiced by the Xianming True Immortal, who ascended to the immortal realm thousands of years ago, and who has now become the Xianming Immortal Emperor. Judging from this, the Xianming Heart Sutra is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of techniques. Moreover, the system has swiftly granted me golden core cultivation. In essence, one's lifespan has been extended. It is known that the longevity of golden elixir cultivators typically reaches 500 years. Oh, dear system, I am utterly enamored with you. Zhou Jun now feels an overwhelming urge to embrace the system, planting a fervent kiss upon it. Beep. Host, please remain calm. Your cultivation system has concealed your abilities to allow you to appear more like a supremely skilled master, enhancing your ability to impress others. You may choose to activate or deactivate this concealment at your discretion in the future. What a pity for such a young girl. Nevertheless, when the time comes, she will realize that her master is a failure and will inevitably regret it. Meanwhile, the various mountain masters shook their heads in disapproval. Could it be that this mountain master is the infamous waste of a master from the Daotian sect, the master of cloud residents? The disciples on the Ascension platform observed the expressions of the mountain masters, and one, after some contemplation, could not help but whisper. Sunan, who was originally elated to be the true disciple of the mountain master, was suddenly taken aback upon hearing this. She blinked and turned to Lihujun, asking timidly, Master, are you truly? Yes, I am indeed the master of cloud residents, Lihujun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sunan instinctively clutched her chest, nearly fainting on the spot. This is terrible. She had heard tales of the master of cloud residents being a cultivator of no merit, but she never imagined that she would become the true disciple of such a master. What a calamity. Is it too late for me to have regrets? Sunan forced a smile that was more tragic than tears and said to Lihujun. Lihujun shook his head. It is not. At this moment, Sunan suppressed the urge to cry, trying to comfort both herself and Lihujun. It's all right, master. I believe in you. My father often says that those who appear the most ordinary are often the most formidable. Surely you are one of those, right? Lihujun smiled, but remained silent. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohua chuckled. Earlier, he had been concerned about this girl becoming the true disciple of the mountain master, fearing he might have offended her. Now it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. A master without merit, unable to perform even the most basic cultivation, would likely hold a status inferior to even an outer disciple. What was there to fear? Beep. The system has detected that those around you do not hold your master-disciple relationship in high regard. A task has been issued. The host must assist Su Nan in awakening her sacred ice spirit root. Upon successful completion, the host will receive a reward. Upon seeing this task, Lihujun was bewildered, thinking, System, your intentions are far from benign. If Sunan awakens her sacred ice spirit root now, wouldn't I become the target of everyone's disdain? Beep. If not, how could the host showcase the ability of 50-50 and gain respect? What purpose would the system serve then? Li Zhouwang, your reasoning is truly profound. I shall refer to you as the most formidable system of pretense. Chapter 5. I am willing. Little girl, do you truly believe that you possess only a medium-grade spiritual root? A mysterious smile graced Li Zhouwang's face as he spoke to Sunan. Sunan was taken aback. At that moment, while Sunan was in a daze, Li Zhouwang extended his index finger and lightly touched her forehead. In an instant, a wave of chilling energy erupted from Sunan's body, revealing the presence of a sacred-grade ice spiritual root. This young girl concealed a dual spiritual root. Not only did she possess a medium grade with spiritual root, but also a sacred grade ice spiritual root. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to fall under the tutelage of this so-called waste. As Li Zhouwang assisted Sunan in awakening her sacred grade ice spiritual root, astonishment spread across the faces of the mountain masters present. Even Mu Taiyu, the leader of the Daotian sect, narrowed his eyes in contemplation. While he desired to take Su Nan as his own direct disciple, it was somewhat inappropriate for a sect leader to snatch a disciple who had already pledged allegiance to another. However, this Li mountain master had concealed his depths quite well. One must wonder how an ordinary person, devoid of a spiritual root and incapable of cultivation, could assist another in awakening theirs. Furthermore, how could he discern that this girl named Su Nan possessed hidden spiritual roots? Not only that, but the audacity of Li Zhouwang to assist his disciple publicly was perplexing. After all, the pride of the mountain masters was far thicker than one might assume, and they might resort to desperate measures to seize a disciple. After pondering for a moment, Mu Taiyu remained silent, choosing instead to observe. He intended to ascertain just how deeply Zhouwang's capabilities truly were over the years. If he were to prove worthy of his recognition, accepting this disciple would not be an issue. However, if he remained a waste, then a disciple with a sacred grade spiritual root could not be entrusted to him. Whether to be taken under his wing or that of another mountain master, it mattered not. Otherwise, the Daotian sect would suffer the loss of a pillar for its future. Yunju mountain master, given your abilities, it would seem inappropriate for a disciple with a sacred grade ice spiritual root to be under your guidance. As Mu Taiyu had anticipated, at that moment, a mountain master stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Li Zhouwang turned to the mountain master who had spoken, unfazed, and replied, There is no need for Hanguang mountain master to concern himself. I shall ensure that my disciple receives the best instruction. At that moment, Li Zhouwang brimmed with confidence. With the reward of the Xianming Heart Sutra from the system, such a divine skill in his possession, and as a mountain master himself, he had ample resources on Yunju Mountain. Even a novice could achieve transcendence, after all. The mountain master stared in disbelief at Lihujun, dressed in a flowing azure robe, standing poised upon the Ascension platform. How could the supposed waste exude such confidence? The master of Yunju Mountain, I advise you to refrain from displaying your abilities here. Among all the esteemed mountain masters present, who does not possess the prowess of a transcendent being? To have a mere novice in cultivation instruct a disciple endowed with a saintly ice spirit root, if this matter were to circulate, would it not render our Dao Tian sect the subject of ridicule across the entirety of Qingzhou? At this moment, Master Luyan of Huofeng Mountain gazed at Zhou Jun with a grin. Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, although this individual appeared to be smiling. His words were devoid of ambiguity, striking at the very core of the matter. Indeed, Master Luyan was correct, Lihujun. Your qualifications do not warrant the mentorship of such a disciple. At this juncture, a striking woman clad in white, with a hint of red between her brows, spoke softly. This white-clad beauty was exceptionally lovely, embodying the essence of water and flowers, aptly described as having bones of water and skin of jade. As she spoke, a flicker of wariness passed across the faces of the mountain masters, and they fell silent in unison. Even Luyan, after witnessing her words, merely moved his lips before sullenly closing his mouth. Zhou Jun now turned his gaze towards this white-clad woman, whose presence had silenced the assembly, yet his smile remained unchanged. This woman was Murong Shui, the master of Lingxua Mountain, who, a decade prior, had reduced the formidable Master Luyan to a state of helplessness. This incident had once caused a considerable uproar within Dao Tian's sect, and Zhou Jun was undoubtedly aware of it. No, please, no. At this moment, Chen Xiaohua internally lamented, for he was perhaps the one most reluctant to see Su Nan seek the tutelage of another mountain master. After all, how could he dare to implement his plans and exert pressure on the Su family if that were to occur? How could he hope to attain the enchanting Su Nan? Meanwhile, observing Zhou Jun in silence, Murong Shui continued, to have you instruct a disciple with saintly ice spirit root talent would be a detriment to the entire Dao Tian sect. Can you bear to witness a future star diminish in your hands? Master Murong, your reasoning is sound. However, this girl has already pledged herself to me as a disciple. It would be rather inappropriate to let her transition to your tutelage, Zhou Jun replied, his smile unwavering as he regarded Murong Shui. Murong Shui retorted, if one is so concerned with the opinions of others, why pursue the path of immortality at all? My dear, what is your perspective? This Master Murong is quite eager to take you as her disciple. Zhou Jun turned to the flustered Su Nan, whose mind had momentarily gone blank. Aye. Su Nan stammered, her face flushed with anxiety. She had not anticipated becoming such a coveted prize so suddenly, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Yet, without this seemingly inept master aiding her in awakening her saintly ice spirit root, she would not have found herself the target of so many elders vying for her attention. How was she to make her choice? At that moment, Su Nan felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantically agitated. In Su Nan's mind, the gentle visage of her father appeared, often smiling as he imparted wisdom. In life, the most crucial aspect is to possess a sense of responsibility. Once you choose a task or a person, no matter how arduous the journey, do not abandon it lightly. For if you yield, you shall never know whether you would forsake the next endeavor as well. Perhaps, with a little perseverance, unexpected results await. Reflecting on her father's words, Su Nan's gaze grew resolute as she turned to Zhou Jun and thought, now, I must articulate something cultured and profound, something that embodies loyalty and sentiment. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. After a moment of contemplation, she uttered this phrase. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback. Girl, your response is entirely off the mark for my inquiry. Just tell me, would you be willing to return to Yunju Mountain with me? I would. Su Nan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Zhou Jun laughed heartily, then his gaze shifted to Murong Shui, his eyes narrowing slightly as he declared, no one shall take my disciple from me, not even the King of Heaven. Upon hearing this, the sect leader Mu Taiyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chen Xiaohua chuckled. Oh, Su Nan, you foolish girl, how can you contend with me with such a choice? Meanwhile, the other mountain lords stared wide-eyed, in utter astonishment. What madness had Zhou Jun succumbed to, daring to challenge the Murong mountain master? Had he lost all sense of self-preservation? This Murong mountain master had once reduced the arrogant Lu Yin to tears. How could he dare to defy her? Chapter 6. The astonishing Zhou Jun. Murong Shui slightly narrowed her eyes, disregarding the self-satisfied Zhou Jun, instead turning to Su Nan with a gentle tone. Have you truly considered this? Should you align yourself with the master of Yunju Mountain, your life as you know it will be irrevocably altered. My father often says, the path one chooses must be traversed, even on one's knees, Su Nan replied. Foolish girl, while your father's words hold some truth, circumstances are malleable. You must learn to adapt, Murong Shui sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and affection for the young girl. As most individuals in Su Nan's position would have long since abandoned their newly appointed master, Lihujun, witnessing this, was speechless. How brazen of her to so openly attempt to sway his disciple. Beep. Detection of Murong Shui's complete disdain for the host. It is time for the host to demonstrate their strength. Beep. System task initiated. Engage Murong Shui in combat to intimidate the unworthy. A grand prize awaits upon completion. Staring at the task presented by the system, Zhou Jun was astounded and thought, System, can you truly be relied upon? Murong Shui is a formidable opponent. Beep. The reliability of the system will be revealed through the host's trial. Zhou Jun lamented, I fear that trying may lead to my demise. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun's gaze remained fixed upon Murong Shui, and he chuckled, Murong Shui, if you truly wish to undermine me, then you must first conquer me in battle. Should I be defeated, it would affirm my inferiority, and naturally, Su Nan may choose to train under your tutelage. However, if you are vanquished, cease your attempts to usurp me. What? Is this a jest? Did I mishear? This Li Wastrel dares to challenge the Mountain Master Murong? How audacious! Lu Yan, a master of the perfect void realm, had been reduced to tears by Murong Shui's prowess. If my conjecture holds true, Murong Shui has surpassed the void immortal stage and attained a harmonization realm. Indeed, this Li Wastrel, a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, dares to confront a formidable being of the harmonization realm. This is nothing short of absurdity. Upon Li Zhoujuan's proclamation, the assembled mountain masters were taken aback, yet they began to discuss animatedly. Only Lu Yan wore an exceedingly dark expression. You may extol Murong Shui's might, but must you constantly use me as a foil? Your words leave me utterly humiliated. At this moment, Murong Shui narrowed her beautiful eyes and inquired of Li Zhoujun, is that truly the case? Indeed. Li Zhoujun affirmed with a nod. Surely not, master. You just claimed no one could take away your disciple, and now you have made me a wager in this duel. Is this truly appropriate? Su Nan covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Li Zhoujun. Li Zhoujun grinned. I have been too modest for far too long. Today it is time for others to recognize that Yunjushan is not easily trifled with. Su Nan was momentarily speechless, stammering. Master, could it be that you are truly a hidden powerhouse? You are not deceiving me, are you? Li Zhoujun merely smiled in silence. While the other mountain masters exchanged glances, their expressions betraying amusement at the spectacle unfolding before them. They were eager to observe how the formidable Murong Shui would handle this obstinate challenger. Meanwhile, Li Zhoujun turned his attention to Murong Shui and declared, make your move. Very well, Murong Shui thought it perplexing that Li Zhoujun, who was incapable of cultivation, would summon such courage to provoke her. However, if he sought punishment, then she would oblige. Thus, without further ado, she raised a delicate hand from her seat as the mountain master. And with a mere flick of her fingertip in the air, crystalline ice spikes began to materialize before her. Go, Murong Shui uttered softly. As her words fell, the ice spikes coalesced before her, cascading towards Li Zhoujun like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. Li Zhoujun beheld the deluge of ice spikes hurtling toward him, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Yet, with gritted teeth, he clenched his fist and swung it fiercely. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Before their eyes, Li Zhoujun's seemingly unremarkable punch unexpectedly shattered the void, producing a deafening sound, while the ice spikes conjured by Murong Shui dissipated into nothingness at that very moment. How could this be possible? The mountain lords, witnessing this scene, stood up in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Li Zhoujun, who still maintained his punching stance. Mutayu, observing the unfolding events, felt a mix of surprise and acknowledgement of Li Zhoujun's prowess. Wasn't this Yunju mountain lord considered a cultivation failure? Indeed, that was the prevailing rumor. Moreover, although Murong mountain lord's strike appeared casual, it was impossible to withstand without a return to the void level. This Yunju mountain lord had concealed his true depth. Furthermore, when he struck, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. Could it be that he followed the path of ancient body refiners? This was highly plausible. At this moment, the various mountain lords began to discuss amongst themselves. The newly initiated disciples, however, dared not breathe a word, as the residual power emanating from a mountain lord's strike was overwhelming. Even with the intervention of sect experts, the sheer strength of the scene left them in awe. Did he just endure that? Li Zhoujun slowly withdrew his force, still somewhat astonished. The system's 50-50 ability was indeed remarkable. You were able to withstand my blow. It seems you have been hiding your true self all these years. Morong Shui, observing Zhou Jun, finally spoke. Initially, she merely intended to intimidate him, planning to withdraw when the moment was right. However, the situation had surpassed her expectations. Zhou Jun turned out to be quite the schemer, hiding his capabilities so well. I concede, Zhou Jun smiled. It appears I need not hold back any longer. Let us determine the victor with one strike. I would be most pleased, replied Morong Shui, her confidence unwavering. After all, with the 50-50 power at his disposal, he believed he could not be defeated by anyone. And Morong Shui could only hope for a draw against him. Heavenly snow descends, the sword leaves no trace, Morong Shui exclaimed lightly. A beam of sword light shooting forth from her fingertip, heading straight for Lihujun Jun. As this sword light emerged, snowflakes began to drift down across the entire Ascension platform. It was indeed Morong Mountain Lord's sword technique. Such incredible speed. Morong Mountain Lord had truly reached the integration stage. Should this sword be aimed at the Mountain Lord himself, it was feared that by the time he regained his senses, his head would already be severed. At that moment, all the Mountain Lords gazed at the swirling snow in astonishment, turning their attention to Zhou Jun, uncertain whether this hidden gem, the Mountain Lordly, could withstand Morong Mountain Lord's sword technique. Soon after, they witnessed Zhou Jun extend a hand before him, slowly forming a gesture of peace. Remarkably, Morong Shui's stunning flying sword was caught effortlessly between his fingers. How is this possible? He caught it just like that. The cultivation level of this master of Yunju Mountain must surely be at the fusion realm. The other mountain masters, upon witnessing this scene, felt as if they were caught in a tempest of emotions. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun wore a cheerful smile as he waved the hand that held the flying sword, allowing it to gracefully return to Morong Shui's grasp. Looking at Morong Shui, who now held her sword, Zhou Jun remarked with a smile, "Morong Mountain Master. What do you think?" "I concede," Morong Shui replied, her expression a mix of emotions as she sheathed her sword. Although Zhou Jun had not struck, the ease with which he intercepted her most formidable sword technique indicated that his strength surpassed her own. "Child, devote yourself to your master's teachings. I was mistaken before. Your master indeed possesses the capability to instruct her disciples. However, should your master ever dare to bully you, come to Lingxua Mountain, and I shall seek retribution on your behalf." At this moment, Morong Shui suddenly turned to Su Nan, who was still in a daze, and smiled. "You should express your gratitude to Morong Mountain Master." Zhou Jun chuckled, clearly noticing Morong Shui's fondness for the little girl. "Ah, thank you, Morong Mountain Master," Su Nan exclaimed, bowing respectfully under her master's guidance. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of joy, realizing that her master was indeed a formidable powerhouse. Chapter 7. The Self-Cultivation of Experts. "There is no need for formalities, little girl," Morong Shui said with a smile directed at Su Nan. Subsequently, Zhou Jun returned to his seat as the mountain master, while Su Nan stood respectfully to the side. At this moment, the other mountain masters regarded Zhou Jun with newfound respect. After all, this individual had bested someone as powerful as Morong Shui, a master of the fusion realm. From this day forth, do not provoke the master and disciple of Yunju Mountain. Otherwise, do not blame me for failing to offer my assistance, Zhou Jun's companion, Lu Yan, conveyed telepathically to the newly inducted disciples of Huifeng Mountain. How is this possible? Chen Xiaohua, upon hearing Lu Yan's message, felt an overwhelming bitterness. He had initially thought the master of Yunju Mountain to be a mere weakling, someone he could easily manipulate Su Nan with. Little did he expect that this master was actually a significant figure within Daotian's sect, possessing a strength that even the master of Huifeng Mountain found daunting. He cast a wary glance at Zhou Jun. At this moment, Zhou Jun awaited the rewards from the system. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully engaging in a duel with Morong Shui, and enhancing the perception of the mountain masters towards the host. Beep. The system grants a reward, a 7th grade flying sword. Aoshiwei. Beep. The system awards the host with initial stage Yuanian cultivation. Beep. The system rewards a premium qi condensing pill. The system has tailored a personal flying sword for the host, endowed with intelligence and the ability to transform, capable of vanquishing enemies from a distance of thousands of miles. It has been placed within the host's dantian. Note: in this world, magical treasures and elixirs are categorized from low to high as grades 1 to 9, corresponding to levels from qi refining to great ascension. Early Yuan-ing cultivation. One's lifespan can extend to a millennium, and the ability to traverse light speed and tear through the void for instantaneous movement is a mere trifle. Exceptional qi condensing pill. This can assist those on the verge of qi refinement in gathering the purest essence of heaven and earth. The host can extract it at any time. System: why not issue a task for me to spar with the sect leader? Zhou Jun gazed at the rewards dispensed by the system, his eyes gleaming with desire, nearly drooling with excitement. Ding. Does the host aspire to become a brawler? It seems you are either fighting or on the path to fighting. Ding. It is recommended that the host adopts an air of expertise. The system has graciously bestowed upon the host the self-cultivation of a master. Is this some sort of grand display of pretentiousness? As Zhou Jun contemplated the myriad of 1,800 methods of ostentation that suddenly appeared in his mind, he could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. These 1,800 methods of ostentation are indeed unpredictable and infinitely profound. Yet they all fundamentally revolve around the notion of pretense. Just as Zhou Jun was engrossed in the self-cultivation of masters, savoring the experience, the mountain lords had nearly finished selecting their preferred disciples. This signified that the recruitment event for disciples at the Daotian sect was drawing to a close. On the Ascension platform, those disciples who had not caught the attention of the various mountain lords felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Some disciples, despite possessing only medium-grade spiritual roots, were still chosen as inner disciples due to their striking appearances. Thus, it is evident that attractiveness holds great significance, regardless of the location. After all, those of average looks are unlikely to capture the attention of the esteemed, let alone be favored. At this moment, the sect leader, Mu Taiyu, slowly rose and addressed the assembly of young men and women on the Ascension platform. Though you have not been chosen by the mountain lords, do not lose heart. The fact that you stand upon the Ascension platform is testament enough that you are among the promising talents of Qingzhou. Once you enter the Qianlong Valley, devote yourselves to cultivation, and you may still have the opportunity to become inner disciples. Do you understand? We understand. The youths on the Ascension platform responded in unison, as if invigorated. The Qianlong Valley is the place where the outer disciples of the Daotian sect hone their skills. Qianlong Valley Master, please lead them back. Mu Taiyu smiled at an elder. The old man understands, the Qianlong Valley Master replied with a grin, and with a sweeping gesture, a mighty wind surged forth, directly sweeping up the hundreds of disciples on the Ascension platform, as he led them to vanish into the horizon. What a terrifying display of power, truly formidable. As the newly selected disciples beheld the scene, they were filled with sentiments of admiration and hope. Perhaps in the future, they too could ascend to such heights of strength. The sect leader took his leave, and at that moment, a mountain lord bid farewell to Mu Taiyu, who responded with a cordial nod. Subsequently, these mountain lords waved their sleeves grandly, escorting their disciples back to their respective sanctuaries. The sect leader departed, and Zhou Jun also bid farewell to Mu Taiyu. With a gentle smile, Mu Taiyu remarked, "Lord of Cloud Residence, will you still walk down the mountain this time?" To which Zhou Jun laughed heartily, "Of course not. Having accepted disciples, I cannot allow them to descend the mountain with me." As his words fell, Zhou Jun's thoughts stirred, and instantly, the Aoshua flying sword emerged, hovering before him, a 7th grade innate flying sword. The onlookers gasped in awe, realizing that the Lord of Cloud Residence was indeed a sword immortal of the integration realm. Only a sword immortal of such caliber could summon a 7th grade innate flying sword. The mountain lords exchanged glances, each expressing their astonishment. Morong Shue's expression turned bitter. As a fellow sword cultivator, she noted that while Zhou Jun had yet to unleash his innate flying sword, he could withstand her strongest strike. Moreover, the most disheartening aspect was that at 200 years of age, she was overshadowed by Zhou Jun, who was merely in his 40s. The disparity was glaring. Mu Taiyu, witnessing Zhou Jun's Aoshua flying sword, could not help but exclaim, at just 40 years old, possessing the cultivation of the integration realm, "The Lord of Cloud Residence is truly gifted. Even I feel somewhat inadequate." "Your praises are unwarranted," Zhou Jun chuckled in response. Su Nan observed her master engaging in lively discourse with the sect leader, her chest swelling with pride. Her father's words rang true. Those who appeared most ordinary were often the mightiest. "If I get the chance, I shall share a few drinks with the Lord of Cloud Residence. He must not refuse." Mu Taiyu laughed. "The honor of hosting the sect leader at Cloud Residence is mine. How could I dare to decline?" Zhou Jun replied with a smile. "Very well. It is settled then," Mu Taiyu proclaimed with finality. Meanwhile, the still-present Liu Yan's expression shifted upon witnessing Zhou Jun's 7th grade innate flying sword. He thought to himself, "This old fox, Zhou Jun, won't he seek retribution for my earlier jests, will he?" After all, I had not held back in mocking him. Contemplating this, Liu Yan hurriedly departed the scene, calling to his newly accepted disciples without further ado. Ding! The system has detected that the Lord of Fire Maple, who previously mocked the host, has fled. In accordance with the principle of exacting retribution on those who offend the host, a task has been issued. Within 3 days, the host must confront the Lord of Fire Maple at Fire Maple Mountain. Completion of this task will reward the host with a spectacular prize. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Zhou Jun cast a penetrating gaze in the direction Lu Yin had vanished. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Taiyu could not help but smile. The temperament of Lu Yin, the master of Hoofing Mountain, was quite formidable, thus. Having someone to temper his disposition would be immensely beneficial, lest he inadvertently commit a grave error in the future. Chapter 8. The Sixth Elder Master. I shall take my leave now, Zhou Jun addressed Mu Taiyu. Safe travels, masterly, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. Subsequently, Zhou Jun, accompanied by Su Nan, mounted the Aoshue flying sword and soared towards Yunjushan amidst the wistful gazes of the mountain masters. Within the clouds, experiencing flight for the first time, Su Nan, after a brief moment of trepidation, gazed down at the breathtaking vistas of Tiandao sect. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of her master, Zhou Jun, who stood gracefully behind her. Master, when will I be able to fly on my sword? Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Once your cultivation reaches the 6th level of qi refinement, you will be capable of brief sword flight. Excellent. The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Jun skillfully guided the Aoshue flying sword to land in the courtyard of Yunjigong atop Yunjushan. Wow, master, such a grand palace. Did you live here all alone before? Su Nan asked with wide-eyed curiosity as she surveyed the vast and majestic Yunjigong. Indeed, but now there shall be one more occupant. Zhou Jun nodded. Master, where shall I sleep tonight? Su Nan blinked her bright, watery eyes. Ha ha ha, wherever you wish to rest is fine. Zhou Jun chuckled at her adorable demeanor. Splendid. Su Nan beamed with delight. Today, you should rest well. I shall prepare a meal, and we will resume your training tomorrow, Zhou Jun stated. Su Nan's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, a powerful figure like you can cook? Perhaps I should prepare the meal instead, so you may sample my culinary skills. Zhou Jun, amused by her earnestness, replied, It is rare to see such enthusiasm. Very well, go ahead. Su Nan was momentarily taken aback. Is this master not adhering to the usual conventions? An hour later, in the side hall of Yunjigong, at the dining table, Zhou Jun gazed at the inky black dish before him, lost in contemplation. Su Nan stood beside him, her cheeks flushed. Are you certain this is edible? Zhou Jun remarked, the corners of his mouth twitching. You, my dear girl, on your first day on the mountain, have plotted to poison your master. What nonsense! Although it is my first attempt at cooking, I put my heart into it. Su Nan retorted, her expression slightly vexed, as she picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of her creation. In the next moment, her entire countenance shifted, darkening. Is it delicious? Zhou Jun inquired with curiosity. Su Nan nodded with difficulty, only to swiftly turn away and vomit. Master, why not give it a try? It's actually not bad. Su Nan suggested as she turned her head again to retch. Zhou Jun wore an expression of disbelief as he rose and made his way towards the outer hall. With a swift motion, he plunged into the depths of the forest on Yunji Mountain. After weaving through the trees for a while, he stumbled upon an old hen clucking beneath a tree. Cluck, you useless mountain lord, back again to covet my body, are you? The hen cackled derisively upon spotting Zhou Jun. The moment he heard her words, his face darkened. For 40 years, this old hen had grown exceedingly arrogant. Originally, she had been captured by his master before the latter's demise in a great battle, intended to bolster Zhou Jun's health. Little did he anticipate that the hen would escape her bindings and take refuge in the herb-laden woods of Yunji Mountain. Years later, when Zhou Jun encountered her again, intent on capturing her for a nourishing broth, he was astounded to discover that she had attained the 3rd level of qi refinement. There was no question. As a mere mortal, he had been thoroughly chased away, fleeing in disarray. What was more infuriating was that, ever since, whenever this hen was bullied by other mountain creatures, she would seek him out to vent her frustrations, treating him as her personal punching bag. Even more astonishingly, she had now surpassed the foundation establishment stage and could articulate human speech. Zhou Jun was acutely aware that had it not been for his status as the mountain lord, this hen would have long since dispatched him. Although the Daodian sect might find it disgraceful for a mountain lord to be killed by a mere chicken demon, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. Clearly, the hen was aware of this, which is why she only bullied him and occasionally robbed him of his belongings. Ding, system has detected the bully hen, issuing a quest, subdue the hen, and reward the host with a portion of alien roasted chicken seasoning. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou Jun's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the hen, envisioning the distant taste of alien roasted chicken. Meanwhile, the hen, incensed by the look in his eyes, retorted, You worthless fool, what kind of gaze are you giving me? Are you seeking death? As her ire grew, her feathers bristled in indignation. Look, a colorful rooster, Lihujun exclaimed, abruptly pointing behind the hen. Instantly, her eyes lit up as she turned to follow his gesture. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the hen felt a blunt force strike her neck. Turning back, she saw Zhou Jun brandishing a wooden stick high above his head. A triumphant smile plastered across his face. "You old rascal," the hen managed to utter before darkness enveloped her, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Beep. How embarrassing, host. You now possess the cultivation of the nascent soul, yet you still revel in being a fool? Where has the self-cultivation of a master that this system imparted to you vanished? The joy of being a fool is something you cannot comprehend. Hee. Zhou Jun chuckled. Discarding the wooden stick in his hand and seizing the leg of the hen, inquiring, "System, where are my seasonings?" Beep. System rewards issued. 1 portion of Alien roasted chicken seasoning. Alien roasted chicken seasoning, an exquisitely delicious item, which the host may extract at any time. Beep. Although the host was previously an ordinary person and unable to utilize storage treasures, now that the host has achieved cultivation, it is recommended to acquire a storage artifact, allowing the system rewards to be directly deposited into the storage space. Isn't that simple? Lihujun promptly fished out 5 storage rings from his robe, refining all of them, and then adorned one of the rings, set with a blue gemstone, on his right hand. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the unconscious hen. Revealing a reluctant expression, "Despite having bullied this mountain lord for 40 years, I have developed a bond with you. Perhaps I should add a bit more fire later." Should the hen regain consciousness and hear Lihujun's words, one wonders if it would leap up and sing a line from Thank You. Half an hour later, Lihujun appeared in the side hall, holding the alien roasted chicken skewered on a wooden branch, only to be enveloped in an unexpected embrace upon entering. "What on earth are you doing?" Lihujun gazed in astonishment at the little girl in his arms. "Whoa. I thought Master was upset with me for the dish I prepared and would ignore me," the little girl sobbed, her face a picture of sorrow. Lihujun twitched his lips. "Though your culinary creation was indeed terrifying, I am not one to abandon you. I would merely tease you about your cooking and nothing more." Sunan. Chapter 9. Let me handle those rice grains. After a brief moment of speechlessness, Sunan's attention turned to the alien roasted chicken in Lihujun's hand. Her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "Wow, Master, it smells incredible." Lihujun replied with a smile, "Of course, when I take action, you can be assured of the quality. This is a chicken of the Foundation establishment realm. A single drumstick will suffice, as consuming too much is detrimental to your health." Upon finishing his words, Lihujun tore off a drumstick for Sunan before walking to the table to sit down and indulge. The taste of the alien roasted chicken filled Lihujun's palate with a familiar flavor, reminiscent of a long-lost delight. He recalled the last time he savored alien roasted chicken was during his previous life on Earth, before his transmigration. Meanwhile, Sunan gazed at the drumstick in her hand, then at the substantial portion of chicken Lihujun held, silently lamenting, "Truly, the privilege of being a disciple." With that, Sunan took a bite of her drumstick, her little face instantly frozen in astonishment. So delicious. Not only that, but she also distinctly sensed a gentle energy entering her limbs as she savored the chicken, as if she were immersed in a hot spring. The chicken of the Foundation establishment realm must be a chicken spirit, right? Sunan had previously gleaned some understanding of the realms of practitioners and monsters from a book. It was said that monsters at the Foundation establishment level could articulate human speech and, in some places, were even revered as mountain deities. However, her master had roasted a Foundation establishment chicken spirit as if it were an ordinary chicken, revealing his undeniable strength. Unbeknownst to Sunan, the chicken in her grasp had been hunted by Lihujun, the 6th disciple. As she enjoyed her chicken leg, blood unexpectedly trickled from her nose, and soon after, she fainted. Lihujun, who was savoring his meal, was momentarily stunned by the sight. Goodness, that chicken leg was too nourishing. Next time, I'll just let this girl have a chicken's backside. Regardless, he carried Sunan to a room for her to rest. The following morning, Sunan slowly opened her eyes, awakening in a room within Yunju Palace. Ah, what a delightful aroma. Still somewhat dazed, she was instantly alert upon catching a whiff of a fragrant scent. She quickly leapt from her bed and exited the room, following the enticing aroma. Sunan made her way to the kitchen, where Lihujun was intently tending to the fire beside a pile of firewood. Watching the orange glow illuminate Lihujun's face warmed her heart. As a formidable practitioner of the present age, he had undoubtedly attained the realm of fasting. Yet he willingly lowered himself to cook for his newly initiated disciple. How could this not be touching? Simultaneously, Sunan felt fortunate for her resolute choice in selecting Lihujun as her master. Otherwise, where could she find such an excellent mentor? "Oh, little girl, you're awake," Lihujun exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Sunan appear unexpectedly. "That chicken leg was too nourishing. You fainted after just a couple of bites." After contemplating all night, "I've decided that next time, I can only begrudgingly save you a chicken's backside." "Thank you, master," Sunan replied, feeling speechless yet genuinely appreciative, for she could sense that her master truly cared for her. Lihujun was taken aback. Little girl, Do you really enjoy chicken backsides that much? Master, I think I understand why you are so handsome, yet I do not have a masteress wife, Su Nan grinned. Zhou Jun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why is that? Because you have a mouth, Su Nan replied earnestly. Zhou Jun arched an eyebrow. Don't you have a mouth as well? Do you perhaps have two? Su Nan swore that she had never felt so speechless in her life until today. She then shifted her gaze to the clay pot on the stove and changed the subject, asking, Master, what are you cooking? It smells so delightful. I was merely trying to spare you the trouble of preparing a meal, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. I made a pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge in advance. Su Nan exclaimed, am I going mad? Is my cooking truly that unpalatable? At that moment, she felt a deep sense of injustice and resolved to finish the entire pot of porridge in tears, leaving no remnants for her master. After a while, the porridge was ready. Su Nan took a bowl and filled it generously. However, halfway through, she felt a rush of dizziness and noticed blood trickling from her nose. She looked at Lihujun, asking, Master, this lean meat, it isn't leftover chicken from yesterday, is it? Lihujun nodded. Indeed, we must not waste food. Su Nan's mouth twitched at this revelation, and soon after, she succumbed to her dizziness, collapsing onto the table. Lihujun shook his head in dismay, observing, good heavens. This girl is destined to have a taste for chicken's backside. He then quietly finished the porridge himself and carried Su Nan back to her room. It was not until the afternoon that Su Nan finally regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, the first thing she resolved was to learn how to cook for herself. After all, the affection from her master was overwhelming. If this continued, she might become the first person in the history of the Daotian sect to faint from eating. How embarrassing that would be. Creak. The door to her room swung open, and Zhou Jun entered. Seeing Su Nan awake, he smiled and asked, My dear girl, you've been asleep all day. Are you hungry? If so, I can prepare a meal for you. Please, master, I'm not hungry at all. Su Nan's expression changed at his words. Although her master's cooking was exquisite, fainting after every meal was simply unbearable. What a pity. I caught a rabbit today and was planning to make braised rabbit meat, Zhou Jun lamented. Does that rabbit possess any cultivation? Su Nan, recalling her master's culinary skills, couldn't help but swallow hard. Rest assured, it's merely at the 9th level of chi training, Zhou Jun assured her with a smile. I will control the portions. This time, you certainly won't faint. Master, please add more spice. Su Nan helplessly wiped the drool from her mouth. Absolutely, Zhou Jun replied with a grin. An hour later, after savoring a few bites of rabbit meat, Su Nan fell into a deep slumber that lasted until the next morning. When she awoke the following day, her first instinct was to rush to the kitchen, where she found Zhou Jun preparing to cook porridge. Her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, Master, put down that rice. Let me do it. Ah, very well. Zhou Jun momentarily paused, then acquiesced to Su Nan's request. Strangely enough, despite it being her first attempt at making kanji, Su Nan's creation appeared remarkably appealing. After savoring a spoonful, she found the taste delightful, prompting tears to well in her eyes, a testament to her relentless will to survive. After a brief interval, once Zhou Jun had finished his meal, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, smiling at Su Nan. The kanji is quite good. You have made progress. Oh, it is all thanks to my master's guidance, Su Nan thought, her heart swelling with emotion. The endeavor of preparing this pot of kanji had not been easy. She had executed each step with utmost care. Zhou Jun, upon hearing her words, chuckled softly. Enough flattery. My dear, I had intended to impart the cultivation method to you yesterday, but alas, you slept the entire day. Come to the cloud abode later. I shall teach you the ways of cultivation today. Thank you, master. Upon hearing that her master was about to begin her instruction in cultivation, Su Nan's face instantly lit up with excitement. Chapter 10. A visit to Fenghu Mountain in the cloud abode. This is a storage ring containing your authentic disciple's robes and the jade pendant I have prepared for you, Zhou Jun said, presenting a storage ring to Su Nan. As she gazed at the ring in her hand, her expression turned sour. But master, I lack cultivation and spiritual awareness. I cannot retrieve anything from it. Do not fret. As my disciple, I assure you that you will break through to the first level of chi refinement and awaken your spiritual awareness during your initial practice, Zhou Jun declared with confidence. With that, he gently pressed his fingertip against Su Nan's forehead, transmitting the Xianming Heart Sutra into her mind. At that moment, Su Nan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and then a text titled Xianming Heart Sutra materialized in her consciousness. This sutra is undoubtedly a top-tier cultivation method in the current world, harmonizing splendidly with your divine ice spiritual root, Zhou Jun remarked with a smile. Thank you, master. Su Nan exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality, my dear. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. I might as well be your father, so there is no need for such politeness. At that moment, Zhou Jun fished out an exquisite qi condensation pill from his robe, handing it to Sun Nan. When you practice according to the method, take this pill alongside the nourishing food you consumed yesterday. It will be sufficient for you to break through to the first level of qi refinement. Thank you, master. Sun Nan replied as she accepted the pill, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. But master, what if I do not break through to the first level of qi refinement today? Zhou Jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. If you fail to break through, it means you haven't nourished yourself adequately. I shall procure additional nourishing items for you. Sun Nan's expression shifted immediately. Do not worry, master. I am certain I will achieve the breakthrough today. Indeed. As expected of Master Ben's disciple. You possess great ambition, Zhou Jun remarked, nodding with satisfaction. Sun Nan, on the verge of tears, retorted, what ambition do I have? I am merely compelled by you, master. How can anyone withstand such dizzying challenges? Very well, let your first cultivation commence here. I shall safeguard you. Zhou Jun indicated the nearby cushion with a smile. All right. Sun Nan nodded and promptly seated herself on the cushion. After consuming a premium qi condensing pill, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate according to the Xianming Heart Sutra. In less than half a stick of incense, the invisible spiritual energy surrounding Sun Nan began to coalesce, enveloping her in a misty aura, making her appear as if she had descended from celestial realms. Observing this, Zhou Jun nodded and said, this girl, truly a saint-grade ice spirit root. The commotion she creates suggests that once she senses her qi, she may transcend merely the first layer of qi refinement. Finally, after 2 hours, Sun Nan slowly opened her eyes, and the swirling spiritual energy around her began to dissipate. What a marvelous sensation! Upon opening her eyes, Sun Nan distinctly felt a warm energy gathering in her dantian. Surely, this was the spiritual power cultivated within a practitioner. Moreover, she noticed that compared to 2 hours ago, her body felt significantly lighter, and her strength had notably increased. Remarkable! In your first cultivation session, you have already broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, Zhou Jun remarked, his voice calm. It is all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. Sun Nan replied with a sweet smile. Zhou Jun, gazing at the young girl, affectionately ruffled her hair and said with a gentle smile, very well, stabilize your cultivation here. I must step out to attend to some matters. The matters Zhou Jun referred to were tasks assigned by the system, including a visit to Fire Maple Mountain to converse with its master, Lu Yan, and engage in a friendly contest. All right, master, you may go with peace of mind. Sun Nan obediently nodded. Zhou Jun responded before suddenly vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the foot of Fire Maple Mountain. Upon arrival, Zhou Jun immediately sensed that even at the base of Fire Maple Mountain, the temperature was alarmingly high. He cast his gaze around, noting the vibrant red maple leaves that adorned the landscape. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fire Maple Mountain, the inner disciples tasked with guarding the mountain gate, essentially the gatekeepers, also noticed Zhou Jun's presence. Who is that senior? One inquired. I don't know, but to appear here out of thin air, he must at least possess the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Are you blind? Did you not see the mountain master token at his waist? What? The master of cloud residence? That useless fellow? You foolish one. Spending your days holed up in your room playing cards has left you rather dull-witted. Let me enlighten you. Just the day before yesterday, the master of cloud residence triumphed over the master of Murong Mountain, a figure we could scarcely defeat ourselves. What? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Are you attempting to deceive me? I assure you, I speak the truth. The master of cloud residence is indeed a formidable being, and we have all been misled by his disguise. What are we still discussing here? Should we not pay our respects to the master of cloud residence? Upon realizing the situation, the disciples guarding the gates of Fire Maple Mountain hurriedly bowed to Zhou Jun, exclaiming, We have come to pay our respects to the master of cloud residence. No need for formalities, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. The previous conversation had reached his ears word for word, yet as the mountain master, he could not begrudge these gatekeepers. Please inform your mountain master that the master of cloud residence has come to visit, Zhou Jun cheerfully requested. I will relay the message at once. One of the gatekeeping disciples replied respectfully. Thank you, Zhou Jun said with a smile. He then stood by the entrance of Fire Maple Mountain with a beaming demeanor, causing the other gatekeepers to break into a cold sweat. At this moment, Lu Yan was imparting his knowledge of cultivation to his newly accepted disciple, Yi. Within the Fire Maple Hall, suddenly, the voice of the approaching gatekeeper echoed from outside, Mountain Master, the master of cloud residence has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's expression shifted dramatically. That scoundrelly, indeed, has come to settle the score. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He recalled how he had been effortlessly defeated by Murong Shui, only for her to fall before Lihujun. This essentially meant he was no match for Lihujun himself. With a sense of urgency, Lu Yin instructed the gatekeeper waiting outside, "Go inform the master of cloud residence that I am currently." "Ah, Mountain Master Lu. The sun is quite fierce down below, so I took the liberty of coming up myself. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" Lihujun's voice suddenly interrupted Lu Yan's words as he stepped into the hall, clad in a green robe and wearing a charmingly affable smile. Upon seeing the smiling Lihujun, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing, "What a predicament. This old scoundrel has indeed come to cause trouble." Chapter 11. A sword descends. The Dharma body shatters. Ha ha ha. Master Li, it is a great honor to have you here. I would never dream of holding anything against you. Lu Yan laughed heartily. Yet within, his mind was in turmoil, cursing silently. Damn it, your strength surpasses mine. You are indeed the master here. I must be adaptable. Surely, one cannot strike a smiling face. Ha ha ha. Mountain Master Lu, your words imply that we share a close bond. Zhou Jun chuckled in response. It appears that Lu Yin is not as formidable as he seems, revealing himself to be one who bullies the weak and fears the strong. In the past, when Zhou Jun was unable to cultivate, he would endure Lu Yan's mockery each time he participated in the disciple recruitment at Daotian sect, with Lu Yan often making disparaging remarks that Zhou Jun still recalls vividly. This was particularly evident during a recruitment event over a decade ago when Lu Yan, seated among the mountain masters at the Ascension platform, brazenly smiled at Zhou Jun, saying, "Master Li, we sit so closely each time, and our relationship has become quite amicable. When you depart in a few decades, why not entrust Yunju Mountain to me for the care of your lineage?" At that moment, Zhou Jun could only suppress his anger and respond with a forced smile. Now, Lu Yin mistakenly believes that Zhou Jun has succumbed to the level of a harmonization realm cultivator. However, for the sake of a system task, Zhou Jun will not let this young man off the hook so easily. Simultaneously, upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Lu Yan's expression changed, and he turned to Yu, instructing, "Yu, go and cultivate in your own quarters." "Yes, master," Yu replied, feeling quite uneasy but relieved that, despite his earlier disdain for this mountain lord, he had not offended him. After Lu Yan suggested that he leave, Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took his leave. Zhou Jun made no effort to stop Yu's departure. Once Yu's figure vanished, Lu Yan turned to Zhou Jun, his expression grave, and said, "Master Li, what exactly do you intend to do? I admit that I once looked down upon you and often mocked you, but the fault lies with you. If you had not concealed your cultivation, how could I have belittled you as merely a mortal? In this world, the strong reign, and the weak must submit. I once believed myself superior, so I thought it permissible to ridicule you. Now that you surpass me, if you wish to do something, then come forth. I shall accept it." Zhou Jun chuckled. "I am not like you, Lu Yan. A true strong person values the freedom of the weak. No true strength is gained through trampling the weak. It is only through overcoming those of equal or greater power that one becomes genuinely formidable." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's brow furrowed. "So, according to your words, Master Lu, you are not here to settle scores today? After all, I am indeed weaker than you. Let us not conflate matters. I am here to settle scores with you. Let us spar," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Lu Yan retorted, "So you are here to settle scores. Was that a mere empty statement? Fear not. I shall suppress my cultivation to match yours." "Are you certain?" Lu Yan was taken aback by Zhou Jun's words, but soon a cold smile crept across his face. Throughout his career, Lu Yan had never encountered an opponent of equal standing who could best him. Unanticipatedly, Zhou Jun displayed such arrogance. He could easily suppress himself by relying on his realm. Yet he chose to stifle his own level and engage in combat. Truly, it is a manifestation of hubris. Of course, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. "Very well." Lu Yan readily agreed. Subsequently, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the skies above Huifeng Mountain. Simultaneously, the formidable beings of Daotian sect exchanged malicious whispers. Relishing the unfolding spectacle, the master of Yunju Mountain has gone to confront Lu Yan. Indeed, it seems Lu Yan is in for a rough time today, after all. Even Murong Shui was defeated by Zhou Jun. Let us observe. I delight in witnessing Lu Yan's misfortunes, especially since he often acts with utter disdain for others. The scene shifted. Zhou Jun and Lu Yan stood high in the sky, facing each other in a tense standoff. "Master Li, please," Lu Yan said, unveiling his true Yang incarnation. At that moment, Lu Yan's eyes transformed into two blazing suns, and behind him loomed a colossal fiery silhouette, crowned with a floating sun at its rear, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Moreover, with the manifestation of Lu Yan's true Yang incarnation, it felt as though a second sun had emerged in the heavens, causing the temperature in a radius of thousands of miles to surge dramatically. Then I shall not hold back, Zhou Jun remarked, appearing diminutive like a speck of dust beneath Liu Yan's towering form. As his words fell, Zhou Jun focused his thoughts, summoning his 7th-grade spirit sword, Aoxue, which soared from his body. Upon witnessing this, Liu Yan's eyes widened in shock, his voice booming like thunder, masterly. What is the meaning of this? Did we not agree to suppress our cultivation to the same level? Why then do you wield a 7th-grade sword? A 7th-grade spirit sword in the hands of a harmonization realm cultivator is not something an ephemeral immortal can contend with. It is akin to an ordinary person facing an automatic Gatling gun. How on earth can one fight back? The term ephemeral immortal is merely another designation for cultivators of the returning void realm, not true immortals. Indeed, I did mention lowering my cultivation to match yours. But I never stated that I could not employ treasures, Zhou Jun replied with a grin. Liu Yan's expression darkened instantly. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "You scoundrel. Lacking in martial ethics. With your demeanor, how can you dare speak of the boundaries of the strong and the weak? Do you not feel any shame in uttering such words?" Zhou Jun paused, taken aback. When did I ever claim to be a strong one? Liu Yan snapped. Enough with the pleasantries. Prepare to receive my sword. Zhou Jun grinned broadly, manipulating Aoxue from afar, directing it towards Liu Yan's colossal incarnation. Liu Yan, alarmed by the impending strike, hurriedly raised the enormous arms of his incarnation, attempting to block the oncoming sword. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Under the weight of a single sword strike from Zhou Jun, Liu Yan shattered with exquisite precision, dispersing into a myriad of spiritual lights across the heavens. One stroke, and the lies in ruins. The sword of the Mountain Lord Li is truly fearsome. Indeed, one might wonder if this is the essence of a sword immortal. Meanwhile, the assembled Mountain Lords gazed at Zhou Jun, who had severed Liu Yan's true, and expressed their sentiments. This sword serves as a lesson for you. In the air, Zhou Jun regarded the fragmented and the disheveled Liu Yan with an air of indifference, stating, "I shall not disturb Mountain Lord Liu any further. I take my leave." As Liu Yan coughed, clutching his chest with a rather pallid complexion, he conceded, "In skill, I am outmatched, and I humbly yield." However, internally, Liu Yan's thoughts were far more vitriolic. "You dog of a Zhou Jun, your words are as empty as the wind. If I ever trust you again, I am no better than a cur." With Liu Yan's admission of defeat, the system began to dispense rewards. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding, the system grants a reward, the 9 Dragons Carriage. 9 Dragons Carriage, a carriage drawn by 9, wholly obedient to the host's command. Chapter 12, an invitation from the aristocracy, a carriage drawn by 9? Zhou Jun's heart raced upon reading the system's description. In this world, such an object is akin to a Lamborghini or Ferrari on Earth. Nevertheless, setting aside the 9 Dragons Carriage for the moment, Zhou Jun turned to the conceding Liu Yan and smiled. "I shall not intrude further, Mountain Lord Liu. Farewell." As Zhou Jun made his way down from Hoofing Mountain, he eagerly inquired of the system, "How do I summon this 9 Dragons Carriage?" Ding. Whenever the host desires, simply summon it. And 9 dragons will soar from various locales to draw the carriage for the host. "Oh, I see." Zhou Jun nodded, his heart swelling with excitement. A powerhouse, even within the Dao Tian sect, holds the rank of a mountain lord. In the outside world, such beings are practically legends, capable of traversing the entirety of Qingzhou with ease. Now, having 9 to draw his carriage, surely others would scarcely dare to even dream of such an honor. At that moment, the voice of Mu Taiyu reached his ears. "Mountain Lord Yunju, please proceed to the Dao Tian Hall for a discussion." "Very well," Zhou Jun replied. The Dao Tian Hall serves as the venue for high-level deliberations within the Dao Tian sect. Upon arriving at the hall, Zhou Jun discovered that, in addition to Mu Taiyu, Morong Shui was also present. "Zhongzhu, Mountain Lord Morong." Zhou Jun greeted the two politely. "Mountain Lord Yunju, please take a seat," Mu Taiyu said with a warm smile. Zhou Jun, not one to stand on ceremony, settled down beside Morong Shui. "May I inquire, Zhongzhu, why have you summoned me?" Zhou Jun asked directly. Mu Taiyu chuckled and said, "In truth, it is not a matter of great significance. I believe both of you are aware that although our Dao Tian sect is recognized as the foremost sect in Qizhou, this is merely superficial. In the shadows, there exist several reclusive families and sects whose strength, while slightly inferior to ours, is nonetheless formidable. Some of them are even capable of rivaling our Dao Tian sect." Zhou Jun and Morong Shui, upon hearing his words, refrained from contesting his assertion, for it held true. After all, the vastness of Qizhou has birthed numerous powers that have produced true immortals, far beyond the Dao Tian sect alone. Even if these families are not as strong as our sect, they possess certain undisclosed trump cards, making them significantly more powerful than many others. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. At this point, Mu Taiyu continued. I have summoned both of you to represent our Dao sect at a banquet hosted by one of these families. After much contemplation, I believe you two are the most suitable candidates. Might I inquire if you're available? I am, Murong Shui replied. Subsequently, both Mu Taiyu and Murong Shui turned their gazes towards Lihujun. Notification: System has issued a task. Sign in at the family banquet mentioned by Mu Taiyu, and the host will receive unexpected rewards. Simultaneously, the system announced a task. Observing this, Lihujun naturally did not decline Mu Taiyu's request, responding with a smile. It would indeed be delightful to experience the grandeur of these families. Seeing this, Mu Taiyu smiled and declared, "Excellent. It is settled then. The family in question is the Shui family of Daizhao Mountain, celebrating the breakthrough of their ancestor into the harmonization realm." Upon hearing this, Lihujun and Murong Shui instantly grasped Mu Taiyu's underlying intention. Although it appeared that Mu Taiyu was sending them to congratulate the Shui family's ancestor on his breakthrough, he was, in essence, instructing them to assert the prestige of the Dao sect, reminding the Shui family not to presume that their ancestor's achievement would grant them unchecked power. Look, we have dispatched two formidable practitioners of the harmonization realm to attend your banquet. The reputation of our Dao sect as the foremost sect in Qizhou is not to be taken lightly. When does the banquet commence? Lihujun inquired. In 10 days. Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. You two may discuss your departure time at your convenience. Very well. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Lihujun and Murong Shui stated. Safe travels. Mu Taiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Outside the Dao hall, Murong Shui suggested to Lihujun. How about we set off in 7 days? That sounds agreeable, Lihujun replied. After a moment of thought, Murong Shui asked, what of the girl who joined your sect? How is she faring now? Lihujun chuckled softly. The little girl possesses considerable talent, under my careful guidance. She broke through to the 3rd level of qi refining during her initial training. Truly, she is a remarkable prodigy. Indeed, masterly. You must diligently guide her cultivation and not squander such a promising seed, Murong Shui expressed with admiration. Rest assured, he replied. Zhou Jun smiled, and then took his leave, saying, Master Murong, we shall meet in 7 days. Murong Shui replied, we shall meet in 7 days. After the two bid farewell, Zhou Jun returned to Yunju Mountain. Upon arrival, he noticed that the young girl Su Nan appeared somewhat melancholic. What troubles you? He inquired, observing her furrowed brow akin to that of a small old woman. Su Nan suddenly reddened her eyes and replied, Master, I just received a letter from home. A demonic force has emerged near my family's residence in Pingyu City, known as the Blood Refining Sect. They are coercing the nearby townsfolk with force, demanding 100 young boys and girls daily for their cultivation. One of my cousins has already been sent to them. Ding. Mission issued. Eliminate the Blood Refining Sect within 3 days. The host will receive substantial rewards. Seeing the task assigned by the system, Lihujun gently patted Su Nan's little head and reassured her, Do not worry, my dear disciple. I happen to be attending a banquet that will take me through Pingyu City, and I shall conveniently deal with the Blood Refining Sect. You may accompany me and visit your family along the way. Thank you, Master. Su Nan exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. She knew her master was among the most formidable beings in the world, with such power at his disposal. The Blood Refining Sect would likely be reduced to ashes with but a thought. There's no need for thanks. You are my disciple, and I shall not allow anyone to wrong you, Zhou Jun replied confidently. He then took out paper and brush, composing a letter to Murong Shui, instructing her to meet him in Pingyu City in 7 days. After finishing, he summoned the you.Every flying sword to deliver the message to Murong Shui. The you.Every flying sword, upon receiving the task, swiftly soared into the air and returned in a flash. So quickly accomplished? Zhou Jun remarked in astonishment. The you.Every flying sword responded with a gentle bend of its blade, as if nodding in affirmation. Very good, Zhou Jun said with a smile, patting the hilt of the sword before returning the seemingly momentarily stunned you.Every flying sword to his dantian. Su Nan watched this scene with immense curiosity. When a magical artifact reaches a certain level, it gains sentience, Zhou Jun explained. This sword of mine can even transform into human form. Su Nan was rendered speechless, her little face expressing sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun contemplated that he should find an opportunity to see the you.Every flying sword transform into its human form. He wondered whether it would be male or female, and what it would look like. Chapter 13. The portly and slim envoys let us set forth for Pingyu City now. Zhou Jun said to Su Nan. Thank you, Master, she replied, momentarily taken aback, before her eyes glistened with emotion. She had not anticipated her master to be so considerate of her feelings, rushing to act upon learning of the danger to her family. The system hastily summoned the 9 dragons carriage, and I could no longer restrain my desire to experience this sensation, exclaimed Zhou Jun with a sudden grin. As his words echoed, The waters of the lake at Yunju Mountain began to stir, forming a whirlpool at its center. Roars, deafening and thunderous, erupted from the depths of the vortex. Soon, 9 formidable dragons, their bodies enveloped in black scales and exuding an intimidating presence, emerged, pulling a grand carriage and creating a wall of water that soared skyward. The appearance of the 9 dragons left the various mountain masters of the Daotian sect in utter astonishment. 9 dragons of the virtual immortal realm. This aura seems to originate from Yunju Mountain. Could it be that the master of Yunju Mountain has nurtured these majestic creatures? As the powerful figures of the Daotian sect pondered this, the 9 dragons circled above Yunju Mountain, their overwhelming presence causing the spirit beasts within the sect to prostrate themselves in fear, trembling and too intimidated to lift their heads. Goodness! The master of Yunju Mountain has such grandiosity to command 9 virtual immortal dragons to pull a carriage. This master has concealed his true capabilities for far too long. And now he has unleashed this display of wealth. I must admit, I feel envious. At this moment, the mountain masters of the Daotian sect gazed with intense focus, their eyes piercing through the void towards the sky above Yunju Mountain, their hearts exclaiming in disbelief. Mu Taiyu also stepped out of the Dao Hall, casting his gaze upwards. And upon witnessing the 9 dragons' carriage, he silently lamented that perhaps next time he should travel on foot, as his mount, the celestial jade crane, paled in comparison to these magnificent dragons. At Huafeng Mountain, Lu Yin fell silent as he regarded the 9 dragons' carriage. What had possessed him to boast earlier? Not only had he been defeated by Zhou Jun today, but even the 9 dragons pulling the carriage were beyond his capabilities. Of course, if they came one by one, it would certainly be manageable. It must be manageable. This was Lu Yan's last act of defiance. Yunju Mountain. Is this the legendary dragon? Su Nan gazed up in astonishment at the 9 fierce dragons circling above, rendered speechless. Zhou Jun chuckled. They are merely dragons. With that, he waved his sleeve, releasing spiritual energy that enveloped Su Nan, gracefully placing her atop the carriage pulled by the 9 dragons. Subsequently, Zhou Jun guided the 9 dragons' carriage away from the envious gazes of the mountain masters and set forth towards Pingyu City. At this moment, within Pingyu City, the bustling streets were alive with a continuous flow of pedestrians. The faces of the pedestrians were all etched with sorrow and numbness, casting an air of despondency over the entire Pingyu City. Soon after, 2 figures clad in black robes, one slender and one stout, swaggered through the gates of Pingyu City. Upon seeing their garb, the onlookers were taken aback, scattering in all directions like startled birds, for these 2 were the emissaries of the blood-refining sect. At that moment, the stout emissary, observing the chaos he had incited, revealed a cruel smile. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a burst of blood-red spiritual energy, obliterating a fleeing pedestrian who was facing away from him into a mere cloud of flesh and bone. A life extinguished just like that. Run a little further, and your fate shall be the same, the stout emissary scoffed. The crowd, under the threat of the emissary, reluctantly halted their retreat. Esteemed emissary, we of Pingyu City have already offered 50 young boys and girls to your sect yesterday. A woman in the crowd exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Bang! In the next instant, a dull thud echoed. The woman who had spoken was instantly turned into a mist of blood by the stout emissary, her remains scattering through the air. To this man in the black robe, human life appeared as insignificant as weeds. Do you not recall what I stated upon my first arrival here? Each day, you must provide 100 young boys and girls to the blood-refining sect from your neighboring cities, the stout emissary declared, his hand slowly retracting as he addressed the crowd with a chilling grin. Enough of this. Do not frighten the others. The slender emissary then spoke, turning to the pedestrians with a disarming smile. The nearby cities have already supplied 50 young boys and girls. You must gather another 50 from Pingyu City. If you cannot produce them by tonight, we shall have no choice but to raise your city. The crowd seethed with rage, yet dared not voice their anger, well aware that in the eyes of the blood-refining sect's emissaries, their lives were as expendable as ants, easily snuffed out. To utter a word would lead to a fate akin to that of the unfortunate woman. Old Qin, we visited the Qin family today. Let us proceed to the Su family. Our sect leader was quite pleased with the young boy we brought from there last time. The blood pills made from the children of these affluent households are of the highest quality, the stout emissary remarked with a grin. Very well, replied the slender emissary, smiling in agreement. Together, the stout and slender figures made their way toward the residence of the Su family. At that moment, within the Su family estate, all the prominent members were gathered in the conference hall. Patriarch, the fiends from the blood-refining sect are heading towards our Su family. The eldest elder, a middle-aged man with graying temples, declared, his expression one of indignation as he gazed toward the assembly. What difference does it make? In the eyes of these practitioners, we mere mortals are no different from chickens and sheep awaiting slaughter. The middle-aged man spoke with a bitter expression. He was Su Heng, the head of the Su family and the father of Su Nan. At this moment, Su Heng was unaware that his daughter had already joined the Daotian sect. He only hoped that she had successfully entered the sect and that she would not return to Pingyu City. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Heng's words, the elders of the Su family appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. Indeed, in the face of cultivators, they were utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Half a month prior, just as Su Nan had departed, a group from the blood-refining sect arrived in Pingyu City. Among them, a black-robed elder, with a mere wave of his hand, had obliterated the Lord's manor, which sprawled over several miles. This terrifying scene left the citizens of Pingyu City utterly bereft of any thoughts of rebellion, drowning them in despair. Ah, you are all here. Have you decided which boy or girl you will hand over to us? A cacophony of sinister laughter echoed from outside the hall. Then, two figures, one stout and one slender, draped in black robes, entered the discussion hall of the Su family, amid the terrified gazes of its members. Honorable envoys, did you not take a boy from our Su family just the other day? The elder of the Su family exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation upon seeing the two black-robed figures. Seeking death, the stout envoy snorted coldly, striking out with his palm. In a horrifying instant, the elder was transformed into a cloud of blood mist before the horrified eyes of the Su family members. Su Heng's expression turned furious. But the words lodged in his throat, for he realized that speaking further might result in the annihilation of the entire Su family at the hands of these two. Seeing Su Heng's impotent fury, the stout envoy sneered, "You mortals have too many issues. If we do not kill the chicken to scare the monkey, you will not be obedient. By tonight, you must surrender one boy or girl, or else you shall all perish." The senior members of the Su family felt their faces flush with indignation, yet they dared not utter a word in retort. Just then, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky above Pingyu City, and the sound of dragon roars reverberated throughout the city. The pedestrians below gazed upward in astonishment, their expressions akin to tumultuous waves. The wind comes from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. There are 9 dragons. What? Legendary dragons? Could it be that the dragon kings are displeased with those from the blood-refining sect and are coming to obliterate them? No, look. Behind these 9 dragon kings, there is a carriage being drawn, and 2 figures stand upon it. What? They are allowing the dragon kings to draw a carriage. Could it be that a being of celestial nature has arrived? What splendid fortune! The citizens of Pingyu City knelt in reverence towards the majestic palanquin soaring above. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Su family, the portly and slender envoys from the blood refinement hall sensed an inexplicable apprehension rising within them. After exchanging glances, they exited the Su family estate, only to behold 9 formidable dragon-like creatures pulling a palanquin, hastening towards the Su family compound. If my deductions are accurate, these must be 9 ethereal dragons, the portly envoy remarked, swallowing hard. Indeed, you are correct. They are indeed 9 ethereal dragons. I wonder if this powerful individual capable of commanding such dragons is merely passing by. The slender envoy replied grimly. Such a formidable presence, should they witness injustice, could very well obliterate the blood refinement sect. Not only would the 2 of us, both at the golden core stage, be powerless, but the entire blood refinement sect would be unable to withstand even a moment's confrontation. The portly envoy chuckled, reassured, "Fear not. Why would such a great being concern themselves with the insignificant ants of Pingyu City? Even if thousands were to perish before this elder, they would likely remain unfazed. Master, look, the young lady has returned." Suddenly, an elder from the Su family pointed excitedly towards the figure atop the palanquin. "Nonate, what brings this girl back?" Su Heng exclaimed, hastily directing his gaze towards the figure on the palanquin. Indeed, it was his daughter. However, upon noticing the young man beside Su Nan, Su Heng's expression faltered. Could it be that his daughter had joined the Daotian sect and returned with assistance? At that moment, Lihujun commanded the 9 dragons, suspending the palanquin above the Su family estate. As they drew closer to the 9 dragons, the Su family members felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them, their legs trembling beneath them. The terror was palpable. The portly and slender envoys appeared utterly ridiculous before the might of the 9 dragons. Junior envoy of the blood refinement sect, Qin Kai, pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Junior envoy of the blood refinement sect, Chu He, pays his respects to the esteemed elder. In unison, the 2 envoys, faces pale with fear, knelt before Zhou Jun atop the palanquin. At that moment, the envoys were consumed by panic. They had just heard someone from the Su family mention that the young lady standing beside the elder on the palanquin was the Su family's heiress. "Tell me, where is the blood refinement sect?" Zhou Jun inquired gently, a warm smile gracing his face. "Esteemed elder, we cannot disclose that," the portly envoy replied. his smile more sorrowful than tears as he addressed Lihujun. They had been cursed by the blood refinement sect. Mentioning its location would lead to their untimely demise. The members of the Su family, upon witnessing the once arrogant, portly, and slender envoys, now displaying the demeanor of a mouse confronted by a cat upon seeing the young man beside Su Nan, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Since silence was their choice, they could not fault me for being impolite. At this moment, Lihujun refrained from further inquiries, with a sweeping motion of his grand sleeve. He effortlessly ensnared the corpulent envoy in a swirl of spiritual energy, levitating him before himself. Subsequently, he placed his hand firmly atop the envoy's crown, invoking the soul-searching technique. As he delved into the envoy's memories, revealing a plethora of gruesome scenes, Lihujun furrowed his brow in dismay. After extracting the desired information, he disdainfully discarded the now dim-witted envoy, casting him with a resounding thud into the courtyard of the Su family. The slender envoy, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered speechless. He yearned to flee, yet under the watchful gaze of 9 serpentine dragons, his legs turned to jelly, rendering escape an impossibility. Lihujun pointed from a distance, and a beam of spiritual light surged into the slender envoy's body, shattering his golden core in an instant. The 2 men had been rendered incapacitated. Feel free to dispose of them as you wish. It shall be my parting gift to the Su family, Lihujun remarked with a light-hearted smile toward the Su clan. As his words fell, a couple rushed forth from the crowd of Su family members, seizing the portly and slender envoys. The Su family made no effort to intervene, for it was the couple's child that had been taken by these envoys just days prior. Before long, the estate of the Su family echoed with 2 heart-wrenching cries. "Thank you, revered immortal, for your timely intervention." At that moment, the members of the Su family bowed deeply to Lihujun, who stood aloof in his dragon carriage. "There is no need for gratitude." Lihujun waved his hand dismissively. Then, with Su Nan in tow, he leapt from the dragon carriage into the Su family courtyard. "Go greet your father," he encouraged with a smile. "Thank you, master." Su Nan expressed her gratitude with glistening eyes directed at Lihujun. "Indeed," Lihujun replied with a gentle smile. "Father." Su Nan rushed into Su Heng's embrace, her heart aching at the sight of her father's graying hair. "You've gone white," she lamented. "It's nothing. By the way, have you joined the Daodian sect, my girl?" Su Heng inquired softly, patting Su Nan's back. "Yes, father. The one who just saved our family is my master," Su Nan replied, regaining her composure and offering a bright smile. "Your master is remarkably youthful," Su Heng remarked in astonishment, before a note of concern crept into his voice. "Given that your master has incapacitated the envoy of the blood refinement sect, and your 7th uncle and aunt have tormented these envoys, it is certain that the blood refinement sect will not let this go lightly." Su Nan whispered to Su Heng. "Do not worry, father. I shall discreetly inform you that my master is the mountain lord of the Daodian sect." "What?" Su Heng exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise upon hearing Su Nan's words. Although he did not practice cultivation himself, he had certainly heard of the 108 mountain lords of the Daodian sect. It is said that each mountain lord of the Daodian sect possesses the power to scorch mountains and boil seas, truly beings of divine essence. In the presence of such individuals, the blood-refining sect is utterly unworthy even to carry their shoes. Chapter 15, The Nangong Sisters Mountain Lord. I am Su Heng, the head of the Su family. My daughter has a rather mischievous disposition. Should she err in any way, please feel free to discipline her. She is quite resilient and can endure it, Su Heng stated, bowing respectfully upon learning that Zhou Jun is the mountain lord of the Daodian sect. Upon hearing this, Su Nan stuck out her delicate pink tongue, thinking, "This truly is my father, head of the Su family. You jest. You have raised a remarkable daughter." Zhou Jun replied with a light chuckle, genuinely appreciating the compliment. Had Su Nan chosen to ally with another mountain lord, Zhou Jun would not have intervened, for he had already received his rewards from the system and was indifferent to the outcome. "Your praise is undeserved," Su Heng said, somewhat taken aback, realizing that his daughter was indeed favored by the mountain lord. Thus, the shrewd Su Heng offered a compliment, to be able to command the 9 flood dragons. "You must be a celestial being. I entrust my daughter to your guidance, and as a father, I find great comfort in that." This flattery struck a chord with Zhou Jun, as he had not sought to command the 9 flood dragons for mere speed. If that were the case, he could simply use the proud snow-flying sword. His true intent was to make a grand impression. "Your kind words humble me," Zhou Jun replied modestly. At that moment, Su Heng inquired, "Mountain Lord, may I ask about the affairs of the blood-refining sect?" Zhou Jun waved his hand, interrupting Su Heng. "The blood-refining sect engages in unscrupulous activities right beneath the eyes of my Daodian sect. As the Mountain Lord, I cannot allow them to go unpunished." Hearing this, Su Heng felt a weight lifted from his heart. He had feared that Zhou Jun might simply depart, leaving the city of Pingyu vulnerable to the wrath of the blood-refining sect. Lihujun then advised Su Nan, spend quality time with your father. As your cultivation deepens, you may find yourself in seclusion for many years. Yes, master, Su Nan replied, though a tinge of sadness lingered in her heart. Su Heng, however, remained optimistic. He stroked Su Nan's head and comforted her. My dear, while it is wonderful for you to be by my side, it brings me even greater joy to see you excel. Lihujun chuckled softly and, in a flash, reappeared on the 9-flood dragon chariot. He looked at Su Nan and said, I shall return to escort you in 7 days. With that, Lihujun steered the 9-flood dragon chariot towards the domain of the blood-refining sect. As Su Nan gazed at Lihujun, gradually transforming into a distant black dot in the sky, and then looked around at her familiar surroundings, she felt as though her experiences on Cloud Residence Mountain were nothing more than a fleeting dream, so unreal it seemed. Child, snap out of it. Are you still reluctant to part with your master? Su Heng waved his hand in front of Su Nan. Dad. Su Nan, in a mix of embarrassment and anger, playfully thumped her small fist against her father's chest, resembling a spoiled child. Observing this tender moment of familial joy, Su Heng felt a pang of nostalgia. It would be difficult to witness his daughter act so endearingly again in the future. Yet, he also felt a swell of pride. For his daughter had become a disciple of the Mountain Lord of the Dao Tian sect, her future achievements undoubtedly boundless. Master, you have been blessed with a wonderful daughter. At that moment, an elder from the Su family expressed his envy towards Su Heng. Several days prior, some of their own children had sought opportunities for immortality at the Dao Tian sect. It remained uncertain if they had succeeded in joining. If they had not, they might still be on their way back to the family. Unlike Su Nan, who had returned effortlessly on the 9 dragons carriage. Fortunately, with the Mountain Lord of the Dao Tian sect having vanquished the blood-refining sect, any returning children would likely be safe. Meanwhile, in the shadowy rain-soaked mountains where the blood-refining sect resided, the skies were perpetually shrouded in clouds, with gentle rain falling consistently. The sect's stronghold was situated on the mountainside of a grand peak, aptly named Blood Refining Mountain by its inhabitants. At the foot of this mountain, 3 young women gathered, all clad in white garments. Should others have been present, they would have recognized that these 3 women bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, resembling water lilies in bloom. They were, in fact, triplets. Upon closer reflection, one could deduce that these 3 were the recently acclaimed Nangong sisters in the cultivation community, the eldest, Nangong Anren, the second, Nangong Shinran, and the youngest, Nangong Yuran. Eldest sister, the blood-refining sect's patriarch, possesses a perfected nascent soul cultivation level, mere steps away from transcending to the spirit transformation realm. While we are not afraid to confront him together, we might still suffer significant injuries. Is it truly worth the risk for that lad, Yunjushan? After all, our admirers in the cultivation world could encircle blood-refining mountain thrice over. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, remarked with a furrowed brow. Nangong Anren replied, he possesses a jade pendant that grants access to the virtual immortal tomb. That alone makes it worthwhile. At that moment, the youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, pouted and interjected, oh please, it seems to me that you have taken quite a liking to that lad, especially since he saved your life when you were gravely injured. Furthermore, even if we were to acquire the pendant to the virtual immortal tomb, we would still need to survive the journey. You 2 young ladies mustn't speak so recklessly. If you're frightened, simply wait for me here, Nangong Anren responded resolutely. Nangong Shinran frowned and retorted, eldest sister, what nonsense are you saying? If I and my younger sister were truly fearful, we would not have stealthily followed you when you slipped away moments ago. The 2 of you, dear girls, sighed Nangong Anren, her expression a mix of helplessness and wry amusement. Just then, an extraordinary event transpired. Dark clouds coalesced in the sky, accompanied by a series of resounding dragon roars. Suddenly, the sight of 9 dragons drawing a chariot appeared before the Nangong sisters. How audacious it is for someone to summon 9 ethereal dragons to pull a chariot. The youngest sister, Nangong Yuran, was taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment. It was uncertain whether this formidable figure was friend or foe. Meanwhile, the eldest, Nangong Anren, furrowed her brow, her visage marked by worry. The young man atop the dragon-drawn chariot bore an exquisite countenance, and it seemed improbable for him to be affiliated with the blood-refining sect. Perhaps he was here to annihilate them instead. The second sister, Nangong Shinran, feigned the demeanor of an onlooker, remarking, you, girl, rely too much on appearances. It may lead to great misfortune in the future. Nangong Anren gently tapped her sister's forehead with her finger. Amidst the sisters' chatter, Lihujun's gaze pierced through the atmosphere, landing upon their direction. Under the weight of his glance, the Nangong sisters felt an invisible pressure, akin to a mountain, suddenly descend upon them. Fortunately, This pressure was fleeting. This powerful being had noticed us but chose not to strike. He likely harbored ill intentions towards the blood-refining sect. Nangong Yuren's face paled as she spoke. Her two elder sisters nodded in agreement. We have no idea who this individual truly is. I have pondered the powerful figures of Qingzhou, yet none match. Nangong Shinran observed Zhou Jun atop the dragon chariot, who emanated an aura of supreme authority, her brow knitted in concern. Such a strong figure should have long been renowned throughout Qingzhou. It was akin to the flamboyant Lu Yin in his crimson robes. Upon sight, one could instantly recognize him as the master of Huofeng Mountain from the Daotian sect, as the master of Yunjushan from the Daotian sect. Where is the blood-refining ancestor to meet their demise? Just as Nangong Shinran's confusion deepened, Zhou Jun from the chariot spoke, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the blood-refining mountain. It was indeed the master of the Daotian sect. Upon hearing his identity, the hearts of the Nangong sisters surged with astonishment. Chapter 16, Blood Ancestor. Who would have thought that the master of the Daotian sect would appear here? The second sister, Nangong Shinran, could hardly believe it. For the masters of the Daotian sect were all beings of immense power and lofty status. Ordinary cultivators, even if they toiled their entire lives, could only hear tales of them, and to witness their true forms was a rare stroke of fortune. However, since he is the mountain lord of the Daotian sect, it is not surprising that these 9 ethereal dragon serpents are pulling the chariot. At this moment, my younger sister, Nangong Yuran, nodded in agreement. Only our eldest sister, Nangong Anren, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Indeed, the mountain lord of Yunju is well known in Qizhou. However, I recall that this lord gained notoriety not for his formidable strength, but rather quite the opposite. He is said to be a cultivation failure. Yet, it appears that this rumor may be unfounded. Perhaps this mountain lord of Yunju has been biding his time, enduring humiliation until he could reveal his true prowess upon achieving great success." At this moment, Nangong Shinran gazed at Zhou Jun with profound admiration. "Wow, second sister. I feel as though you are about to transform into the very shape of this mountain lord of Yunju." Nangong Yuren jested, only to douse the playful mood with cold water, adding, "But don't get your hopes up, second sister. The mountain lord's current ability to tame 9 ethereal dragon serpents suggests he has attained a far deeper level of cultivation. Even if he were to seek a partner, it is unlikely he would cast his gaze upon you. Ha, you little girl, do not curse me. There is a saying that one should dare to dream and act." Nangong Shinran retorted. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from blood-refining mountain, an elder proclaiming, "This old man, blood-refining child, pays respects to the mountain lord of Yunju." As the words fell, crimson mist rose above blood-refining mountain, ultimately taking the form of an elder in a red robe, who bowed respectfully to Zhou Jun. "Embrace death." Zhou Jun replied with a grin. Roar, roar, roar. As Zhou Jun's voice faded, the 9 dragons emitted a deafening roar. Faced with the 9 ethereal dragon serpents, the Yuaning realm blood-refining ancestor was utterly terrified, exclaiming, "Mountain lord of Yunju, if you dare to kill me, those behind me will surely not let you go. It is no wonder you dared to confront me. It appears there are powerful allies at your back. Nevertheless, I shall see who dares to oppose me," Zhou Jun sneered, immediately commanding the 9 dragons to attack. Upon receiving the command, the 9 dragons opened their jaws wide, unleashing 9 streams of mist that were nearly tangible, engulfing the blood-refining ancestor. This mist exuded an intensely frigid aura, causing the 3 Nangong sisters, even from afar at the foot of the mountain, to shudder despite channeling their full cultivation to resist the cold. Yet, just as the mist was about to close in on the blood-refining ancestor, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The elder's eyes turned crimson, and blood surged from every pore of his body, ultimately coalescing behind him into a grotesque, scarlet apparition of considerable size, resembling a small mountain. This blood-red specter, faceless and imposing, effortlessly dispersed the biting mist exhaled by the 9 dragons with a mere gesture. What? The 3 Nangong sisters at the foot of blood-refining mountain widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed the combined icy onslaught of the 9 ethereal dragon serpents being effortlessly shattered by this blood-red phantom. After all, these were 9 ethereal dragon serpents. In contemporary times, this undoubtedly belongs to the pinnacle of combat prowess. At the very moment the blood-colored phantom made its move, in an unknown village, an old beggar, who lay soundly asleep by the roadside, slowly opened his murky eyes and gazed towards the location of the blood-colored apparition. "Ah, this ancient being has reappeared." The old beggar yawned, and then gradually dissipated from his position. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the confrontation between the blood-colored phantom and Zhou Jun. I cannot see through this young lad," the old beggar exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing Zhou Jun. However, at this moment, Zhou Jun remained oblivious to the old beggar's sudden appearance above him. The blood-colored phantom also seemed unaware of the beggar's presence. Zhou Jun, with a piercing gaze, stared at the blood-colored phantom behind Xuelinzi, scoffing. What kind of wretched creature dares to act so brazenly within the territory of the Dao Tian sect? Such audacity for a mere child, daring to touch my pawn. The blood-colored phantom retorted with a voice resembling that of an elder, chuckling before shifting his tone. A nine-headed dragon of the void immortal realm? It might serve as a delightful supplement for me. What an audacious claim. Who on earth is this person? The Nangong sisters exclaimed in astonishment. Noting how casually the nine-headed dragon was mentioned, as if it were an ordinary dish. Simultaneously, they felt grateful that the master of Yunju Mountain had arrived. Otherwise, if it had been just the three of them, would not the blood-colored phantom have easily regarded them as mere trifles? Do you think the master of Yunju Mountain can contend with this sudden adversary? Nangong Shinran inquired anxiously. Sister, are you already preparing to fulfill your duties as a wife even before you have fully recovered? Nangong Yuren teased her older sister, maintaining her cheerful demeanor even amidst the perilous situation. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes in response. If the master of Yunju Mountain cannot withstand this, we shall all perish. Oh. Nangong Yuran expressed disbelief at her sister's explanation. At that moment, Nangong Anren spoke up. This blood-colored phantom reminds me of a legend. What legend? Nangong Shinran asked. Nangong Anren replied, I once read a record in the wild histories of Qishou, which spoke of an ancient ancestor of blood who descended from beyond the heavens, unleashing a torrential sea of blood upon Qingzhou, leading to the suffering of countless beings and the devastation of all life. Subsequently, a true immortal intervened and sealed the blood ancestor on Blood God Island, located 180,000 miles from Qizhou. Elder sister, are you implying that this blood-colored phantom is that blood ancestor? Nangong Shinran gasped in shock. This is a being that could rival true immortals. Even if it is merely a fragment, it cannot possibly be matched by the master of Yunju Mountain, can it? As she contemplated this, a flicker of concern crossed Ning XNRN's face as she gazed at Li Zhujun. Although it was her first encounter with the master of Yunjushan, she found herself deeply captivated by his presence at that moment. Meanwhile, Li Zhujun smiled and said, Are you so certain that you can defeat me? The Crimson Spectre, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily. Young one, in this realm, even my mere avatar is an invincible entity. Surrender and accept your fate. With that declaration, the Crimson Spectre launched an attack, its colossal hand descending like a mountain towards Li Zhujun. Hold on. Li Zhujun suddenly interjected. Oh, are you frightened? The Crimson Spectre paused, taken aback. Certainly not. Your prowess is commendable. Let us engage in something amusing. How about a wager? Li Zhujun proposed with a grin. Oh, what sort of wager? The Crimson Spectre inquired, intrigued. If you cannot best me, you must address me as father, Li Zhujun declared. And if you perish at my hands? The Crimson Spectre countered. Li Zhujun replied, feigning incredulity, Are you daft? If I were dead, wouldn't you do as you please? The Crimson Spectre erupted in laughter. While beneath the mountain, the three Nangong sisters could not contain their mirth and laughed aloud. Observing this, the old beggar high above also chuckled, remarking, This lad possesses some spirit. I have yet to witness anyone so audacious as to jest with the blood old dog. Chapter 17. You are already old, are you jesting with me, old ancestor? The voice of the spectre behind blood refining ancestor brimmed with irritation. Li Zhujun retorted in surprise. Didn't you claim that even this avatar of yours is unrivaled in the world? Why the hesitation now? Humph, impudent youth. Prepare to meet your end, the Crimson Spectre scoffed, forming a massive blood-red fist that descended upon Li Zhujun with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the system issued a task. Ding. The blood ancestor is dismissive of the host. The system has issued a task. The host must astonish the blood ancestor to receive extraordinary rewards. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Zhujun understood that it was time for him to showcase his prowess. He let out a cold smirk and proclaimed, You insignificant blood ancestor truly believe yourself to be unparalleled? Today, I shall broaden your horizons, revealing to you the truth that the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves onto the shore. At Li Zhujun's words, the Crimson Spectre was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Zhujun not only recognized him but also held him in such disdain. Anger surged within him. You clever boy, knowing who I am yet remaining so arrogant. I shall see if you possess the strength to back your words. As the furious voice of the blood ancestor reverberated, his descending colossal fist grew even more formidable, exuding a terrifying aura that dimmed the very heavens and earth. The three Nangong sisters below felt their hearts race, nearly reaching their throats. The old beggar in the sky, witnessing Lihujun's unwavering confidence, was taken aback. This young man appeared to be extraordinary. Just as the three sisters of Nangong and the old beggar watched the blood ancestor's gigantic fist descend, Lihujun made his move. In the face of the blood ancestor's mighty blow, he did not retreat but instead launched a counterattack with a punch. This strike was unpretentious, resembling the swing of an ordinary person. Yet, this seemingly mundane punch produced a thunderous roar upon collision with the blood ancestor's descending fist. A tempest erupted from the clash between Lihujun and the blood ancestor, sweeping outward in all directions, shattering the void and creating numerous black fissures. Their confrontation resulted in a stalemate, yet Lihujun maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding remarkable composure. What? The blood ancestor gazed in astonishment at Lihujun, who had effortlessly withstood his punch. Though merely a projection, the blood ancestor had undoubtedly attained the pinnacle of the tribulation crossing realm. How could this young man withstand his blow without flinching? Had he perhaps reached the level of the great Ascension true immortal? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully astonishing the blood ancestor. Ding! The system grants rewards, activating automatic cultivation. Automatic cultivation. The host cultivation technique can be practiced independently. Automatic cultivation. Lihujun's eyes sparkled at the rewards bestowed by the system. However, he needed to first resolve the issue with the blood ancestor before him. He turned to the blood ancestor and coldly remarked, "You have grown old. This is now the era of the youth. It's best you refrain from embarrassing yourself." Arrogance. Even with similar levels of great ascension, there are disparities. The ancestor has long surpassed you in this realm. When the ancestor's true form descends, I shall ensure you, this presumptuous youth, meet a gruesome fate. With a disdainful snort, the blood ancestor's projection, having expended formidable power, could no longer sustain itself and began to dissipate. Yet, in the final moments of its dissolution, he heard Lihujun say, "When your true form descends, remember to call me father." Blood ancestor, seeking death. Before he could finish his retort, the blood ancestor's projection had completely vanished. On Blood God Island, within a cave, an elder clad in a scarlet robe abruptly opened his eyes, gritting his teeth in fury. This audacious boy dares to look down upon the ancestor. When I emerge, I will not rest until I have rendered you powerless. As the elder's roar echoed, the entire Blood God Island trembled. Returning to Blood Refining Mountain. After the blood ancestor's projection had vanished, the old beggar in the sky sighed. When did such a young great Ascension true immortal emerge from Qingzhou? It appears that I have truly aged and should embark on a journey to explore the mountains and waters. As these words fell from his lips, the old beggar subtly nodded to Lihujun and gradually began to fade away. The old beggar offered a gesture of respect to Lihujun, believing that his own strength was inadequate compared to the blood ancestor's avatar and that Lihujun, with his cultivation at the great Ascension true immortal level, would undoubtedly sense his arrival. Thus, he paid his respects before departing. Unbeknownst to him, Lihujun was entirely unaware of the sudden presence above him. The master of Cloud Residence Mountain was, astonishingly, a great Ascension true immortal. At that moment, the three Nangong sisters gazed at Lihujun atop the Nine Dragons' chariot with expressions of shock. After all, the blood ancestor had explicitly acknowledged Lihujun's prowess. This was indeed a great Ascension true immortal. Should he establish a sect, it would undoubtedly rival, if not surpass, the Daotian sect. For he was a living great Ascension true immortal. Spare me, O Mountain Master. Simultaneously, the blood refinement ancestor looked at Lihujun with a visage of terror. Although he was momentarily incapacitated by the sudden emergence of the blood ancestor, he witnessed the confrontation between Lihujun and the blood ancestor unfold before his eyes. Die! Lihujun scoffed coldly, as beneath him, the Nine Dragons unleashed 9 icy blasts, instantly freezing the blood refinement ancestor along with his primordial spirit into a statue of ice, which subsequently shattered into fragments with a series of cracking sounds. Thus, the blood refinement ancestor met his demise. However, the system had yet to dispense the rewards for annihilating the blood refinement sect, indicating that his task remained incomplete. Therefore, Lihujun pointed a fingertip into the void. A beam of sword light shot forth from his index finger, transforming into the proud snow-flying sword. Go and eliminate all those from the blood refinement sect. He commanded the proud snow sword directly. The proud snow-flying sword, invigorated by the command, excitedly surged into the blood refinement sect, commencing a chaotic slaughter. The three Nangong sisters, witnessing the master of Cloud Residence Mountain, approached Lihujun and collectively clasped their fists in gratitude. In this close encounter, the Nangong sisters could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the nine-headed virtual dragon, realizing just how formidable it truly was. Just then, the proud snow-flying sword emerged from the blood refinement sect, transforming into a woman clad in a blue and white gown, adorned with embroidered plum blossoms. This woman, with a mere glance, exuded an allure that rendered the beauties of the six palaces pale in comparison. And her mere presence made the Nangong sisters feel a sense of inadequacy. Master, the individuals from the blood refinement sect have all been dealt with by Proud Snow. However, I discovered some ordinary people and cultivators still alive in the dungeon, spoke the woman who had manifested from the Proud Snow flying sword. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of annihilating the blood refinement sect. Beep. System rewards issued. First grade by Schwangsword. Beep. System rewards issued by Schwangsword technique. Beep. System rewards issued. Mid-stage primordial spirit cultivation. As you.Every proclaimed the demise of the blood refining sect, the system dispensed rewards. Zhou Jun contemplated these rewards, noting that the frost sword could indeed be imparted to Su Nan. Subsequently, he addressed the ethereal form of the sword transformed into a woman. Very well, return. Yes, master. You.Every replied, and then she merged into Zhou Jun's being as a radiant essence. Meanwhile, the Nangong sisters reflected. So this is what it means to be a sword immortal, capable of slaying from 1,000 miles away with but a single thought? Just one notion brought about the annihilation of the entire blood refining sect. Chapter 18. Mount de Zhao, the Shui family you.Every, what brings you here? Zhou Jun inquired, casting his gaze upon the Nangong sisters. Reporting to the mountain master, the blood refining sect has captured our benefactor, and my sisters and I have come to rescue him. Nangong Enran replied, I see. Since the blood refining sect has fallen, you may now proceed as you see fit. Zhou Jun nodded and then departed in his 9-dragon carriage, leaving the Nangong sisters in awe. Wow, second sister, aren't you bold? Why didn't you converse more with the master of cloud residence? If things had gone well, I and eldest sister could have basked in some of that glory. Nangong Yuran teased Nangong Shinran. Nangong Shinran rolled her eyes and said nothing. She wished she could. But the palpable pressure emanating from the master of cloud residence made even speaking feel daunting. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Little girl, how have you fared at home these days? Zhou Jun smiled at Su Nan and the Su family as guest hall. It's been all right, she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her heart felt bitter. On the first day home, her father was indeed very warm, offering her all manner of delicacies and amusements. By the 3rd day, however, he had calmed down and expected her to cook for herself. On the 5th day, things escalated. Her father entered training mode. And if she overslept in the morning, he would come to her, exclaiming, You wretched girl, the sun is high, and you still lie in bed. How can you face your master or your father like this? Reluctantly, Su Nan had no choice but to rise from her bed and commence her training. Mountain Master, my daughter will rely on you to look after her, Su Hang said somewhat sadly to Zhou Jun, realizing that his daughter would soon leave home again. Rest assured, Master Su, this girl is my disciple, and no one shall bully her, Zhou Jun reassured him with a smile. That's good, Su Hang nodded repeatedly. Well then, Master Su, I shall not trouble you further. Farewell, Zhou Jun stated as he prepared to take his leave. Safe travels, Mountain Master, Su Hong replied respectfully. And then he turned to Su Nan, who was trailing behind Zhou Jun, advising her, Girl, be sure to listen to your master from now on. And do not provoke his anger, do you understand? Rest assured, my dear father, I am well aware. Do take care of your health. Facing the impending farewell, Su Nan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Subsequently, she departed the Su family residence alongside Zhou Jun. Master, what shall we do now? Su Nan inquired after regaining her composure. Zhou Jun smiled gently. We are merely awaiting someone. No need to wait. I have already arrived, came a feminine voice. Greetings, Master Murong-shan. Su Nan bowed respectfully to the newcomer, who was none other than Murong Shui. Here so soon? Zhou Jun remarked, astonished, as he looked at Murong Shui. Murong Shui's lips twitched slightly as she gazed at the prominent figure of the 9 dragons chariot in the sky. Your 9 dragons chariot is rather conspicuous. It would be quite challenging not to find it. Then let us embark, Zhou Jun grinned. Soon, aboard the 9 dragons chariot, Zhou Jun was flanked by 2 beautiful women, one tall and one petite, as they journeyed towards the Shui family in Dazhao Mountain. 3 days later, at Dazhao Mountain, the Shui family residence was built against the mountainside. Though termed a residence, its scale rivaled that of a small city. At this moment, the Shui family was enveloped in an atmosphere of festivity, with guests streaming in and out through the grand entrance. Congratulations! The ancestral patriarch of the Shui family has broken through to the fusion realm. The Shui family is now among the elite families of Qizhou, exclaimed a guest, addressing the middle-aged man standing at the entrance. This man was Shuizhan, the head of the Shui family and a formidable figure in the void immortal realm. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome youth with an air of arrogance. He was Shui Wenyuan, the young master of the Shui family and the son of Shuizhan. With the family patriarch's breakthrough into the fusion realm, Shui Wenyuan's heart swelled with joy, for having a powerful being within the family meant that he would command respect throughout Qingzhou. Haha, my friend, you are too kind. Please, come inside, Zhou Jun said courteously to the speaking cultivator, although his expression exuded a sense of pride. At that moment, dark clouds gathered above the Shui family estate. 9 void immortal level dragons descended from the heavens, pulling a luxurious chariot. Who dares to use 9 void immortal level dragons to draw a chariot? This is terrifying. As they approach, I can feel my very blood surging. The cultivators outside the Shui family gate were struck with astonishment at this sight. Even Zhou Jun's previously proud demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Ah! The white-clad woman standing atop that chariot. I once had the fortune of seeing her, and she is none other than the master of Daodian sect, Yunjushan. Gasping in disbelief, some cultivators recognized Yunjushan, their hearts filled with awe. What a beautiful woman! Shui Wenyuan, upon laying eyes on Su Nan, felt as though his heart had been ensnared. Unlike ordinary young maidens, this girl in green, at first glance, may appear merely delicate. However, the more one gazes upon her, the more one becomes entranced. Unable to extricate oneself from her allure, Lihujun, the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daodian sect, accompanied his disciple Su Nan to congratulate the venerable ancestor of the Shui family on successfully breaking through to the fusion realm, thus attaining a prominent position atop Qizhou. Shui, the master of Lingshui Mountain, also extended her congratulations to the Shui ancestor for reaching such heights. As the 9-serpent chariot gradually came to a halt in midair, Zhou Jun and Shui spoke. The master of Yunju Mountain? Could it be that incompetent leader from the Daodian sect? He has taken on a disciple? Yet, something feels amiss. If the master of Yunju Mountain truly were as inept as rumored, how could he occupy such a central position? At this moment, upon hearing Zhou Jun's self-introduction, various cultivators began to engage in fervent discussions. Upon discovering that the girl was, in fact, the disciple of this so-called incompetent master, Shui Wenyuan turned to his father and conveyed through thought, Father, the Daodian sect has sent this supposedly unskilled master with his disciple to our Shui family. Could it be that they wish to arrange a marriage alliance with us? This possibility was not beyond reason. Zhou Jun, astonished by his son's line of thought, also considered it a plausible scenario. After all, with the emergence of a fusion realm expert within the Shui family, it would not be surprising for the Daodian sect to employ means to win them over. After all, those who achieve the fusion realm are among the elite within the sect. If that is indeed the case, then let us acquiesce to their proposal. My son has taken a liking to the master of Yunju's disciple, Shui Wenyuan stated with unwavering confidence. Hearing his son's words, Zhou Jun scrutinized Su Nan, who stood beside Zhou Jun. Upon realizing that she possessed a sacred ice spiritual root, he spoke gravely. You should refrain from such fanciful thoughts. The master of Yunju's disciple is indeed of sacred ice spiritual root. If he were truly inept, the Daodian sect would not allow such a talent to become his disciple. This master of Yunju is certainly not as simple as we have been led to believe. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted within the Shui family, transforming into the figure of an elderly man clad in a black gold robe, with flowing white hair, traversing the void. We welcome the esteemed ancestor. Upon sighting this elder, Zhou Jun and the members of the Shui family knelt in reverence. Chapter 19. Zhu Fan. I am the old man Shui Wuliang. It is an honor to meet the 2 esteemed masters of the Daodian sect. Your presence at my humble banquet brings great prestige to my countenance. The ancestor of the Shui family remarked, disregarding the kneeling crowd below as he respectfully addressed Zhou Jun and Shui with a smile. There is no need for such formalities, Shui ancestor, Zhou Jun replied amiably. There is no need for modesty, esteemed masters. I invite you both to my humble abode for further discussions, Shui Wuliang offered with a smile. Thank you, Shui ancestor, Zhou Jun acknowledged. As they spoke, Zhou Jun, accompanied by Su Nan and Shui, gracefully descended from the 9-serpent chariot. Shui Wuliang addressed the members of the Shui family, instructing them to take good care of the 9 dragon immortals from the Daodian sect, warning that any negligence would be met with the family's disciplinary measures. The Shui family members promptly acknowledged his command. Subsequently, Zhou Jun and his companions entered the Shui family mansion alongside Shui Wuliang. It was indeed a rare honor for the Shui family ancestor to personally welcome individuals from the Daodian sect. The other cultivators still waiting in line observed the scene, expressing their admiration as Zhou Jun and the others were led into the mansion by the Shui family patriarch. At that moment, Shui Wuliang was guiding Zhou Jun, Su Nan, and Shui through the expansive, castle-like estate of the Shui family. Zhou Jun turned to the system and said, System, sign in. Beep, congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and completing the task. Beep, the system grants the reward, 1 punch to annihilate the harmonization stage. One punch to annihilate the harmonization stage. The host's physical body can condense into a formidable punch capable of slaying any cultivator below the transcendence realm. Note, this punch may be used only once. Such power. Zhou Jun gasped in astonishment at the reward bestowed by the system. The harmonization stage is undoubtedly among the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Qizhou continent. While Zhou Jun was absorbed in his thoughts about the system, young Su Nan was busily surveying the Shui family estate. Though born into a wealthy family, Su Nan's background was merely that of the affluent among mortals. Thus, witnessing a cultivation family that utilized a miniature city as their residence left her somewhat awestruck. Shui Wuliang, noticing her expression, chuckled. The disciple of the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord is indeed quite perceptive. You're too kind, Ancestor Shui, Zhou Jun replied with a slight smile. Indeed, it is no jest. Your esteemed disciple possesses a sacred eye spirit root. To have such a disciple under his wing speaks volumes of the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord's capabilities. Shui Wuliang remarked with an amused grin. Then it seems I have underestimated myself. Zhou Jun laughed heartily. As they conversed, they arrived at a vast plaza, where tables and seats were arranged in abundance. We have come to pay respects to Ancestor Shui. The multitude gathered in the plaza rose and bowed upon seeing Shui Wuliang. Guests are to be treated with honor. No need for excessive formalities, Shui Wuliang smiled, gesturing to introduce Zhou Jun and his companions. These two are the Mountain Lords of the Daodian sect, Cloud Residence and Lingshui. We pay our respects to Mountain Lord Lingshui and Mountain Lord Cloud Residence. The gathered cultivators responded with deference, though upon realizing the young man was the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord, a hint of mockery flickered in their eyes. Unlike the ancient hermit Shui Wuliang, who had secluded himself for centuries, they had heard tales of the Cloud Residence Mountain Lord being an utter cultivation failure. However, out of respect for his representation of the Daodian sect, they still honored Zhou Jun with the title of Mountain Lord. Suddenly, an unexpected disturbance erupted. The gate of the Shui family suddenly erupted with a thunderous sound, and the protective formation of the Shui family trembled violently. Countless golden runes illuminated the void, flickering ominously as if they were on the brink of shattering. Who would dare to intrude upon the Shui family's domain? Fully aware that the ancestral patriarch had just transcended to the fusion realm, such audacity was tantamount to seeking death, as the cultivators around were struck with horror. The myriad runes above burst apart with a resounding crash. Then, they beheld a black mist streaking across the sky like a shooting star, ultimately halting above the square where the Shui family was hosting a banquet, transforming into a figure clad in a black robe and donning a white mask. Through the eye openings of the mask, a pair of crimson pupils glinted menacingly. Was this figure not the infamous Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord who had stirred up a tempest in the Qinzhou region thousands of years ago? The Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord? Had he not been vanquished by the powerful immortal of the Daodian sect at that time? Yet, judging by his current prowess, it seemed he had attained the fusion realm. Upon recognizing the visitor, shock rippled through the assembly of cultivators. Who dares to invade the Shui family's territory? Shui Wuliang demanded, his voice laced with disdain. Why, old dog, do you not recognize me? The Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord chuckled coldly, then removed the mask from his face. A youthful and unremarkable visage was revealed to the crowd. It's you. Shui Wuliang's expression shifted in astonishment, swiftly replaced by a mocking smile. I never expected you to still be alive. Huh, if you haven't perished, how could I possibly meet my end? The Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord replied with a chilling laugh. Since you have broken through to the fusion realm, I have no gifts to offer, so I present you with these two little dog heads instead. As his words fell, two bloodied heads tumbled from his robe, rolling across the ground until they came to rest at Shui Wuliang's feet. They belonged to Shui Jun, the patriarch of the Shui family, and his son, Shui Wenin. A powerful figure of the immortal realm met his demise in such a manner. Onlookers recognized the gruesome trophies as belonging to the very individuals who had welcomed them at the Shui family gate, Shui Jun and Shui Wenin. The bloody spectacle prompted Zhou Jun to cast a worried glance at Su Nan, only to find her pale but otherwise composed. Zhou Jun was taken aback but quickly understood. In these tumultuous times, it was not uncommon for the destitute to perish in the streets or for acts of vengeance to unfold openly, making the girl's reaction somewhat reasonable. How audacious! Shui Wuliang's countenance darkened as he beheld the gruesome heads at his feet, a terrifying aura erupting from him, powerful enough to render the heavens and earth pale, sending the cultivators in the square into a state of panic. Oh, are you angry now? The Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord, witnessing the furious Shui Wuliang, laughed maniacally. When you compelled your own daughter to her demise, why did you not exhibit such anger? Given your current malevolent demeanor, it was wise of me not to entrust my daughter to you. Upon hearing the words of the Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord, Shui Wuliang let out a cold snort. Huh. The Crimson-Eyed Demon Lord sneered. He was named Chu Fan, once merely a destitute mortal. By a twist of fate, he fell in love with Shui Wuliang's daughter, Shuiying. At that time, Shui Wuliang, the head of the Shui family, had already arranged a betrothal for his daughter with another clan, even before her birth. Thus, upon discovering that his daughter had fallen for a mere mortal, Shui Wuliang was consumed by righteous fury and swiftly married her off to that other family. Shuiying, a spirited young woman, ended her life in the bridal chamber the very next day. Upon learning this tragic news, Chu Fan was engulfed in despair. Intent on ending his own life, he was instead taken under the wing of a demonic cultivator, who became his master. From that moment forth, he vowed to one day slay the old dog Shui Wuliang to avenge his beloveding. However, at that time, Shui Wuliang had already attained the strength of a void immortal. To exact his vengeance, Chu Fan needed to continuously kill and refine elixirs to elevate his powers. It wasn't until he reached the nascent soul stage that he attempted to slaughter an entire city, only to be struck down by a passing void immortal from the Daotian sect. Fortunately, he had the foresight to conceal a wisp of his nascent soul within a stone. Should he perish, this fragment would grant him a second life. With his resurrection, Chu Fan adopted a low profile, remaining in hiding for millennia. It was only a century ago, upon breaking through to the combined body realm and preparing meticulously, that he sought out Shui Wuliang to exact his retribution. Chapter 20. A single punch to vanquish him. None of you present shall leave today. Do not blame me, but rather the unfortunate connection you share with that old dog Shui. You shall all serve as stepping stones for my ascension into the tribulation realm. With these words, a bloodthirsty smile spread across Chu Fan's face as a towering column of blood erupted from his being. Soon after, a crimson barrier expanded from the pinnacle of the blood column, ultimately enveloping the entire Shui family within its sanguine embrace. Perfected in the combined body realm, the blood sacrifice great formation. The onlookers, shocked, gazed in disbelief. This crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, had indeed attained the pinnacle of the combined body realm. Moreover, the invocation of the blood sacrifice great formation clearly indicated his intention to transform everyone present into blood elixirs. A blood sacrifice great formation? Could it be that this young man is a pawn of the blood ancestor, much like the blood refinement old ancestor? At that moment, Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the term blood sacrifice great formation. Upon witnessing Chu Fan unleash the full aura of the harmonization realm, Shui Wuliang's countenance transformed from one of furious rage to sheer terror. Master of Yunju Mountain, do you possess any confidence in facing this adversary? Morong Shui inquired gravely of Zhou Jun. The crimson-eyed demon lord had attained the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, while she herself was merely at the mid-stage of the same realm. Even with the addition of Shui Wuliang, who had only just broken through to the initial stage, they were utterly outmatched. Their only hope for survival lay in Zhou Jun reaching the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. It would be folly to underestimate the significance of even the slightest difference in realms. A mere tier could not be overcome by sheer numbers. To illustrate, a newly ascended harmonization realm practitioner could be likened to an infant, while a mid-stage practitioner could be seen as an adult. Though both are human, the disparity is immense. Would 100 infants stand a chance against a single adult? The gap between mid-stage and late-stage harmonization, as well as that between late-stage and the pinnacle, is even more pronounced. A single punch, Zhou Jun remarked with a light chuckle. You can manage only one punch? Morong Shui replied, bitterness lacing her voice. One punch is sufficient to subdue him, Zhou Jun retorted, his lips twitching at her apparent disdain. Do not boast, Morong Shui responded, incredulous. To slay a grand practitioner at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm with a single punch, one must possess strength at the Ascension realm, surely? Rest assured. I am not boasting, Zhou Jun assured her, then turned to the trembling Su Nan, saying with a smile, as long as the master is here, no one can harm you. I have also prepared a sword technique and a flying sword for you tomorrow. Understood, Su Nan replied, her previously trembling form gradually stabilizing, revealing her unwavering trust in Zhou Jun. Chu Fan, do not be so arrogant. Even if I am not your match now, do you not realize that among those present, there are 2 mountain lords of the Daotian sect? At this moment, Shui Wuliang mustered his courage and coldly snorted. Ah, the mountain lords of the Daotian sect are here? How fortuitous. I shall have the opportunity to avenge the grievance of that earlier palm strike. Once I break through to the Ascension realm, I will pay a visit to the Daotian sect and see what merits allow them to be the foremost sect of Qingzhou. Chu Fan grinned, revealing his intentions. Arrogance. Morong Shui frowned and admonished sharply. Mid-stage of the harmonization realm? You must be one of the mountain lords present today, Chu Fan remarked, eyeing Morong Shui with a curious smile. What a fine visage you possess. It almost dissuades me from killing you. How about this? Would you voluntarily become my cultivation furnace? The prospect of having a mountain lord of the Daodian sect as his cultivation furnace was indeed a delightful prospect. You seek death. Faced with Chu Fan's scornful words, Morong Shui could no longer contain her anger. A gleam of sword light shot forth from her fingertips, aimed directly at Chu Fan. As snow began to fall softly from the heavens. What a swift flying sword. What a heavy aura of killing intent. At that moment, the onlooking cultivators collectively gasped in astonishment. If this sword were directed at them, they would scarcely have time to draw breath before losing their heads. Yet, in the face of the incoming sword, Chu Fan merely chuckled coldly. He slowly raised his hand, and a massive crimson hand materialized before him, effortlessly grasping Morong Shui's flying sword within its grip. Is this the pinnacle of the combined body stage? How could the formidable strike from the Mountain Master of Morong be so easily caught? A wave of despair washed over the assembled cultivators. If even the Mountain Master of Morong was unable to contend with him, what hope did they have for survival? And what of the Mountain Master of Yunjushan, Zhou Jun? He was nothing but a cultivation wastrel, likely to be easily vanquished by even a mere chi refinement servant. The disparity was insurmountable. Witnessing this, Morong Shui felt a deep bitterness. I initially considered sparing you due to your appearance, but since you seek death, do not blame me for your fate. Chu Fan scoffed, commanding the crimson hand holding the sword to swing directly at Morong Shui. Whoosh! The very sword that had been aimed at Chu Fan now hurtled back toward its mistress with alarming speed. Morong Shui's eyes widened with despair. It was too fast for her to defend against. But just then, a hand with long, slender fingers appeared before her, gently grasping the tip of the swiftly approaching sword, bringing it to a halt. Remarkably, this hand bore no mark or blemish. The owner of this hand was none other than Zhou Jun. The fabled waste of a mountain master had actually intercepted this strike. Whoever dares to call the Mountain Master of Yunjushan a waste, I shall twist their heads off and use them as a ball to kick. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this scene. This so-called waste of a Mountain Master had caught the strike of the crimson-eyed demon lord, who had reached the apex of the combined body stage, without sustaining any injury. If he is a waste, then what does that make them? Greater wastes? Some individuals believe that their longevity and experience render them invincible. Zhou Jun tossed the sword back to the still-dazed Morong Shui, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned toward the traversing crimson-eyed demon lord with a slight smile, saying, Do not doubt, this is precisely meant for you. Who are you? Chu Fan inquired, his eyes narrowing as he regarded Zhou Jun, who had effortlessly withstood his strike. The figure before him exuded no semblance of vitality, appearing to be an unremarkable youth, merely distinguished by his handsome visage. Yet, at this moment, he instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure within Chu Fan, a consummate practitioner at the pinnacle of the harmonization realm. This was Zhou Jun, the master of Yunjushan. With a grin, Zhou Jun declared, I am the one who shall end your life today. Chapter 21. Chu wrote today? You intend to kill me? Chu Fan murmured almost to himself, only to erupt into laughter a moment later. How arrogant. Do you truly believe that by receiving a single strike from me, you can vanquish me? As his words echoed, Chu Fan's eyes widened in shock, for Zhou Jun had already made his move. A fist, as large as a cooking pot, surged towards him with an unstoppable force, expanding in his vision. Chu Fan attempted to retaliate, but to his horror, he found himself ensnared, as if bound by invisible chains forged by the heavens, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Jun's fist collided violently with his face. Boom. With a resounding crash, Chu Fan was obliterated in the eyes of the onlookers, his corporeal form disintegrating into a mist of blood with Zhou Jun's devastating strike. Even in death, he could scarcely believe that after enduring for millennia, his life had concluded in such a hasty and tragic manner. He was filled with profound resentment. As Chu Fan fell, the blood-red barrier that had enveloped the Shui family dissipated quietly. Had a consummate practitioner truly perished in such a manner? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. If the master of Yunjushan could annihilate a harmonization realm practitioner with a single punch, what level of power did he possess? Could it be that he had reached the stage of transcending tribulations? The gathered practitioners gazed at the figure standing majestically in the void, reminiscent of a true celestial being, with expressions of reverence. Morong Shui regarded Zhou Jun with a complex expression, pondering the rarity of a 40th year transcendence. Such individuals were few and far between throughout history. She recalled her previous encounter with Zhou Jun, realizing he had clearly held back. Meanwhile, Sunan watched her master's unparalleled form, her heart swelling with excitement. Were it not for the multitude present, she would have danced with unrestrained joy. Newly ascended to the harmonization realm, Shui Wuliang gazed at Zhou Jun in the sky, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had believed himself to be at the pinnacle of Qi Shou upon his breakthrough. However, today's events revealed to him just how laughable that notion was. In this vast expanse of Qi Shou, Harmonization realm practitioners were merely at the threshold of their journey. Old man, I am deeply grateful to the master of Yunjushan for saving my life. Shui Wuliang bowed respectfully to Zhou Jun. We all owe our thanks to the master of Yunjushan for his life-saving grace. At this moment, the gathered cultivators realized the situation and respectfully bowed to Lihujun. He responded with a light chuckle, descending gracefully from the air, and remarked, "There is no need for such formality. As the mountain master of the foremost righteous sect in Chisho, it is merely my duty to eradicate such scoundrels. Master Li is truly magnanimous." Shui Wuliang expressed with a tone of reverence. He then turned to the assembled cultivators, saying, "It is my family's negligence that caused you distress. If you do not mind, I would be willing to extend the banquet from 3 days to 10, to ease your worries. During this time, my family shall certainly present our finest wines to entertain you." Although the Shui family was currently the victim, having lost their patriarch, it would be improper to hastily conduct a funeral with so many cultivators present, as it would portray the Shui family as feeble and incapable of handling a crisis. The position of patriarch was now vacant, but as long as the venerable Shui Wuliang remained, the Shui family would not falter. Master Shui is too humble. The cultivators responded in unison, smiling. The prospect of enjoying several more days of exquisite delicacies was undoubtedly welcomed, for the Shui family's resources were substantial, and such nourishment would undoubtedly aid their cultivation, alleviating some of their arduous training. As the members of the Shui family tidied the scene, the banquet proceeded. Meanwhile, at the very moment Zhou Jun eliminated Chu Fan, within an opulent hall, a stunning young maiden with golden eyes, bare feet, and a flowing white gown leaned against her throne, gazing in disbelief at the shattered bracelet on her right hand. "Brother Chu Fan," the golden-eyed maiden murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. After an indeterminate time, her gaze grew cold, and she spoke with a chilling tone to the empty hall, "Elder Wu." Upon hearing her voice, an elder emerged from the void. "Investigate who killed Chu Fan," the maiden commanded. "Why concern yourself with the fate of a mere mortal from the lower realm, especially one with whom you share no blood relation?" Elder Wu frowned. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back thousands of years to when he was sent to the lower realm by the master of Taisu Palace, tasked with finding seeds for the palace. Those sent to the lower realm were all top-tier cultivators beneath the great Ascension true immortal level. The reason for not sending true immortals to the lower realm was simple. The secret techniques did not yet permit such an act. The limit was sending cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage, who, despite being beneath the great Ascension level, were still considered top-tier cultivators in the lower realm, capable of fulfilling the tasks assigned by Taisu Palace. Reflecting on his arrival in the lower realm, he fortuitously encountered a young girl with a golden spirit immortal physique. Her name was Chu Ro, and she had an older brother named Chu Fan, along with parents who struggled to make ends meet. Upon further investigation, it became evident that Chu Ro was merely an abandoned infant discovered by this mortal family. Without hesitation, he assumed the role of the protector for the young maiden named Chu Ro. However, Chu Ro was reluctant to depart, as she could not bear to leave her brother. Chu Fan. In his helplessness, he resorted to a secret technique, ensnaring a fragment of Chu Fan's soul within a jade bracelet, informing Chu Ro that if Chu Fan were to perish entirely, the bracelet would shatter. Thus, she reluctantly followed him, leaving behind her mortal family. The maiden, known as Chu Ro, was indeed the girl with golden eyes and bare feet. Little did they anticipate that after several millennia, Chu Fan would suddenly meet his demise, causing the jade bracelet upon Chu Ro's wrist to inevitably break. "Old Wu, should you choose not to go, I shall venture forth myself," Chu Ro stated coldly, observing Old Wu's indifference to her brother's fate. "As you wish, my lady," Old Wu replied with resignation. With that, his figure disappeared once more into the shadows. As Old Wu departed, Chu Ro slowly rose, murmuring, "Brother Chu Fan, I shall ensure that the one who took your life is sent to accompany you in death." Nightfall enveloped the Dajia Mountain, where the Shui family's ancestral residence gleamed like a small city, illuminated by countless lights. After exchanging pleasantries with several cultivators, Zhou Jun took a respite in a secluded courtyard. Sunan and Murong Shui settled in adjacent courtyards. Earlier, Shui Wuliang had mentioned Chu Fan a few times. For reasons unknown, Zhou Jun felt that Chu Fan's life story bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonists found in demonic cultivation novels. Would there be individuals seeking vengeance soon? A gentle breeze caressed him as he stood in the courtyard, his azure robe fluttering, gazing at the crescent moon. He mused thoughtfully to himself. Regardless of whether Chu Fan resembled a protagonist, the fact remained that today he had intended to eliminate everyone present, including himself and Su Nan, which warranted his demise. Chapter 22. A mosquito disregarding Chu Fan's affairs. Zhou Jun exited the courtyard and made his way to Su Nan's abode. In the small courtyard, Su Nan sat beside a stone table, resting her chin on her hands. her delicate countenance lost in a daze as she gazed at the moon above. What captivates your attention? Lihujun inquired with a smile upon entering and spotting the pensive Sunan. Master, Sunan exclaimed, rising hurriedly upon seeing Lihujun. There is no need for such formality. Please sit down and share your thoughts with me, Lihujun encouraged, taking a seat across from her at the stone table. With a melancholic expression, Sunan replied, I have not been contemplating much. It's just that during this time, I have come to realize that the cultivation world may not be as splendid as I once imagined. Lihujun chuckled and said, Your ability to think this way signifies your growth. As the saying goes, people often extol the virtues of immortals, yet little do they realize that even immortals experience troubles. In truth, practitioners are not so different from mortals. Aside from their divergent pursuits, they too are burdened by concerns. In their mortal lives, they toil endlessly over wealth. And as cultivators, they fret over various resources necessary for their cultivation. Many cultivators, in their quest for a single elixir, devise countless schemes to outsmart their rivals. However, have no fear, for with your master by your side, once you reach a level where you can stand on your own, no one shall harm you in the slightest. Thank you, master, Sunan replied, her heart stirred with gratitude. Enough of this sentimental talk, Lihujun laughed, then produced the Bisha sword, handing it to Sunan. This sword is named Bisha, a first-grade flying sword. Although its rank may not be high, its quality is exceptional, rivaling that of a third-grade sword. As it is a first-grade sword, it should pose no difficulty for you to refine it into your life sword. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Sunan declared firmly as she accepted the flying sword from Lihujun. That is the spirit, Lihujun smiled, then gently touched Sunan's forehead with his fingertip, imparting the Bisha sword technique to her. Once this was accomplished, Lihujun withdrew his hand, while Sunan became engrossed in the sword technique. Suddenly, Lihujun furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing through the void as he looked skyward. Has he discovered me? In the air, an elder stood amongst the clouds. Observing Lihujun below, his expression one of astonishment. This elder was none other than Wu Lao, dispatched by Cheng Ro to investigate the identity of the one who had slain Chu Fan. Based on the location inferred from the shattered jade bracelet, Wu Lao had traced the matter to the Shui family and, through the flattery of those still at the banquet, learned that it was indeed the master of Yunjushan from Daotian sect who had killed Chu Fan, and with a single punch at that. This led Wu Lao to suspect that perhaps Lihujun had already attained the tribulation stage. Consequently, he used soul-searching techniques on the Shui family's servants to ascertain Lihujun's whereabouts and subsequently arrived to investigate, only to witness Lihujun's glance in his direction. At that moment, Wu Lao was convinced that Lihujun's ability to detect his position indicated that he had undeniably reached the tribulation stage. Just as Wu Lao pondered this, Lihujun extended his hand into the void and grasped at it. Wu Lao, seeing this, assumed a grave demeanor, fully prepared for battle. However, as Lihujun opened his palm, he revealed a dead mosquito lying within. How dare such a minuscule creature disturb my esteemed disciple's cultivation? Lihujun remarked with a cold smile as he regarded the mosquito in his hand. Wu Lao exclaimed, A mere mosquito? Is it necessary to make such a fuss over it? You nearly gave me a fright, thinking I had been discovered. Yet, as Wu Lao realized he could not discern Lihujun's true realm, he refrained from making any rash moves. Instead, she departed from this place. Within the magnificent hall, the venerable Wu, with a humble demeanor, addressed the maiden on the throne, Chu Ro. Saintess, I have ascertained who was responsible for the demise of Chu Fan. Who is it? Inquired Chu Ro. It is Zhou Jun, the master of Yunju Mountain from the Daotian sect, replied Wu. Those of the Daotian sect? Chu Ro's expression turned icy, and she coldly remarked, If memory serves me correctly, there was indeed a member of the Daotian sect who severely wounded Chu Fan. I chose not to pursue the matter, yet I did not anticipate that they would go so far as to kill him. Such audacity from the Daotian sect. Wu furrowed his brow and said, Saintess, I must convey that this incident does not rest solely upon the Daotian sect. After all, Chu Fan had already strayed into the path of darkness, becoming a heartless fiend. It is reasonable for the Daotian sect, as the foremost righteous sect of Qizhou, to eliminate him. Regardless, Chu Fan is my brother. Whoever took his life must pay the price, Chu Ro retorted coldly. Wu, allow me to prepare. I shall pay a visit to the Daotian sect. Sighing, Wu, seeing her resolve, cautioned, Saintess, it is highly probable that Lihujun has attained the tribulation stage. If we are to confront him, we must be adequately prepared. Tribulation stage? Chu Ro scoffed, Fear not, Wu, I know how to proceed. The scene shifted back to the Shui family courtyard. After Su Nen regained consciousness, Lihujun advised her, Rest well tonight. There is no rush regarding the refinement of your life-bonded flying sword. We shall set off for the Daotian sect tomorrow. The young girl nodded repeatedly. With a smile, Lihujun departed, returning to his residence to contemplate the system's automatic shutdown capability. At this moment, he reclined on his bed, devoid of any thoughts. Yet, the Shinming Heart Sutra continued its self-operating cycle, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Zhou Jun's strength, already at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, was steadily ascending. The following morning, Morong Shui sought out Zhou Jun, who remained in his bedroom, still in bed. "What brings you here? I'm not even dressed." "You shouldn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. I am but 40 years old," Zhou Jun said, observing Morong Shui as she entered and silently sat down, causing him to pull the covers up and huddle in the corner with a wary expression. Morong Shui's lips twitched. "There are countless suitors after me, and you, of all people, dare to be picky? Who are you to speak of age? It's nothing. I simply pondered for a long while last night and decided to express my gratitude in person for saving me," Morong Shui stated. Zhou Jun, reflecting for a moment, grinned widely. "Well then, if you wish to express your gratitude in a more personal manner, we can commence immediately." With that, he began to lift the covers. "Rogue." Morong Shui's face flushed at the sight, and she hastily exited the room. Zhou Jun found himself utterly bewildered. "What does this mean? I have mentally prepared myself to accept you, an old woman over 100 years my senior, yet you still fled? However, I must admit, the moment Morong Shui rushed out in haste was quite endearing." Meanwhile, upon exiting Zhou Jun's bedroom, Morong Shui touched her flushed cheeks and couldn't help but mutter, "This Zhou Jun lacks any semblance of the Mountain Lord's dignity. Even if we are to conceive a child, it must be after marriage." Chapter 23. The people of Daotian sect are not to be bullied by outsiders. "Why did you run so fast, as if I would devour you?" As Morong Shui's face flushed, Zhou Jun emerged from the room, clad in a blue robe. "Who would devour whom is still uncertain," he retorted. "Then why did you run?" Morong Shui shot back defiantly. "Good morning, master." Suddenly, Su Nan's voice rang out from outside the courtyard, and she entered. Upon seeing Morong Shui, her expression momentarily froze. "Mountain Lord Morong, you are here too. Am I interrupting? Should I leave?" Morong Shui blushed at the girl's unexpected support. "You little girl, don't say such nonsense. My relationship with your master is entirely innocent." "Oh, I see," Su Nan replied, her face revealing a look of sudden understanding. Morong Shui felt like crying. It was evident that the girl had misunderstood the situation. "All right, everyone is here. Let us prepare to depart," Zhou Jun said with a smile. Morong Shui and Su Nan naturally had no objections. At Shui Family Square, Shui Wuliang gazed up at the sky, where Zhou Jun, Morong Shui, and Su Nan were aboard the 9-serpent chariot, his expression filled with awe. Old man humbly bids farewell to the 2 mountain lords. "We bid farewell to the 2 mountain lords." The gathered cultivators echoed. "Please, do not stand on ceremony," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. And then he guided the 9-serpent chariot away amidst the resounding dragon roars, departing from the Shui family. This mountain lord of Yunju, after yesterday's battle, is likely to shock the entire Chizhou continent once again. Indeed, to annihilate a fully realized cultivator with a single punch is a display of unparalleled strength. As far as I know, this mountain lord of Yunju is only in his 40s, correct? Hiss, I spent 700 years to attain the nascent soul stage. And he crossed the tribulation at the age of 40. How terrifying. The cultivators in the square sighed as they watched Zhou Jun's departing figure. The next day, at Daotian sect. "Have you heard? Our mountain lord of Yunju has slain the fully realized Qi-Ong demon lord with a single punch." "What? The mountain lord of Yunju killed a fully realized cultivator with just a breath?" "What? Our mountain lord of Yunju crushed a fully realized cultivator with a mere fart?" The news of Zhou Jun's annihilation of a fully realized cultivator at the combined level has stirred a considerable uproar within the Daotian sect, and as the tale spread, it became increasingly exaggerated. At this juncture, 2 immensely formidable presences descended outside the gates of Daotian sect. The disciples, elders, and even the mountain lords within the sect were visibly affected, their expressions shifting dramatically. Subsequently, powerful auras surged from the mountain peaks, coalescing into figures that materialized above the mountain gates of Daotian sect. "Who dares to act so audaciously outside the gates of Daotian sect?" queried Lu Yin, who had arrived from Huofeng Mountain, his demeanor grave as he observed an elderly man and a young girl traversing the void. The elder exuded an overwhelming aura that undoubtedly signified he had reached the tribulation stage, and the girl, with golden eyes and bare feet, possessed a similar presence. "How dare such wretched beings speak?" The golden-eyed girl scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yin. The duo was none other than Elder Wu and Chu Rou. Impudent. Lu Yan's face flushed with indignation, alternating between shades of green and red. Since his ascension to the virtual immortal realm, few had dared to address him in such a manner. Being bullied by Zhou Jun and Morong Shui was one thing, as they were fellow members of Daotian sect. However, The audacity of outsiders to speak to him so arrogantly was intolerable. Do you truly believe that, simply because you are tribulation stage cultivators, Dao Tian sect would cower before you? Do you think we are without defenders? He retorted, emboldened. The mountain lords rallied behind Lu Yan, united by their identity as protectors of Dao Tian sect, despite their differing origins and factions. Guests should be treated with respect. Do not act so rashly. As the mountain lords prepared to confront the elderly pair, Mu Taiyu emerged slowly from the grand entrance of Dao Tian sect. Upon seeing Mu Taiyu, Elder Wu's expression hardened, and he quickly communicated with Chu Rou, saying this, the sect leader of Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu, is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution. Chu Rou disregarded Elder Wu's warning, fixing her gaze intently on Mu Taiyu. Are you the leader of Dao Tian sect, Mu Taiyu? Indeed, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to Dao Tian sect? I have come to seek a person from your sect, Chu Rou stated plainly. Whom do you seek? Mu Taiyu inquired. The mountain lord of Yunju, Zhou Jun, Chu Rou answered directly. Oh, Mu Taiyu's brows knitted in surprise. May I ask the reason for this request? An eye for an eye, Chu Rou replied coldly. Whom did the mountain lord of Yunju kill? Mu Taiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Fan, Chu Rou declared. Chu Fan. The red-eyed demon lord? The wicked practitioners of the demonic path, should they not be slain? Indeed, this woman must be deranged. Were it the case that the Lord of Cloud residents had taken the lives of innocents, I would never speak on his behalf. However, the Lord has eliminated those deserving of death, and I stand firmly in his support. Well done. Indeed, well done. At this moment, all the mountain lords united in a single purpose. Master, this woman is associated with the crimson-eyed demon lord. She is likely one of the demonic practitioners. It would be prudent for us to apprehend her and restore clarity to Qingzhou. Lu Yin gazed at Chu Rou with displeasure, yet spoke with righteous indignation. True, I, a mere virtual immortal, cannot contend with your formidable tribulation realm cultivator. However, the sect behind me is not one to be trifled with. Chu Rou, listening to the words of the mountain lords and Lu Yin, cast a frosty glance towards Mu Taiyu. Master Mu, are you certain you wish to protect Lord Li Zhou? Mu Taiyu chuckled lightly and replied. The crimson-eyed demon lord is a being of unspeakable evil, leaving rivers of blood in his wake and bringing devastation to countless lives. Were I to encounter him, I would not afford him the mercy that the Lord of Cloud residents did. Instead, I would rend him into a myriad of pieces to comfort the souls he has tormented. Master Mu, have you truly made up your mind? Seeing Mu Taiyu's clear intent to defend Li Zhou, Chu Rou's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that the Dao Tian sect would exhibit such unity, in stark contrast to the disarray she had experienced with other sections. You, woman, despite your fair appearance, are clearly lacking in intellect. Do you not grasp the meaning of the Master's words? The Dao Tian sect is the foremost sect in Qizhou, even if the Lord of Cloud residence has erred. It is not for you to meddle. The Dao Tian sect shall handle the extermination of demons. Lu Yin scoffed, though he held a grudge against Li Zhou. He still stood by his comrades when facing outsiders, seeking death. As Chu Rou's ire flared at Lu Yan's repeated provocations, she raised her hand, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. The malevolent energy brewing within her palm sent shivers down the spines of the mountain lords present. Lu Yan, sensing the impending danger, instinctively shrank back, ready to flee. Mu Taiyu coldly huffed, prepared to intervene, when an unexpected event transpired. The people of the Dao Tian sect shall not be bullied by outsiders. A calm voice resonated through the air. The mountain lords turned to see the source of the voice. It was none other than Li Zhou, arriving back at the Dao Tian sect in his grand chariot pulled by 9 dragons. You are Li Zhou. Chu Rou, poised to strike Lu Yan, halted upon seeing him, her eyes ablaze with animosity. Indeed, I am Li Zhou, he replied, a light smile gracing his lips as he regarded the furious Chu Rou. Just as she was about to speak, beside Li Zhou, Morong Shui sneered. My dear lady, are you aware that the crimson-eyed demon lord, Chu Fan, intended to sacrifice everyone present at the Shui residence, including innocent souls, to forge a blood elixir? Shouldn't the Lord of Yunju Mountain seek retribution against him? In response, Chu Rou coldly retorted, I do not comprehend his motives, yet I know him. He is not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. With a mocking laugh, Morong Shui replied, perhaps the crimson-eyed demon lord was once a compassionate soul, but people can change. And even if he has transformed, does that not mean he remains my brother? Should I not seek vengeance on his behalf? Morong Shui was about to speak again when Li Zhou interrupted. Morong Mountain Master, what is the point of debating with someone clearly deranged? He then turned to Chu Rou. So, you wish to kill me? Very well, take your own life. It would save me the trouble. Chu Rou let out a cold huff. In the territory of my Dao Tian sect, You dare to raise your hand against our mountain master? How little do you think of my sect? Master, take this arrogant woman into custody, shouted Lu Yan at that moment. Silence. Chu Rou, with her golden pupils, cast a frosty glare at Lu Yan. If you dare utter another word, I shall tear your mouth apart. Beep. The system has detected someone's disdain towards the host. Beep. A mission has been issued to teach a lesson to the holy maiden Chu Rou of the Tai Su Immortal Palace in Qingzhou. The host will receive unexpected rewards. The holy maiden of Tai Su Immortal Palace, Chu Rou? Li Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Chu Rou, whose proud demeanor remained unshaken. No wonder she dared to be so audacious. She had the backing of a celestial force. Meanwhile, Lu Yan recoiled slightly but still spoke defiantly. If you have the capability, come forth and see if our Dao Tian sect's master and elders will allow you to act with impunity here. Indeed. In our Dao Tian sect's territory, whether dragon or tiger, all must abide. The various mountain masters of Dao Tian sect echoed their agreement. Finally, Mu Taiyu spoke slowly. Addressing Chu Rou and Old Wu with a smile, Ladies, I kindly request that you take your leave. Even if my Dao Tian sect has erred, it is my responsibility as the sect master to handle it personally. We do not require outsiders to dictate our actions. Seeing that the members of Dao Tian sect were steadfastly defending Li Shou, Chu Rou felt a surge of anger, yet her face suddenly broke into a smile. You are merely a larger colony of ants from the lower realms. Are you aware of the power I possess behind me? I am the holy maiden of Tai Su Immortal Palace. Do you truly wish to offend the forces of the celestial realm over a mere mountain master? Begone. At this moment, the gaze of Mu Taiyu was frigid. Do not overstep your bounds. I have declared that no outsider shall lay a finger on anyone from the Daotian sect. If you leave now, we shall part ways in peace. Should you choose to persist in your folly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As his words resonated, an overwhelming aura erupted from Mu Taiyu, as if a divine being of unparalleled might was rising behind him. Such an arrogant demeanor caused even Elder Wu's heart to race. How could such a terrifying powerhouse emerge from this humble realm? Could this aura possibly belong to a great Ascension true immortal? The sect master is enraged. Ah. This promises to be a spectacle. Do they truly believe that the Daotian sect lacks influence in the celestial realm? It has been long since I witnessed the sect master unleash his power. The last time was when he sent Lu Yan flying with a single slap. Meanwhile, the mountain lords, seeing Mu Taiyu's fury, exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude directed at Chu Rou and Elder Wu. Only Lu Yan's lips twitched in response. Chu Rou was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such arrogance from the Daotian sect, even after invoking her background. Elder Wu, however, changed countenance as he suddenly recalled a force known as the Daotian Immortal Palace within the celestial realm, presided over by an Immortal Emperor. Could it be that the Daotian sect is somehow connected to the Daotian Immortal Palace? With this thought, Elder Wu resolved to advise Chu Rou to depart. At this moment, Zhou Jun observed the members of the Daotian sect, who, despite knowing Chu Rou's backing from a celestial power, were still fiercely protective of him. A sense of belonging began to swell within him. He then clasped his fists toward Mu Taiyu and the mountain lords, saying, "Thank you, sect master, esteemed fellow disciples, for your kindness. However, this matter originated with me, and it is only fitting that I bring it to a close. Chu Rou seeks my life. But it will not be so simple. Lishan, do not be reckless. As the mountain lord of our Daotian sect, with our sect standing behind you, there is no need to reason with this obstinate woman," one mountain lord remarked to Zhou Jun with a smile. Indeed, even if we were to engage in reason, it must be with someone capable of understanding. This woman is clearly unreasonable, seeking vengeance for a demon lord burdened with heinous sins. How utterly ridiculous. She claims to be a holy maiden of the Immortal Palace. If I were the Immortal Palace behind her, I would simply eliminate such a disciple with a single slap. Do not be reckless. The Daotian sect can still assist you in resolving this issue, Mu Taiyu added, addressing Zhou Jun. Rest assured, sect master. Zhou Jun replied with a slight bow, then fixed his gaze upon Chu Rou, a grin spreading across his face. Do you know how Chu Fan met his demise? You likely do not, so allow me to enlighten you. He was simply too weak, obliterated by my fist into a mist of blood, his very soul extinguished. Seeking death. Are you? Zhou Jun's words pierced through Chu Rou's heart like a sharp sword, inciting her already simmering anger into a tempest of rage. In a fit of fury, she raised her hand, conjuring a golden talisman that she hurled toward Zhou Jun. Hiss. Although this woman lacked intellect, her power was undeniably formidable. Indeed, her strength must have reached the late stage of tribulation. Could the master of Yunju Mountain be her match? Perhaps not. For despite the master's ability to annihilate a consummate practitioner, he was still just over 40 years of age. I recalled visiting the former master of Yunju Mountain and seeing him as a child, naked and catching fish by the river. Thus his cultivation must have barely reached the tribulation stage. The other mountain masters of Daotian's sect, witnessing this scene, began to speculate aloud. Meanwhile, Mu Taiyu observed Li Zhoujuan's calm demeanor, as if victory were assured, and refrained from immediate action. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Li Zhoujun raised a slender hand, his sleeve cascading down, and in the incredulous gazes of the mountain masters, he effortlessly intercepted the golden talisman unleashed by Chu Rou. Hiss. Impossible. This was the collective thought of the mountain masters at that moment. Chapter 25, Primordial Nurturing Foundation Pill. How could this be? Chu Rou was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Li Zhoujun so easily deflect her strike, disbelief flooding her eyes. Yet, with a fierce cry, she commanded the golden talisman in Li Zhoujuan's grasp to radiate an even more brilliant light. At that moment, Li Zhoujun felt as though he were holding an immense mountain in his hand. Just a trivial skill, he scoffed internally, applying force to his palm, shattering the golden talisman into a storm of spiritual fragments. As the golden talisman disintegrated, Chu Rou's expression paled, and she let out a muffled groan. Li Zhoujun slowly clenched his hand behind his back. At that moment, having shattered the golden talisman, his palm tingled with numbness. Although he could contend equally with her, easily deflecting the talisman, the outcome appeared to favor neither side. It would be better to inflict damage while sacrificing a portion of his own strength. At least he possessed the ability to conceal his aura, allowing others to perceive nothing amiss. Believing he had effortlessly dispelled the talisman while maintaining a steady demeanor, this was akin to putting on a facade. As Li Zhoujun had surmised, the mountain masters, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor after shattering the talisman, expressed astonishment. The master of Yunju Mountain remains unperturbed while destroying this talisman. Could it be that his strength has indeed reached the pinnacle of tribulation? This seemed impossible. He was merely 40 years old. Could it be that Daotian's sect was truly on the verge of giving birth to a genuine immortal of 100 years? With such innate talent, if the master of Yunju Mountain were to ascend to the celestial realm, he would likely become a true disciple. As the mountain masters debated amongst themselves, Chu Rou's face turned a deep shade of humiliation. She had not anticipated Li Zhoujuan's prowess to be so overwhelmingly formidable. Just as she was about to strike at Li Zhoujun once more, Elder Wu extended his hand to stop Chu Rou. What could have prompted such a gesture from Elder Wu? Chu Rou was momentarily taken aback. Enough, holy maiden, Elder Wu said in a stern tone. This was the first time Chu Rou had encountered such a serious demeanor from Elder Wu, leaving her stunned. After admonishing Chu Rou, Elder Wu slightly bowed to Li Zhoujun, saying, I sincerely apologize, esteemed master of Yunjushan. My holy maiden has been secluded since her youth and still possesses the temperament of a child. I hope you will overlook her transgressions and not hold them against her. I offer my apologies to the members of Daotian's sect here. With that, Elder Wu performed a respectful bow to the people of Daotian's sect. Chu Rou watched this scene in a daze, her thoughts unclear. Li Zhoujun waved his hand with a light chuckle. Since the esteemed elder has said so, pursuing this matter further would only make me appear petty. However, given her childlike nature, I trust you will keep a close watch on your holy maiden. Should she prove unruly, she may return to seek me, but I assure you, I shall not be so accommodating next time. In truth, Li Zhoujun harbored thoughts of eliminating both Chu Rou and the elder. But his current strength was insufficient to confront them. After all, both were tribulation-stage cultivators backed by the Celestial Palace, equipped with means of self-preservation. Even if Daotian's sect sought to eliminate them, they could likely escape if they exerted their full efforts, making it wiser to bide his time. Thank you, Master of Yunjushan, for your magnanimity, Elder Wu responded, visibly relieved. Had the members of Daotian's sect insisted on aggression, he would have had no choice but to resort to forbidden techniques, risking a fall in his cultivation level to escape with Chu Rou. He then promptly took the still-dazed Chu Rou and left the area. What is your cultivation level, truly? You seem to hold your ground against anyone, Murong Shui inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on Li Zhoujun. To be frank, even if an Immortal Emperor were to face me, I would still hold my own, Li Zhoujun replied with a grin. Ha ha, Murong Shui chuckled, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding, the system rewards you with the Primordial Foundation Elixir. Primordial Foundation Elixir. This elixir aids high-level cultivators in refining their foundation, enabling them to ascend in strength. Li Zhoujun's eyes brightened at the sight of the system's reward. To be honest, while the rewards from the system were pure in quality, their frequency had become overwhelming, and he indeed needed to refine his gains properly. All right, the spectacle has concluded. Everyone disperse, Mu Taiyu declared as he witnessed the situation come to a close, gesturing for the various mountain masters to leave. He then fixed his gaze intently on Li Zhoujun, saying, Master of Yunjushan, regardless of what transpires, I hope you remember that you are a part of Dao Tian's sect. Rest assured, my lord. The Dao Tian sect has treated me well, although I have faced disdain in the past, such as the nature of humanity. Nevertheless, the Dao Tian sect has entrusted me with Yunju Mountain and has generously provided a wealth of cultivation resources. I shall always remember this kindness. Lihujun said with a grin. That is indeed commendable, Mu Taiyu replied with a smile, glancing at the majestic nine-serpent chariot beneath Lihujun. A hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. Your nine-serpent chariot is rather striking. It's merely ordinary, Lihujun replied with a smile. Ordinary? I beg to differ. Mu Taiyu remarked, then continued. You and Master Morong have had a long journey. You should return and rest well. After offering his farewell, Mu Taiyu departed. Once the mountain lords had left, Lihujun reflected, I never anticipated that the Dao Tian sect would exhibit such unity in crucial moments. It is no wonder it is regarded as the foremost sect in Qizhou. If the Dao Tian sect were like other sects, I would not have attained the position of Yunju Mountain Master, nor would I have survived until the system emerged. Lihujun. It has been some time since I left Lingshui Mountain. I should return for a visit, Morong Shui said as she took her leave. Lihujun glanced at her in surprise and asked, From your words, it seems you wish to accompany me back to Yunju Mountain? That would not be impossible. Humph. Morong Shui scoffed, turning away and vanishing. For a strong being in the fusion realm, tearing through the void was indeed a simple feat, however. Lihujun failed to notice the trace of sorrow on Morong Shui's face as she departed. Master, it seems I shall indeed gain another mistress, Sunan sighed. Focus on your cultivation, Lihujun said, delivering a light tap to Sunan's forehead. Ouch! Sunan exclaimed in surprise, wincing at the unexpected pain. Lihujun smiled gently and commanded the nine-serpent chariot to soar from the mountain gate toward Yunju Mountain. 9 serpents riding the wind, clad in azure ropes. Should one inquire of my identity, I am the Immortal of Yunju Mountain. Disciples of the Dao Tian sect gazed upwards at the colossal silhouette of the 9 serpents, murmuring to themselves. Soon, this phrase, alongside the tale of Lihujun's decisive defeat of a fusion realm demon cultivator, spread across the expanse of Qizhou. The title of Yunju Mountain Master also resonated with great authority throughout the land. The scene shifted, and Lihujun, accompanied by Sunan, had returned to Yunju Mountain. Go and spend some time by the lake, he instructed the 9-headed celestial serpents after disembarking from the 9-serpent chariot with Sunan. The serpents bowed to Lihujun before soaring into the air, heading toward the lake on Yunju Mountain. Now, you two should rest, tomorrow. I shall personally teach you the Bingshuang sword technique, Lihujun said with a smile as the 9 serpents departed. All right. Thank you, Master, Sunan exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. Lihujun chuckled softly, clasping his hands behind his back as he entered the Yunju Hall. Chapter 26, Grandmother Jinhua. Early the next morning, Sunan, cradling the Bingshuang sword gifted by Lihujun, arrived at Yunju Hall. Upon her arrival, she discovered that Lihujun was already seated in the grand hall of Yunju. Good morning, Master. Sunan greeted Lihujun. Lihujun smiled and nodded. Good morning. Let us commence. Demonstrate your swordsmanship so I may observe the extent of your training. Certainly, Master, please watch closely, Sunan replied, drawing forth her flying sword and beginning to showcase her sword techniques within Yunju Hall. As Sunan's swordplay accelerated, the temperature within the hall plummeted noticeably. It must be said, the young girl possessed remarkable talent, exhibiting a profound understanding of the Bingshuang sword techniques. After watching, Lihujun realized there was little to offer in terms of guidance. Master, how did I perform? Sunan inquired eagerly after completing her display, hoping for constructive criticism. Quite well, Lihujun responded with a smile. It is evident that you possess your own unique interpretation of the Bingshuang sword techniques, which is commendable. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation lies within oneself. Should you merely tread the path I have walked, you may only reach my level. However, I hope for you to surpass me. After contemplating Lihujun's words, Sunan replied earnestly, Master, I understand. Indeed, Lihujun nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a mysterious voice of an elderly man resonated from outside the hall. Is the master of Yunju Mountain present? Lihujun's expression shifted momentarily upon hearing this. Meanwhile, in another location, Mu Taiyu was sipping tea within Daodian Hall. Yet, the next moment, as if sensing something, he vanished and reappeared in another grand hall known as Tailing Hall. In the center of this hall stood a massive stone tablet, adorned with countless names, some radiating golden light while others had already dulled. This was the Destiny Tablet of the Daodian sect. The so-called Destiny Tablet signifies that upon officially becoming a member of the Dao Tian sect, an individual's name is inscribed by a designated person. The names that glimmer with golden light indicate that the individuals are still alive, while those that have dimmed signify they have perished. At this moment, a particular name on the tablet flickered intermittently, and its owner was none other than Murong Shui. Master, it appears that Lingxue Mountain's leader is encountering difficulties. Just as Mu Taiyu materialized in the hall's master and guardian of the Destiny Tablet, the Lord of Tailing Hall, suddenly appeared. The Lord of Tailing Hall was an elderly man with snow-white hair, resembling an ordinary person. Can you ascertain her location? Mu Taiyu inquired of the Lord of Tailing Hall. On Jinhua Island, situated between Qizhou and Yunzhou, the Lord of Tailing Hall replied solemnly. How did she end up there? Mu Taiyu's expression grew grave. On Golden Flower Island. There exists a formidable figure known as Granny Golden Flower. Even Mu Taiyu would not dare to assert his ability to defeat her. Thus, over the years, a tacit understanding had been reached between Golden Flower Island and the Dao Tian sect. Their waters would not interfere with each other. However, it was utterly unexpected that Murong Shui would venture to Golden Flower Island. Master, you must not go to Golden Flower Island. The Lord of Tai Ling Palace remarked at that moment. Mu Taiyu frowned and replied, What? Do you mean to suggest that I should disregard Murong Shui's life or death? Not at all. The Lord of Tai Ling Palace sighed with a wry smile. You are aware that numerous forces outside Qizhou have their eyes set on it, eager to stake their claim in this land of abundance. If something were to befall you on Golden Flower Island, those forces would likely seize the opportunity to invade, plunging Qingzhou into chaos and bloodshed. What then shall we do? Mu Taiyu inquired. I would recommend sending someone to Golden Flower Island to rescue the Mountain Master Murong. The Lord of Tai Ling Palace suggested. Yunju Mountain Master? Mu Taiyu asked, perplexed. Indeed, the Lord of Tai Ling Palace nodded. If my calculations are correct, this Yunju Mountain Master possesses the most outstanding strength among all the Mountain Masters of our Dao Tian sect. Even those elder Mountain Masters who have long since broken through the tribulation and concealed their power cannot compare. Mu Taiyu shook his head. No. The Yunju Mountain Master is exceptionally gifted, having reached tribulation at the age of 40. His future is boundless. He must not be allowed to take such risks. Ah. But Master, I had already dispatched a clone to inform him before your arrival. The Lord of Tai Ling Palace said helplessly, raising his hands in surrender. Mu Taiyu. At that very moment, in Yunju Hall, the Lord of Tai Ling Palace's presence was felt. What brings you here? Zhou Jun stepped out of the Grand Hall, recognizing the caller as the Lord of Tai Ling Palace. However, the Lord appeared ethereal, merely a spiritual projection. Could I trouble you, Yunju Mountain Master, to make a trip to Golden Flower Island? Mountain Master Lingxue has encountered difficulties there, and after careful consideration, I believe entrusting this matter to you is the most prudent course of action. The Lord of Tai Ling Palace smiled. Notification. The host's future fiancée is in danger. The system issues a mission to travel to Golden Flower Island and rescue Murong Shui. The host will receive substantial rewards. What on earth do you mean by future fiancée? Zhou Jun gazed at the mission issued by the system, feeling somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, he firmly assured the Lord of Tai Ling Palace, leave this matter to me. However, given the urgency, do you have a method for expedited travel? Certainly. The Lord of Tai Ling Palace replied upon hearing Zhou Jun's agreement. He produced a jade cicada and said, This is a spatial jade cicada. If you crush it, it will teleport the Mountain Master directly to Murong Mountain Master. Excellent. Zhou Jun took the jade cicada from the Lord of Tai Ling Palace's hand. Yunju Mountain Master. Do exercise caution. Granny Golden Flower of Golden Flower Island is not one to be trifled with. The Lord of the Tai Ling Hall instructed, and as his words fell, his figure dissipated. At this moment, Zhou Jun turned to Su Nan and said, I'm going out for a while. Stay well in Yunju Mountain and wait for my return. Be careful on your journey, Master. You must rescue my Master Mother. Su Nan replied with a smile. You little girl, do not speak carelessly, Zhou Jun retorted, his forehead adorned with a frown, and he immediately crushed the spatial jade cicada. In the next instant, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him. Soon after, the environment around Zhou Jun transformed dramatically. As the scene crystallized, a golden serpent-headed staff came hurtling toward him and with a resounding thud, struck him on the head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Damn it! Which rascal dares to launch a sneak attack? Zhou Jun grimaced in pain. Who are you? At the same time, an elderly woman's voice cried out in surprise. Zhou Jun. Immediately following, the voice of Murong Shui, filled with astonishment and concern, echoed from behind Zhou Jun. Upon turning to look, he discovered that the one who had struck him was an elderly woman clad in golden robes, wielding a gilded staff, her hair is silvery white. At that moment, the old woman gazed at Zhou Jun with disbelief, her eyes fixated on the swelling on his head. You struck me, Zhou Jun exclaimed, one hand clutching his head, glaring angrily at the old woman. Chapter 27. Stand up and dance. It was indeed the old woman's hand that had struck him. But who could have anticipated that a fellow cultivator would suddenly appear in this place? The old woman regarded Zhou Jun warily, stating, "This blow was intended with lethal intent. Even a fellow practitioner undergoing tribulation would meet their end from such a hit. Yet, this young man, upon receiving the strike, appears only slightly bruised, with no other harm done. Such strength, could it be that he has attained the physical sanctity?" With this thought, the old woman felt a surge of apprehension. After all, the master of Lingxue Mountain from the Dao Tian sect had called out his name, indicating their clear acquaintance. "Are you Granny Jinhua?" Lihujun Jun inquired of the old woman. "Indeed," she nodded. "Has your arrival perhaps come to rescue this master of Lingxue Mountain from the Dao Tian sect?" "Precisely," Lihujun Jun affirmed, then turned to Murong Shui and asked, "Why did you suddenly appear here, provoking someone to attempt to kill you?" Murong Shui's expression turned grave as she replied, "Yesterday, I received word that one of my disciples inadvertently trespassed onto Jinhua Island and was detained by this Granny Jinhua. I came to negotiate for their release. Initially, our conversation was quite civil, but when Granny Jinhua refused to let them go, I heard commotion from within the adjacent room. Taking the opportunity, I opened the door, only to find it filled with the bones of fallen cultivators and a vile creature encased in a cocoon. Humph. The owners of those bones were all coveters of the treasures of Jinhua Island. Should they not be slain?" Granny Jinhua snorted coldly. Mu Rongshui remarked, "If my intuition serves me right, the news about the treasures on Golden Flower Island, which can grant immortality to cultivators, was disseminated by you, Granny Golden Flower, deliberately enticing cultivators to your island in search of wealth, only for you to feed them to that malevolent creature. Indeed, little girl, your intellect is quite sharp. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of this individual, you would have already become sustenance for my child." Granny Golden Flower chuckled coldly. "So, you imply that the disciple from Lingxue Mountain has already fallen to your hand?" Mu Rongshui's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Would I keep them alive for the festivities?" Granny Golden Flower scoffed. "How audacious you are, old hag," Zhou Jun remarked with a sigh. "Hee. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. While your strength may not be insignificant, the person standing behind this old woman is not someone you can afford to offend." Granny Golden Flower shot a disdainful glance at Zhou Jun. "Who is it that stands behind you?" "I am quite curious," Zhou Jun replied with a light chuckle. "Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you as to who that person is," Granny Golden Flower said, letting out a cold snort as she silently chanted a spell, blood sea surging, raging towards the heavens. "With my blood, I summon the blood ancestor to descend." The blood ancestor? Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the incantation, and soon a mocking glimmer appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a surge of blood energy erupted from Granny Golden Flower, forming a blood-colored phantom above her. Could it be the blood ancestor who descended upon Qizhou from the outside world eons ago? Mu Rongshui's expression turned anxious upon realizing this. Simultaneously, as the blood-colored phantom coalesced, Granny Golden Flower bowed respectfully, declaring, "Golden Flower pays homage to the blood ancestor." Yet, the blood ancestor remained silent for a prolonged moment. When she lifted her gaze, she found the blood ancestor glaring angrily at Zhou Jun. Granny Golden Flower was taken aback. She hadn't even revealed who the enemy was. Yet the blood ancestor seemed to have instinctively fixed his gaze upon Zhou Jun. What was happening? "It's you again." The blood ancestor spoke slowly to Zhou Jun. "Call me father." Zhou Jun grinned widely. "Youngster, do not overreach," the blood ancestor retorted with a cold snort. "Wait until my true form." Boom. Before the blood ancestor could finish, Zhou Jun delivered a punch directly at him, unleashing a thunderous sound as it tore through the air. The blood ancestor, seeing this, was infuriated. "You insolent wretch." In the midst of their exchange, the blood ancestor retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, and an overwhelming shockwave surged outward in all directions. The ground beneath the spectators cracked open, forming spiderweb-like fissures. How is this possible? This person can withstand a blow from the blood ancestor. Granny Golden Flower's expression was one of utter astonishment. The blood ancestor was a being of the great Ascension true immortal level. Even a mere avatar would possess the might of an immortal. How could a tribulation stage cultivator possibly endure such force? There exists but one possibility. This youth is also a formidable being at the great Ascension true immortal level. However, he appears to be somewhat weaker, merely able to contend evenly with the blood ancestor's avatar. Yet, even so, this youth could easily dispose of her if he so desired. Upon contemplating this, Granny Jinhua was suddenly filled with trepidation. After all, the blood ancestor's avatar could not be sustained for long. Once it dissipated, she would become nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. At this moment, Morong Shui too gazed at Lihujun Jun with an expression of incredulity. "Lihujun Jun, a great Ascension true immortal? Young man, you merely managed to reach a stalemate with my avatar. Were my true form present, how many exchanges could you endure?" As Granny Jinhua and Murong Shui marveled at Li Zhoujun's prowess, the blood ancestor coldly remarked to Li Zhoujun, "Then why not summon your true self? You merely speak empty words." Li Zhoujun retorted with scorn, "Just wait. One day, the ancestor shall tear you to shreds." With that, the blood ancestor uttered a harsh threat before vanishing in haste. After all, should this avatar be completely depleted by Li Zhoujun, it would be a significant loss. As the blood ancestor fled, Li Zhoujun chose not to pursue, knowing it would be futile. Is he really just going to run away? Granny Jinhua was left in a daze, recalling how, when she was persuaded to submit to him, he had promised that as long as she aided in raising that blood demon, she would achieve the great ascension. Over the years, she had treated that blood demon as her own son. Is this how he repays her? Spare me, O immortal. Granny Jinhua, casting aside her staff, knelt before Li Zhoujun. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing Murong Shui. Beep. The system grants rewards. The Aoshua flying sword is upgraded to the 9th grade. Beep. The system grants rewards. The Oath Great Array. 9th grade flying sword. A true immortal's treasured sword. Oath Great Array. It can inscribe within the hearts of swearing cultivators. Should they betray their oath, the array will summon heavenly lightning. Li Zhoujun was examining the rewards bestowed by the system when he noticed Granny Jinhua's sudden anxiety as she awaited his response. "Oh, immortal?" she tentatively inquired. Li Zhoujun snapped back to reality, looking at the anxious Granny Jinhua still kneeling before him. "Stand and dance for me. I shall consider whether to spare you," he said, a grin spreading across his face. Granny Jinhua, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "I didn't expect such a preference from an immortal. I shall make a fool of myself." She then rose and began to perform a rather eye-watering dance. "Li Zhouwang, do you like this?" Murong Shui inquired, her lips twitching. "Not at all," Li Zhouwang replied with a smile. "Immortal, how did I perform in my dance?" Granny Jinhua, her face flushed after completing her performance, asked Li Zhouwang. "You danced quite well," Li Zhouwang remarked, stroking his chin and nodding. "How did you come to know the blood ancestor?" Granny Jinhua recounted, "Well, it was the blood ancestor's avatar who found me, coercing me with force to submit and assist him in nurturing a demonic creature, which I presume is to be his prepared vessel. Once that creature takes form, he can attach his avatar to it and walk among mortals for an extended period, causing havoc. I see. I offer you an opportunity. Submit to me," Li Zhouwang grinned. Although Granny Jinhua had committed numerous heinous acts warranting her demise, Li Zhouwang refrained from executing her. Instead, he thought it prudent to leverage the momentum from his recent encounter with the blood ancestor, compelling Granny Jinhua to serve him, while simultaneously testing the capabilities of the system's oath formation. Upon sensing Li Zhouwang's intentions to spare her life, Granny Jinhua felt a surge of joy. Survival was paramount, especially for someone of her profound cultivation, who valued their existence dearly. After all, life was hard won, and once lost, it could never be regained. Thus, Granny Jinhua readily declared, "The old woman is willing to submit to the immortal and serve you faithfully." "Wait," Li Zhouwang interrupted, raising a hand to summon the formation, which then embedded itself into Granny Jinhua's chest. "Now take the oath. This is the oath formation. Should you dare to breach your vow, you shall face the wrath of divine retribution." Li Zhouwang grinned. Granny Jinhua, despite her inner discontent, dared not contradict a true immortal and promptly swore. "The old woman hereby vows to serve the immortal with unwavering loyalty. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down." "Excellent," Li Zhouwang nodded approvingly. "Now, tell me, regarding the disciple of the Dao Tian sect, you are certain you have killed him?" "Actually, I have not, for when that esteemed disciple intruded, the demonic creature had already begun to cocoon, so I merely detained him," Granny Jinhua admitted, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Very well," Li Zhouwang nodded, then turned to Murong Shui, saying, "Next time, do not wander off alone. You cannot expect to be rescued every time." Murong Shui was taken aback by Li Zhouwang's admonishing tone, yet upon reflection, she realized there was merit in his words. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "I understand now. I won't do it again." "Good girl," Li Zhouwang smiled. Beep. A being defying fate has been detected 300,000 miles from the host. The system issues a mission. Assist them to receive rewards. Defier of fate. Villain. Upon seeing the system's message, Li Zhouwang was momentarily stunned. Goodness. Is the system trying to make me the villainous elder? Is this not pushing me into the abyss? Thus, Li Zhoujun, without a moment's hesitation, declined, saying, "I dare not. I wouldn't even if it meant my life." The fate of those who oppose the protagonist is invariably dire. Ding. Host's refusal of system task detected. The system is disheartened and preparing to abandon the host, contemplating a runaway. "Oh no, please don't do that. I accept, all right." Hearing the system sound like a wronged little wife, Li Zhoujun could only respond in silence. though he genuinely feared the system might leave him, which would be quite embarrassing. Ding. The host is urged to proceed promptly. Otherwise, this person will leap off the cliff, resulting in a determination of mission failure for the host. But do not be intimidated. Even if the protagonist grows stronger, the odds will still be 50-50. Lihujun mused. The vicissitudes of life are as unpredictable as a sausage wrapped in intestines. It seems I must tread this dark path. He then turned to Murong Shui and said, You and Granny Jinhua should seek out your disciple. I have some matters to attend to. By the way, I leave that demon creature in your hands. It should not be allowed to survive for long. All right, I will take care of it, Murong Shui replied. As Lihujun prepared to turn away, Murong Shui called after him, Be careful on your way. Sure, I will, Lihujun replied with a smile. He then summoned the Yaoxiwei flying sword. When Granny Jinhua and Murong Shui beheld the flying sword, their expressions turned to astonishment. A 9th grade flying sword. Lihujun truly possesses the cultivation of a celestial being. It turned out he had been concealing his prowess all along. Murong Shui chuckled wryly but resolved to keep this secret for Lihujun. At that moment, Granny Jinhua, seeing Lihujun about to leave, hurriedly inquired, Celestial being, what should I do in the future? Lihujun glanced at her. Do what you ought to do, but should you dare to commit any heinous acts, I shall sever you with a single strike. The old woman understood. Granny Jinhua quickly affirmed, not daring to be negligent. Subsequently, Lihujun took to the skies on his flying sword, departing the location. The speed of the 9th grade flying sword is, of course, beyond words. The journey of 300,000 miles was completed in mere moments. Upon arriving at the coordinates provided by the system, he saw a young man standing at the edge of a cliff, sitting on the ground, drinking and muttering to himself. Who would have thought that the young master of the Yin family, would end up with such a tragic fate of ruin? That you.Ming not only annihilated my family but also crippled my future. Even my sister has resolutely followed him. He has joined the Kaishan sect and become a true disciple. I have no chance for a comeback. How utterly ridiculous. All I did was mock him a few times. Is there any point in me living now? Young man, do you wish to turn the tide? Just as the young man of the Yin family was preparing to end his own life, Lihujun, hovering in the sky, spoke up. Who is speaking? The youth bearing the surname Yin, upon hearing these words, stood up in astonishment. Yet, he soon forced a bitter smile, declaring, It matters not who it may be. I am destined for death, so what is there to fear? Do you truly wish to depart this world bearing such humiliation? Allowing your sister to live perpetually in the shadow of your father's murderers, acting as a dutiful wife and mother? Lihujun continued. No, I cannot accept that. The young man named Yin clenched his fists, his face etched with a deep sense of indignation. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, fervently imploring, Yin Jihong beseeches you, esteemed elder, to guide me in my quest for vengeance. Ah, the very thought is commendable, Lihujun replied with a soft chuckle. Before Yin Jihong, a sword immortal descended gracefully from the skies, alighting upon his flying sword. Please, esteemed immortal, accept me as your disciple, Yin Jihong exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. This young man before him was undoubtedly a formidable presence, far surpassing the Golden Core realm. Even the elder of the Mountain Opening sect, a master of that level, had never instilled such a sense of pressure in him. This is an extraordinary opportunity, I must seize it. I do not take disciples at present. Yet I find you rather agreeable, Lihujun remarked with a smile. Please, esteemed immortal, impart your teachings unto me, that I may avenge my family, Yin Jihong urged eagerly. For even without becoming a disciple, the techniques shared by such a powerful figure would surely be extraordinary. Patience, Lihujun said. Observing the anxious demeanor of Yin Jihong with amusement, he scrutinized him closely, exclaiming in surprise, Your meridians are shattered. Your assailant was quite ruthless. Upon hearing Lihujun's words, Yin Jihong's eyes turned red with unshed tears, and he lamented that you.Ming was merely the son of a butcher at first, yet my sister inexplicably fell for him. My Yin family is a respected lineage in Beiyang City. How could I allow my sister to lower herself to the son of a butcher? I went and warned you.Ming to keep his distance from her, for many scions from prominent families also sought her affection. If you.Ming wished to pursue her, those noble youths would surely not let him be. Yet, he scorned my good intentions, calling me narrow-minded. How could I endure such an insult? I struck him, only to later learn that he had risen to power and annihilated my family. He even deceived my sister, claiming I conspired with the cult, coveting the position of family head, while it was the cult that coveted our family's treasures, leading to our downfall. The position of family head was destined for me. What I have to covet? He is indeed a tragic antagonist, Lihujun mused, observing Yin Jihong's tear-streaked face, feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy's misfortunes. This pill is called the Meridian Restoration Pill. It can aid you in reconstructing your meridians, Lihujun said, producing a pill from his hand and offering it to Yin Jihong. Thank you, esteemed elder, for this precious gift. Yunjushan exclaimed, raising his hands reverently to accept the pill bestowed upon him by Zhou Jun. At that moment, Zhou Jun pointed a finger at Yunjushan's forehead, imprinting a tome entitled The True Scriptures of the Sunflower into his mind. This technique, discovered inadvertently in the Dao Tian sect's scripture repository during a period when Zhou Jun was unable to cultivate, was an exceptionally potent method of training, akin to the sunflower classic of his previous life, which required self-castration for cultivation. To master its arts, one must first relinquish their manhood. Thus, as the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain. Young man, I am indeed curious to see how far you will go in the future. Zhou Jun remarked with a chuckle. As Yunjushan envisioned the technique within his mind, he felt it was an extraordinarily powerful method, tailored specifically for him. As for the matter of his manhood, he no longer cared. Revenge was all that mattered. Thank you, senior, he exclaimed, kneeling deeply before Zhou Jun and bowing his head. Zhou Jun smiled slightly, not hindering the gesture. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, assisting the fated one. Beep. The system has issued a reward. Perfecting the nascent soul cultivation. Perfecting the nascent soul stage. Quite commendable, Zhou Jun mused as he surveyed the system's reward. A consummate nascent soul cultivator would undoubtedly be regarded as an ancestral figure in Qizhou, with the capability to establish a sect without issue. Even within the Dao Tian sect, such a person would be considered at the elder level. Beep. The system continues to issue tasks. The host must assist Yunjushan in seeking vengeance. The host will be rewarded with the true immortal effect. The system is being excessive. Are you suggesting I directly confront the protagonist? Upon seeing this task from the system, Zhou Jun was taken aback. He had no desire to face the child of destiny head-on. For these fated individuals were akin to indestructible cockroaches, stubborn and resilient. They could leap off cliffs only to discover fortuitous opportunities, even when pursued by beautiful women. They could ensnare them into their harem. Even death did not guarantee their end, as they could somehow find a way to return stronger, even from ashes. Beep. Do not be timid, host. The system's 50-50 ability ensures that even when confronted by the heavenly path, you can hold your own. Moreover, this true immortal effect is a rare treasure, allowing the host to shine without effort. You're always trying to make me show off. Zhou Jun's lips twitched. Having such a system was truly a love-hate relationship. After all, he was a cultured and affable individual, and being compelled to flaunt his prowess everywhere was rather vexing. I have suddenly changed my mind and shall assist you in your quest for vengeance, Zhou Jun said, glancing at Yunjushan, who remained kneeling on the ground. Overjoyed, Yunjushan exclaimed, "Thank you, senior," and bowed again in gratitude. Yet, a sudden unease washed over him. After all, he was merely a small, insignificant ant. Why would a powerful being offer to help him seek revenge without reason? Was it merely because he found him pleasing to the eye? This reasoning seems rather far-fetched. Does it not? Could it be that this senior harbors ulterior motives? Yet, being utterly destitute, what could this elder possibly desire from me? Is it possible that this elder has an affinity for men? As this thought crossed his mind, Yunjushan felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively tightening his grip on the position of the back garden. When he looked at Lihujun, he could only perceive the elegant and amiable youth, whose smile felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. Yet he sensed a menacing shadow looming behind him, accompanied by a sinister grin directed at himself. However, recalling that his long-cherished vendetta was about to be avenged, Yunjushan gritted his teeth. What was a little suffering in the pursuit of revenge? Senior, should you wish to do something to me, then come forth. I shall not resist. Yunjushan reclined on the ground, adopting a posture of surrender. Lihujun, what are you thinking? I am not the person you imagine. Get up. Suddenly, Lihujun realized that this young man had misconstrued his intentions, believing he sought something from him. This revelation amused Lihujun greatly. Oh, Yunjushan, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, awkwardly stood up, scratching his nose and saying, "But the junior truly does not understand what merits the senior could possibly find in me." Lihujun replied, exasperated, "I assist you merely out of goodwill. If you genuinely wish to repay me, then diligently cultivate your skills and serve me in the future." "I understand," Yunjushan stated earnestly. He had previously heard tales of great cultivators who intervened in the affairs of mortals, aiding those they deemed deserving to achieve their own sense of fulfillment. Little did he expect to encounter such a remarkable cultivator today. "Please, tell me more about Yi Tianming's circumstances." "Very well." Yunjushan began to recount. Yi Tianming was originally an ordinary mortal, yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly attained the realm of qi refinement. At that time, my sister had already become a disciple under Elder Zhao Hui of the Kaishan sect, embarking on a path of cultivation with limitless potential. Naturally, my Yin family could not allow Yi Tianming and my sister to be together, so my father invited Yi Tianming to the Yin residence. intending to provide him with some resources for cultivation, hoping to distance him from my sister. Unexpectedly, Yu Tianming was unyielding, adamantly insisting that he would marry no one but my sister. My father, enraged, sought to eliminate Yu Tianming. But who could have anticipated that Yu Tianming would unleash his full power, achieving the peak of the foundation establishment stage and decimating my Yin family? My father, as the head of the Yin family, had only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage himself. How could he possibly contend with him? As a result, my entire family was annihilated, and he deliberately spared my life, leaving me to suffer in torment. Moreover, he spread rumors, claiming that I had invited the wolf into our home, leading to the destruction of the Yin family. It was only recently that I learned he had joined the Kaishan sect, supported by a formidable golden core expert, and was now with my sister. With a heart heavy as ash, I contemplated leaping off a cliff to end my despair. Chapter 30. The Secret Realm of Ice and Water. Suddenly, possessing the cultivation of Qi refinement, he erupted with the prowess of a perfected foundation establishment. Listening to Yin Zhihang's narration, Zhou Jun pondered deeply. It appeared that this protagonist named Yi Tianming was not only backed by the Kaishan sect, but also had a powerful master behind him. Senior, if you would be willing to lend your hand to assist me, all I ask is to obstruct the forces behind him. I must personally slay Yi Tianming. Yin Zhihang spoke with fervor. It was likely that Yi Tianming's sudden surge to the pinnacle of foundation establishment that night was due to some secret technique, which he would not be able to use again. His original cultivation level should still be that of Qi refinement. At this moment, Yin Zhihang excitedly addressed Lihujun. Jun. However, Lihujun merely smiled in response. Subsequently, Yin Zhihang sought out a cave, diving in to consume the pulse-refining pill. Lihujun remained outside, contemplating that it would be some time before he could return to the Daodian sect. After all, he needed to assist Yin Zhihang in avenging himself. Once he recovered and practiced the true scriptures of the sunflower, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. With this in mind, Lihujun took out a piece of white paper and composed a letter. My master is occupied with matters outside and will return in due time. You should diligently cultivate at Yunju Mountain, and should you have any uncertainties, you may seek answers from the mountain master Muro. Once finished, Lihujun deftly folded the paper into a paper crane, leaving a trace of his divine consciousness upon it before casting it skyward. In an instant, the paper crane transformed into a vividly animated white crane, soaring towards the Daodian sect. With his essence infused within, the disciples of the Daodian sect would not hinder its passage. Having completed this task, Lihujun clapped his hands, leaping onto a tree outside the cave, where he leisurely closed his eyes for a nap. Unfazed by potential dangers, for he was invincible, no one could best him, nor could weapons breach his physical form. Moreover, Lihujun did not need to cultivate, as the system would automatically assist him in his training. The following morning, at the Daodian sect, Yunju Mountain, little Su Nan was practicing the Bixuang sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, a white crane descended from the sky, transforming into the paper crane that landed in Su Nan's small hand. Concurrently, Lihujun's trace of divine consciousness attached itself to Su Nan. This essence would only be activated in times of crisis, transforming into Lihujun's avatar. Hence, Lihujun felt at ease regarding the safety of the young girl. He had inquired with the system whether his avatar possessed equal capabilities. The system confirmed this, albeit that the avatar could not sustain this power for long, at most 3 minutes before dissipating. Yet, 3 minutes was ample time for Lihujun to wield a flying sword and arrive at the scene. Meanwhile, Su Nan had finished reading Lihujun's letter. She carefully tucked the paper into her bosom and resumed her sword practice. At that moment, a young girl entered the room. Sister Xue? Su Nan was taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. It was Xue Nianyao, who had recently joined the ranks of the Kanglan Mountain's master. Sister Su, the last time we met was on the Ascension Mountain. I never anticipated that after such a time, you would still remember me, Xue Nianyao remarked with a gentle smile. Of course I remember. After all, Sister Xue, you are so beautiful and accomplished. Su Nan replied sincerely. Yet you are even more remarkable, having entered the Daodian sect and becoming the youngest transcendent cultivator under its guidance. Surely you will surpass your predecessors, Xue Nianyao said with a wry smile. Who would have imagined that the once unremarkable master of Yunju Mountain, who had spent 40 years as a cultivation failure, would transform into the youngest transcendent cultivator in the Daodian sect and all of Qizhou? Ha ha ha, Sister Xue, is there something urgent that you wish to discuss? Su Nan inquired curiously. She had initially thought that joining a master would elevate her, but little did she know that her master was truly an extraordinary figure. Indeed. There is a matter at hand, Xue Nianyao nodded. You must be aware that I am a princess of the Shui dynasty. A hidden realm of ice and water has emerged within the Shui dynasty, a remnant of an ancient sect, filled with countless opportunities, and it will open in 10 days. However, Only 2 cultivators possessing top-tier ice and water attributes, or even higher-grade spiritual roots, can enter. Furthermore, the entrance must be female and at the chi refining stage. Are you suggesting that you want me to accompany you into this hidden realm? Sunan asked, her expression one of confusion. Precisely, Shui Nianyo smiled and nodded. I possess a top-tier water attribute spiritual root, making me one of the candidates, and the other candidate with a top-tier ice attribute must be you, as you are a saint-grade ice spiritual root. Noticing Sunan's hesitation, Shui Nianyo added, Sister, are you wondering how such a fortuitous opportunity could possibly fall into your lap? Yes, Sunan admitted, for such opportunities rarely come without a price. Shui Nianyo chuckled softly. There are no other cultivators with top-tier ice spiritual roots in the Shuiwei dynasty. And those in the Daodian sect who possess such roots have already established their foundations. You are the only one who meets the criteria. If you do not go, I cannot enter the hidden realm either, so I am truly seeking your assistance. Rest assured, I have no intention of compromising your safety. The sect's rules are strict. Any harm among fellow disciples is met with severe consequences, and I would not dare offend your master. Very well, Sunan replied, convinced by Shui Nianyo's earnestness. Sister Shui, when shall we depart? I have already spoken to my master. We can leave at once. The Shuiwei dynasty's caravan is currently residing at the Yuyuan mountain. Designated for guests of the sect, Shui Nianyo informed her. Please wait for me a moment, senior sister, Sunan said. Leaving behind a letter on the table of Yunju Palace, addressed to her esteemed master, before departing with Shui Nianyo towards Yuan Mountain. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Lihujun. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from the cave, signifying a breakthrough to the 9th level of chi refinement, nearing the foundation establishment stage. Lihujun, reclining on a tree, slowly opened his eyes and floated down. Thank you for the elixir, esteemed predecessor. I can now perceive that the spiritual energy within me is much closer to foundation establishment than before. Given some time, I shall surely break through. Just as Lihujun landed, Yin Jihong emerged from the cave and bowed respectfully to him. Lihujun appraised Yin Jihong with a nod and a smile. Not bad. Have you been practicing the sunflower scripture? Please observe, esteemed predecessor. Yin Jihong replied, raising his fingers elegantly and pointing at a nearby stone. In an instant, the stone exploded into fragments. Quite impressive. Dedicate yourself to your training these days, stabilize your realm, and familiarize yourself with the techniques. I will take you to the Kaishan sect, Lihujun said with a grin. Yes, Yin Jihong responded eagerly, already considering Lihujun as his master in his heart. After all, Lihujun had granted him a second chance at life and imparted powerful techniques to him, though they lacked the formal title of master and disciple. Their bond was undeniably profound. Chapter 31. A visit to Kaishan sect 5 days later, a powerful aura of foundation establishment surged from the cave. Outside, Lihujun exclaimed in astonishment, this young man has cultivated the sunflower scripture and has broken through to foundation establishment so swiftly. Esteemed predecessor, Yin Jihong emerged from the cave, his expression filled with joy. Indeed, Lihujun nodded with a smile. Let us proceed to the Kaishan sect. Excellent. Yin Jihong felt a surge of excitement within him. Soon, he would have his chance for revenge. A peculiar sensation washed over him as he noticed his voice had taken on a sharper tone, but he dismissed it. He would sacrifice anything for the sake of vengeance. At that moment, with a flick of his sleeve, Lihujun enveloped Yin Jihong. In the next instant, Yin Jihong felt the world around him shift dramatically, and he found himself hovering above the Kaishan sect. Is this the Kaishan sect? Lihujun inquired, gazing down at the magnificent structures below with a smile. Indeed, Yin Jihong confirmed, nodding. Simultaneously, a powerful aura shot up from within the Kaishan sect, transforming into the figure of an elder. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The suddenly appearing elder, Duan Wui, addressed Lihujun with a respectful salute. Is that elder Duan Wui of the Kaishan sect? Yin Jihong exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the elder. It is said that this venerable ancestor has attained the profound realm of the nascent soul. Such a formidable being, upon meeting the great cultivator who aided him, displays remarkable courtesy. One can only imagine that this great cultivator's strength has undoubtedly reached the nascent soul stage as well. Dear friend, what brings you to my Kaishan sect? Duan Wuyo, unfazed by Yin Jihong's astonishment, respectfully inquired of the seemingly ordinary young man capable of traversing the void. To Duan Wuyo, the youth appeared no different from an ordinary person, which left him with 2 possibilities. Either his cultivation was inferior to that of the youth, or the youth was indeed an ordinary individual. However, given the youth's ability to cross the void, the former was evidently true. Thus, Duan Wuyo chose to overlook Lihujun's youthful appearance and regarded him as an equal, for in the world of cultivation, judging individuals by their looks is the least reliable method, as the appearance of powerful cultivators can change at will. At this moment, Zhou Jun smiled lightly and stated, I seek justice. Oh? Duan Wuyo's expression momentarily faltered. Has one of my disciples offended you? Not at all, Zhou Jun replied, shaking his head and pointing at the standing Yunjushan. I have come to seek justice for him. I see, Duan Wuyo said after glancing at Yunjushan, suddenly enlightened. Please, both of you, follow me into the sect. My Kaishan sect is a reputable establishment, and should any of my disciples commit disgraceful acts, I shall not shield them. Very well, Zhou Jun responded. Soon, Zhou Jun, accompanied by Yunjushan, arrived at a plaza within the Kaishan sect, where they were greeted by the disciples and elders. We pay our respects to the venerable ancestor. The disciples and elders bowed upon seeing Duan Wuyo. Please. No need for such formalities. Duan Wuyo waved his hand and turned to Zhou Jun, saying, Friend, please follow me. After you, Zhou Jun replied. Hiss. Who is this youth that the ancestor treats with such reverence? Indeed, the ancestor is a great cultivator of the nascent soul. And such courtesy towards this young man can only imply one thing. He too must be a great cultivator of the nascent soul. What a youthful nascent soul cultivator. And he possesses such an elegant demeanor. Junior sister, do not harbor such thoughts. You are unworthy. Humph. By the way, that person accompanying the young cultivator seems somewhat familiar. Isn't he the brother of senior sisterine? Oh, isn't he the one involved with that nefarious cult, resulting in the ruin of the Yin family? Why is he here? This seems rather complicated. I shall wait to see how this unfolds. Indeed, at that moment, the disciples in the plaza were engaged in animated discussions, observing the departing figures of Zhou Jun, Yunjushan, and their venerable ancestor. Before long, Zhou Jun arrived with Duan Wuyo at a grand hall and took his seat. While Yunjushan initially felt somewhat uneasy, but Duan Wuyo smiled and said, Young friend, guests are always welcome. Please feel free to sit without any restraint. Yunjushan then found a chair to take a seat. Following this, Duan Wuyo personally poured tea for Zhou Jun, remarking, The arrival of a fellow cultivator is unexpected. I have not prepared well, and I hope you will not find fault with this tea. You are too modest, Zhou Jun replied, gazing at the rising steam from the cup with a gentle smile. This tea is rich in color, aroma, and flavor. It is evidently of fine quality. You flatter me. Duan Wuyo chuckled. I wonder if you might elaborate on your purpose? Zhou Jun took a sip of tea and smiled. If you could summon you.Every and Yin Miao Miao. The details will soon be revealed. Very well, Duan Wuyo nodded and softly called, Lear. Father, I was unable to greet you in person upon your return. I hope you will not hold it against me. A young man clad in white entered the grand hall. Upon seeing Zhou Jun, he clasped his hands and said, I am Duan Li, the sect master of Kaishan sect. It is an honor to meet you, senior. No need for formality, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. At least for now, his impression of this father-son duo was quite favorable. Of course, his own strength played a part in this. Otherwise, if Yunjushan had come alone, he might not even have had the chance to meet them. Go and summon you.Every and Yin Miao Miao, Duan Wuyo instructed Duan Li. Please wait a moment, father. I will return shortly, Duan Li replied respectfully before departing. Before long, a group of 5 appeared outside the grand hall. Sectmaster, why have you suddenly summoned my disciple to this assembly hall? An elderly man inquired of Duan Li. Elder He, your disciple is you.Every, is it not? Duan Li asked. Indeed, Elder He confirmed. Then there is no mistake, Duan Li replied. Elder He, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, My disciple, He Xingho, was in the midst of training, and your sudden visit prompted me to send him to the assembly hall. I simply could not rest easy, so I followed. Then, a woman among the group furrowed her brow and questioned, Why have you called my disciple to the assembly hall as well? This woman was Zhao Hui, the master of Yin Miao Miao. Similarly, her concern for her disciple had brought her along. The two of you. It is actually the ancestor who requested your beloved disciples to attend. I am merely here to convey the message, Duan Li stated, dismissing further discussion. Upon hearing this, He Xingho and Zhao Hui obediently fell silent. After all, the sect master, like them, was of golden core cultivation, someone they could regard as an equal. Yet the ancestor was a true Yuaning master, a status not to be challenged. Among the group, there were also 2 others, a young man and a young woman, both clad in the brown and white robes of the Kaishan sect. The young man had an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would easily get lost in a crowd. The youthful maiden possessed an undeniable charm, though her brow bore the subtle marks of weariness. The 2 individuals in question were none other than you.Every and Yin Miao Miao. Chapter 32, Confrontation. You.Every, what do you suppose our ancestor summoned us for? Yin Miao Miao inquired with a hint of anxiety in her voice as she glanced at you.Every. He offered a gentle smile, taking her delicate hand and reassuring her. Do not fret, my dear. Perhaps the ancestor intends to arrange a betrothal for us. Very well, Miao replied, yet a trace of concern lingered on her countenance. Observing her distress, Yu Tianming spoke tenderly, I understand the misdeeds of your brother were grievous, yet that is all in the past. We must look forward. For I believe your father would not wish to see you in such a state. All right, Miao responded. As they conversed, they followed Duanli into the grand hall. Upon entering, Yi Tianming's gaze fell upon Jihong seated within, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. He could not fathom how Jihong had suddenly appeared there. Miao, too, froze at the sight of him, her eyes reflecting a tempest of hatred and indignation intertwined with complex emotions. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Yu Tianming and Miao suppressed their emotions and bowed towards Duan Wuyo alongside their master. Duan Wuyo acknowledged, scrutinizing Yu Tianming and Miao before remarking. These two are my true disciples of the Kaishan sect, possessing considerable talent. However, mere talent is insufficient. One must also learn to be a person, or ultimately, it will all amount to naught. Disciple Yu Tianming humbly adheres to the ancestor's teachings. Disciple Miao humbly adheres to the ancestor's teachings. Both Yu Tianming and Miao spoke in unison. Meanwhile, a grave voice echoed in Yu Tianming's mind. Young man. The youth seated in the hall is beyond my comprehension. He may very well be a celestial being. Should I fall into slumber, I must not be discovered by him. Celestial being? Yu Tianming gasped at the realization, feeling a chill run down his spine. A being of such caliber was beyond the reach of even the founder of the Kaishan sect. After all, in his corporeal form, Grey Elder had merely attained the divine transformation level. Grey Elder was the very owner of the voice resonating in Yi Tianming's mind and his true master. While He Xinghu also served as a mentor to Yi Tianming. It was evident that he sought to leverage his status as a true disciple of the Kaishan sect to swiftly obtain resources for cultivation. My young friend. If there are grievances you wish to express, you may begin, Duan Wuyo addressed Jihong. Yi Tianming's heart raced at this moment, fearing that the ancestor of the Kaishan sect intended to assist Jihong. The thought sent him into a state of alarm, especially with his reliance on Grey Elder now concealed. However, Jihong did not immediately seek out Yi Tianming. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his younger sister, Miao. With reddened eyes and said, Miao, you have lost weight. As he approached her for an embrace, Miao stepped back, her expression icy as she retorted. I do not have a brother like you. Witnessing his sister's vehement rejection, Jihong was struck by a profound sorrow, standing there with his hand raised, his heart heavy with unspoken words. Zhou Jun silently observed this scene, refraining from comment, simply watching in quiet contemplation. You ungrateful wretch. What more is there to say at this point? It is too late for you to wake up to the truth. Your past actions are beneath contempt. Yi Tianming scolded Jihong, standing resolutely beside Miao. What a villain who cries foul first. Jihong laughed bitterly in anger. On the night my family was annihilated. Where were you? I was on my way to the Kaishan sect, preparing to join their ranks. What is your point? Are you suggesting that a mere chi refinement practitioner could annihilate the entirety of my family, which included several foundation establishment cultivators? Yu Tianming responded, confident that no one in their right mind would believe a chi refinement practitioner could obliterate a family of foundation establishment cultivators. Leave now, do not seek me out again. From this moment on, we sever all ties of kinship. Miao echoed Yu Tianming's sentiments. Miao, do you truly believe the lies of this scoundrel? Jihong exclaimed, irritation creeping into his voice. I am the rightful heir of our family. Why would I collude with heretics to murder our father and usurp his position? Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Furthermore, I have never been inclined to involve myself in such matters. I would have preferred our father to pass the mantle to you. As long as I receive my share of the family's support to indulge in a life of pleasure. Have you forgotten all of this? At his words, Miao's expression changed. Yu Tianming, sensing the shift, quickly interjected with a cold smile. Jihong, spare us your empty rhetoric. Who knows if you were merely pretending all along? It was only recently that your true ambition surfaced. You speak as if it amuses me. The discerning see things differently. Even if I harbored ulterior motives, as a mere chi refinement level 9 practitioner, how could I possibly destroy the pillar of my family, my father? Without the backing of a foundation establishment expert, the Yin family, despite its faade of strength, is nothing more than a paper tiger, Jihong retorted with a scoff. Yu Tianming felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that not only was Jihong far from incompetent, but he was also quite eloquent. Had he known this from the beginning, he would have eliminated him to prevent future troubles instead of merely crippling his cultivation. However, Yu Tianming maintained his composure, saying, after you successfully murdered your father and seized power, did you not have the support of those heretics? As long as you offer them tribute annually, isn't that sufficient? Are you out of your mind? Jihong, Even if I am foolish, I would never conspire with a tiger to skin it, would I? Did you not accuse me of colluding with a cult? Where is your evidence? Present it. Yin Jihong scoffed repeatedly. Your very existence is the best evidence, Yu Tianming retorted. So, you cannot produce any proof? Yin Jihong chuckled derisively, his expression shifting to one of fierce intensity as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Yu Tianming. However, I possess evidence that my Yin family was annihilated by you. You unleashed secret techniques to unleash your perfected foundation cultivation, slaughtered my entire clan, and seized countless treasures from the Yin family. Do you dare to open your storage artifact and see if you possess any of my family's belongings? On what grounds? Just your mere words? Why should I show you my storage artifact? Who do you think you are? A flicker of anxiety crossed Yi Tianming's face. Indeed, there were several items belonging to the Yin family in his storage ring that he had yet to deal with. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded. Are you not aware that prying into another cultivator's secrets is a grave taboo? Haha, it seems you were simply afraid, Yin Jihong sneered. Yu Tianming, did you truly annihilate the Yin family? Zhao Hui glared at Yi Tianming with disfavor. After her disciple, Yin Miao Miao, learned of the destruction of her family, she had been unable to eat or drink for days, causing her great distress. Elder Zhao, how could that be? I am merely at the qi refining stage. Even with secret techniques, it is impossible for me to suddenly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yu Tianming exclaimed in despair. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao, his expression one of pleading. Miao Miao, do you believe in me? As long as you believe in me, I fear not the doubts of others, as the saying goes. The innocent shall clear themselves. Chapter 33. A change of heart from Duan Wui. Seeing the sincerity in Yi Tianming's words, Yin Miao Miao found herself at a loss. Yin Jihong, observing her hesitation, sneered, What? Are you now begging for mercy? Yet Yu Tianming chose to ignore him, his gaze earnest as he focused on Yin Miao Miao. However, as she remained silent, a surge of frustration welled up within him. Miao Miao, do you not believe in me? Why have I come to the mountain opening sect? If not for you, Yu Tianming lamented, I would sacrifice everything for you. Why do you not trust me? Yu Tianming, allow me to speak. Finally, Zhou Jun interjected. Recognizing the speaker as the formidable figure his master had mentioned, likely a transcendental being, Yi Tianming's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Senior, I am all ears. Zhou Jun chuckled lightly. Let us consider this. You have professed your willingness to give everything for Yin Miao Miao. Then why not open your storage artifact for her to inspect? If you can truly sacrifice everything for her, this small task should pose no difficulty, should it? Yu Tianming was momentarily taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out within him. It was evident that this celestial visitor bore ill intentions, and it was likely that he sided with Yin Jihong. At this moment, Yi Tianming's expression was grim. The formidable presence of the void immortal stood oppositely to him, a mere qi refining cultivator, evoking a sense of despair. Moreover, this void immortal was cunning, striking directly at his vulnerabilities with words. To refuse would imply guilt. Yet to acquiesce would mean that Yin Miao Miao would instantly discern that the Yin family had been annihilated by him. Yu Tianming found himself in a precarious predicament. Yu Tianming, you profess your sincere intentions towards my sister, yet now you falter? Yin Jihong remarked with a sardonic smile. He then turned to Yin Miao Miao and continued, Miao Miao, do you not understand? Indeed, I was the one who destroyed the Yin family. What are you going to do about it? If your family had not sought to kill me, would I have ever taken such drastic measures against them? Ultimately, unable to maintain his facade, Yu Tianming boldly confessed, a cold smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Yin Jihong. What is this? With your lower half rendered useless by me, your speech now leans towards the feminine? I had anticipated you might take your own life in shame, yet here you are, brazen and proud, even as you have become a shadow of your former self. It matters not what I have become. As long as I can eliminate you, it is all worthwhile, Yin Jihong retorted with a chilling laughter. Meanwhile, Yin Miao Miao stood in disbelief, gazing at Yu Tianming, the very person who professed love for her, yet had brought ruin upon her family. Noticing her expression, Yu Tianming sighed. I never wished to resort to violence, but it was your father who sought to end my life that compelled my actions. However, Yin Miao Miao offered no response, remaining frozen in shock, grappling with the harsh reality of her family's destruction. Only to discover that it was at the hands of the one she loved. How could she reconcile such a betrayal? Why did my father seek your demise? Are you truly so oblivious? Yin Jihong exclaimed, agitated. Initially, our family sought to gently advise you to stay away from my sister. Yet you disregarded our pleas and insulted my father, declaring the Yin family to be a pack of lowly curs. Who else was there to eliminate but you? Ironically, it was your family that faced annihilation in the end. Yu Tianming shrugged nonchalantly. It was indeed my fault for taking action against your family first. Your family was at fault, and thus deserved what befell you. Yet, why deceive my sister and pin the blame on me? Why not boldly admit the truth? Yin Jihong gritted his teeth. Master, ancestor, this is not solely the fault of my old disciple. The Yin family was at fault first. Otherwise, my disciple would not have acted against them. He is still but a child, and it is natural for him to lack restraint. I hope you will take the time to guide him. At this moment, Xingho noticed the situation deteriorating and hurriedly turned to Du Onwui, for he still cared deeply for Yi Tianming. Du Nwy furrowed his brow at this moment. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. We, the old-timers, should refrain from intervening. Don't you agree, my friend? As he spoke, Du Nwy turned to Lzhujun with a smile, clearly indicating that he expected Yunzhing and Ytnming to resolve their issues independently. It was evident that Du Nwy wished to protect Ytnming. After all, Ytnming, possessing merely the Qi refinement realm, had managed to annihilate a family of the Foundation establishment realm, suggesting he harbored significant secrets. If Du Nwy could uncover these secrets, he might also attain the ability to battle beyond his own level. Lzhujun, perceptive of Du Nwy's intentions, chose not to expose them, instead responding with a smile, "That sounds excellent." At that moment, Lzhujun marveled at how Ytnming, adorned with the halo of a protagonist, had so swiftly altered Du Nwy's stance in his favor. Alas, Lzhujun knew that with him present, Ytnming was doomed. For if Ytnming survived, it would be Yunzhing who would suffer now, and later, it would be Lzhujun himself, the one aiding Yunzhing. Ytnming, do you dare to face me again after crippling my meridians? At that moment, Yunzhing, having overheard the conversation between Du Nwy and Lzhujun, issued a challenge to Ytnming. With that, the initial aura of the Foundation establishment realm burst forth from Yunzhing's body. Ytnming's expression darkened. He was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It was utterly impossible for him to kill someone a whole realm above him without the assistance of the old man who, however, with who now entrapped in slumber due to the presence of the X11N, he was left without recourse to confront Yunzhing. At this moment, Du Nwy fixed his gaze intently on Ytnming, eager to witness whether he would ascend from the Qi refinement realm to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. If he could, then there would be no way Du Nwy would allow Ytnming to perish here today, even in death. It would have to wait until he had extracted the secrets first. Tnming, the extent of my assistance ends here. The rest relies on your own strength. The ancestor has stated that your grievances must be settled by you, but do not kill Yunzhing. Spare his life, for it may earn you favor in the eyes of the ancestor. Remember this. At that moment, Hxngu transmitted a message to Ytnming. Ytnming felt a pang of distress, yet he understood that he could not shy away from the impending confrontation. Engaging Yunzhing was undoubtedly preferable to facing the X11N. Power. Ytnming yearned for strength, had he possessed it. This day would have unfolded differently, and that X11N aiding Yunzhing must not be allowed to thwart any potential for his future resurgence. Otherwise, he would surely be trampled underfoot. Let the battle commence, Ytnming declared with a cold snort, directly addressing Yunzhing and accepting the challenge. Chapter 34. The death of Ytnming. Let the battle commence. With Ytnming's words resonating, the confrontation was set to unfold. Yunjihong refrained from further banter, directly forming an elegant gesture with his fingers, channeling his mystical energy into several projectiles that surged through the air with a whistling sound. Aimed at Yi Tianming. With only a mere 7th layer of Qi refinement, Yi Tianming stood no chance against such an onslaught. The mystical projectiles struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. On the sidelines, Yin Miao Miao watched in despair, her heart heavy as lead. Is this all there is? Why not unleash your forbidden techniques to finish me? Sensing Yi Tianming's utter helplessness, Yunjihong smirked derisively and approached him with deliberate steps. He seized Yi Tianming by the foot and began to swing him around. With a resounding crash, Yi Tianming was flung to the ground, his head split open and bleeding profusely, resembling a lifeless figure, barely clinging to life. Tianming! Xingho exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. As Yi Tianming coughed up blood, he gritted his teeth against the pain, slowly rising to his feet. His gaze fixed on Yunjihong with a feral intensity, as if he were ready to devour him whole. Don't look at me with such eyes. You'll obediently accompany my father to the afterlife. Yunjihong, undeterred by Yi Tianming's glare, flickered and materialized before him, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow to Yi Tianming's head. Should this strike land, it would surely result in Yi Tianming's demise without a trace left behind. Yi Tianming's pupils constricted at the sight. However, in that instant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A voice echoed in his mind, that of the elder Hui. Young one, it seems there is no escape. We must go all out now. Entrust your body to me. As Elder Hui's words resonated, Yi Tianming's aura surged dramatically, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, teetering on the edge of transcendence, before gradually stabilizing. Boom. At that very moment, as Yi Tianming's energy erupted, Yunjushan was swept away, flying back like a severed kite until he crashed against the wall, creating a spiderweb of cracks upon impact. Blood spewed from Yunjushan's mouth as his internal organs churned violently. Darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Brother, Yin Miao Miao cried out in alarm, rushing toward her fallen sibling. The spectators gasped in astonishment. A complete nascent soul? What kind of secret technique is this? How could a mere chi-refining youth achieve such a breakthrough? In Duan Wui's eyes, greed glimmered as he thought, I must possess such a technique. At long last, it has been revealed. At this moment, Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had refrained from making an immediate move earlier, patiently awaiting the intervention of Yi Tianming's grandfather. However, the gray old man controlling Yi Tianming's body had no intention of lingering. He turned to tear through the void and escape. Yet, in the next instant, a flying sword erupted from Zhou Jun's body. The sword emanated a tremendous aura, pressing down on all present like a mountain, rendering them immobile. This included the gray old man who was manipulating Yi Tianming. A ninth-grade flying sword, a true immortal. A raspy, elderly voice suddenly emerged from Yi Tianming's mouth. What? A true immortal? As Yi Tianming spoke, the crowd gazed at the assailant, Zhou Jun, with disbelief. Particularly, Duan Wuya felt a chill of sweat trickling down his spine. After all, it had been established from the outset that the sect would never protect traitors, yet he had just contradicted himself. In that moment, Duan Wuya felt a sense of despair wash over him. Immortal, I have no grievances with you. Why must you torment me? The gray old man, controlling Yi Tianming's body, questioned Zhou Jun with a shocked expression. Some things you need not know so clearly, Zhou Jun replied with a light chuckle. Fully aware of the old adage that villains often fall victim to their own verbosity, he deftly commanded the Aoshue flying sword to pierce through the body of Yi Tianming, which was under the gray old man's control. Instantly, Yi Tianming's form began to dissipate from the lower half, vanishing into thin air. Being struck by a ninth-grade immortal sword meant total annihilation of both body and spirit. No, I refuse to accept this. Yi Tianming bellowed in rage just before his essence faded away. Yet, that was all there was to it. The power of the ninth-grade immortal sword was such that even a cultivator who had already perished once, like him, could not withstand a single blow, let alone those of the returning void, harmonization, or tribulation stages. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, true immortal effect. True immortal effect in a moment's thought. The heavens respond. With the system notification confirming the task's completion, Zhou Jun finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that no matter how extraordinary the protagonist's luck, when faced with a villain intent on his demise, he had no chance of survival. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient power. Zhou Jun had come to understand this truth. We have witnessed an immortal. Meanwhile, all present knelt before Zhou Jun in reverence, with Duan Wuya's voice rising above the rest. Zhao Hui, seeing her disciple still holding on to her brother in a daze, felt a surge of panic. However, Zhou Jun paid no heed to such matters. He merely gazed with an indifferent expression at those who knelt before him. The younger generation had previously considered themselves on par with the immortal, and now they implored for forgiveness. In that moment, Duan Wuyo hastily addressed Zhou Jun. Rise. There is no need for excessive formalities, Zhou Jun replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly stood up respectfully, resembling children in front of their elders, too timid to speak. As for Yi Tianming, they prudently refrained from mentioning him. They had discerned the truth. Yi Tianming's newfound strength was not due to some secret technique. Rather, it stemmed from the slumbering presence of an ancient being within him. Most likely, this old entity had previously offended the immortal, prompting the latter's intent to eliminate them. To bring it up again would be to invite disaster upon themselves. Even He Xinghu, whose disciple had been slain by Zhou Jun, dared not utter a word. To offend a true immortal over a recently acquired disciple, who had met an untimely demise, would be the epitome of folly. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun waved his hand, summoning the Aoshue flying sword back to his dantian for nurturing. He then approached Yin Miao Miao, squatting down to place a healing pill into the mouth of her brother, Yunjushan. Only then did Yin Miao Miao realize what was happening. She carefully laid her brother on the ground, stood, and respectfully bowed to Zhou Jun, expressing, Miao Miao is deeply grateful for the immortal's assistance. Zhou Jun smiled gently. Take good care of your brother. He has always been quite kind to you. With that, he did not linger, but instead departed the grand hall. Hands clasped behind his back, under the awed gazes of the crowd. We bid farewell to the immortal. The members of Kaishanzong regained their composure and called out to Lihujun's retreating figure. As for the true name of Lihujun and his destination, they remained oblivious, only aware that a transcendent immortal had once graced the halls of Kaishanzong, a being who traversed the world with unparalleled freedom and a penchant for both vengeance and kindness. Chapter 35. An encounter in the rain. Having departed from Kaishanzong, Zhou Jun found himself on a tranquil official road. He was in no haste to return to Tianzong. After all, he had spent over 40 years in this world without truly exploring it. It was the perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll. However, the heavens had other plans. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and a light rain began to fall. As the raindrops were about to descend upon Zhou Jun, they miraculously veered away, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him, repelling the rain. Moreover, the rainfall had turned the dirt road into a muddy quagmire, making it difficult for anyone to find firm footing. Strangely, though, as Zhou Jun walked through the muck, his feet remained completely free of dirt. I have not employed any cultivation. Why do these raindrops avoid me? Zhou Jun wondered, perplexed. Beep. The body of a true immortal is pure and untainted, naturally untouched by the mundane world. So, am I truly an immortal? I had no idea, Zhou Jun said, looking bewildered. Beep. Of course, you are not a true immortal. All of this is due to the effects of the true immortal's attributes. Ah, I see, Zhou Jun finally understood. As he walked, Zhou Jun's attention was drawn to a small blade of grass beneath a tree by the roadside. He observed that this humble grass, despite being weighed down by a stone, miraculously managed to push it aside. It was indeed a weed that had manifested a hint of spirit, Zhou Jun marveled. He then stepped closer to the grass, crouched down, and said with a smile, "Our encounter is fate. Let me assist you in moving this stone." With that, Zhou Jun lifted the stone away. The blade of grass sprang up energetically. Beep. The host's compassion has been noted. The system grants a random reward, spirit gathering formation. Is this really possible? Zhou Jun was taken aback. Beep. The system has detected that this grass possesses considerable spirit. A task is issued. Assist this grass in inscribing a spirit gathering formation to aid its cultivation, thereby sowing the seeds of kindness. Reward. If this grass successfully cultivates in the future, it will undoubtedly seek to repay the host. So, you mean to say that I am to acquire a pawn? Even the reward seems rather casual. I am utterly bemused, Zhou Jun remarked. Nevertheless, he smiled at the weed and said, "Allow me to bestow upon you another gift." With a flick of his finger, he deftly inscribed a remarkably intricate spirit-gathering formation above the grass. Once completed, he clapped his hands and said, "Little one, should you succeed in your cultivation, do not cause mischief. Otherwise, I will personally deal with you." To his surprise, the blade of grass seemed to understand, swaying slightly as if in response, expressing its gratitude to Zhou Jun, displaying a remarkable sense of awareness. At that moment, two individuals approached from behind Zhou Jun. One was a simple-minded youth with a tuft of hair at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair. The youth, holding an umbrella in one hand and another resting on his back, sheltered himself and the elder from the rain. Upon noticing Zhou Jun, who was crouched beneath the tree, the youth scrutinized the young man clad in a blue robe, finding him to be refined and handsome, reminiscent of a distinguished scholar he had recently visited with his master. Albeit that scholar was well into his senior years. The simple-minded youth then cheerfully inquired, "Sir, are you taking shelter from the rain here?" "Indeed," Zhou Jun replied, surprised to hear a voice coming from behind him. Upon turning, he smiled upon seeing both the elder and the youth. "I happen to have an extra umbrella. If you do not mind, you may use it." With that, the youth retrieved the umbrella from his back and offered it to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback but then smiled and said, "Thank you very much. However, I will remember your kindness in offering this umbrella, young brother." As the words fell, Lihujun accepted the paper umbrella handed to him by the simple-hearted youth. Simultaneously, he scrutinized the duo of old and young. The elder, with his hair streaked with gray, possessed an ethereal aura, suggesting he was no ordinary man. However, Lihujun could not discern the elder's cultivation level, though it was likely that he had surpassed the nascent soul stage, reaching the divine transformation realm. In contrast, the honest youth, who gifted the umbrella, was clearly at the foundation establishment level, and by his youthful appearance, he seemed to be just over 16 years of age. At such a tender age to already possess foundation establishment capabilities, it was evident that the elder by his side was anything but mundane. As Lihujun observed the pair, the elder was also appraising him. Having heard tales of numerous monsters in this region, he surmised that a young man alone in this place must possess extraordinary qualities. The youth's demeanor exuded an otherworldly charm. His seemingly ordinary gestures hinted at profound wisdom. The elder then spoke with a smile, "May I ask, are you, Mr. Li, intending to travel to Jianshan?" Merely seeking to wander and enjoy the scenery. I am uncertain where this path might lead, Lihujun replied with a thoughtful smile. He too did not know the destination, but having grown weary of flying, he desired to stroll and take in the sights, indifferent to where he would end up. You are quite carefree, Mr. Li, the elder chuckled. It is said that bandits and malevolent spirits frequent this area. If you would not mind, I invite you to accompany me to Yunjushan. This city, built along the river, boasts enchanting vistas that I believe you would appreciate. Thank you, but there is no need. Lihujun gently declined, shaking his head with a soft smile. I am accustomed to traveling alone. I shall proceed on my own. Take care, both of you. With that, he unfurled the paper umbrella, holding it in one hand while placing the other behind him, and slowly walked into the ring. The elder and the youth watched as Lihujun gradually receded from view until he turned into a narrow path and vanished. Master, look at that grass. Suddenly, the simple-hearted youth pointed to a rather spirited weed and exclaimed, "What an exquisite array." The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon noticing the spirit-gathering formation on the weed. This must have been arranged by that gentleman just now, the youth remarked. The elder nodded in agreement. To have created such a sophisticated spirit-gathering formation, the array mastery of that gentleman is likely unparalleled in the world. The youth's mouth fell agape. He was aware of his master's high proficiency in formations, certainly above a fifth-tier array master. To receive such commendation from his master indicated that the gentleman was indeed remarkable. Alas, he had just departed down a path that did not lead to Yunjushan, and they could not behold the great one's visage again. You have attracted the favor of a remarkable individual. This is your fortune. However, our arrival was rather abrupt. It seems that gentleman forgot to conceal this array. The elder mused. Let me add a touch of finesse. With a gentle smile directed at the weed, the elder effortlessly concealed the formation laid down by Lihujun. Very well, Ashur, we must be on our way, the elder instructed the youth. Of course, master, the youth replied. The honest youth, affectionately referred to as Ashur, nodded solemnly. The master and his disciple journeyed to Jiang City to treat the beloved granddaughter of a dear friend of the master. It was said that the granddaughter had entered a mystical cave and emerged thereafter afflicted with a prolonged illness. Chapter 36, The Divine Feather Dynasty. Meanwhile, after wandering in the rain for quite some time, Lihujun suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Goodness! I set up a formation around that patch of weeds, but forgot to conceal it. If this formation attracts other demons or cultivators, I would inadvertently cause harm to it. With this thought, Lihujun retraced his steps. Upon returning to the tree, he discovered that the figures of the old man and the youth had vanished, and the gathering spirit formation on the weeds had been hidden. The weeds, upon seeing Lihujun's return, swayed joyfully, as if in celebration. It seemed the old man had indeed intervened, mused Lihujun. To cultivate diligently here, he advised the weeds before setting off in the direction of Jiang City. After all, he had traversed another path, which yielded little of interest. Upon reaching Jiang City, he found the old man and youth he had encountered earlier standing outside a residence. Lihujun, my disciple you.Every has arrived. Why do you not come out to greet him? The elder called, chuckling as he gazed at the grand entrance. Ha ha ha, you.Every. I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Just as you.Every spoke, an elegantly dressed elder emerged from the gate, laughing heartily. Upon seeing Ashur, he paused momentarily, exclaiming, Deal, you have taken on a disciple? Indeed, this lad is called Xiaoshi, you.Every replied with a gentle smile. Ashur, do pay your respects to Uncle Liu. Originally, you.Every intended to have Xiaoshi address Lihujun as grandfather, but he refrained, realizing it would inadvertently age Lihujun by a generation. Xiaoshi bowed respectfully to Lihujun. No need for formalities, young one. At 16, you have established a foundation. How remarkable. Ziyue, you have taken on an exceptional disciple. One who possesses the same spirit we had in our youth, rivaling even the foremost prodigies of the Daodian sect. Lihujun remarked with a hearty laugh. He then reflected with a wistful expression. In our youthful days, we also roamed the world with fervor. Now, we find ourselves with silvered hair. One has established a family, and the other has taken on a disciple. How time changes all. Indeed, you.Every echoed, his tone heavy with nostalgia. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Lihujun's chest, speaking in a low voice. Your injury. It is of no concern. Lihujun replied with a slight smile. Having lived long enough, I am content to see an old friend once more before departing this world. However, before I depart, I wish to see my dear granddaughter's ailment and hope to witness her recovery. Take me to see the young lady. You.Every spoke earnestly. The injury on Lihujun's chest was a lingering affliction from his youth, a consequence of pursuing a demonic cultivator alongside you.Every. A wound he sustained while shielding himself from the demon's strike. Thus, you.Every currently finds himself engulfed in turmoil, yearning to fulfill his old friend's wishes before his departure from this world. Very well, Lihujun nodded, leading the two disciples to a secluded chamber. Upon opening the door, they beheld a breathtaking maiden lying on the bed, her eyes gently closed, a vision of ethereal beauty. This maiden was Lihujun's granddaughter, Lihujun. Xiaoshi, still a youth, felt his cheeks flush at the sight of such exquisite beauty, but he quickly composed himself. For he and his master had come with a purpose, to save her. The last time I saw the little girl, she was still in swaddling clothes. I never imagined she would blossom into such a graceful figure so swiftly, you.Every remarked. Lihujun chuckled bitterly. This girl has a wild spirit. After I depart, you.Every, you must take care of her. Of course, you.Every replied earnestly, then he opened and closed his mystical eye, discerning the girl's condition. You.Every, have you discerned what has befallen my granddaughter? Lihujun inquired. Indeed, the young girl ventured into the void immortal cave. Although she has returned, it appears she triggered a formation within, leaving the 3 souls of her 7 spirits trapped inside, you.Every replied with a furrowed brow. Truly remarkable, you.Every. You have pinpointed her plight with such precision. But now, how shall we rescue her 3 souls? Lihujun asked, his expression tinged with urgency. If all else fails, I shall dare to breach the void immortal cave myself. After all, I am but a dying man. Absolutely not, you.Every retorted decisively. I have heard of the void immortal cave near Yunjushan. It is a celestial sanctuary left by ancient powers for chi refining and foundation building practitioners. Should a golden core or higher cultivator venture within, unless they possess the same level as a void immortal, they would face certain death. What then shall we do? Lihujun questioned, fully aware that his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of spirit transformation, rendering him vulnerable at the entrance of the void immortal cave. Though I possess only the spirit transformation cultivation, I am also a 5th grade spirit array master. Retrieving the young girl's 3 souls shall pose no insurmountable challenge. You.Every declared with pride. Then it is settled. Lihujun sighed in relief upon hearing this. In that moment, you.Every took action. He bit his fingertip, and in the next instant, began to inscribe a formation in the void. An entire hour passed before you.Every gradually withdrew his hand, sweat glistening on his aged brow. Witnessing his master in such a state caused Xiaoshi immense heartache. The formation is complete, you.Every announced, his gaze fixed on the floating crimson light. Next, we merely need to place a strand of the young girl's hair within the formation to summon her 3 souls back. You.Every, your kindness is beyond words. Lihujun bowed deeply in gratitude. You.Every quickly interjected with a pained smile. What are you doing, Lihujun? Had you not shielded me from that strike back then, I would not be standing here conversing with you now. These are the actions I must undertake. Should you persist, do not blame me for severing ties. Haha. Perhaps I have been overly courteous. Lihujun laughed heartily, proclaiming, with a friend as dear as this in life, I have no regrets. You.Every, witnessing this, also smiled. However, just as you.Every was preparing to proceed with the next step, a voice of formidable authority resonated from above the Liu family residence. Lihujun, surrender the precious treasure stolen from my imperial dynasty, and I shall spare your entire clan. A celestial being? You.Every, sensing the oppressive aura from above, gasped. Lihujun, what have you done? Coughing, Lihujun replied. My granddaughter was initially unresponsive, and upon hearing of the Tianyu pill within the divine feather dynasty that could restore life, I thought to pilfer the Tianyu pill displayed in the grand hall, believing my scheme flawless, yet it appears I have been discovered. You truly possess remarkable audacity. Managing such a feat beneath the very gaze of a celestial being. You.Every was at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. After all, Lihujun spoke nonchalantly. Yet for a transformation god practitioner to execute such a theft under the watchful eyes of the divine feather dynasty's celestial being was no small feat then, you.Every inquired. And the Tianyu pill? It must have been consumed by my little girl. Keeping it would not bring forth another, would it? Lihujun replied with a wry smile. You have truly stirred up a great calamity. The celestial being pursuing us is likely the enigmatic supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty, Yunjushan. You.Every sighed. Each must bear their own burdens. I refuse to let this implicate you, and Asher, Lihujun declared. Nonsense. We grew up in the same trousers. We share the burdens of adversity. Come, let us confront this supreme emperor of the divine feather dynasty together. You.Every asserted decisively. Very well. Acknowledging You.Every's resolve. Lihujun knew he could not dissuade him and reluctantly agreed. Yet he vowed to ensure that You.Every and his apprentice would not be drawn into the fray. As the celestial being descended upon the divine feather dynasty, the citizens and cultivators of Jiang City found themselves overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, dropping to their knees. Zhou Jun, who had recently entered Jiang City, stood rooted in place, gazing incredulously at the celestial being above, followed by the ascent of 2 elder figures. one of whom was the benefactor who had gifted him an umbrella. Chapter 37, A Promise from the True Celestial. Both you.Every and Lihujun had encountered the Supreme Emperor. Fueled by ambition, the two soared into the heavens, yet upon facing the oppressive might of a celestial-level powerhouse, their expression shifted, and they bowed before the elder clad in a robe adorned with 9 dragons. This elder was none other than the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty, you.Every. You.Every regarded him with mild surprise, then nodded, saying, "I have heard of you, a 5th-tier spiritual array master. Indeed, you are a talent. However, given the current circumstances, do you intend to assist Lihujun in confronting me? I advise you to reconsider. I have no desire to stand against the Supreme Emperor." You.Every forced a bitter smile, stating that the Tianyudan had already been consumed. "What?" You.Every's expression shifted in alarm. "Who did you give it to?" "My granddaughter," Lihujun replied in a deep tone. "Damn it." You.Every's countenance darkened. The Tianyudan indeed possessed the miraculous ability to resurrect, yet it was effective solely for those of the Yu clan's bloodline. Naturally, while this elixir could bring one back from the brink of death, it was bound by certain conditions. Firstly, the cultivator's level could not exceed the nascent soul stage. Secondly, upon revival, all cultivation would be lost. Thirdly, the time of death must not exceed 3 days. And lastly, one could only use it once in a lifetime, with a mere 1% success rate. Nevertheless, the significance of the Tianyudan to the Divine Feather Dynasty was immense, as it was a legacy handed down by their ancestors, intended to ensure that any exceptionally gifted descendant of the Yu family who met an untimely demise could be revived. "Hand over your granddaughter, and I shall spare your Lu family," you.Every said to Lihujun with an unsettling calm. "Impossible," Lihujun retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. As a god transformation cultivator, he was well aware that you.Every sought his granddaughter for the purpose of concocting elixirs. He would never agree to such a demand. "So, must I take matters into my own hands?" You.Every sneered, the oppressive aura of a transcendent being weighing heavily upon Lihujun, causing his complexion to pale instantly. "Your Majesty, is there no other remedy?" You.Every inquired. "None. If you are wise, you will step aside. This matter does not concern you." You.Every replied with a cold snort. "You have been given ample opportunity, so cherish it." Upon hearing this, You.Every's face turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth, stating, "Had it not been for Lihujun taking a blow for me back then, I would have long been dead." "Stubborn," You.Every scoffed. Both You.Every and Lihujun felt a wave of nausea, as a metallic taste surged in their throats. Meanwhile, in Zhou City, the ever-watchful Zhou Jun noticed that the celestial being from the Divine Feather Dynasty harbored ill intentions towards the elder who had gifted him an umbrella. "Ding! The system has issued a task. The host must repay the favor of the umbrella gift to receive substantial rewards." Realizing he could no longer remain a passive observer, Zhou Jun promptly rose to his feet and, with a graceful stride, ascended into the sky. Just as the atmosphere above became tense, the three, you.Every, and Lihujun, suddenly beheld a young man clad in a green robe, his expression serene as he appeared beside them. "Mr. Li?" You.Every exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Zhou Jun. With a gentle smile, Zhou Jun remarked, "It seems that Elder Yu is in a bit of trouble. Luckily, I can repay your kindness for the umbrella." The recent conversation overheard by Zhou Jun provided him with the name of you.Every. "Who is this?" Lihujun inquired, casting a puzzled glance at you.Every as Zhou Jun suddenly appeared. "A master of formidable formations," you.Every replied with a light chuckle, his demeanor relaxed. "We are saved." Yet, a bitter smile crossed you.Every's heart, recalling that it was his own disciple who had originally gifted Zhou Jun the umbrella, thus he too had benefited from it. "My friend, it would be wise to refrain from intervening in this matter, especially since Lihujun was the one who initially stole the Tianyudan from my Divine Feather Dynasty," you.Every remarked, his tone now tinged with deference as he regarded the suddenly present Zhou Jun. He found this young man to be inscrutable. Zhou Jun replied with a smile. "I read in the Chi show record that the Tianyudan can bring one back from the dead." "Indeed, but only those of my Feather clan's bloodline can be resurrected." You.Every responded, "It would be best if you did not involve yourself further. Lihujun dared to thieve from my Divine Feather Dynasty, and I shall not let him go unpunished. If you.Every stands with him, he too shall not escape my wrath." As he spoke, You.Every's voice turned icy. "I have no desire to meddle, yet I owe a debt of gratitude to the esteemed Elder Yu for the umbrella he bestowed upon me. How about this? I will make a promise to you. Should your Divine Feather Dynasty face impending doom, I will intervene once. What say you?" Zhou Jun smiled. It was Lihujun, a friend of you.Every, who had erred first. Thus, when the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty sought an explanation, it would be unreasonable for Zhou Jun to strike again, for that would be no different from the unreasonable actions of a wicked cultivator. You would offer your assistance at the time of my divine feather dynasty's demise? Yuhuaji chuckled at first, but then coldly retorted, do not boast, my friend. I fear that before my divine feather dynasty falls, you may meet your own end. Do not be ungrateful, Zhou Jun replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. A faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, the heavens and earth transformed, the skies erupting with thunder, resembling a scene of cataclysm. True immortal, Yuhuaji, Yue, and Lihujun widened their eyes in astonishment. The legend spoke of how the fury of a true immortal could alter the very fabric of the world. And today that was manifest before them. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Zhou Jun, Yuhuaji felt as if he were a tiny boat adrift on a vast ocean. At the whim of the waves, he could be lost without a trace. The old man is willing to forego the Tan Yu Dan. I implore you, esteemed immortal, to forgive my transgressions. I was blind to your greatness and have offended you. I beg for your mercy. After regaining his composure, Yuhuaji bowed deeply to Zhou Jun, his voice trembling with anxiety, struggling to articulate his words. Although both virtual and true immortals share the title of immortal, in reality, virtual immortals are merely practitioners on the path, fundamentally still mortals. In contrast, true immortals have genuinely transcended their trials, achieving enlightenment and mastery. Even 100 or a myriad of mere celestial beings would not suffice to match the worth of a single breath from a true immortal. I wonder if my singular act could be equivalent to that precious Tan Yu Dan? Zhou Jun inquired with a gentle smile, retracting his immortal aura. Absolutely, without a doubt. Yuhuaji responded promptly, jesting that a single Tan Yu Dan could exchange for a true immortal's assistance to the divine feather dynasty, which would indeed be an extraordinary stroke of fortune, a tremendous gain. To say that one Tan Yu Dan could compare is an understatement. Even 10 would pale in comparison to the power of a true immortal's intervention. After all, while the Tan Yu Dan possesses the capability to revive the members of the Feather Clan, it is accompanied by stringent prerequisites, and the success rate hovers merely at 1%. Chapter 38. Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays. Then it is settled. Should your divine feather dynasty find itself in peril, simply ignite this incense, and I will sense it. Zhou Jun stated, producing a stick of incense and offering it to Yuhuaji. Thank you, revered immortal. Yuhuaji's face lit up with joy as he gratefully accepted the incense from Zhou Jun. With the assurance of this true immortal, the restless Deling dynasty would likely refrain from stirring up any trouble in the near future. The Deling dynasty, neighboring the divine feather dynasty, boasts a plethora of formidable experts, with rumors suggesting that its ancestral figure has already transcended to the fusion realm, intent on obliterating nearby dynasties to expand their territory. This is precisely why Yuhuaji coveted the Tan Yu Dan, fearing that his promising descendants might one day fall victim to the treachery of the Deling dynasty. Meanwhile, Yue and Lihujun, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of envy wash over them. What fortune indeed! The divine feather dynasty has struck an extraordinary stroke of luck with the promise of a true immortal. If you have no further matters to attend to, you may leave. Zhou Jun remarked with a smile towards Yuhuaji. Of course, should you ever grace the divine feather dynasty with your presence, do inform this old man so that I may prepare to welcome you. Yuhuaji quickly replied, eager to ensure his readiness. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Now, I take my leave. Yuhuaji bid farewell, carefully stowing the incense, and returned to the divine feather dynasty with a triumphant demeanor. Securing the promise of a true immortal was a remarkable achievement. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task of gratitude. Ding, the system has issued rewards. Initial stage of transformation into God. Ding, the system has issued rewards. Return to Void Pill. Return to Void Pill. A cultivator at the pinnacle of transformation into God can consume this to break through to the return to Void Realm. Gazing at the two rewards bestowed by the system, Zhou Jun felt little turbulence in his heart, for he was already nearly invincible with his balanced abilities. As long as he adhered to his cultivation regimen, ascension to the celestial realm was merely a matter of time. However, the return to Void Pill was of no use to him at present, as he had only just begun his journey into the initial stage of transformation into God. Revered immortal, both Yue and Lihujun now addressed Zhou Jun with utmost respect. Lihujun turned to Yue and remarked with a smile, Mr. Yu, your loyalty to friends is truly commendable. In response, Yue chuckled ruefully, saying, before an immortal, I dare not claim the title of Mr. That would be an embarrassment to my old self. To be honest, Yue could hardly believe that in his lifetime, he would encounter a genuine great Ascension immortal, let alone one who had saved him. There is no need to dwell on such trivialities. I have repaid your kindness in delivering the umbrella. It is time for me to depart, for there are many wonders in this world awaiting my exploration. At this moment, Lihujun replied with a smile, The immortal possesses a truly amiable disposition. I find myself envious, Mr. You then said, "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your timely assistance. If you do not mind, might you honor my humble abode in the Lu family for a cup of tea? It would allow me to express my gratitude properly." At this, Lihujun eagerly addressed Lihujun. Yue, observing his old friend's demeanor, surmised the intentions behind his actions. The young lady from the Lu family, Lu Jining, although possessing merely an upper-grade spiritual root, had awakened a constitution known as the Tying Body. It is said that those with this constitution possess extraordinary talent, reminiscent of the ancient Tying fairy, who was said to have awakened such a form. It seemed that his old friend wished to invite this immortal to their home, likely hoping that the immortal would take his granddaughter as a disciple. Naturally, Lihujun had only confided the details of Lu Jining's Tying Body to Yue. "Very well," Lihujun said, contemplating Lihujun's invitation for tea before smiling and agreeing. Upon hearing Lihujun's acceptance, Lihujun's face lit up with delight. After all, the presence of an immortal in the Lu family would undoubtedly elevate their status. Furthermore, if this immortal were to take a liking to his granddaughter, it could very well ensure the Lu family's prominence across Qizhou and beyond. In such a case, he could leave this world with peace of mind. "Esteemed immortal, please follow me." Lihujun gestured courteously and led Lihujun and Yue back to the Lu residence. "Master, are you all right?" As soon as they landed, Xiaoshi rushed over. Upon seeing Lihujun, Xiaoshi paused in surprise. "Mr. Li?" Just as Yue was about to reprimand Xiaoshi for not addressing Lihujun as an immortal, Lihujun waved a hand to halt him, then smiled at Xiaoshi. "Young friend, it is good to see you again." Seeing this, Yue breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Lihujun preferred to keep his identity as an immortal discreet. Indeed, Xiaoshi replied with an innocent smile, "Your disciple is quite fortunate. It seems this immortal holds him in high regard, which is a tremendous opportunity." Lihujun communicated this thought to Yue telepathically, who merely smiled in response. Suddenly, it appeared that Lihujun sensed something, pausing slightly as he remarked, "It seems there is some sort of formation here." Mr. Li possesses keen insight. "It is indeed the formation set by Elder Yue remarked with a smile. "Due to my granddaughter, whose 3 souls are trapped within a certain ethereal cave, Elder Lu entrusted me with this task." At this moment, Lihujun interjected, "I see. May I inquire about the current condition of Elder Lu's granddaughter?" "She was but a step away from salvation, yet the Supreme Emperor of the Divine Feather Dynasty has arrived," Yue replied. "I fear my presence may have disrupted your affairs," Lihujun said. "Not at all, Mr. Li. It is our honor to host you at the Lu residence," Lihujun quickly asserted. At this juncture, Xiaoshi observed how respectful his master and Uncle Lu were towards Mr. Li. Could it be that Mr. Li's cultivation had reached the ethereal realm? This thought left Xiaoshi in profound astonishment, for his master had previously remarked that the chasm between the transformation of spirit and the ethereal realm was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. Ethereal cultivators were regarded as deities on the land of Qizhou, figures of legend. "Please, continue with your business. I shall take my leave and explore at my leisure." Zhou Jun smiled. "Ah?" Lihujun was taken aback. If Mr. Li were to depart, how could his granddaughter's talents be displayed before this true immortal? How would a true immortal consider taking her as a disciple? Noticing his old friend's predicament, Yue reflected for a moment and respectfully addressed Zhou Jun. "I hope Mr. Li will pardon the audacity of this old man. I have little grasp of this matter and would appreciate your guidance." Ding! System task initiated. Observing Yue's actions will grant the host the skill of the spirit formation, attaining the status of a 9th grade grandmaster. "Then let me witness Elder Yu's prowess," Zhou Jun replied. Initially, he intended to decline, for he knew little of formations, having merely learned a gathering spirit array. However, the system indicated that by merely observing Yue, he could attain the title of 9th grade grandmaster. How could he refuse? After all, a 9th grade grandmaster corresponded to a true immortal. Simultaneously, Lihujun cast a grateful glance towards Yue upon hearing Zhou Jun's agreement. Chapter 39. A temporary stay at the Lu residence. As Zhou Jun entered the room where Lu Jining resided, he immediately noticed the young girl lying on the bed, her constitution seemingly exceptional. "Elder Lu, is your granddaughter of the Tying constitution?" Zhou Jun inquired in surprise. "Indeed, you are correct, sir. My granddaughter is indeed of the Tying constitution," Lihujun replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice. He realized that at this point, his little secret could no longer be concealed from this true immortal. As expected, Zhou Jun smiled and said, "It appears that Elder Lu's intentions extend beyond mere hospitality. You wish for me to take this young lady as my disciple, do you not?" Upon hearing Zhou Jun's direct remarks, Lihujun awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Mr. Li, time is not on my side. I merely wish for my granddaughter to have a solid support once I am gone. Understanding this, Lihujun nodded. At that moment, a voice from the system emerged. Ding. The existence of the Tying body has been detected. It is recommended that the host takes her as a disciple to receive substantial rewards. Lihujun was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement, then turned to Lihujun with a smile, saying, in that case, I cannot refuse. So, Mr. Li, do you intend to accept my granddaughter as your disciple? Upon hearing this, Lihujun's expression froze, and he felt his breath quicken. If his granddaughter could indeed join the true immortal sect, her safety would be assured in the future. Indeed, Lihujun affirmed with a smile. Thank you, esteemed sir. Lihujun bowed respectfully to Lihujun. At this moment, Yuzue also looked on with a sense of admiration. The luck of the Lu family girl was truly remarkable, as she was about to join the true immortal sect, paving the way for a promising and untroubled future. Mr. Yu, please summon this girl's 3 souls back, Lihujun said to Yuzue. The system did not announce the success of the apprenticeship, presumably because it required the individual's consent. Please wait a moment, Yuzue replied with a smile. He then used his fingertip like a blade, slicing near the ear of the unconscious Lu Jining, effortlessly taking a strand of her hair. He subsequently placed the hair in the void. In the next moment, the entire room was illuminated with a blood-red glow. As the light surged and fell, Lihujun gazed at Lu Jining on the bed and noticed her complexion returning to its healthy hue. Simultaneously, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. The host has successfully observed and completed the task. Ding. The system rewards the host with the Spirit Array realm, attaining the rank of 9th grade Spirit Array Grandmaster. As the system's voice faded, Lihujun felt an influx of knowledge fill his mind. When he glanced at the residual array in the void, he could instantly discern its structure and, should he wish, could set it up with a mere thought. Phew, thankfully. The soul-retrieving array laid by the old man succeeded. Yuzue exhaled deeply. Zue, does this mean my granddaughter has recovered? Lihujun asked, his face alight with joy as he turned to Yuzue. Indeed, Yuzue chuckled lightly. Even if my abilities were lacking, we have Mr. Li present. Why worry? Right. Right, Lihujun said, slapping his forehead and laughing. With Mr. Li here, there is no cause for concern. Ha ha ha. I was nearly beside myself with worry. At that moment, Lihujun offered a faint smile and turned to Yuzue, remarking, it appears that you are somewhat struggling with the formation, esteemed elder Yu. Yuzue replied with a wry smile. Indeed, your discerning eye is commendable, but my abilities have their limits. Lihujun continued. Allow me to share a few suggestions for adjustments to the formation, as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance with that particular herb. With a light-hearted demeanor, he noted that, as a Grandmaster of the 9th rank in spiritual formations, identifying and correcting the flaws in the recently employed soul-summoning formation was quite within his capabilities. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yuzue exclaimed, his face brightening with joy. To receive guidance from a true immortal was undoubtedly worth more than a century of his own arduous cultivation. Lihujun began to articulate the areas of improvement for the soul-summoning formation, sharing his insights with a gentle smile. After a brief incense stick's burn, Yuzue expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Li. I shall never forget your kindness. His excitement was palpable as he bowed deeply to Lihujun. The insights shared were invaluable, promising to save him a millennium of detours in his cultivation journey. It was no wonder that opportunities are often found in the most unexpected places. A simple act of kindness from him and his disciple had yielded unimaginable fortune. Furthermore, Yuzue was certain that this individual, surnamed Li, not only had reached the realm of true immortality but was also a Grandmaster of the 9th rank in spiritual formations. There's no need for such formality, Elder Yu. I sincerely hope to witness the emergence of a new Grandmaster of the 9th rank in the near future. Lihujun remarked with a smile. You flatter me, Yuzue replied with a rueful smile. Becoming a Grandmaster of the 9th rank is no easy feat. Some spend their entire lives without even touching the threshold of spiritual formations. One must dare to dream and act, Lihujun responded with a chuckle, then glanced at the young lady resting on the bed and inquired of Lihujun, what is the name of this young girl? She is called Lu Jining. Lihujun replied respectfully. Very well, let us step outside and not disturb her. She deserves a good rest, Lihujun suggested. Indeed, Mr. Li is correct. Lihujun promptly agreed. The group exited the room and proceeded to a grand hall for tea. However, as Lihujun had come to Jiancheng for leisure, he set down his teacup and asked Lihujun, are there any scenic spots in Jiancheng? Lihujun paused for a moment, considering, then replied, in 3 days. There will be a lantern festival in Jiancheng. Many will gather by the riverside to release lanterns, creating a breathtaking sea of lights. Is that so? Lihujun's interest was piqued. Lihujun continued, If you wish to attend the festival, I shall have that young lady personally guide you once she awakens. Splendid. Zhou Jun replied with a smile. That evening, you.Every bid farewell to Lihujun and Zhou Jun, accompanied by his disciple Xiao Shi, as they prepared to traverse the martial world, ready to draw their swords in aid of those in distress. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun chose to reside with the Lu family. Ah, sure, be honest with your master. Have you developed feelings for the Lu family's girl? You.Every inquired as they traveled. At this question from his master, Xiao Shi's innocent, yet youthful face flushed crimson. Observing this, You.Every solemnly remarked, it seems you have indeed taken a liking to that girl from the Lu family. I support your affections, but you must strive harder in your cultivation. After all, if you wish to marry her, you should at least possess the strength to protect her. Should you not? I must remind you, that girl has become a disciple of Mr. Li, and her future will likely lead her to the realm of the Void Immortal. At the very least, I understand, Master, Xiao Shi replied earnestly, though a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart, for with his aptitude, reaching the realm of the Void Immortal would not be an easy feat. Chapter 40. The spirit of the formation emerges. Master, who exactly is Mr. Li? And why do you and Uncle Lu hold him in such high regard? Xiao Shi queried. You.Every chuckled. Mr. Li is a being of transcendent freedom. Transcendent freedom? Does that mean he can go anywhere, even to those forbidden places? Xiao Shi asked. You.Every merely smiled in response. Realizing the implication, Xiao Shi was left in awe. Murmuring to himself, if he can even enter forbidden areas, could it be that Mr. Li is a great cultivator at the pinnacle of tribulation? The next morning, Lihujun awoke languidly as her 3 souls returned. Her eyes fell upon her grandfather and a young man in a green robe standing beside him, wearing a warm smile. Child, you have finally awakened. You have worried your grandfather to death, Lihujun said with a bitter smile. Grandfather, who is this? Lihujun asked, touching her slightly swollen forehead as she glanced at Zhou Jun. This gentleman will be your master, Lihujun replied. What? Lihujun exclaimed, utterly bewildered. How had she suddenly acquired a master upon waking? What nonsense! You should quickly rise and pay your respects to your master. Lihujun scolded, exasperated. Zhou Jun waved his hand, saying, there is no rush. Let Jining rest properly now. As you say, sir, Lihujun quickly replied, please do not hold it against me. I am simply anxious. Lihujun, witnessing her grandfather's unusual courtesy towards the young man, felt a surge of astonishment. She knew her grandfather, a deity of transformation, was typically exceedingly proud. Anyone who could command such respect from him must be a cultivator beyond the realm of transformation. With this thought in mind, Lihujun found herself harboring a newfound respect for the young man as well. Very well, I shall not disturb the two of you any longer. I will take a stroll outside. Zhou Jun chuckled lightly and exited the room. Please take care, sir. Lihujun called after him. Grandfather, where are my father and mother? At that moment, Lihujun turned to Lihujun and inquired. Lihujun replied, ever since you emerged from the Suxian cave, you have been in a state of deep slumber. Your parents have ventured out to seek wise mentors across Qingzhou. However, as experience would have it, your grandfather directly summoned your great-grandfather, a 5th-grade spiritual array master. Rest assured, I have already sent word to your parents regarding your awakening. They should return in a couple of days. Upon hearing Suxian cave, Lihujun's expression suddenly turned pale. Grandfather, please tell me what transpired within the cave. Lihujun urged. It was the array spirit. It recognized me as a body of Vitayin and sought to imprison me within the cave, attempting to seize my essence. Fortunately, a sister clad in white intervened and brought me out. However, as soon as I exited the cave, I fainted. And the next moment I awoke to the scene we just witnessed, Lihujun explained. Damn that array spirit. Lihujun ground his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the mysterious woman in white, his granddaughter would have been lost to them. Grandfather, that array spirit must possess the complete cultivation of the transformation god realm. We cannot afford to provoke it, Lihujun urged hastily. Fear not, grandfather knows his limits. Lihujun replied with a wry smile. How could I seek trouble when I cannot even enter the Suxian cave? By the way, grandfather, who was that gentleman? Why do you hold him in such high regard? Lihujun inquired of Lihujun. The one you refer to as Mr. Li? I do not know his name, but for you to have the opportunity to take him as your master is an extraordinary fortune, Lihujun said with a smile. Remember what I say, once you join Mr. Li's tutelage, you must devote yourself to diligent practice. Grandfather, you didn't even know this Mr. Li before. Yet you would have me become his disciple? Lihujun replied with a hint of helplessness. This gentleman possesses a commendable character, I am well aware of that. Lihujun responded with a slight smile. Is it possible to forego becoming a disciple? I prefer to remain at home, and having you guide my cultivation is sufficient. Lihujun contemplated before resolutely stating. She understood that her grandfather's insistence on her taking Mr. Li as a mentor was for her own benefit. However, the thought of pledging herself to someone she did not know felt somewhat disconcerting. Moreover, she wished to stay at home, cherishing the company of her parents and grandfather. My dear girl, do not be ungrateful. Do you realize that if Mr. Li wished to take disciples, the line would stretch throughout all of Qingzhou? Lihujun, feeling a tinge of irritation at his granddaughter's words, remarked, But I only wish to remain at home and honor you, grandfather, Lu Jining replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. Upon witnessing the pitiable appearance of his granddaughter, Lu Wuhan could not muster any anger, and with a resigned smile, he remarked, My dear girl, no banquet in life lasts forever. Your parents and I cannot protect you for eternity. It is only when you grow strong that we can rest easy. Moreover, once you attain great power, you will have the means to honor your grandfather as you wish. Ah, grandfather, are you driving me away? Lu Jining's eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. How could your grandfather bear to send you away? Lu Wuhan replied helplessly, I merely hope that you will grow and one day protect me. Upon hearing this, Lu Jining pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. I will diligently cultivate and protect you, as well as our Lu family. Indeed, my little girl has ambition. Lu Wuhan smiled broadly at Lu Jining, giving her a thumbs up, though a pang of sadness tugged at his heart. The old man feared he might never witness the day when this little girl would safeguard the Lu family. With that thought, Lu Wuhan retrieved a small straw dog and handed it to Lu Jining. Do you remember this? Of course. Lu Jining's eyes sparkled. This was a gift from you when I was a child, but I lost it and was heartbroken for a long time. So it was with you all along. This little thing was left on the road, and seeing you cry so fiercely, I turned back to search for it. Fortunately, I found it, though it was somewhat damaged. I intended to mend it, but in the course of time, I forgot about it. I only remembered today that I still had it. Lu Wuhan chuckled. You must take good care of it this time. Otherwise, your grandfather cannot help you find it again. I understand, grandfather. Lu Jining joyfully accepted the straw dog, her happiness reminiscent of a child. Now, rest well. Tomorrow, you will perform the ceremony to pay your respects to your master, Lu Wuhan concluded before leaving the room. That night, as darkness enveloped the world, Zhou Jun had strolled through Jiacheng for quite some time and returned to the Lu residence, preparing to rest in the guest room. Lu Jining remained lost in her dreams, while Lu Wuhan sat pale-faced in a concealed chamber, nurturing his injuries, striving to prolong his life. Suddenly, a ghostly figure materialized above the Lu residence, its face obscured and gender indiscernible, murmuring, The girl's aura seems to be here. Yes, right here. Haha. I have finally found it. With a sense of certainty regarding a particular presence, the spirit's eyes gleamed with madness and excitement. Meanwhile, in her slumber, Lu Jining seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly opening her eyes in terror, exclaiming, How is this possible? How could that spirit emerge from the void immortal's abode? Chapter 41, another one? As Lu Jining felt the oppressive force emanating from above the Lu residence, her small face turned pale as a ghost. In the confines of a hidden chamber, Lu Wuhan, who was recuperating from his injuries, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. What calamity had befallen the Lu family of late? Just as they had dispelled one ethereal being, another emerged. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun, who was resting in his room, sensed the unmistakable presence of an ethereal level aura. The system promptly chimed. Ding! An evil formation spirit at the ethereal level has been detected, preparing to target the future disciple of the host. The system issues a task. Expel this entity for a generous reward. This formation spirit was undeterred by its previous defeat. Zhou Jun smiled faintly, flicking his fingers. And instantly, a beam of sword light shot forth, transforming into the proud snow sword, hurtling toward the location of the spirit. The formation spirit, which had been reveling in its arrogance and cackling madly in the air, suddenly beheld a sword light emerging from the unknown confines of that room, slicing directly toward it. Did it truly believe that such rudimentary swordsmanship could challenge me? A ninth-grade celestial sword. The spirit, which had worn a smug smile, widened its eyes in shock upon feeling the aura of the approaching sword. It could not comprehend why a mere Lu family harbored a genuine celestial being. Swish! A plain yet striking sword light flashed past, and the formation spirit, at the peak of the ethereal level, scarcely had time to react before being cleaved in two. Its form beginning to dissipate. Despairing, the spirit's eyes reflected a mix of resentment and bitterness, but it was futile. After all, it was no match for a true celestial. The proud snow sword, having vanquished the spirit, swiftly returned to Zhou Jun's body, departing as quickly as it had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exterminating the evil ethereal level formation spirit. Ding! The system issues a reward. 6th grade extreme cold sword formation. Ding! The system grants a reward. Mid-stage transformation realm cultivation. Extreme cold sword formation. a 6th-grade spiritual array capable of ensnaring and slaying ethereal-level adversaries. Indeed, a splendid treasure. Zhou Jun's heart swelled with joy at the revelation. Had the spirit's presence vanished? Meanwhile, Ru Jining, sensing the dissipating aura of the malevolent formation spirit, was momentarily taken aback. In the hidden chamber, Lihujun gaped in astonishment. He could have guessed with his little toe that it was undoubtedly the intervention of Mr. Li. Only a powerful true celestial could so effortlessly dispatch an ethereal being as if crushing an ant. Reflecting on this, Lihujun felt a small surge of happiness for his granddaughter. That evening, upon concluding his retreat, Lihujun intended to pay a visit to Zhou Jun. However, considering the late hour and the potential disturbance to Mr. Li's rest, he hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently complicate matters. Therefore, the following morning, as Zhou Jun awoke from his sweet dreams and stepped outside, he was greeted by Lihujun, who respectfully bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your decisive action last night." Zhou Jun smiled gently and replied, "No trouble at all, merely a small effort." He urged, "Please do not be so courteous. Had it not been for your intervention, the Lu family would have faced extermination overnight." Lihujun spoke, a hint of fear evident in his tone. In the realm of cultivation, such occurrences are commonplace. Even the most illustrious families can face annihilation if they cross the wrong individuals. Clearly, had Zhou Jun not been present at the Lu residence last night, it would have been reduced to mere ruins. Zhou Jun chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. "Sir, I have instructed the servants to prepare breakfast. You may proceed at your leisure," Lihujun announced. Observing that Zhou Jun often behaved like an ordinary person, he realized that this true immortal had reached a state of simplicity, indistinguishable from mortals. Regardless of whether he partakes in breakfast, it is prudent to have it prepared. "Your hospitality is truly commendable. I shall graciously accept your offer," Zhou Jun replied with a hearty laugh. Following Lihujun, they entered the grand hall where a sumptuous breakfast was laid out before them. "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the girl to perform the initiation rites," Lihujun said. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively. "As cultivators, we do not adhere to trifling formalities, as long as she acknowledges me as her master. Such rituals may be waived." As a modern individual transported to this world, Zhou Jun found it difficult to adapt to the customs of the cultivation realm, particularly the frequent prostrations. "Your disregard for trivialities is admirable," Lihujun remarked with a sense of respect. "Jining has arrived, master." Just then, Lu Jining appeared at the doorway, vibrant and full of life. "You girl, why do you still address him as sir? Call him master," Lihujun urged Lu Jining. "Ah." Lu Jining hesitated slightly, glancing at Zhou Jun before finally addressing him, "Master." "Very well. Having called me master, you shall henceforth be my disciple." Zhou Jun responded with a smile. "Allow me to bestow upon you a gift." With a mere thought, a formation was inscribed upon Lu Jining. This is the extreme cold sword formation. It will activate on its own in times of peril. To lay down a 6th-grade formation in an instant is truly a testament to the prowess of a true immortal. It is indeed formidable. Lihujun felt an increasing reverence for Zhou Jun. "Thank you, master." Lu Jining expressed her gratitude respectfully, evidently unaware of the significance of the extreme cold sword formation. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun began to scrutinize Lu Jining closely. Possessing the physique of the Taiyin, or the Taiyin immortal body, she was merely 16 yet had attained the 9th level of qi refinement, a remarkable feat attributed to her unique constitution. Otherwise, with her superior spiritual root alone, achieving such a level would be quite challenging. Ding. Congratulations on successfully accepting a disciple. Ding. System rewards granted. The Slaughtering Heaven Sword Technique. Ding. System rewards granted. The Taiyin Scripture. Slaughtering Heaven Sword Technique. Comprising 3 forms. Open Heaven, Sever Heaven, Slaughter Heaven. The True Scripture of the Moon. An exclusive technique for the body of the moon. Does the name of this celestial sword art sound rather juvenile? Is the system lacking in creativity? Zhou Jun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ding. Host, refrain from speaking nonsense, lest you find yourself lacking in certain endowments. Zhou Jun grimaced slightly. Master, may I delay my departure for a few days? My parents are returning soon, and I wish to see them. Lu Jining inquired of Zhou Jun. Naturally, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Lihujun slapped his forehead and said to Lu Jining, "How could I almost overlook this? You should take Mr. Li to the Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow. Do you understand?" "Excellent." Lu Jining sighed with relief. She was anxious that Zhou Jun might leave hastily, preventing her from seeing her parents one last time. "Moreover, you should express your gratitude to him. If it weren't for Mr. Li vanquishing that void immortal last night, our Lu family would have been lost," Lihujun added. So it was this humble master who intervened last night. But to think he could annihilate a void immortal, what level of cultivation must he possess? Could he be an entity of the harmonization realm? Contemplating this, Lihujun gasped in astonishment. No wonder grandfather was so eager for me to take him as my master. Chapter 42. The Golden Sun Sacred Sect. Jining expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Master for rescuing the Lu family last night. Facing a being of the harmonization realm, she dared not show any disrespect. Zhou Jun smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for excessive formality. If you wish to repay your master, simply guide me well the day after tomorrow." Jining understood. Before long, the next day arrived. "Jining, your grandfather mentioned that you have awakened." Early in the morning, a middle-aged voice resonated through the Lu family estate. Jining, resting in her room, was filled with joy upon hearing the voice. "Father?" As she opened the door, she was delighted to find her parents standing in the courtyard. Upon seeing the awakened Jining, her father, Lu Faheng, was overjoyed. "Good girl, you have finally awakened. During your unconsciousness, your mother and I scoured the land, seeking out eminent figures to aid you. It was Grandpa Yu who intervened and brought me back to consciousness." Jining replied with an endearing smile. "It is wonderful that you have awakened." Mother, Lu Wanner, remarked with relief. "By the way, mother and father, grandfather has asked me to take on a master," Jining said, her expression growing somber. "I may have to leave the Lu family with my master in a few days." "So suddenly?" Lu Faheng frowned. "A little bird must eventually soar into the sky. You must diligently follow your master in your cultivation. We are well aware of your grandfather's discerning eye," Lu Wanner reflected. "By the way, mother and father, while you were away, avoid a mortal attempted to invade our Lu family," Jining stated. "What?" Upon hearing the words of Lu Fashing, Lu Wanner was taken aback. "But my master has intervened and slain the rogue immortal who threatened our Lu family," Lu Jiqing remarked with a smile. "What?" Lu Fashing and Lu Wanner were once again astonished. To them, a rogue immortal was an unattainable existence. Yet the master of their daughter had actually vanquished such a formidable foe. Had he perhaps reached the stage of integration? Contemplating this, Lu Wanner expressed, "What a remarkable girl. When you follow your master, be sure to cultivate diligently. I firmly believe your future will be exceedingly bright." "Indeed. By the way, my dear, where is your master now?" Lu Fashing inquired. "We must pay him a visit." My master is currently residing in the guest room of our Lu family, but he is not old at all. On the contrary, he is quite young and possesses a refined demeanor," Lu Jiqing replied. Lu Fashing chuckled. "You're mistaken, my dear. One cannot judge a cultivator's age by their appearance. For instance, your mother is actually 30 years my senior, yet she still resembles a young maiden." Lu Fashing. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lu Wanner exclaimed, delivering a playful kick to Lu Fashing's backside. He did not shy away, grinning as he accepted the blow. As the saying goes, a slap is affection and a scolding is love. The warm interaction between the parents brought joy to Lu Jiqing. After a brief exchange of jest, Lu Fashing said, "My dear, lead us to meet your master." "Certainly," Lu Jiqing replied. Upon arriving at the courtyard designated for guests at the Lu residence, they discovered a young man seated within, engrossed in a tome titled Chronicles of Qizhou. This young man was none other than Lihujun. "Master, I have come to see you," Lu Jiqing announced. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Lu Fashing and Lu Wanner said in unison, bowing respectfully to Lihujun. Lihujun looked up from his book and smiled at them. "I presume you are the parents of Jiqing? There is no need for excessive formalities." As he spoke, Lu Fashing, Lu Jiqing, and Lu Wanner felt an intangible force, akin to a gentle breeze, lifting them slightly off the ground. "Indeed, we are Lu Jiqing's parents," Lu Fashing said with a tone of reverence. "Have you come to seek me for something?" Lihujun inquired directly. "Esteemed elder, we have come specifically to pay our respects," Lu Fashing replied. Lihujun responded with a smile. "I appreciate your visit. Rest assured, since Jiqing is now my disciple, I will devote myself to her instruction." "Thank you." "Esteemed elder, if my daughter has inadvertently offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive her," Lu Fashing said earnestly. "Very well," Lihujun nodded slightly. "You should now visit old Master Lu. I have nothing further to offer you." "Very well, esteemed elder, we shall take our leave now," Lu Fashing said with a heavy heart. He was acutely aware that his father, Lu Wuhan, had little time left. Each day was a precious gift. "My dear, you must stay here and keep the elder company," Lu Fashing instructed Lu Jining. "Certainly," she replied. Subsequently, Lu Fashing, accompanied by his wife, made his way to the dwelling of his father. "Father, we have returned," Lu Fashing announced from outside the door. With a creak, Lu Wuhan emerged, a fleeting pallor crossing his face before it quickly regained its warmth. "Father, is there truly no hope for your recovery?" Lu Fashing inquired, his heart heavy at the sight. "If only there were hope." "Enough of this, you rascal. You are now the head of the Lu family, so cease your weeping." Death is an inevitable fate for all. It merely varies in timing. I have traversed the realms of cultivation for quite some time and have witnessed the world's wonders. It is time for me to reunite with your mother, Lihujun replied with a calm acceptance, true to his name. Even in the face of death, he remained untroubled. Alas, father, if you depart, how heartbroken Jining will be upon learning of it, Lu Fashing said with a bitter smile. I had no intention of informing her. My only wish is for her to stand on her own in the future. Once I am gone, I shall see how long I can keep this from her. It is imperative that her cultivation remains undisturbed, Lu Wubin stated earnestly. Rest assured, I understand, Lu Fashing replied. Indeed, if I may not speak of it. You must have discerned her unique constitution, Lu Wubin remarked. Yes, she possesses the Tian physique. Which is why a formidable cultivator of the harmonization realm has taken her as a disciple, Lu Fashing nodded. The harmonization realm? Lu Wubin chuckled, your perspective remains rather limited. Her master is a genuine celestial being. However, Lu Wubin did not dwell on this but continued. It seems that those who came to treat Jining have disclosed her Tian constitution. My informants tell me that the leader of the Jinyang sacred sect has journeyed to Jiacheng today, as you are likely aware. His son is rumored to be of the fire spirit physique. Should they cultivate together, he may very well become the great sun's sacred body. What are we to do? Lu Fashing's expression darkened at the thought of the Jinyang sect's leader, known as the Jinyang Saint, who was reputed to possess harmonization realm prowess. Do not worry. I trust that Mr. Li, Jining's master, will not stand idly by, Lu Wubin reassured him thoughtfully. Are you certain? Would this esteemed cultivator truly risk offending the Jinyang Saint over a newly accepted disciple? Lu Fashing questioned with uncertainty. Yet, Lu Wubin merely smiled, remaining silent. Chapter 43. Yunyang seeing his father's tranquil demeanor, Lu Fashing felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he is well aware that the old man cares for the young girl deeply. If there were any real danger, the old man would have surely taken the girl and fled long ago. Father, I heard from Jining that elder has slain a powerful void immortal. Do you know who this esteemed figure is? Lu Fashing inquired of Lu Wubin. Such matters cannot be divulged. But you should know that with Jining accompanying this gentleman, her future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass my own, Lu Wubin replied with a smile. Ah. Lu Fashing gasped at the revelation. Tomorrow, the young girl will take that gentleman to our Jiangshan's Lantern Festival. Surely, the Lord of the Golden Sun will make an appearance then, Lu Wubin mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. However, there is no need for concern, as long as Mr. Li is present, it is likely that no one will dare to harm the young girl. Very well, Lu Fashing conceded, though unease lingered in his heart. If the saint body of the great sun were to cultivate alongside the saint body of the moon, they could advance together. Yet, the young master of the Golden Sun sect is merely a fire spirit body. Although this physique is commendable, the dual cultivation with the moon body would result in the fire spirit body overshadowing it. Consequently, this would severely hinder his precious daughter's path to cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and soon the following night arrived. Under the guidance of Lu Jining, Zhou Jun made his way to the riverside of Jiangqing. At that moment, the riverbank was teeming with countless people, including many young talents and the daughters of prominent families. Numerous children, holding river lanterns and beaming with joy, released their lanterns into the water, illuminating the river with a brilliant glow. Master, behold, this is our Jiangqing's Lantern Festival, Lu Jining proudly introduced to Zhou Jun. Indeed, it is quite lively, Zhou Jun nodded in appreciation. Miss Lu, it has been a while. Suddenly interjected a youth clad in a blue robe adorned with peach blossoms, holding a folding fan, his face meticulously groomed. As he stepped before Zhou Jun and his disciple, he Yang, I have no time for you today. You'd best leave while you still can. Lu Jining responded, her expression turning displeased upon recognizing him. The youth, known as he Yang, was the youngest son of the He family patriarch in Jiangqing. Though he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it was evident to the discerning that his aura was superficial, clearly derived from the excessive use of stimulants. Not only that, he was also known as a notorious figure in Jiangqing, a frequent patron of the city's renowned pleasure houses. His extravagant lifestyle could be attributed to the powerful ancestor of the He family, a master at the transformation stage. Moreover, the elder brother of this fellow had joined the Dao Tian sect a few years ago and had become a true disciple of a mountain lord. It can be said that he is a genuine second-generation cultivator in the eyes of most practitioners. Recently, He Fang has been pursuing Lu Jining, who, having no interest in him whatsoever, naturally could not afford him a pleasant demeanor. Miss Lu, if you speak in such a manner, my heart shall surely be wounded. In Jiang City, we are both from prestigious families, truly a match made in heaven. If we were to unite as husband and wife, it would indeed be a formidable alliance, He Fang exclaimed with fervor. Zhou Jun merely smiled silently, observing the unfolding scene. He could certainly intervene to assist Lihujun in driving off this man, but he could not continuously come to her aid. Some matters must be faced and resolved by her own hand for her to truly grow. However, just as Feng's words fell, a haughty voice rang out. The He family of Jiang City? What are they worth? Seeking death. Upon hearing someone brazenly insult his family, Feng's anger flared instantly. Yet, when he turned to see the speaker, a youth clad in a golden robe embroidered with 3 golden crows, his expression shifted dramatically. He recognized this youth as Yu Yang, the young lord of the Jinyang sacred sect. Beside Yu Yang stood a stern-faced middle-aged man, also dressed in gold, but adorned with 9 golden crows. The mere presence of this man exuded an overwhelming aura. If Feng was not mistaken, this man was the revered Jinyang sacred lord, a formidable cultivator at the harmonization realm, Yunjushan. Realizing this, Feng quickly donned a fawning smile. It is the sacred lord and young lord Yun. I was blind and offended you both earlier. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. Begone, Yu Yang replied curtly, lacking any patience for further dialogue. Feng's face shifted through shades of green and white. Once a respected figure in Jiang City, he now found himself publicly humiliated. Yet, true to his noble upbringing, he restrained himself and said, Yes, I shall take my leave. With that, he fled without a backward glance. What a worthless fellow. Yu Yang scoffed as he watched Feng retreat. His gaze then turned to Lihujun. You must be Lihujun, correct? Indeed. Thank you, young lord, for your assistance. Lihujun replied, clearly recognizing him as the young lord of the Jinyang sacred sect. Do not mention it. I have heard you possess the Tang body. If you have no objections, let us become Dao partners. My father will propose marriage to your family today, Yunyang asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing these words, Lihujun fell into momentary silence. She had just escaped from the jaws of a wolf, only to find herself in the den of a tiger. Little girl, today you shall accompany us back to the Golden Sun sacred sect. When you become my son's wife, rest assured, the Golden Sun sacred sect will not treat you poorly, spoke the Golden Sun sovereign with a smile. Zhou Jun, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. He discerned that the proud youth before him was a fire spirit body, and his intention to bind with Lihujun as a Dao partner was merely to exploit her as a vessel for cultivation. This thought displeased Zhou Jun greatly, and he slowly uttered, You two seem to have grand designs. I advise you to abandon your little schemes and leave at once. Who are you to speak to this young sect master in such a manner? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Yun Yang, incensed by Zhou Jun's disregard, retorted. I am Lihujun's master, Zhou Jun replied with a cold smile. You, a mere mortal, presume to be the master of a Tang body? You should be ashamed to utter such nonsense. Yun Yang scoffed, then mockingly gestured towards his own lower body, saying, Come, crawl through here, and I'll spare your life. Bang! In the next moment, Yun Yang was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Looking for death, he covered his swollen face, rising to his feet, his eyes red with fury as he glared at Zhou Jun. I will kill you. Just as Yun Yang was about to unleash his foundational aura, he was halted by his father, the Golden Sun Sovereign. Sir, the Golden Sun Sovereign narrowed his eyes at Zhou Jun. It seems rather inappropriate for you to strike my son in my presence. What is inappropriate about it? Zhou Jun smiled. Your discipline is lacking. I'm merely correcting your son. Is there a problem with that? None at all. The Golden Sun Sovereign let out a cold laugh but did not rush to engage. He could not discern the depth of the young man's capabilities, suspecting that his cultivation might very well be at the integration stage. Sir, I must take this girl away today. Should you attempt to obstruct me, do not blame me for being merciless, the Golden Sun Sovereign warned Zhou Jun. Ha. Zhou Jun chuckled lightly. It seems a confrontation is unavoidable today. As the Golden Sun Sovereign spoke, an overwhelming pressure, akin to a tempest, surged towards Zhou Jun. As the oppressive aura emanated from the Golden Sun Sovereign, the onlookers by the river could no longer withstand it and fled in haste. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun stood unfazed, his blue robes billowing in the gusts of pressure, remaining composed as if he were a mountain amidst the crashing waves. Lihujun silently absorbed this scene, her heart stirred by the unexpected willingness of Zhou Jun to offend a formidable being of the harmonization realm for her sake. Father, eliminate him, shouted the swollen-faced Yun Yang at his father, the Golden Sun Sovereign. The Golden Sun Sovereign remained silent, merely observing the composed Zhou Jun. Make your move, Zhou Jun urged. Boom. Without further ado, the Golden Sun Sovereign unleashed his renowned technique, the Blazing Sun Fist. A massive wave of heat erupted from his fist, resembling a miniature sun as it surged toward Zhou Jun, its terrifying force nearly evaporating half of the river water. Noticing this, Zhou Jun simultaneously shielded Lihujun while raising one hand. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as Zhou Jun effortlessly intercepted the Golden Sun Sovereign's punch. Impossible. The Golden Sun Sovereign gasped in disbelief. The power of his fist was such that even fellow cultivators of the harmonization realm would hesitate to take it head-on. Yet this young man had merely raised his hand to catch it. What level of cultivation does he possess? In the briefest moment, thousands of thoughts raced through the Golden Sun Sovereign's mind. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? With your prowess, you should already be renowned throughout Qishou, he said, his expression turning solemn as he regarded Zhou Jun. Dao Tian sect, master of Yunju Mountain, Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun replied, uninterested in feigning modesty. Master of Yunju Mountain. The Golden Sun Sovereign's eyes widened in shock. This youth was the one who had recently slain the perfected harmonization realm red-eyed demon lord. Chu Fan, with a single blow, acclaimed as the youngest tribulation transcending cultivator of the Dao Tian sect. Realizing he had inadvertently offended such a figure, the Golden Sun Sovereign's expression darkened. Wasn't this man known for traveling in the Nine Dragons carriage? At the same time, Ru Jining's eyes widened in disbelief. Her master was actually the master of Yunju Mountain of the Dao Tian sect. She was well aware of the Dao Tian sect, the foremost sect in Qizhou. Moreover, the name of the master of Yunju Mountain had become widely known, with many able to recite the saying, riding the winds in the Nine Dragons carriage. Clad in the elegant azure robe, the realization that she had unwittingly become the disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain made her breath quicken. Master of Yunju Mountain? At that moment, the bruised Yuyong turned pale, fully aware of the master of Yunju Mountain's deeds. In disbelief, he looked at Zhou Jun and exclaimed, how could the master of Yunju Mountain possibly be here? Furthermore, the master of Yunju Mountain generally travels in the Nine Dragon carriage. Do you dare to impersonate the master of Yunju Mountain, not fearing the possibility of being subdued by the formidable forces of the Dao Tian sect? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's lips twitched. This foolish child, does he truly require me to verify my own identity? Yuyong, do not be disrespectful. The holy master of Jinyang spoke in a deep voice. He was well aware that the individual before him was likely the true master of Yunju Mountain. Master, I have failed in my duties as a parent. I beg your forgiveness, and upon returning, I shall adequately educate my son. The holy master of Jinyang said as he cupped his hands in respect to Zhou Jun. Afterward, he admonished Yunyang, saying, come forth and apologize to the master, and offer your sincere contrition. Yunyang, though reluctant, felt the weight of his father's stern expression and realized that this youth was most likely the genuine master of Yunju Mountain. The thought of having offended the youngest tribulation transcending cultivator in Qinshou caused his complexion to pale. After all, it was rumored that the master of Yunju Mountain had reached the tribulation stage by the age of 40. Yet, if given another 30 years, one could hardly predict if they could attain the realm of a virtual immortal. Thus, with trepidation, Yunyang turned to Zhou Jun and Lu Jining, saying, Master, and esteemed Lihujun, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Enough. Today, I, the master of this mountain, shall consider this farce concluded, but in the future, you must pledge to me one thing, Lihujun stated. Agreed. The holy master of Jinyang did not hesitate to respond, though agreeing might invite peril. Refusing could have led to immediate demise at the hands of this master of Yunju Mountain. You may leave now. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively. Farewell. Master of Yunju Mountain, the holy master of Jinyang said, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. He then departed with his son, retreating in a subdued manner. Thank you for your intervention, master. At this moment, Lu Jining expressed her reverence towards Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun smiled and replied, there is no need for such formality with your master. By the way, you have a younger senior sister. Upon your return, be sure to foster a good relationship with her. I understand. Lu Jining nodded. It seemed that the day's festivities could no longer continue. The father and son from Jinyang sect had truly dampened the spirit. Zhou Jun glanced at the empty riverside and spoke with resignation. Make sure to bid farewell to your family today. We shall return to the Dao Tian sect tomorrow. Zhou Jun instructed Lu Jining. Very well, Lu Jining replied softly, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet, if my grandfather and parents were to learn that my master is the master of Yunju Mountain from the Dao Tian sect, they would surely be overjoyed, wouldn't they? Chapter 45. Return. After Zhou Jun accompanied Lu Jining back to the Lu residence, he retired to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Jining revealed Zhou Jun's identity as the master of Yunju Mountain to her grandfather and parents. Upon learning that Zhou Jun was, in fact, the master of the Dao Tian sect, the three were left utterly astonished. Lihujun felt an even greater sense of urgency, for he understood that this master of Yunju Mountain was no mere tribulation-level cultivator. Yet, it was a being of the great vehicle, surpassing 40 years of age. One must ponder, throughout the annals of history, how many have attained the nascent soul stage by the age of 40. let alone the vast expanse of the great vehicle realm, leagues beyond the nascent soul. Lihujun understood that his granddaughter had indeed latched onto a formidable support. My dear, you must diligently follow your master in your cultivation henceforth. Do you understand? Lihujun solemnly advised Lu Jining. Rest assured, grandfather, I will. Lu Jining nodded earnestly. Observing this, Lihujun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, the next day arrived. Zhou Jun, accompanied by Lu Jining, stood outside the Lu family gate. Bidding farewell to Lihujun, Lu Fashing, and Lin Wanner. My dear, when your parents are not by your side, you must always heed your master's words, Lin Wanner said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Mother, do not worry, Lu Jining reassured her. Zhou Jun smiled gently, choosing not to intrude upon this familial farewell. In the days to come, cultivate diligently. Your grandfather awaits your emergence as a formidable force. Lihujun lovingly ruffled Lu Jining's hair. This farewell might very well be eternal. Memories of the past resurfaced in Lihujun's mind. Grandfather, I want to ride a horse. My dear granddaughter, wishing to ride a horse is not a simple endeavor. Come, climb onto grandfather's neck. How delightful. Reflecting on these moments, Lihujun felt a wave of nostalgia. Esteemed guests, where do mountains and rivers not intersect? I take my leave. Zhou Jun smiled at the group as he sensed the moment was right. Safe travels, Mountain Master. Lihujun clasped his fists in respect. Safe travels. Mountain Master. Lu Fashing and Lin Wanner likewise greeted Zhou Jun with a bow. Zhou Jun returned their gesture with a slight nod. Then turned to Lu Jining with a smile. Let us depart. Very well. Lu Jining responded. Thereafter, Zhou Jun led Lu Jining into the throngs, gradually disappearing from the sight of Lihujun and the others. The little girl has left. The home shall be a touch less spirited now, Lin Wanner remarked, gently touching the corner of her eye. Indeed, however, we should rejoice that the little one has become the direct disciple of the Mountain Master of Yunju. Lu Fashing comforted his wife, embracing her. Greetings, Mountain Master. The disciple pays respects to the Mountain Master. I have encountered the Mountain Master of Yunju. Time swiftly passed. And 2 days later, Zhou Jun had returned to Daodian sect with Lu Jining. Along the way, numerous disciples and elders from Daodian sect greeted Zhou Jun. Lu Jining observed these individuals addressing her master, noting the profound auras they emanated. Each one was a formidable presence in their own right. She could not help but feel awed. Is this truly the foremost sect of Qizhou? Its reputation is indeed well-deserved. Zhou Jun, where have you been during this time? A voice, cool and melodic, resonated from behind Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun turned around to see that the newcomer was Murong Shui. How beautiful! Upon seeing Murong Shui, dressed in white like snow and with skin as delicate as fine jade, Lu Jiqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. I merely strolled through Qingzhou. Indulging in the pleasures of the mortal realm, Zhou Jun remarked with a smile. Murong Shui's lips twitched slightly. However, when her gaze fell upon Lu Jiqing, her expression froze. A body of purine? Indeed, she is my newly accepted disciple. Child, do greet the Mountain Master Murong, Zhou Jun instructed Lu Jiqing. I have met Mountain Master Murong. Lu Jiqing quickly responded, bowing to Murong Shui. Murong Shui nodded. No need for such formality. After saying this, Murong Shui looked at Zhou Jun with a hint of envy. Why is your fortune so exceptional? Zhou Jun grinned. Because you bring good luck to your husband. Murong Shui was taken aback, and upon realizing, her face flushed slightly. That joke is not amusing. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jiqing immediately understood that Mountain Master Murong seemed to harbor feelings for her master. Indeed, not funny at all. Ha! Zhou Jun chuckled. By the way, where's that girl Sunan? Zhou Jun inquired at that moment. She and Shui Nianyao have gone to the Shuiwei dynasty, preparing to enter a secret realm. Murong Shui replied. I see. Zhou Jun nodded. He felt no anxiety, for Sunan possessed his spiritual avatar. The absence of any triggering indicated that she had not encountered danger. After bidding farewell to Murong Shui, Zhou Jun led Lu Jiqing back to Yunjushan. Meanwhile, Sunan and Shui Nianyao had successfully entered the ice water secret realm. They found themselves surrounded by towering ice mountains, a scene of perpetual winter. Senior sister, look there, Sunan exclaimed, pointing at a dilapidated ruin. That should be the site of the ancient sect, Ice Water Sect. Shui Nianyao remarked. Let us go take a look, she suggested. All right, Sunan nodded in agreement. The two ventured into the vast ruins, making their way unimpeded to a grand hall. It seems there are no treasures here, Sunan said, scratching her head in confusion. Indeed, Shui Nianyao replied, her brow furrowed. Let us search further. Okay, Sunan responded. Just as they prepared to continue their search, the portrait of an elderly man hanging above in the hall suddenly blinked. I think I just saw the old man in the portrait move his eyes, Sunan said, swallowing hard as she stared at the painting above. Is it truly impossible? This ancient sect has long since perished. The figure depicted appears to be none other than the venerable ancestor of the Ice Water sect, the Ice Water Taoist. These records are chronicled within the archives of my imperial palace, Shui Nianyao remarked. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that someone still remembers me, the old ancestor? Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the vast hall, echoing with an air of age and authority. Su Nan and Shui Nianyao, upon hearing this voice, widened their eyes in astonishment. Who is it? Just as their words fell, a phantom emerged from the painting above, transforming into the form of a frail old man. The Ice Water Taoist? Upon seeing this diminutive figure, Shui Nianyao gasped in shock. Indeed, it is I, the Ice Water Taoist replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. We have come to pay our respects, esteemed elder. Both Shui Nianyao and Su Nan, regaining their composure, bowed respectfully towards the old man. Rumor had it that this Ice Water Taoist was a formidable being of the Tribulation Crossing realm, and the two young girls dared not show any sign of disrespect. Do not stand on ceremony, my dear girls, the Ice Water Taoist said, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes as he regarded the two. Chapter 46. The True Immortal at 40, he continued, observing the pair. A superior ice spirit root and a top-tier water spirit root. Quite impressive. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed elder. Shui Nianyao replied respectfully, her thoughts racing. Could the opportunity left behind by the ancient sect of the Ice Water sect be tied to the Ice Water Taoist himself? However, at that moment, the Ice Water Taoist revealed a strange smile and stated, You two young girls are the final step in my achievement of the Ice Water body. I have awaited your arrival for a millennium. What do you mean by that, esteemed elder? Shui Nianyao's expression shifted at his words. Ha ha ha. It is no fear to divulge this to you, my dear girls. I have prepared for 10,000 years. And you are the 99th pair of ice water spirit roots to arrive here. Those who entered before you have already been refined into ice water pills by me. Only by gathering 99 of these pills can I reconstruct my physical form and descend into this world with unparalleled strength. The Ice Water Taoist laughed with pride, unabashedly revealing his intentions. After all, with one at the foundational realm and the other at the chi refining stage, a mere breath from him would be too much for them to withstand. What? Sunan's face paled upon hearing this. Calm yourself, Shui Nianyao interjected. We are the true disciples of the Qi Shou Dao Tian sect. Should you harm us, the Dao Tian sect will undoubtedly seek retribution. What nonsense! If I were to kill you and reconstruct my body, reaching the great Ascension stage, not even the combined might of all the masters from Qingzhou would be able to find me, the Ice Water Taoist scoffed coldly. Moreover, do not bother with futile resistance. He added, just as his words faded, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his being, descending upon Shui Nianyao and Su Nan like a mountain, crushing them beneath its weight. This rendered the already pale faces of the two into an even more ghostly hue. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, they found themselves devoid of any capacity for resistance. Are we to perish? Su Nan pondered to herself. Yet, she yearned once more for the delectable dishes prepared by her master. Although they might induce dizziness, they were truly exquisite in flavor. At that moment, the gaze of the Ice Water Taoist fell upon Shui Nianyao. With a grin, he declared, Let us use this little girl as our target. Having spoken, the Ice Water Taoist swiftly appeared before Shui Nianyao. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A spectral figure of a woman emerged from Shui Nianyao. This apparition was none other than the master of Kanglin Mountain. What malevolent force dares to assault the disciple of this mountain's master? The master of Kanglin Mountain glared sternly at the Ice Water Taoist. Master, upon seeing the newcomer, Shui Nianyao's expression brightened. A manifestation of the virtual immortal realm? The Ice Water Taoist, upon recognizing her, momentarily froze in surprise, then scoffed, if the true body were here. I might indeed feel a twinge of concern. However, as for your insignificant doppelganger, do refrain from embarrassing yourself. Although my physical form has perished, my primordial spirit still possesses formidable might. Since you have chosen to appear, let me utilize you as sustenance. Seeking death, the master of Kanglin Mountain seethed with fury, raising her hand to unleash a sword energy akin to a tsunami. Yet, the Ice Water Taoist merely lifted a hand, resembling a withered branch, and gently clapped it, shattering the sword energy with a resounding crash. Observing this, the master of Kanglin Mountain's expression turned grave. In the next instant, the Ice Water Taoist was upon her, and before she could react, he struck her squarely in the chest, sending her crashing to the ground. The doppelganger flickered between brightness and darkness. Merely an insect. The Ice Water Taoist mocked. Su Nan and Shui Nianyao, witnessing the defeat of the master of Kanglin Mountain S projection, were filled with astonishment. Shui Nianyao's complexion turned ashen. and she cried out in distress, "Master." As she shouted, she rushed to support her master. What a poignant display of master-disciple affection, the ice-water Taoist remarked in fascination. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Su Nan, a sacred ice spiritual root. I can no longer contain my anticipation. Fixating on Su Nan, the ice-water Taoist's eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger as he flashed to her side. He raised a hand, aiming to grasp her by the neck. Boom. Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from Su Nan. Sensing impending danger, the ice-water Taoist hastily retreated. In the next moment, a young man clad in a blue robe stood protectively in front of Su Nan. Master. Su Nan's eyes sparkled with joy upon recognizing him. The master of Yunju Mountain, Shui Nianyao, and the master of Kanglin Mountain, upon witnessing the event, both exhaled in relief. After all, this individual was renowned as the youngest tribulation transcendent in the history of Qingzhou, and it appeared that salvation was at hand. You little girl. Zhou Jun playfully tapped Su Nan on the head before turning his gaze toward the ice-water Taoist. Do you intend to harm my disciple? He asked with a chuckle. A mere doppelganger. As long as I wait for your doppelganger's energy to deplete, your disciple will ultimately become my prey. The ice-water Taoist squinted at the enigmatic young doppelganger before him. A sacred ice spiritual root, indeed. I do not wish to relinquish it so easily. You present a valid approach, Zhou Jun acknowledged with a nod, but then he shifted his tone, chuckling lightly. However, you have overestimated yourself. The ice-water Taoist was taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, sending shivers down the ice-water Taoist's spine. He looked skyward, only to behold a flying sword descending with the force of creation itself. A ninth-grade celestial sword. The ice-water Taoist gasped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Before he could finish his exclamation, the sword descended with an overwhelming intent, obliterating the ice-water Taoist's ancient remnants into ashes. The master of Kanglin Mountain gazed in astonishment at the sword now in Zhou Jun's grasp. If the master of Yunju Mountain could wield a ninth-grade celestial sword, did that not imply that his cultivation had reached the level of a great ascendant true immortal? The master of Kanglin Mountain found it hard to fathom. A tribulation at the age of 40 was comprehensible, but a true immortal at that age was beyond her wildest imagination. Su Nan felt a swell of pride as she witnessed her master effortlessly subdue the ice-water Taoist. Shui Nianyao cast a complex glance at Su Nan, filled with envy. She understood well that a ninth-grade celestial sword was not something one could wield without significant prowess. To command such a weapon, one would need to possess the cultivation level of a great ascendant, capable of slaying foes from thousands of miles away. Are you both unscathed? Zhou Jun inquired of the master of Kanglin Mountain and Shui Nianyao. All is well. I am grateful for the intervention of the master of Yunju Mountain. The master of Kanglin Mountain responded respectfully. Thank you for your timely assistance, master of Yunju Mountain, Shui Nianyao added, her expression filled with reverence. We are all of the same sect. No need for excessive courtesy. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively, offering a gentle smile. Chapter 47. The Daling Dynasty, My Little Girl. Return with me and my flying sword, Zhou Jun said to Su Nan. All right, Su Nan nodded obediently. With that, Zhou Jun's doppelganger dissipated. Su Nan stood atop the Aoshua flying sword, bidding farewell to Shui Nianyao. Sister Shui, I shall return to the heavenly sect now. Shui Nianyao forced a smile and said, Sister Su, I apologize. If it weren't for your master's timely appearance, it is likely that we would have met our demise here. Su Nan chuckled lightly. No need to worry. After all, you were unaware of the dangers that lurked here. Thank you, Sister Su, Shui Nianyao replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Nan mounted the Aoshua flying sword and returned to the Daotian sect. At that moment, the Lord of Kanglin Mountain addressed Shui Nianyao with solemnity. I did not foresee that the master of Yunjushan has attained such formidable cultivation. Our Kanglin Mountain must not harbor animosity towards Yunjushan. Shui Nianyao nodded in agreement. I shall remember your words, master. That is good to hear. It seems you share a good rapport with Su Nan. You should cultivate that friendship further. The Lord of Kanglin Mountain advised. Very well, Shui Nianyao responded, though inwardly she could not help but find the situation amusing. Previously, she was the one to be courted. And now she was the one tasked with seeking favor from others, a rather peculiar feeling indeed. Now, my avatar cannot remain for long. Exercise caution on your journey back. The Lord of Kanglin Mountain cautioned. Rest assured, master, Shui Nianyao assured him. Once she finished speaking, the avatar of the Lord of Kanglin Mountain dissipated. In a blink, Su Nan had been carried back to Yunjushan by the Aoshua flying sword. Upon entering the Yunjushan hall, she was momentarily taken aback to see a young maiden standing beside her master. This is your junior sister, Lu Jining, Zhou Jun said with a smile. Greetings, sister. Lu Jining said eagerly upon spotting Su Nan. Ah, so it's junior sister Lu. Sunan exclaimed, her spirits lifting at the news of having a junior sister. After all, spending time alone at Yunjushan could be quite dull. Having a companion was a delightful change. Sunan, take some time to rest, and later, introduce your junior sister to the wonders of Yunjushan, Zhou Jun instructed. You can count on me, master. Sunan replied confidently, patting her chest. Zhou Jun nodded with a smile, then added, I will be entering a period of seclusion. You two must ensure you get along well. Absolutely. Sunan affirmed. You impulsive girl, do not be so hasty, Zhou Jun said fondly, ruffling Sunan's hair. I'm not. Sunan pouted playfully in response. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhou Jun departed to the secret chamber to consume the primordial foundation nourishing pill, intending to solidify her foundation. Meanwhile, in the Divine Feather Empire, You.Every had been unable to sleep since acquiring the true immortal token a few days ago, overwhelmed with joy. He dismissed the so-called Great Ling Empire entirely. If the Great Ling Empire proved uncooperative, he would simply summon the true immortal to teach them a lesson. Your Majesty, the people of the Great Ling dynasty have recently become increasingly restless, seemingly preparing to take action against our Divine Feather dynasty. Just as the venerable ancestor of the Divine Feather dynasty, Supreme Emperor You.Every, was in the palace, gazing at the true immortal token and chuckling. A man of imposing demeanor, yet appearing somewhat haggard, entered the grand hall. This individual is the sovereign of the Divine Feather dynasty, the Feather Emperor, and one of You.Every's sons, a master at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Why the panic? You.Every asked nonchalantly. The Feather Emperor, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. Father, how can I not be anxious? The Great Ling dynasty is set to strike at our Divine Feather dynasty. We are already teetering on the brink of collapse. Remain composed. As the ruler of a dynasty, you must maintain a calm mind in the face of any situation. You.Every advised. No, father, what is wrong with you? They are coming to our doorstep. We are on the verge of utter destruction. If this continues, our entire lineage may face annihilation. The Feather Emperor exclaimed, nearly pulling at his hair in distress. I have something remarkable to show you. You.Every said with a mysterious smile, revealing a fragment of incense in his hand. Upon seeing the incense, despair instantly clouded the Feather Emperor's eyes. Father, have you truly given up? You have even prepared incense. With a swift kick to the Feather Emperor's backside, You.Every chastised, You rascal. Are you cursing your father's demise? Do you seek a beating? The Feather Emperor immediately fell silent, his demeanor shifting to one of meek submission. If anyone had been present, they would have been astounded, for the Feather Emperor, as a ruler, was known for his high status and formidable presence. Yet now, before the Supreme Emperor, he was scolded like a child, unable to retort, only enduring in silence. At that moment, You.Every spoke to the incense in his hand. With this in my possession, our Divine Feather dynasty shall not fear anyone. The Feather Emperor was truly despondent. His father, the pillar of the Divine Feather dynasty, had apparently lost his sanity. Heaven does not favor our Divine Feather. He lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the Great Ling dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden dragons entered a secret chamber. This man was the ruler of the Great Ling dynasty, the Ling Emperor. Upon entering the chamber, he approached an elderly figure. I pay my respects, Father Emperor, the Ling Emperor said, bowing respectfully to the elder. This elder was the steadfast anchor of the Great Ling dynasty, the Supreme Emperor Ling Mu. What is this? Restless, are we? Preparing to strike at the Divine Feather dynasty? Ling Mu inquired, his gaze piercing. The Ling Emperor did not deny it. Very well. I shall pay a visit to the Divine Feather dynasty and see that old friend of mine, the Ling Emperor replied with a slight smile. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear above the Divine Feather dynasty. As You.Every conversed with the Emperor of Feather, You.Every seemed to sense something. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the uninvited guest has indeed arrived. As the words fell, You.Every appeared before Ling Mu. After many years, he remarked, you are still stuck in the mid-stage of the void immortal realm. Ling Mu looked at the visitor and smiled gently. What is this? Ling Mu, are you unable to sit still? You.Every also smiled as he inquired, seemingly dismissive of Ling Mu's presence. This attitude momentarily startled Ling Mu. Are you not afraid of me? Ling Mu asked in astonishment. Of course not, You.Every grinned. If your Great Ling dynasty wishes for my Divine Feather dynasty to submit, cease the idle chatter and come forth. Let us see who is truly afraid. At this moment, bolstered by the support of a true immortal, You.Every exhibited no fear of the Great Ling dynasty. How intriguing. Ling Mu regarded the audacious You.Every, pondering whether he had some hidden cards up his sleeve or if he was merely playing a game of deception. Chapter 48. The market elderly woman. I grant your Divine Feather dynasty 1 year. Should I not receive your submission within this time? I shall personally intervene and compel your dynasty to bow in submission. Ling Mu, wishing to end the conversation with you.Every, uttered these words before turning to leave. You.Every watched Ling Mu depart, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed down at the incense in his hand, murmuring to himself, "If you have the ability, come forth and let us see who truly fears whom." 3 days later, Zhou Jun continued his seclusion in the hidden chamber of Yunjushan Mountain, diligently refining his foundation. Meanwhile, Su Nan, accompanied by her junior sister, Lu Jining, donned ordinary attire and descended the mountain for a leisurely outing. "Junior sister, let me tell you, there are many delightful places near Daotian's sect. Today, your senior sister will take you to the nearest market for a stroll," Su Nan said with a squint and a cheerful smile. "All right," Lu Jining replied with a smile. As the two arrived at the nearby market, they discovered an elderly woman with a limp, sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress. Her skin resembled withered wood, and dirt was embedded beneath her nails, presenting a pitiable sight. Upon seeing this, Su Nan rushed over to assist her. The elderly woman, with tears of gratitude, said, "Thank you, young lady." "No need to thank me," Su Nan replied bashfully. "You truly are a kind-hearted person, young lady. I live nearby." The elderly woman continued, "If you would be so kind, could you escort me home?" Su Nan hesitated for a moment, but, being kind-hearted, agreed, "All right. Thank you, young lady. You are truly wonderful." The elderly woman expressed her gratitude once more, making Su Nan feel slightly embarrassed. Observing this, Lu Jining joined Su Nan in supporting the elderly woman as they followed her directions to her home. Meanwhile, a graceful woman adorned with a bamboo hat and dressed in white furrowed her brow as she observed the unfolding scene. It was unexpected to encounter such malevolent cultivators in this market. The two young girls seemed to be in grave danger. However, one of them possessed a rare ice spirit root, while the other was a body of the Yin, suggesting a potential for a fortunate alliance. Thus, she contemplated extending her assistance to them. Her name was Mu Hongyan, once a transcendent cultivator poised to ascend to the pinnacle of enlightenment. Tragically, during her tribulation, she was betrayed by her most trusted disciple, leading to her demise. Upon awakening, she found herself inhabiting the body of a young beggar girl, 3 millennia later, while her disciple had long since ascended to immortality. In a few short years, she had cultivated the seemingly ordinary body of the beggar girl to the golden core stage, vowing to ascend to the celestial realm and engage in a heartfelt conversation with her former disciple. Today, she had come to the market in search of cultivation resources, only to witness the earlier incident involving 2 exceptionally gifted and kind-hearted girls aiding a fallen female cultivator of evil. With this in mind, Mu Hongyan decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Su Nan and Lu Jining had assisted the elderly woman to a small, shadowy corner house. "Is this your home, old lady? Now that we've arrived, we shall take our leave," Su Nan said, sensing something amiss in the eerie atmosphere. Just as she intended to bid farewell, the elderly woman, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, replied, "Young ladies, you are such kind souls, selflessly bringing me home. Please, grant me the favor of allowing you to enter and have a cup of hot tea." Su Nan hesitated. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a befuddled middle-aged man, who, with a runny nose, looked at the elderly woman and exclaimed, "Mother, you have returned." Upon noticing Su Nan and Lu Jining, 2 maidens whose beauty resembled that of celestial beings, his face flushed crimson. The elderly woman, observing his reaction, chided, "De Gua. If it weren't for these 2 young ladies coming to my aid, I would have perished on the road. Why are you still standing there? Quickly open the door and invite them in." "Certainly, mother." The man, known as De Gua, eagerly complied. The elderly woman, slightly embarrassed, turned to Su Nan and Lu Jining, saying, "My apologies, ladies. My son has never been the sharpest since birth." "Not at all," Su Nan quickly reassured her. "Please, let us go inside." The elderly woman, with heartfelt hospitality, insisted they enter. With no other choice, Su Nan and Lu Jining exchanged reluctant glances before stepping into the dimly lit abode. Upon entering the house, the elderly lady swiftly closed the door, and while Su Nan and Lu Jining poured hot tea, she remarked, "Ladies, my humble abode is quite bare. Please do not mock me." Su Nan assured her, "Rest assured, we would never mock you." The old woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, "You are truly a kind-hearted young lady." Su Nan felt a tinge of embarrassment at the compliment. "Dear girl, seeing your compassionate nature, akin to a living bodhisattva, would you fulfill one last wish of mine?" "It would grant me peace before I depart from this world," the elderly woman said, tears streaming down her face. "What is it?" Su Nan inquired. "Will you promise me first?" The old lady insisted. "Grandmother, you must first tell us what it is, so we may know if we can assist," Lu Jining interjected. "As long as this young lady is willing, I am certain she can help." The elderly woman fixed her gaze on Su Nan. My master has instructed me not to easily acquiesce to others. Dear grandmother, please express your wish, and I shall do my utmost if possible, Su Nan replied. To their astonishment, the old woman suddenly knelt before Su Nan, beseeching, young girl, before I pass, I wish to hold a grandchild in my arms. Yet no young woman here finds favor in me. Please, I implore you to assist. How can this be? Su Nan gasped, her face paling. The old woman's expression shifted ominously. You promise to do your best, young lady. If I leave this world without holding a grandchild, I shall depart in unrest. Su Nan glanced at the dazed, tear-streaked man beside her, then back at the elderly lady, exclaiming, Grandmother, I can strive to assist with other matters. But I cannot sacrifice myself for this. I must decline your request. Please rise. At this moment, Lihujun furrowed her brow. The old lady was becoming rather demanding. If you refuse, I may be compelled to resort to less honorable methods, the old woman stated ominously. Both Su Nan and Lihujun froze at her words. The elderly lady rose, emanating an intensely chilling aura. A golden core cultivator. Su Nan and Lihujun gasped in terror upon recognizing her formidable presence. The old woman, with a piercing gaze fixed on Su Nan, declared, Dear girl, be a true kind soul, and help me bear a stout grandchild with my son. That is impossible. Su Nan firmly rejected, for while she did not seek an exceptionally gifted partner, having witnessed the unparalleled grace of her master, she believed her own partner should possess at least similar looks and talent. However, the man referred to as the big melon appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Yet, when compared to her master, he was like a being from an entirely different realm, lacking both charm and innate talent. How could she possibly demean herself to accommodate him? Such a scenario was beyond her control. The old woman's eyes gleamed with cunning as a writhing black worm appeared in her hand. This is a love worm. Once implanted, you will develop feelings for my son. Upon hearing this, Su Nan turned pale, unable to fathom the horror of falling for this snot-nosed uncle. Why were the kind-hearted in this world never rewarded? Su Nan pondered deeply, having only intended goodwill. At that moment, Lihujun furrowed her brow and said, Old hag, I advise you to recognize your limits. Should any trouble arise for us here, our master will undoubtedly seek retribution. Once the rice is cooked, what I have to fear? The old woman revealed her gnarled teeth and grinned at Lihujun. Since you are so audacious, why not become my son's concubine? Your son is such a wretched creature, yet he desires multiple wives? Has he looked in the mirror? Lihujun was instantly furious. Being born into a revered family of transformation, she had never endured such indignity. The old woman scoffed, splitting the love worms in her hand. Go. As she finished her sentence, the two worms darted towards Su Nan and Lihujun. Seeing this, their faces drained of color. Just then, with a resounding crash, the door of the old woman's dwelling was kicked open, and a flash of sword light sliced through the air. The worms flying towards Su Nan and Lihujun were cleaved in two by the swift blade. In the blink of an eye, the two young women realized that their savior was a woman clad in white, wielding a long sword and wearing a conical hat. Who are you? Why do you interfere with my affairs? The old woman fumed as her carefully nurtured love worms were severed. An evil worm master, a profession rarely encountered. I never expected to meet your kind here, you practitioners of vile arts, the woman in white replied with a light laugh, twirling her sword and resting it behind her back. A mere golden core cultivator dares to meddle in my business? Yet, you seem to be acquainted with the profession of an evil worm master, which indicates you possess some experience. Are you not aware that offending an evil worm master leads to dire consequences? The old woman glared at the woman in white, her eyes glinting with menace. The woman in white scoffed coldly. In her prime, she wouldn't even need to raise a finger. Her mere aura could obliterate the old woman's physical form. Upon your arrival, it seems fortuitous to gather a few to allow my son to indulge in his desires. At this moment, the elderly woman chuckled softly, her gnarled hand reaching out toward the woman in white. However, the latter, having mastered her agility to an extraordinary degree, swiftly sidestepped the grasp of the old crone. The woman in white was acutely aware that the talons of these malevolent sorcerers harbored numerous venomous insects. A mere scratch from them could result in the instantaneous implantation of these vile creatures, a truly repulsive fate. Such remarkable agility! The elderly woman exclaimed in astonishment, but quickly followed with a mocking laugh. Yet if this is all you can do, you might as well surrender without resistance today. As she spoke, it seemed as though an invisible shackling force around her was released, and her aura began to rise steadily, eventually peaking at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm before she halted. You are concealing your cultivation, the woman in white remarked with a furrowed brow. The elderly woman merely smiled enigmatically in response. Young lady, if you can escape, you should do so at once. Su Nan expressed her gratitude to the woman in white. The disparity between the golden core and nascent soul realms is so vast that the odds of victory are utterly non-existent. Even though the woman in white had once been a formidable force during the tribulation, facing a nascent soul with only golden core strength was practically futile, as the chasm between their realms was akin to that between heaven and earth. I have already intervened. There is no turning back now, the woman in white declared with determination. Allow me to demonstrate a battle that transcends realms. Arrogant. The elderly woman seethed, her ire ignited by the woman's every word, which seemed to dismiss her entirely. In a fit of rage, a whip composed of crimson sinew and white fat, stretching 3 meters in length, erupted from behind her, slicing through the air toward the woman in white's face. Yet, the latter's agility was indeed extraordinary. With a deft movement, she effortlessly evaded the strike. The elderly woman's whip struck the wooden table with a resounding crash, splintering it into a cloud of debris before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The elderly woman's foolish son, witnessing such a spectacle, trembled in fear and fled to the safety of the room, leaving behind a puddle of yellow urine. Observing her son's disgraceful retreat, the elderly woman felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Could he not muster a shred of courage? Turning her attention back to the woman in white, she declared, "Once I subdue you, you shall obediently reveal the secrets of your agility." The woman in white scoffed. "Do not boast here. If you possess the ability, then kill me. It is not so easy to meet death. I intend to savor tormenting you." With a furious shout, the elderly woman lashed out again with her whip, now infused with fierce wind, aiming for the woman in white. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. In an instant, as the woman in white deftly moved, the elderly lady had already executed a technique reserved for those of the nascent soul realm, appearing behind her. "Be cautious of your back," Sunan exclaimed in alarm. Upon hearing this, the woman in white swiftly countered with a sword strike towards the approaching elder. The elder was momentarily astonished by such reflexes from someone at the golden core stage. Given time, this young woman would undoubtedly surpass her in cultivation. With that thought, the elder resolved firmly to eliminate the woman in white today to prevent future troubles. Chapter 50. The Death of the Elder Clang. At that moment, the elder raised her gnarled hand, bracing herself to meet the sword of the woman in white, producing a sound akin to a metallic roar. Was the gap in cultivation insurmountable? The woman in white felt helpless. It is often said that sheer strength can overcome technique. Despite her extensive skills, she was still merely at the mid-golden core stage. Faced with an adversary of the nascent soul realm, she was utterly outmatched. Was she destined to perish here today? The woman in white's mind raced with such thoughts. She was unwilling to accept her fate, especially as she had yet to avenge herself. Little girl. Do not be deceived by my rough exterior. I cultivate with goo to nourish my skin. My physical body is already comparable to that of a transformation stage cultivator. The elder boasted, a triumphant smirk adorning her face. The woman in white scoffed coldly, choosing silence. She could not fathom that. In her previous life as a tribulation-transcending cultivator, she would be reduced to being toyed with by a mere nascent soul practitioner. Do you enjoy being the hero? Want to save those 2 little girls? Very well, I shall have them spend a night of passion with my son right before your eyes, the elder sneered, reaching out towards Lihujun. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A frigid aura suddenly erupted from Lihujun. An ice sword shadows materialized behind her like a blooming ice lotus. Extreme cold sword array. The woman in white was taken aback by the surge of power emanating from Lihujun. What is this? The elder's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment as she sensed the formidable energy radiating from Lihujun. Lihujun smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot that my master had set up an array on me." As her words fell, the ice lotus unfurled, transforming into a torrent of sword shadows that surged violently towards the elder. No, the elder's eyes widened in terror. This power was beyond her capacity to withstand. The multitude of sword shadows disregarded the elder's despair, piercing through her once proud physical form, leaving it riddled with wounds. While even her primordial spirit was shattered under the onslaught of the relentless ice blades. Ultimately, as the myriad sword shadows pierced through the elderly woman's body, they coalesced into a remarkable young man clad in a blue robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. Master. Upon seeing the youth, Sunan and Lihujun both revealed expressions of excitement and mischief. Thud. The elderly woman's body, riddled with wounds and unbearable to behold, collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. Zhou Jun, not sparing a glance at her lifeless form, turned to the 2 young girls with a resigned expression, saying, "You 2 little ones truly give me no peace." Sunan, sticking out her tongue, replied, "My junior sister and I felt pity for this old woman and decided to lend her a hand. But little did we know she possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent. There is nothing wrong with kindness, yet misplacing it renders it worthless." Zhou Jun chuckled lightly in response. "Today's events can be considered a trial for both of you. Junior pays respects to the senior, Mu Hongyan said, bowing her hands to the suddenly appearing Zhou Jun. She recognized the young man, whose elegance in the blue robe was unparalleled, and surmised he was none other than the youngest tribulation-transcending cultivator of the Dao Tian sect, the master of Yunju Mountain. Zhou Jun reflecting on this. Mu Hongyan couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling how she herself had once been dubbed a prodigy. Yet it took her 200 years to cultivate to the tribulation stage. It was said that this young master of Yunju Mountain was merely 40 years old. And you are? Zhou Jun asked, momentarily taken aback as he regarded the woman in white. Master, this sister was the one who just saved us. She nearly lost her life at the hands of that old witch while attempting to help us, Su Nen explained. Ah, I see, Zhou Jun said, realization dawning upon him. He then turned to the woman in white with a warm smile, asking, what is your name, young lady? I'm Mu Hongyan. The woman in white replied. Take this, Zhou Jun said, tossing her a piece of jade. In times of peril, shatter this, and I shall appear. After receiving the jade with both hands, Mu Hongyan respectfully expressed her gratitude. Junior is deeply thankful for the senior's kindness. With the protection of a tribulation-level expert, Mu Hongyan felt a surge of confidence regarding her impending mission to avenge her brother. Upon awakening in the body of a young beggar girl, she had inherited a fragment of memory revealing that the girl had a brother who, tragically, was killed by a woman named Yu Linglong during a begging incident prior to her arrival. The absurd reason being that the beggar brother had sullied her eyesight. Thus, the young beggar girl lived in sorrow until her impending demise. It was at that moment that Mu Hongyan took over her body, vowing to help her exact revenge, thereby successfully gaining control. This Yu Linglong was the young master of the Yulong sect, possessing golden core cultivation, while her father, Yu Fenghua, was the sect's master and a formidable cultivator at the level of an immortal. Yu Linglong once loftily addressed the young beggar possessed by Muxianjian, saying, I have slain your brother. Should you be unsatisfied, you may come to Yulong sect at any time to settle the score. I shall personally welcome your challenge. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. This is what you deserve. Zhou Jun chuckled. He then cautioned Su Nan and Lu Jining, be careful on your way back. With that, Zhou Jun's projection dissipated. Simultaneously, the true Zhou Jun, who was in seclusion within a secret chamber, opened his eyes. Those two little girls certainly are a handful. Zhou Jun sighed with a bitter smile. However, at this moment, Zhou Jun had also broken through to a minor realm, reaching the late stage of the transformation realm. Even without the 5-5 opening system, he far surpassed many of the prodigies on Qingzhou. After all, there were not many transformation realm cultivators at the age of 40 on Qingzhou. Just then, a voice of an elder echoed from outside. Is the master of cloud residence present? Zhou Jun paused slightly, then, with a flicker, appeared before the elder, smiling. Elder Chen, what brings you here? The elder, named Chen Guang, bowed respectfully. No need for such formality. Elder, Zhou Jun replied lightly. Master Li, the sect leader requests your presence at the Dao Heaven Hall for a discussion, Chen Guang stated. Very well, I shall go at once, Zhou Jun agreed without hesitation, vanishing before Chen Guang's eyes. Observing this, Chen Guang couldn't help but reflect. Who would have thought that the once derided master of cloud residence would now be one of the pillars of our Dao Heaven sect? This world is indeed full of uncertainties. Chapter 51. Yu Linglong. When Zhou Jun arrived at the Dao Heaven Hall, all the major mountain masters of the Dao Heaven sect had gathered there. Zhou Jun inquired in surprise. What occasion brings everyone together today? Mu Taiyu replied with a light smile. It concerns the Tai Su sect of Yunzhou. Their elder, Xiao Yuanhui, has endured a century of tribulation. In pursuit of an invincible path, he has already toppled the peers of 3 top-tier sects, the Sacred Thunder Palace of Lihujun, the Vast Sword Sect of Jiangzhou, and the Golden Spirit Temple of Lingzhou. If all goes as expected, it will soon be our Dao Heaven sect's turn. The mountain masters of the Dao Heaven sect were collectively incensed, exclaiming, this man is far too arrogant. Indeed, his audacity is beyond belief. At this moment, Mu Taiyu turned to Zhou Jun, saying, Master of Cloud Residence, you are the only one among us capable of overcoming a century of tribulation. It seems this matter falls to you. Ding! The system has issued a task to suppress Xiao Yuanhui's arrogance and shatter his sense of invincibility. The host will receive substantial rewards. Upon seeing the system's task, Zhou Jun replied straightforwardly, rest assured, sect leader, I will handle this matter. Even if I am not his match, I will ensure that the dignity of our Dao Heaven sect remains intact. Upon witnessing the situation, Kanglin Mountain Master could not help but smile bitterly within. This master of Yunju Mountain truly relishes the guise of a pig hiding its strength, being a true immortal. Is it not a trivial matter to easily subdue this Xiao Yuanhui? Mu Taiyu, seeing that Zhou Jun did not decline, readily agreed, feeling relieved. As this matter pertained to the dignity of the Daotian sect, after the various mountain masters exchanged pleasantries, they gradually dispersed. Morong Shui approached Zhou Jun, who was still seated, munching on sunflower seeds, and remarked, Zhou Yuanhui possesses remarkable talent, yet his demeanor is quite arrogant. No big deal, Zhou Jun replied nonchalantly. Rising to head outside, I shall return first to see if my 2 disciples have returned. Very well, Morong Shui responded. Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou border, a ripple in the fabric of space appeared, and a young man clad in simple garments emerged. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his eyes shone with clarity. He slowly spoke, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing throughout the Qingzhou continent. Qizhou, Daotian sect. Zhou Yuanhui shall pay a visit in 10 days to experience the prowess of your sect's masters over the past century. The beings of Qingzhou nearly all heard this declaration. Naturally, the members of the Daotian sect were no exception. With such a commotion, does he not fear the embarrassment of defeat? This is the audacity of one who treads the path of invincibility. I hope the master of Yunju Mountain can shatter this fellow's invincible spirit. The various mountain masters of the Daotian sect deliberated. Simultaneously, Lihujun paid no heed to the declaration of war. After all, this individual was merely a benefactor to him. As a mere stalemate would suffice to shatter his invincible heart. Upon returning to Yunju Mountain, he found Su Nan and Lu Jiqing already present in the Yunju Hall. Master, did you hear? Someone has declared war on our Daotian sect. Su Nan exclaimed in astonishment. The challenger is none other than your master, Lihujun shrugged. Master. Can you defeat him? The young girl blinked, her concern evident. Guess, Lihujun replied with a light laugh. He then turned to Lu Jiqing and said, I have yet to impart your teachings, come here. Obediently, Lu Jiqing approached. Lihujun touched her brow with his fingertip and transmitted the Taiyin true scripture to her. You possess the physique of the Taiyin. There is little I can guide you on, as everything must be comprehended by yourself. Ultimately, aside from foundational training, each individual's path is distinct, and you must follow your own heart. The disciple understands, Lu Jiqing solemnly nodded. Very well, Lihujun acknowledged. Resolute in his refusal to admit he was merely a mediocre master. By the way, what was the name of that girl who saved you? Lihujun suddenly inquired. Sister is called Mu Hongyan. What a beautiful name. Mu Hongyan, master, are you jesting with me? Su Nan said helplessly. You caught me, Lihujun chuckled. That girl is quite decent. Indeed, however, when Hongyan left, she mentioned she had business to attend to at the Yulong sect, Su Nan remarked. Yulong sect? Lihujun paused slightly, having heard of this sect, which is guarded by a formidable celestial being, making it a considerable sect. That girl named Mu Hongyan seems young, yet possesses the cultivation of the golden core stage. Perhaps she is a disciple of the Yulong sect, Lihujun speculated internally. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan, donning a wide-brimmed hat and alone, arrived at the Yulong sect. The disciples guarding the grand entrance, upon seeing this graceful young woman, began to scrutinize her with keen interest. At that moment, Mu Hongyan called out directly, Yulinglong, I have come to find you. The disciples on duty were immediately taken aback. How audacious. To call out the name of the young sect master so casually. They were well aware of their young sect master's fiery temper. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. As expected, in the next instant, a jade-colored whip, resembling a soaring dragon, flew from the entrance, aiming directly at Mu Hongyan. However, she raised her hand to catch it. After all these years, your temper remains unchanged, doesn't it? To withstand my strike indicates your strength is no trifling matter. Tell me, who are you? Just then, a girl dressed in a jade lotus skirt, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an air of arrogance, stepped out from the Yulong sect's entrance and approached Mu Hongyan. Upon hearing this, Mu Hongyan removed her hat, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face, untouched by makeup. The male disciples guarding the entrance were left speechless at her beauty. A flicker of imperceptible jealousy crossed Yulinglong's eyes as she spoke. State your name. What? Do you not remember me? Mu Hongyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Do you know how many prodigies I have encountered in my life? Why would I specifically remember you? Yulinglong scoffed. People of high status tend to forget easily. You were the one who killed my brother, Mu Hongyan retorted with a cold snort. I wondered who it was. So it is you, the little beggar girl, Yulinglong suddenly realized. Recalling the little beggar girl filled with resentment beside the remains of her brother, whom she had mercilessly beaten, a playful smile appeared on Yulinglong's face. So, you have come seeking revenge? I never expected that in just a few short years, you have cultivated to the golden core stage. It seems I must take action today to eliminate future troubles. As she spoke the latter part, a hint of jealousy was evident in Yulinglong's voice. Despite her youthful appearance, she was already 30 years old, and yet she had only reached the golden core stage. Given time, she would undoubtedly find herself outmatched by this little beggar girl. Upon reflection, the once little beggar girl has transformed into a stunning beauty, her talent now terrifyingly formidable, which only deepens Yu Linglong's envy. Chapter 52. Father, how could you yell at me? If you intend to strike, then do so. Spare me your superfluous words. Mu Hongyan let out a cold laugh. Today, I shall ensure your demise. What an audacious girl. Yu Linglong, upon hearing this declaration, could not help but laugh in anger. To threaten to kill her on her own turf? The audacity of this little beggar is truly remarkable. Let's see if she can back up her words. With a defiant huff, Yu Linglong cracked her jade dragon whip in the air with a sharp snap, aiming once more at Mu Hongyan's delicate face. You envy my beauty and wish to mar my visage? Mu Hongyan retorted with a smile. Yu Linglong responded, Indeed, not only do I wish to ruin your looks, but I shall also defeat you, casting you into the midst of brutish men, allowing you to experience a fate worse than death. You truly deserve to die. Mu Hongyan was taken aback by Yu Linglong's venomous intent, realizing that this girl was far more sinister than she had anticipated. In a flash, Mu Hongyan gracefully sidestepped the long whip with ease. The girl who sought the young master appeared remarkably gifted, yet it was unfortunate that she dared to provoke him. Do be quiet. To speak so boldly in front of the young master. Are you courting death? A disciple from the Jade Dragon sect remarked in astonishment, only to be met with a startled retort from another. The first disciple, suddenly recalling the gravity of the situation, shivered and promptly fell silent. They all understood that offending the young master was no trifling matter. A mere glance could result in grievous injuries, or worse, a fate of being minced and fed to dogs. This was no jest. Yu Linglong, surprised that Mu Hongyan had evaded her strike, quickly regained her composure and unleashed her whip like a tempest, yet each attempt was effortlessly dodged by Mu Hongyan. With a mocking smile, Mu Hongyan remarked, After all these years, you truly have not improved at all. Seeking death, Yu Linglong was struck where it hurt, her anger surging like thunder. Over the years, her father had repeatedly urged her to consume the Yuan Ing pill to facilitate her breakthrough from the Golden Core stage to the Yuan Ing realm. Yet, Yu Linglong, proud by nature, resented becoming a mere vessel for medicine and thus committed herself to arduous training, only to find herself stagnant at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Now, she could not even defeat an unattractive girl in the mid-Golden Core stage. This ignited a sense of frustration within her and further fueled her jealousy. Why? When her father possessed such exceptional talent, did she find herself so lacking? Mu Hongyan seemed to perceive her thoughts and spoke directly. Yu Linglong, your father is a formidable figure, a transcendental being. How could he possibly father a daughter as talentless as you? Surely, you cannot be his true offspring. I shall end you. At these words, fury ignited in Yu Linglong's eyes, and the jade-colored whip in her hand surged with an even fiercer energy. This girl ought to temper her words. Her reckless bravado could certainly provoke the young master to a breaking point. The disciples of the Yulong sect began to grow anxious on Mu Hongyan's behalf. As the saying goes, beauty is justice. This phrase perfectly encapsulated Mu Hongyan's essence. You fool, do you not wish to sample this woman's allure? She has offended the young master. Should he capture her, it might even bring us some delight. One disciple chuckled. The previously speaking disciple scoffed. You truly lack resolve. Do you genuinely aspire to be the swine of the young master's tongue? Ah, that sentiment is misguided, retorted the chuckling disciple, dismissively. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyan commenced her counterattack. In an instant, she darted forward, appearing before Yu Linglong, her hand manifesting a long sword. An ethereal sword intent enveloped Yu Linglong, shrouding the area in a thick mist. As the fog engulfed her surroundings, panic surged within Yu Linglong, for she could no longer discern the location of the small girl beggar hidden away. Whoosh! A sword sliced through the air behind Yu Linglong. Before she could react, a gaping wound opened on her back, flowing with crimson. Crack! Yu Linglong hastily lashed out with her whip behind her, yet struck only air. The whip crashed to the ground, splintering the floor beneath. However, her excessive force resulted in a severe recoil. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Hongyan thrust her sword into Yu Linglong's side once more. Ah, do not hide in the shadows. If you possess any courage, step forth and face me in a duel to the death. Yu Linglong's mind spiraled into despair, feeling as though she had become a mouse toyed with by a cat in Mu Hongyan. This humiliation was unbearable. She began to wield her whip frantically, creating an impenetrable barrier around herself. Yet, such exertion came at a tremendous cost to her stamina. Mu Hongyan was evidently aware of this and refrained from further attacks, patiently awaiting the moment Yu Linglong's energy would wane. Finally, after what felt like the duration of 3 incense sticks, Mu Hongyan seized the moment, directing her sword toward Yu Linglong's throat, poised to end her life. However, how could matters unfold so simply? A terrifying aura surged within the Jade Dragon sect, and in the next moment, an immense force struck Mu Hongyan, sending her body soaring through the mist like a kite severed from its string. As she flew backward, The dense fog began to dissipate. Once the haze cleared, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached Yu Linglong. "Father!" Yu Linglong exclaimed upon seeing her father, her voice filled with desperation. "This woman is wicked. You must kill her." The man who had arrived was none other than Yu Linglong's father, Yu Fenghua, the master of the Jade Dragon sect. At that moment, Yu Fenghua paid no heed to his daughter's pleas. Instead, he gazed intently at Mu Hongyan's face. She was breathtakingly beautiful. How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? He felt an overwhelming desire to possess her. Mu Hongyan, with a cold laugh, taunted Yu Linglong. "Can you not handle this? What is the matter, calling for help? Huh? If you have the capability, why don't you call for assistance yourself?" Yu Linglong laughed mockingly. "Silence!" Yu Fenghua reprimanded his daughter sharply. "Father, are you scolding me?" Yu Linglong's face reflected sheer disbelief. However, Yu Fenghua ignored her and turned to Mu Hongyan, inquiring. "My lady, what exactly transpired?" Mu Hongyan was taken aback. She had anticipated that Yu Linglong's father would immediately seek her demise for nearly killing his daughter. Why was he being so reasonable? After all, she had almost slain his child. A subtle change flickered across her expression. Chapter 53, Little Girl. "We meet again. Your daughter has killed my brother," Mu Hongyan stated plainly to Yu Fenghua. "Linglong, is what this lady says true?" Yu Fenghua narrowed his eyes as he questioned his daughter. "Father, I didn't mean to," Yu Linglong replied, her face paling as she sensed her father's seriousness. Something was amiss. She had committed numerous heinous acts before, yet today, her father seemed intent on holding her accountable. Hadn't he always turned a blind eye? "Very well. You have taken a life, thus, you shall be punished. I sentence you to 3 years of reflection at the thought cliff," Yu Fenghua declared coldly. "Father!" Yu Linglong's eyes widened in shock. She never expected her father would punish her for a mere beggar. "Do you intend to defy my orders?" Yu Fenghua narrowed his eyes. "Yes, father." Yu Linglong lowered her proud head, acknowledging her fate. She understood that everything she possessed stemmed from her father's influence. While she could be arrogant before outsiders, defying her father would mean losing everything. "And you shall apologize to this lady," Yu Fenghua continued. "What?" Yu Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Fenghua narrowed his eyes slightly, reflecting on how his daughter had suffered from the early departure of her mother, combined with his own preoccupation with sect affairs that led to his neglect in her upbringing. Ultimately, this had fostered the arrogant and overbearing personality of Yu Linglong. Now, it seemed that this endeavor had been rendered futile. It was time to seek a new wife and cultivate a new heir. "I understand, father," Yu Linglong said. Her spirit dampened like a defeated rooster as she addressed Mu Hongyan with an apology. With that, she turned and ran towards the cliff of reflection at Yu Linglong's sect. Mu Hongyan observed this scene in silence. It was evident that Yu Fenghua had sent Yu Linglong to the cliff of reflection as a form of punishment. Yet it was also a means of safeguarding her, considering that Yu Linglong had offended many outside. "My dear, are you satisfied with this punishment?" Yu Fenghua inquired with a smile directed at Mu Hongyan. "You've already made your decision. Do my words hold any weight?" Mu Hongyan chuckled softly. Yet, she could sense that this matter was far from over, for Yu Fenghua would not easily concede to a mere golden core cultivator like herself. "The temperament of the young lady resembles that of my late wife," Yu Fenghua lamented. At that moment, even Mu Hongyan, despite her naivety, realized that Yu Fenghua was clearly harboring intentions towards her. "This is not a place to linger," Mu Hongyan declared, donning her conical hat. "The matter is settled, Sect Master Yu Fenghua. I take my leave. Why the haste, my lady?" Yu Fenghua swiftly appeared before her. "What do you want?" Mu Hongyan questioned, her grip tightening around the jade stone that Zhou Jun had gifted her. "My lady, at such a young age, you have achieved the golden core realm, showcasing your unparalleled talent. Only a woman of your extraordinary gifts and beauty deserves to be my wife," Yu Fenghua stated candidly. "Sect Master, don't you find your words rather amusing?" Mu Hongyan retorted with a mix of anger and laughter. "Your daughter has slain my brother, and you still wish to marry me? Surely, you must be out of your mind." "I find your spirit quite endearing," Yu Fenghua replied with a disturbingly cheerful smile. Mu Hongyan was left speechless. She had not anticipated that a cultivator at the virtual immortal realm could be so lascivious. Compared to this man, the master of Yutian's sect was not even in the same league. The gatekeeping disciples of Yulong's sect, witnessing this exchange, silently mourned for Mu Hongyan, as they dared not utter a word in the presence of their master. To them, a virtual immortal was akin to a true celestial being, an entity to be revered from afar. Suddenly, Mu Hongyan smiled playfully. "If you wish to marry me, you must personally eliminate your daughter. My lady, Yu Linglong has already faced punishment. To kill her now would be unreasonable." Yu Fenghua frowned. It was clear that, as a father, he may not have been particularly fond of his daughter, yet to murder her for the sake of a woman would tarnish his reputation irreparably. "What, unwilling? If you are, Then do not obstruct my departure. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Hongyan spoke directly. The gate disciples, astonished by her audacity, could hardly believe she dared to speak to the sect leader in such a manner. My dear girl, do not refuse a toast, and instead drink the penalty wine. Across the vast realm, there are countless women eager to offer themselves to me. Should you fail to recognize the situation, do not blame me for using force. For emotions can indeed be nurtured over time. At that moment, a dangerous glimmer appeared in Yu Fenghua's eyes. After all, he was a cultivator at the void immortal realm. And enduring Mu Hongyan's repeated rejections was unbearable. Did she truly think he feared her? Mu Hongyan scoffed. You have offended me. Yu Fenghua, unwilling to engage in further conversation, swept his sleeve, intending to seize Mu Hongyan. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she crushed the jade in her hand. Instantly, a murderous sword intent enveloped the skies above Yulong's sect. Under this overwhelming aura, Yu Fenghua felt as insignificant as dust. Even the heavens dimmed beneath its weight. What kind of formidable being could unleash such a potent presence, causing the once clear sky to darken? This was terrifying. Could it be the legendary true immortal? Surely not. Within Yulong's sect, a wave of terrified whispers arose. The lower-ranked disciples trembled, collapsing to their knees. This was the aura of a true immortal. Mu Hongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the leader of Daotian's sect, the master of Yunju Mountain, at merely 40 years of age, was indeed a true immortal. In her previous life as a Tribulation Realm cultivator, she could not have mistaken it. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure of Zhou Jun gradually took form in the air. The master of Yunju Mountain? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yu Fenghua's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Mu Hongyan was acquainted with such a powerful entity. After all, as Yulong's sect was adjacent to Daotian's sect, it was not surprising he recognized Zhou Jun. It is indeed the youngest tribulation expert of Qingzhou, the master of Yunju Mountain. Good heavens! This girl has the backing of such a formidable figure. No wonder she dared to infiltrate Yulong's sect alone. She knows someone of this caliber. Could she possibly be a disciple of the master of Yunju Mountain? It is very likely. If the master of Yunju Mountain were to become enraged, what would become of us? At that moment, the disciples and elders of Yulong's sect gazed at the breathtaking figure clad in azure, collectively gasping in awe. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun cast a casual glance at Yu Fenghua before fixing his gaze upon Mu Hongyan. Little girl, we meet again. Chapter 54. I heard you were looking for me, little girl. We meet again, Zhou Jun said with a gentle smile, gazing at Mu Hongyan. I apologize for disturbing the mountain master during their meditation, Mu Hongyan said, bowing respectfully. What disturbance is there? Zhou Jun chuckled lightly, his gaze settling upon Yu Fenghua. As Zhou Jun's eyes landed on her, Yu Fenghua felt an immense pressure descend upon her, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. This young lady has saved my disciple. Might the esteemed sect leader you consider sparing her in light of my status? Zhou Jun inquired, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Since the mountain master has personally intervened, it would indeed be unreasonable for me not to show respect. Had I known of the connection between this young lady and the mountain master, I would have naturally treated her with the utmost courtesy befitting the Yulong sect. To earn respect, one must possess strength, thought Mu Hongyan as she clenched her fists. If only she had her previous life's cultivation. The entire Yulong sect would be turned upside down by her. There would be no need to rely on others. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun remarked, I hear that the Yulong sect is about to open a secret realm? Indeed, Yu Fenghua responded. It is our Yulong secret realm, which contains 3 Yulong fruits, allowing golden core cultivators to condense their nascent souls ahead of time. Only the first 3 are qualified to obtain them. Then, since your sect has previously shown disrespect to this young lady, it is only fitting that you offer an appropriate apology. I propose that your Yulong sect provide a quota as compensation for her, Zhou Jun suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua's expression turned troubled. The Yulong secret realm opens only once every decade, and each time, only 3 individuals can seize the opportunity. Thus, a single quota is worth its weight in gold. Yet, if she refused, would she not offend the esteemed master of Yunju Mountain? Contemplating this, Yu Fenghua decisively replied, Of course, that can be arranged. Very well. It is settled then, Zhou Jun laughed heartily. He then turned his gaze back to Mu Hongyan, stating, I will secure this quota for you. But once you enter the secret realm, you will still need to compete with the disciples of the Yulong sect. Should your strength prove insufficient, and you miss this opportunity, do not blame others. Mu Hongyan expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mountain Master. I shall remember your words. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded. And with that, his avatar dissipated. With his departure, the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the Yulong sect finally lifted. Is this truly the youngest tribulation transcender of the Daotian sect? Indeed, it is terrifying. Merely the power of an avatar feels as potent as a true immortal descending to earth. Could it be that this master of Yunju Mountain has truly attained the realm of true immortality? It seems implausible. If he had reached that level, he would have already ascended, so why remain in Qingzhou? Are you not aware that in order for a practitioner at the Mahayana stage to ascend to the celestial realm, they must completely transform their spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy? Some Mahayana practitioners, unwilling to ascend, choose to retain a portion of their spiritual energy, refraining from its conversion. Although celestial spiritual energy can generally be referred to as spiritual energy, it is infinitely more potent than ordinary spiritual energy. The mysteries of the true immortals are best left unguessed. Even if this master of cloud residence is not a true immortal, he is nonetheless exceedingly close to that status. At this moment, the elders of the Jade Dragon sect were abuzz with discussion, while the disciples gazed upon the master of cloud residence with envious eyes. His mere presence had compelled the sect leader, a formidable virtual immortal, to yield. Such stature and strength are precisely what they aspire to attain. Meanwhile, Yu Fenghua felt a deep sense of helplessness. Despite Li Zhujuan's earlier exhortation to Mu Hongyan to rely solely on herself, he understood that the opportunity must be granted to her. Otherwise, it would be a slight against Li Zhujuan's reputation. Time slipped away swiftly. 10 days passed. Clad in simple robes, Xiao Yuanhui stood before the imposing gates of the Dao Heaven sect. The three characters of Dao Heaven sect were strikingly impressive. Looking up at the flamboyant calligraphy, Xiao Yuanhui chuckled softly, proclaiming, "Cloud Province, I come to pay my respects to your esteemed sect. I have heard of your master of cloud residence, who transcended tribulation at the age of 40. I wish to seek enlightenment from him." At that moment, his voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the Dao Heaven sect. The gatekeepers were taken aback by the palpable aura emanating from Xiao Yuanhui, which weighed heavily upon them. "Since you are a guest, Elder Xiao, why not step inside for a moment? Allow us to extend our hospitality before we discuss the competition," said a white-browed elder who suddenly appeared before him, smiling amiably. This elder was the master of Yuan Mountain, responsible for welcoming visitors to the Dao Heaven sect. "Who are you?" Xiao Yuanhui squinted, surprised that amidst his imposing demeanor, only an elder had come forth to greet him. The Dao Heaven sect certainly held a considerable air of superiority, as expected of the foremost sect in the Qing province. "Very well. I shall defeat your so-called youngish transcendent being and temper your pride," he thought to himself. "I am the master of Yuan Mountain, dedicated to the hospitality of the Dao Heaven sect," said the elder, stroking his beard with a smile. "Oh, I see. I had thought you were the master of cloud residence," Xiao Yuanhui replied cheerfully. "Elder Xiao, you jest. The master of cloud residence is as graceful as a young tree. And I, an old man, cannot compare," the master of Yuan chuckled. Meanwhile, at the Dao Heaven Hall, Mu Taiyu and the various mountain masters of the Dao Heaven sect had gathered, with Li Zhujun among them. Xiao Yuanhui has indeed arrived, creating such a grand spectacle. Does he truly believe himself to be formidable? Once I transcend the tribulation, I shall seek him out for a proper contest. The irascible Lu Yin remarked with a cold snort. "Master, I shall go and meet him now," Li Zhujun announced as he rose. "Be cautious," Mu Taiyu advised with a nod. "Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon the sect," Li Zhujun replied with a light chuckle before hastening toward the mountain gate. The lord of Kanglan Mountain shook his head, silently mourning for the elder of the Taishu sect, named Xiao Yuanhui, for 3 seconds. Of all the people he could have sought, why must he target Li Zhujun? This fellow harbors a hidden celestial level cultivation. Had it not been for the troubles faced by his disciple, he would have remained undisclosed, and I might never have known the true extent of Li Zhujun's abilities. The lord of Yunjushan has indeed concealed himself profoundly. As the lord of Kanglan Mountain pondered, Li Zhujun had already appeared beneath the mountain gate of Daotian's sect. Witnessing the leisurely lord of Yuan engaged in a verbal spar with Xiao Yuanhui. "Elder Xiao, I hear you are looking for me?" Li Zhujun inquired, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You are the lord of Yunjushan?" Xiao Yuanhui's gaze fell upon this remarkably handsome young man, who otherwise appeared quite unremarkable, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Indeed, it is I," Li Zhujun replied with a smile. "It seems heroes emerge in youth." "Allow me to experience the prowess of the lord of Yunjushan," Xiao Yuanhui declared, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. In the next moment, he had appeared directly before Li Zhujun, launching a fierce punch that resonated with a deafening roar. Hiss! What terrifying strength! No wonder Xiao Yuanhui has defeated 3 top-tier sects' young tribulation warriors. Mu Taiyu and the other mountain lords, concealed in the void, gasped at the unfolding scene at the mountain gate. One cannot deny that Xiao Yuanhui's strength is indeed formidable. However, the lord of Kanglan Mountain muttered to himself, "If the lord of Yunjushan were to unleash his full power, I fear Xiao Yuanhui would not last even a breath." At that moment, As Xiao Yuany's fist neared Lihujun's face, excitement surged within his eyes. Indeed, he is quite strong. Lihujun, observing the scene with a serious demeanor, realized that without the use of the Aoshua immortal sword, he could only rely on his system to match him evenly. Resolving himself, Lihujun moved, raising one hand. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion erupted, sending forth a tremendous wave of energy that radiated from the center of Lihujun and Xiao Yuanhui in all directions. The Mountain Lords, witnessing this, swiftly employed their supernatural abilities to safeguard their disciples in the sect's edifices. As the dust settled, the figures of Li Shoujun and Xiao Yuanhui appeared before the eyes of the Mountain Lords. It was evident that Li Shoujun effortlessly received a punch from Xiao Yuanhui. To withstand my strike, Lord of Yunju Mountain, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yuanhui's excitement intensified. It was exceedingly rare to find a peer of equal strength. Today, he yearned for a thrilling battle. With that thought, he unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to raindrops, aimed at Li Shoujun. Yet, each blow was effortlessly deflected by Li Shoujun. The two engaged in combat, their strengths seemingly balanced. However, Xiao Yuanhui soon sensed something amiss. Regardless of whether he exerted all his might or held back, Li Shoujun could easily parry his strikes, as though he anticipated the force behind each blow. This realization left Xiao Yuanhui feeling completely transparent before Li Shoujun, as if the Lord of Yunju Mountain had him completely at his mercy. Indeed, it was apparent that the Lord of Yunju Mountain was in complete control, skillfully neutralizing each of Xiao Yuanhui's fierce assaults. The Mountain Lords could not help but smile at the spectacle. At that moment, disciples of Daotian's sect arrived to observe the duel. Lu Jinyang and Su Nan, witnessing their master engaged in a fierce exchange with a young man in simple attire, could not resist cheering from the sidelines. Go, master! Meanwhile, among the crowd of disciples, Chen Xiaohua from Luyanhufeng Mountain spotted Su Nan. At that moment, Chen Xiaohua, in the presence of Su Nan, had shed his earlier arrogance. After all, Li Zhoujuan's prowess had become undeniably evident to all, marking him as a formidable transcendent being. Even their own mountain lord, Lu Yin, was of a significantly lower realm compared to Li Shoujun. How could Chen Xiaohua dare to offend Su Nan? Meanwhile, as Xiao Yuanhui tirelessly executed various powerful techniques, he could feel his stamina waning. Yet, Li Shoujun remained unfazed, matching him blow for blow, as if his strength were boundless. However, Li Zhoujuan's combat experience was not quite on par with Xiao Yuanhui, the battle-hungry warrior. It wasn't long before a slight opening appeared. As Xiao Yuanhui observed Li Zhoujun parrying his techniques with arms wide open, his eyes brightened at this opportunity. He raised his hand, channeling his power, and delivered a palm strike to Li Zhoujuan's chest. Li Zhoujun let out a muffled grunt and staggered back 3 steps. Nevertheless, with the system's 50-50 ability at his side, he sustained no serious harm. In contrast, Xiao Yuanhui, who had unleashed the strike, felt a sharp pain in his hand from the impact. Though the master of Yunju Mountain possesses unparalleled talent, eclipsing the entirety of Qizhou and even other realms, he remains rather youthful. His combat experience pales in comparison to that of Xiao Yuanhui, who has continuously honed his skills through relentless battles. The master of the Dao Heavenly Sect offered a candid appraisal, soon echoed by other masters who concurred. Indeed, while Xiao Yuanhui is evidently in the early stages of transcending tribulation, the master of Yunju Mountain's strength surpasses him by at least one minor realm. Moreover, the physical prowess of the Yunju master is undeniably formidable. He remained unflinching even after enduring such a terrifying strike. Master Kanglin silently criticized in his heart. It is evident that, despite the Yunju master having reached the true immortal realm, his combat experience is lacking. This is merely a practice bout against Xiao Yuanhui. Xiao Yuanhui, not being a fool, recognized that every time he struck, Li Shoujun was able to counter effortlessly. Even when he finally managed to exploit a flaw and landed a blow, Li Zhoujun remained unscathed, clearly at a higher cultivation level. It was as if he were a mere sparring partner. Had Li Zhoujun exerted his full strength, relying solely on his cultivation to overwhelm him, Xiao Yuanhui would have long been defeated. With this thought, a sense of frustration welled up within Xiao Yuanhui, as he became entangled with the adjusted Li Shoujun once more. He realized that Li Shoujun was still not fighting at full capacity, engaging him in a balanced exchange, treating him as a practice opponent. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Master of Yunju, please do not insult me. Can you not unleash your full strength and defeat me directly?" Li Zhoujun, taken aback, felt helpless. This was the first time he had heard such a request, yet he truly believed he was already giving his all. Noticing that Li Shoujun remained unfazed and continued to engage him in a spirited contest, Xiao Yuanhui's composure crumbled. Having dominated his peers for so long, he found himself reduced to a mere training partner. How could this be? I concede. I surrender, he declared, stepping back with a heavy heart. Zhou Jun was momentarily stunned. Master of Yunjio, I concede that your talent is exceptional and I cannot surpass you. However, if we were of the same realm, I would undoubtedly prevail. Sha Yuanhui spoke confidently, looking intently at Zhou Jun. I will not allow this defeat to dishearten me. I shall strive to cultivate to your level and challenge you again. Zhou Jun was astonished. This fellow's indomitable spirit seemed rather impressive, and it appeared that this task would remain unfulfilled. I take my leave, Sha Yuanhui said, casting a lingering glance at Zhou Jun before turning away without further ado. Wait, Zhou Jun called out, feeling somewhat dissatisfied for not having received a reward. He felt compelled to temper this fellow's arrogance. How old are you? Sha Yuanhui paused momentarily. I am 46 years old, Zhou Jun replied. Sha Yuanhui, ding, congratulations, host. For completing the task and shattering Sha Yuanhui's invincible spirit. Ding, the system rewards you with perfected cultivation at the transformation stage. The system has issued rewards, the Return Void Elixir and the Celestial Shield. The Return Void Elixir enhances the probability of breakthrough to the Void Immortal Realm by 5% for cultivators at the Divine Transformation stage. The Celestial Shield, embodying the aspect of divinity and demon, is vast and boundless, capable of obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Chapter 56. The Abyss. This reward is quite satisfactory. Zhou Jun contemplated the system's offerings, nodding in approval. Meanwhile, Sha Yuanhui had adjusted his mindset, as the saying goes. The waves of the Yangtze River push the earlier waves forward, with one wave perishing on the shore. The Lord of Yunjushan, we look forward to our next duel. With that, Sha Yuanhui swiftly retreated, fearing that if he lingered, he might be rendered foolish by further defeats. The Lord of Yunjushan truly possesses no humility whatsoever. All hail the Lord of Yunjushan! Someone shouted, their voice echoing throughout the Dao Tian sect. Sunan clasped her hands to her chest, watching the scene with excitement. Indeed, choosing her master had proven to be a perfect decision. Lu Jining also felt that having the opportunity to study under Zhou Jun was worth it in this lifetime. The Lord of Yunjushan had achieved a significant feat this time. Concurrently, Mu Taiyu, accompanied by several mountain lords, appeared before Zhou Jun. As a member of the Dao Tian sect, it is only right to engage in such endeavors, Zhou Jun said, clasping his fist and smiling. This statement naturally garnered nods of agreement from the many powerful members of the sect. With the matter concluded, everyone returned to their normal lives. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jun lay in the courtyard basking in the sun. For him, the best form of cultivation was to refrain from cultivation altogether. After all, he discovered that his cultivation speed was slower than that of automatic cultivation by a factor of 2. Suddenly, the system announced an anomaly at the Abyss. Located 1,000 miles away. As a powerful member of the Dao Tian sect, it is imperative for the host to investigate, with substantial rewards awaiting. At that moment, perhaps perceiving Zhou Jun's overly leisurely existence, the system promptly issued a task. With nothing but idle time on his hands, Zhou Jun readily accepted. After bidding farewell to Su Nan and Lu Jining, he took to the skies on his flying sword and arrived at the Abyss as indicated by the system. Beneath the dense clouds, 2 towering mountains created a deep gorge. Zhou Jun, bold and skilled, stepped forward without hesitation. Hey, young man, this place is not for ordinary individuals. Many cultivators have lost their lives here, a voice warned as Zhou Jun advanced. An elderly man with white hair appeared before Zhou Wu, accompanied by a youthful maiden, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Zhou Wu chuckled lightly, saying, if the esteemed elder dares to venture here, why should I feel fear? The old man, momentarily taken aback, replied with a smile, it seems my counsel has fallen on deaf ears. Zhou Wu, upon hearing this, chose not to pursue the matter further and instead cheerfully inquired, might you be aware of the enigmatic depths of this place? The old man nodded, saying, I possess some knowledge. Just 10 days ago, this locale was serene and picturesque. Yet suddenly, dark clouds gathered, transforming it into a forbidden zone. My foremost disciple came here to investigate but has since vanished, compelling me to arrive. Ah, are you not concerned for your young disciple? Zhou Wu remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the maiden. He pondered whether this young girl had unwittingly offended her master, considering the perilous nature of their current surroundings. The maiden responded, I insisted upon coming here myself, her small face appearing somewhat petulant. The old man, upon hearing her words, shook his head in resignation, yet a confident air lingered about him, indicating that he harbored little fear of this place. Zhou Wu found himself momentarily taken aback, intrigued by the elder's assured demeanor. As the three continued their conversation and advanced forward, they soon encountered a grotesque scene, the lifeless bodies of both humans and beasts strewn about, interspersed with peculiar, dark stones scattered along the path. These were no ordinary stones, the old man observed, furrowing his brow at the sight. In the next moment, the stones began to stir. They unfurled into large, black spiders, each adorned with human faces. A sight most ghastly. With a cacophony of roars, these abominable creatures lunged toward Li Zhou and his companions. How dare these wretched beasts act out in my presence? The elder scoffed, and with a swift motion of his hands, terrifying flames erupted, enveloping the spiders. The eerie sounds of crackling fire accompanied the anguished cries of the monstrous entities as they writhed in pain, ignited and chaotic, resembling headless flies in their frantic escape. One spider found its way to Li Zhou, who, without hesitation, struck it down with a single slap, reducing the creature to ashes with ease. The old man watched in astonishment. His flames, although fueled by spiritual energy, had not been fully unleashed. Yet this seemingly unassuming youth had effortlessly extinguished what he deemed a formidable technique. The elder's perception of Li Zhou shifted dramatically, now filled with newfound respect. The venerable Master Wei Hua, with a slight bow, inquired about the name of his companion. It was then that Zhou Jun smiled and responded. Recognizing the illustrious title of Master Wei Hua, reputed to be a formidable being of the harmonization realm. It was no wonder he dared to venture into the abyss with his disciple, for those of the harmonization realm are truly esteemed figures across the entirety of Qizhou, and indeed beyond. Zhou Jun, unperturbed, revealed his own identity with a light-hearted chuckle. I am Zhou Jun, the Lord of Yunju Mountain, from the Daotian sect. Upon hearing this, Master Wei Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, Zhou Jun had recently triumphed over the renowned Xiao Yuanhui, who had bested 3 top-tier sects during his century-long tribulation. This victory had elevated Zhou Jun's status as the youngest tribulation expert in Qingzhou to unprecedented heights. A fact well known to Master Wei Hua. Reminded of his previous advice to Zhou Jun to leave due to the dangers. A flush of embarrassment crept across his aged visage. If even the Lord of Yunju Mountain was in peril here, then his own survival would be a mere fantasy. Meanwhile, the young lady beside them regarded Zhou Jun with incredulity, her eyes shimmering with admiration. After all, she had heard tales of his exploits, an extraordinary tribulation expert at just over 40 years of age, a true prodigy. Master Wei Hua, with a rueful smile, admitted, I have failed to recognize the mountain of greatness before me. Please forgive my ignorance, esteemed lord. There's no need for formality, Zhou Jun replied with a smile, which eased the tension in Master Wei Hua's heart. He could not help but acknowledge that, despite his superior status, the Lord of Yunju Mountain bore no heirs. Unlike many other tribulation beings he had encountered, who often walked with an inflated sense of self-importance. Chapter 57. The corpse of the Spirit Emperor with the Lord of Yunju Mountain present. The abyss was but a farcical obstacle, Master Wei Hua proclaimed. Though he was no flatterer by nature, when he did indulge, he was unmatched in his eloquence. Your modesty is commendable, Zhou Jun responded. For there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and indeed, your ethereal flames are nothing short of transcendent. Thus, they exchanged pleasantries, their camaraderie growing. Yet, as they ventured forth, Zhou Jun contemplated the implications of encountering even these seemingly minor arachnids of the golden core level. Surely, more formidable malevolences awaited them ahead. As if to confirm his suspicions, a heavy black iron coffin suddenly obstructed their path. The presence of this ominous coffin was far from a favorable omen. Master Wei Hua's expression turned grave as he declared, This is not a good sign. Wait here, esteemed lord, while I dispel this black coffin. With that, flames erupted around Master Wei Hua, as if the god of fire himself had descended upon them. As the master of subtle flames prepared to strike, a chilling feminine voice resonated. If you wish to remain alive, do not provoke this coffin. With the utterance of these words, a woman clad in a black gown embroidered with golden phoenixes materialized before Li Jun and the others. Her silent arrival suggested that she was far from an ordinary individual. Who are you? The master of subtle flames inquired, furrowing his brow at the unexpected interruption. Do you comprehend what lies within the coffin? The woman in black scoffed. What is it? It cannot possibly be the remains of a celestial being, the master of subtle flames retorted, bolstered by the presence of Li Jun. Resting within is my husband, the Spirit Emperor, the woman declared solemnly. What? The master of subtle flames was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that you are the empress of the Spirit Dynasty? The Spirit Dynasty, an ancient realm in the land of Qingzhou, was said to have been ruled by the Empress Wushu since the untimely demise of her husband, a formidable cultivator, a century ago. Indeed, Wushu nodded. Ah. So it is the empress who graces us with her presence, the master of subtle flames acknowledged, albeit inwardly critiquing the situation. A mere dark abyss had attracted such formidable beings for exploration. What, then, is the current predicament? He asked, glancing at the black coffin with a grave demeanor. My husband's remains have been transformed into a puppet, which implies that this place has been artificially constructed, Wushu explained. Who could possibly orchestrate such a grand display? The Master of Subtle Flames gasped in astonishment. I do not know, Wushu shook her head. Her purpose for being here was twofold: to retrieve her husband's remains and to exact vengeance upon the one who had turned him into a puppet. Boom. Just as the conversation unfolded, the heavy black iron coffin suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a middle-aged man draped in a dragon robe, his complexion as pale as death and his eyes resembling fathomless abysses, appeared before them. Wushu's eyes turned red upon seeing the man. He was none other than the Spirit Emperor himself. Roar! The Spirit Emperor emitted a growl akin to that of a wild beast. In the next instant, he materialized before the Master of Subtle Flames, raising his hand to unleash an unfathomable force aimed directly at the Master's head. A blow that seemed capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. The Master of Subtle Flames dared not underestimate this threat, for he understood that the Spirit Emperor had excelled in physical cultivation during his lifetime, and now, as a puppet, his physical prowess would likely not be significantly diminished. Resolving himself, the Master of Subtle Flames prepared for the impending confrontation. With both hands engulfed in blazing flames, he braced himself to withstand the full force of the Spirit Emperor's strike. A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the Spirit Emperor stumbled backward, taking several steps back. In contrast, the Master of Flames was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this scene, Zhou Jun fell into a contemplative silence. How could a chi refinement practitioner dare to face head-on the full power of a body refinement practitioner? Was this not sheer folly? Master! Simultaneously, the female disciple of the Master of Flames gasped in alarm, rushing to support her revered teacher. The Master of Flames coughed a few times, acknowledging, I was careless. Even in death, the Spirit Emperor's physical form remains formidable. At that moment, the corpse of the Spirit Emperor surged toward Wushua with astonishing speed. Be careful, Your Majesty, the Master of Flames shouted, desperately warning her. However, an astonishing scene unfolded next. The Spirit Emperor stood beside Wushua, behaving like a child, refraining from any attack. Even the Master of Flames, despite his usual naivety, discerned something amiss and thundered. So it was you. You orchestrated this abyss of shadows, didn't you? Wushua furrowed her brow, replying, It was not me. Not you? Are you jesting with me? If it were not you, why would the Spirit Emperor, now a puppet, refrain from assaulting you? Do you take me for a fool? Tell me, what have you done to my eldest disciple? The Master of Flames' countenance shifted to one of furious indignation. Initially sympathetic towards Wushua, who had lost her husband and been turned into a puppet, he was now disillusioned to discover that the true mastermind was none other than her. I have told you, it was not me, Wushua retorted with a cold snort. Zhou Jun observed the unfolding drama in silence, sensing the situation had taken a surreal turn. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, regardless of who the true orchestrator was. He felt no fear. Suddenly, a sound of applause reverberated through the air. Your Majesty, I have resurrected the Spirit Emperor. You should be quite grateful to me. Yet, it seems you do not share my enthusiasm. At that moment, the applause ceased as an elderly man, his skin resembling withered wood, appeared before Wushua. National Master. Wushua addressed the newcomer with a solemn tone, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The Master of Flames immediately froze, realizing that this puppet was indeed not crafted by Wushua. Why have you transformed the Spirit Emperor's corpse into a puppet? Wushua's voice turned frigid. The National Master of the Ling dynasty chuckled softly. Your husband killed my son. Are you aware of that? Your son strayed from the path, slaughtering cities to pursue his cultivation. Was he not deserving of his fate? Wushua retorted. Deserving, perhaps, but what of it? He was my only son. Your husband severed my lineage, and thus I have turned his corpse into a puppet to provide shelter for my son, the National Master declared, his expression one of madness. Hopeless. With a cold snort, Wushu raised her fair hand and struck fiercely at the body of the Ling dynasty's master. Instantly, a magnificent golden phoenix soared into the air, charging towards him with lethal intent. However, at that moment, the Ling Emperor, under the Master's control, positioned himself protectively in front of the Master. Wushu was taken aback and quickly adjusted her stance, but the soaring phoenix collided with a nearby mountain. The entire peak erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Stones flying through the air, the ground trembling, and the world dimming in awe of the terrifying power of the combined body realm. Chapter 58. The Demon Lord Ahe Why. My esteemed Empress, do you hesitate to strike your husband's corpse? The Ling dynasty's master cackled sinisterly at the unfolding scene. You old scoundrel. What have you done to my disciple? At this moment, the true man of fire addressed the Ling dynasty's master. The master glanced at him, revealing a crooked grin. Creating a puppet is no easy feat. It requires a copious amount of the blood of cultivators. Seeking death, the true man of fire was incensed. The master's words clearly implied that he had already slain his disciple. With that thought, he acted decisively, summoning a sea of flames that surged towards the Ling dynasty's master. Unperturbed, the master manipulated the corpse of the Ling Emperor, delivering a punch that dispersed the fiery wave with a powerful gust. He laughed heartily. The Ling Emperor's corpse is indeed formidable, even in death. Its might remains unparalleled among the combined body realm. Are you quite pleased with yourself? The true man of fire remained unruffled, a calm demeanor gracing his features. The master was taken aback. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? The true man of fire chuckled. Ah, indeed. A master produces a disciple of the same ilk. Your disciple, even at the point of death, revealed your name. Unable to fathom that this seat would truly dare to act, the master chuckled in response. Seeking death, the true man of fire, provoked, erupted in fury, flames igniting around him. Zhou Jun thought to himself, how resilient the true man of fire's clothing was. Despite such a transformation, it remained intact. Old man begs the mountain lord to act and vanquish this fiend. Restore the clarity of Qizhou. Suddenly, the true man of fire bowed deeply to Lihujun Jun. At that moment, Wu Shu and the Ling dynasty's master finally noticed Lihujun Jun, who seemed to stand apart from the fray. The mountain lord? Could it be a powerful figure from the Dao Tian sect? Wu Shu's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? The Ling dynasty's master inquired, his brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. After all, under his perception in the combined body realm, this person appeared to float on the periphery, undoubtedly extraordinary. Oh, this is the master of Yunju Mountain. Master, your good days are numbered. On the countenance of the real person of Wayfire, a sardonic smile emerged. The Lord of Cloud Residence, the national master of the Ling dynasty, Wu Shu, was momentarily taken aback. Could this young man be the recently renowned Lord of Cloud Residence from Qizhou, the youngest practitioner to transcend the tribulation? Contemplating this, the expression of the national master turned rather grim. If he were indeed a transcendent, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament. Observing this, the national master clasped his fists and addressed Zhou Jun, saying, Lord of Cloud Residence, this matter is an old grievance between myself and the Ling dynasty, and I hope you will refrain from intervening. Zhou Jun chuckled. This matter cannot be so simple, can it? I fear the true puppeteer is not you. The system had yet to signal the completion of the task, indicating that the truth had not yet emerged. Upon hearing this, the national master's expression stiffened. Wu Shu's countenance also shifted. Honestly disclose the identity of your backer, and I may consider granting you a swift end, Zhou Jun remarked. The national master's face darkened, yet his gaze discreetly darted towards Wu Shu. In that fleeting glance, Zhou Jun discerned that the true mastermind was indeed Wu Shu. Everything was orchestrated by you, wasn't he it? Zhou Jun directed his gaze towards Wu Shu. Indeed, it was I who led the national master to act thus. Wu Shu acknowledged, having been unmasked. The real person of Wayfire was left bewildered. This woman was performing an intricate dance of contradictions before him. One moment she was, and the next she was not. I find it curious that, with Ling dynasty already under your control, you still wish to exhume your husband's corpse to forge it into a puppet. Zhou Jun expressed his perplexity. Because the system has yet to signal the task's completion. This affair is likely far from over, Wu Shu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. Lord, there are matters best left unknown to you, she cautioned. Oh, Zhou Jun's interest piqued. Are you not fearful that I might unleash my wrath upon you with a single stroke? Lord, if I had no hidden cards, would I have chosen to lay my plans in the vicinity of Dao Tian's sect? Wu Shu chuckled softly at that moment. Intriguing. Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes, realizing that Wu Shu indeed possessed some hidden cards. I shall see what your trump card truly is, he declared with a cold snort. With a mere thought, the Aoshue flying sword soared forth, instantly enveloping the area in the aura of a 9th-grade celestial sword. At that moment, the national master of Ling, Wu Shu, and the real person of Wayfire all stared in disbelief. A 9th-grade celestial sword. You are a true celestial being. Wu Shu gazed at Zhou Jun in astonishment. After all, celestial swords could only be wielded by true celestial beings. Reveal your hidden card, Zhou Jun grinned. Yet just then, a surge of demonic energy erupted from the ground, directly infiltrating the body of the Ling Emperor. Salutations to the Lord of Demons. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shu was instantly filled with excitement and bowed before the body of the Spirit Emperor. This esteemed Lord of Demons, by the reckoning of human strength, was undoubtedly a being of true immortal caliber, wholly transformed by celestial energy. She had fashioned her husband into a puppet, solely to summon this revered demon lord's arrival. The body was indeed impressive. At this moment, the once dormant corpse of the Spirit Emperor emitted a raspy voice. Clearly, the Spirit Emperor's body had been usurped by the demon Lord Wu Shu spoke of. A true immortal? The demon lord's gaze shifted to Zhou Jun, and he licked his lips. What manner of being are you? Zhou Jun replied coolly. The demon realm, Lord Ahe. Lord Ahe grinned widely. The demon realm? Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback. He had read in the Qingzhou record that the world composed of Qingzhou and other continents was called the Tianyuan realm. Beyond the Tianyuan realm lay another 3,000 realms. The term 3,000 realms does not literally denote only 3,000. It is a general reference. And the demon realm spoken of by Lord Ahe is one of them. The celestial realm, in contrast, is a grand world that surpasses the 3,000 realms, a place yearned for by countless beings within them. Meanwhile, Lord Ahe remarked, I did not expect to encounter a true immortal of the human race upon my arrival. Allow me to witness your strength. With that, Lord Ahe took action, and a magnificent three-headed, six-armed manifestation emerged behind him. In each of the 6 arms, he wielded a weapon, a blade, a spear, a shield, among others. Bone-shattering blade. Lord Ahe bellowed, and the great blade in his manifestation swung towards Zhou Jun. Beneath the weight of the blade, Zhou Jun's figure appeared as insignificant as an ant. How terrifying. At that moment, the real man of flickering fire watched the unfolding scene, his face paling. He had never anticipated witnessing a battle of true immortal proportions. Chapter 59. You are not alone gazing at the mountain-like blade descending, Zhou Jun smiled broadly. In the next instant, an immeasurable divine radiance erupted from his being. Simultaneously, a towering manifestation rose from behind Zhou Jun, soaring into the heavens, resembling a colossal peak. Its aura was no less formidable than that of Lord Ahe's manifestation. This manifestation was the sky-covering manifestation that Zhou Jun had previously acquired. In the face of Lord Ahe, Zhou Jun, too, was a genuine true immortal. As Zhou Jun's sky-covering manifestation emerged, Lord Ahe, along with the manifestation behind him, was unexpectedly forced to retreat several steps. Is this the clash of true immortal beings? The real man of flickering fire observed the scene before him, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. To witness a true immortal engage in battle is a privilege beyond compare. Should I survive this encounter, I would undoubtedly grasp insights unattainable in ordinary circumstances. The Lord of Cloud Residence is indeed a genuine immortal. Wu Shu and the national master of the Spirit Dynasty are utterly astounded by this revelation. It is said that this Lord of Cloud Residence achieved transcendence at the age of 40. At this moment, they yearn to drag forth those who foolishly claim that Zhou Jun is merely a transcendent being and deliver them a deserved thrashing. Just behold, is this something a mere transcendent can accomplish? Meanwhile, the demon Lord Ahe, repelled by Zhou Jun, squints at him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He has reached the pinnacle within his own demon realm, vanquishing all challengers. Even the neighboring demon realms, including the fire demon realm and the water demon realm, have succumbed to his dominion. Thus, he sets his sights upon the Tianyuan realm. Concurrently, a voice resonates in Zhou Jun's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task, investigating the dark abyss. Ding, the system rewards you with the Bruce Lee Kyun Do adapted version, reaching unparalleled heights. As the system's voice fades, a plethora of combat techniques and the art of harmonizing them with spiritual energy unfurl in Zhou Jun's consciousness. The system can function in such a manner? Zhou Jun finds himself momentarily stunned. What he currently lacks most is extensive practical experience. However, with this reward from the system, his spirits soar. Thus, Zhou Jun stands atop the colossal figure of the heavenly shield, brushing his thumb across his nose and rhythmically bouncing in all directions. With each motion of the heavenly shield, the very earth trembles. The likes of Wu Shu and the real person of minor fire below are jolted upward and downward, despite their attempts to maintain their balance. How can they withstand Zhou Jun's true immortal level prowess? What technique is this? The demon Lord Ahe observes Zhou Jun's erratic movements, his eyes narrowing in intrigue. Yet, Zhou Jun grants him no time to react. With a swift punch, like lightning striking, he connects squarely with Ahe's visage. Taken by surprise, Ahe stumbles back several paces. This is intriguing. Standing upon the shoulder of his manifestation, Ahe's excitement intensifies. Since you wish to engage in close combat with me, I shall oblige. As Ahe's words resonate, all weaponry from his manifestation vanishes in that instant. Without weapons, I shall still prevail. This is what one might call confidence. Zhou Jun chose not to engage in idle chatter, swiftly lifting his foot to strike the knee of the avatar of Amo, the demon lord. It was a curious maneuver. Should it connect with flesh, it could render his entire foot incapacitated. The demon lord grinned, but his extensive combat experience allowed him to deftly maneuver his avatar aside, simultaneously unleashing a punch imbued with dark demonic energy aimed directly at the chest of Zhou Jun's towering avatar. Observing this, Zhou Jun promptly retracted his attack. stepping back to evade the blow, then swiftly shifted to the right, launching another punch towards the throat of the demon lord's avatar. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each controlling their respective avatars in a relentless back-and-forth. Onlookers on the ground, despite being jolted into the air, their feet momentarily lifted from the earth, and their faces trembling, remained utterly captivated. The clash of celestial-level beings was terrifying. The mere impact of their avatars was enough to instill fear, with either of them capable of annihilating countless lives across Qizhou, or even the vast expanse of the Tianyuan realm. Weihua, the true fire master, marveled at the sight. Meanwhile, Lihujun and the demon lord, unable to grasp each other's strategies, ultimately abandoned all pretense of finesse, resorting to a straightforward exchange of blows against one another's avatars, each strike resonating with a thunderous roar. It was utterly terrifying. Weihua observed the scene, his complexion pale. As a cultivator of the harmonization realm, he felt insignificant before these two titans, who could effortlessly crush him with a mere sitting gesture, without even lifting a finger. Despite the fierce battle between Amo and Lihujun, the events unfolding in the abyss remained imperceptible to the outside world, clearly attributable to the cunning of Amo. Excellent. This is exhilarating, the demon lord exclaimed with hearty laughter. It had been so long since he had encountered an adversary of equal caliber, let alone one with whom he could engage in such spirited combat. Yet, Lihujun disregarded his words, landing a punch squarely on his face. The demon lord was momentarily stunned. Hold on. You are a formidable, true immortal. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Can't you let me finish speaking? Can we not adhere to the principles of martial ethics? Lihujun scoffed. You intend to invade my Tianyuan realm. Why should I allow you to finish your speech? Why should I uphold martial ethics with you? The demon lord's lips twitched, genuinely questioning whether he was the true demon, or if it was the audacious individual before him. State your name. I find you quite admirable, the demon lord remarked to Lihujun. At that moment, Lihujun was filled with a myriad of questions. I have invaded various realms in search of a worthy adversary, and now I have encountered you. The demon lord Ahimo gazed at Lihujun with palpable excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Surely, like me, you feel the weight of solitude that accompanies invincibility. But fear not, for you shall not be alone any longer, as I am here with you. Lihujun's expression shifted. The manner of this creature's speech was rather peculiar. If you truly believe yourself invincible, you might as well ascend to the celestial realm, where formidable beings abound, he retorted. The demon lord Ahimo chuckled lightly. The celestial realm. You say? I shall indeed venture there and conquer it one day, but that time is not now. Chapter 60. My name is you.Every very well. If you are unwilling to reveal your name, it matters not, for I shall remember you, Ahimo declared, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lihujun. A being of your caliber is worthy of my respect. I hope that when we meet again, you will have progressed further. Wait, Lihujun suddenly interjected, recalling a certain you.Every, who, possessing an indomitable spirit, had been seeking challengers just like Ahimo. Hadn't he mentioned wanting to face Lihujun again? Perhaps he could play the role of a benevolent intermediary and help him find a formidable opponent for training. Meanwhile, Ahimo paused momentarily before grinning. What? Do you wish for me to stay? Rest assured, I too am reluctant to part, for you are a rare adversary I have long sought. You were curious about my name, were you not? Lihujun replied with a smile. Oh, I am all ears, Ahimo responded with mirth. Remember this well, my name is you.Every, Lihujun proclaimed with fervor. you.Every? Ahimo echoed thoughtfully, then laughed. Very well, you.Every. I shall remember you. Upon witnessing this exchange, the figures of Master Mihua, Wu Shu, and the National Master of Lingqiao felt a shudder run through them. The Master of Cloud Residence was quite the character indeed. At the same time, back at the Taishu sect, the reclusive you.Every suddenly shivered. What is happening? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization as he sensed that he was being observed by an immensely powerful presence. Yet, he soon scoffed, confident that, without the emergence of true immortals over the next century, no one could challenge him. Only that fellow known as the Master of Cloud Residence could perhaps match him. But you.Every, harboring an indomitable spirit, regarded him merely as a stepping stone. The scene shifted back to the abyss. Upon learning that Lihujun's name was you.Every, Ahimo waved his hand, summoning the National Master of Lingqiao and the Heavenly Empress Wu Shu away from the scene. With Ahimo's departure, the abyss vanished without a trace, and the once dreary sky returned to radiant clarity. In that moment, Lihujun also retracted his divine form. One cannot deny the extraordinary power of a true immortal. The feeling of invincibility is truly marvelous. At this moment, Master of the Mountain, the esteemed real person of the flickering flame, gazes at Lord Li with newfound reverence. After all, this individual is an authentic true immortal. Just moments ago, he bore witness to the life and death struggle of the entire Qizhou region. He firmly believes that had it not been for the master of Cloudy Mountain's presence, the entire Qingzhou and even the Tianyuan realm could have easily fallen prey to the recently encountered archdemon. Alas, the fate of the real person is indeed tragic. May you find solace in the changes that follow, Lord Li replies with a nod. This is his destiny. He must endure this tribulation. We, as cultivators, have long since grown indifferent to the dance of life and death, the real person of the flickering flame said with a bittersweet smile. In his earlier days, he was merely a lowly cultivator, unaware of how many brushes with death it would take to reach the level of a revered master in the eyes of ordinary practitioners. It is commendable that the real person possesses such a mindset, Lord Li acknowledges with a nod. After exchanging a few more words with the real person of the flickering flame, Lord Li begins to depart, walking away under the watchful gaze of the master and disciple. Who would have thought that Qingzhou is a land of hidden talents? The master of Cloudy Mountain is far more formidable than the rumors suggest. If he truly is only in his 40s, that is indeed terrifying. When he ascends to the celestial realm, he will undoubtedly be a coveted asset among the various celestial factions. The real person of the flickering flame reflects with a sense of wonder. Master, why has he, the master of Cloudy Mountain, ascended to the celestial realm despite attaining true immortal cultivation? At that moment, the real person's female disciple inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, the real person of the flickering flame responded, "It is highly likely that the master of Cloudy Mountain is accumulating spiritual energy, perhaps aiming to fully convert his spiritual power into celestial spiritual energy before attempting to reach a higher realm. This way, upon ascending to the celestial realm, he would establish a considerable advantage over his peers. Although this path is fraught with challenges, given his youth and the attainment of true immortal status, it may not be as daunting for him." "Oh, I see," the female disciple of the real person of the flickering flame exclaimed, enlightened. Meanwhile, Lord Li strolled along the path, unhurried in his return to the Taoist heaven sect. After all, he had no pressing matters to attend to. As he walked, he organized the modified version of the Jeet Kune Do system rewards that occupied his mind. One must admit, the system is truly a marvel. However, as he continued his journey, darkness enveloped the sky. Before him, a dilapidated temple emerged. Suddenly, Lord Li recalled an intriguing legend from his previous life. It is said that when traversing a night road, one would rather rest in a graveyard than enter a crumbling temple. Yet, Lord Li felt no fear, for he was both skilled and audacious. Not to mention, with his current transformation into the spirit-transforming stage, he was already considered a formidable force in Qizhou. Out of sheer curiosity, he felt compelled to explore the dilapidated temple. With a sense of curiosity, Lihujun stepped directly into the temple, recalling his fondness for watching horror films alone in his past life. He remembered that summer when he stayed on campus, the only one in the entire building. He took out his notebook and played back his childhood nightmares. The corpse of the mountain village. Although fear gripped him, his desire to watch prevailed. As Zhou Jun entered the dilapidated temple, a chilling gust of wind swept through. The interior had fallen into disrepair due to years of neglect. The gold paint on the Buddha statues had long since flaked away, revealing the copper beneath, while cobwebs filled the crevices between their arms. With the loss of the gilded surface, the eyes of the copper Buddhas appeared hollow and eerie. The entire scene sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Zhou Jun smiled broadly. He found a patch of ground, waved his sleeve to clear away the dust, revealing a clean surface. Subsequently, he gathered some firewood in the crumbling temple and set it ablaze. As he busied himself, he was unaware of the rain that had begun to fall softly outside. Peering out at the darkness, which seemed to swallow the light, he marveled at the obscurity that enveloped the night, noting that it indeed had a certain atmosphere. Had Zhou Jun still been the same person he was before his travels, he would have trembled in fear at such a place. However, after experiencing much, he found himself less afraid. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed outside, accompanied by the rumble of a cart and the hurried footsteps of many. "My lord, my lady, it has grown dark and begun to rain. If we continue, the path may become slippery and perilous. It would be wiser to stay in this dilapidated temple for the night and wait for the rain to cease before we resume our journey." A robust man's voice resonated. Yet, it seemed the temple was already occupied. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice chimed in. The man continued with a laugh. "Do not worry, my lady. There exists an unwritten rule in the world. When encountering a temple in the wilderness, it is permissible to seek shelter, provided we do not disturb one another." "That is reassuring," replied the owner of the melodious voice, relieved by the words of the family's guardian. Inside the temple, seated on the floor, Zhou Jun observed a young girl and a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, accompanied by a tall middle-aged man and 5 guardians dressed in gray family uniforms. As they entered the temple, Zhou Jun easily deduced that the commanding voice belonged to the tall middle-aged man, while the lady he referred to must be the sole girl among them. And the lord was indeed the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. Sir, we happened upon this place amidst the downpour and have intruded upon you. We hope you will forgive our disturbance. The tall, middle-aged man grinned at Zhou Jun, saying, no worries. Zhou Jun chuckled softly. It was evident that although this robust man had not embarked on the path of cultivation, his hands bore thick calluses, suggesting he possessed some skills. Meanwhile, a young girl surrounded by a group of guards appeared momentarily entranced upon seeing Zhou Jun. The reason was quite simple. It mirrored the reaction of a man beholding a beautiful woman. At this moment, the girl could not help but acknowledge that the young man before her was truly extraordinary. His visage reminiscent of someone untouched by the mundane world, each movement exuding an air of distinction. Such generosity, sir, remarked the tall man with a broad smile. Having said that, he called to his men to begin tidying up. Once they completed their tasks, the tall man inquired with a smile, in this desolate wilderness. What brings you, sir, to this temple alone? Are you not afraid of the legendary creatures of the wild? Zhou Jun replied with a light laugh. You jest, good sir. I would indeed like to encounter the creatures you speak of. So your surname is Li. But do not doubt, there truly are cultivators and supernatural beings in this world. 10 years ago, while traveling with my master, I encountered several immortals who could manipulate objects from afar and conjure fire out of thin air. The tall man, perceiving Zhou Jun's delicate demeanor, assumed him to be merely a scholar engrossed in books, and thus remarked, many scholars tend to disbelieve in the existence of immortals and demons. Zhou Jun found the middle-aged man quite amusing and smiled, saying, oh, is that so? Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The tall man asserted confidently, thumping his chest. He and Zhou Jun engaged in a delightful conversation, during which Zhou Jun learned that the man's name was Yi, the chief of the Nalan family's guards. The only young lady in their group was named Nalan Yi, and her father, whom Yi referred to as the master, was called Nalan Kai. They were passing through this area because Nalan Kai's father had recently passed away, and after observing the mourning period, they were returning to Chongkong City, where Nalan Kai resided. Chongkong City was a large metropolis, yet it was situated in a region lacking in spiritual energy, resulting in few cultivators venturing there, a circumstance that applied to the entire Dakong kingdom. This also explained why many believed that the existence of cultivators, as well as demons and spirits, was merely a myth. Zhou Jun found it somewhat amusing that there were no immortals in the world of cultivation. At that moment, Yi glanced at the surrounding Buddhist statues. Shivering as he said, I don't know why, but I have an unsettling feeling that the eyes of these statues are watching us. Zhou Jun chuckled. What's the matter? Stone hero, looking at the calluses on your hands, you must possess some genuine skills. Are you afraid of these? Stone's expression turned awkward as he replied, Sir, please do not jest with me. The little skills I possess are sufficient to deal with ordinary martial artists, but should I encounter those enlightened masters or formidable spirits, I fear I wouldn't even know how I met my demise. The hero was being modest, Zhou Jun laughed. In truth, the vigor within Stone was akin to a raging torrent, placing him among the elite of mortals. Even ordinary demons would hesitate to approach him. I am not being modest, Stone sighed with a bitter smile. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden rustling of footsteps echoed from outside. Nalan Kai. Today marks your demise. An exuberant voice rang out. Stone's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. The Wang family has arrived. Protect the master. With Stone Yi's command, several guards from the Nalan family drew their gleaming white blades to secure the entrance. Father, there are so many footsteps outside. What shall we do? Nalan Yi glanced anxiously at her father. Nalan Kai sighed. Since we are here, we must remain calm. Trust in the abilities of Guardian Stone. What is happening? Zhou Jun asked, momentarily taken aback. Nalan Yi, feeling apologetic, turned to Zhou Jun and explained, Sir, the Wang family in Dakong City has overlapping business interests with our Nalan family, which is why they wish to eliminate us swiftly. I did not anticipate that you would be dragged into this. I see. Zhou Jun nodded in understanding. However, the Nalan family guards waited at the entrance for quite some time without any sign of movement outside, exchanging puzzled glances. This is strange. We are holed up in this temple. Given the Wang family's treachery, they should have made their move by now. Why is there not a sound? A guard from the Nalan family displayed a look of confusion. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Jun's interest peaked, and a subtle smile graced his lips. You worthless scoundrels outside. Why do you not make your move? You're dawdling like a bunch of women. The Wang family is raising such a useless lot. And you will inevitably meet your end. Stoney could not help but shout towards the outside. However, after a long while, there was still no response. Stoney was left stunned. This was indeed peculiar. Despite his insults, the adversaries remained silent, which was quite abnormal. As the saying goes, when something is amiss, there is often a hidden truth. Could it be that they had encountered a demon? But this was a temple filled with numerous statues, surely. A demon would not dare to intrude and act recklessly here? Thus, Shuri unfastened the wine flask hanging at his waist, took a deep swig, and proclaimed, "Damn it. I must see what this rabble is up to outside." As his words faded, he produced a fire starter from his pocket and strode purposefully out the door. However, mere moments later, Shuri returned, his complexion ashen. "What happened, boss? Why do you look so pale?" inquired a concerned guard. "Do not go out. There are foul things beyond, with shattered corpses strewn across the ground." Terror flickered in Shuri's eyes. Upon hearing this, the other's expressions shifted dramatically. "Guard, you cannot be jesting," Nalan Kai asked, his skepticism evident. Nalan Kai, an avowed atheist in this realm, had never encountered the celestial beings or the so-called demons that Shuri spoke of throughout his life. Chapter 62. Do not converse with it, my lord. How could I jest about such matters? Shuri replied, his pallor intensifying. Those from the Wong family outside, none of their corpses are intact. It appears as if something has violently torn them asunder. At this moment, the other guards regarded Shuri with disbelief. After all, none had ever witnessed the legendary beings or monsters he described. Only one guard with inverted triangular eyes changed his demeanor. He realized that the Wong family must have bribed Nalan Kai to inform them of his whereabouts. If all the members of the Wong family were dead, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. Seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Shuri felt a surge of frustration. "What, do you think I, am deceiving you?" Nalan Kai frowned and asked, "Guard, are you certain you are not mistaken? How could a group of living beings perish in an instant?" In response, Shuri raised a hand, swearing with 3 fingers held aloft. "I, Shuri, vow that what I have just said is entirely true. Otherwise, may I meet a most untimely demise." Witnessing Shuri's earnest oath, the others exchanged glances, realizing he did not appear to be lying. "My lord, are you in there?" Just then, a woman's voice called out from outside. "Father, that is Mother-S voice." Nalan Yi exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Nalan Kai shared the same astonishment. His wife, Xiao Shui, had been bedridden for years due to illness, which was why she had not accompanied him home. Yet now, she was apparently outside the temple. Something was amiss. The guards of the Nalan family were naturally aware of the situation. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the entire temple. "Husband, why do you not respond?" The voice of the woman outside continued to echo. Yet within the temple, not a soul dared to answer, nor even to make a sound. "Golu," Shuri swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. "I once read in a peculiar book that there are those who die far from home, their corpses transforming into spirits. If they encounter someone in a room with a door, the occupants must converse with it for it to enter. Do you think we are facing such a being?" At his words, a chill ran down the spines of the others. Zhou Jun, seated cross-legged beside the fire, maintained an unperturbed demeanor. "Sir, are you not afraid of such ghosts?" Shuri inquired curiously. Zhou Jun chuckled softly. "Did you not just say that it can only enter if we respond? Why then should I be afraid?" Truth be told, Zhou Jun found the situation quite thrilling. Indeed, Shuri nodded in agreement. "Father." Suddenly, the voice outside transformed into a youthful tone. A guard with a round face immediately widened his eyes in shock. For the voice belonged to none other than his own son. "Old Gu, do not respond." Shuri urgently cautioned the round-faced guard. Hearing this, the guard turned pale and nodded in compliance. "Father, it's so cold outside. May I come in to warm myself by the fire with you?" The childish voice persisted. "Father, why do you not answer? Are you sneaking around behind Mother-S back?" The innocent voice suddenly took on a frenzied tone. Simultaneously, the group noticed the wind outside had intensified. The already dilapidated windows of the temple began to rattle violently. "Ghost! A ghost!" A guard sporting a goatee suddenly gazed in terror towards the window, emitting a blood-curdling scream. The others followed his horrified gaze, only to find nothing there. "Are you seeing things?" A young guard frowned at the goateed man. "There's clearly nothing there." "Impossible," the goateed guard vehemently retorted. "I distinctly saw a woman with half a decayed face, her teeth and bones exposed, even crawling with maggots, staring right at me. I cannot be imagining it. Could the dead truly still move?" The young guard swallowed nervously. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden door, which Shuri had closed upon his return, was violently struck. "Husband, open the door. I wish to join you. Do you no longer desire my presence?" From the entrance, the voice of Nalan's wife echoed. At this moment, Nalan had fallen silent, unable to comprehend the bewildering events of the evening. The situation was too surreal for him to digest. Yet he was certain that the person outside was certainly not his gentle and virtuous spouse. Ajahn. Suddenly, a youthful voice, reminiscent of pearls dropping onto a plate, rang out from outside. Azan, did you not perish? Could it truly be you? The young guard, who had earlier conversed with the goat-bearded sentinel, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the door. Ha 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 ha, it is indeed I, Ejin. I shall enter shortly. A maniacal female voice erupted from outside, causing the expression of everyone present to shift as they turned to the young guard, Ajin. Realization struck Ajin, and his complexion paled. He had unwittingly engaged with the figure outside. Boom. Before anyone could react, the temple door shattered with a thunderous crash, splintering wood scattering in all directions. Immediately, a figure cloaked in white emerged from the darkness, standing at the threshold. With a rumble, a deep thunderclap resonated, illuminating the face of the figure at the door. Seizing the opportunity, the onlookers beheld the visage of the intruder. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they beheld a woman, half of her face grotesquely decayed, infested with writhing white maggots, her body unnaturally emaciated. An eerie smile lingered at the corners of her lips. The triangular-eyed guard, overwhelmed by terror, turned and scrambled toward a nearby window to escape. However, before he could flee far, the white-clad woman obstructed his path. What transpired next was horrifying. The fleeing guard's body was gruesomely cleaved in half at the abdomen, intestines and blood spilling profusely onto the ground. The ghastly scene rendered everyone momentarily paralyzed with shock. She, regaining his composure, glared at the young guard, Ajin, with a mix of frustration and despair. You fool! Are you trying to bring about our demise? Ajin, on the verge of tears, lamented, Captain, you know Azhun is deceased. I thought it was her. In a moment of carelessness, I responded. Chapter 63. The entity within the Buddha statue hearing Ajin's words, she sighed helplessly. Perhaps it was destined to unfold this way. Meanwhile, the woman in white, having dispatched the triangular-eyed guard, directed her gaze towards the others within the room, her tongue, teeming with maggots, licking her exposed teeth, devoid of skin. The grotesque spectacle induced immediate revulsion among the onlookers. Even Zhou Jun could not help but frown, as the situation was utterly revolting. At that moment, the woman in white approached the door with a measured pace, appearing as though the crowd had already become her prey. However, just as she was about to step inside, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emanated from the bronze Buddha statue, which had lost its gilding and stood in the center of the room. The true Buddha had manifested. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shi Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, and he mockingly addressed the woman in white. You malevolent entity. Do you not recognize the sanctity of this place? How dare you act so brazenly before the image of the true Buddha? Are you tired of living? The woman in white, sensing the gravity of the situation, displayed a fleeting look of apprehension. Her foot, which had been poised to enter, retreated. Ultimately, casting a resentful glance at the crowd, she vanished into the depths of the forest. She has departed. Shuri pointed at her retreating figure and burst into laughter. Simultaneously, he rallied the others to prostrate themselves before the Buddha statue radiating golden light, exclaiming, Thank you, true Buddha, for your divine intervention. At this moment, Nalan Kai also expressed his gratitude, stating, I am grateful to the true Buddha for your assistance. Upon returning home, I shall ensure the restoration of your golden form. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun remained seated on the pristine ground, displaying little reaction to the manifestation of the true Buddha, even less engaged than the woman in white. Why do you not kneel before my presence? Suddenly, a voice resonated through the temple, deep and thunderous. A terrifying pressure descended upon Zhou Jun. Yet, he remained unfazed. Sir, upon encountering the true Buddha, do you not prostrate yourself? Shi Yi gazed at Zhou Jun, who appeared as tranquil as an old monk in meditation, his face a mask of astonishment. Concurrently, the Buddha statue seemed to sense Zhou Jun's extraordinary nature, its eyes rolling to focus on the prostrating crowd. When the statue's gaze fell upon Nalan Yi among the throng, a barely perceptible smile graced its otherwise stiff visage. Rise, the Buddha statue commanded. As the crowd stood, visibly relieved, it continued. My intention is to enlighten all beings. The construction of the seven-tiered pagoda is merely a customary endeavor, not something you need to labor over excessively. Upon hearing this, Nalan Kai expressed his reverence, saying, The realm of the true Buddha is beyond my reach. The statue did not respond to Nalan Kai, but turned its attention to Nalan Yi, stating, Little girl, I perceive great potential in you. Would you be willing to join me in the temple to cultivate and attain Buddhahood? Huh? Nalan Yi, taken aback by the proposition, momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Miss, why do you hesitate to agree? Stone, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. If he were to be favored by the true Buddha and accepted as a disciple, he would laugh through his tears. But wouldn't that mean becoming a nun? Nalan Yi cast a reluctant glance at her dark, flowing hair. She then turned to her father with a pleading look. Nalan was beginning to comprehend that if his daughter were to join the true Buddha's fold, her future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Nevertheless, he replied, you have grown up. Whatever decision you make must rely on your own will. Upon hearing this, Nalan fell silent. As a child, she had heard tales of not only mortals, but also celestial beings capable of soaring through the skies, as well as demons and spirits. However, as she matured, she encountered none of these legendary figures, leading her to dismiss such tales as mere myth. Yet, it seemed that the stories shared by people were not without basis. Indeed, there existed phenomena in this world that were elusive to ordinary folk. At that moment, the statue of the Buddha slowly spoke. Young girl, you possess innate wisdom, a prodigy in cultivation. Do you truly wish to resign yourself to a mundane life of marriage and children, fading into dust as time takes its toll? Upon hearing the Buddha's words, Nalan suddenly understood. Compared to the inevitability of aging, what was the matter with shaving her head? It could always grow back. Thus, she resolutely declared, True Buddha, I am willing. Excellent. That is a wise choice. The Buddha statue revealed a surprisingly human-like smile. Had they not been saved by this statue earlier, they might have been too startled by its eerie smile to utter a word. The statue continued, tomorrow night. You shall remain here. My true form will descend to guide you back to the temple for your training. Do you understand? Nalan nodded earnestly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Enough of this. Little Cricket, have you become addicted? At this moment, Zhou Jun finally spoke. Little Cricket? The crowd gasped in astonishment, looking at Zhou Jun as if they were utterly baffled. Only the statue's expression shifted slightly. You see me and do not kneel. I have already spared you. Do not be ungrateful. The statue threatened Zhou Jun. However, Zhou Jun merely shrugged and addressed the crowd, which true Buddha would deem another's refusal to kneel as a transgression. Is it not a principle of Buddhism that all beings are equal? Is that not the truth? Impudent. The statue was enraged. Sir, what are you doing? Stone, watching Zhou Jun, was instantly alarmed. Was this man reckless enough to confront a true Buddha? He might risk his own life, but he could not endanger everyone present. With a crisp snap, the statue of the Buddha raised its hand and struck forward, instantly sending a golden character soaring towards Zhou Jun. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Zhou Jun remained calmly rooted in place. Amitabha, vile creature, at long last, I have found you. Suddenly, a voice imbued with compassion resonated from outside the temple, causing the golden character that had been hurtling towards Zhou Jun to dissipate in an instant. The true Buddha of the Great Dream? The statue exclaimed in disbelief. What could this possibly mean? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of confusion. Observing the unfolding scene and the words of the statue, it was apparent that the source of the voice was indeed another true Buddha. Yet, why would a statue that embodied the essence of a true Buddha utter such a tone of fear? At this moment, Zhou Jun turned his gaze towards the outside, and a shift was evident on his face. He had not anticipated encountering a true Buddha. Just as the crowd was processing the revelation, the statue at the center of the temple suddenly shattered into fragments. From within the broken statue emerged something that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Chapter 64. On the path of enlightenment from the splintered copper Buddha, a black cricket, the size of a calf, suddenly appeared before the crowd. The grotesque appearance of this creature drained the color from their faces. It was now clear to them why Zhou Jun had previously mentioned a little cricket. Particularly for Nalan, the thought that she might be alone here the following night, potentially becoming the cricket's next meal, was chilling indeed. Shuri, his expression one of shock, turned to Zhou Jun. Sir, you can perceive what lies within this statue. You are no ordinary person. When did I ever claim to be ordinary? Zhou Jun replied with a gentle smile, rendering Shuri momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the large cricket attempted to flee. However, the crowd soon witnessed a massive bull soaring through the doorway, swiftly descending upon the cricket. The true Buddha is indeed outside, Shuri exclaimed as realization dawned upon him. Amitabha, the cricket under my care escaped during my meditation, causing you all inconvenience. I humbly ask for your understanding while I take this vile creature back and impose strict punishment upon it. At that moment, an elderly monk clad in robes, with skin resembling dry tree bark yet possessing kind eyes, entered the room. Is this truly the true Buddha? The crowd pondered silently, for the old monk bore an uncanny resemblance to the abbot of any ordinary temple. Yet, the cricket had clearly stated that this man was the true Buddha of the Great Dream. They understood that those legendary cultivators and monks who practiced were not to be equated with a true Buddha. After all, the true Buddha is a being that can stand alongside those who have truly attained immortality. He is not comparable to ordinary cultivators. At that moment, the Great Dream true Buddha noticed Zhou Jun, momentarily taken aback before joining his palms in reverence and stating, Amitabha, I did not expect to encounter a true vessel in this realm. I extend my humble greetings. The term true vessel refers to one who has successfully navigated the tribulations but has not yet fully transformed into an immortal. Although Shi and his companions did not comprehend this designation, they were astounded to witness a legendary true Buddha show such courtesy to Zhou Jun. Instantly, they understood that the young man they had been with for so long was indeed an existence worthy of respect, even from a true Buddha. It is indeed a surprise to meet a venerable one here, Zhou Jun remarked with a smile. Thank you, true vessel, for sparing this wicked creature. I shall ensure it is closely monitored henceforth. As the great dream true Buddha spoke, he waved his hand, and the large bowl that was overturned on the ground soared into his palm, continuously shrinking in size. This miraculous scene left Shi and the others utterly astonished. By the way, true Buddha, the monster you held earlier mentioned that my lady possesses considerable wisdom. Is there any truth to that? Shi suddenly recalled something and respectfully inquired of the great dream true Buddha. To be candid, had the great dream true Buddha revealed his majestic form, Shi would have been too frightened to even breathe. However, this true Buddha's current demeanor was so benevolent and approachable that it inspired no fear whatsoever. The great dream true Buddha, addressing a completely mundane martial artist, chuckled lightly and replied, Ahmadba, this young lady indeed possesses remarkable wisdom, but regrettably, I cannot guide her to the immortal realm. Zhou Jun's expression turned to one of surprise. In that brief statement, he grasped a significant piece of information. The great dream true Buddha hailed from the immortal realm. Meanwhile, upon hearing the words of the great dream true Buddha, Nalanya's expression turned somewhat despondent. Noticing this, Zhou Jun cheerfully said, in truth, being an ordinary person in this place can be quite fulfilling. Marriage and parenthood are forms of living, just as cultivation is a path. Ordinary people often only see the favorable side of cultivators, unaware that embarking on this path leads to a life of competition. Resources must be contested, opportunities must be seized, and everywhere is a struggle. One misstep could result in irreparable consequences. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, the great dream true Buddha became intrigued and remarked, What you say, true vessel, resonates with me. I have a question I wish to pose to you. Pray, do tell, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. There is a saying, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If a child falls into the water and the benefactor cannot swim, should they save him or not? The great dream true Buddha inquired, Is it better to let one drown or two? If I do not save him, does it not equate to saving myself, thus fulfilling the saying of building a pagoda? Zhou Jun grinned and responded, Your words indeed hold some merit. The great dream true Buddha mused, reflecting deeply. I too have a question, which I wish to pose to the esteemed one, Zhou Jun remarked. Pray, speak freely, the great dream true Buddha replied. When you, as a monk, are on the brink of starvation, and suddenly a delectable roasted chicken appears before you, will you eat it or refrain? At this moment, Zhou Jun and the great dream true Buddha, unbeknownst to themselves, commenced a profound discourse. As their dialogue unfolded, extraordinary phenomena began to manifest around them. Golden lotus phantoms surged forth from the ground, and ethereal mists enveloped the entire temple, creating an otherworldly ambience. Behind the great dream true Buddha stood a towering golden Buddha, seated upon a lotus, while Zhou Jun was accompanied by an equally imposing white-robed phantom, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the golden Buddha. How terrifying! At that instant, Shi and the others gazed at the two colossal figures facing each other, drawing in a sharp breath, especially upon witnessing the towering golden Buddha behind the great dream true Buddha. He could scarcely fathom from whence he had summoned the courage to engage in conversation with such a being. Such an entity could likely obliterate him with but a whisper. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, both the great dream true Buddha and Zhou Jun retracted their manifestations. The saying meat and wine passed through the intestines. Yet the heart of the Buddha remains untouched is truly profound. I have gained insight from it, for which I thank you, true Chung. The great dream true Buddha expressed his gratitude to Zhou Jun with hands joined in reverence. There is no need for such formality, esteemed one. I too have gleaned insights from this exchange, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. The great dream true Buddha chuckled. I look forward to the day when True Cheng's name resounds throughout the celestial realm. One can only hope for freedom and ease. Zhou Jun laughed heartily. The great dream true Buddha smiled gently. This sentiment is undeniably true. As practitioners, what we seek is indeed liberation and transcendence. Precisely, Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shi and the others, even in their ignorance, recognized that the ability of Zhou Jun to engage in a meaningful dialogue with the great dream true Buddha indicated that he was likely the legendary true immortal. As the great dream true Buddha concluded their conversation and took his leave, Shi and the others gazed at Zhou Jun with newfound reverence. The glimmer of respect filled their eyes, and Zhou Jun, sensing their admiration, felt somewhat helpless, aware that they had elevated him to the status of a formidable master. Of course, his cultivation at the transformation stage could be considered proficient in Qingzhou, though not to the extent they imagined. Chapter 65. The illusory immortal. My previous oversight was regrettable. I failed to recognize the greatness before me, and I humbly seek the immortal's forgiveness, Nalan Kai. The head of the Nalan family said with utmost respect towards Lihujun. Nalan family head, there is no need to dwell on it. Lihujun waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of little consequence. The others, witnessing this, collectively exhaled in relief. At this moment, Shuri chuckled, reflecting on how he too had spun tales akin to those of legendary immortals. If word of this were to spread, he would undoubtedly be regarded as impressive. The thought filled him with joy. The night swiftly passed. By dawn, the light rain that had been falling outside had ceased. Nalan and the others had rested well the previous night, feeling reassured in the presence of an immortal. After all, who would dare to act recklessly with such a being nearby? As for their unwavering trust in Zhou Jun, one might argue that even if this immortal sought their demise, it would be futile to remain awake. At that moment, the group noticed Zhou Jun rising and making his way outside. Immortal walked slowly. They called out in unison as he departed. Thus, Zhou Jun gradually vanished into the depths of the forest, as if the events of the previous night were merely a dream. Yet, the fragmented corpses outside served as stark reminders that everything they had experienced was, in fact, very real. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun strolled along a narrow mountain path, a trail typically traversed by herbalists venturing into the mountains. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, landing right before him. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? He glanced upward to see a cliff and two rapidly retreating auras. Then, he looked down at the fallen individual, a youth, tattered and barely alive, drawing in more breath than he was exhaling. Clearly, if left unattended, he would soon meet his end. Beep. Destiny's Child detected. Triggering options. Option 1. Choose to save the Destiny's Child and become his benefactor, granting the host the cultivation of a virtual immortal. Option 2. Choose to ignore, treating the incident as if it never occurred, with no rewards. Observing the two options, Zhou Jun couldn't help but lament, of course. I shall choose the first one. Relying on my own cultivation to reach the level of a virtual immortal? Who knows how long that would take? As the head of a mountain sect, rescuing a low-ranking cultivator in peril was well within his capabilities, especially since he had an abundance of elixirs at his disposal. Upon inspecting the youth's injuries, he noted that the boy was at the 5th stage of chi refinement, possessed a saintly fire root, and had severed meridians. Goodness. Zhou Jun could already envision the trials faced by this child of destiny. He likely hailed from a prominent family branch, with such talent that he could have become the head of the main lineage. However, it seemed that the main branch had not dared to support him, placing his life in jeopardy. Beep. Host, stop speculating. If you do not act soon, the individual will perish. Oh. Zhou Jun regained his composure. His face flushed with embarrassment as he remarked, let us not dwell on such trivialities. With that, he placed a pill known as the bone regeneration pill into the young man's mouth. This elixir was reputed to foster the growth of muscle from bone and to rejuvenate the meridians, though Zhou Jun was uncertain of its true potency. Having never witnessed the effects of such a pill on bone, one might ponder, could bones truly consume pills without leaving a mess? Nevertheless, after ingesting the elixir, the young man's formerly lethargic aura visibly strengthened. Observing his surroundings, Zhou Jun promptly relocated the youth beneath a tree, considering the scorching sun might otherwise prove fatal. Subsequently, he settled down under the shade and began to doze off. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have completed half of your task, saving the child of destiny. Please continue your efforts to become the esteemed elder of the child of destiny. Just as Zhou Jun was on the verge of slumber, the system's notification jolted him awake. Oh system, though you are not human, you certainly possess the qualities of a loyal dog. As the morning faded into midday, the youth, whose upper body lay in the cool shade while his lower half was scorched by the sun, gradually awoke. Am I dead? Is this what death feels like? Only my lower half is uncomfortably hot. Even my sacred fire root feels the heat, he murmured to himself. Ah, young man, you are awake, a cheerful voice exclaimed. The youth's eyes widened in astonishment. I am not dead. How could you possibly perish in my presence? The young man continued. The youth sprang to his feet, gazing intently at the speaker. With a sudden bow, he exclaimed, Jiangxibai expresses his deepest gratitude to you, senior. Zhou Jun was taken aback. The youth's sudden rise and fierce demeanor led him to believe he was about to be attacked, yet he had not anticipated such an act of reverence. Such humility surely explained his status as the child of destiny. Cough. Please rise, Zhou Jun said, clearing his throat. Yes, esteemed senior, Jiang Xiaobai replied respectfully as he stood. He recognized that the young man before him was no ordinary individual. His own previously severed meridians were now gradually mending. All thanks to the miraculous efforts of this young man. To restore one's meridians is a feat beyond the capabilities of anyone lacking a profound level of cultivation. Become my disciple, Lihujun stated straightforwardly, eager to advance to the realm of the void immortal. After all, should he fail to reach that stage before his untimely demise, what purpose would his efforts serve? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. What, are you unwilling? Lihujun raised an eyebrow. And a formidable aura of transformation surged from his being. All creatures within 100 miles trembled in fear, prostrating themselves upon the ground. A rat that had attained sentience lay flat, indignant as it exclaimed, "Who is this audacious figure, unleashing their transcendent pressure without regard for us mere mortals?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was a formidable being of transformation. "Master, may I pay my respects?" he declared, only to drop to his knees in a swift, reverent bow. Lihujun's acceptance of a disciple proceeded smoothly, and the system responded promptly. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding, system rewards granted, ascendant cultivation level. As the system's notifications echoed in his mind, Lihujun felt an influx of profound wisdom within his body. Now, rise and tell your master why you were cast down the mountain, he inquired. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes reddened as he began to speak. Master, to be frank, I am the scion of the Jiang family's main lineage in Dallas City. However, a faction of treacherous relatives, upon learning of my father's unexpected injury, conspired with the Zhang family of Dallas City to usurp my family's position and seize control of our resources. Lihujun blinked, realizing he had misjudged the situation earlier. Chapter 66. Should I intervene to assist you in avenging your grievances? Lihujun smiled at Jiang Xiaobai. Master, I must rely on my own strength for vengeance. Jiang Xiaobai replied gravely. Lihujun, taken aback, admired the young man's determination. Indeed, he possessed the spirit of one favored by fortune. If it were another, they might recklessly seek revenge without thought. And how do you plan to exact this vengeance? Lihujun inquired with a smile. At this, Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence, realizing that achieving revenge solely through his own power seemed implausible. Do what you must. Your master stands behind you. Fear not, Lihujun gently encouraged. Thank you, master. Jiang Xiaobai responded, rising to bow once more. Lihujun nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Jiang family estate in Dallas City, a middle-aged man with inverted triangular eyes and a distinct mustache addressed a pale-faced figure seated above him. Patriarch, you are gravely ill, and the young master has been missing for several days. If the main lineage of the Jiang family lacks a stabilizing force, it may not only lead to chaos within the main branch, but also among the various collateral branches. The pale figure was none other than Jiang Xiaobai's father, Jiang Onlang. At this moment, Jiang Onlang fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man with a mustache, speaking in a low voice. What is it, Jiang Xuanjin? Are you already unable to resist the urge to claim my position? Jiang Xuanjin replied with a slight smile, displaying no fear of the man seated before him. A once mighty golden core cultivator. A month prior, a frenzied horde of beasts had besieged Dallas City. The three main heads of the city had united to quell the beast tide, yet it was Jiang Onlang who had sustained severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xuanjing, also a golden core cultivator, saw a chance to usurp Jiang Onlang's lineage from its prominent position. Should he succeed in displacing Jiang Onlang, the next main lineage would undoubtedly belong to him, thus allowing him to ascend as the head and command all branches and resources of the Jiang family in Dallas City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Onlang's expression darkened, clearly indicating that Jiang Xuanjin could no longer conceal his ambitions. Meanwhile, several other branch heads present spoke up. Head of the family, the Jiang clan is already in turmoil. We cannot afford to be without a steadfast leader for even a day. These heads of the Jiang branches felt truly helpless, for they were unwilling to see Jiang Xuanjing ascend to the position of family head. After all, his character was lacking in many respects, and he would stop at nothing to attain this title. Young Master Jiang Xiaobai was acutely aware of the unfolding events. Everyone knew the circumstances but refrained from speaking. At this moment, offending anyone was unwise, particularly Jiang Xuanjing, for he was the only remaining golden core cultivator with any combat capability within the Jiang family. Thus, the fate of the Jiang family, whether in chaos or order, rested solely in Jiang Xuanjing's hands. In times past, when Jiang Onlang was at the height of his power, he could easily suppress Jiang Xuanjing. However, now, grievously injured, Jiang Onlang's strength had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self, leaving no one capable of restraining Jiang Xuanjing. Furthermore, Jiang Xuanjing had allied himself with the Zhang family. His son Jiang Xiaoyu had entered into a marriage alliance with Zhang Huilan, the daughter of the Zhang clan, who had originally been betrothed to Jiang Xiaobai. This clearly illustrated that the Zhang family was not merely allying with Jiang Xiaobai, but with the entire Jiang family behind him. Yet at this moment, Jiang Anlang suddenly burst into laughter. Jiang Xuanjing, I am curious to know what price you have paid to secure the Zhang family as support. Even in my injured state, you still seek to pressure me with their aid. Jiang Xuanjing's face twitched at the remark. The cost had indeed been considerable, 10% of the Jiang family's income for the next decade. After all, Jiang Anlang had previously been celebrated as the foremost expert in Dallas City. If Jiang Xuanjing relied solely on his own abilities, he would indeed feel somewhat intimidated. Jiang Xuanjing. Suddenly, a youthful voice filled with fury echoed from outside the hall. Young master. The heads of the various branches gazed in disbelief at Jiang Xiaobai, who entered alone from outside. However, they soon shook their heads. For the current Jiang Xiaobai, living was perhaps worse than death. In death, he might have had a chance to rise again. But looking at Jiang Xiaobai, so remarkably young, returning now was futile in the face of Jiang Xuanjing's absolute prowess. And he might very well lose his life. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Jiang Anlang was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly followed by helplessness and pain. After all, he understood that his son's return was ill-timed. The moment Jiang Xuanjing laid eyes on Jiang Xiaobai, his expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. Did his son not claim to have handled the matter decisively? Why was this person still alive? You are surprised to see me alive? Jiang Xiaobai grinned at Jiang Xuanjing. What are you talking about, young master? I fail to comprehend, Jiang Xuanjing replied, feigning ignorance. You truly are a master of pretense. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. Your son gravely injured me, severed my meridians, and cast me off a cliff. Surely, you are aware of this? Young master, what are you insinuating? You stand here perfectly intact. How could your meridians be severed? Jiang Xuanjing furrowed his brow. Though he spoke confidently, doubts brewed within him. Logically, he had dispatched a foundational expert to assist his son in eliminating Jiang Xiaobai. It was inconceivable that Jiang Xiaobai could still be alive, let alone thriving. Oh, were it not for my fortuitous fate, I might have indeed perished as you wished, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a cold laugh. Jiang Xuanjing narrowed his eyes. After all, Jiang Xiaobai's aggressive demeanor would test anyone's patience, especially for someone like Jiang Xuanjing, a formidable golden core expert who ranked among the top 10 in Dallas City. Young master, if you are concerned that I might threaten your lineage should I ascend to the position of the clan leader, there is no need for such worry. I, Jiang Xuanjing, am not that kind of person. Jiang Xuanjing coldly snorted. To speak plainly, the clan leader is gravely injured, his strength diminished. How can he lead our Jiang family against other clans? Your words are indeed more pleasing than a song, Jiang Xiaobai retorted with a scoff. Well then, let me be more straightforward. Today, Jiang Anlang must concede the position of clan leader to me, whether he wishes to or not. It shall be so. Jiang Xuanjing decided to drop the facade, as everyone present was already aware of his intentions. Perhaps your calculations today will come to naught. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly grinned. Jiang Xuanjing's heart raced at this revelation. This young man dared to return in such a manner. Could it be that he truly had some hidden cards? Yet, his only ally was the Zhang family, who had already struck a deal with him. Chapter 67, the leg-stretching and eye-bulging pill. At the moment when Jiang Xiaobai was deeply immersed in contemplation, he deftly reached into his robe, rubbed his hands together, and produced a small black pill, which he offered to his father. Father, take this leg-stretching and eye-bulging pill. It will surely alleviate your injuries. Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed with unwavering confidence. The leg-stretching and eye-bulging pill? Jiang Anlang regarded his son with skepticism, wondering if the concoction was merely the dirt he had accumulated. Moreover, the name of this pill sounded utterly unrefined. Could it be that his son had lost his senses? As this thought crossed his mind, a pang of sorrow struck Jiang Anlang. It was his inadequacy as a father that had led to this state. Father, please trust me. Observing his father's incredulous expression, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of urgency. His master was undeniably a formidable figure in the realm of transformation. Furthermore, when his master had bestowed the pill upon him, he had emphasized the necessity of warming it in one's hands for enhanced efficacy. Meanwhile, the heads of the various branches of the Jiang family regarded Jiang Xiaobai with amusement. It appeared that this young master had indeed suffered a blow to his psyche. How could a mere chi-refining practitioner procure something capable of instantly healing a golden core expert's wounds? At that moment, Jiang Xuanjing's face bore a mocking expression, and he lamented. The young master is clearly in a state of confusion. The main lineage of the Jiang family is utterly doomed. If we do not swiftly elect a new leader, our family is in grave peril. Shut your mouth, old dog. Jiang Xiaobai glared furiously at Jiang Xuanjing. What nonsense are you spewing? The term old dog struck Jiang Xuanjing like a blow, leaving him momentarily speechless. Father, Is it not resolved yet? Just then, a young man entered, cradling a youthful maiden in his arms, his tone exuding nonchalance. Jiang Xiaoyu Zhang Huilan. Upon seeing the young man and the maiden, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Xiaobai, you're still alive. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback upon encountering Jiang Xiaobai. He had personally left him for dead, casting him off a cliff. How was it possible that he had emerged unscathed? Zhang Huilan, is this truly how you choose to act? Jiang Xiaobai seethed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust as he glared at the girl in Jiang Xiaoyu's embrace. Yet, Zhang Huilan merely cast a cold glance at Jiang Xiaobai and replied, without your father's backing, you are nothing. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, broke into a laugh. So, this is your true nature, driven solely by self-interest? We grew up together, but at least now I see your true face. And what of it? What status do you hold now compared to me? Zhang Huilan scoffed dismissively at Jiang Xiaobai's words. To exist is a blessing, allowing you, once the esteemed heir of the Xiao family, to once again savor the thrill of death. I find immense pleasure in this. Jiang Xiaoyu flashed a grin at Jiang Xiaobai and remarked, by the way, Huilan is truly tender. I cannot fathom how you managed to restrain yourself, insisting on postponing intimacy until after marriage. Surely, you are not impotent? As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyu unabashedly leaned toward Zhang Huilan's face and audibly kissed. Disgusting. Zhang Huilan playfully punched Jiang Xiaoyu in the chest, her voice laced with a charming pout. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai maintained his composure, having seen through Zhang Huilan. He felt a sense of relief for not marrying this woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Onling's forehead throbbed with veins. Realizing the harsh truth, those around him had revealed their true colors just as he lay grievously wounded. In light of this, he decided to take a gamble, testing the efficacy of the leg-stretching, eye-opening pill in his son's possession. Resolutely, Jiang Onling took the pill from Jiang Xiaobai's hand and swallowed it whole. In the next instant, he could visibly sense his injuries mending. Not only that, but Jiang Onling's aura also began to rise steadily. This scene left the infatuated Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Huilan, the scheming branch family heads contemplating survival under Jiang Xuanjing's authority, and the calculating Jiang Xuanjing himself, momentarily stunned. How could it be? This leg-stretching, eye-opening pill genuinely allows a Golden Core realm expert's injuries to heal rapidly? The onlookers were struck with disbelief. Jiang Xuanjing, in a panic, tore a talisman to summon assistance. What? Jiang Xuanjing, are you already calling for help? Can you not even deal with a severely injured waist? Just as Jiang Xuanjing was tearing the talisman, a man with a scarred face and a fierce gaze entered through the main door. This individual exuded an imposing presence, prompting the branch family heads of the Jiang family to part and create a path. Father. Upon seeing him, Zhang Huilan immediately displayed a respectful demeanor. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Duoqian, the current head of the Zhang family, at the peak of the Golden Core realm. At that moment, Zhang Duoqian noticed Jiang Onlang's aura surging and was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, damn it, how did this fellow's injuries suddenly improve? Realizing this, Zhang Duoqian's expression shifted. He took his daughter's hand and, with a smile directed at Jiang Onlang, said, I have come to fetch my daughter for dinner. Jiang family head, take your time to sort things out. I shall take my leave. With that, he grasped Zhang Huilan's hand and walked away without looking back. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Jiang Xuanjing was equally bewildered. What was happening? How could one act in such a manner, speaking without integrity? To accept benefits and then flee, was this polite? Meanwhile, above the Jiang family, Lihujun stood upon the cloud, his gaze seemingly piercing through the rooftop. Surveying the scene below, he smacked his lips and remarked, well, this Zhang fellow possesses some prowess. Jiang Xuanjing, let us deliberate thoroughly on how this matter should be resolved. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Jiang Onlang paid no heed to Zhang Duoqian. After all, to contend with external affairs, one must first secure internal stability, especially considering that Zhang Duoqian was no weakling. Thus, he cast a cold glance at Jiang Xuanjing and his son, snorting disdainfully. As his voice fell, Jiang Onlang rose, and an overwhelming aura of terror cascaded over those present. Unable to withstand the formidable pressure, Jiang Xuanjing and his son fell to their knees with a thud. Jiang Xuanjing immediately wailed, Patriarch, I act solely for the benefit of our Jiang family. Do not be swayed by this scoundrel's lies. If the Patriarch's injuries have not yet healed, this villain would have already taken your position and exploited us. At that moment, the heads of several branch families, witnessing the scene, furiously rebuked Jiang Xuanjing. To be candid, these branch leaders held a considerable respect for Jiang Onlang, as he had always maintained impartiality. Had Jiang Xuanjing taken the reins, they feared they would end up destitute. Their earlier allegiance to Jiang Xuanjing was merely a result of pressure. After all, they were merely foundation-level cultivators. How could they contend with Jiang Xuanjing? For the good of the Jiang family? Jiang Onlang scoffed. I believe you are acting for your own benefit. Jiang Xuanjing and his son turned pale at these words. Chapter 68. A single misstep. All is lost, father. It was Jiang Xiaoyu who personally crippled my cultivation and cast me down the cliff. This is no mere fabrication. It was precisely because he pushed me that I encountered my master. Upon mentioning the word master, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression turned respectful. It was my master who rescued me and bestowed upon me great fortune. Hearing this, Jiang Xuanjing shot a vicious glare at his son. His eyes filled with a desire to chastise his inept offspring for his failures. Could you not be more efficient in your dealings? Just behead him and toss him into the oil. That would ensure his demise. Look at the current situation. We were once assured of victory, yet now, one misstep leads to utter ruin. Jiang Xuanjing, did you hear that? Your son has slain mine. Jiang Onlang's gaze turned icy as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. Had it not been for the fortune of his son, who had narrowly escaped death, how could he bear such an affront? Jiang Xiaoyu must die without question. You shall personally conclude this matter and avenge yourself, Jiang Onlang instructed Jiang Xiaobai. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai wasted no time and stepped before Jiang Xiaoyu, grinning as he spoke. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the time has yet to arrive. As his words fell, Jiang Xiaobai raised his palm and pressed it down upon the head of the once arrogant, but now terrified Jiang Xiaoyu. No. Jiang Xiaoyu let out a blood-curdling scream as his head was violently shattered into pieces. The scene was painted in hues of pale pink, reminiscent of blood-soaked tofu. As splatter scattered about, Jiang Xuan stared vacantly at the sight of his son's demise before him, yet he lacked the courage to intervene. The formidable Jiang Onlang was simply too powerful, instilling in him a paralyzing fear of rebellion. Once he had dealt with his son, Jiang Xuan knew he would be next. Jiang Onlang rose, advancing towards Jiang Xuan with a steadily escalating aura. As Jiang Onlang approached like a harbinger of death, Jiang Xuan suddenly raised his hand and struck himself across the face, weeping profusely. Master, I have been bewitched. I implore you. Considering my status as a golden core cultivator and my potential contributions to the family, grant me the chance to atone for my sins. I swear I shall mend my ways. Such words are mere deception. If you were to behave with decorum, my injuries would heal, and the position of the family head would naturally fall to you, given you are the only golden core in the Jiang family. Yet, in your reckless ambition, you resort to harming your kin to force my abdication. A person like you is a liability that my family cannot afford, Jiang Onlang retorted with a cold snort. Seeing his demise was inevitable, Jiang Xuan let out a hollow laugh. Jiang Onlang, do you truly believe you would willingly relinquish the position of family head? By the time you do, your son may very well have achieved the golden core himself. Those words of yours are the true deceit. With a resounding thud, Jiang Onlang raised his fist and shattered Jiang Xuan's skull, sending him to join his son in death. Though both were golden core cultivators, Jiang Xuan had merely ascended to the initial stage through medicinal means, while Jiang Onlang had painstakingly refined himself to the pinnacle of the golden core. The disparity in their cultivation levels was stark, with Jiang Onlang's prowess far surpassing Jiang Xuan's, despite his own injuries not being fully healed. At that moment, the heads of the various branches regarded the ruthless Jiang Onlang with profound respect and trepidation. Esteemed heads, my injuries are mending. You may take your leave. Jiang Onlang addressed them. Yes, master, they replied in unison. As the branch heads departed, several servants entered to begin tidying up the aftermath. Zhou Jun, observing from above, remarked in astonishment, this father-son duo is quite ruthless. However, in this world, it is often the kind-hearted who are preyed upon. Only those with sufficient resolve can command respect from their subordinates. Meanwhile, within the hall, Jiang Onling's gaze was intensely fixed upon his son. Young one, where is your master? To be able to present such potent elixirs, your master's capabilities must be extraordinary. My master came with me, but he did not enter our residence. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin. I see, Jiang Onlang responded. Jiang Onlang expressed a hint of regret, then advised. Be sure to personally thank your master when the time comes. Without his assistance, both of us would be commemorating a year's passing today. Rest assured, father, I understand. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a firm nod. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhou Jun for the life he had bestowed upon him. Should he ascend to the heights of the immortal path one day, he would certainly not forget to lend a hand to his master. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was confident that given a century, he could undoubtedly transcend the realm of the void immortal. It was even possible that by then, his master would still be within the spirit transformation realm. If Lihujun were to glimpse the thoughts swirling within Jiang Xiaobai's mind, he might be taken aback by the enormity of his ambitions. Zhang's patriarch wielded formidable authority, a fact that Lihujun admired greatly. At that moment, Lihujun's figure entered the hall. Master, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his heart leaping with joy at the sight of the newcomer. Greetings, esteemed one, Jiang Onlang said respectfully, cupping his hands in greeting. He then chuckled softly, what formidable authority. You jest, esteemed one. It is merely us lowly cultivators who must resort to such measures. Your return to authenticity in cultivation is enough to command immense respect. Zhou Jun chuckled inwardly. Jiang Xiaobai's father was indeed a talented individual, adept at flattery. Too kind. Zhou Jun replied with a gentle smile, then turned to Jiang Xiaobai. Do you wish to accompany your master back to the mountain for rigorous training? Jiang Xiaobai paused, then resolutely declared, disciple wishes to carve out his own path. Excellent, excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you, Zhou Jun remarked, seemingly anticipating this outcome. As the child of destiny, how could Jiang Xiaobai remain in one place? He was bound to explore and level up continuously. Thus, Zhou Jun was not surprised by the response. He continued, I bestow upon you a tome of cultivation, the great Sun Golden Crow scripture. May you practice diligently. With that, Zhou Jun pressed a finger to Jiang Xiaobai's forehead, imparting a mark of his essence, allowing a manifestation of his spirit to assist Jiang Xiaobai should danger arise. Moments passed. Jiang Xiaobai contemplated the profound scripture within his mind, suppressing his excitement as he expressed, Thank you, master. Zhou Jun replied with a slight smile, his form gradually fading before the father and son. Farewell, master. Farewell, esteemed one. Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Onlang bowed in reverence. Father, I shall head to the back mountain to cultivate. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed eagerly, glancing at his father. Very well, Jiang Onlang replied with a smile. Though inwardly he chided the impudent boy for not recognizing the privilege of training alongside such an esteemed figure, his eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered the Zhang family. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai remained blissfully unaware of his father's thoughts, as he was already on his way to the back mountain. Suddenly, he noticed a figure lying by the roadside and could not help but halt his steps. Chapter 69. Yao Tao. How could a maiden find her way into my family's back mountain? Upon discerning the visage of the figure before him, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Lying by the roadside was a young maiden clad in a white dress. Not only that, but she possessed bright, enchanting eyes, a face resembling a peach blossom, and skin as smooth as jade. Her exquisite beauty momentarily captivated Jiang Xiaobai's attention. One must not gaze upon that which is inappropriate, he admonished himself, taking a deep breath to quell any untoward thoughts. He resolutely refused to become a predator taking advantage of another's misfortune. Simultaneously, though the maiden appeared to be unconscious, her mind remained alert. Her body, however, was gravely injured and immobile. Panic coursed through her as she recalled her visit to a renowned scenic location in the celestial realm, only to find herself the target of an assassination attempt. In a desperate bid for escape, she had activated the expensive teleportation talisman bestowed upon her by her father, only to be thrust into the mortal realm. Furthermore, during her transit between worlds, she had sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the protective qualities of the talisman, she would have been reduced to mere dust by now. In truth, for beings from the celestial realm, descending to the mortal plane was not particularly challenging, albeit at a significant cost that ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. Moreover, how could the resources of the mortal realm ever compare to those abundant in the celestial domain? A visit to the mortal world could very well leave one impoverished. Conversely, upon witnessing the glances Jiang Xiaobai cast her way, the maiden felt a flicker of fear that he might harbor ulterior motives towards her, which would spell disaster. After all, she was acutely aware of her own appeal, having had suitors from various powerful factions incessantly knocking at her family's door. Yet, in her current state of vulnerability and incapacity to resist, she could do little but acquiesce should he wish her harm. However, upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai mutter a refrain against inappropriate gazes, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed he had indeed restrained himself. But in the next moment, she found herself in his arms. This is the end, despair washed over her. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai did not act with malice. He simply carried her to a guest room and instructed a maid to tidy up the space for her. Observing this, the maiden felt a flicker of fondness for Jiang Xiaobai. Of course, it was not love, but if Zhou Jun were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Ah, yes." The protagonist must first garner a sense of affinity to lay the groundwork for the trials and tribulations to come. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. The maiden's injuries gradually healed, and her relationship with Jiang Xiaobai deepened. He also learned her name, Yao Tao. Yao Tao, is it true that you descended from the celestial realm? Jiang Xiaobai inquired curiously, seated beneath a tree in the courtyard before the guest room of the Jiang residence. Yao Tao rolled her eyes in exasperation. Brother, you have already asked me this question 1,000 times over the past 3 months. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled softly. Primarily, what you say is quite genuine. Yet I find it hard to believe. Can it not be real when I have witnessed it with my own eyes and experienced it firsthand? Yao Tao responded, somewhat speechless. After 3 months of companionship, she found herself somewhat fond of Jiang Xiaobai's honesty and straightforwardness, despite his sometimes dull and pedantic demeanor. Unlike the denizens of the celestial realm, who often shower her with flattery, treating even supposed friends as mere instruments of gain, Jiang Xiaobai offered her genuine joy and a sense of freedom. I wish to have roasted rabbit, Yao Tao said, tilting her head toward Jiang Xiaobai. You've already eaten 3 today, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, his lips twitching. This girl, though appearing delicate, certainly possessed an insatiable appetite. Fear not, I shan't take advantage this time. I'll lend you a hand, Yao Tao declared, her small face brimming with confidence as she rubbed her hands together. No, please don't. The last time you tried to start a fire, you nearly burned my house down, Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, his expression turning to one of alarm. Rest assured, I shall be cautious this time. Yao Tao waved her hand dismissively, indicating she would merely sprinkle some water. However, amidst their conversation, dark clouds suddenly loomed over the Jiang family estate, with a vortex forming in the center. What is happening? Jiang Xiaobai gasped in astonishment. It's Uncle Bei, Yao Tao, seemingly aware of the visitor, remarked. Her previously excited demeanor now resembled that of a wilted eggplant, visibly deflated. The Uncle Bei she referred to was their family steward, Liu Bei, a formidable being of power beyond the true immortal level, overseeing all matters of the Yao family. At that moment, a man clad in a brown robe, appearing quite aged, emerged from the clouds. Beneath him, a colossal Kuanping stretched across the horizon. Such a sight was not merely alarming to Zhang's family, the entire city of Dalu, and even the surrounding regions were so overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the figure above that they dared not breathe, compelled to prostrate themselves in reverence. The Kuanping, a legendary beast of myth, had descended. Why has the elder suddenly arrived at my Zhang family? Zhang Onlang, standing in the open space, felt the weight of an extraordinary pressure as he addressed the venerable figure atop the Kuanping with deference. Miss, this old servant comes at the behest of the master to escort you home. The elder's voice thundered like rolling spring thunder, resonating for miles, akin to the words of the heavenly Tao, leaving no room for doubt or dispute. Uncle Bei, at that moment, Yao Tao's expression shifted to one of aloofness as she quietly addressed the elder on the Kuanping. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yao Tao, who had suddenly transformed into a different person. Previously, this girl had clamored for roasted rabbit. How, in the next moment, did she suddenly become so unattainable? Yet, at the same time, Jiang Xiaobai felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. After all, one's affections grow through companionship, and after 3 months of interaction, he was acutely aware that he had developed feelings for this young lady. However, the girl who held his heart was truly of the celestial realm. With such a truth, his aspiration to wed her would undoubtedly face opposition from her family. After all, he was merely an insignificant creature of the lower realm, while she was a fairy of the celestial world. Even his own formidable master paled in comparison to those of the celestial domain. Contemplating this, for the first time, Jiang Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, unable to even retain the one he cherished by his side. Meanwhile, the elder Liu Bei, upon catching sight of Yao Tao, instantly appeared before her from the vast heights atop the Kuanping, clasping his fists in respect. Miss, I have arrived late. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. It's nothing, Yao Tao replied, shaking her head. How is my father? Ever since the young lady was attacked, the master has not rested for 3 months, tirelessly searching throughout the 3,000 realms for your whereabouts. Only yesterday did he finally ascertain your location and, at great cost, breach the barriers to send me to escort you home, the elder respectfully explained. Uncle Bei, may I choose not to return? Yao Tao bit her silver teeth as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to scrutinize Jiang Xiaobai, who stood beside Yao Tao. Chapter 70. The master has arrived. How could the astute Liu Bei not perceive the budding feelings his young mistress harbored for this lad? Jiang Xiaobai, confronted by the elder's gaze that seemed to see through him, felt a twinge of insecurity. Yet, as a favored child of fortune, he refused to be cowed. Without further ado, he met Liu Bei's gaze with a defiant glare. Liu Bei, slightly taken aback, then smiled. This little rascal is quite interesting. You are the one who saved my young mistress, are you not? Rest assured, your reward shall not be lacking. As he spoke, Liu Bei produced a vial of elixir from his sleeve. The medicine within this jade vial is sufficient to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of this realm. Senior's goodwill is appreciated, but I believe that the path of cultivation requires one to tread steadily, step by step. Only through diligent effort can one ascend to greater heights. Moreover, I trust that had it been another, they too would have come to Yao Tao's aid. Jiang Xiaobai replied. As a favored child of fortune, How could he easily accept a handout? After all, relying on elixirs to break through realms is hardly true cultivation. It is akin to being a mere ornate vessel, lacking true substance. Yao Tao gazed at the upright figure of Jiang Xiaobai, a smile blossoming within her heart. Truly, he was a man of her choosing, steadfast in his principles even amidst such overwhelming temptation. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed with a grin. He possessed ambition. Liu Bei remarked, astonished, then chuckled lightly. In this world, where spiritual energy is scarce, do you truly believe you can cultivate to the point of transcending tribulation? Who knows how long that will take? Are you genuinely willing to forego this opportunity to ascend? Do not underestimate the humble ant, my friend. Even the smallest creature can harbor grand aspirations. Jiang Xiaobai flashed a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Excellent, Liu Bei said, putting away his jade bottles filled with various elixirs, his eyes narrowing slightly. Young one, I admire your spirit. But you must understand that given your current identity and status, certain thoughts should remain unbidden, otherwise, misfortune shall surely follow. At this moment, Liu Bei employed a strategy of courtesy before confrontation. Yao Tao felt a jolt of surprise. Could Uncle Bei truly perceive her feelings for Jiang Xiaobai? Yet, it was hardly unexpected. After all, Uncle Bei was a being beyond true immortals, and his extensive experiences were unparalleled. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the more astute they become. However, it was equally clear that Jiang Xiaobai, as a favored child of destiny, would not easily yield. Senior, to be candid, I have indeed developed feelings for Yao Tao. Yao Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had openly declared his affection. In her heart, she felt a mix of joy and anxiety. She knew her family would never approve of a union with someone from the lower realms. They might even take matters into their own hands and eliminate Jiang Xiaobai without her knowledge. Do you understand what the Yao family represents? Liu Bei remarked, somewhat speechless. I am but a mere servant, yet my cultivation exceeds that of true immortals. What a reckless youth he was, brimming with fervor and directness, possessing a distinct personality. Yet, his origins destined him to be forever apart from the young lady. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Sooner or later, I, Jiang Xiaobai, will earn the Yao family's recognition and stand beside Yao Tao. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai echoed a classic line reminiscent of the great Emperor Shao, confronting even the formidable Liu Bei without a hint of trepidation. This was the essence of a protagonist. I await your arrival. Yao Tao longed to utter these words, yet she refrained, knowing that doing so would only exacerbate Jiang Xiaobai's peril. Ha ha ha. Liu Bei erupted in laughter, amused by the youth's audacity, as well as his obliviousness to the gravity of his situation. Tears of laughter threatened to spill from his eyes as he looked at Jiang Xiaobai. The latter's lips twitched. He truly feared the old man might laugh himself to death. You, at the 5th level of chi refinement, standing beside my young lady? Liu Bei paused for a moment, shaking his head with a smile, and remarked, do you know that my young lady, unlike those renowned prodigies from the celestial realm, has possessed golden core cultivation since birth? Moreover, are you aware of how many celestial dynasties and sacred lands have sought to propose marriage to our Yao family? Among the princes and holy sons of those celestial dynasties, who I ascend a remarkable young talent. How can a mere cultivator at the 5th layer of chi refinement, like yourself, possibly contend with them? Even if you possess a holy grade fire spirit root, what does it matter? After all, the celestial realm is not short of geniuses. The notion that beings from the celestial realm begin their journey at the golden core level weighed heavily on Jiang Xiaobai. He had not anticipated that the starting point for those from the celestial realm was, for many cultivators in the lower realms, merely an endpoint. He was even more astonished to discover that the seemingly harmless Yao Tao concealed such formidable cultivation, while still indulging in carefree feasting and merriment with him. Give me time. I can do it, Jiang Xiaobai murmured at that moment. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's stubbornness, Liu Bei felt a surge of irritation. Little one, what is not meant for you will ultimately evade your grasp. One must acknowledge reality. My young lady is an existence beyond your reach. If you persist in your delusions, do not blame me for being unkind. Uncle Bei, you are going too far. If Jiang Xiaobai had not saved me, you would only be bringing back my lifeless body now, Yao Tao interjected, unable to contain her anger at Liu Bei's harsh words. Liu Bei, observing her agitation, responded helplessly. Miss, it is evident that you hold affection for this young man. However, if you genuinely care for him, you should sever all ties and return to the life that rightfully belongs to you, even if I do not intervene. Do you think the young talents of the celestial realm would show mercy upon discovering that your beloved is merely an ant from the lower realm? You know what fate awaits him, do you not? There are no walls in this world that do not let the wind through. Hearing this, Yao Tao's expression darkened. She understood that Liu Bei spoke the truth. Yet, how could one easily forget someone they genuinely loved? I am not afraid, Jiang Xiubai declared, taking a deep breath. Not afraid? Such words are easily spoken. If that is the case, allow me to show you what true despair feels like. Liu Bei, thoroughly provoked by Jiang Xiaobai, disregarded Yao Tao and, with a snort, unleashed an overwhelming aura akin to a towering tidal wave directed at Jiang Xiaobai. Under this terrifying pressure, Jiang Xiaobai stood frozen. Was this the might of a celestial being? With merely a breath, he felt as if he were an ant gazing up at an unseen mountain peak, one that was now crumbling before him. The sense of insignificance and helplessness was an experience that could only be truly understood through personal encounter. Just as Jiang Xibai believed his demise was inevitable, as he would be crushed into mere dust by this overwhelming force, a youthful voice, as refreshing as a spring breeze, whispered playfully in his ear, "It has been 3 months since we last met. It seems you have offended quite the formidable individuals." As the echoes of the voice faded, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly felt the overwhelming aura of celestial beings dissipate like mist in the wind, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. Master. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. Chapter 71. What's the matter? Jiang Xiaobai gazed in astonishment at the translucent figure clad in a green robe that had inexplicably appeared before him. The visitor was none other than the spiritual imprint left by Zhou Jun on Jiang Xiaobai. It would activate in moments of extreme peril. Liu Bei, who had been seething with rage at being repeatedly contradicted by a mere chi-refining cultivator, now found himself composed. It was evident that this figure was merely a manifestation. Although its cultivation level was indiscernible, its mere presence was enough to neutralize his formidable aura, suggesting that this avatar possessed strength at least equal to his own, with its true form likely surpassing him. Are you this young man's master? Liu Bei inquired solemnly of Zhou Jun, undeterred by the possibility that the figure before him might possess a higher cultivation level, for he himself bore a fragment of a powerful entity. That entity was a genuine celestial monarch whose avatar could not be easily contested. The realms of true immortals and beyond are classified into true immortal, celestial immortal, and profound immortal, with each realm further divided into 9 sub-levels, known as the 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. One must transcend tribulations to attain the first rank. And only upon reaching the profound immortal realm can one be honored with the title of celestial monarch. Liu Bei was a 3rd-rank celestial immortal. Concurrently, he surmised that Zhou Jun's true form was likely a 4th-rank celestial immortal. How could he possibly contend with a celestial monarch-level existence? Forgive my inadequacies. I am indeed this young man's master, Zhou Jun replied with a light chuckle. At this moment, Yao Tao glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and blinked, as if to say, "You have such a remarkable master? Why didn't you mention this before?" Jiang Xiaobai was equally bewildered. Wasn't his master merely at the divine transformation level? How could a mere avatar dispel the might of a celestial being? Could it be that his master was also a celestial being? Realizing this, Jiang Xibai gasped in astonishment. To have a celestial being as a master? What an extraordinary stroke of luck. It seems this young man has the backing of such a powerful figure. Liu Bei offered a respectful nod to Zhou Jun, yet quickly shifted his tone, as a fellow celestial-level expert. You must have heard of the Yo family from the immortal realm? My master is a formidable celestial monarch. I have not heard of this before. Yet I am eager to understand why you seek to harm my disciple. If he has erred, as his master, I will not condone it. However, should he be innocent, I assure you that I will eventually confront your Yao family. Zhou Jun shook his head, stating that he knew little of the Yao family, nor did he comprehend the true realm of this immortal monarch. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Zhou Jun, who stood protectively before him, his heart swelling with gratitude and respect for his somewhat unconventional master. It is quite simple, Liu Bei scoffed. Your disciple possesses merely the cultivation of chi refinement. How could he possibly be worthy of marrying my esteemed young lady? If word were to spread that a daughter of the Yao family weds a mere chi refinement cultivator, how could our family maintain its standing in the immortal realm? Zhou Jun dismissed Liu Bei's derision, noting that he found it laughable to think that someone of Zhou Jun's stature would be easily intimidated. Zhou Jun then realized the nature of the situation. The protagonist had encountered a woman of significant background, whose family looked down upon him as if he were but an insignificant insect. Ultimately, the protagonist would ascend, leveling up and embarking on a path of triumph and vindication. Speaking of which, Zhou Jun remarked with a smile towards Liu Bei, your perspective seems rather antiquated. Matters of youth are best left to us elders to refrain from interfering. It appears you are quite supportive of your disciple's relationship with my young lady. Liu Bei narrowed his eyes. I wonder about your capabilities and whether you can withstand the wrath of my Yao family's immortal monarch. Tell me, little girl, do you truly harbor feelings for my rather unremarkable disciple? Zhou Jun disregarded Liu Bei and turned to Yao Tao. Yes, Yao Tao replied, blushing and nodding. Zhou Jun smiled brightly, then turned to Jiang Xiaobai. You lucky rascal, to have captured her affections. Upon saying this, he faced Liu Bei again. Did you hear that? This is a mutual affection. Can you bear to disrupt such a connection? From the moment they were born, it was clear they belonged to different worlds and could never unite. If you persist in your delusions, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall take this opportunity to gauge the strength of your presence in the lower realms, Liu Bei retorted, dismissing Zhou Jun with a huff. He aimed to hasten the return of the young lady, raising his hand to strike at Zhou Jun. This attack darkened the skies, stirring the heavens and earth. Creatures within 1,000 miles trembled at the mere aura of this strike. Jiang Xiaobai felt a pang of concern for his master. If Zhou Jun were to suffer due to him, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a flicker of unease. The prowess of this old fellow surpasses that of the previously encountered celestial demon lord by several magnitudes. His cultivation undoubtedly exceeds that of the true immortals. Were it not for Zhou Jun's ability to contend evenly, merely standing opposite Liu Bei would result in his demise with but a breath. Alas, Zhou Jun possesses the fortuitous ability to balance the odds. At this moment, Liu Bei's claw was swiftly approaching Zhou Jun, and the turbulent winds generated by the attack tossed Zhou Jun's azure robe and flowing dark hair about wildly. Under this cataclysmic strike, Zhou Jun appeared steadfast as a mountain. Yet in truth, he felt a bit dazed. Fortunately, with the system at his side, he regained his composure and raised his elongated hand, pointing towards the void ahead. Instantly, crystalline ice spikes, translucent and gleaming, began to coalesce. Go, Zhou Jun uttered with a firm voice. The ice spikes, akin to a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, surged forth towards Liu Bei. Seeing this, Liu Bei hesitated to advance recklessly towards Zhou Jun. He clasped his hands, forming a seal that shattered the icy projectiles. With narrowed eyes, Liu Bei discerned that this azure-clad youth's avatar was indeed comparable to himself, a stalemate. Yet, if this engagement continued, the arrival of the youth's true form would spell his doom. Contemplating this, Liu Bei flashed a grin at Zhou Jun. Do not linger too long in this trivial realm, lest you develop the notion that none can contend with you. Today, you are indeed unfortunate. Zhou Jun merely chuckled lightly at Liu Bei's words, exuding an air of nonchalance that seemed to convey, so what if none can contend with me? Chapter 72. Li only wishes to be a good person. Liu Bei was evidently provoked by Zhou Jun's indifferent demeanor. We are both celestial beings. Why must you adopt such an aloof attitude, making me appear so diminished? With this thought, Liu Bei once again formed a seal with his hands, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden-hued seal imbued with unparalleled power, which bore down upon Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun, witnessing this, contemplated employing the proud snow-flying sword. However, the proud snow-flying sword was merely a celestial artifact against such a terrifying blow. It would likely shatter to pieces. In desperation, Zhou Jun transformed his finger into a sword and swung his arm. In an instant, a sword chi, magnificent enough to render the heavens and earth momentarily dim, cleaved towards the golden seal. The clash of sword chi and seal resonated through the void, causing the entire Qingzhou to tremble as if the very earth had been shaken. Above Qingzhou, both the formidable members of the Daodian sect and the lurking ancient beings gazed with grave expressions towards the site of the confrontation. What kind of mighty beings were clashing to instigate such tremors across the land of Qingzhou? Could it be that a formidable being of celestial stature is engaged in combat there? It is quite possible. We should refrain from baseless conjectures and avoid probing with our divine senses, lest we provoke the celestial being. The consequences could be dire, with our consciousness obliterated at best, or the entire Qingzhou suffering at worst. At this moment, countless powerful entities exchange thoughts across the void. Within the Daodian sect, Mutayu gazes gravely at the tumultuous skies, murmuring to himself, talented individuals emerge in droves, celestial beings clash, and the lands of Qingzhou grow restless. I wonder which two immortals have descended to the mortal realm to engage in battle. Indeed, when celestial beings fight, it is the common folk who bear the brunt of the consequences. The scene shifts back to the Zhang family. As the tempest subsides, Zhou Jun stands proudly, unscathed. Although Liu Bei shares his fortune, he understands all too well that the youth before him is but a mere avatar. An avatar capable of unleashing such terrifying power twice without dissipating. Could it be that this young man in the azure robes is not a fourth-grade celestial being, but rather a fifth-grade one? Contemplating this, Liu Bei's expression turns solemn. A fifth-grade celestial being, even in the remote corners of the celestial realm, commands tremendous strength. No wonder this youth displays such confidence. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, witnessing that Zhou Jun's avatar can contend evenly with the exalted celestial, ponders the true strength of his own master. He swallows hard, hesitant to imagine the implications. With such a master, could he not traverse Qingzhou, and indeed, the entire Tianyuan realm, with ease? This thought ignites a surge of excitement within him. Yet, he soon realizes that if he were to grow under the protection of his master, how could he ever attain true strength? Ultimately, he must rely on his own efforts and determination. After all, no matter how powerful his master may be, that strength belongs to them, not to him. Only through cultivating his own power can he genuinely negotiate with those lofty celestial beings. For instance, if he possessed his master's prowess, would the Yao family still look down upon him? Would they still refuse to sanction his union with Tao? It is quite likely they would. After all, the Yao family, with their formidable reputation, seems exceedingly powerful, and the celestial lord they speak of is undoubtedly formidable. It is no wonder they regard his master with such disdain. If he wishes for the Yao family to approve of his marriage to Tao, he must attain the status of a celestial lord himself. I acknowledge your strength, but it ends here. Today, I shall take the young lady home, and none shall impede me, Liu Bei declares with a cold snort. Zhou Jun smiles wryly and responds, my friend, you exaggerate. I have not hindered you from taking your lady home. Rather, it is you who disapproves of her being with one who truly loves her. I merely wish to be a good person, to ensure that those who are genuinely in love achieve a favorable conclusion. Liu Bei shook his head and said, I am unable to argue with you, nor do I wish to engage in idle chatter. If you have anything to convey, please direct it to my master. With that, Liu Bei produced a lamp, polishing it vigorously, even exhaling a breath upon it. Zhou Jun's lips twitched, and one might mistakenly believe he was polishing Aladdin's lamp. Just as Zhou Jun was struck dumb, a young man clad in a green and gold robe, his hair tied with a jade hairpin and his brows sharp with authority, suddenly appeared before the crowd. Although he emitted no discernible aura, the world around dimmed slightly, compelling everyone to lower their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Master. Liu Bei lowered his head, adopting a humble demeanor upon seeing the man in the green robe. Father, Yao Tao's voice trembled slightly upon recognizing the middle-aged figure. This man in the green robe was none other than Yao's family head, Yao Tao's father, Yao Huangzuan, the illustrious immortal lord of the Yao family. It was evident that Yao Tao harbored a deep-seated fear of her father, as he was known for his strict expectations of her. Liu Bei. What is the meaning of this? Yao Huangzuan's voice, though few in words, resonated with the authority of thunder. In response, Liu Bei clasped his hands and replied, Master. This humble servant was tasked with escorting the young lady home. However, I discovered that she has fallen in love with a refinement cultivator who saved her from the lower realms. I initially offered this cultivator a reward, but he declined. I then counseled him against harboring inappropriate thoughts, yet he remained obstinate. In a fit of anger, I intended to teach him a lesson, only to find that his master is an immortal. Even with just a manifestation, I could only match him equally. Had his true form appeared, I would have stood no chance. Thus, I had no choice but to summon your manifestation, and this immortal is he. Liu Bei gestured towards Zhou Jun. Upon hearing this, Yao Huangzuan followed Liu Bei's indication and turned his gaze toward Zhou Jun. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern the young man's cultivation level. How could this be? Yao Huangzuan felt a flicker of surprise, but he trusted that Liu Bei would not deceive him. It was likely that this youth, being an immortal, had cultivated some extraordinary technique to obscure his realm, and as Yao Huangzuan was merely a manifestation, he could not see through it. Moreover, if this youth was indeed an immortal lord like himself, even as a manifestation, Liu Bei would now be in peril. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Huangzuan spoke. Esteemed guest, your disciple possesses only qi refinement, while my daughter, merely 16, has already attained the nascent soul stage. Is there not a significant disparity between them? If they are truly in love, what need is there to concern oneself with such matters? Why must you intervene? Zhou Jun shook his head. You do not understand. Jiang Xiaobai is the son of destiny. If your daughter is with him, you, as her father-in-law, stand to gain immensely. However, Zhou Jun would never voice such thoughts. For who would believe him? At the same time, Yao Huangzuan slowly remarked, My lord, regardless of circumstances, I cannot permit these two youngsters to be together. For I shall not allow my daughter to suffer alongside a mere qi refinement practitioner. Should you insist upon this course, do not blame me for my lack of reason. As he spoke, Yao Huangzuan mused, If you truly are an immortal monarch, I might consider your disciple's union with my daughter, for a disciple taught by an immortal monarch, barring any premature demise, would not be of inferior quality. At the very least, they would not outlive my daughter, leaving her in a state of widowhood. However, if you are not a being of immortal monarch caliber, I advise you to step aside, lest you invite your own demise. Chapter 73. On equal footing Ding, the system has issued a task. Engage in combat with Yao Huangzuan to experience the might of an immortal monarch. The host will receive substantial rewards. As the system prompt echoed in Zhou Jun's mind, he realized that today he would engage in battle with this lofty immortal monarch. Thus, he resolved to experience the prowess of an immortal monarch firsthand. Lihujun gazed upon Yao Huangsuan, who traversed the void, his emerald robes billowing, casting a divine presence that seemed to descend upon the crowd like a celestial being. Perfectly, he too was but a manifestation, a mere avatar. In that case, my apologies for the offense, my lord, Lihujun spoke. Yao Huangsuan's eyes narrowed. Had he not been uncertain of the young man's cultivation level, he would not have spoken so extensively. As Yao Huangsuan's words fell, a colossal hand, woven from countless tendrils, materialized behind him, descending towards Lihujun's position. Before the hand could land, the very ground trembled as if lamenting, and should the strike connect, it was certain that the surrounding landscape would be reduced to ruin. Is this the power of an immortal monarch? Even a mere avatar exudes such terror, Jiang Xiaobai pondered, gazing up at the enormous hand that blocked out the sky. Beneath this strike, he felt even less than an ant. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai turned to glance at his master. At that moment, Lihujun, clad in his flowing green robes, wore a faint, enigmatic smile. A jolt of realization struck Jiang Xiaobai. Could it be that his master was indeed an immortal monarch-level powerhouse? Meanwhile, Liu Bei, witnessing Lihujun's calm demeanor in the face of his esteemed master, the immortal monarch, could not help but smirk coldly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Perhaps this man had lingered in the lower realms for too long, never having witnessed the battle of an immortal monarch, which could only be described as cataclysmic. Yao Huangsuan, observing Lihujun's nonchalance in response to his fierce onslaught, felt a twinge of surprise, uncertain whether this man was merely dazed by fear or exceptionally bold in his prowess. At the moment of doubt for Yao Huang, Lihujun made his move. Before him, a cascade of white frost, visible to the naked eye, began to coalesce in the air, ultimately transforming into a resplendent ice sword that emanated a chilling aura. From the moment the sword was forged, its imposing presence was scarcely inferior to the colossal hand hovering above. This sword shall cleave the heavens, Lihujun declared. And instantly the ice sword morphed into a colossal blade of frost, its aura piercing the atmosphere as it surged towards the giant hand in the sky. As the sword Qi traversed its path, it seemed to freeze time itself, causing the descent of the massive palm to slow significantly. With a thunderous roar, the clash of sword Qi and the giant hand erupted in a cataclysmic sound, unleashing a blinding brilliance. In that instant, those present could not help but shield their eyes. Fortunately, both Lihujun and Yao Huang contained the residual force, sparing the crowd from harm. Yet, even so, an overwhelming sense of vulnerability washed over them in the presence of such a formidable celestial being. As the light dissipated, Lihujun had ascended into the air, arms crossed behind him, standing opposite Yao Huang. At that moment, the two exuded equal intensity, a standoff of epic proportions. Liu Bei swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. This young man was indeed a celestial lord. The reality was undeniable, for Lihujun's avatar was a match for his own master's, clearly indicating that his true self had reached the celestial lord level. Moreover, Liu Bei realized that Lihujun had previously allowed him to escape. Otherwise, the magnificent sword Qi he had unleashed could have annihilated him 1,000 times over. Yao Tao, too, stood with her mouth agape, having never witnessed anyone capable of matching her father in prowess. Contemplating this, she turned to Jiang Xiaobai. Unable to restrain her curiosity, why didn't you mention your formidable master sooner? Jiang Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, an awkward expression on his face, at first. I thought my master was merely a transformation stage cultivator. Yao Tao rolled her eyes at this. If Jiang Xiaobai's master were merely at the transformation stage, then the celestial beings of the heavenly realm should simply resign from their practices altogether. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered yet exhilarated. His master was a celestial lord. The pride of having such a master was undeniable. Of course, others might find it hard to believe, for celestial lords were renowned figures within the celestial realm. One might wonder what brought such a prominent being to the lower realms. Indeed, the spiritual energy in the lower realms is exceedingly sparse for true immortals, let alone for celestial lords of such exalted stature. It is akin to a descent from paradise into a fetid mire. Meanwhile, Yao Huangsuan gazed in astonishment at the young man before him, realizing that he, too, was a celestial lord, possessing a strength comparable to his own. It was no wonder that he had initially failed to discern the young man's cultivation level. It turned out they were of the same realm. With this realization, Yao Huangsuan began to regard Lihujun with a newfound respect, tempering his earlier, somewhat haughty demeanor as he clasped his hands in greeting, expressing his surprise at encountering another celestial lord in the lower realms. Observing this, Lihujun smiled broadly, evidently pleased that his modest capabilities had led his counterpart to believe they were equals. What an honor, Lihujun replied with a courteous gesture. This exchange appeared harmonious on the surface. However, had Lihujun not possessed such balanced abilities, he would have long since been reduced to ash beneath a mighty hand. As the saying goes, only the strong command the respect of the strong, and it is only with a firm fist that one earns a place at the negotiation table. Nevertheless, my friend, Yao Huangsuan interjected, his brow furrowing, even as a celestial lord, it is unbecoming for you to allow your disciple to associate with my daughter. After all, your disciple leaves much to be desired. Though he did not voice the latter part of his statement, the implication was clear. He acknowledged the strength of Zhou Jun as a master of great renown, yet he felt that the inadequacies of his disciple tarnished that esteemed reputation. Concurrently, Yao Huangsuan's address towards Zhou Jun had shifted from your excellency to my friend. I, too, am inclined to support their affection, Zhou Jun remarked with a light-hearted smile. However, I am not one to ignore reason. I understand your protective instincts towards your daughter and your desire to prevent her from wasting her life with an ordinary individual. Yet, I presume you would not wish to see your daughter separated from her beloved, would you? At this juncture, Zhou Jun paused. Noting Yao Huangsuan's continued frown before continuing with a playful tone, how about we make a wager, my friend? Pray, do tell, Yao Huangsuan responded, his attention piqued. Chapter 74. I await you. Seeing Yao Huangsuan attentive and eager, Zhou Jun smiled and proposed, in a century's time, if my disciple has not ascended to the celestial realm, it will indeed signify that she is unworthy of a celestial lord's daughter. Conversely, should she ascend within that 100 years, the union of these two souls would be destined to flourish. A century shall reveal whether their love is true. After all, if love is to endure, what significance lies in the passage of days and nights? Ah, my friend, your eloquence is commendable, Yao Huangsuan exclaimed, astonished. He, being fond of poetry and literature, found himself captivated by Zhou Jun's literary grace, and as he regarded him, there was an undeniable sense of kinship that arose from their unspoken understanding. You flatter me. This verse is not of my own composition, Zhou Jun replied with a gentle smile. Friend, you are being too modest, said Yao Huangsuan with a smile. Unable to believe that a mortal could possess such literary grace, Zhou Jun, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Yao Huangsuan took a moment to contemplate Zhou Jun's words. A century, for beings of their celestial stature, was but a fleeting moment. If this young man could ascend to the celestial realm within 100 years, it would indeed be commendable. After all, to speak frankly, given the meager spiritual energy of the lower realm, even under the tutelage of a celestial lord, it would be a considerable challenge for him to achieve such elevation within a century. Furthermore, if his daughter were to remain fond of this lad for 100 years, it would demonstrate the depth of her affection, and as a father, he could not bear the thought of her harboring resentment towards him for eternity. After a brief contemplation, Yao Huangsuan smiled at Zhou Jun, saying, Very well, I shall accept this wager. Let us await the outcome. Zhou Jun chuckled, feeling a surge of joy within. After all, Jiang Xiaobai was a child of fortune, a being destined for greatness. Who knew? He might even ascend within a mere decade. Meanwhile, the onlookers below observed the two celestial lords engaging in jovial conversation. Yao Tao quietly inquired of Jiang Xiaobai. Your master and my father seem to be getting along quite well. Do you think there is a chance for us? Jiang Xiaobai sighed. My father and your master are figures of immense power. Their intentions are beyond our comprehension. At that moment, Zhou Jun and Yao Huangsuan descended gracefully before the gathered crowd. Without hesitation, Yao Huangsuan fixed his gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai and said with a smile, Young one, in consideration of your master, I can offer you a chance to be with my daughter. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xiaobai and Yao Tao's faces lit up with joy. Zhou Jun, wearing a subtle smile, silently observed the scene, occasionally glancing at Liu Bei, who was thoroughly startled. Had he known that Yao Huangsuan was a celestial lord, would he have dared to confront him or offend him? Such a deceptive display was truly remarkable, lacking in martial integrity. Meanwhile, Yao Huangsuan, noticing the delight of his daughter and Jiang Xiaobai, grinned and cautioned, Do not rejoice too soon. He then addressed Jiang Xiaobai, I grant you 100 years. If you ascend to the celestial realm within that time, I shall consent to your union with my daughter. However, should you fail to achieve ascension within a century, it would signify that you and my daughter are fated to be apart, and no force can alter that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, as if doused with cold water in the depths of winter. Yao Tao's expression turned pale as well. Was her father implying that she would have to be separated from Xiaobai for 100 years? Though a century may seem trivial to an immortal, perhaps merely a period of seclusion, for an ordinary cultivator, it is indeed an extensive span of time. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaobai is no ordinary individual but a true child of destiny. Thus, he quickly regained his composure and, with a fervent gaze, addressed Yao Huangsuan. Rest assured, Immortal Lord, I shall undoubtedly earn your approval. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Yao Huanxuan regarded Jiang Sibai with mild astonishment. All right, Tower, let us return to the celestial realm. Prolonged residence in the mortal world may hinder your cultivation. At this moment, he spoke to Yao Tao. Yes, father, Yao Tao replied with a hint of disappointment. But her eyes soon shone with determination as she looked at Jiang Xiaobai. I will wait for you. Very well, you must also diligently cultivate in the celestial realm. Must I catch up to you? Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand, suppressing the discomfort within, and forced a smile. Farewell, fellow cultivator. Yao Huanxuan offered a slight bow to Lihujun. Safe travels, fellow cultivator. Lihujun returned the gesture. Yao Huanxuan nodded, and with a flourish of his grand sleeves, he, along with Yao Tao and Liu Bei, appeared upon the back of the nearly slumbering Kunping. Subsequently, the Kunping carried the trio away from the swirling clouds, exiting the heart of the storm. As the massive silhouette of the Kunping vanished completely, the previously dim sky brightened once more. Thank you, master. As the Yao family departed, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at Zhou Jun with profound reverence. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he, along with the entire Dalu city, would have been reduced to rubble. Zhou Jun smiled and encouraged. Do strive diligently. I have high hopes for you. In a century, barring unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to ascend to the celestial realm. Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, wore a wry smile. Nevertheless, he clasped his fists and assured Zhou Jun, Master, you can rest easy. I shall exert myself to the utmost. Excellent. As Zhou Jun's words faded, his avatar began to gradually dissipate. When Zhou Jun's avatar completely vanished, the true Zhou Jun, seated within the Dao Tian sect at Yunju Mountain, slowly opened his eyes, an expression of excitement illuminating his features. The power of an immortal lord is indeed formidable. With a mere gesture, one can wield the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and experiencing the might of an immortal lord. Beep. The system awards you with the Yaoxue flying sword. Upgraded to a second-grade true immortal weapon. Immortal weapons. These can be classified into true immortal weapons, heavenly immortal weapons, and mysterious immortal weapons, with each grade further divided into 9 ranks from lowest to highest. Well, is this it? Where are the promised substantial rewards? Zhou Jun gazed at the system's notification in bewilderment. Beep. The host should be aware of the difficulty in upgrading a first-grade true immortal weapon to a second-grade true immortal weapon. It requires the true immortal weapon to undergo the tribulation alongside its master to have the possibility of advancement. Ah, very well then, Zhou Jun acquiesced with resignation. He still believed that the system would reward him with enhancements and elixirs once again. Ding. The system has detected that the host is currently somewhat impatient and pragmatic. Thus a task is being issued. The mundane world. The mundane world. As the saying goes, the small hermit hides in the mountains, while the great hermit conceals himself in the city. The host is to experience the life of mortals for 6 months, with the specific location to be chosen by the host within 10 days. Zhou Jun blinked at the task issued by the system. How curious. It seemed that the system's task was not as straightforward as it appeared. After all, aren't there such plots in novels? Like an immortal retreating from the world, living harmoniously with mortals, only to be interrupted by an unexpected event, and then the immortal emerges to rescue those in peril, astonishing the world? Indeed. He was either showing off or on the path of showing off. 3 days later, in the eastern region of Qishou, a youth clad in a blue robe, his face as radiant as jade, strolled through the forest. This individual was none other than Zhou Jun, selecting a place to experience mortal life as per the system's requirements. Suddenly, he halted. Before him rose a hill, modest in height yet adorned with clear waters and lush greenery. Strangely, this hill bore no trace of life. Intrigued, Zhou Jun's starry eyes flickered with a golden pattern. Immediately, a vision unfolded before him. In the dense woods, a multitude of dark resentments and malevolent thoughts lingered. It was likely that a mere ordinary person would lose their senses within moments of staying here. This place is splendid, Zhou Jun exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. An ideal sanctuary, untouched by disturbance. The system instructed him to experience life among mortals, and just 3 miles away from this hill, there was a village. Surely, it met the system's requirements. Yet, with a hint of uncertainty, Zhou Jun inquired of the system, can I choose this place? Will there be rewards for completing the task? Ding. First, this system is not to be insulted with names like dog. Second, you may select any location. This task primarily serves to refine your character. As long as you can interact with mortals and observe their lives, that is sufficient. Third, the rewards for this task are quite substantial. Hearing this, Zhou Jun breathed a sigh of relief, relieved to avoid the fate of becoming a mere laborer. Of course, most labor would be for his own benefit. Thus, Zhou Jun clapped his hands and began to sing. Listen to me say thank you. Ding. Host, please refrain from singing. If you continue, the system will take its leave. The system devoid of any musical sensibility is truly alarming, Zhou Jun remarked with a shake of his head. His gaze then fell upon the mountain before him, steeped in resentment. And he mused, such potent malevolent energy emanating from this peak must be the result of some great figure having sealed a sinister entity within. As Zhou Jun prepared to reside here for half a year, he resolved to act benevolently and eliminate this malevolent being. Thus, with a mere thought, the terrifying power of his transcendent consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire mountain. Moments later, within the heart of the mountain, there squatted an old woman. Her hair disheveled and clad in tattered, filthy rags, amidst a distinct yin-yang diagram. Upon closer inspection, the old woman appeared emaciated. Her exposed skin rough as that of an ancient tree. It was evident she had not bathed for ages, exuding a foul odor. Moreover, her left hand was bound by a dark iron chain, while 3 dislodged chains lay scattered about, clearly having once restrained her right hand and feet. Once I recover my primordial infant cultivation, I shall rend you all to pieces. The old woman howled, her voice echoing with fury as a terrifying black mist enveloped her, faintly forming the visage of a vengeful spirit. The chain binding her left hand clanged ominously, yet the mountain seemed to muffle the sounds, leaving the outside world undisturbed by her cries. In the next moment, however, the frenzied old woman sensed an impending threat, her eyes widening in terror. Heavens, spare me. She barely had time to plead before a formidable consciousness locked onto her, and with a resounding crack, she was crushed like a balloon by its overwhelming force. In that fleeting instant before her demise, despair washed over her. After 2 centuries, she had only one chain left to break free. Just as she was on the verge of liberation, an insufferable transcendent being appeared out of nowhere to enter existence. It was a bitter and unjust fate. The idle transcendent being, of course, was none other than Zhou Jun. It turned out she was a soul cultivator specializing in evil spirits, which explained the formidable resentment she harbored. Having addressed the matter, Zhou Jun murmured softly and proceeded towards the mountain. Upon discovering a small stream midway, he decided to pause and construct a humble abode. As he built his thatched cottage 2,000 miles away, a sect known as Yian was in motion. At this moment, the Yian sect was bustling with activity, for a master of the 5th rank in spiritual formations, possessing transformative abilities, had arrived with his disciple to assist in dealing with the female spirit cultivator sealed 2,000 miles away on a mountain peak. The sect leader, known as Yunjushan, was merely in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, yet he was the founding ancestor of the Yian sect, representing its pinnacle of strength. Thus, the entire sect placed immense importance on the arrival of this master of spiritual formations. Even Yunjushan, who had been in seclusion for many years, personally emerged to greet the visitor. At this moment, Yunjushan, accompanied by dozens of elders and hundreds of elite disciples, stood outside the mountain gate, awaiting the esteemed master with respectful expressions. Finally, the figures of an elder and a youth gradually appeared before the crowd. Yunjushan hurried forward and bowed deeply, saying, "I am Yin, honored to meet Master Yu." The term master is a respectful title for those above the 5th rank in spiritual formations. If Zhou Jun were present, he would recognize that the elder and youth visiting the Yian sect were none other than Yu.Every and Xiao Shi. "There is no need for formalities, my friend. I have heard that you sealed a female spirit cultivator 200 years ago." Yu.Every inquired of Yunjushan. With a wry smile, Yunjushan replied, "Indeed. 200 years ago, that spirit cultivator wreaked havoc, leaving devastation in her wake. I sought to eliminate the evil but was no match for her. In the end, I devised a strategy to confine her to a mountain peak. Considering the time that has passed, she should be on the verge of breaking free from her restraints. However, I sustained serious injuries during that battle, and my cultivation has regressed over the past 2 centuries. Out of desperation, I issued a call for help to my fellow cultivators in the immortal realm. Your actions are commendable, Jinren," Yunjushan said, bowing in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Yunjushan was taken aback, quickly returning the gesture with a deep bow, exclaiming, "Master, this is too much. I cannot accept such honor. There is no need for false modesty. Your actions merit this respect," Yunjushan replied with a smile. Yunjushan shook his head with a bitter smile. "As the day grows late and you have journeyed far, it would be prudent for Master Yu to rest at the Yian sect for the night. We can attend to the spirit cultivator tomorrow. My formation will hold for at least 10 days to half a month, so there is no need for haste." "Very well." Yunjushan nodded. "Please, Master," Yunjushan gestured for Yunjushan and his disciple to enter the sect, leading them through the mountain gate. That evening, after Yunjushan had settled Yunjushan and his disciple, he summoned an elder. This elder, a female cultivator named Huchini, possessed an oval face, enchanting peach blossom eyes, and hair that cascaded like black silk. Clad in a Taoist robe, her graceful figure was evident, And while her beauty may not have been legendary, she was indeed a rare beauty. Elder Hu, at dawn tomorrow, please venture to Soul Mountain and ascertain whether there are any mortals in the vicinity. If so, urge those ordinary folk to depart swiftly, instructed the esteemed Zhenrinian. Understood, sect leader, Huchini replied affirmatively. The scene shifts to a starlit night, beside a babbling brook. Zhou Jun has constructed a thatched cottage with his bare hands. Yet, at this moment, he reclines on the grassy bank, gazing up at the celestial expanse. His eyes reflecting the starry ocean, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Zhou Jun turns his gaze aside, noticing the rustling of the grass. A sturdy, spirited boy of about 8 or 9 years emerges from the underbrush. Upon catching sight of Zhou Jun, the boy freezes, his expression betraying a mixture of fear and astonishment. What brings you here at this late hour, little one? Zhou Jun inquired with a smile. The boy gulped nervously, his voice tinged with a hint of tears as he replied, "Oh dear, I must have encountered a ghost. This is dire." Zhou Jun, amused, glanced at his own unremarkable appearance and remarked, "What about me seems ghostly? My mother said that if one encounters a person in these mountains, they must be a ghost." The boy sniffled, his nose dripping. Zhou Jun chuckled softly. "Do I resemble a ghost to you? Well, perhaps not." The boy wiped his nose and said, "After all, my mother described ghosts as hideous creatures with green faces and sharp teeth, who attack on sight. Yet, you appear quite handsome and have not harmed me." "Precisely." Zhou Jun shrugged. "So, what brings you to these mountains?" The boy, sensing Zhou Jun's amiable demeanor, found his courage. "Me? I moved here today. I will be residing in that cottage." Zhou Jun gestured toward the thatched structure with a grin. The boy raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "The bravest child in my village only dares to wander here. You actually choose to live here. Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" "Not in the least." Zhou Jun shook his head and then asked, "You hail from the village a few miles away, correct? What prompts you to venture to this ghost-infested mountain at such an hour?" The boy's innocent face clouded with worry. "My father passed away early, and my mother is ill, confined to bed. Though we lack wealth, I must procure medicine for her. By day, she watches over me, preventing me from straying too far. At night, when she sleeps, I must seek out medicine. A few nights ago, I ventured into the mountains, but was frightened back home by wild beasts. I heard that this haunted mountain is devoid of such creatures, so I decided to come here tonight." Zhou Jun regarded the boy with a mixture of surprise and concern. "Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts?" "Of course I am. Otherwise, why would I have been frightened to tears when I first saw you?" The boy replied. "But more than ghosts, I fear my mother remaining bedridden, for that would confine me from exploring." Zhou Jun, goodness. I previously thought this lad was quite filial and intended to offer him some praise. However, after hearing his subsequent words, I can only say that he possesses remarkable aspirations. "Do you know what illness your mother has?" Zhou Jun inquired. The local physician diagnosed it as tetanus, likely due to a cut she sustained while chopping vegetables. "This ailment is beyond remedy, save for a miraculous elixir bestowed by a celestial being. Otherwise, she must await her demise." Upon hearing this, the boy's expression darkened. Tetanus. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback, as he regarded this affliction as minor, easily treated with an injection. Yet, he quickly realized that, while tetanus may be trivial in his former life, it is a dreadful malady for the impoverished mortals of this world. Once the wound becomes inflamed, recovery is nearly impossible. However, for someone like Zhou Jun, who practices cultivation, this ailment posed no real challenge. At that moment, Zhou Jun asked the boy, "What is your name?" "Suazuo." The boy replied without hesitation. "Very well, I shall call you Azuo. Coincidentally, I once came across a remedy in an ancient text that seems capable of treating tetanus. I will gather herbs and concoct the medicine tomorrow. You may come for it the day after tomorrow. However, I must caution you beforehand. I cannot guarantee the efficacy of this remedy," Zhou Jun said with a smile, not wanting to sound too certain, as one should always leave a sliver of hope. Indeed, he possessed elixirs that could mend injuries, but they were of a high grade, unsuitable for a gravely ill mortal woman, as they would act as poison rather than cure. The frail body of a mortal woman could not withstand the spiritual energy contained in such potent elixirs, and it was feared that a single dose could lead to her demise. Thus, Zhou Jun intended to refine a first-grade elixir, one with a milder effect. "Is that true?" Suazuo gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Jun. "Sir, are you not deceiving me?" "Of course not," Zhou Jun nodded. During the decades of his prior lack of cultivation, boredom had driven him to incessantly peruse various texts, including those on alchemy. While he may not be capable of creating high-grade elixirs, crafting a first-grade elixir was within his current capabilities. "Thank you, sir," Suazuo exclaimed, and without a second thought, he prepared to kneel before Zhou Jun in profound gratitude. "There is no need for that," Zhou Jun chuckled lightly. Li, do not adhere to such formalities. The reason I wish to assist your mother is out of respect for your filial piety, and as I mentioned, I cannot ascertain whether this remedy will succeed. Sir, your immense kindness shall remain etched in my memory. Even if it fails, I shall never forget your benevolence, Su Azuo declared. His gaze resolute as he looked up at Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun shook his head and smiled, waving his hand. All right, it's quite late now. You should head back early. Otherwise, your mother might wake up, and you should be wary of the consequences. Hee, I wouldn't mind the consequences, Su Azuo chuckled, bidding farewell before making his way down the mountain. After all, if he were to face such consequences, it would mean that his mother was indeed up and about. In that case, he could also revel in his freedom, watching Su Azuo's diminutive figure fade into the distance. Zhou Jun found himself amused by the whimsical thoughts of this peculiar little fellow. The following morning, Zhou Jun, donned in a blue robe, emerged from his thatched cottage. On his back, he carried a basket along with a hoe nestled within it. These items were bestowed upon him as permanent quest tools by the system. According to the system's guidance, to truly experience mortal life, one must embody the essence of a mortal, if one could refrain from using magical power. It was advised to do so. Thus, Zhou Jun trudged towards the upper reaches of the brook, the basket perched upon his back. Meanwhile, an elder from the Yuan sect, Puccini, appeared in the skies above the mountain. As she surveyed the landscape, her gaze fell upon a figure clad in blue, standing tall and upright like a spear, with a basket slung over his shoulder. A moment of astonishment crossed her features. Why is there a mortal here? Puccini pondered, her expression tinged with confusion. However, when she extended her spiritual sense to perceive the surrounding malevolent energy, she was taken aback. Why was there an absence of sinister aura here, replaced instead by an abundance of spiritual energy, rivaling that of her own sect's domain? In an instant, Puccini felt disoriented. A month prior, this area was saturated with dark energies, yet today it thrived with spiritual vitality. Could it be that the female spirit had indeed broken free, obscuring her true nature to lure cultivators here, intending to consume their souls to enhance her own cultivation? With this thought, Puccini became vigilant. She did not hesitate and descended on her cloud, landing before the figure in blue. At first glance, even with her years of cultivation and stable heart, she could not help but acknowledge the youth's striking appearance. His countenance was as refined as jade, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a truly handsome visage. She had anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable mortal would be utterly astonished upon witnessing a flying cultivator and would treat her with utmost reverence. Thus, persuading him to leave would be a straightforward task. However, to her surprise, the young man merely glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to the ground beneath her feet. Speaking in a calm tone, "Miss, you are standing on the herbs I intend to harvest." Puccini, surely, a mortal witnessing a flying cultivator should be taken aback, not display such calmness. "Excuse me, please," the youth continued. "Oh, of course," Puccini nodded and stepped aside. However, she quickly regained her composure. As a cultivator of the golden core stage, why should she heed the words of a mere mortal? At that moment, the young man had already crouched down, picked up a small hoe from his backpack, and began to dig for herbs. Puccini, witnessing this, remarked helplessly, "Are you aware that a female demon is sealed within this mountain? Do you dare to forage for herbs here without fear of calamity? While gathering herbs may yield some wealth, riches are but external possessions and cannot compare to one's own life." The girl spoke with reason, and a flicker of interest crossed the young man's face as he continued his task. A female demon? Was it the spirit I had obliterated with my divine sense? "You continue to dig. Are you valuing wealth over your life?" Puccini's lips twitched, and a vague sense of unease crept into her heart. Typically, upon witnessing her soaring through the clouds, mortals would kneel and extol her as a celestial being. Yet, this young man remained undeterred. Could it be that he too was a practitioner of the path? As these thoughts brewed in Puccini's mind, she prepared to launch a surprise attack on the young man, seeking to ascertain whether he was indeed a fellow cultivator. At that moment, a true immortal, accompanied by you.Every and his disciples, suddenly descended upon the scene. Upon seeing the young man crouched on the ground, digging for herbs, you.Every was momentarily taken aback. Was he this Mr. Li? What was he doing here? Moreover, as you.Every noticed Puccini standing behind Zhou Jun, hand raised as if to seize his neck, his eyes widened in alarm. This was not a grasp to be taken lightly. Such an action could very well cost the lives of those present. After all, the might of a true immortal is not to be trifled with. "Halt!" you.Every bellowed. Puccini ceased her motion. Upon seeing the newcomer, she bowed and said, "Puccini pays her respects to Master Yu, the sect leader." However, you.Every paid no attention to the two but instead approached Lihujun, who was engrossed in his herbal gathering, and bowed with reverence. You have come to pay my respects to Mr. Li. Xiao Shi promptly followed his master. Clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, Ashur pays his respects to Mr. Li. This scene left both Huchini and the true immortal in astonishment. Yue was a 5th-grade spirit array master, a formidable figure in the transformation stage. How could he show such profound respect to this young man, who appeared to be a mere mortal gathering herbs? Could it be that this young man's cultivation surpassed the transformation stage? As this realization dawned, the true immortal's expression grew grave. Huchini swallowed hard, her Tao heart, which had remained steady for years, began to tremble. Had she truly considered testing the resolve of one who surpassed the transformation stage? Was she not dancing perilously close to the brink of death? Hearing Yu's voice, Lihujun finally lifted his gaze to meet him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ah, it is you, Elder Yu. I did not expect to encounter you here. In the midst of laughter, Lihujun had already dug up the herbs and placed them into his backpack, rising to his feet. Yu smiled wryly and remarked, "With you here, Mr. Li, my presence seems rather superfluous. I surmise that the soul cultivator has already been subdued by you." Lihujun responded with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Seeing this, Huchini breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this esteemed elder had not taken her earlier words to heart. However, she still spoke with reverence. "I apologize, as my earlier lack of discernment may have offended you, esteemed elder. I hope you can forgive my impudence." Upon hearing this, Lihujun glanced at her and replied with a smile, "No offense taken. When you urged me to leave, I understood that you are a good person." Huchini felt a weight lift from her heart, though the term good person still struck her as somewhat peculiar. Yet, Lihujun shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Might I ask if you possess the ability to refine pills?" "I am but a novice, yet I am indeed a 3rd-grade alchemist," Huchini responded. Lihujun's eyes gleamed with interest. "In that case, may I trouble you to assist me with a small request?" "Please, esteemed elder, go ahead," Huchini replied respectfully. "Could you craft for me a 1st-grade healing pill?" Lihujun smiled. "Ah?" Huchini appeared taken aback, perplexed as to why a being of such high cultivation would desire a 1st-grade pill. Nevertheless, she readily agreed, "If you are in urgent need, I happen to have a 1st-grade healing pill on hand." Lihujun replied, "That is splendid." Thus, Huchini presented the pill with both hands as an offering to Lihujun. After receiving the pill, Lihujun turned to the others with a smile. "Since you have traveled from afar, why not join me at my abode for a cup of tea?" Yu interjected, with Mr. Li engaged in quiet contemplation. "It is best that we do not intrude. At times, when someone of high stature invites you for tea, it may not be a genuine gesture. It is often a polite dismissal. Should you accept the invitation, it would be akin to failing to recognize your station." Moreover, the immortal before them was clearly in a state of meditation. Upon hearing this, Lihujun expressed regret. "In that case, I shall not insist upon your company." As his words settled, he turned his gaze towards Huchini. Instantly, her nerves tightened. "Elder, do you have further business with me? I cannot accept your pill without offering something in return. Thus, I shall gift you this hoe," Lihujun declared, extending the hoe towards her. When Huchini beheld the hoe, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Esteemed elder, are you truly giving me such a treasure?" Why was she so taken aback? Upon closer inspection, she realized that while the hoe appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, a 3rd-grade spiritual tool, imbued with various profound spiritual formations. Moreover, observing the freshly dug earth, she noticed it had transformed into spiritual soil containing a trace of spiritual energy. Although the energy was minimal, one could only imagine the potential if this hoe were used to till 1,000 acres. As the saying goes, when quality is lacking, quantity must suffice. It can be asserted that the value of this hoe far surpasses that of a 3rd-grade spiritual artifact. Chapter 78. At last, I have endured to the end. Upon glancing at the astonished Huchini, Lihujun smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Indeed, the true essence of this hoe lies within its intricate formation." However, let us not forget that Lihujun is a grandmaster of 9th-grade spiritual formations. He could master this formation with but a single glance. Crafting another hoe of this caliber would pose no challenge for him. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior," Huchini exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the spiritual hoe from Lihujun. As an alchemist, the most essential resource for Huchini is herbs. Yet, where does one procure high-quality herbs? They must originate from the soil. This spiritual hoe possesses the remarkable ability to transform ordinary soil into spiritual earth. Though the transformation may be fleeting, allowing for perhaps 1 or 2 harvests before the spiritual energy dissipates and the soil reverts to its mundane state. As long as the hoe remains, all remains possible. Should it become lost, one can simply dig anew. After exchanging a few words, Yu, the true immortal Yen, Huchini, and Xiao Shi respectfully bid farewell to Lihujun, who watched as they departed upon their clouds. Master, the area where Mr. Li resides seems to be imbued with a rich spiritual energy, entirely unlike a place tainted by malevolent cultivators, Xiao Shi remarked during their journey. Yuzue sighed, reflecting. As the adage goes, a mountain need not be lofty to harbor spirits. With those words, Yuzue cast a respectful glance back at the distant peak, now merely a speck on the horizon. At this moment, the true immortal Ian and Huchini widened their eyes in astonishment. To be referred to as a celestial being by one of such strength as a transformation god indicates that this young man is undoubtedly a formidable figure of the virtual celestial realm. Yuzue then cast a somewhat envious look at Huchini, saying, Elder Hu, the formation contained within your spiritual hoe is immensely profound. Even I am unable to fathom its intricacies. It is likely a creation of Mr. Li himself. Taken aback by Yuzue's words, Huchini glanced at the hoe in her possession, feeling reluctant. If Master Yu desires this item, I would be honored to gift it to you. Truth be told, Huchini was not keen on relinquishing it. Yet, she could discern Yuzue's covetous gaze upon the hoe. To her surprise, Yuzue replied with grave seriousness, Elder Hu, this item was bestowed upon you by Mr. Li. It is your fortune. To offer it to me would be to offend Mr. Li, which is utterly unacceptable. Huchini was left speechless, unable to fathom why this esteemed master of the transformation god realm and 5th grade grandmaster of spiritual formations would hold Mr. Li in such high regard. Curiosity piqued, she pondered the true identity of Mr. Li. Meanwhile, Yuzue grew increasingly anxious at the thought of Huchini offering the hoe to him. After all, the opportunities bestowed by true immortals are not easily seized. Meanwhile, Yuzue advised Huchini, the hoe in your possession is a rare treasure, capable of reviving a fallen sect. With this hoe, one can cultivate spirit herbs extensively, providing ample resources for many low-level cultivators. As the saying goes, a common man may be innocent, but possessing riches brings trouble. Remember to keep your wealth concealed. Otherwise, it may attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and that would not bode well. Huchini nodded, responding, I shall heed Master Yu's words. In the blink of an eye, the night of the following day arrived. Suazuo approached the thatched cottage of Lihujun with a heart full of trepidation. Upon arrival, he discovered Lihujun seated by the stream, tending to a fire and roasting fish. Though this place had been devoid of life before, ever since Lihujun vanquished the female spirit cultivator and settled here, the spiritual energy had intensified through his automatic cultivation, attracting numerous beings and breathing life into the surroundings. Sir, so late at night, are you roasting fish? Suazuo inquired, taking a seat beside Lihujun, drawn in by the enticing aroma. How could one resist a midnight snack in such a delightful setting? Lihujun chuckled, glancing at the babbling brook. Take this elixir back to your mother, he said, producing the pill given to him by Huchini and handing it to Suazuo. With a look of astonishment, Suazuo accepted the elixir and asked, Sir, will this truly save my mother? Indeed, Lihujun affirmed with a nod and a smile. I have finally endured to the end. I can venture out into the wild. Suazuo, cradling the elixir, shed tears of gratitude. Lihujun remarked, Indeed, your path is quite adventurous. Yet, he perceived that this young lad, despite his playful demeanor, was genuinely responsible. After all, he had ventured out in the dead of night seeking herbs to heal his ailing mother. Perhaps many of his jesting words were simply a child's attempt to infuse a glimmer of hope into an otherwise bleak existence. Reflecting on this, Lihujun felt that Suazuo was a talent worth nurturing. However, upon probing Suazuo's essence, he discovered that the boy was utterly devoid of any cultivation potential. Much like himself in the past, he possessed no spiritual roots. How unfortunate! Lihujun sighed internally, lamenting the rarity of finding someone with such potential. Would you care for some fish? Lihujun inquired. No, I must return and tend to my mother, Suazuo replied cheerfully, his youthful face alight with determination. Go then. Lihujun smiled warmly. Farewell, sir, Suazuo said, rising to bow respectfully before Lihujun. Suazuo's home was a humble abode constructed from stacked stones, its roof thatched with straw. The door was nothing more than a rudimentary wooden barrier, constructed from a few pieces of timber fastened together with mortise and tenon joints. Upon pushing it open, he beheld a frail woman on the bed, her lips pale and her frame emaciated, causing his eyes to well with emotion. In his father's lifetime, his mother had been renowned in the village for her beauty. However, since his father's passing, the burden of all labor fell solely upon her shoulders, leading to a gradual deterioration of her health. In just a few short years, her face became etched with wrinkles, her skin darkened by the sun, and the once vibrant village beauty faded into obscurity. Azwa, do not venture out tonight. Mother is aware of her illness and knows her time is limited. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to your father in the afterlife? The woman on the bed spoke with a voice that carried both comfort and reluctance. The comfort stemmed from the realization that her son had grown into a capable young man, while the reluctance arose from the sorrow that she could no longer be by his side as he matured. Little did she know how she would feel if she were aware of her son's words before Lihujun. Jun. Mother, I met a gentleman the day before yesterday. He claimed to possess a remedy for the tetanus afflicting you, and I am going to fetch the medicine tonight, Suazwa said, wiping the moisture from his eyes. How could that be possible? The woman let out a bitter laugh. You little rascal, you must have been deceived by those people again, haven't you? Did you promise them that regardless of whether the medicine works or not, you would still help them with their chores? Clearly, the Aswa family was impoverished. Yet they possessed physical labor to offer, thus accruing debts for medicine to be repaid through toil. The use of again indicated that Aswa had been tricked more than once. Mother, the gentleman is not the kind of person you think. He did not take a single coin from me for this remedy, Suazwa asserted, shaking his head. The woman on the bed was momentarily taken aback. Is there truly such a kind-hearted person in this world? Mother, let us give it a try, Suazwa urged as he presented the fragrant elixir to her. As the woman inhaled the aromatic essence emanating from her son's calloused hand, she instinctively sensed that this concoction was of significant value. Very well, let us attempt it. She nodded, for she had little time left, and this was a last-ditch effort, especially since the esteemed old doctor in town had declared tetanus to be beyond remedy, unless divine intervention were to occur. Thus, the woman accepted the elixir from Suazwa, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, she observed, with astonishment, the previously bluish hue of her lips returning to a healthy color at a visible pace. A tingling sensation arose from the inflamed and festering wound, a sign of healing that she recognized from her years of experience. Furthermore, her once leaden head felt considerably lighter after consuming the elixir. Mother, how do you feel? Is the medicine effective? Suazwa inquired anxiously as he noticed the woman had closed her eyes and remained silent. Azuo, where is that gentleman? After what seemed like an eternity, the woman slowly opened her eyes, filled with disbelief, and asked Suazwa with an excited expression. That gentleman is currently residing in the haunted Soul Mountain. Suazwa scratched his head in response. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted, and with a serious demeanor, she remarked, if that gentleman can dwell safely in Soul Mountain and possesses the ability to cure tetanus, could he possibly be a living deity? Surely not. Suazwa blinked in response. That gentleman appears frail. Aside from his handsome features, he seems like merely an educated man. My dear child, do you not realize that tetanus is a terminal illness? Our village has lost countless lives to this disease. Yet, after taking this elixir, I have experienced a remarkable recovery. The woman explained to Suazwa. Could it be that gentleman is truly a celestial being? Suazwa's eyes widened in wonder. Azuo, I have hidden some coins beneath your bed, fearing you might need them urgently. Use them to buy some chicken in town, and let us visit that gentleman together tonight. Apart from the divine medicine that has facilitated my swift recovery, I cannot fathom who else could possess such miraculous remedies. The woman instructed Suazwa earnestly. Understood, mother. I will do as you say. Suazwa nodded solemnly, his eyes glistening with emotion. His mother would rather hide the money beneath his bed than spend it on her own medicine. How foolishly selfless she was. That night, under a sky adorned with countless stars, Suazwa and his mother, carrying an old hen, made their way towards the location of Lihujun. At that moment, Lihujun was leisurely reclining under a tree, contemplating a visit to a nearby town the following day. After all, the system had indicated the need to experience mortal life, which necessitated interaction with ordinary people. Ding! The host's identity has been questioned by Suazwa and his mother, triggering a task. The host must leave an image of a reclusive master in Suazwa's heart. Reward: mid-level cultivation of a virtual immortal. Lihujun blinked upon reading the system's task. With his consciousness extended, he noticed Suazwa and a woman approaching, each holding an old hen. What a pity, he sighed. Recently, he had become quite fond of taking in disciples and found himself wanting to accept this quirky little fellow as a disciple as well. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual roots. Even Lihujun could not alter this fact, unless the system granted him the ability to bestow spiritual roots upon others, which it did not. With a sigh, Lihujun thought, in that case, let me impart a piece of wisdom. He stepped outside, approached a large stone, and inscribed with his finger, in youth. If one does not toil, in old age, one must endure hardship. If one cannot endure labor, in old age, one must live in ease. Upon completing his statement, Zhou Jun waved his hand, causing the thatched cottage behind him to vanish into the void, as though it had never existed. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a cultivator of the nascent soul realm or above. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun concealed his form beside a stone. When Su Azuo and his mother arrived at the location, Su Azuo, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them and pointed to the spot where the cottage had stood, exclaiming, "Mother, the thatched cottage where that gentleman resided has disappeared. It was there just last night." The woman sighed with a wry smile. It seems the immortal does not wish to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, Su Azuo grew anxious. Clutching a hen, he approached the former site of the cottage and called out loudly, "Sir, sir, are you there? Azuo has come to see you with a hen. If you don't come out, you will miss it." Zhou Jun, standing less than 10 meters away beside a stone with his hands behind his back, silently observed the scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This spirited child truly amused him. Su Azuo's repeated calls of "sir" echoed by the stream. But there was no response for a long time, causing his eyes to redden slightly with disappointment. The gentleman had always worn a warm smile, evoking a refreshing sense of spring, and though their acquaintance had been brief, it stirred a feeling of reluctance within him. At that moment, the woman spoke to console him. "Azuo, what is destined to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. We may not be fated to meet the immortal, but nonetheless, we must remain grateful for the life he has saved." "I understand, mother," Su Azuo replied despondently. Simultaneously, he came to realize that the gentleman was most likely the legendary immortal his mother had mentioned. "Oh, mother, look, there are words over there." At last, Su Azuo spotted the inscription on the stone beside where Zhou Jun stood. He raced to the stone and examined the characters carefully, murmuring to himself, "Could this be a message left specifically for me by the sir?" Truly, his literary talent is remarkable. Each stroke conveys a depth that is unfathomable. Zhou Jun, concealed nearby, smiled and nodded slowly, confident in his calligraphy skills. After all, during his 40 years of unremarkable existence without cultivation, he had practiced calligraphy extensively to pass the time. "But, mother, what does the gentleman write? I don't recognize the characters." Suddenly, Su Azuo scratched his head in distress. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's smile instantly froze on his face. "Damn it, I was careless and didn't consider this. How many children from these impoverished villages can read? Without diligence in youth, hardship awaits in old age. Without the ability to endure labor, one will find comfort in old age. The immortal is imparting wisdom to you. Hurry and thank him." In the midst of Zhou Jun's astonished gaze, Su Azuo's mother, a somewhat stooped rural woman, approached her son, reciting the words that Zhou Jun had inscribed upon the stone. Chapter 80. The Radiant Mountains. It is indeed hard to fathom that a woman from the countryside could possess the ability to read. This compelled Zhou Jun to scrutinize Su Azuo's mother more closely. One could faintly discern that, in her youth, she must have been a beauty, suggesting that she might have once hailed from a distinguished background. "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life," the woman expressed with sincerity. At that moment, she knelt down before the stone bearing Zhou Jun's carved words, offering a devout bow. Witnessing this, Su Azuo reacted promptly, joining his mother in kneeling before the stone, declaring, "Azuo is grateful for your guidance, sir. I promise to heed my mother's words and learn to read, but I shall not forsake play." Zhou Jun chuckled at this, amused by the boy's unwavering devotion to play, for his every utterance seemed to revolve around it. Thus, after bidding farewell to the mother and son as they descended the mountain, he finally revealed himself. Turning back to glance at the inscriptions on the stone, he stretched lazily and remarked, "I hope you grasp the essence of my words. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ding, system rewards granted." Mid-stage cultivation of the virtual immortal. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, Zhou Jun sighed, "System, I adore you." Ding, haha. "I see you are enamored with the benefits I provide. How superficial. Such bluntness may hinder our future interactions," Zhou Jun shrugged, waving his hand as the thatched cottage reappeared, and he stepped inside. Ding, the system is at a loss. Never have I encountered someone so unabashed. As the sun ascended high, a figure clad in a blue robe strolled leisurely through the woods. What seemed a slow stride belied the fact that, in the blink of an eye, the blue-robed figure had already appeared 100 steps away. This individual was none other than Zhou Jun, who had planned the previous day to visit the nearby town of Soul Mountain. The distance to Soul Mountain from the town was considerable, and one could not avoid encountering various spirits along the way. A rabbit, which had recently gained sentience and was nibbling on grass near its burrow, watched as the blue-robed figure glided past, only to find itself startled as the figure appeared 100 steps away in an instant, causing the two fluffy paws holding the grass to drop to the ground, oblivious to the event. "Oh my, a cultivator." After a moment, the rabbit regained its wits, its fur bristling in alarm as it hurriedly dove into its burrow. It had heard from other spirits that some cultivators were known to eliminate spirits on sight. Of course, a newly awakened rabbit would not capture Zhou Jun's attention, as he had already arrived at the town's entrance. The grand entrance of the town is constructed from weathered bluestone, adorned with a lush carpet of moss. Above the entrance, the characters for Evergreen Town are elegantly inscribed. Upon stepping through the gate, Zhou Jun is immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere of the town. The ground, paved with bluestone slabs, teems with pedestrians. Merchants on either side of the street vociferously promote their wares, from monkey performers to vendors selling fragrant powders. This lively ambience reminds Zhou Jun of the festive gatherings of his childhood, when he accompanied his elders to bustling markets during the New Year celebrations. However, in his previous life, as he matured, it seemed that most people inadvertently became part of the head-down generation, with the essence of celebration gradually fading away. Dismissing such thoughts, Zhou Jun begins to immerse himself in the human warmth of Qisho, and as he meanders forward, the ever-changing surroundings bring a growing serenity to his heart. Yet, before long, an unpleasant yet persistent odor compels Zhou Jun to halt. Glancing to the side, he discovers an elderly woman with graying hair and a stooped figure, managing a stall selling century eggs, known colloquially as stinky eggs. Observing the lackluster business, he notes that the woman does not call out to customers, but instead sits quietly, reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, patiently waiting for the willing to approach. Beep. The system has issued a task. The host must consume 10 stinky eggs to receive a reward of a 9th-grade formation scroll. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun chuckles. Is the system seeking revenge for my words yesterday? Beep. Host, be more confident, and omit the word perhaps. Zhou Jun laughs. Oh, system, you are mistaken. In my past life, I had 3 great loves: century eggs, river snail rice noodles, and stinky tofu. This is a buy one get one free deal. I adore you. Beep. Roll away. Dear lady, I would like 10 century eggs, Zhou Jun states as he approaches the elderly woman's stall, offering her a string of copper coins. Here is a full payment, no change necessary. The elderly woman shakes her head. Sir, though I may be advanced in age, I still have the means to support myself without charity. Even if I were unable to move, my children would dutifully care for me. One must take only what one needs to find peace of mind. Each egg is worth 10 coins. I shall return 900 coins to you. Seeing her point, Zhou Jun does not press the matter further. After returning the 900 coins, the elderly woman suggests, Sir, please take a seat at the table and chair before my stall. I shall prepare the eggs for you. Very well, Zhou Jun replies, pocketing the coins and finding a suitable spot to sit. Once the elderly woman has prepared the eggs, he eagerly indulges in their unique flavors. Meanwhile, a mysterious presence looms in the background. At this moment, Puccini held the hoe bestowed upon her by Zhou Jun, and with fervor, she turned over a mountain that had lain dormant for many years within the Yi sect. She transformed the entire desolate hill into a veritable treasure trove of spiritual energy, with the soil now imbued with ethereal essence. Simultaneously, a figure known as Yunjushan appeared beside her, gazing at the newly invigorated peak. He gasped in astonishment. The hoe gifted to elder who by that esteemed predecessor possesses such extraordinary power. Although the spiritual energy is sparse, it is sufficient for cultivating numerous 1st and 2nd grade spiritual herbs. This will greatly benefit the qi refining disciples of our Yi sect. Who knows? Perhaps some of them will surprise us with their progress, and we might even sell the surplus herbs to other sects. I never anticipated that this hoe would truly hold such capabilities. I wonder about the cultivation level of that predecessor who so generously gifted such a rare treasure. Puccini, captivated by the hoe, inquired with curiosity. However, Yunjushan replied gravely, regardless of that predecessor's cultivation level, we must keep the matter of this hoe confidential. I will summon a few elders shortly to seal the aura of this mountain. We cannot allow outsiders to know that our Yi sect possesses such a profound treasure. Elder Hu, please remain vigilant here. Understood, Puccini nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Guiji sect, within a cavernous hall resembling a stone grotto, an emaciated elder dressed in black knelt before a throne fashioned from skulls. A figure shrouded in a black robe, surrounded by swirling dark mist, spoke with reverence, Sect Master. As I passed by the Yi sect, I discovered that their once desolate mountain has transformed into a mountain of spiritual earth. If we can seize this secret, it would elevate our disciples' power significantly. Chapter 81. The Yi sect under scrutiny. Oh, Black Serpent Protector, are you certain you did not err? The shadowy figure on the skull throne inquired with a raspy voice, expressing surprise at the elder's claim. I am absolutely certain. When I initially passed by the Yi sect, there was no mountain enriched with spiritual earth. Yet upon my return, they had acquired such a mountain. As the sect master, renowned as the ghost lord and feared across Qingzhou, how could I deceive you? Replied the Black Serpent Protector with utmost reverence. Very well. Then you shall undertake the task of uncovering the Yin sect secrets, the Ghost Lord said with a grin. I will not disappoint your expectations, sect master. The Black Serpent Protector clasped his hands in salute, raising them above his head. As a cultivator at the transformation stage, he had traversed above the Yin sect without detection, illustrating that the Yin sect was merely guarded by Yunjushan, a solitary nascent soul practitioner. It is said that this infant Taoist has suffered severe injuries. How could such a sect possibly impede the Black Serpent Guardian? He has no intention of leaving any survivors from the Yin sect. For the myriad serpent's banner in his possession requires the blood of cultivators for its sacrificial refinement. In truth, his objective is not the spiritual soil at all. Rather, it is the practitioners of the Yin sect he seeks. After all, as a transformation god cultivator, he would hardly concern himself with the fates of his sect's lowly chi refinement disciples. At times, he might even use his own disciples for sacrificial purposes. However, the Ghost Lord has recently commanded him to exercise restraint. Yet, should he arrive at the Yin sect and they refuse to divulge their secrets, instead resisting to the very end, would he not then have a rightful claim to massacre their sect? Surely, the sect leader would have little to say about it. Thus, the Black Serpent Guardian ascended on clouds, making his way toward the Yin sect. Meanwhile, the Yin sect remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Under the guidance of the Yin True Person, several elders of the Golden Core realm, including Huchini, were fervently applying formations to the peak that had just transformed into spiritual soil. However, just as they were halfway through the arrangement, the originally clear skies above the Yin sect darkened ominously. What is happening? Huchini gazed at the suddenly tumultuous heavens, her expression frozen in shock. The Yin True Person's face turned grave. An innocent man may bear the weight of a treasure. It seems our Yin sect's secrets have been discovered. Just as the Yin True Person finished speaking, an enormous and fearsome black serpent shadow, stretching several thousand zhang, pierced through the clouds above. Upon the head of this serpent shadow stood a figure. With the emergence of this person and the serpent shadow, panic instantaneously engulfed the entire Yin sect. The terrifying pressure exerted from above had caused many of the weaker disciples to turn pale, cold sweat streaming down their faces. This was the manifestation of the Black Serpent Guardian from the Ghost Extreme sect. It was clear that this individual was indeed the Black Serpent Guardian. The Yin True Person's complexion paled slightly. The term manifestation of heaven and earth is simply another name for the Dharma form. What? At this moment, Huchini and the other elders widened their eyes in shock. They had certainly heard of the Black Serpent Guardian's reputation. He was known as a merciless killer. Where's the Yin True Person? Simultaneously, the Black Serpent Guardian, standing atop the thousand zhang serpent shadow, spoke, his voice rumbling like thunder from the heavens. I have come to pay my respects to the Guardian. The Yin True Person, upon witnessing this, swiftly appeared opposite the Black Serpent Guardian, facing him in midair and bowing respectfully. Per Taoist, you, Yin True Person, are far from poor, the Black Serpent Guardian remarked with a wry smile upon his lean, aged face. A pair of inverted triangular eyes, akin to those of a serpent, scrutinized the Yuan real person with a piercing intensity. Our Yuan sect is willing to surrender the treasured item to the protector. I implore you, esteemed guardian, to show mercy and spare our sect. The Yuan real person stated with remarkable decisiveness. He understood that should the matter of the spiritual hoe be disclosed, his sect's strength would be insufficient to safeguard the precious gift bestowed by their forebear, leading only to the futile sacrifice of the entire sect. It was far better to relinquish the item. You are indeed perceptive, the Black Serpent Protector remarked with a note of surprise in his gaze, yet he soon sneered. But do you truly believe that I am merely interested in your insignificant treasure? What I covet is the very lifeblood of your entire Yuan sect. Upon hearing this, the Yuan real person clenched his fists tightly. It appeared that the Black Serpent Protector had long harbored intentions against the Yuan sect. Even without the matter of the spiritual hoe, he would eventually strike. Given this, I have no choice but to fight with all my might against the Protector, the Yuan real person declared, his expression grave as he faced the Black Serpent Protector. With you? How dare you? The Black Serpent Protector scoffed derisively. As he formed a hand seal, a colossal shadow of a black serpent, stretching thousands of feet, raised its massive tail and swept towards the Yuan real person. Startled, the Yuan real person summoned a fourth-grade spiritual sword to deflect the impending strike. However, with a resounding crash, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the summit of a mountain that had just been transformed into spiritual soil, causing the entire peak to collapse. Master! Huchini and several elders gasped in horror at the sight. Despite being a formidable late-stage nascent soul cultivator, the Yuan real person was utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from the Black Serpent Protector. Too weak, far too weak. The Black Serpent Protector cackled maniacally. Heaven and earth are boundless, the Qian Kuan Great Formation. Suddenly, the Yuan real person's figure emerged in a disheveled state from the rubble of the fallen mountain. Blood spewing from his mouth as he bellowed the incantation to activate the protective formation of the sect. This formation had been reinforced just days prior by you.Every, a 5th-grade formation master, and was sufficient to withstand the Black Serpent Protector's assault for the duration of an incense stick. As the Yuan real person's words echoed, a translucent barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the entirety of the Yuan sect. After completing this task, the Yuan real person collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Clearly, the earlier blow from the Black Serpent Protector had inflicted severe injuries upon him. He feared that should the shadow of the serpent exert even a fraction more strength, he would undoubtedly be obliterated into a mist of blood. Master Puccini and the other elders rushed forward to assess the Yuan real person's injuries. As the Black Serpent Guardian beheld the protective formation of the Yuan sect, a flicker of astonishment crossed his visage. I never anticipated that your Yuan sect possessed a 5th-tier spiritual array as your protective formation. Upon uttering these words, the Dark Guardian let out a sinister laugh, declaring, "Yet for you, this is merely the distinction between an early demise and a delayed one." The members of the Yuan sect turned pale upon hearing this, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. For the present-day Yuan sect, the term transformation realm cultivator loomed as an insurmountable threat, even if it pertained to the weakest among them. Chapter 82, Mount Haolong Bang. 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 With the Black Serpent Guardian manipulating the heavens and earth, his tail struck the protective mountain formation of the Yuan sect. The ground beneath the sect trembled incessantly. The people of the Yuan sect felt as though they were hearing the ominous tolling of a death knell upon their hearts. Puccini gazed at the spiritual hoe in her hand, pondering, if this elder were to appear suddenly, would the Black Serpent Guardian still display such arrogance? Meanwhile, in Chaqing Town, Zhou Jun felt a surge of celestial energy filling his mouth after consuming Tinsong eggs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding! The system rewards you with the 9th-tier locking immortal formation. Observing the intricate array within his mind, Zhou Jun chuckled. System. This time you have truly incurred a loss, both in treasures and in men. Ding. Due to the host presenting a spiritual hoe, the Yuan sect is currently facing a calamity of extermination. Ding. The system issues a task. If the host saves the Yuan sect, a golden spirit pill will be awarded. Could such a humble hoe incite the attention of others? Zhou Jun found himself exasperated. Ding. Products from the system are invariably exquisite. Very well. Zhou Jun, weary of debating with the system, felt a twinge of guilt knowing that the Yuan sect might face annihilation due to his gift. He remained seated, yet his fingertip pointed skyward. The Zhou flying sword surged forth with a fragment of Zhou Jun's spiritual essence, soaring toward the heavens with remarkable speed, one that mere mortals could scarcely perceive. The 2nd-tier true immortal artifact, the Zhou flying sword, traversed 2,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Upon its arrival at the Yuan sect, Zhou Jun, through the sword's perspective, observed the Black Serpent Guardian still wielding his power to manipulate the heavens and earth, relentlessly battering the sect's protective formation. Entirely oblivious to the approach of the Zhou flying sword. Zhou Jun uttered without further ado, commanding the Zhou flying sword with a voice imbued with immense authority. With his command, the sword's might resonated throughout the firmament, akin to the sun blazing in the sky, unleashing boundless divine radiance. As the Black Serpent Guardian sensed an impending danger, a chill coursed down his spine, and cold sweat began to beat upon his brow. Just as he turned to glance back, a formidable sword aura surged forth, arriving before him in a flash. Under the weight of this sword energy, even with millennia of cultivation and the esteemed status of a transformation god, he was rendered powerless, akin to a mere ant, utterly devoid of any means to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the sword aura cleaved through his body and the laws of heaven and earth, splitting him asunder. His blood cascading like a torrential downpour across the sky. The scene unfolded in a heartbeat, leaving the onlookers within the mountain protection array in stunned silence. The suspended sword was a celestial blade. Master Yin, disregarding his own injuries, gazed at the proud snow sword still hovering in midair, inhaling sharply as he spoke. The commanding voice that had just echoed seemed to belong to the esteemed elder residing in Soul Mountain. Puccini, somewhat incredulous, remarked that she could hardly believe it. Her memory was extraordinary, and she would undoubtedly not forget Zhou Jun's voice. If that elder could command a celestial sword, then his identity was unmistakable, a true celestial being without a doubt. After all, who but an immortal could wield such a sword? No wonder Master Yu held that elder in such high esteem. Master Yin let out a wry smile. Facing the hovering sword felt akin to standing before the Tao of heaven. The sensation was reminiscent of an ant gazing up at a towering peak, an expanse that seemed infinite. We are grateful to the immortal for the timely intervention with the celestial sword. At this moment, the disciples of Yin sect, led by Master Yin, retracted their mountain protection array, which had seemed as fragile as paper before the celestial sword, bowing in reverence. After all, the celestial sword possessed spirit and intellect. With a resonant clang, the proud snow sword emitted a long cry, seemingly responding to the disciples of a Yin sect before returning to its master, Lihujun. As the proud snow sword departed, the disciples felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts, the pressure upon them suddenly alleviated. The might of the celestial sword was truly overwhelming. Even without direct targeting, they could still perceive its unparalleled sharpness. Meanwhile, within the depths of Ghost Extreme Sect, the Ghost Lord, shrouded in a black robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the shattered soul tablet of the Black Serpent Guardian, remaining silent for an extended period. Even from a great distance, he had sensed the terrifying sword intent. Such an aura was beyond that which any cultivator below the Great Ascension could possess. As that sword intent rose and fell, the soul tablet of the Black Serpent Guardian shattered with a resounding crash. In other words, a true celestial had come to the aid of a Yin sect. Perhaps the emergence of a spiritual soil mountain for a Yin sect was intricately linked to this celestial being. Contemplating this, a chill crept into the Ghost Lord's heart. If given the chance, he truly wished to bestow a final resting place upon the remains of the Black Serpent Guardian. The current state of Qizhou was tumultuous. It seemed that the Ghost Extreme Sect would soon be relocating once more. The Ghost Lord inhaled deeply. Several months prior, a confrontation had erupted between celestial-level powers in Qingzhou. This was the very reason the Ghost Lord had commanded his subordinates to exercise caution of late. The Ghost Extreme Sect, notorious for its nefarious deeds, managed to persist in Qingzhou through a rather straightforward strategy: constant relocation. The moment any hint of danger arose, the Ghost Lord would swiftly pack up the entire sect and depart. He adhered to a singular principle: as long as I run swiftly, you shall not capture me. However, the sword strike unleashed by the proud snow-flying sword did not merely rouse the relocating Ghost Lord. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a towering peak pierced the heavens. An elderly gentleman clad in luxurious garments suddenly appeared atop the summit, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the direction from whence the sword intent had surged towards the skies. To his astonishment, after years of slumber, he had been awakened by a mere sword chi. It appeared that during his long repose, Qingzhou had witnessed the emergence of numerous formidable talents. The elder mused. In the distance, an elder and a youth traversed the area. These two were disciples you.Every and his apprentice, having just departed from the Yin sect and journeyed through multiple teleportation arrays. Among the great cities of cultivation in Qizhou, many had established teleportation formations with a sufficient supply of spirit stones. Traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in a single day was entirely feasible. Xiao Shi gazed at the distant, towering peak and remarked with a sense of wonder, "Master, is that mountain the legendary Haohuang Mountain?" "Indeed," you.Every affirmed with a nod. "In ancient times, this mountain was home to a deity known as Haohuang, who, it is said, had already attained the rank of true immortal." "Why had the true immortal not yet ascended to the celestial realm?" Xiao Shi inquired, puzzled. This encapsulates the intricacies of the divine roles bestowed by heaven and earth. Haohuang was a mountain deity sanctioned by the cosmos, and even upon reaching true immortal status, he could opt not to ascend, you.Every explained with a smile. However, by choosing to remain in the Tianyuan realm, his cultivation would find it challenging to advance. "I see," Xiao Shi replied, a realization dawning upon him. Subsequently, he expressed curiosity. "Master, you mentioned that Mr. Li, residing on Soul Mountain, compares to this mountain deity?" "Do not speak recklessly," you.Every interjected, his expression turning grave. "Both Haohuang and Mr. Li are entities beyond our reach. We lack the standing to assess either of these figures. To do so would be sheer disrespect." "Master, I understand," Xiao Shi said, his complexion paling. Yet, internally, he was astonished. From his master's words, it seemed that Mr. Li was indeed on par with the ancient mountain deity Haohuang. Was it possible that Mr. Li was also a true immortal of great repute? Unbeknownst to the master and disciple, their conversation had already reached the ears of the elderly gentleman atop Haohuang Mountain. He gazed toward the direction where the sword energy had soared to the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Soul Mountain, is it Mr. Li?" Chapter 83. Encountering the Nangong sisters again. Meanwhile, the proud snow-flying sword, having effortlessly slain the Black Serpent Guardian, returned to its resting place before the Songhua egg stall, nourishing itself within the body of Lihujun. "Well done," Lihujun remarked with a light compliment. The proud snow-flying sword emitted a crisp chime, seemingly expressing its delight. "Shall I reward you with a couple of Songhua eggs?" Lihujun inquired with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the sword drooped like a frostbitten eggplant, its once indomitable form bending in a surprisingly human-like manner. Clearly, the proud snow-flying sword held no affection for Songhua eggs. What a shame, such a delicacy. And you do not appreciate it. Zhou Jun shook his head. Just as he was about to rise and depart, a group of burly men approached him. At the forefront was a bald man, his head gleaming, adorned in a tiger skin cloak, with a scar resembling a centipede etched across his face. As the group of men appeared, the passers-by scattered as if confronted by a demon. This bald man, known as Jiahu, was a notorious ruffian in Chongqing town, earning the nickname Fake Tiger among the locals. It seemed this gentleman had caught the attention of the infamous Jiahu, and trouble was likely to ensue. It was probable that he was a young master enjoying an outing, and as the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Had he not just attracted the attention of the fake tiger? Onlookers gathered along the roadside, murmuring amongst themselves as Jiahu and his cohorts menacingly approached Lihujun. Yet, Lihujun merely chuckled inwardly at the unfriendly demeanor of the approaching men. Sir, my brothers and I haven't had meat in 2 days. How about you share a few coins to let us indulge? Jiahu boldly seated himself at Lihujun's table, grinning affably. At that moment, 3 women donned in conical hats and dressed in flowing white garments emerged from the crowd. These 3 were none other than the Nagong sisters, who had parted ways with Lihujun after their blood-tinged trials on the mountain. Now, the Nagong sisters had all reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, evidently having encountered significant opportunities in recent times. Big sister, look, isn't that the master of Yunju Mountain from Daodian sect? The youngest, Nagong Yuran, exclaimed, pointing toward Lihujun's location. Indeed, it is him. The second sister, Nagong Shinran, declared without hesitation, having been infatuated with Lihujun since their last encounter. Yes, the eldest, Nagong Anren, nodded in affirmation. This is indeed the master of Yunju Mountain. I wonder what brings him to such a remote place. Nagong Yuran remarked. It seems that the master of Yunju Mountain is in trouble. Should we not act boldly? Before Nagong Yuran could finish her statement, Nagong Shinran had already rushed to Li Zhoujun's side, fiercely rebuking Jiahu and his associates. Nagong Anren observed her younger sister's impulsive charge and felt an overwhelming urge to cover her face. This sister was admirable in many aspects, yet her impatience was a notable flaw. The phrase daring to think and act often danced on her lips. Both Nagong Anren and Nagong Yuran had encountered the mountain master before. At this moment, they joined Nagong Shinran by Li Zhoujun's side, offering a respectful bow. The sudden appearance of the 3 sisters momentarily startled Li Zhoujun and his companions, who, after a moment of contemplation, recalled that these were indeed the long-lost Nagong sisters from Blood Refining Mountain. There's no need for excessive courtesy, Li Zhoujun smiled and nodded. Ah. From where do these 3 young ladies hail? Why do they wear hats to obscure their faces? Yet, their figures are striking, akin to the delicate flame of a candle. Today truly is a splendid day. Indeed, today is remarkable. Not only has a fool come bearing gifts, but now we are also graced by the presence of beauties. Jiahu laughed heartily with his men. Seeking death, Nagong Shinran coldly retorted, her fingers snapping as spiritual energy transformed into needles, swiftly piercing into Jiahu and his henchmen. In an instant, several of them found their acupoints sealed, rendering them immobile. Boss, I can't move. One of Jiahu's subordinates cried out in panic. We're in deep trouble now. Jiahu, too, realized the gravity of the situation. He was utterly paralyzed, save for his mouth. It dawned on him that he had provoked individuals far beyond his reckoning. Please spare me, young lady. He whimpered, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing a seemingly frail woman effortlessly immobilizing several burly men. Surely, this could not be mere theatrics? Meanwhile, a few towering figures in the crowd rolled up their sleeves, ready to play the hero, only to realize their intentions were unnecessary. Master, how shall we deal with these ruffians? Nagong Shinran respectfully inquired of Li Zhoujun. Unfazed by the gazes of the ordinary folk, she bore herself with the grace of an eagle soaring above, indifferent to the ants crawling beneath. Feel free to act as you see fit, Li Zhoujun shrugged, disinterested in engaging with such petty scoundrels. Very well. Nagong Shinran flashed a smile, surveying her surroundings before turning her gaze to Jiahu and his companions. With a deft manipulation of her spiritual energy, she directed a needle-like force into the very regions of their kidneys. However, her skill was such that Jiahu and the others remained blissfully unaware of any discomfort. Yet, Li Zhoujun was already sweating profusely, realizing the severity of her actions. This girl was ruthless. She had effectively rendered them incapable of engaging in any carnal activities for the rest of their lives. Should these individuals ever become aware of their plight, they would likely find their suffering worse than death itself. But this was not the end. Nagong Shinran continued to address Jiahu and his companions. Purchase and consume all the century eggs from the old woman. Consider it a good deed. A way to assist her. Do you have any objections? If not, I shall release your acupoints. Is it truly that simple? Jiahu exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. He had feared for his life today, yet the punishment from this impudent girl turned out to be so straightforward. Indeed, it was just that simple. A peculiar smile graced Nangong Shinran's face as she envisioned the horrified expressions of these men when they realized their incapacitation during their misdeeds. All right, then let us eat. Jiahu and his burly companions quickly chimed in. Thus, they were released from their acupoints and, under Nangong Shinran's watchful eye, they retched and consumed the entirety of the old woman's century eggs. Observing their plight, Nangong Shinran smiled and asked, was it delicious? Ugh, yes, it was delicious. Jiahu, fighting the impulse to vomit, replied almost reflexively. As long as you find it satisfactory, remember this, should you engage in wrongdoing again and cross my path, your punishment will not merely involve century eggs. Now, begone, Nangong Shinran declared in a chilling tone. Yes, yes, Jiahu and the others, their faces lighting up with relief, scrambled away as if liberated from a great burden. Chapter 84. The arrival of the Emperor Jiahu and his gang made their way down a narrow alley. To maintain morale, Jiahu addressed his subordinates, damn it. I didn't check the calendar before stepping out today. I've hit a wall. Tonight, I'll treat the brothers to some revelry at the brothel. Boss is mighty. The burly men cheered in response. That evening, at the entrance of the brothel, Jiahu and his companions found themselves being expelled by several of the brothel's women, led by the madam, who berated and kicked them out. You thought I wouldn't take your money out of fear? How foolish. I didn't realize you were this inept. Now, get out of my sight. Returning to the matter at hand, after dismissing Jiahu and his crew, Nangong Shinran turned to Zhou Jun with a beaming smile, saying, Shinran has arrived late. I hope I haven't startled the mountain master. Even through her conical hat, Zhou Jun could feel the intensity of Nangong Shinran's gaze upon him. With a sense of resignation, Zhou Jun replied, not at all. And I must thank you for your timely intervention. As his words fell, Zhou did not afford Nangong Shinran the opportunity to speak. Directly addressing Nangong Anren, what brings the three of you to this place? With a tone of reverence, Nangong Anren replied, esteemed mountain master, my sisters and I are currently en route to the forthcoming opening of the Guanhai Mountain secret realm in search of fortuitous opportunities, striving for a chance to transcend into the realm of the void immortal. We happen to pass through here. Guanhai Mountain? Zhou mused for a moment, contemplating the information regarding Guanhai Mountain. It is said that this mountain was once a grand sect from ancient times, situated at the borders of Qingzhou, remarkably close to the sea. I see, Zhou nodded. Then I wish the three of you swift success. Thank you for your kind words, Mountain Master, Nangong Anren said, respectfully bowing to him. Indeed, Zhou replied with a smile, and then began to dissipate into the air. Farewell, Mountain Master. The three Nangong sisters spoke in unison. Nangong Shinran, somewhat helpless, remarked, is this what it means to be a sword immortal? Coming and going without a trace. Upon hearing her words, Nangong Anren and Nangong Yulan recalled the fierce battle between Zhou and that blood ancestor. A clash that had turned day into night and caused the very earth to tremble. With Zhou's departure, the Nangong sisters naturally would not linger in such an ordinary town, directly tearing through the void to leave the place. Could they truly be divine beings? The elderly woman selling pine flower eggs gazed in astonishment at the few living figures that had vanished before her eyes, her copper coins slipping from her hands, utterly unaware. The passers-by, too, were like those awakened from a dream, rendered speechless by the shock. At that moment, Zhou had already returned to his humble abode on Soul Mountain. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of rescuing a branch sect from peril. Beep. System rewards you with a golden spirit pill. System. It took you half a day to issue the reward after the task was completed? Zhou teased the system. Beep. I forgot. Do you believe that? I do. For there are times when you are indeed unreliable. Zhou chuckled lightly, jesting. Beep. Thus, the man and the system engaged in friendly discourse until nightfall. Only when Zhou conceded did the system, satisfied, fall silent. Zhou then approached the brook, pondering the matters concerning Guanhai Mountain. Such a place, rich with opportunities, would surely not escape the attention of his wandering disciple, Jiang Xiaobai. However, Zhou felt no concern for Jiang Xiaobai's safety. After all, as the child of destiny, it would not be so easy for him to encounter misfortune. Not dwelling further on this, Zhou began to envision the celestial locking grade array, a reward granted by the system. This array, classified as a 9th grade formation, could ensnare true immortals. Yet, inscribing this array was no simple task. Zhou Jun intended to practice his skills. With his fingers as a brush, he inscribed a mysterious pattern radiating a blue, ethereal glow in the void. Simultaneously, an elderly man dressed in splendid robes appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. This man was none other than the mountain deity of Hao Wang Mountain, Hao Wang. Upon observing the formation drawn by Zhou Jun, he felt a sudden jolt of surprise. It was the long-lost nine-tiered immortal locking array. Hao Wang exclaimed inwardly. Although the spiritual energy employed by the youth in creating this array seemed rather feeble, akin to that of a virtual immortal, Hao Wang was certain that this young man was undoubtedly a true immortal. To craft a nine-tiered formation, one must be a grandmaster of nine-tiered spiritual arrays. And achieving such mastery necessitates reaching the realm of the true immortal. Only by transcending the tribulation and attaining the true immortal state can one comprehend the profound mysteries of the nine-tiered spiritual array, which are beyond the grasp of cultivators beneath that level. Thus, while the youth appeared to be merely a virtual immortal in the act of inscribing the formation, he was, in fact, merely honing his skills. Hao Wang thought confidently. He refrained from interrupting Zhou Jun's practice, as disturbing someone during their cultivation is quite impolite. Besides, for those who have reached the realm of true immortals, seeking insight and advancing further is akin to a mortal aspiring to reach the heavens. A disruption at a critical moment could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially resulting in a self-detonation that would obliterate both the practitioner and the world, rendering any further practice meaningless. While he could not speak for others, Hao Wang was certain of this. At last, Zhou Jun slowly withdrew his hands, and the formation before him erupted with boundless divine light, emanating a pressure that caused all living beings within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. A friend who can inscribe such a formation must rank among the upper echelons of nine-tiered spiritual array grandmasters, Hao Wang remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he witnessed the completion of the formation. However, Zhou Jun, being merely a virtual immortal, could not possibly perceive Hao Wang's silent arrival. Thus, he was startled by the sudden voice from behind, turning to find an elderly man in splendid attire. After dismissing the immortal locking array with a wave of his hand, Zhou Jun composed himself and smiled. Who might you be, esteemed friend, to visit my humble abode at this hour? Zhou Jun remained unfazed by the elder's appearance. For with his capabilities, even if an immortal emperor were to arrive, he would be able to engage. Moreover, the elder had not interfered while he was inscribing the array, indicating a lack of malice. The elderly man chuckled and replied, I am the mountain deity of Hao Wang Mountain. You must be the master of the second-tier immortal sword that shot forth sword energy into the heavens yesterday, am I correct? Although the young man before him likely appeared to be merely a second-tier true immortal, Hao Wang had already regarded Zhou Jun as a peer of considerable strength, given his ability to inscribe the immortal locking array. After all, a master of the ninth-grade spiritual array is highly esteemed, even in the celestial realm, and is sought after by many powers. It is I, for I have the honor of meeting the Heavenly Emperor of Mount Hao. Lihujun slightly cupped his hands in greeting. The Heavenly Emperor of Mount Hao is the foremost among the mountain deities of Qizhou, possessing the cultivation level of a true immortal, of which Lihujun was well aware from his readings in the Qizhou record. Chapter 85. Why not learn something good? Visiting Mr. Li late at night has interrupted his tranquil cultivation. It is the old man who must offer his apologies. The Heavenly Emperor returned the gesture with a smile. After some polite exchanges, the Heavenly Emperor cheerfully inquired, I wonder, with your current level of cultivation, why have you not ascended to the celestial realm? Remaining in the Tianyuan realm must hinder your progress considerably. This question posed a dilemma for Zhou Jun. He indeed yearned to ascend to the celestial realm, yet his abilities did not permit it. I was born in this place, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. This statement implied his deep affection for his homeland and his reluctance to ascend prematurely. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. Cultivators are typically motivated by self-interest, and individuals like this young man, who exhibit both emotion and loyalty, are rare. After all, some cultivators would resort to treachery against even their own kin to break through their realms. For a true immortal, the Tianyuan realm is already deemed useless. Describing it as a place of barren mountains and treacherous waters would not be an exaggeration. Remaining there would only impede their progress, likely leaving them stagnant. Thus, many cultivators, upon overcoming the tribulation, convert their spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy and ascend directly to the celestial realm. Although true immortals who ascend become lower-tier cultivators, those who achieve the great completion are typically proud and ambitious. They firmly believe that even after ascending, they can still showcase their brilliance and reach new heights. As for those true immortals who have completely transformed their spiritual energy into celestial spiritual energy but wish to linger in the lower realm, it is not without its challenges. Yet it is arduous. Firstly, they must evade the golden light that guides ascension to the celestial realm. Secondly, they must contend with the expulsion by the heavenly laws of this realm. Lastly, they face the torment of painstakingly slow cultivation. Since all their spiritual energy has already been converted, Continuing to cultivate in the lower realm requires a significant investment of time to refine the abundant external spiritual energy into a thread of celestial spiritual energy for personal use. A process that is inherently slow. Even if a first-grade true immortal in the lower realm accumulates enough time to nearly break through to the second grade. The expulsion by the heavenly laws means that undergoing tribulation in the lower realm is far more perilous than in the celestial realm. One misstep could lead to oblivion. The heavenly emperor, due to his divinely appointed role, is not subject to expulsion by the heavenly laws of this realm, yet he still experiences the other two challenges. Returning to the topic, when a cultivator avoids the guiding golden light of the celestial realm and relies solely on their own strength to ascend, they will inevitably lag behind others. The guiding golden light aids newly ascended true immortals in refining their celestial bodies. This can be understood as the guiding golden light, a novice-esque gift bestowed upon newly ascended celestial beings from the immortal realm. Those cultivators who have not undergone the baptism of this golden light must temper their celestial bodies for thousands of years to equal the experience conferred by a single encounter with the golden radiance. Thus, most ascended transcendents who have weathered the tribulations of thunderstorm choose to retain the last vestige of their spiritual energy, refraining from its conversion into celestial energy, so as not to miss the golden light's welcoming embrace in the immortal realm. The process of refining one's celestial body is indeed a most arduous endeavor. Mr. Li, devoid of divine office, has nevertheless opted to remain in this realm and is still able to break through to the second rank of true immortals. Such is his spirit and innate talent, which I, an old man, deeply admire. The Emperor Hao, bowing respectfully to Lord Lihujun, expressed that even should Lihujun eventually choose to ascend to the immortal realm, he would only extend his blessings. Moreover, given the talents exhibited by Lihujun, he would surely shine brilliantly even in the immortal realm. Yet, Lihujun found himself quite baffled by the Emperor's sudden admiration, for he was unaware of the profound challenges faced by true immortals who choose to remain in the lower realm for cultivation. Those true immortals who opt to stay are not lacking in intellect. Rather, they are profoundly attached to their emotions. In the Emperor's understanding, it was evident that Lihujun was of the latter disposition, and such individuals are worthy of friendship. The Emperor, being overly polite, was met with Lihujun's gesture to assist him. The Emperor then chuckled. "You are a Grand Master of the 9th rank in spiritual formations and must be no stranger to the game of Go. I find myself yearning for a match. May I solicit your guidance? Go?" Lihujun was momentarily taken aback. He did not know how to play. Beep. Why the panic? You could easily hold your own against him. The system's voice echoed in Lihujun's mind. Are you certain? Lihujun blinked. Beep. Of course. You can achieve a balanced outcome with all things in the world. Then can I match you equally? Lihujun inquired with curiosity. Beep. Certainly. But I could also impose a punishment, compelling you to sing conquer until you are subdued by me. That's excessive. Lihujun's lips twitched. However, with the system's assurance, he felt at ease and smiled at the Emperor. I humbly accept your challenge. I have some knowledge of Go, though I am no expert. You are too modest, please. The Emperor laughed heartily, gesturing as a stone table, 2 stone chairs, and a Go board materialized. Please, Lihujun replied with a smile, as the two took their seats. The Emperor observed Lihujun's lack of intent to play white pieces and seized the initiative, prompting him to say, "Then I shall not hold back." With that, the Emperor made his first move, and the game officially commenced. As the game progressed midway, the Emperor furrowed his brow. The young man opposite him played with seemingly erratic moves. Though he was playing with the black pieces and on the defensive, his placements were expansive and fluid, akin to a soaring dragon, while the Emperor found himself forced into a defensive stance. If this trend continued, the game could only conclude in a draw. In this realm, there exists an unspoken rule in Go. A drawn game is a victory for the black pieces. As the white pieces seized the initiative, they ultimately failed to overcome the black pieces that followed. Observing this, Emperor Hao chuckled heartily and remarked, "I concede defeat. I am truly in awe of your chess skills." "Sir," Lihujun smiled gently in response. "I have lived for many years, yet those who can articulate their thoughts number only a handful, and like-minded individuals are even rarer. Encountering you today is indeed a fortuitous event," Emperor Hao expressed with great enthusiasm. Lihujun replied, "Your words are too flattering, Your Majesty." After a brief pause, he continued, "Might I inquire if you have heard of Guanhai Mountain?" "Guanhai Mountain?" Emperor Hao hesitated slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, "I have indeed heard of that mountain before my slumber. It seems to be a sect of cultivation, though it is said that no true immortals reside within. Given the passage of time, I suspect that sect has long since vanished into obscurity. What of it, Mr. Li? Are you interested in this mountain?" "Not particularly. I merely heard that a hidden realm has been revealed there," Zhou Jun replied with a wry smile. "It used to be a sacred site for cultivation. Yet it seems even Emperor Hao's gaze cannot penetrate its depths. What concern is there for a mere hidden realm? When you next visit Haowang Mountain, I shall surely offer you the finest wine this realm has to offer. Emperor Hao smiled faintly and said, I shall not trouble you further today. Farewell. With that, he departed leisurely while Zhou Jun bowed in farewell. This evening's acquaintance with the deity of the mountain had indeed been an unexpected delight. As Emperor Hao left, Zhou Jun's life returned to its tranquil state. In the ensuing days, Zhou Jun epitomized the essence of laziness, remaining in bed for 3 days without budging. Beep, you were brought here to experience the life of a mortal and temper your heart, not to behave like a sloth. System, your perspective is rather narrow. Sleeping is indeed a part of experiencing mortal life, is it not? And one can traverse wondrous landscapes in dreams, Zhou Jun jested. Beep, how is it that you have become so shameless? Where did you learn this? Do you expect to sleep and reap my rewards without effort? One is influenced by their surroundings, Zhou Jun mused after a moment. Beep, why not learn something better from me? Chapter 86, The Red Lotus Sect. However, during these few days of Zhou Jun's inertia, a tempest brewed in Qizhou. Within the Dao sect, Mu Taiyu convened with numerous mountain lords, all bearing grim expressions. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the emergence of the Red Lotus sect? Mu Taiyu inquired solemnly. One mountain lord scoffed. The audacity of the Red Lotus sect knows no bounds. Do they truly believe they can conquer the vast Jinzhou's vast sword sect, as well as our Dao sect? The foundation of our sect is not something the vast sword sect can compare to. There is a saying, beneath the great Ascension, all are but ants. No matter how many perfected tribulation cultivators there are, they are of no consequence before a great Ascension cultivator, for victory cannot be achieved through mere numbers. The leader of the Red Lotus sect, Lihujun, is said to have reached the realm of true ascendance and is on the verge of ascending to the celestial realm. Among the esteemed elders of our Dao sect, it is uncertain if any remain who have not yet ascended. Considering there has been no news from the Supreme Hall in quite some time, lamented one of the mountain lords. If all the true ascendants of the Dao sect have indeed flown away, we might find ourselves in dire straits. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall bury it in earth, the mountain lord of you.Every remarked. Our Dao sect has dominated the Qingzhou region for so long. How could we fear a mere Red Lotus sect? Seated among the mountain lords, Morong Shui remained largely unfazed. She understood that as long as Zhou Jun was present, the Dao sect would continue to reign over Qizhou. Unless, of course, Zhou Jun were to ascend as well, which would indeed spell trouble. Speaking of which, she pondered where Zhou Jun had wandered off to lately. Lord Sect Master, should we summon the mountain lord of Yunju back? The master of Tailing inquired of Mu Taiyu, considering that Zhou Jun, as a transcendent being, could significantly influence the unfolding battles. No, Mu Taiyu replied solemnly. Let us consider the worst-case scenario. If the Dao sect truly cannot contend with the Red Lotus sect, then the return of the mountain lord would be futile. As long as he lives, our sect shall not face annihilation. Perhaps we should seek assistance from the celestial realm? Suggested one mountain lord. Such thoughts are naive. It is not that simple. The process of sending a message to the celestial realm and awaiting a response can take considerable time, another mountain lord countered. Upon hearing this, the mountain lords turned their gazes towards Mu Taiyu. He spoke with conviction. Today, I shall pay a visit to the Supreme Hall. At his words, the mountain lords steadied themselves, contrasting the tension that permeated the Dao sect. Meanwhile, at the borders of Qingzhou, thousands clad in crimson gathered. These individuals bore white masks, resembling emotionless puppets. It was only when a woman dressed in a red gown, with half her face veiled, descended from the sky that fervor ignited in their eyes. Led by an elder, they all knelt on one knee, their voices resonating in unison. Red Lotus sect, disciples of the Qingzhou Hall, we respectfully welcome our leader. Though the lower half of the woman's face was obscured by red silk, her upper visage was breathtaking enough to be deemed a paragon of beauty, with captivating peach blossom eyes that were truly mesmerizing. This woman was none other than Lihujun, the leader of the Red Lotus sect, who had instilled a sense of impending dread within the Dao sect. Arise, Lihujun said with a light laugh. Thank you, leader. The many disciples of the Red Lotus sect respectfully rose. Elder Chen, how fares the situation in Qingzhou? Lihujun inquired, turning her gaze to the elder from before. The venerable elder is none other than Chun Wuchang, the head of the Red Lotus sect, stationed at the hall in Qingzhou. He is a formidable figure, having nearly reached the realm of true transcendence. With utmost respect, Chen Wuchang remarked, the foremost sect of Qizhou, the Dao sect, continues to operate discreetly as always, remaining aloof from worldly affairs. However, it has birthed a prodigious talent, an exceptional individual who has attained the tribulation stage at the tender age of 40. Oh, who might that be? Lihujun inquired, her interest piqued. A tribulation stage individual at such a young age indeed qualifies as a prodigy if we could win him over. It would be advantageous, and if not, eliminating him would be the best course of action. He is the master of Yunjushan in the Daotian sect. Known as Zhou Jun, Chen Wuchang replied with deference. Is there a portrait of him? Lihujun asked. Certainly. Even within the esteemed Daotian sect, we have our informants. Chen Wuchang replied with a proud smile, gesturing for his subordinates to present Li Zhoujun's portrait. Upon viewing the likeness, Lihujun smiled faintly, remarking, he is indeed a handsome young man. I hope he possesses the wisdom to recognize the situation. I have no desire to crush flowers with ruthless hands. Find out where he is currently located, and if possible, bring him before me. Yes, however, sect leader, there have been numerous encounters among celestial-level experts in Qizhou recently. It is truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Chen Wuchang stated suddenly, his demeanor turning serious. Is that a concern? Would a true immortal care about the lives of mere ants? Moreover, I am now also at the great Ascension stage. Why should I fear them? You.Every replied. Tucking the portrait away, her tone betraying her confidence in her own strength. All hail the sect leader, Chen Wuchang exclaimed upon witnessing her unwavering poise. The scene shifted back to the Soul Mountain. Although Zhou Jun had remained lifeless for 3 days, he had sufficiently recuperated. With a basket slung over his back and a hoe in hand, he ventured up the mountain. Ding, what are you planning to do? Dig a hole to bury you, Zhou Jun replied without hesitation. Ding, what do you mean? I am currently one with you. Are you certain? Then I shall bury myself, Zhou Jun retorted. Ding. Of course, it was merely playful banter between Zhou Jun and the system. With the hoe in hand, he ascended the mountain, intending to gather some wild vegetables and forage for fruits to prepare a fish soup. After all, Zhou Jun never neglected his own appetite. Yet, as Zhou Jun crouched down to pluck a vibrant wild onion by the roadside, a melodious voice called out from behind, Is this Mr. Li? Who are you? Zhou Jun turned, surprised to find a young maiden of delicate beauty, her skin as smooth as jade, dressed simply. I am Ascension. My master has prepared fine wine and requests your presence at Haowang Mountain for a discussion, she said with a gentle smile. Although the young man before her appeared to be an ordinary person foraging for wild vegetables, Ascension understood that anyone worthy of such hospitality from her master was a rarity in the Tianyuan realm. If not a celestial being, then certainly a great scholar of the mortal realm. This young man must be extraordinary. Is your master the Emperor Hao? Lihujun inquired softly. Indeed. Ascension replied with a nod. Please wait a moment, young lady. Since the Emperor Hao has prepared fine wine, it would be remiss of me to arrive empty-handed. I was just about to prepare a fish. I shall bring it along as a side dish, Lihujun remarked with a gentle smile. Very well, Ascension agreed, nodding. Do you require my assistance, sir? How could I impose? Lihujun replied, removing the burden from his back and handing it to Ascension. Please take care of this for me. Of course, Ascension accepted cheerfully. However, at that moment, her expression suddenly turned serious. And with a voice that echoed like a tiger's roar, she commanded, Who dares to disturb me? Step forth. Chapter 87, the wronged master of the Scarlet Lotus fragrance with Ascension's furious outburst, although Lihujun maintained a calm demeanor. The freshly plucked green onion in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp. How could this seemingly gentle maiden suddenly display such ferocity? As her voice faded, several figures clad in red robes and donning white masks emerged from the woods. Young lady, I am the master of Scarlet Lotus fragrance from the Red Lotus sect. My intentions do not concern you. I advise you to depart swiftly. The leader spoke to Ascension with an indifferent tone. Lihujun was momentarily taken aback. If they were not here for Ascension, then their target must be himself. However, he could not fathom when he had offended such a group. Mr. Li is a distinguished guest of my master. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him must first step over my corpse. Ascension huffed coldly, her aura suddenly surging. A majestic figure resembling a white tiger materialized behind her, and an overwhelming malevolence radiated from her being. A perfected tiger immortal? The master of Scarlet Lotus fragrance expressed mild surprise, but soon scoffed. If you refuse to drink the fine wine, you shall taste the bitter dregs. Today, I shall take the Lord of Yunjushan with me. As his words fell, he too unleashed an aura of perfected tribulation, and from his palms emerged a vibrant red lotus flame. The flame was captivating, its power terrifying enough to threaten even the mightiest of mountains. Go. The master of Scarlet Lotus fragrance commanded, hurling the red lotus flame forth. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger-like manifestation behind Ascension opened its massive jaws, releasing a furious bellow that stirred the winds. The minions of the Scarlet Lotus Master could not withstand this tempest and were forced to retreat several steps. Meanwhile, a fine white fuzz appeared on Ascension's face, and her pupils transformed into golden vertical slits. At that moment, The celestial figure behind her unleashed a tremendous force of suction, seemingly intent on devouring the Crimson Lotus. The master of the Crimson Lotus was momentarily taken aback. But soon fury ignited within her. This tiger spirit truly looked down upon others. However, in the next instant, the master of the Crimson Lotus was left utterly astonished. As the Crimson Lotus entered the mouth of the white tiger statue behind Yunjushan, she simply let out a contented belch, smoke wafting from her lips. This left the master of the Crimson Lotus wide-eyed in disbelief. Despite being at the same level of transcending tribulations, the strength of this tiger spirit was alarmingly formidable. Retreat. Recognizing her disadvantage, the master of the Crimson Lotus intended to flee with her subordinates. Yet, how could Yunjushan allow those who sought to harm her guest to escape so easily? With a roar, the celestial figure behind Yunjushan emitted a thunderous bellow, sending visible sound waves crashing into the fleeing Crimson Lotus master and her followers. In an instant, all the members of the Crimson Lotus sect were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies exploding like watermelons upon the sound wave's arrival. The master of the Crimson Lotus, though vomiting blood, did not slow her pace, and in just a few breaths, she vanished from Yunjushan's sight. As the followers of the Crimson Lotus departed, Yunjushan retracted the celestial figure, her expression returning to tranquility. She then turned to Zhou Jun, who appeared calm yet was internally unsettled, and slightly bowed, saying, "Forgive me for the fright, sir. Though the master of the Crimson Lotus has escaped, her primordial spirit has been wounded by my attack and will soon succumb to eternal slumber." At the same time, Yunjushan felt a pang of guilt. She had failed to eliminate all those who offended her guest, allowing one to escape. Had this gentleman intervened, those intruders would have perished countless times in the blink of an eye. Yet, this gentleman's demeanor was so nonchalant that it seemed he scarcely regarded those ruffians. No harm done, Zhou Jun reassured, composing himself with a light chuckle. Nevertheless, he marveled at the prowess of this young lady, Yunjushan, who was evidently a formidable companion of the esteemed emperor. Subsequently, Zhou Jun and the assisting Yunjushan resumed their foraging for wild vegetables, preparing to make fish soup. The mention of the Crimson Lotus sect stirred thoughts in Zhou Jun's mind, yet he could recall nothing of this entity. The Crimson Lotus sect, a branch of the Qingzhou Hall, was situated within a remote mountain range of Qingzhou. Though merely a branch, its scale rivaled that of a large city. Upon the return of the master of the Crimson Lotus to her hall, she collapsed, her vision darkening. Moments later, in the grand hall of the Red Lotus sect, Lihujun sat regally. Chen Wuchang, with a pallid expression, bowed respectfully and reported, "Sect leader, the Lord of the Crimson Lotus has returned, but alas, he was no match for the master of Yunju Mountain. He has sustained grave injuries that have harmed his primordial spirit, rendering him unable to recover. Furthermore, the skilled individuals who accompanied the Lord of the Crimson Lotus have all perished." Upon hearing this, Lihujun was momentarily taken aback, but soon she expressed her admiration. Truly a child of destiny. As her words settled, she continued, "According to the sect's regulations, we must spare no effort in treating the Lord of the Crimson Lotus. As for the fallen disciples, let us assess their families' needs and strive to fulfill them. If there are children of commendable talent, they shall be brought into the Red Lotus sect for cultivation, provided with the finest resources and the most suitable mentors." "Yes, sect leader." Chen Wuchang's eyes gleamed with fervent respect as he bowed deeply to her. In other dark sects, inept disciples would likely face the wrath of their leaders. But not with Lihujun. She understood that this was the opportune moment to win hearts, to let the disciples witness the benevolence of the Red Lotus sect. As long as they exert their utmost efforts, even in failure, they would still be regarded as contributors to the sect. However, should one be found lacking in diligence, they would face consequences far more terrifying than death. Through her combination of grace and authority, the disciples of the Red Lotus sect held a profound sense of belonging. "Go forth," Lihujun finally nodded. "Your subordinate takes his leave." After Chen Wuchang exited, Lihujun's expression turned icy. Were it not for the need to maintain her image among the disciples, she would have been compelled to eliminate the Lord of the Crimson Lotus herself, especially considering the substantial benefits she had provided. Yet her subordinates, inept as they were, had failed to manage even a 40-year-old tribulation survivor. How could she not be infuriated? After all, a 40-year-old tribulation survivor, regardless of their talent, could not possibly have combat experience to rival that of an ancient being who had lived for centuries. Yet, this ancient being had indeed been defeated. Was it not a mark of utter incompetence? If the Lord of the Crimson Lotus were conscious at this moment, he would surely cry out in protest, for it was not Zhou Jun who had bested him, but rather a formidable tribulation tiger spirit. It seemed that an early offensive against the Daodian sect was in order. Lihujun's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed, radiating a chilling glimmer. Meanwhile, Mutayu arrived before a towering gate perched atop a mountain, veiled in clouds and imbued with the marks of time. Chapter 88. You were surrounded by me. This place is the foundation of the Daotian sect. Standing before the gate, Mutaiyu took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he found himself in a grand hall that resembled a miniature world, vast and boundless. The air was thick with spiritual energy, enveloping him in an ethereal ambience, as though he had stepped into a realm of immortals. The environment here, though it may not rival that of the celestial realm, can still be deemed passable for true immortals. The current sect leader of the Daotian sect, Mutaiyu, respectfully greeted the esteemed elders. What troubles have befallen our Daotian sect? A venerable voice echoed throughout the grand hall, its source unseen. In response to the esteemed elder, it is a true ascendant who has crossed the thunder tribulation, Mutaiyu replied with a hint of resignation. Oh, a mere true ascendant dares to offend our Daotian sect? Have we truly fallen to such depths? The elder's voice carried a tone of irritation. Hearing this, Mutaiyu could only smile wryly. After all, a true ascendant is indeed an immortal capable of ascending to higher realms. Ahem, even so. Our Daotian sect has birthed an unparalleled talent. Mutaiyu felt it necessary to redeem the image of the sect in the elder's eyes. Do share. The elder said with keen interest. It is the current master of Yunju Mountain, a thunder tribulation prodigy at the tender age of 40. Mutaiyu spoke with considerable confidence. It must be our Yunju Mountain lineage, the elder replied with evident satisfaction. Mutaiyu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this elder was the legendary Yunju master from millennia ago, Zhen Yunzi? It was said that upon relinquishing his position as the master of Yunju Mountain to enter the supreme hall for seclusion, he had already attained true ascendant cultivation. Now, he must be even more formidable. With that thought, Mutaiyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Where's that young fellow now? Zhen Yunzi inquired. In response to the elder, the master of Yunju Mountain enjoys wandering the seas, and Taiyu is unaware of his current whereabouts. Mutaiyu replied with a resigned smile. Ah, that is not surprising. After all, our Yunju Mountain lineage has always been restless, Zhen Yunzi chuckled. Very well, you may take your leave. When that true ascendant arrives, I shall take action myself. By the way, when that young fellow returns, let him come to see me. Taiyu understood and respectfully took his leave, though he felt a sense of helplessness. The master of Yunju Mountain is now over 40 years old. Yet you still refer to him as a young fellow. As Mutaiyu exited, a voice of immense authority resonated through the hall. A mere true ascendant does not warrant the direct intervention of Zhen Yun. Indeed, a small true ascendant can be extinguished with a mere snap of my fingers. There is no need to trouble Zhen Yun. Another powerful voice followed. There's no need for contention among you. When I declare my involvement, it shall be so. Have these young ones truly believed that the old guardians of Daotian sect, have departed from the world? Zhen Yunzi laughed heartily. With these words, the supreme hall once again fell into tranquility. At this moment, the master of Yunju Mountain was squatting beside a cauldron with a tiger spirit, simmering a fragrant fish soup. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Yunjushan's delicate nose to twitch involuntarily. My goodness, this gentleman's culinary skills are truly exceptional. No, I must resist. Zhou Jun glanced at Yunjushan and chuckled. There is plenty of fish meat inside. It's perfectly acceptable for you to partake. That simply won't do, Yunjushan replied, shaking her head in refusal. Zhou Jun smiled silently, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and selected several pieces of succulent fish, ladling some soup into a bowl before presenting it to Yunjushan. Just take a small taste and see how delicious it is. Reluctantly, after swallowing her saliva, Yunjushan ceased her politeness. Grasping the bowl and devouring the fish and soup with astonishing speed, as if swept away by a whirlwind. Her rapidity was truly remarkable. What was even more striking was her complete disregard for decorum while eating. Yet, upon finishing, she elegantly set down her bowl and wiped her mouth daintily. Was it delicious? Zhou Jun inquired. Yes, it was delightful, Yunjushan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nodded. Very well, let us set off, Zhou Jun said with a smile, waving his hand to collect the entire pot of fish soup and extinguish the fire. He then stood upon the cloud that Yunjushan was riding, embarking towards Haowang Mountain. Meanwhile, as Zhou Jun journeyed towards Haowang Mountain, Lihujun led tens of thousands of elite disciples from the Honglian sect's Qizhou branch towards the Tianzhou. As this vast procession, clad in crimson robes resembling a sea of blood, approached a canyon ahead, Qin Wuchang, the branch leader, could not refrain from addressing Lihujun. Sect leader, logically, the Tianzhou must have received word of our Honglian sect's intention to attack. Yet, our passage has been remarkably smooth. Could it be that they are laying an ambush in the canyon ahead? Lihujun cast a fleeting glance at Qin Wuchang with her peach blossom eyes and replied coolly, in truth, if they were wise, they would remain hidden within their protective mountain formation. At least that would afford them a longer survival. Qin Wuchang, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. The current sect leader had only been in office for 2 years, having descended from the celestial realm for training. It was not surprising that she looked down upon the first major sect of this lower realm. In addition to her somewhat dismissive attitude, her own prowess was on par with, if not superior to, that of her predecessor. Recently, she had led the brothers of the Jiangzhou branch to triumph over the vast Jian sect of Jiangzhou, elevating the Honglian sect to the foremost power in that region. This had further enhanced Lihujun's prestige among the disciples, earning her genuine respect from Chen Wuchang. However, Qingzhou was far more expansive and resource-rich than Jiangzhou, and naturally, it boasted a greater number of formidable practitioners. Although the Tianzong had not produced a great Ascension expert in nearly a century, there had been instances in the past when individuals ascended to the celestial realm with notable frequency. In the depths of his heart, Chen Wuchang could only silently pray, hoping that the esteemed elders of the Daotian sect had ascended to the celestial realm. As he pondered this thought, Liu had already led the disciples of the Crimson Lotus sect into the canyon with great momentum. They encountered no dangers along the way, which relieved Chen Wuchang's anxious heart. However, just as the weight in his chest lifted, an elderly man in gray robes appeared. Seated upon a stone at the end of the canyon, eyes closed in slumber. Though his attire was simple, he was impeccably clean, and his white eyebrows fluttered with an air of ethereal grace. The sudden appearance of this elder caused Liu to furrow her brow, prompting her to signal the Crimson Lotus disciples to halt. "Who are you?" Liu inquired coldly, directing her gaze at the elder. Upon hearing her words, the elder slowly opened his eyes, first regarding Liu, then glancing at the mass of crimson-clad disciples behind her. With a gentle smile and a stroke of his beard, he replied, "Little girl, it is unwise to harbor such a temper at your young age. By the way, I am Yunjushan of the Daotian sect, and you have been encircled by me." Chapter 89. Can't overcome the elder, yet dare to challenge the young? You boast with great audacity, old man, Liu retorted with a cold snort upon hearing Zhen Yunzi's words. I do not possess the same grandiosity as you. Young lady, with your mere true ascendance, do you dare to dream of subduing my Daotian sect? Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, Zhen Yunzi replied with a disdainful snort, ceasing any further idle chatter. With a mere gesture, he transformed his finger into a sword, unleashing a brilliant beam of divine light that morphed into a sword aura spanning the heavens. Third-grade true immortal? How is that possible? As Liu sensed the might of the sword aura, disbelief flooded her once defiant peach blossom eyes. How could a mere realm from the lower world harbor a third-grade true immortal? Run. This was the first thought that surged through Liu's mind. Naturally, she swiftly acted upon it. A jade slip appeared in her hand, which she promptly crushed. In the next moment, just before the colossal sword aura descended, Liu vanished from her position. Chen Wuchang and the other Crimson Lotus disciples stood in stunned silence, watching as Liu abandoned them. "What did you say when we arrived? Why do you turn tail and flee at the first sign of danger?" They felt a deep sense of despair, questioning the worth of their endeavors in this world. Before they could dwell on their thoughts, the immense sword aura had already descended. Boom! As the sword aura struck, it stirred up a tempest of dust, and before Chen Wuchang and the Crimson Lotus disciples could react, their souls were obliterated in an instant. As the dust settled, a chasm spanning dozens of mountain peaks suddenly came into view. Zhen Yunzi stood at the edge of this ravine, his expression grave as he gazed in the direction where Liu had fled, murmuring to himself, "So it is indeed a celestial artifact from the heavenly extremes. Could it be that this fellow has a celestial being backing him? What of it? Even in the realm of immortals, I have my own supporters." With a dismissive snort, Zhen Yunzi flicked his sleeves and departed. However, at the end of this towering chasm stood a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. This individual was none other than the Ghost Monarch. At this moment, the Ghost Monarch beheld the chasm, a mere 0.01 centimeters away from him, and could not help but break into a cold sweat. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to move, to relocate, to escape. Initially, he believed that by moving closer to the Daotian sect and keeping a low profile, he could indulge in a bit of darkness beneath the lamp. Yet now, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Encounters between celestial-level powerhouses were not uncommon. How could he possibly remain here? One day, this painstakingly established Ghost Extreme sect might be obliterated by the aftermath of a celestial battle. This time, I must move far away. The Ghost Monarch resolved firmly in his heart. Meanwhile, in a remote area of Qishou, a phantom clad in red staggered out from the void, landing clumsily on the ground. Upon seeing the half-covered face behind a red veil, it was none other than Liu, who had narrowly escaped from Zhen Yunzi. At this moment, Liu's countenance was utterly disheartened. To think that in such a humble lower realm, she would have to resort to the heavenly grade treasure bestowed by her master. This was indeed a significant loss. The more she pondered, the more unsettled her heart became. Her eyes darkened like turbulent waters. If I cannot contend with your Dao Tian sect's elder, can I not deal with your younger members? The Lord of Yunju Mountain. Is it? In the Soul Mountain, wait until I come for you. At this juncture, Lihujun was reveling in merriment with Emperor Hao. As they exchanged toasts, their conversation flowed freely, imbued with a sense of longing for the missed opportunities of the past. It was not until midnight, when the wine was finished and the fish consumed, that Lihujun rose and smiled at Emperor Hao, saying, "Your wine, esteemed Emperor, is truly a delicacy of the mortal realm, its taste lingering delightfully, evoking endless reminiscence. However, the hour grows late, and I shall not impose further upon you. I shall invite you again for another round another day." Lihujun did not exaggerate Emperor Hao's wine. After merely partaking of it, he felt a slight dizziness, accompanied by a stirring of spiritual energy within him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. In response, Emperor Hao looked at Lihujun with admiration and chuckled, "Haha, Mr. Li. Your capacity for liquor is commendable. However, you are being too modest. Your fish soup is equally a rare delicacy in the mortal realm." The old man remarked that it would be difficult to swallow fish soup made by others next time. As these words fell from the emperor's lips, Lihujun exchanged a glance with him, and they both erupted into hearty laughter, embodying a camaraderie that transcended age. Nearby, Yunjushan observed the scene and offered a faint smile. It was evident that this Mr. Li was no ordinary individual, as he enjoyed such a harmonious rapport with her esteemed master. After all, the wine brewed by the master could scarcely be consumed by anyone besides himself. Not even a true immortal could manage more than 3 cups. Yet, this gentleman had shared in the drinking until the late hours, emptying several casks in the process. From this alone, it was apparent that this seemingly ordinary young man, Mr. Li, possessed cultivation that surely surpassed the realm of true immortals, and of a commendable grade at that. Indeed, one could only speculate that if a tribulation-transcending practitioner were to partake in even a single cup, they would likely collapse, their body ablaze with fiery torment. Do not inquire how Ascension knew this, for she had surreptitiously tasted the master's wine. "Ascension, see Mr. Li for me," the emperor said with a slight smile. However, the hand he had hidden behind his back trembled slightly. He thought to himself, "This Mr. Li's capacity for liquor exceeds even my own. Should we continue drinking, I fear I shall be overwhelmed by my own brew." Was he truly merely a second-grade true immortal? The emperor's heart was rife with questions. "Yes, my lord," Yunjushan replied. Lihujun made no objections, as he too felt somewhat unwell. Had it not been for his ability to match the wine, he would have long since perished from overindulgence. Thus, moderation in drinking is paramount. One must not succumb to excess. The emperor halted, while Lihujun stepped onto the cloud conjured by Yunjushan and bowed with a smile. The emperor returned a gentle smile. Once Lihujun and Yunjushan had departed completely, the emperor, without further ado, inserted his finger into his throat, twisting his face to the side and retching. Moments later, Lihujun and Yunjushan had traversed only halfway to Soul Mountain when an unexpected event unfolded. Before them, in the void, appeared a colossal crimson lotus, obstructing their path. The lotus was resplendent, blood-red as if soaked in blood, hanging in the night sky like a blood moon. Upon this lotus stood a woman clad in a swaying red gown. Her face was veiled in red silk. Yet her gaze was cold and piercing as she fixated upon Lihujun and Yunjushan. "Who goes there?" Yunjushan interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Lihujun, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the woman atop the blood lotus. It was clear that this visitor bore ill intent. Moreover, the aura radiating from her indicated that she was certainly not a practitioner of the tribulation-transcending realm. Observing her attire, it was likely she belonged to the sect of the Crimson Lotus. "Lihujun?" The woman in red seemed to disregard Yunjushan entirely, turning her attention to Lihujun instead, inquiring. It was indeed Li, yet he wondered why his path was obstructed. "What is the meaning of this?" Lihujun inquired, perplexed. "It is you who should remember the one who seeks to end your life today, you.Every." The woman in the crimson dress retorted sharply. Chapter 90. Is this truly the lower realm? you.Every? Lihujun paused in astonishment, unable to recall any offense he had committed against such a woman. Could this be the fabled notion of calamity striking when one is at home? However, before Lihujun could ponder further, the woman named you.Every had already begun her assault. Before him, the colossal blood lotus at her feet began to spin, its petals transforming into fiery projectiles that surged toward Lihujun, ending Yunjushan like a torrential rain of flames. As the overwhelming inferno approached, Yunjushan felt a chill run down her spine. This woman in the red dress was indeed a formidable true ascendant, just as Yunjushan's eyes widened in fear. Believing she would soon meet a fiery end, a gentle breeze swept in, dispelling the suffocating heat. Simultaneously, a figure in azure robes appeared before her. cloaked in a soft wind. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions echoed. To her astonishment, the torrents of fire fell upon the young man before her. Yet he emerged unscathed. Relieved, Yunjushan exhaled and a smile returned to her face. She had nearly forgotten that this gentleman, whom even her own master treated with respect, was a true ascendant. How could anyone hope to challenge him? Meanwhile, after withstanding the onslaught of flames, Zhou Jun's demeanor turned icy as he glared at the woman in the crimson dress. This is excessive, he declared. Yet, You.Every, gazing at the young man who had withstood her most powerful technique, felt a moment of bewilderment. Was this truly the lower realm? It was one thing for that ancient being from the Dao Tian sect to remain unascended. But how could a young disciple in his 40s also be a great ascendant who had survived the tribulation? At that moment, she began to suspect that her master had not merely sent her to the lower realm for training, but rather to experience a humbling defeat. A great ascendant at the age of 40, even in the celestial realm, would be the envy of all factions, attracting resources and beauties alike to draw him into their sect. Yet the more she contemplated, the angrier she became. It was one thing to be outmatched by an ancient figure. She simply could not believe that a native of the celestial realm would be bested by a mere true ascendant from the lower realm. Today, she was determined to sever Zhou Jun's head and present it as a tribute to the Dao Tian sect. With that thought, You.Every resolved to unleash her true power without reservation. She opened her palm, and suddenly, a figure clad in golden armor appeared. However, the armor was damaged, clearly bearing the scars of many battles. Golden-armored deity, seize this wretch's head. A flicker of pain crossed Lihujun's face. The golden-armored deity was a protective talisman bestowed upon her by her master. It had already been employed several times during her time in the celestial realm. Using it again now would likely render it irreparable. After all, even in the presence of Zhun Yunzi, Lihujun had hesitated to utilize this treasure. Yet, in her current state, she was resolute. She could not return to the celestial realm without having subdued this true ascendant born from the impoverished lands of the mortal realm, lest she become the laughingstock of her peers. With this thought, her eyes sharpened like blades, fixated on Zhou Jun. The golden-armored deity transformed into a radiant beam of light, culminating in a towering giant behind her, enveloped in divine golden radiance, as if a god had descended. Though the giant was marred with cracks, it emanated an aura of profound battle experience that was more intimidating than ever. How terrifying! Yunjushan gazed at the towering figure, her complexion paling. Mr. Li, this golden-armored deity has undoubtedly reached the mid-level of the 5th-rank true immortal realm, far beyond the capabilities of our Tianyuan realm. Moreover, this woman in red is likely from the celestial realm as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun nodded. Indeed, such entities cannot be forged within the Tianyuan realm. Die. At that moment, Lihujun let out a thunderous cry. The colossal golden-armored deity raised its enormous hand, descending upon Zhou Jun and Yunjushan with overwhelming force. Yunjushan turned pale at the sight of the descending palm but remained confident that Mr. Li possessed the strength to withstand it. After all, her master had been a 7th-rank true immortal before his slumber, and Mr. Li, being a close friend of her master, surely was not far behind in strength. As Yunjushan contemplated this, Zhou Jun also took action. He raised his arm high, using his finger as a sword. As boundless divine light burst forth from his fingertips, bracing against the giant's descending hand. Crack, crack, crack. The backlash from the golden-armored deity intensified the cracks upon its form. What? Lihujun was instantly shocked by the sight. A 5th-rank true immortal weapon, the golden-armored deity, was actually being halted by this true ascendant from the mortal realm? Could it be that Zhou Jun was not merely a true ascendant but a 5th-rank true immortal? At this realization, Lihujun felt an urge to curse. Jiangzhou seemed relatively normal, but could Qizhou truly just be a mortal realm? Master, did you not deceive me? Not only that, the golden-armored general appeared to be evenly matched with the young man from the mortal realm. However, the cracks adorning the golden-armored general's armor signified an imminent inability to endure any longer. After all, these fissures were irreversible. Each encounter with a formidable opponent of the same realm would only deepen them. Realizing this, You.Every dared not linger in the mortal realm any longer. Her only desire was to return to the celestial realm, for the dangers of the lower world were far too great. With this thought, she cast a pained glance at the golden-armored general and coldly addressed Zhou Jun. I am a true disciple of the golden armor sect from the celestial realm. I have taken note of you. Do not let our paths cross again in the celestial realm, or I shall ensure your dismemberment. With her words hanging in the air, You.Every discarded any thought of the golden-armored general and produced a priceless breakthrough jade slip, shattering it. In the next instant, a swirling vortex materialized before her, drawing her in. Mr. Li, You.Every has escaped, Ai Ying exclaimed urgently. Yet, Jun remained engrossed in his fierce battle with the golden-armored general, unwilling to part ways. Boom. At that moment, a colossal mountain apparition traversed countless distances, descending upon the golden-armored general with the intent to suppress. Observing this, Zhou Jun swiftly dodged aside. A tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by a tremor that shook the heavens and the earth. The once towering golden-armored general was forcefully driven into the ground, its body shattering along the cracks into numerous metallic fragments, revealing the intricate gears and arcane formations within. Zhou Jun was taken aback, realizing this must be the legendary mechanism art. "Thank you, Emperor Hao, for your intervention," he said, offering a slight bow to the mountain apparition. The apparition then transformed into the figure of Emperor Hao, who chuckled while rubbing his nose. "You are too modest, sir. Had you employed the locking immortal great formation, the golden-armored general would have surely been ensnared in an instant. However, it has been many years since I have taken action, and the itch to demonstrate my skills was irresistible, haha." Zhou Jun found himself momentarily speechless. Although the locking immortal great formation could indeed entrap the golden-armored general during their evenly matched struggle, he was yet incapable of summoning a ninth-tier formation with a mere thought. Meanwhile, Ying cast a shocked glance at Zhou Jun, astonished that he could inscribe the locking immortal great formation. This was a formation long thought to be lost to time, said to be beyond the grasp of anyone lacking the utmost talent in spiritual formations, which explained its extinction. The threshold was simply too high. Simultaneously, Emperor Hao smiled at Zhou Jun. "However, it seems you have concealed your status as a 5th-grade true immortal from me, which is simply unacceptable. You shall owe me 3 cups of penalty wine next time." "Of course," Zhou Jun replied. Zhou Jun chuckled softly in response, then turned his gaze towards the direction in which you.Every ran, narrowing his eyes slightly. The Immortal Realm? The Golden Armor Sect? Chapter 91. Late stage of the virtual Immortal Realm. After conversing briefly with Emperor Hao, Zhou Jun returned alone to the thatched cottage on Soul Mountain. His first order of business was to enter seclusion. 3 days later, with the aid of the golden spirit pill bestowed by the system, Zhou Jun successfully broke through to the late stage of the virtual Immortal Realm. At the very moment Zhou Jun achieved this breakthrough, countless cultivators were gathered at Guanhai Mountain on the border of Qizhou. Among them were the Nangong sisters, who had arrived early. Additionally, a figure with a mere foundational cultivation was present, none other than Jiang Xiaobai. Since swiftly advancing from the 5th layer of Qi refinement to foundation establishment, Jiang Xiaobai hastened to this location upon learning of the grand secret realm opening at the Qingzhou border. Even without any major opportunities, merely scavenging would suffice for him to benefit as a foundation establishment cultivator. The Dao Tian sect's powerhouses have arrived. Suddenly, a cultivator in the crowd shouted. 3 ethereal figures appeared in the sky, treading the void. They were the mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect, Morong Shui of Lingshui Mountain, Lu Yin of Wufing Mountain, and Duan Tian Kai of Tianshan Mountain. It was said that the mountain lord Duan Tian Kai, who had been in seclusion a century ago at the peak of the composite body stage, had re-emerged, likely having reached the early or even mid-stage of transcendence. Truly, the Dao Tian sect was formidable. These 3 mountain lords could sweep away numerous forces in Qingzhou. The cultivators on Guanhai Mountain gazed at the trio in the air with immense reverence. Among the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai also took note of their arrival, feeling a twinge of envy and pondering when he might attain such strength. Yet, merely reaching transcendence was far from sufficient. Only by achieving the Great Ascension and ascending to the Immortal Realm could he reunite with Yao Tao. "Do you think the Mountain Lord of Yunji will come here as well?" At that moment, Nangong Shinran gazed at the 3 mountain lords soaring through the air. Unable to contain her curiosity, Nangong Anren sighed in exasperation. "You child, your mind is perpetually occupied with the Mountain Lord of Yunji. Do you know the Mountain Lord of Yunji?" Morong Shui seemed to have overheard the sisters' conversation and, with a swift motion, appeared before them. "Greetings, Mountain Lord Morong." The Nangong sisters bowed respectfully. Morong Shui waved her hand, using her powers to halt their gestures of reverence. No need for such formality. In response to Mountain Lord Morong, "We, the 3 sisters, encountered the Mountain Lord of Yunji a few days ago in a small town called Chongqing," Nangong Anren explained. "I see," Morong Shui said. "The opening of the Guanhai Mountain secret realm is not as straightforward as it seems. You should exercise caution." After speaking, Morong Shui turned to leave. "Sister, it seems you have a formidable rival," Nangong Yuran remarked with a grin. "The master of Lingshui Mountain is clearly interested in the master of Yunjushan." Nangong Shinran, upon hearing this, wore a serious expression. "Indeed, however, I am not one to easily concede." At this moment, Lu Yin and Duan Tianshan had also descended to the ground. Upon seeing Morong Shui return, Lu Yin frowned and said, "We are here to investigate whether that tribulation sea creature is alive." Why concern ourselves with the lives of these insignificant beings? Silence. Morong Shui shot him a cold glance. Lu Yin, sensing the intensity of her gaze, promptly closed his mouth. This fierce woman was not someone he could provoke, even though he had recently broken through to the initial stage of the integration realm. Both of you, remember our mission here. We cannot let infighting occur among ourselves before we have even completed our task, Duan Tianchen interjected, with the master of Tianchen present. Even if the sea creature were alive, it would not escape unscathed, Lu Yin chuckled. Duan Tianchen smiled slightly at this. The so-called sea creatures are, in fact, myriad kinds of spirits dwelling in the ocean. According to the records of the Daotian sect, the demise of Guanhai Mountain was attributed to an attack by these sea creatures. The outcome of the confrontation between the ancestral master of Guanhai and a tribulation stage sea creature remains unknown, but the battleground was the ruins of Guanhai Mountain sect, located within the Guanhai secret realm. It is said that if that tribulation stage sea creature is still alive, Morong Shui and Lu Yin, both in the integration realm, would be of little assistance in exterminating it. Yet, Mu Taiyu still sent them along, primarily for them to observe the battle of tribulation stage beings and gain insight. After all, mere practice is insufficient. Suddenly, the entire Guanhai mountain began to tremble violently. A white light curtain abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes. The secret realm is opening, exclaimed a voice filled with excitement among the cultivators. Shall we proceed? Duan Tianchen smiled. With that, he took the lead and plunged into the passage to the secret realm, with Morong Shui and Lu Yin closely following. The other cultivators dared not rush ahead. After all, the reputation of the Daotian sect was formidable. Moreover, with one tribulation stage and two integration stage cultivators paving the way, their safety was considerably ensured. Only after the three mountain masters of the Daotian sect had completely entered the secret realm did the other cultivators surge forward, eager not to miss the opportunity for fortune. At this moment, the three Nagong sisters also entered the secret realm. Jiang Xiaobai, however, remained unhurried, knowing well that with his cultivation level, he would not be outpaced by anyone inside. Instead, he preferred to enter later and scavenge for opportunities on the periphery. As the gathered cultivators stepped into the secret realm, they were momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before them. A putrid aura assailed their senses. Scattered around were remnants of crumbling structures and desiccated corpses, devoid of moisture. Among these lifeless forms were both ordinary humans and those with the bodies of fish and human hybrids, each presenting a unique and peculiar appearance. Without a doubt, these hybrid corpses were the fabled merfolk, whose scales and other attributes were said to hold substantial value. Additionally, there lay the remains of deceased cultivators, their storage artifacts representing great fortune, potentially containing high-grade elixirs or powerful techniques. Thus, it appeared that the cultivators were less on a quest for fortune and more engaged in a grand act of tomb raiding. The cultivation world is often harsh. Resources are limited and predominantly controlled by powerful sections. For lower-tier cultivators, any chance at cultivation resources is welcome, regardless of their origin. For those with low cultivation levels may not see another day. Duan Tianchen, Morong Shui, and Lu Yin, however, looked down upon the valuables on the corpses and chose to hover in the air instead. At that moment, a compass appeared in Duan Tianchen's hand, specifically designed for locating sea tribes. To find the tribulation sea tribe within this secret realm without the aid of such treasures would be a formidable challenge. Just as Duan Tianchen prepared to cast his spell, an unexpected disturbance arose. The passage through which the cultivators had entered flickered ominously before sealing shut. The entire secret realm began to tremble violently. What was happening? The passage was closed. This sudden turn of events threw the cultivators into disarray. The three Nagong sisters wore serious expressions, but Jiang Xiaobai paid little heed, continuing to scavenge for treasures among the corpses. As the saying goes, the bold feast while the timid starve. If death were to come, then so be it. If he survived, the more treasures he collected now, the closer he would be to the Yao Tao awaiting him in the celestial realm. Jiang Xiaobai was fully aware that his heart was wholly occupied by the image of Yao Tao, a plump beauty who eclipsed all other women in his eyes. However, his actions caught the attention of a nearby youth clad in extravagant attire. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai busily gathering treasures like a diligent bee, the youth smirked coldly. Go on, lad. Take your time collecting for me. Chapter 92. Du Xiao. In the face of this unforeseen upheaval, the gazes of the cultivators converged upon the sky, focusing on the three figures from the Daotian sect. At this moment, however, Duan Tianchen, Morong Shui, and Lu Yin displayed expressions of calm indifference, as if they had anticipated this scene long ago. Yet, when the earth split open, revealing a figure adorned with black scales, crowned by a pair of antlers, possessing a human torso and a serpentine tail, grasping the decaying head of an old man in one massive hand, Dragging the corpse forth from the chasm, their countenances gradually shifted from tranquility to gravity. This entity had already transcended the tribulation, on the verge of transforming into a dragon. How could this be possible? Lihujun inhaled sharply. The scrolls clearly documented that within the secret realm of Guanhai, the most formidable sea demon, Duxiu, was merely a sea serpent in the early stages of tribulation. How could he have crossed the threshold in just a millennium and begun his transformation into a true dragon? This was akin to the existence of a true cultivator among humankind. The process of dragon transformation was equivalent to the metamorphosis of human cultivators' celestial spiritual power. In other words, having survived the tribulation meant shattering the barrier between the mortal and the celestial, with ascension into the realm of immortals merely a matter of time. It was astonishing to think that such a secret realm could harbor a mid-tribulation practitioner. Concurrently, the creature with antlers and a serpentine body fixed its gaze upon Duan Tianqian. Licking its lips, Duan Tianqian's expression turned grave. "You are Duxiu?" "Indeed, that is I," Duxiu replied with a nod and a smile, casually discarding the old man's corpse to the ground. He continued to grin at Duan Tianqian. "Are you surprised that I have reached the dragon transformation stage in just a millennium?" Duan Tianqian remained silent. But as he observed the decaying body of the old man, he began to deduce the truth. The old man's corpse was likely that of the ancestor of Guanhai. It appeared that this ancestor was a being of both human and dragon lineage. Most likely, the ancestor's father was a true dragon, while his mother was human. Duxiu's annihilation of Guanhai Mountain was evidently motivated by a desire for the dragon blood possessed by the ancestor. "It seems you have already deduced it," Duxiu remarked with a grin. His jovial demeanor, however, sent chills down the spines of the gathered cultivators. An elderly cultivator, filled with regret, gazed at his own hands and muttered, "Damn it, truly greedy beyond measure. Others of the dragon lineage, even after transcending the tribulation, undergo a lengthy transformation process. Duxiu clearly intends to use us as sacrificial offerings to expedite his own metamorphosis." "You are quite astute," Duxiu replied, turning his gaze to the speaking elder with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old cultivator's expression paled. Yet, in the next moment, Duxiu's scaled hand reached out, and with a mere grasp, the elder's physical body and primordial spirit exploded into a mist of blood. Duxiu opened his mouth wide, swallowing the swirling blood mist as if it were a feast. This elder was a formidable deity, yet before Duxiu, he could offer no resistance whatsoever. Upon witnessing the scene, the monks were engulfed by despair. "If my conjecture holds true, you three are sent by the Dao Tian sect to eliminate me," Duxiu remarked with a smile as he turned his gaze towards Duan Tianqian and the others. Lihujun, encouraged by the knowledge of his sect's reputation, boldly declared, "Duxiu, our Dao Tian sect possesses a true immortal of high caliber. If you possess any sense, release us. Otherwise, our formidable members will undoubtedly exact vengeance upon you." Duxiu, with a dismissive smirk, replied, "By slaying you all, I shall ascend to the celestial realm. The expanse of the heavens is vast. Even if a true immortal were to appear, what of it? It is laughable. Even if you transform into a dragon, what power do you wield in the lower realm? In the celestial realm, you would merely be a lowly insect." Infuriated, Lihujun, regardless of who Duxiu was resolute in his opposition. "This is the first time I have encountered someone more arrogant than myself. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige." Duxiu's eyes darkened like water, and he raised a hand to strike Lihujun. Lihujun, alarmed, was taken aback. The master of Tianqian Mountain, Shui, could not bear to watch a fellow disciple perish before her. However, before she could act, the master of Tianqian had already summoned his 8th grade life sword to shield Lihujun. With a thunderous crash, the sword, though it absorbed Duxiu's blow, shattered into countless fragments. The master of Tianqian, wounded, coughed blood and was sent flying like a kite with its string severed. Tianqian Mountain Master. Lihujun swiftly moved to catch the fallen Duan Tianqian. "Fear not. I promised the sect master to protect you both. However, I did not anticipate that Duxiu had already transcended the tribulation, reaching the true ascension level. It seems we are doomed today." Duan Tianqian steadied himself, suppressing the turmoil within, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "If I were a woman, I would surely offer myself to you." Lihujun gazed at Duan Tianqian with heartfelt sincerity. Duan Tianqian replied, "What a poignant display of affection. Yet, to withstand my blow and survive despite your tribulation prowess. You are indeed a formidable opponent." Duxiu remarked appreciatively at the severely wounded Duan Tianqian. "Lihujun, let us together hold off this fiend," granting the master of Tianqian Mountain time to recover. Shui's expression was grave. Even knowing it was an act of futility, she steeled herself for the confrontation, believing it better to fight than to await certain doom. "Agreed," Lihujun answered, rising. Despite their differences, the Daotian sect had always united against external threats. However, in the next moment, both Morong Shui and Lu Yin, charging towards Du Xiu, were sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground, gravely injured. Du Xiu gazed mockingly at the two figures that had been sent flying, exclaiming, "Two in the merging stage? I need not even lift a finger. You shall be gravely injured by the rebound of my protective spiritual energy." Meanwhile, the assembled cultivators were engulfed in an overwhelming despair. Even the mightiest among them, the Lord of Tianshan Mountain, was severely wounded under Du Xiu's single palm, his innate treasure shattered. The other two mountain lords in the merging stage were equally defenseless. What could they possibly do? They were destined to become mere prey. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Xiaobai, who had been tirelessly scavenging for cultivation resources, halted his movements, staring vacantly at the sky. Could it be that he was truly to perish here today? He had promised Yao Tao that he would visit her in the celestial realm. And what of his master, who had placed such high hopes in him? It now seemed he had utterly failed to live up to those expectations. In the Soul Mountain, Zhou Jun, who had just broken through to the late stage of the virtual immortal realm, was in good spirits, planning to catch a rabbit for a barbecue. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host disciple Jiang Xiaobai and fellow sect members of Daotian sect are in danger at Guanhai Mountain." Ding! System issues a mission. The strong intervene at critical moments. Mission objective: rescue disciple Jiang Xiaobai and fellow sect members of Daotian sect to gain cultivation in the merging stage. Chapter 93. The Might of a Sword in the Guanhai Secret Realm. Du Xiu glanced at the defenseless trio from Daotian sect, a smirk curling on his lips as he coldly remarked, "The people of Daotian sect are hardly impressive." Hearing this, Lu Yin, enraged, spat blood as he lay on the ground, defiantly pointing at Du Xiu and cursing, "You may insult me, Lu Yin, but to demean my sect is utterly audacious. If you have the courage, go to my sect now and see if my elders will flay you alive." With a swift motion, Du Xiu unleashed a palm strike from afar. Lu Yin's face instantly swelled grotesquely, the curses he attempted to utter reduced to mere muffled sounds. Morong Shui, witnessing this, could not help but smile wryly. Although Lu Yin often regarded others as inferior, he still possessed a sense of honor, refusing to forget his duty to uphold the reputation of his sect even in such dire straits. However, Du Xiu fixated on Lu Yin and slowly spoke, "Silence from you, worthless fool, does not render you immune." With a sinister grin, he continued, "I have suddenly lost the desire to kill you immediately. I wish for you to savor despair slowly." As his words fell, Du Xiu soared into the air, raising his serpent-like tail, which transformed into a massive form hundreds of feet long, crashing down upon the group of cultivators like helpless fish on a chopping board. A resounding boom echoed as dust and flesh flew through the air. Hundreds of cultivators stood no chance beneath that descending tail, unable to even react before being reduced to mere pulp. Among them were cultivators of the Yuan Ying and Huashan realms. Jiang Xiaobai watched in horror as, just a few steps away from him, a beautiful female cultivator was instantly reduced to a puddle of muck. At that moment, his mind was blank. In the face of overwhelming power, concepts like talent, luck, and indomitable spirit were rendered utterly meaningless. "Sister, it seems we are truly destined to perish here. This death is simply too unsightly," Nan Gong Yuan remarked, her delicate face paling as she gazed at the gruesome blood-soaked mire beneath the colossal tail. "You foolish girl. Even as death approaches, you still concern yourself with appearances," Nan Gong Anren replied, amused yet exasperated, unable to deny that her younger sister was indeed rather oblivious. Meanwhile, Du Xiu raised his tail, smeared with the blood of the human race, preparing to strike once more. Under the shadow of that monstrous appendage, Jiang Xiaobai found himself ensnared. "Run." This thought echoed in Jiang Xiaobai's mind. Confronted with the terrifying tail, he felt utterly devoid of the will to resist. Yet, his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, utterly unresponsive to his commands, as if they were not his own. In despair, Jiang Xiaobai closed his eyes. Clang! Just as Du Xiu's massive tail was about to descend, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens and the earth. The cultivators present were all visibly shaken. Du Xiu's eyes widened in terror as he turned to the sky, where a flying sword had suddenly appeared, bathed in divine radiance. The sword emanated an aura so potent that it froze the air around it. Boom! Under the weight of that terrifying sword intent, Du Xiu could not withstand it and was directly slammed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. A second-grade, true immortal artifact. Du Xiu, struggling against his fear and the roaring in his mind, stared incredulously at the sword suspended in the sky. At that moment, a figure clad in a flowing blue robe appeared beside the sword. He appeared to be a delicate scholar, with a countenance as fair as jade. "Master, Lihujun, the Lord of Yunjushan Mountain." Upon seeing this unexpectedly arrived youth, Jiang Xiaobai, Morong Shui, and the Nangong sisters simultaneously displayed expressions of shock, yet felt a sense of relief in their hearts. However, Lihujun paid no heed to their gazes. His starry eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Du Xiu. Sever. Boom. As the command to sever fell, the proud snow sword erupted in dazzling divine light. No, I will not accept this. Despair filled Du Xiu's eyes. He could not reconcile himself with the fact that after lying in wait for 1,000 years and scheming for another 1,000, he was so close to acquiring the blood of countless cultivators, hastening his dragon transformation and preparing to ascend to the immortal realm. Suddenly, a second-tier true immortal emerged, and he could hardly accept this turn of events. Yet, before he could finish his words, a sword light spanning thousands of feet cleaved through the air, slicing through Du Xiu's body. In the wake of that strike, Du Xiu met his demise, his soul annihilated. With his death, the proud snow-flying sword transformed into a stream of light and fled, while the phantom of Zhou Jun began to fade away. Such was the prowess of the master. A single sword stroke sufficed. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the vanishing figure in azure robes, his eyes alight with fervor, admiration, and reverence. This was the master of Yunju Mountain. What? The master of Yunju Mountain has only just transcended the tribulation. Could such a sword strike be wielded by one who has merely crossed the tribulation? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, taken aback by the sheer terror of his innate talent. A true immortal at the age of 40. As the figure continued to dissipate in the sky, all present were filled with astonishment at the terrifying might of the master of Yunju Mountain. Nangong Enrin chuckled wryly, reflecting on the implications of a single sword strike claiming the life of a fellow true immortal. Such power at such a young age was indeed unparalleled in the Tianyuan realm. With a glance, he observed his younger sister, Nangong Shinran, who was entranced by the very spot where the master had appeared, and he sighed inwardly, "Oh dear sister, you are bound to experience the torment of longing." Why did he not even offer a greeting? Murmured Murong Shui with a bitter smile, her resolve to catch up with him growing ever stronger. After all, what would become of her if he ascended to the immortal realm before she could follow? At that moment, Lu Yin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was that truly the master of Yunju Mountain? Indeed, Murong Shui nodded. Lu Yin gasped in astonishment. He had thought Zhou Jun was merely transcending the tribulation. Yet here he was, cleaving through a sea creature on the brink of transformation. If anyone dared to claim that Zhou Jun was simply transcending the tribulation again, he would surely put that person in their place. Cough, cough. Was that individual just now truly our sect's mountain master? Duan Tianchen asked, clutching his chest and coughing. Yes, that was indeed our sect's master of Yunju Mountain, the youngest to hold the title. However, you were in seclusion when he ascended to this position. So it is only natural that you were unaware, Lu Yin enthusiastically informed Duan Tianchen. A second-tier true immortal, truly formidable. Duan Tianchen inhaled deeply. Achieving this rank in the lower realms is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Yet, as he noticed Lu Yan's fervent gaze upon him, he involuntarily swallowed hard and discreetly shifted to the side. This fellow seemed somewhat unhinged. However, with Du Xiu's death, the trio from the Dao Tian sect found their presence there to be futile. After all, the treasures within held no allure for them, and Du Xiu's dragon corpse had been reduced to dust beneath Zhou Jun's sword. Thus, they naturally made their way back home. The surviving cultivators rejoiced, for they could now safely harvest the resources within the secret realm. Meanwhile, outside the Guanhai Mountain's secret domain, a figure in a black robe stood in stunned disbelief, questioning the meaning of existence. Chapter 94, Ghost Lord. Such calamity. The figure was none other than the Ghost Lord, who had recently relocated far from Dao Tian's sect. He had initially thought that he could escape the chaos, retreating to the borders of Qizhou. If he could not provoke them, surely he could evade them. Yet, what was this overwhelming sword intent that shook the very earth? Why was it that wherever he went, celestial-level powerhouses seemed to clash? Oh heavens, how could this be? The Ghost Lord was on the brink of despair. After all, he was a formidable being nearing the tribulation realm. Although distressed, he still had to continue his move. He could hardly believe his misfortune would be so relentless that celestial-level battles would ensue wherever he tread. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task. Ding, the system has issued a reward. Initial stage of the combined body realm. In the Soul Mountain, Zhou Jun listened to the voice of the system echoing in his mind, a smile blooming on his face. Finally, he had reached the combined body realm. It was no small feat in his elevated spirits. Zhou Jun decided against going up the mountain to catch rabbits. Instead, he retrieved his homemade fishing rod from his thatched cottage and began to fish leisurely by the nearby stream. Time flew by. That night, with the system's 6-month task nearing its end, Zhou Jun, still by the stream, stood up and stretched comfortably. It was time to depart. A twinge of reluctance washed over him as he glanced back at the thatched cottage, having lived there for over half a year. To claim he felt no attachment would be a lie. He wondered how that child, Azhua, was faring. Lihujun mused with a smile. As he spoke, Lihujun's figure began to fade, as if he were becoming one with the world itself. With a wave of his hand, he concealed the thatched cottage completely within the void before slowly making his way toward the small village where Azhua resided. Under the cloak of night, as Lihujun approached a house not far away, he could see a faint light flickering through the window. Upon closer inspection, he found Azhua crouching on the ground, holding a piece of black charcoal, scribbling on the earth. Very well, Lihujun nodded in approval. But in the next moment, a look of surprise crossed his face. How could this little one possess a trace of demonic energy? This energy was steadily consuming Azhua's vitality. The hemp rope tends to break at its weakest point, and misfortune invariably seeks out the wretched. Lihujun sighed. This sentiment may appear unjust, yet it is undeniably true. Perhaps out of affection for the child, Lihujun resolved to lend Azhua another hand before departing. Time passed, and a sinister aura emanated from the grass beside Azhua's abode. Lihujun formed a sword gesture with his hands, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the creature. However, in the next moment, a white snake, clutching a mountain chicken in its mouth, slithered out from the forest. The white snake had already attained a level of spiritual awareness, but remained oblivious to the concealed presence of Lihujun. Oh, a look of surprise crossed Lihujun's face. The situation was not as he had anticipated. Little White, you've returned. Azhua seemed to hear the commotion outside, his expression brightening as he stepped out of the house. The white snake gently placed the mountain chicken on the ground and affectionately rubbed its head against Azhua's palm. Lihujun stood at a distance, silently observing this tender exchange without interrupting the boy and the serpent. After a brief moment of play, Azhua earnestly declared, "All right, Little White, we must rest for today. We have lessons to attend to tomorrow. I cannot disappoint my teacher and mother." To Azhua's words, the white snake, displaying a surprising semblance of sentience, nodded in agreement. Azhua then picked up the white snake and returned indoors. Lihujun was left astonished. It was no wonder that Azhua had absorbed the creature's aura. After all, how could one not be influenced by sleeping with a spirit all day? Moments later, the sound of Azhua's snoring filled the room. "Come forth," Lihujun called softly from outside. The white snake, curled in Azhua's embrace, was seized by fear upon hearing the voice. It understood that a powerful being had passed through this place and was summoning it. After casting a glance at Azhua, it descended from the bed and ventured outside. There, it beheld a striking young man clad in a green robe, a gentle smile gracing his lips, seemingly devoid of malice. Wisps of smoke encircled the white snake, which ultimately transformed into an ethereal maiden clad in white. "I am Bai Ling, honored immortal. It is a privilege to meet you." The white-clad maiden addressed Lihujun, her demeanor tinged with trepidation. "What connection do you share with this child?" Lihujun inquired softly, in response to the esteemed immortal. 2 years ago, I engaged in a fierce battle with a toad spirit in the river. In a moment of carelessness, I sustained grave injuries. And it was Azhua who rescued me," the white-clad maiden answered candidly. "Ah, I see." Lihujun nodded slightly, but then shifted the conversation, saying, "Do you not know that humans and demons walk different paths? That you have received a fortunate opportunity to assume human form. You are still merely at the foundational stage and cannot perfectly control your own demonic aura. Staying close to Azhua will only inadvertently endanger him." Upon hearing this, the white-clad maiden's face turned pale, and with a hint of grievance, she replied, I do not wish for that either." "Very well. Considering your heart of gratitude, I shall lend you a hand," Lihujun said with a sudden smile. Assisting a foundational little demon in concealing her demonic aura was within Lihujun's capabilities. He gently tapped Bai Ling's brow, and in an instant, her demonic aura gradually diminished from its intensity until it vanished entirely, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary human. "Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your assistance." Bai Ling exclaimed joyfully upon realizing that her demonic aura had been perfectly concealed, and she instinctively sought to bow in gratitude. However, Lihujun waved his hand to stop her, chuckling, "You possess spirit and commendable potential. Do not be hasty in seeking quick success, lest you stray into the wrong path. Remember my words, haste makes waste. Whether in being human or being a demon, one must tread steadily, step by step. I look forward to your achieving true enlightenment." Bai Ling earnestly vowed to remember the immortal's teachings, nodding in agreement. "Indeed," Lihujun affirmed, casting a glance at the slumbering Azhu. With a mere flick of his index finger, he effortlessly dispelled the lingering demonic aura within Azhu's body. After completing these tasks, Lihujun slowly withdrew his hand and smiled at Bai Ling, saying, "Devote yourself to your cultivation." Without waiting for her response, he turned with his hands clasped behind his back and proceeded towards the direction of Haolong Mountain. As he prepared to depart, He naturally could not forget to bid farewell to that friend, akin to a bond across the years. "Farewell, esteemed immortal," Bai Ling's voice echoed behind him. Her bright, curious eyes watched Lihujun's retreating figure, pondering whether this young man was indeed the gentleman frequently mentioned by Azu. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lihujun's silhouette had vanished from her sight. The prowess of this esteemed immortal is truly formidable, Bai Ling thought, taking a sharp breath. Thankfully, this senior is reasonable. Otherwise, with a mere thought, I could have perished countless times. Chapter 95. Return to the heavenly sect. When Zhou Jun arrived at the foot of Haowang Mountain, he was confronted by a massive stone lion that spoke, "Mortal, Haowang Mountain is not a place for you. Depart at once." Zhou Jun paused in surprise. His eyes filled with curiosity, wondering when Haowang had acquired such a creation. "Stone lion, do not be insolent. Mr. Li is a dear friend of the master." Just then, Yunjushan stepped forward and offered a slight bow to Zhou Jun, saying, "Please do not take offense. This stone lion is merely a trinket I fashioned out of boredom a few days ago." "Not a problem," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. After a meticulous examination of the stone lion, Zhou Jun remarked, "I perceive that within this stone lion, intricate formations have been carved. Some of these formations are open to optimization. For instance, the driving formation possesses several areas ripe for enhancement." As Zhou Jun elaborated, Yunjushan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Apart from her cultivation, she devoted herself to the study of spiritual formations and had now attained the status of a 7th-tier formation master. Concurrently, she reflected within herself, acknowledging that Mr. Li, being a 9th-tier grandmaster of formations, spoke with remarkable precision, imparting invaluable insights to her. The stone lion, listening to the discourse about the formations within its being, trembled slightly. After a while, as Zhou Jun concluded his explanation, Yunjushan, her eyes filled with reverence, bowed and expressed, "I am deeply grateful for your guidance, Mr. Li. May I trouble you in the future to seek further enlightenment on spiritual formations?" Zhou Jun smiled warmly and replied, "I shall be departing from Soul Mountain tomorrow." "Ah?" Yunjushan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that Zhou Jun was leaving. Feeling an unexpected pang of reluctance, she sensed that Mr. Li exuded an aura that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Proximity to him naturally instilled a sense of tranquility, making time seem to slow. This sensation, in Zhou Jun's own words, could be described as the aura of a salted fish. "Are you truly leaving, sir?" At that moment, Emperor Hao also approached Zhou Jun and Yunjushan. In truth, he had arrived earlier but refrained from interrupting their discussion on spiritual formations. Upon hearing of Zhou Jun's impending departure, he could not help but step forward. "Yes, I must depart," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. "As cultivators, we should traverse the winds, journeying thousands of miles, beholding the vast landscapes and indulging in the beauty of this world, experiencing the splendor of existence. Indeed, you embody a certain elegance." Emperor Hao laughed heartily. Yunjushan, observing Mr. Li's banner with the esteemed elder, found her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. What woman could resist the allure of such a man, whose visage was as refined as jade and whose wisdom was profound? "Sir, I have an old friend residing in the southern continent, known as the Purple Cloud Taoist. He wishes to ascend, yet plans to hold a Tao gathering at Purple Cloud Mountain before his ascension, sharing his cultivation insights with the beings of the southern continent. I understand that with your profound abilities, you may not find this necessary. However, it would be a splendid opportunity for you to witness the Purple Cloud Taoist ascension, which could serve as preparation for the future," Emperor Hao suggested with a smile. "Ding, the system has issued a quest. Observe the true immortal's ascension. Upon completion, the host shall receive rewards." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Jun, filled with admiration, clasped his hands in respect towards Emperor Hao and said, "Your esteemed friend possesses indeed a grand vision. I am in awe. With that in mind, I too wish to behold the true countenance of this Purple Cloud Taoist." Ha ha! If Ziyun Ruo were aware of the existence of such a gentleman and had the opportunity to attend his discourse, she would undoubtedly feel immensely honored. The Emperor of the Heavens chuckled. "This gathering will take place in a month, and I shall also venture to Ziyun Mountain. Then we shall meet at Ziyun Mountain," replied Zhou Jun with a smile. "Please wait, Emperor." "Very well," nodded the Emperor. "Take care, sir." As Zhou Jun took his leave, the Emperor beamed at Yunjushan and remarked, "What is it, my dear? Have you developed an affection for Mr. Li?" Yunjushan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she remained silent. Whether one engages in virtuous deeds or mischief, one must possess the courage to pursue one's desires. "Shall I assist you in a few days by rendering Mr. Li unconscious and escorting him to your chamber?" The Emperor jested. Yunjushan was momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. The old gentleman truly was audacious. "I was merely jesting," the Emperor chuckled. "A young lady should not remain unclaimed." Over the years, the emperor had cherished Yunjushan as if she were his granddaughter. Meanwhile, as Zhou Jun departed from the emperor's mountain, he unexpectedly sneezed. Feeling somewhat perplexed, he realized that although he was merely at the combined body stage, he had long transcended the realm of illness. How could he suddenly sneeze? Could it be that someone harbored ill intentions towards him? At that moment, the system issued a notification. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the task rolling in the red dust. Ding, the system grants a reward of mid-stage combined body cultivation. Ding, the system grants a reward of the Pride of Snow Flying Sword, upgraded to a 3rd grade true immortal artifact. Ding, the system grants a reward of 100 million top-tier spirit stones. As the system's notifications concluded, even the indifferent Zhou Jun could not help but gasp in astonishment. System, you are truly generous, Zhou Jun exclaimed. Ding, please show more respect towards the system in the future. As long as the funds are sufficient, everything else is irrelevant, Zhou Jun replied with a cheerful demeanor. With that, he began his journey back to the Taoist Heaven sect. After half a year away, he wondered how the 2 young girls had progressed in their cultivation. By midday, Zhou Jun returned to Yunju Mountain. At this moment, Lu Jining and Su Nen were both in seclusion. However, Zhou Jun's formidable spiritual sense allowed him to detect that both had successfully transcended the foundation establishment stage. Why had they departed without even a word during the How High Secret Realm? Just as Zhou Jun felt a sense of satisfaction, a gentle voice echoed from behind him. Ah, it is Master Murong. How did you know I had returned? Zhou Jun greeted the visitor with a warm smile. The 9 virtual celestial flood dragons you nurture are usually quite tranquil, yet today they seem unusually excited, Murong Shui observed. Oh, you are quite observant, Zhou Jun replied in surprise. After all, you have saved me time and again. Murong Shui blinked and remarked in a half-joking tone, perhaps I should offer myself in gratitude. That sounds delightful, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Are you not jesting? Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback. I am quite serious, Zhou Jun chuckled lightly. After all, how could one resist such a beauty as the master of Murong Mountain, unless they were a eunuch? Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Murong Shui's face. Just as she was about to respond, she said, All right, I was only joking. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Zhou Jun assumed that she found him frivolous. As her face was now tinged with anger, he shrugged and laughed. Goodness, are you dancing around the issue? Murong Shui felt a surge of frustration. Wanting to bite Zhou Jun in exasperation, thinking to herself, I was about to agree. Meanwhile, the esteemed True Cloud, the master of Cloud Residence Mountain, had returned. I shall summon him to meet you, said Mu Taiyu respectfully to True Yunzi. No need for that. This young man is actually a 2nd grade true immortal. I must meet this remarkable lad in person. Our lineage from Cloud Residence Mountain has produced a truly extraordinary talent, True Yunzi replied. A satisfied smile gracing his face as he tidied his hair and attire. A few figures, hidden within the void of the hall and awakening from a long slumber, observed True Yunzi's pleased demeanor with a mix of envy and irritation. Yet, they had no choice but to accept the prowess of the younger generation from Cloud Residence. As they contemplated, these figures, resembling deities or demons, silently calculated. Could it be that their own descendants were also concealing their true abilities? It seemed they would need to find a suitable time to interrogate and extract the truth from these youngsters. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable for a prestigious sect to descend into mediocrity. Chapter 96, The Invasion of the Sea Tribe on Cloud Residence Mountain. Murong Shui restrained the throbbing veins on her forehead and softly inquired of Zhou Jun, How long do you plan to stay this time? I will leave shortly. I must make a trip to the southern continent, Zhou Jun replied. Is it so soon? Murong Shui's expression faltered, a hint of disappointment creeping into her heart. Is it absolutely necessary? Yes, it is unavoidable, Zhou Jun nodded with a gentle smile. Very well, Murong Shui conceded. Feeling disheartened as she had hoped Zhou Jun would linger a while longer during this visit, Zhou Jun remarked, It's about time for me to depart. Take care. The journey to the southern continent from the eastern continent is quite long, Murong Shui reminded him with concern. Rest assured, Zhou Jun replied with a light laugh. Subsequently, he transmitted 2 soul imprints into the bodies of Lu Jinyang and Su Nan, who were in closed-door cultivation, before taking his leave from the heavenly sect. He mounted his flying sword and soared into the wind. Murong Shui, with her beautiful eyes, gazed longingly in the direction Zhou Jun had departed. At that moment, True Yunzi also appeared on Cloud Residence Mountain. I pay my respects to the esteemed master. Murong Shui bowed respectfully upon the arrival of the visitor. Jin Yunzi nodded and inquired, Where is Lord Zhou? Murong Shui offered a wry smile, replying, The master of Yunju Mountain has just departed, and you have arrived right after. Jin Yunzi paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, yet he soon chuckled. A true man aspires to distant horizons, indeed. Meanwhile, after leaving the sect, Zhou Jun hastened towards the coastal city of Linhai at the borders of Qingzhou. It is well known that vast oceans separate the continents, fraught with hidden perils. The ocean has existed for eons, and one can never predict the creatures lurking beneath its surface. Thus, there are two means to traverse this immense sea. The first is to attain the tribulation realm, soaring over the ocean through one's own strength. However, even upon reaching such heights, one is still susceptible to unforeseen calamities. The second method is to embark on a large ship stationed at the docks of the city. These vessels are the product of collaboration among numerous 8th-grade artisans, and their construction is costly. They possess defenses formidable enough to withstand numerous attacks from entities below the Great Ascension level. With a month remaining until the teachings of the Ziyun Taoist, time is not of the essence for Lihujun. He intends to sail across, also seizing the opportunity to witness the vastness of the ocean. Upon arriving at the northern gate of Linhai City, he observed the towering walls, reaching hundreds of feet into the sky, a magnificent feat of craftsmanship. The rulers of Linhai City belong to an ancient clan known as the Xia family, who have held the position of city lord for millennia, their foundation remarkably deep. While not on par with the Daotian sect, they are certainly capable of eclipsing the majority of sects and families across Qingzhou. Notably, their ancestor is a true immortal who ascended to the celestial realm, a testament to the Xia family's enduring dominance over Linhai City. As Zhou Jun crossed the lofty walls and entered Linhai City, he noticed the bustling crowd comprised of individuals of considerable strength, each possessing at least the golden core or nascent soul cultivation levels. After all, those arriving in this city are preparing for intercontinental journeys. Without a modicum of power, who would dare venture such distances? Furthermore, he observed several soldiers clad in azure armor, moving in groups through the streets of Linhai City. These warriors had all achieved golden core cultivation, evidently part of the city lord's military. Their duties extended beyond maintaining order within the city. They also faced the sea tribes at the southern gate. Historically, the human and sea tribes have been at odds, with the latter launching incursions against Linhai City annually, a conflict that has persisted since the city's inception. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. The entire city of Linhai trembled violently. Zhou Jun's expression grew serious. The Sea Clan is attacking. You must swiftly seek refuge. On the streets, armored soldiers clad in azure issued a commanding voice to the cultivators. Zhou Jun, swept along with the crowd, entered a tall building. How long do you think the city lord of Xia will take to repel this invasion from the Sea Clan? If I recall correctly, the current city lord of Linhai, Xia Wenjing, is an exceptionally gifted woman, merely 111 years of age, with perfected tribulation realm cultivation. In all of Qizhou, only the master of Daotian sect, Yunju, could possibly overshadow her. My friend, you are quite misinformed. The master of Yunju does not merely surpass the city lord of Xia. A close friend of mine once entered the Haiguan Mountain secret realm at another border of Qizhou and witnessed Yunju master slay a sea serpent demon on the verge of transformation into a true dragon with a single stroke. That serpent was practically equivalent to a true dragon. Is it true? A sea serpent on the brink of becoming a dragon? Does that not imply an existence comparable to a true deity? Could it be that the Yunju master has already attained true immortality? The Daotian sect is indeed formidable. A young mountain master holds the power of a true immortal. Who knows what ancient beings might dwell within their ranks? Within the tall building, the cultivators did not seem overly concerned about the Sea Clan's incursion. After all, Linhai had battled the Sea Clan for so long without a single defeat. Thus, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Zhou Jun listened quietly to their praises, remaining silent. After all, who does not enjoy hearing compliments? However, after a while, he grew weary of the flattery. Sometimes, the higher one is elevated, the harder one may fall. This was a lesson Zhou Jun had learned through his struggles in his past life. There is a saying, wealth in the deep mountains has distant relatives. Poverty in the bustling city is met with indifference. This sentiment holds true in the world of cultivation as well. When one's cultivation surpasses others, many seek to curry favor, hoping to cling to one's success. Yet, when one is merely an ordinary cultivator, who truly cares for one's existence? Thus, Zhou Jun closed his eyes, extending his consciousness outward, intending to observe the situation at the southern gate of Linhai. As his awareness soared above the city, he beheld a towering wave crashing relentlessly against the southern city walls. Remarkably, Linhai's fortifications appeared nearly indestructible. Even when confronted with multiple colossal waves, they stood resolute. Moreover, among the soldiers on the city wall stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in a flowing white robe, her countenance as cold as ice. Even in the face of towering waves, she maintained an unperturbed demeanor, her eyes and brows radiating an unparalleled tranquility. This woman was none other than Xia Wenjing. the lord of Linhai City. Observing the relentless surging of the waves, she inquired of a nearby soldier, "Have the ships at the dock been retrieved?" "Rest assured, my lord. The ships were withdrawn before the maritime creatures launched their assault," the soldier replied. Xiao Wenjing nodded, her calm gaze shifting to the ceaseless tumult of the ocean below, her expression gradually sharpening. The soldier beside her, a seasoned warrior, could not help but shiver in response to the fierce aura emanating from his lord. Simultaneously, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Historically, attacks by the sea creatures on Linhai City followed a certain pattern, yet this time it had come as a complete surprise. The historical records of Linhai City indicated that such occurrences typically signified the emergence of an extraordinarily powerful entity from the sea tribe. Although Linhai City had never faced defeat, it had not escaped unscathed. Several past lords had perished at the hands of the sea creatures during their tribulations, with the Xia family ultimately rallying their last resources to repel the invaders. This battle promised to be arduous, and one could only speculate how many cultivators would fall. Finally, the 100-foot waves receded, only to be replaced by an endless throng of shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the beach and in the shallows. The shrimp soldiers, adorned with crimson heads yet resembling humans below the neck, were clad in black armor and wielded long spears. The crab generals, distinguished by their crab-like heads and similarly clad in black armor, brandished powerful pincers. "Release the arrows." At the moment the shrimp soldiers and crab generals appeared, Xiao Wenjing issued her command. Instantly, a torrential rain of arrows descended from the southern city wall of Linhai City, enveloping the advancing sea creatures below. Within moments, anguished cries echoed across the beach as numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals fell. However, despite the casualties, an unending wave of these creatures continued to surge forth. Standing atop the city wall, Xiao Wenjing surveyed the grim scene below, yet showed no inclination to engage. After all, her true adversaries were not these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but the formidable sea demons yet to make their appearance. Below, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals charged forward fearlessly, but their efforts proved futile. The bodies that fell within this brief span could easily form a wall. This was the first time the soldiers atop the city wall encountered such a scenario. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forward recklessly, as if devoid of reason, instilling a sense of unease. Suddenly, a colossal wave erupted from the ocean, and a gigantic figure with wings and 9 serpent heads emerged, roaring as it ascended. This transformed into a young man, his skin tinged with green, his forehead adorned with azure scales, and clad in golden armor. It was the true embodiment of the 9-headed serpent monarch. Upon witnessing his arrival, the soldiers gasped in astonishment. Was he the 9-headed serpent monarch located far away on the 9-serpent island? How could he suddenly appear here? Could it be for the sake of the city lord? After all, it was rumored that the 9-headed serpent monarch had an insatiable fondness for beautiful women, having fathered offspring with women of various races and even with mouse spirits. Naturally, their city lord was a paragon of beauty, undeniably so. It was no wonder that the sea tribes had failed to conquer the coastal city for millennia. Seeing this today, one could indeed appreciate their formidable prowess. Meanwhile, the 9-headed serpent monarch hovered in the void. Observing the shrimp soldiers and crab generals succumbing to the rain of arrows, a faint smile gracing his green visage. The lives of these soldiers seemed insignificant to him, akin to mere dust. Summer Wenjing, watching the sudden appearance of the 9-headed serpent monarch, felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. The emergence of a true embodiment was something even the mightiest coastal city could not withstand. Simultaneously, the monarch's gaze fell upon Summer Wenjing, standing atop the city wall. As his scarlet tongue flicked across his lips, "I have long heard that the lord of coastal city is a rare beauty, endowed with extraordinary talent. The rumors hold true." "This is indeed a delightful surprise," he remarked. Upon hearing the monarch's words, Summer Wenjing's expression turned grave. "City Lord Summer," he continued with a casual tone, "you have 2 choices. Open the city gates and joyfully welcome me as my little wife, or I shall personally breach these gates and slaughter every soul within coastal city." Such delusions, Summer Wenjing thought, narrowing her eyes. Should she open the gates, she would become a traitor to the human race of Qizhou, sealing the fate of her beloved coastal city. The soldiers on the city walls roared in defiance. Zhou Jun, observing the unfolding events, felt a surge of respect for Summer Wenjing, the tribulation crossing cultivator. Were it not for the existence of coastal city, perhaps the sea tribes would have already invaded Qizhou. The reason the citizens of Qingzhou could live without fear of the sea tribes' encroachments was due to these fortresses along the borders, tirelessly standing guard to keep the sea tribes at bay. As the saying goes, in places unseen, there are those who bear the weight for you. Xiaokui hastened to seek assistance from the powerful beings of Daotian's sect. Inform them that the Hydra Lord of the Sea Tribe is on the verge of breaching Linhai City, commanded Xiao Wenjing, turning to a nearby armored soldier. "No, I am at the fusion realm and can contribute in this battle. Thus, I shall remain and share the fate of Linhai City. Xia Kuei resolutely rejected Xia Wenjing's order without a second thought. You foolish wretch, Xia Wenjing chided. Precisely because you are at the fusion realm, you must swiftly seek aid from Daodian's sect. This is not the time for heroics. You bear not only the safety of Linhai City upon your shoulders, but also the well-being of countless lives across Qizhou. Depart at once. City Master. I have stated my intent. I shall not leave. Xia Kuei took a deep breath and clasped his fist towards Xia Wenjing. I understand your position. The Hydra Lord gazed at Xia Wenjing with a hint of pity and then scoffed. I had thought you, City Master Xia, to be a person of wisdom. Yet it appears you are merely obstinate. Do not blame me for being ruthless. As his words fell, the Hydra Lord swept his hand vigorously, and the ocean beneath him surged into towering waves, resembling a great beast ready to devour the hundreds of feet tall walls of Linhai City. Though the Hydra Lord was fond of beauty, he would not defy the orders of that great figure for the sake of a woman. Otherwise, his own fate would be far worse than death. Ding! System has issued a quest. Repel the Sea Tribe. Safeguard the peace of Qingzhou. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in Li Zhoujuan's mind. Perfect. I was just about to take action. He chuckled lightly, pointing his finger. The Yaoxiue flying sword shot forth with a swift whistle, soaring into the heavens. Outside Linhai City, the Hydra Lord beheld the massive waves he had conjured, poised to engulf the city, and burst into laughter. Such a diminutive Linhai City, lacking even a true ascendant, how could it possibly withstand my powers? All shall perish. At this sight, despair consumed Xia Wenjing. Could it be that the Linhai City, which had withstood for a millennium, was destined to fall by her hand? She was unwilling to accept this fate. Yet, in the face of a true ascendant, even though she was but a step away from that realm, the chasm between them was insurmountable, a divide between the mortal and the celestial, an unbridgeable chasm. Meanwhile, the gathered cultivators within Linhai City sensed the impending doom. A true ascendant from the Sea Tribe had arrived. Damn, how could I be so unfortunate? The cultivators, even within the city, could witness the towering waves, threatening to engulf all of Linhai City. Moreover, the waves were teeming with countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It was easy to imagine the devastation that would ensue when the waves crashed down. The entire coastal city is destined to be transformed from a haven into a hell on earth by the Sea Tribe. Just at that moment, a flying sword descended from the heavens. The Serpent King, You.Every, along with countless cultivators and sea creatures, gazed upwards in awe at the approaching sword. Chapter 98. Devourer of the Sea Demons. The sword hovered high above, its intent sweeping across the land and suppressing the heavens. The colossal tidal wave conjured by the Serpent King, towering thousands of feet high, dissipated like a deflated balloon under the overwhelming might of the sword's aura. How could a third-grade true immortal weapon possess such power? The Serpent King's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the sword in the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee into the depths of the sea. However, just as he descended a few feet, the celestial sword vibrated and unleashed a blinding beam of sword light. The Serpent King turned back, witnessing the approaching brilliance, his face etched with unwillingness and despair. He bellowed, "Old man Tuanhai, how dare you deceive me into believing that the strongest in this coastal city is merely at the tribulation stage? I curse you, you old whale, to bear no offspring." As his words fell, the sword light struck him. As a true strongman, the Serpent King found himself utterly defenseless against the terrifying sword light, which shattered his body in an instant. Third-grade true immortal weapon. There is a third-grade true immortal nearby. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, seeing the demise of the Serpent King and the presence of a human third-grade true immortal, turned pale with fear and fled frantically into the sea, desperate to escape the sword's wrath. A third-grade true immortal has arrived in our coastal city? Xia Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the immortal's presence, today would surely have marked the end of the coastal city. Haha. I thought these shrimp soldiers and crab generals would be unafraid. On the city walls of the southern part of coastal city, the soldiers laughed heartily at the sight of the chaotic retreat of the sea creatures. With a third-grade true immortal among us, we have survived. The cultivators within the city wept tears of joy. Yet, before their tense nerves could relax, a sudden anomaly occurred. Beneath the fleeing shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the sea surface erupted, revealing a gigantic maw, as if a chasm had opened. In an instant, as that enormous mouth breached the water's surface, it unleashed a deluge of water, swallowing innumerable shrimp soldiers and crab generals whole. The remaining soldiers stood frozen in terror, bewildered by the sight. What on earth is happening? On the city walls, the soldiers were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the Serpent King had been nothing more than a mere child in comparison to this unknown entity. He is a fifth-grade true immortal, the legendary giant whale that achieved immortality, residing in the depths of the sea as the swallowing sea demon lord. On Xiao Wenjing's face, despair was etched deeply. Even though there exists a third-grade true immortal in the city, they are far from being a match for the fifth-grade true immortal, the swallowing sea demon lord. Upon hearing this, the crowd also turned pale, even succumbing to despair. To them, a fifth-grade true immortal was akin to a truth beyond question. Meanwhile, concealed among the throngs and the tall buildings of the city, Zhou Jun, upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the swallowing sea demon lord, could not help but furrow his brow. He quietly vanished into the crowd, only to reappear in the skies above Linghai City, alongside the proud snow-flying sword. Initially, the proud snow-flying sword faced the fifth-grade true immortal with a hint of unease, its blade trembling slightly. After all, the sword possessed its own spirit. It was only natural to feel such trepidation when confronted with an existence vastly superior in power. Yet, if Zhou Jun commanded it to engage, it would do so without hesitation, even at the risk of shattering its blade. However, Zhou Jun would never allow such a fate. With his arrival, the proud snow-flying sword regained its composure, for its master was a being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with formidable immortal lords. At the same time, Xiao Wenjing and the myriad beings of Linghai City gazed at the figure clad in azure robes in the sky, momentarily lost in astonishment. The Lord of Cloud Residence. That figure is the Lord of Cloud Residence. Some cultivators in the city recognized Zhou Jun. The Lord of Cloud Residence is actually a third-grade true immortal. My heavens! Having thought that, at just over 40, achieving first-grade true immortal status was already extraordinary, they were astonished to discover he was a third-grade true immortal. Such terrifying talent! If he were to ascend to the immortal realm now, would he not already surpass the true immortals? Gazing at the figure standing gracefully in the void, the cultivators in the city revealed expressions of disbelief. After all, a third-grade true immortal at just over 40 years of age would be unmatched even among peers in the immortal realm. Not to mention, he attained this rank while cultivating in the lower realm. Who could possibly achieve such a feat? This was clearly the mark of a prodigy. The Lord of Cloud Residence is indeed a third-grade true immortal. Xiao Wenjing looked at the magnificent figure in the sky, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She had initially believed that this Lord of Cloud Residence, having transcended tribulation at the age of 40, was merely benefiting from the resources of his sect. Thus, she felt confident that had she been endowed with similar resources from a young age, she too could break through and transcend tribulation before the age of 100. However, upon witnessing the reality, it became clear that this was not the case. Which sect could possibly nurture a third-grade true immortal solely through resources? It was evident that he truly possessed unparalleled talent, leaving her feeling as though she could only watch in awe from the sidelines. What does it matter if the Lord of Cloud Residence is a third-grade true immortal? The sea-devouring demon lord has existed for countless millennia, possessing the formidable cultivation of a fifth-grade true immortal. With merely a gaping maw, it can devour innumerable shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Perhaps only the mountain deity of Howang Mountain could subdue this sea-devouring demon lord, a resigned cultivator remarked. Upon hearing this, the crowd awakened from their stupor regarding the astonishing talent of the Lord of Cloud Residence. Indeed, a third-grade true immortal facing a fifth-grade true immortal is akin to an ant confronting an elephant. Simultaneously, a dazzling divine radiance erupted upon the sea, blinding the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as numerous cultivators from Linghai City. When the divine light dissipated, an elder clad in black robes, with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage, appeared upon the surface of the sea. Was this elder the human form of the sea-devouring demon lord? Xiao Wen silently pondered as she gazed at the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, the elder, with a smile upon his face, regarded Zhou Jun. I have calculated the time, place, and people involved, yet I did not foresee that the nine-headed bug would encounter such misfortune, facing a third-grade true immortal. However, encountering me is no stroke of luck either. Is that so? Zhou Jun chuckled lightly, his thoughts shifting as he sheathed the you.Every flying sword. After all, against a fifth-grade true immortal, even the you.Every flying sword would be of little use. What? The Lord of Cloud Residence has sheathed his sword. Does he intend to engage in close combat? The crowd murmured in disbelief. The physical prowess of demonkind surpasses that of humanity, and the sea-devouring demon lord, being akin to a colossal whale, possesses extraordinary strength that ranks among the fifth-grade true immortals, nearly rivaling that of divine beasts such as the Kuanping and True Dragon. Witnessing Zhou Jun's act of sheathing his sword, the cultivators expressed their confusion. The sea-devouring demon lord, equally perplexed by Zhou Jun's actions, soon smiled faintly. What? Do you plan to concede? Concede? Zhou Jun shook his head, chuckling softly. Perhaps, but how can one win without trying? The sea-devouring demon lord paused for a moment, then replied with a chuckle, I find myself beginning to appreciate you. Perhaps, in a different time and place, we could sit down over tea and become lifelong friends. Alas, there is no perhaps in this world. Zhou Jun sighed lightly. Perhaps if I were in a different system, I might have directly become an immortal emperor by now. Indeed, there is no perhaps in this world. Today, I shall assuredly annihilate Linhai City and ascend to Qishou, declared the sea-devouring demon lord, nodding. As his words fell, his expression shifted, fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhou Jun. Those who obstruct me shall perish. With this proclamation, the once calm sea beneath him surged violently, conjuring towering waves. A terrifying pressure suddenly engulfed the surroundings, leaving both the struggling shrimp soldiers and crab generals amidst the waves, as well as the cultivators atop the city walls of Linhai, trembling on the verge of kneeling. However, in the next moment, a gentle spring breeze unexpectedly lifted the cultivators of Linhai. A fifth-grade true immortal. How could this be possible? Simultaneously, the cultivators gazed in awe at the young man standing serenely in the void, feeling his aura ascend to a level comparable to the sea-swallowing demon sovereign. The master of cloud residence was indeed a fifth-grade true immortal. This world is utterly insane. It was previously believed that the master of cloud residence, having cultivated to a third-grade true immortal by the age of 40, was unparalleled in history. Yet he turned out to be a fifth-grade true immortal, which was simply astonishing. At this moment, the cultivators looked at the striking figure in the elegant azure robe, standing aloof in the air, and found their throats parched, unable to articulate their shock. Xiao Wenjing looked at Zhou Jun with a bitter smile. It was not merely a distance they could not reach, but akin to trying to catch up to 1,000 horses in vain. You are a fifth-grade true immortal? The sea-swallowing demon sovereign also gazed at Zhou Jun with a perplexed expression. Yes, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the sea-swallowing demon sovereign's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. He had sought to ascend Qishou because there had been frequent clashes among powerful immortal beings above. Based on his experience, it was highly likely that some incredible opportunity had arisen there. Otherwise, these ancient beings would not have intervened so often. Thus, he had lured the Hydra Lord, who was thousands of miles away, to investigate. That said, facing a third-grade true immortal, he could easily suppress them with a mere wave of his hand. However, confronting a fifth-grade true immortal, the sea-swallowing demon sovereign was reluctant to engage. After all, they were both fifth-grade true immortals. Should a conflict arise, even without a fight to the death, both would suffer greatly. A single misstep could obliterate years of hard-earned cultivation. Even if he survived, what if he were gravely injured and subsequently picked off by those 6 brothers in the deep sea? He would be at a tremendous loss. With this thought in mind, the sea-swallowing demon sovereign had already resolved to flee. Ding, system task updated. Changing repulsed the Sea Clan to pursue the sea-swallowing demon sovereign for 10 days and nights. The system's voice echoed in Zhou Jun's mind. System. This is personal vengeance. Zhou Jun blinked, clearly aware that the system was displeased with his earlier hypothetical example. Ding, the system has developed a strong bond with the host. The host's hypothetical has saddened the system. Zhou Jun was rendered speechless, unable to counter. Ding, host, do not be dazed, the sea-swallowing demon sovereign is fleeing. Pursue quickly. At that moment, the sea-swallowing demon sovereign had no intention of entangling with Zhou Jun and turned to escape into the sea. But just as his head was about to plunge beneath the waves, one of his ankles was firmly grasped by a powerful hand. To violate my Qishou and think to depart so easily? Such a notion is utterly absurd. Zhou Jun chuckled, exerting force with the hand that clutched the ankle of the sea-devouring demon lord, pulling him from the depths of the ocean. The sea-devouring demon lord hastily gathered celestial energy at his feet, breaking free from Zhou Jun's grasp, and glared at him in a mix of anger and embarrassment, saying, "Young man, do not overstep your bounds. My reluctance to engage is not out of fear, but a desire to avoid mutual destruction. Those who offend my Qingzhou shall face retribution, no matter how distant." Zhou Jun let out a light laugh, raising his fist and striking towards the sea-devouring demon lord. Boom. The force of Zhou Jun's punch was comparable to thunderclaps. What seemed like an ordinary blow generated winds so fierce that they obliterated countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals. To contest with me in physical strength? Preposterous. The sea-devouring demon lord felt insulted as Zhou Jun approached with a mere fist. After all, his pride lay in his physical prowess. Once, in the first realm of true immortals, a foolish human immortal dared to confront him in a contest of strength, and now that immortal's remains lay beneath the sea, transformed into an island. As Zhou Jun's punch drew near, the sea-devouring demon lord ceased to hold back, raising his own fist to counter Zhou Jun's strike. Boom. At the moment their fists collided, the entire realm trembled, and the ocean swayed violently, as if disturbed by a cup of water. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals were obliterated in an instant. Unlike Zhou Jun, who devoted a portion of his energy to protect the coastal city, the sea-devouring demon lord regarded the shrimp soldiers and crab generals as mere refuse, easily replaced by summoning new ones with a flick of his wrist. The physical strength of the Lord of Cloud residents was astonishingly on par with that of the sea-devouring demon lord. Hiss. Such physical fortitude must be akin to that of a walking fifth-tier true immortal artifact. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing Zhou Jun's equal footing with the sea-devouring demon lord, gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they had swallowed eggs. Not only the cultivators, but even the sea-devouring demon lord himself stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This individual, who did not employ any mystical techniques, could match him in strength? Friend, even if we were to engage in battle, what would it matter if a victor were declared? Regardless of who wins, there is no advantage to be gained. The sea-devouring demon lord, recognizing Zhou Jun's formidable nature, sought to counsel him against further conflict. Those who offend my Qingzhou shall face retribution, no matter how distant. Zhou Jun retorted, delivering yet another punch. I fear you not. The sea-swallowing demon lord, in a fit of rage, unleashed a mighty punch, causing the earth to tremble and the seas to roar. Yet, as expected, neither party emerged victorious. At this rate, it would take them 10 days and nights of relentless combat to determine a victor. Why not part amicably for the sake of mutual well-being? Observing that he could not best Zhou Jun, the sea-swallowing demon lord continued to plead with reason. However, Zhou Jun retorted with fierce resolve, declaring, "Those who dare to trespass upon Qizhou shall face inevitable retribution." He raised his hand and struck once more. "You impertinent fool!" the demon lord exclaimed, unable to contain his fury. The tranquility cultivated over millennia shattered in an instant. Chapter 100, Arrival at the Southern Continent with a resounding clash. Zhou Jun and the sea-swallowing demon lord collided again, their strikes resonating with earth-shattering force. In the next moment, both were sent reeling backward, each propelled several dozen steps away. Undoubtedly, this exchange resulted in a stalemate, with neither yielding an inch. The sea-swallowing demon lord's expression darkened. Witnessing the youth rallying once again to charge forth, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. How could one be so stubborn? Knowing full well that neither could overpower the other, engaging in a battle that would lead to mutual destruction benefited no one, cursing the impetuous youth under his breath. The demon lord chose to disengage and vanished into the depths of the sea. Yet, Zhou Jun would not allow him to escape unscathed. After all, aside from the system's mandate to pursue the demon lord for 10 days, there was wisdom in the saying, strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. Thus, Zhou Jun followed closely behind, diving into the ocean's embrace. Before long, the cultivators atop the city walls of Linhai witnessed columns of water surging skyward, transforming the sea into a tumultuous battleground. Am I seeing this correctly? The Lord of Cloud-dwelling Mountain is actually pursuing the sea-swallowing demon lord. How intense must the battle beneath the waves be? The onlookers gasped in awe, unable to suppress their amazement at the churning sea. I shall not share the heavens with you. Those who transgress upon Qizhou shall face inevitable retribution. As the sounds from beneath the surface gradually faded, the ocean began to settle, leaving the gathered cultivators in a state of astonishment. Had the crisis of a fifth-grade true immortal been averted so swiftly? 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Lord of Cloud-dwelling Mountain, only in his 40s, had attained the rank of fifth-grade true immortal, and his pursuit of the sea-swallowing demon lord had swept across the entire Qingzhou continent, centered around Linhai City, like a tempest. Storytellers, embellishing the tale, transformed it into a captivating narrative that echoed through the tea-houses and taverns of Qizhou, earning resounding applause from many. Upon learning of this event, the Dao Tian sect was equally taken aback, their members in a state of collective shock. In the Taishang Hall, Zhen Yunzi erupted into hearty laughter each day, much to the discomfort of those present. However, they were powerless to respond, for he had a formidable junior to rely upon. Had they possessed such a powerful prodigy, their laughter would surely have surpassed Zhen Yunzi's. Within the tailing hall, Morong Shui fixated on the life tablet of Zhou Jun, her eyes unblinking. The Lord of Tailing approached, his expression tinged with helplessness as he gently advised, Morong Mountain Master. You have been staring at the life tablet of the cloud-dwelling Mountain Master for 3 days and nights. It is nearly impossible for someone of his caliber, having achieved the 5th rank of true immortal by the tender age of 40, to act recklessly. If he dared to pursue the ocean-devouring demon lord, he most likely possesses the means to handle the situation. Moreover, should anything untoward happen to the cloud-dwelling Mountain Master, I shall inform you without delay. Thank you. I shall wait a while longer, Morong Shui replied softly. The tailing lord shook his head, feeling a twinge of envy for the cloud-dwelling Mountain Master, whose extraordinary talent overshadowed all his peers and even some older generations. Furthermore, he had the affection of a woman as enchanting as Murong Shui. Indeed, exceptional and handsome individuals tend to attract the admiration of beautiful women wherever they go. Meanwhile, amidst the vast, desolate sea, the ocean-devouring demon lord cowered behind a rocky outcrop, cautiously peeking out. Once he confirmed that no one pursued him, he finally exhaled in relief, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. 10 days. That reckless youth chased me relentlessly for 10 days and nights. He pursued me from the shore into the deep sea, covering a distance that could circle Qizhou thrice. He's finally gone. I have resolved never to return to Qingzhou. If I encounter that impetuous young man again, I would surely face another 10 days of relentless pursuit. The very thought filled the ocean-devouring demon lord with dismay. Fortunately, his strength was on par with the youth's, and despite his desperate flight, he had suffered no significant injuries. On the other side, having completed the arduous task of pursuing the ocean-devouring demon lord for 10 days and nights, Zhou Jun emerged from the sea. Ding, congratulations, host. On completing the task, ding, the system grants a reward of post-merge cultivation realm. Receiving the system's reward, Zhou Jun's mindset remained largely unchanged. Considering he had just chased a 5th-rank true immortal. Once he confirmed his bearings, he decided against returning to Qizhou, instead directing his frosty snow sword southwards towards Nanzhou. After Zhou Jun's departure, beneath the seabed of this marine expanse, lay a large hole that had recently been dug and partially filled. A figure clad in black robes stood dazedly within the cavity. This individual is none other than the Demon Lord. What a calamity! The Demon Lord, on the verge of tears yet unable to shed them, wore a face contorted like a withered flower. Can you believe he traversed from the Qingzhou continent, battling fiercely for his life, only to relocate to the depths of the ocean, where he still encountered a celestial-level powerhouse? As if that were not enough, the sheer force of their confrontation sent tremors throughout the entire sea realm. The freshly excavated cave, where he intended to construct a palace, was reduced to ruins in an instant. Unable to remain in the Qingzhou region, he resolved to move to the southern continent, a staggering distance of 100,000 leagues from Qizhou. Even if it cost him his life, he would perish on the path of relocation. The Demon Lord clenched his teeth, increasingly resolute in his determination. He could not fathom the possibility of encountering celestial beings in the southern continent. Just as the Demon Lord contemplated his next move, Zhou Jun had already soared on his flying sword, arriving in the southern continent. The vast plains and rich resources of the southern continent rivaled those of Qizhou. Naturally, the formidable beings present there were no fewer than those in Qizhou, which also implied a fair share of formidable adversaries. Upon his arrival, Zhou Jun retracted his flying sword. With approximately 20 days until the lecture by the Ziyun Taoist, he felt no urgency and decided to leisurely explore the mountains and rivers. With such intentions, Zhou Jun ventured into the town to procure a general map of the southern continent. As it was his initial visit, he deemed it essential to familiarize himself with the routes of the region. Otherwise, if he were to lose his way before finding Ziyun Mountain, it would be a source of great embarrassment. After committing the map to memory, Zhou Jun strolled along, stopping intermittently, until he came upon a mountain range adorned with lush, dense forests. Mortals, my young master invites you to accompany us. Just as Zhou Jun was about to step into the mountain range, he was met with the proud voice of a young lady behind him. Startled, he turned to see a girl clad in a blue and white dress alongside a striking young man in opulent attire. The girl possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while the elegantly dressed youth had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The one who spoke was the girl in the blue and white dress. Zhou Jun smiled and replied, "Miss, were you calling for me? Are there others besides the 3 of us here?" The girl, brimming with pride, retorted, "Is there anyone else here but us?" She cast a regretful glance at Zhou Jun, lamenting that although he possessed the visage of a jade crown, he was merely immortal. "Thank you both for your kind invitation, but I am accustomed to traveling alone." Zhou Jun politely declined with a smile. "Know your place and be silent." The young girl in the blue and white dress, upon hearing Zhou Jun's refusal, instantly furrowed her brow and glared, ready to scold him. However, she was interrupted by a well-dressed young man beside her. "My dear friend, this mountain range is vast and teeming with spirits and creatures. I observe that you possess no cultivation. It would be prudent for you to accompany us for mutual protection," he said to Zhou Jun with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I believe it is unnecessary," Zhou Jun replied lightly, seemingly unfazed by the girl's earlier hostility. It was akin to standing atop a great mountain, surveying the picturesque landscape below. One would hardly concern themselves with the chatter of those beneath. "Should you insist on this course, then I can only wish you a safe journey," the young man remarked regretfully. With a slight smile, Zhou Jun turned and stepped into the mountains. "My lord, Why show such courtesy to a mere mortal? The girl inquired perplexedly after Zhou Jun departed, looking at the young man, surnamed Lu. Lu responded with a smile, Yuxiang. Do you truly believe that those who appear ordinary are merely that? The my Lu family may be considered a prominent clan in Baiguan City. In the grand scheme of the southern continent, we are but a larger frog in a small well. There are countless beings in this world capable of obliterating an entire city with a mere wave of their hand. These existences are beyond our reach. Only when you ascend to a higher realm will they reveal themselves. Much like in those remote villages, the common folk regard us as immortals, unaware that in the eyes of powerful cultivators, we are no different from them. I have learned much, Yuxiang replied, though inwardly she scoffed, clearly skeptical that such powerful beings could ever appear in this desolate place. After all, one might assume that those strong enough would simply soar over, lacking interest in lingering here. Come, let us hasten our journey so as not to miss the lecture by the celestial Zhou Jun. The teachings of a true immortal can greatly elevate the realms of us lower-tier cultivators, the young man urged. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun strolled leisurely through the woods. His intention was to enjoy the scenery rather than provoke trouble or tease the wild spirits. Thus, he employed his abilities to conceal his presence, ensuring that even those of the same cultivation level passing by remained oblivious to him. This was also aided by the system's enhancement of concealment. After wandering through the forest for a while, he discovered an abundance of game, such as mountain chickens. Would it not be a shame to forego such an opportunity for a delightful meal? Moments later, Lihujun set up a grill in the forest, roasting a plucked mountain chicken that crackled and sizzled as the juices dripped. Indeed, the breeze in the mountains was just right, allowing one to leisurely enjoy the tranquility of life. With a smile adorning his face, Lihujun tended to the chicken by the fire. Suddenly, he cast a surprised glance in a particular direction, as if his gaze could pierce through 1,000 miles of void. He beheld a man and a woman, being pursued by a pair of blood-red-eyed demonic wolves. The duo was none other than the young man and his servant, clad in splendid attire, whom Lihujun had encountered before entering the mountains. Although they were in a dire predicament now, Lihujun could not help but feel a chuckle rising within him. However, the direction in which they fled was precisely towards his location. Alas, in light of the previous kindness shown by the young man of the Lu family, he decided to lend a hand. Lihujun chuckled softly to himself. Of course, another reason loomed. He did not wish to be disturbed by the duo. He plucked a vibrant green leaf from nearby and tossed it towards the demonic wolves. With a swift whoosh, the leaf landed accurately at the creature's front paw, its tip embedding itself in the soil. This sight startled the wolf, causing its fur to bristle, its tail to tuck, and it emitted a whimper before hastily retreating. Thank you, esteemed expert, for your timely rescue, exclaimed Lu Wanshu. We are grateful for your intervention. Both he and the maid, Yuxiang, expressed, aware that a powerful figure had come to their aid, and they promptly bowed in respect towards the void. Yet, no response came. Lu Wanshu sighed with a rueful smile. It seems the expert prefers to remain hidden. Let us take our leave. Indeed, Yuxiang quickly nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed. Only 3 days remained until the Taoist of Purple Clouds would begin his teachings at Purple Cloud Mountain. Lihujun, however, was already leisurely making his way there. Having settled into an inn at the mountain's base, numerous newly established inns dotted the area, evidently a result of individuals recognizing the opportunity to profit from this occasion. By chance, while sipping tea on the first floor of this inn, Lihujun encountered two familiar faces once again, Lu Wanshu and his maid, Yuxiang. Brother, what a pleasure to see you again. I presume you have come to listen to the teachings of the Immortal of Purple Clouds as well. Lu Wanshu greeted Lihujun with a smile. Indeed, Lihujun nodded, lifting his teacup to savor a sip of the warm tea, grinning as he spoke. It is rather amusing. Fortunately, you did not accompany me. The moment Yuxiang and I entered the mountains, we were chased by a demonic wolf. Had it not been for the intervention of that esteemed expert, we would not be standing before you now. Lu Wanshu expressed his astonishment, quietly sizing up Lihujun as he spoke. Clearly, he believes that the extraordinary person who saved him that day is likely the young man before him. After all, the young man's ability to emerge unscathed from the mountains and appear here speaks volumes. However, it is unfortunate that Zhou Jun remains remarkably composed, smiling as he says, "This indicates that both of you are destined to survive. Shall we sit down for a drink?" "No, we have just arrived here. It is best for us to rest first," replied Lu Wanshu, understanding that the young man was merely engaging in pleasantries. Very well, Lihujun nodded. He watched as Lu Wanshu and his servant departed, and he reflected, judging by the young man's demeanor, he is destined for greatness. Yet, that is a matter for the future. The world is rife with uncertainties, and who can truly predict? 3 days flew by swiftly, and it was time for the teachings of the Ziyun Taoist. Lihujun found himself rather indifferent to the content of the discourse. He merely wished to witness the spectacle of Ascension. It was early morning when he was the first to step out of the inn, only to see numerous cultivators surging from both sides and other ends, hastily making their way to Zhou Jun Mountain. Were it not for the 3 prohibitions set forth by the Zhou Jun Taoist, no soaring through the air, no ascending at night, and no engaging in combat, there is no doubt they would be fighting fiercely on the mountain for a mere spot to rest. Yet, Lihujun calmly proceeded with the throng. At that moment, a formidable pressure descended from the sky. Many cultivators changed their expressions, looking up to see an elderly man clad in resplendent robes. With the appearance of this elderly figure, a hearty laughter echoed from Zhou Jun Mountain. "Ha! How long? I have finally awaited your arrival." Chapter 102. The Zhou Jun Teachings Indeed. It has been a separation of 10,000 years. Upon our reunion, you are already prepared for ascension to the celestial realm. Hao Wang looked at the suddenly appearing elder in purple robes, smiling as he spoke. Is that the mountain god of Hao Wang from Qizhou? To witness the true forms of 2 immortals is a fulfillment of my life. The cultivators gazed at the 2 figures standing majestically in the air, conversing amiably, and felt a deep sense of awe. Were it not for the imminent ascension of the Zhou Jun Taoist, who would impart teachings to the masses, they would likely spend their entire lives without ever encountering such celestial beings. Ah, Mr. Li, you remain as unassuming as ever. At that moment, Hao Wang noticed Zhou Jun concealed within the crowd and could not help but chuckle. There is no escaping the extraordinary, otherworldly aura that Zhou Jun exudes, making it difficult for anyone to overlook him. You jest, Hao Wang. I merely follow the lead of the host, replied Zhou Jun modestly. Lihujun smiled and, upon being recognized by the Emperor Hao, ceased to be coy. With a swift motion, he appeared before the esteemed purple cloud real person and the Emperor, offering a slight bow and a smile as he said, I am honored to meet the purple cloud real person. I have long heard from Emperor Hao of your desire to impart wisdom to the masses, for which I hold the utmost admiration. This is Master Li, a grand master of spiritual formations and my dear friend, the Emperor introduced with a beaming smile. Ha ha ha, it is an immense privilege for me, a humble practitioner, to have the great Master Li witness my teachings, said the purple cloud real person, returning the gesture with a bow. The 3 engaged in light-hearted conversation, while below, the multitude of cultivators erupted in astonishment. A grand master of 9th grade spiritual formations? Another true immortal has emerged? The appearance of 3 true immortals before so many practitioners is a momentous occasion, surely destined to be recorded in the annals of Southern Continent history. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Yu Xiang's face turned pale as she gazed at Li Zhouwen, who stood poised in midair. This seemingly ordinary young man, aside from his handsome appearance, was actually a true immortal? The more she pondered, the more she wished to disappear into the ground. After all, she had previously spoken with audacity to this true immortal. It was fortunate that he had not taken her words to heart, otherwise, she might not even know how she would meet her demise. At this moment, her back was drenched in cold sweat. She never anticipated that he was a true immortal as well. Lu Weishu observed the lively conversation between Li Zhouwen and the Emperor, his expression turning into a rueful smile. What a pity, he thought, for not seizing the opportunity earlier. Had he performed better at that moment, perhaps this true immortal might have granted him a fortuitous chance. Meanwhile, the purple cloud real person addressed the Emperor and Li Zhouwen, saying, Please, allow me to guide you. Please, both Li Zhouwen and Emperor Hao replied in unison, following the purple cloud real person to the summit of Purple Cloud Mountain. At the peak, there lay an expansive open plain. My humble abode may lack grandeur. I hope you will not find it wanting, the purple cloud real person said with a wry smile. Do not concern yourself with us, my friend. Master Li and I shall simply observe from the side, the Emperor replied with a grin. Indeed, the Emperor speaks wisely, Li Zhouwen added with a nod. Thank you. The purple cloud real person said, bowing to both Li Zhouwen and the Emperor. He then approached the edge of the mountain peak, and with a flourish, enveloped himself in the profound laws of the true immortal. A towering, violet-hued figure manifested, resembling a celestial being that reached toward the heavens. The entire purple cloud mountain appeared dwarfed before this manifestation, barely reaching its knee. Simultaneously, the purple cloud real person became one with this celestial form, controlling it as he sat in meditation. Even so, the celestial form still loomed above the entire purple cloud mountain. To think that this old fellow, Zhou Jun, has made a breakthrough over the course of 10,000 years, ascending from the 1st tier to the 5th tier of true immortals. It is no wonder he seeks to ascend to the celestial realm, for the transition from the 5th to the 6th tier signifies a qualitative transformation, and the tribulations of thunder become increasingly perilous. However, the fact that he is cultivated to the 5th tier of true immortals in the mortal realm, even without the purification of golden light, and is poised to break through the barriers to ascend, will undoubtedly attract the attention of various sects in the celestial realm, eager to claim him as their own. The Emperor Hao gazed at the immense manifestation of law, which seemed to herald the descent of a divine being. Inside with emotion, Lihujun, being merely a cultivator at the integration stage, had only a rudimentary understanding of the realm of true immortals and merely nodded in agreement. At that moment, Emperor Hao turned to Lihujun with a smile and remarked, "Mr. Li, as a fellow fifth-tier true immortal without a divine position, with your innate talent, it should not be overly difficult for you to cultivate to the sixth tier in the mortal realm. However, the tribulation of thunder is fraught with danger. My advice would be to ascend to the celestial realm sooner rather than later. Otherwise, should I lose a dear friend, it would surely grieve me. It should be soon." Lihujun replied with a smile. He too yearned to ascend to the celestial realm and behold the fabled world above. Yet, he was still merely at the integration stage. "By the way, what of that girl, Shan?" Lihujun inquired. "Ah, that girl is preparing to break through to the true transcendence and is currently in seclusion." Emperor Hao replied with a beaming smile. "Now I understand," Lihujun acknowledged. Meanwhile, the cultivators climbing halfway up the mountain were already awestruck by the towering manifestation of law, which resembled a deity descending from the heavens, leaving them speechless. Is this truly the manifestation of a true immortal? One can only imagine that even a mere flick of a finger could obliterate 100 mountain peaks. The gathered cultivators gazed upward at the awe-inspiring sight, their throats involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. As they pressed onward, striving to secure a position closer to the summit, the entire Zhou Jun mountain, along with the surrounding peaks, was teeming with countless beings. Among them were not only humans, but also members of the demon race. Some demons had not even taken on human forms. Yet they sat on the ground, gazing in reverence at the towering manifestation of law. Even natural adversaries, such as sheep and wolves, cats and mice, coexisted harmoniously, seated together. Moreover, in the void outside Zhou Jun mountain, many formidable cultivators undergoing tribulations in the integration stage, and those returning to the void were seated in contemplation. Though one could not traverse the skies above Zhou Jun mountain, they settled for the next best option, listening to the teachings from outside, allowing them to behold the visage of true immortals and hear their discourses. Such a spectacle, one could surmise, had drawn nearly all of southern continent as cultivators to Zhou Jun mountain, save for those sequestered in their own closed-door training. Emperor Hao surveyed the gathering of beings with a slight smile, exclaiming, "The allure of true immortals is indeed formidable." "Indeed. Such a magnificent scene is a first for me as well," Lihujun agreed with a nod. The path of the true immortal at the moment when Lihujun and Emperor Hao were engaged in conversation. The celestial sound of Zhou law of heaven and earth resonated like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating within the hearts of all living beings. The multitude gathered on Zhou Jun mountain gradually quieted their minds, immersing themselves in the profound atmosphere, as Zhou reached a state of eloquence. The sky was awash with purple mist, and golden lotuses emerged from the earth, transforming Zhou Jun mountain into an ethereal realm. Observing this, Lihujun too calmed his mind, beginning to listen attentively to Zhou teachings. Emperor Hao, witnessing this, smiled gently, refraining from interrupting. Instead, he extended his consciousness outward, surveying the surroundings to guard against any opportunistic attacks from the likes of the Sixth Elder. Chapter 103. The Sixth Elder of the Immortal Realm. Time swiftly passed. In 3 days elapsed. The voice of Zhou gradually tapered off, yet its echoes lingered on, resonating endlessly. The assembled beings on Zhou Jun mountain remained entranced, reluctant to awaken. However, Lihujun was the first to regain his awareness, having already acquired his own insights into the realm of true immortals. "Haha, Mr. Li, what are your thoughts?" Emperor Hao inquired with a beaming smile upon seeing Lihujun come to. "I have gained considerable understanding," Lihujun replied with a light smile. Indeed, indeed." Emperor Hao praised warmly. As a fellow fifth-grade true immortal, Lihujun's willingness to set aside pride and listen to another's discourse exemplified his humility and eagerness to learn. After all, it is rare for those of the same immortal caliber to acknowledge that another's path may surpass their own, let alone to humbly seek knowledge. Meanwhile, Zhou began preparations to shatter the barriers of the world and ascend to the immortal realm. He was seen rising from his seated position, his law of heaven and earth gradually taking form as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the heavens. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Zhou colossal fist, entwined in purple mist, struck the void, seemingly colliding with some kind of barrier. Instantly, the entire cosmos trembled. The beings gathered in the southern continent were jolted awake by this commotion. The immortal Zhou Jun is preparing to ascend. The crowd of living beings gazed at this spectacle with immense excitement. To witness a true immortal ascend to the celestial realm was, for them, a monumental opportunity. In tandem, Zhou unleashed a second punch, causing the heavens and earth to shudder once more. Following this, he delivered a third, fourth, and fifth punch in succession. Is the barrier of the immortal realm truly so formidable? Zhou Jun mused in astonishment, for Yunjushan was indeed a fifth-grade true immortal. The Emperor of the Heavens chuckled without the slightest hint of surprise. If a true immortal misses the golden light's guidance to the immortal realm, ascending through one's own strength becomes exceedingly arduous. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Brother Ziyun will surely breach the barriers of the immortal realm within 10 strikes. As his words echoed, Ziyun the true immortal unleashed his 10th punch. In the void, a colossal rift materialized, releasing an extraordinarily pure stream of spiritual energy. It was the essence of immortal spirit power. A well-versed cultivator immediately recognized the energy spilling forth from the rift and exclaimed with uncontainable joy. If they could absorb even a fraction of this immortal spirit power, many among them, who had reached a standstill in their cultivation, might achieve a breakthrough on the spot. Furthermore, others gazed fervently at the rift, for beyond it lay the fabled immortal realm, replete with opportunities and treasures of heaven and earth. Yet, they hesitated to rush forward. First, there was Ziyun the true immortal present. Charging ahead would be tantamount to seeking death. Second, within the immortal realm, the concentration of immortal spirit power was immense. Cultivators who were not native to that realm, if they ventured in recklessly, would likely meet a fatal end, overwhelmed by the surging energy similar to the effects of altitude sickness. Farewell, esteemed ones, Ziyun the true immortal said, turning to Lihujun and the Emperor of the Heavens, offering a respectful gesture. I shall await you both in the immortal realm. With that, both Lihujun and the Emperor of the Heavens returned the gesture with slight bows. Ziyun did not linger further. His immense celestial manifestation surged into the void, charging toward the rift. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A gigantic hand emerged from the rift that Ziyun had just created, striking heavily against his celestial manifestation. Instantly, Ziyun's figure was sent hurtling backward, and his once mighty celestial form became riddled with cracks, flickering ominously. What is happening? It appeared as though denizens of the immortal realm were lying in wait for the ascent of the celestial immortal. The gathered cultivators were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. The Emperor of the Heavens also wore a grim countenance. It is the rabble from the immortal realm, those who rely on their own strength to breach the barriers for ascension. It is widely acknowledged that for those within the immortal realm, breaking through to the lower realms is immensely challenging and costly. In contrast, ascending from the lower realms to the immortal realm is relatively easier, albeit it creates substantial disturbances. Thus, individuals in the immortal realm often lie in wait, capitalizing on the commotion caused by those striving to break the barriers through their own power, seeking to amass wealth in the process. After all, true immortals who rely solely on their own power to shatter the barriers of the celestial realm are often left immensely drained of their magical essence, rendering them vulnerable. Conversely, those who ascend under the celestial light have typically reached a distinguished level of true immortality, often possessing formidable treasures. Those who are guided by the divine radiance of the celestial realm do not encounter such predicaments, as their ascension occurs swiftly and with minimal disturbance, leaving no time for opportunistic observers to react. However, such individuals lying in wait are relatively rare in the celestial realm, as their vigil may extend for countless years. It would be far more prudent to devote that time to cultivating one's own powers. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun could not help but voice his exasperation at the prevalence of duplicitous characters in this world. It seems not only he, but also the blood ancestor and the sea demon sovereign, as well as those within the celestial realm, indulge in such underhandedness. It is not in vain that I have lurked in this region for millennia, for I have finally encountered a fool who ascended through sheer brute force from the lower realms. At that moment, a stooped figure clad in a black robe emerged slowly from the celestial passage opened by Master Ziyun, coming into view before the crowd. The hunched elder cast a greedy glance at Master Ziyun, then surveyed the surroundings with barely concealed excitement. His ambitions extended far beyond merely targeting Master Ziyun. The entirety of the lower realm would serve as his domain for cultivating corpses. I am the Taoist of the underworld, and you all should kneel upon seeing me. The frail elder's piercing gaze swept over the multitude gathered, and his heart surged with elation at the sight of so many cultivators congregated in one place. This would undoubtedly save him considerable effort. At the same time, Master Ziyun, having retracted his shattered celestial manifestation, stood up with great difficulty, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of utmost distress. The cultivation level of this Taoist of the underworld undoubtedly surpassed that of a 6th-grade superior true immortal. Otherwise, he could not have so easily forced him into such a disheveled state with a mere swipe of his palm. As the elder's words echoed, a palpable aura of 6th-grade true immortal power erupted from him. The myriad beings in attendance felt a wave of dread wash over them, compelling many to instinctively bow. You are fortunate indeed to have traversed the celestial passage while activating your celestial manifestation. Otherwise, the force of my palm would have been sufficient to obliterate you. At this moment, The Taoist of the underworld wore a knowing smile as he regarded Master Zhou Jun. Chapter 104. Unexpectedly Outmatched? In response to the provocation of the Taoist of the underworld, Master Zhou Jun remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Lihujun and the position of Emperor Hao. What was he observing? Fear not, for I alone shall claim dominion over this entire lower realm. As the ghostly Taoist observed the purple-clad true man glancing behind him, he smiled enigmatically. Suddenly, the ghostly true man seemed to sense something amiss. He swiftly turned around, only to behold an elderly figure adorned in splendid attire, gazing at him with a piercing look. Beside this elegantly dressed elder stood a youth clad in a green robe, who also regarded him with a cheerful demeanor. How audacious! What do your eyes imply by staring at me like that? The ghostly Taoist felt an overwhelming sense of disrespect emanating from the stares of the two, igniting a mixture of shame and anger within him. What do you imply? Came the languid response from the Emperor of the Void. Why tread upon the path of righteousness when you insist on wandering these crooked ways? What is your intention? How could mere mortals comprehend the joy I experience? The ghostly Taoist initially scoffed, prepared to mock the Emperor for his ignorance of the true bliss of the sixth realm. However, upon sensing the sudden surge of a heavy, mountain-like aura emanating from the Emperor, his eyes widened in shock, and he involuntarily exclaimed, cough, truthfully. I merely feel a bit weary of the celestial realm and wish to stroll through the lower realms, nothing more. At this moment, a grimace, more sorrowful than a frown, appeared upon the ghostly Taoist's face. A seventh-grade true immortal. Why on earth would a seventh-grade true immortal choose to remain in the lower realms? This realization evoked a fleeting impulse to weep within him. Who exactly is the sixth one? Why do I feel as though you are deliberately setting a trap for me? Like a man is stalking a cicada while a yellow bird lurks behind? Since you've come, you might as well stay, to prevent you from wreaking havoc upon others. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Void let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to conjure a colossal hand that loomed in the void, reaching out to seize the ghostly Taoist. Upon realizing that the Emperor had no intention of sparing him, the ghostly Taoist's expression soured, and he retorted with a scoff. Do you truly believe I lack the ability to confront you alone? Yet, as he spoke, his demeanor gradually became vacant. When the Emperor's hand grasped him, the ghostly Taoist had already transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. A substitution technique combined with a fleeing art? Quite intriguing, the Emperor mused, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lihujun chuckled softly. No worries, he cannot escape. As Lihujun's words fell, the ghostly Taoist emerged from the void with a face full of disbelief, exclaiming, a locking immortal formation? How could such a high-level formation exist in the lower realms? Faced with the locking immortal formation, even his life-preserving fleeing and substitution techniques, honed to the pinnacle of sixth-grade true immortal, proved utterly futile, like a mere foot soldier suddenly thrust into an examination. Simultaneously, the ghostly Taoist glared at the figure in the green robe, who had remained ever smiling beside the splendidly dressed elder, and seethed. It must be you, right? It has to be you. How could you be so sinister? The reason why the Mingyue Taoist dared to make such a definitive conclusion regarding the formation was quite simple. After all, the seventh-grade true immortal was pursuing him, and the fifth-grade true immortal, who was on the brink of Ascension, had been grievously injured by him, excluding all other possibilities. The only individual left was the young man standing nonchalantly beside the seventh-grade true immortal. Most importantly, based on his experience, the Mingyue Taoist surmised that it was often the seemingly affable individuals who harbored the most ruthless intentions. The phrase "a dagger hidden behind a smile" aptly describes such characters. Indeed, the Mingyue Taoist conjecture was not unfounded. The locking immortal's grand formation had indeed been set up by Li Zhouwang the moment Yunjushan was sent flying. At that time, Li Zhouwang had already possessed the strength to contend with the Mingyue Jinren on equal footing, which meant he had the cultivation of a sixth-grade true immortal. Meanwhile, the Haowang Emperor, with a look of admiration, addressed Li Zhouwang. Your mastery in array formations is truly extraordinary, to the point that even I did not perceive it. I am genuinely impressed. You flatter me, Li Zhouwang replied with a smile. In this moment of the Mingyue Taoist being trapped, Li Zhouwang and the Haowang Emperor were engaged in light-hearted conversation. What do you mean by this? Today, I have fallen into your hands, free to do as you please. Yet why must you humiliate me so? The Mingyue Taoist glared at the two, seething with anger. After all, he was a sixth-grade superior true immortal, and these two seemed to regard him with utter disdain. Moreover, the Mingyue Taoist was certain that the two were fellow practitioners. After all, how could a seventh-grade true immortal and a master array designer capable of setting up the locking immortal's grand formation be mere mortals from the lower realms? Thus, he surmised that they had likely both been lingering in the immortal realm, and upon finding it tedious, seized an opportunity to descend to the lower realm and turn the tables. Furthermore, He suspected that the two had perhaps lured numerous sixth-grade immortals from the immortal realm by breaking through its barriers, thereby reaping considerable rewards. The very thought filled the Minghui Taoist with trepidation. Their scheming was profoundly intricate. It was no wonder that he had fallen into their hands, outmaneuvered by 6 individuals. Once I deal with this scoundrel, I shall converse with you further, the Haohuang Emperor said, turning to Li Zhouwang with a smile. Very well, Li Zhouwang nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the Minghui Taoist hastily exclaimed, Fellow Taoists, spare me. The Haohuang Emperor furrowed his brow. Relieved by the Emperor's pause, the Minghui Taoist quickly added, Do you require more personnel? I could join your ranks, for I am, after all, a 6th-grade true immortal. When individuals descend from the immortal realm, we could split them 8-2, with you taking the majority. The Haohuang Emperor's lips twitched in disbelief. This man, facing imminent demise, still entertained notions of recruiting others. Truly, he was an extraordinary oddity. Meanwhile, the myriad beings in Nanzhou were rendered speechless. The true immortals of the celestial realm displayed such demeanor? They appeared no different from themselves. At that moment, the heavenly Emperor's thought stirred, and a colossal mountain phantom materialized above the head of the ghostly Taoist, solidifying into reality. What terrifying power! The cultivators of Nanzhou widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld a mountain gradually coalescing before them, eventually obscuring the heavens and casting a profound impact upon their senses. The ghostly Taoist, upon witnessing this, turned as pale as death. Confronted by a true immortal who was merely 1 rank higher and stripped of his escape techniques, he was left as a lamb awaiting slaughter, unwilling to accept his fate. The ghostly Taoist's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Zhou Jun, who stood nearby with a smirk, seemingly watching a play unfold. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me, he exclaimed. As the words left his lips, the ghostly Taoist ignited his true immortal form, enveloped in a fearsome green flame, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, charging towards Zhou Jun's position. The distance between them was minimal, and the ghostly Taoist had made up his mind to risk everything to take Zhou Jun down with him. In the blink of an eye, he reached Zhou Jun's side, leaving even the heavenly Emperor taken aback. After all, the ghostly Taoist had honed his escape techniques to perfection, and his speed was evidently formidable among 6-ranked true immortals, especially now that he was engulfed in flames, his velocity rivaling that of a 7-ranked true immortal. Mr. Li, be cautious. The heavenly Emperor could only call out in warning. Zhou Jun felt exasperated. Was his striking appearance truly so infuriating? Yet, the ghostly Taoist wore a triumphant grin, declaring, You wish to kill me? Seize my treasures? It shall not be so simple. Even in death, I shall drag you, the cunning old fox, down with me. As he spoke, he lunged forward, his flaming hand reaching for Zhou Jun's heart. Oh really? Zhou Jun chuckled lightly, raising his fist to strike back. Boom. The collision between the ghostly Taoist's palm and Zhou Jun's fist produced a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. You are also a 6-ranked true immortal. The ghostly Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that a spiritual array master would not possess significant cultivation. To his astonishment, this young man was indeed his equal, both being 6-ranked true immortals, and their exchange ended in a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, the Emperor of the Heavens swiftly appeared beside the ghostly Taoist, reaching out to grasp his neck. The ghostly Taoist's eyes widened with a flicker of terror. Yet he defiantly proclaimed, One day, you two shall meet a fate as dreadful as mine, with no resting place for your remains. Before his words could fully dissipate, the Emperor had already secured a grip at the back of his neck, applying a gentle squeeze that was followed by a distinct crack. In that instant, the vitality in the ghostly Taoist's eyes began to fade, while the green flames that once enveloped him rapidly consumed his form, reducing him to mere ashes. Even in death, he left no benefit behind. This was the final stubbornness of the ghostly Taoist. Ah, Mr. Li, you have concealed your prowess well, causing this old man to worry for you earlier, remarked the Emperor of the Heavens, shaking his sleeves with a light-hearted smile directed at Zhou Jun. Despite his words carrying a hint of reproach, it was merely a jest among friends, for no one is obliged to reveal the extent of their hidden strengths, especially when such matters pertain to life and death. Zhou Jun sighed and shook his head, truly not wishing for such circumstances, should a celestial emperor appear. How could he possibly explain himself then? How terrifying. Meanwhile, in the southern continent, hidden within the void among the combined and tribulation realm experts, a figure clad in black robes trembled. This individual was the Ghost King, recently arrived in the southern continent. Hearing of a true immortal imparting wisdom, he could not let this opportunity slip by. He pondered, with such a formidable being delivering teachings, who in the lower realms would dare to act recklessly? Yet, unexpectedly, it was not the lower realm that displayed audacity. Rather, celestial beings had come forth. At that moment, The Ghost King questioned whether he had inadvertently disturbed a nest of immortals. Wherever he ventured, it seemed, celestial-level powerhouses engaged in combat. Nevertheless, during the confrontation between the ghostly Taoist and the three true immortals, the Ghost King experienced a moment of enlightenment. If he could find a suitable place to meditate undisturbed, he was certain he could break through to the tribulation realm. As he silently contemplated where to relocate, the Emperor of the Heavens and Zhou Jun approached the venerable Zhou Jun. "Brother Zhou Jun, how fares your injury?" inquired the Emperor with concern. Zhou Jun, managing a bitter smile, replied, "It is manageable, yet it appears I shall not ascend today. Were it not for the presence of you two esteemed true immortals, I fear I would have brought great calamity upon the entire Tianyuan realm. There is no need for excessive self-reproach, Brother Zhou Jun. Individuals like the ghostly Taoist are, fortunately, quite rare," the Emperor reassured him. "Let us hope so," Zhou Jun responded with resignation, yearning for a world devoid of such malevolence. If only direct confrontation were not necessary. The notion of one's own demise seems trivial, especially when one recognizes their inferiority to others. Acceptance of this reality is feasible. However, should one fall to the hands of another, the anguish becomes profound, as it is akin to dying without comprehension, oblivious to the identity of the adversary and the disparity of strength between them. Yet, a wise saying resonates: if one cannot prevail, one should join forces. Within his heart, Zhou Jun the true man resolved that upon his return, he would diligently immerse himself in the study of this path. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. The myriad beings that had gathered at Zhou Jun Mountain began to disperse. For the presence of Zhou Jun the true man deterred any bold souls from approaching the mountain. Despite his less-than-stellar performance in the battle 3 days prior, Zhou Jun was undeniably a 5th-grade true immortal. If it were others in attendance, they would be unable to withstand even a mere breath from the likes of the Minghui Taoist, let alone a strike. Lihujun Jun and Emperor Hao, however, remained unhurried in their departure from Zhou Jun Mountain, choosing to wait an additional 3 days until Zhou Jun the true man had restored his state and successfully ascended to the celestial realm before contemplating their own exit. "Where shall you venture next, Mr. Li?" Emperor Hao inquired with a smile. "Naturally, I intend to explore the renowned locales of the southern continent." Lihujun Jun replied with a grin. "Ha ha ha, in that case, it seems I must return to the eastern continent alone," Emperor Hao lamented. After further dialogue, Emperor Hao took his leave. Once Lihujun Jun bid farewell to his companion, it was time for him to prepare for his own journey. 10 days later, a young man clad in a scholarly blue robe, exuding an air of elegance and amiability, settled by the edge of a small lake. "I am exhausted. It is imperative I take a proper rest," he yawned, stretching his limbs and leaning against a nearby tree, allowing himself to doze off. This individual was none other than Lihujun Jun, who had been wandering the southern continent for 10 days. In that moment, he appeared to be a weary traveler, taking a brief respite. "How curious that a mortal should appear in this place," murmured 3 figures emerging from the forest bordering the lake. Among them were a robust young man, a haughty-looking youth, and a girl, all clad in standard white attire, each bearing a sword of identical design. Their attire readily suggested that they were disciples of a certain cultivation sect. The one who spoke was the sole female among them, a young lady of striking appearance, yet possessing a demeanor that seemed notably more composed than her 2 male companions. "Senior sister, allow me to drive this fellow away. If he continues to slumber here, he may remain blissfully unaware of his fate," the sturdy young man remarked, turning to the graceful girl. Chapter 106, The Fish Demon Go, but remember to be courteous. The graceful young woman nodded. Her name was Song Muhan, while the robust young man speaking was named Ding Qing. The other, somewhat handsome youth with an air of arrogance, was called Lung Feiwen. It is said that the 3 of them undertook a sect mission to exterminate a fish demon of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. According to the sect's records, this fish demon had already claimed numerous victims among women and children who ventured to the lake's edge. As for why it had not attacked the young man sleeping on the shore, perhaps he was simply fortunate. At that moment, the sturdy youth Ding Qing, grinning broadly, said, "Sister, do not worry." With that, he strode purposefully towards the slumbering Lihujun Jun. "Hey, wake up," Ding Qing called, standing before Lihujun Jun. "What is it?" Lihujun Jun awoke, somewhat puzzled. "There's a man-eating demon here. If you continue to sleep, you might never awaken again," Ding Qing replied, flashing a wide grin. "Oh." Lihujun Jun paused for a moment, then noticed the graceful young woman and the spirited, proud-looking youth standing a short distance behind Ding Qing. He smiled and said, "You 3 possess remarkable bearing. You must be disciples of the Immortal Sect, correct?" You actually know this?" Ding Qing was somewhat taken aback by Lihujun Jun's words. He nodded and added, "Indeed, we are disciples of the Yunjushan sect nearby." "Ah, so it is the disciples of immortals who stand before me." Li Zhou replied with a hint of amusement. Please, continue with your own affairs. Do not mind me. You fool, why can't you heed good advice? Deng Qing retorted, frowning. Deng Shixiao, since he wishes to remain here, let him be. We have already warned him. We have fulfilled our duty. After all, we are all adults and must bear the consequences of our choices, the proud youth Long Feiwen interjected. Stepping closer to Deng Qing and casting a disdainful glance at Li Shojun. Long Shitty, do you still remember the sect's rules? Song Muhan asked, frowning at Long Feiwen. Of course, I am aware that we must show respect to all when outside, Long Feiwen nodded. Yet, he remained indifferent. After all, the three of them were among the top 10 prodigies on the Xiansheng rankings, highly favored by the elders of the sect. What would it matter if they were to kill this mere mortal? Surely, the elders would not strip them of their cultivation for such a trifling matter. If you insist on staying here, I advise you to leave at the first sign of danger. Otherwise, should you lose your life, do not blame us. At this moment, Song Muhan addressed Li Zhou, saying, Of course, the three of you may attend to your own matters. Li Zhou chuckled, You deserve the trials you face. Deng Qing, shaking his head in resignation, then turned to Song Muhan and inquired, Senior sister, shall we descend into the lake directly, or should we engage on the shore? The fish demon possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and the water was indeed its domain, as we are all at the 8th layer. It would be prudent to first ascertain the demon's location. Song Muhan replied. Leave it to me, Cold Feiwen asserted. As his words fell, he approached the lake's edge and produced a stack of talismans, casting them into the air like currency. In an instant, these talismans ignited in the sky, causing the temperature of the entire lake to rise dramatically. Both Deng Qing and Song Muhan gazed enviously at this scene, realizing that what was being discarded was indeed wealth. Bubbles began to rise from the lake's surface. There is movement, Deng Qing observed, preparing himself to spring into action. However, the next moment, a crab the size of an iron pot surfaced, its entire body glowing a deep crimson. Deng Qing stared at the giant crab in astonishment. Could it be that the sect's intelligence was erroneous? Is the creature in the lake not a fish demon, but rather this crab spirit? Cold Feiwen couldn't help but express his confusion. Just as Deng Qing, Song Muhan, and Cold Feiwen relaxed their vigilance upon seeing the crab spirit emerge, a sudden change occurred. You seek death, roared a voice from the lake. A colossal fishtail broke the water's surface, striking down with tremendous force, and in the next moment, a spray of water erupted, transforming into a barrage of water arrows aimed directly at Cold Feiwen, Song Muhan, Deng Qing, and the onlooking Li Zhou. The fish demon's cultivation had surprisingly reached the foundation establishment stage. Deng Qing, Song Muhan, and Cold Feiwen were rendered utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief at the commotion caused by the demon's attack. Fortunately, Deng Qing was the first to react, slamming his hands down onto the ground. Instantly, a thick earthen wall surged upward, shielding the three of them. This allowed them a moment to glance at Li Zhou, only to find him seated calmly, unmoving. A sense of helplessness filled their hearts. Having urged him to leave earlier, he had refused, and now he seemed trapped. Yet, the subsequent scene left the three in utter disbelief. The fish demon, akin to a master of delineation, failed to hit the young man in the azure robe with any of its water arrows, each one whizzing harmlessly past him. Was it possible that the fish demon had consumed counterfeit liquor? Deng Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, the young man exhibited no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. This was the only explanation he could fathom. The cold and unyielding walls of earth before the three were cracking like a spider's web under the relentless assault of the water arrows. With a pallid complexion, Deng Qing remarked, This fish demon must have recently undergone a breakthrough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold it off for so long. We must take a gamble, my friends. There is still hope for survival. Boom. As Deng Qing's words echoed, the summoned earthen wall crumbled entirely. The trio hastily evaded the debris, finally revealing the true visage of the fish demon. It was a figure clad in dark armor, crowned with a head adorned in black scales resembling that of a blue fish. Can this fish demon transform? Is he at the golden core stage? Deng Qing uttered in disbelief. No, this is an illusion. It must be a talent acquired during his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. His true form is likely still that of a fish, Song Muhan replied gravely. How dare you take advantage of my seclusion to slay my friend? You shall all perish. At that moment, the blue fish demon cast a sorrowful glance at the now crimson crab before shifting its furious gaze towards the individuals on the shore. Do not hold back any longer. Attack. Concurrently, Song Muhan commanded Deng Qing and Long Feiwen, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals. Fully aware of the peril posed by the Foundation Establishment Fish Demon. Chapter 107. The Gate of Ascension. Boom. A deafening sound resonated as Long Feiwen, Song Muhan, and Deng Qing were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Faced with the Foundation Establishment Bluefish Demon, the 3 refinement cultivators stood no chance. Is this truly the end? Lying on the ground, their eyes wide with terror, they beheld the Bluefish Demon striding across the surface of the lake. Advancing towards the shore, their hearts brimming with despair. But suddenly, a twist of fate unfolded. A woman clad in red descended from the heavens, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes. Yet, these snowflakes were not white, but a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. As the red snow descended upon the Bluefish Demon, its pupils widened in terror. The flakes struck him like shards of glass, slicing through his form. In mere moments, the demon's transformed figure shrank to the size of a calf, before dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, scattering into the ether, with the crimson snow swirling around. Could she be one of the 10 true lords beneath the southern continent's true immortal, the Crimson Snow True Lord? Long Fei Wen gazed at the woman in the scarlet robe, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. It seems that the senior did not even lift a finger. Such a formidable Qingyu demon succumbed to her hand. If she were to exert herself, how powerful would she truly be? Deng Qing inhaled deeply. Little ones, remember to act according to your capabilities. The woman in red smiled at Song Mu Han, Long Fei Wen, and Deng Qing. In that moment, the 3 were captivated by her smile, as if a beam of light had pierced through the darkness of their world. Even Song Mu Han, a fellow woman, was entranced by the radiance of the red-clad woman's smile. Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. Deng Qi was the first to regain his composure, respectfully bowing to the woman in red. There is no need for excessive formalities. After all, the Xianling ancestor of your sect is my disciple. By rights, you should address me as your grand ancestor, the woman in red remarked, glancing at the attire of the 3 with a gentle laugh. The legends are true. Our ancestor is indeed a disciple of the Honorable Red Snow. Deng Qing, Song Mu Han, and Lung Fei Wen exchanged astonished and elated glances, realizing that they had the backing of a powerful figure who had achieved the pinnacle of tribulation. However, the Honorable Red Snow seemed to perceive their thoughts, chuckling. Do not think of flaunting my name to gain notoriety. Your ancestor would not spare you for that. Upon hearing this, Deng Qing, Song Mu Han, and Lung Fei Wen immediately felt their faces flush, embarrassed that the Honorable Red Snow had so easily unveiled their inner thoughts, leaving them wishing for a crevice to hide in. Enough, you should return swiftly. The Honorable Red Snow waved her hand dismissively. Yes, Grand Ancestor, the 3 replied in unison. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, who was preparing to display the demeanor of a master as per the system-provided cultivation of a master, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon witnessing this scene. It seemed that this time he could not showcase his prowess in front of others. What a pity. As Deng Qing, Long Fei Wen, and Song Mu Han departed, the gaze of the Honorable Red Snow shifted to Zhou Jun, a playful smile gracing her lips. Were you about to intervene to aid my disciples just now? She could not fathom the youth before her. Furthermore, he remained as calm as still water despite the situation, suggesting that he might also be a practitioner of tribulation. Thus, the Honorable Red Snow did not adopt an air of superiority. Not at all. I merely intended to scratch my nose, Zhou Jun replied with a smile, unwilling to admit that he had aimed to impress, but had failed. The Honorable Red Snow could not help but chuckle at his response. Though she appeared youthful and beautiful, she was well aware of the many years she had lived. Zhou Jun's earlier gesture had not escaped her keen observation. Quickly surrender the key to the Ascension gate, and I shall spare your life. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from afar. A figure clad in a blue robe adorned with golden embroidery, wearing a golden crown, emerged from the void. What key? Wei Zhenjuan questioned, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? I have no idea. Red Snow Zhenjuan gazed at the middle-aged man who had appeared, her face etched with confusion. Still pretending? The blue-robed Wei Zhenjuan, observing Red Snow Zhenjuan's bewilderment, let out a mocking laugh and stated, one of your disciples has betrayed you. Upon hearing this, Red Snow Zhenjuan's expression instantly soured. The blue-robed youth before her was one of the top 10 Zinjins of the southern continent, and his strength was recognized among the top 3. She, on the other hand, ranked 10th. Should they engage in combat, even if she survived, she would certainly sustain severe injuries. Was it Tai Yin who informed you? Red Snow Zhenjuan took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Tai Yin was her disciple, whom she had taken in a century ago. The fact that she possessed the key to the Feathering Gate was known only to Tai Yin, as she was present when the key was acquired. The Feathering Gate is said to be a portal through which those who have transcended their tribulations may ascend to the celestial realm and become immortals. It is rumored that this gate was crafted by an Immortal Emperor, designed to attract strong beings from all realms. To pass through this gate, one must obtain its key. Throughout the Tianyuan realm, there exist only 9 keys, each placed by that Immortal Emperor, and only those with fate may possess them. Do not dwell on who informed me. You only need to surrender the key, Wei Yunjushan retorted with a cold snort. However, Red Snow Yunjushan, as a perfected tribulation transcendentalist, would not easily bow to another of the same caliber, relinquishing such an opportunity. If you wish to acquire the key to the Feathering Gate, you shall do so by your own merits, she replied icily. Stubborn and obstinate, Wei Yunjushan scoffed. Yet, when he caught sight of a figure standing behind Red Snow Yunjushan, resembling an ordinary person clad in a green shirt, his proud demeanor abruptly froze. Was this the esteemed Grandmaster of Spirit Arrays, the 6th grade true immortal, who had stood alongside the Zhou Emperor during the discourse of Zhou Jun? How could he possibly be here? In that moment, Wei Yunjushan struggled to believe his own eyes. He had been present during Zhou Jun's teachings and had been fortunate enough to witness the clash between the true immortal powers. That battle was beyond description. Were it not for the interventions of the Zhou Emperor and the 6th grade true immortal before him, he would likely not be standing here now, but rather have perished in the aftermath of their fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, as the esteemed Hong Yunjushan observed Wei Yunjushan seemingly struck by an extraordinary revelation, she found herself momentarily bewildered by the unfolding situation, particularly since she had not been present during Ziyun's discourse. In Chapter 108, the great sage Yunjushan, Wei Yunjushan, feeling quite unsettled, respectfully bowed to Zhou Jun, expressing, "I have the honor of meeting the immortal." At that moment, he was engulfed in a wave of anxiety. After all, this celestial figure stood alongside Hong Yunjushan. Who could ascertain the nature of their connection? If they were indeed companions or partners, his previous remarks could very well spell his doom. Contemplating this, Wei Yunjushan felt tears welling up within him. To pay respects to an immortal? Wei Yunjushan's words caused Hong Yunjushan to widen her eyes in disbelief as she regarded the young man, who had maintained a demeanor of relaxed ease. The mere fact that Wei Yunjushan referred to him as an immortal suggested that this young man might indeed be a true celestial being. Upon this realization, Hong Yunjushan's complexion paled, for no cultivator could remain composed in the presence of a true immortal. "Do you recognize me?" Zhou Jun inquired, taken aback. Wei Yunjushan, with a bittersweet smile, replied, "I was present when Immortal Ziyun delivered his teachings." "Ah, I see." Zhou Jun nodded in understanding. "Ding, the system has issued a task. Sign in before the Gate of Ascension." Ding, completion rewards include the attainment of perfect integration and cultivation. The Gate of Ascension, a legendary portal through which one may transcend and become an immortal upon passage. As Zhou Jun contemplated the system's sudden announcement, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Wei Yunjushan and Hong Yunjushan, witnessing Zhou Jun's silence, dared not make a sound, fearful of inciting the wrath of this immortal and inviting calamity upon themselves. "There is no need for such tension," Zhou Jun said with a gentle smile toward the two. Upon hearing this, both Wei Yunjushan and Hong Yunjushan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Do you happen to know the location of the Gate of Ascension? I am rather curious about this legendary portal that is said to grant instant transcendence," Zhou Jun inquired with a smile directed at Hong Yunjushan. In response to the immortal's inquiry, "I indeed know the location of the Gate of Ascension," Hong Yunjushan replied with utmost respect. Faced with a being of such celestial caliber, she could not harbor even a flicker of deceit. After all, she could still contend with Wei Yunjushan. But against a true immortal, should she choose to lie, the immortal's wrath would be insurmountable. There is an adage that states, "Though treasures are splendid, one must have life to enjoy them." The Gate of Ascension is located upon the Qingtian Mountain. "I am willing to guide the immortal there," Hong Yunjushan eagerly declared. She wished to gamble that this immortal was merely intrigued by the existence of the Ascension Gate, rather than seeking to enter it. After all, this immortal had already attained the realm of true immortality. Further entry would serve no purpose. Moreover, the Ascension Gate is shrouded in enigma, with no one truly aware of what might lie within. Surely, this true immortal would not risk adventure merely out of curiosity? Meanwhile, Wei Yunjushan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was evident that Hong Yunjushan was completely unfamiliar with this true immortal. This was an attempt to extricate herself from his presence. This woman possessed a profound cunning. Yet, eager not to miss this opportunity, Wei Yunjushan steeled himself and addressed Zhou Jun. "I, Wei, am willing to accompany the esteemed immortal, alleviating any troubles along the way." Clearly, he believed that Zhou Jun would not dare to venture into the Ascension Gate. Upon hearing this, Hong Yunjushan cast a look of incredulity at Wei Yunjushan. This fellow, who usually held himself in such high regard, was today behaving so shamelessly. Did the true immortal truly require his assistance? How absurd. However, Zhou Jun merely smiled at the two, remaining silent. The expressions of Hong Yunjushan and Wei Yunjushan paled under the weight of Zhou Jun's gaze, their hearts quaking. Particularly Wei Yunjushan, who had witnessed firsthand how this seemingly amiable immortal had effortlessly ensnared the haughty Guiming Taoist in the immortal locking array without a trace. Thus, In the face of Lihujun's smile, Wei Zhenjuan felt a genuine chill. He feared that this immortal, who appeared so genial, might in an instant reduce him to naught. "Then you two shall accompany me," Lihujun announced cheerfully. He was rather disinclined to ponder the route to the Chengshan any longer. After all, such ancient maps were drawn infrequently, and changes over time were inevitable. Since there were willing guides, Lihujun welcomed the convenience. Moreover, with these two by his side, they could harmoniously traverse a portion of the journey together. Was he not playing the role of a benefactor? "Thank you, esteemed immortal." Upon hearing Lihujun's consent, both Wei and Wei Zhenjuan were filled with joy. Thus, the trio commenced their journey toward Chengshan, located in the farthest eastern reaches of the southern continent. They arrived at their destination 10 days later. "What a marvel of nature!" Lihujun exclaimed in admiration as he beheld Chengshan. This mountain did not merely rise from the earth, but instead resembled a colossal inverted triangle, suspended in midair. Wei and Wei Zhenjuan, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A colossal hand descended from the heights of the Qingtian mountain, forcefully striking towards Wei Zhenjuan, and Lihujun. As it approached, the immense hand grew larger, and by the time it reached the trio, it resembled a small mountain. The giant image technique? Is it the giant image Zhenjuan? Zhenjuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The giant image Zhenjuan, ranked second among the top 10 Zhenjuans of the southern continent, practiced a unique cultivation method, allowing every part of his body to expand to the size of a mountain, wielding tremendous power. Speaking of which, it was evident that the moment they arrived, the giant image Zhenjuan had already been waiting for them here. Lihujun lamented, wondering how they had encountered no one along the way. Surely, they must have all perished at the hands of this formidable figure. How audacious. Meanwhile, Wei Zhenjuan, confronted with the impending attack from the giant image Zhenjuan, felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. After all, he had a powerful ally at his side. With his hands aglow with blue divine light, Wei Zhenjuan raised his arms to meet the oncoming strike head-on. With a resounding crash, Wei Zhenjuan staggered back several steps. Yet the colossal hand merely trembled slightly. It seemed the final key rested with him. As the massive hand withdrew, an elderly man, appearing as a beggar, emerged from the mountain with a grin. "Greetings, my friends, it has been a while," the beggar addressed Wei Zhenjuan and Wei Zhenjuan with a smile. Ignoring Lihujun entirely, "I heard you managed to acquire the key to the Ascension gate. Why resort to such nefarious deeds? This behavior is hardly characteristic of you," Wei Zhenjuan remarked, narrowing his eyes at the giant image Zhenjuan. The giant image Zhenjuan shrugged in resignation. "Regardless, you are all destined to perish. Allow me to enlighten you. The rumor that 9 individuals can enter the true immortal gate is false. The truth is, only one person can enter once they gather all 9 keys. I have waited here for countless years, even foregoing the teachings of Zhou Jun. Now, the final key has finally appeared, making my prolonged wait worthwhile." As he spoke, the giant image Zhenjuan cast a gleeful glance at Zhou Jun and the others, seeing them as his fortune-bringing acolytes. Chapter 109. The Door That Runs Away, and then? Wei Zhenjuan inquired, glancing at the giant image Zhenjuan with a sardonic smile. "And then?" The giant image Zhenjuan's eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling glare. "You all shall meet your demise." As his words echoed, the tension in the air thickened. The giant aspect true monarch manifested as a colossal figure, a hand as vast as the mountains, descending upon the three with overwhelming force. Upon witnessing this, Wei Zhenjuan's expression shifted dramatically, while Wei Zhenjuan wore a look of grave concern. The strength of the giant aspect true monarch was beyond doubt. At the tribulation stage, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Only the esteemed Qingxian Zhenjuan, the foremost of the 10 true monarchs of southern continent, whose mastery of swordplay was unparalleled, could possibly overshadow him. "Humph," Lihujun scoffed. In the next moment, a beam of sword light erupted from within him. Whoosh! The sword light pierced the giant aspect true monarch's neck. He had no time to react before his head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth like a volcanic eruption from the smooth severance. With a thunderous crash, the headless form of the giant aspect true monarch, towering like Mount Tai, crashed heavily to the ground, causing tremors in the earth beneath. Even in death, the giant aspect true monarch remained dazed, having anticipated imminent victory after such a long wait, only to be ambushed by a terrifyingly formidable youth. In a single strike, all his previous efforts had become mere garments for another's triumph. Was this the might of a true immortal? Wei Zhenjuan and Wei Zhenjuan stared in disbelief. They had not even seen Zhou Jun make his move, and the once fearsome giant aspect true monarch had already been decapitated. Truly, the saying that all beneath the true immortal are but ants rang true. "Master, I shall retrieve the key from his body." With this realization, Wei Zhenjuan charged towards the corpse of the giant aspect true monarch. Master, I will assist. Yunjushan, unwilling to relinquish the imminent opportunity, followed closely behind. At that moment, a streak of light shot from the Qingtian mountain, soaring into the sky. What is that? Yunjushan pondered, momentarily stunned. It appears to be a door? Yunjushan replied uncertainly. Indeed, it was a door. Could it be the Ascension gate? Why is it fleeing? Yunjushan was left bewildered. Zhou Jun, watching the Ascension gate recede into the distance, blinked. Goodness, you move so swiftly. How am I to sign in before you? Thus, Zhou Jun pursued it directly. Yunjushan and Yunjushan exchanged glances, both bewildered. Should they chase or not? If they pursued, not only was it uncertain whether they could catch up, but even if they did, they lacked the key. Yet if they chose not to chase, searching the giant aspect true monarch's body for the key might yield no results, as the Ascension gate could very well vanish without a trace. As they stood in a daze, Zhou Jun had already maneuvered his flying sword to the rear of the Ascension gate. This was a wooden door, and at its base, two corners resembled human feet, twisting rapidly, one forward and one back. In this era, could a door possess sentience? Upon discerning the figure clearly, Zhou Jun was left astounded. The Ascension gate seemed to sense his presence behind it, and accelerated further. Bang! Just as the Ascension gate quickened its pace, Zhou Jun had already, in the blink of an eye, arrived in front of it, extending a hand to firmly press against the rushing door. Spare me, O Immortal! At that moment, the Ascension gate emitted a brilliant light, transforming into a small, old man who, with a face full of terror, addressed Zhou Jun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Ascension gate. Ding! The system grants rewards complete mastery at the composite realm. You are the Ascension gate? Zhou Jun inquired, gazing at the old man, whose face was etched with fear. Indeed, the old man lamented, on the verge of tears. O Immortal! This old man acknowledges his mistakes. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. What exactly is going on? Zhou Jun asked, narrowing his eyes. Faced with the inquiry from a true immortal, the old man hurriedly divulged his secrets like pouring beans. To answer your question, O Immortal, I was once a blood locust tree that attained sentience, needing to consume the blood of cultivators to enhance my cultivation. However, ever since I reached the tribulation crossing stage, I could find no cultivators of the same level, as most of them tend to hide away. Thus, I devised a scheme to transform my body into a wooden door, spreading rumors that anyone who possessed the key and stepped through would ascend to the celestial realm. In reality, those who entered were merely stepping into the inner world of this old man, where I could almost reign supreme beneath the true immortals. Indeed, I attracted several tribulation crossing cultivators and many from the composite void realm using this ruse. However, upon the arrival of the imposing true monarch, I realized that even in my inner world, I could not contend with him. So I deceived him into believing that he needed to gather 9 keys to open the door. I thought he would give up and leave. But he ended up sitting there for hundreds of years, until he encountered you, O Immortal, and finally met his demise. As the old man recounted his tale, his tone brimmed with frustration. After all, in those hundreds of years, he could have devoured 8 powerful tribulation crossing cultivators. But they were all killed before his eyes by that insufferable true monarch, and he could do nothing but watch. How could he not feel irate? Of course, the reason he had not fled earlier was quite simple. He hoped that the mighty Zhou Jun would encounter a formidable adversary, engaging in a life-and-death struggle, at which point he could intervene, benefiting from their conflict. However, to his astonishment, he was met with Zhou Jun, a true celestial being, who swiftly dispatched Zhou Jun with a single stroke. In light of this predicament, escape became his only option. Failing to flee would undoubtedly lead to his demise once the celestial discerned his true intentions. Yet, the prospect of survival seemed increasingly dim, as escape appeared futile. When confronted by Zhou Jun's inquiry, he candidly revealed the simple truth. Could a true celestial not perceive his underlying nature? It was wiser to confess openly, for resisting would only invite harsher consequences. Perhaps, in light of his honesty, this celestial being might grant him clemency. As Zhou Jun listened to the words of the blood hawthorn tree demon, a sense of numbness enveloped him. The denizens of the cultivation world truly demonstrated a remarkable tenacity for survival. Not only were they shrewd, but their schemes ran deep. Had he not possessed the 50-50 system, he might have already succumbed to Zhou Jun's fatal designs. Even if fortune favored him and he avoided death at Zhou Jun's hands, he could very well have found himself consumed within the blood hawthorn tree demon, serving as its sustenance. You possess a keen sense of the situation, Zhou Jun remarked approvingly. Casting a glance at the blood hawthorn tree demon, the old man, standing before the immortal, dared not withhold anything. I shall speak candidly, the blood hawthorn tree demon hastily asserted. Regrettably, I cannot grant you your freedom, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, The blood hawthorn tree demon's demeanor shifted dramatically, despair flooding his heart. Yet he felt no inclination to resist. Even someone as formidable as Zhou Jun could not withstand the might of this true celestial's blade. What could he possibly do against a being of such power? It was a given that one who frequently traverses the river would inevitably get their feet wet. However, considering your sincerity, I might spare your life, provided you agree to 3 conditions, Zhou Jun continued, maintaining his smile. Please, do enlighten me, esteemed immortal. The blood hawthorn tree demon's face lit up with unbridled joy at the prospect of survival. Do you see that over there? Zhou Jun gestured towards a distant village. There, homes lay in ruins, the earth fractured, and the faces of the villagers were etched with despair. This devastation was merely a consequence of Zhou Jun's fall. As the saying goes, when gods engage in battle, mortals suffer. Thus, Zhou Jun often preferred to refrain from violence. For he had once been among the commoners and could empathize with their plight. Surely, the celestial does not find these mortals bothersome? I shall promptly assist the esteemed celestial in dealing with them. The blood hawthorn tree demon declared with a fierce resolve. Zhou Jun mused, to be honest, I somewhat regret sparing this fellow's life. Although this creature exhibited a certain timidity in its presence, it was undoubtedly constrained by the strength it had previously demonstrated. Had it merely been a cultivator of the harmonization realm, it would have likely devoured me without a second thought. Ah, is that not the implication of a true immortal? Upon noticing the indifference in Zhou Jun's expression, the blood hwai tree demon, perceptive as it was, immediately fell into a state of panic. The first decree, to safeguard that village for a millennium. The second decree, to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. The third decree, I have yet to conceive. Zhou Jun articulated his point succinctly. Is this truly sufficient? The blood hwai tree demon still found it hard to believe. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Nay, nay. The little demon would not dare. The blood hwai tree demon hastily thumped its chest in assurance. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I shall certainly protect that village for 1,000 years, and will not commit unjust killings. That will suffice. Zhou Jun nodded, and with a mere thought, a stream of sword energy penetrated the mind of the blood hwai tree demon. What is this? The blood hwai tree demon's countenance shifted dramatically. Zhou Jun chuckled lightly. This is to prevent you from speaking one way to my face and another behind my back. The little demon would never dare to go against the words of the esteemed immortal. The blood hwai tree demon replied with a wry smile. Go now, Zhou Jun commanded. The little demon takes its leave. The blood hwai tree demon bowed. That very night, Zhou Jun stood in the daylight, summoning the blood hwai tree demon. Hovering above the village it was to protect. The blood hwai tree demon, which had previously transformed into a door, now reverted to a robust tree, settling beside the entrance of the village. Simultaneously, the blood hwai tree demon invoked its divine powers, extending roots into the earth, drawing together the once cracked ground. Under the influence of the blood hwai tree demon's magic, the shattered earth began to pulsate with renewed vitality. The following morning, as the villagers awoke, they discovered a towering tree had mysteriously appeared at the village's entrance. Its leaves shimmered like blood jade. Furthermore, the villagers noticed that the previously desolate land seemed to have reverted to its pre-disaster state, coinciding with the appearance of this magnificent tree. In an instant, the blood hwai tree demon found itself surrounded by numerous villagers. Eventually, under the guidance of an elder, the villagers knelt to the ground, collectively proclaiming their reverence for the tree god, bowing their heads in homage to the blood hwai tree demon. This scene marked the first occasion the blood hwai tree demon felt a genuine sense of respect emanating from others, a feeling that was rather pleasant. Days turned into over 10, and the village flourished anew, the villagers' faces adorned with smiles once more. Due to the sweltering weather, many children from the village delighted in seeking refuge in the shade of the blood hwai tree demon. The sound of their cheerful laughter nearly drove the blood hwai tree demon to the brink of fury. Yet, thinking of that true immortal, it could only endure in silence. He transformed his spiritual essence into the ethereal figure of an old man, standing silently beside a group of children, listening intently to their joyful laughter. Unbeknownst to the children, they were oblivious to the presence of the blood hwai tree demon. As time passed, a month slipped away. Unlike the usual days, today a gentle rain began to fall. Beneath the blood hwai tree at the village entrance stood the spectral figure of the old man. At this moment, he gazed wistfully at the village, murmuring, "These children cannot come today. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it." At that instant, a young man clad in a blue robe, holding an umbrella, approached the old man and cheerfully inquired, "How are you, immortal?" Upon seeing the youth, the old man's eyes reflected respect as he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, immortal." "What leads you to say that?" Zhou Jun smiled and responded, "During this time spent among mortals, the little demon has come to understand a profound truth. The essence of cultivating immortality lies in the harmony of one's heart and spirit. It is said that a tranquil heart brings clarity, clarity brings illumination, illumination brings insight, and insight leads to wisdom. The little demon, previously preoccupied solely with personal cultivation, resorted to unscrupulous means, risking failure during the thunder tribulation. The blood-Huai tree demon expressed his apprehension, his admiration for Zhou Jun growing deeper. Were it not for the guidance of the young man before him, he would still be treading the wrong path. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded, though he felt somewhat bewildered. Is it truly possible to cultivate in such a manner? The blood-Huai tree demon gazed at Zhou Jun's serene demeanor, his admiration intensifying. After all, such a state of mind was far beyond his reach. He resolved to continue his cultivation. If Zhou Jun were to glimpse the thoughts of the blood-Huai tree demon, he might feel a sense of helplessness. Just as the two engaged in conversation, an 8-year-old boy emerged from the rain. The little fellow approached the blood-Huai tree, striking a stance to practice his martial arts. The blood-Huai tree demon explained to Zhou Jun, the villagers, in addition to their daily farmings, have formed a hunting team to venture into the mountains. This boy's father was once the captain of that team, but sadly, he perished at the jaws of a great serpent in the mountains. Now, this boy and his sister are left to rely on each other. Zhou Jun, surprised, cast a glance at the blood-Huai tree demon and asked, "Do you intend to take this boy as your disciple?" The blood-Huai tree demon chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of the immortal. Although this child may lack exceptional talent, I discovered a body refinement technique from a practitioner, and I plan to impart it to him through a dream. That sounds good, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. However, suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His heart filled with astonishment as he thought, "Oh, has the incense I gifted to the Divine Feather Dynasty been ignited? Has something occurred so soon?" Chapter 111. The Great Ling ascends. Time rewinds to half a day ago, outside the Divine Feather Dynasty. 3 colossal elephants, resembling small mountains and adorned in golden armor, drew forth a palanquin akin to a palace, arriving at the towering walls of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Behind this majestic vehicle, 99 elephants clad in black armor bore soldiers, heavily armored and wielding long halberds. The foremost soldier grasped a large, fluttering banner, prominently displaying the character for Ling. With each step the procession took, the very earth trembled, reverberating with the resounding cadence of their powerful strides. This was the elite force of the Great Ling Dynasty, the Divine Elephant Legion. Each soldier within possessed the formidable strength of 100, even in the Yuaning realm. They had followed the Supreme Emperor with unstoppable momentum, having vanquished several dynasties, leaving only the Divine Feather Dynasty before them. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor Ling Mu sat within the palanquin, eyes closed in meditation. Upon sensing their arrival, Ling Mu gradually opened his eyes, and the march of the Divine Elephant Legion came to a halt. "You-Every, I have afforded you ample time. It is now time to choose between submission or annihilation." Ling Mu rose slowly, approaching the window of the palanquin, squinting at the elderly figure atop the city wall, who wore a remarkably relaxed expression. "It has not yet been a year. Why the haste? Have you chosen to disregard your own words?" The elder on the wall replied with an air of ease. This man was You-Every, who had received a promise from Zhou Jun. "A year's time is nearly up. Do you truly believe I am so concerned with timing?" Ling Mu shook his head. "You-Every, I respect your former reputation as a peerless talent, which is why I granted you this time for reflection. I hope you do not misjudge my intentions, otherwise the Divine Elephant Legion behind me will breach your Divine Feather Imperial City today. Indeed, in our youth, you were my equal. Yet I regret to say my talent has always paled in comparison to yours. Now that you have ascended to the combined state, it is inevitable that you will expand the territory of the Great Ling Dynasty. It is an unstoppable force," You-Every responded with a hint of resignation. "It appears you have not yet succumbed to senility," Ling Mu chuckled lightly. Yet You-Every smiled wryly, regrettably. "The Divine Feather Dynasty shall not choose to submit to the Great Ling Dynasty. Have you thought this through? Should I take matters into my own hands? Even if your entire Divine Feather Dynasty exerts its utmost effort, you will not withstand my power for the span of a single incense stick." Ling Mu's expression turned icy, his disdain evident as he regarded You-Every with scorn. You-Every smiled slightly and remarked, "Although my innate talent may not compare to yours, my fortune is beyond your imagination. If you were to withdraw today, I could pretend that nothing has transpired." "Are you jesting?" Ling Mu scoffed, slamming his palm against the edge of the carriage window. In the next moment, a teacup from the table behind him shot forth like lightning, hurtling directly towards You-Every. Sensing the impending danger, You-Every deftly evaded, the teacup narrowly grazing his face as it whizzed past. With a resounding crash, he turned to see a portion of the city tower collapse, leaving him momentarily shaken. "This is merely a minor punishment. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for bringing down the entire tower," Ling Mu said with a grin, observing You-Every's apprehension. "Father, perhaps we should surrender."
in times of war. It is the common people who suffer, and we are no match for the mighty Ling dynasty, the bloodshot-eyed Yu Huang conveyed to his father, Yu. From the city wall. Surrender? Yu retorted with a cold snort. How could I have spawned such a coward? With that, he produced the incense gifted to him by Zhou Jun and ignited it. Yu Huang gazed in despair at the unfolding scene. His father had already begun to light the incense for himself, seemingly resigned to his fate. What on earth are you doing? Ling Mu, bewildered, questioned why Yu would light the incense at such a critical moment. You will understand shortly, Yu replied with a light chuckle. When a true immortal warrior intervenes. What is a mere harmonization realm practitioner like you? Enough of this stalling. This incense shall be lit for your descendants to savor after your demise. Ling Mu sensed something amiss and commanded his divine elephant legion. All commanders, heed my orders. At your command. The legion's resounding voices pierced the heavens. Kill! Ling Mu bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. The divine elephant legion advanced, their march echoing through the realm, as they trampled towards the divine feather city. Yu Huang, witnessing this, felt engulfed by despair. The armored soldiers of the divine elephant legion could withstand the attacks of even the nascent soul realm, their impenetrable armor comparable to 6th-grade treasures. You have been given a chance. If you do not cherish it, do not blame me, Ling Mu declared from atop the carriage. To his surprise, Yu remained unfazed. Replying, Ling Mu, I offer you the same words. Arrogance! Ling Mu, infuriated by Yu shameless demeanor, resolved to hang this old man on the city wall for 3 days and nights. The Feather Emperor could scarcely contain his dismay, feeling utterly isolated. He feared that his father had been rendered senseless by the earlier events, often mumbling incoherently while grinning at a stick of incense. The terrifying divine elephant legion of the Great Ling Empire, coupled with the formidable presence of the old Ling Emperor, represented a force far beyond the capabilities of the current Feather Empire to contend with. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A flying sword descended from the heavens. Whoosh! Boom! A magnificent sword aura disrupted the spiritual energy of the world, landing with precision before the 3 golden-armored giant elephants that slowly pulled a palatial carriage, creating a chasm thousands of feet long that obstructed the path of the Great Ling Empire. The sudden turn of events caused Ling Mu's previously arrogant demeanor to falter, and he instinctively gripped the carriage window, crushing the wood into dust. Terror-filled eyes stared at the suspended flying sword in the sky as he muttered in disbelief, "Is this a celestial sword? How could this be possible?" Chapter 112, Deep-Sea Conference. As Ling Mu gazed in astonishment at the celestial sword hovering above, a figure clad in a blue robe appeared beside it. The master of Yunju Mountain? Upon seeing Lihujun's appearance, Ling Mu's expression turned even more incredulous. The master of Yunju Mountain's pursuit of the sea-swallowing demon lord had spread throughout Qizhou. Naturally, the Great Ling Empire was well aware of this news, even going so far as to commission artists and those who had encountered the master of Yunju Mountain to depict his likeness to prevent future misrecognitions. Thus, with just a glance, Ling Mu recognized the newcomer as Lihujun, who had traveled from the southern continent riding a celestial sword. It turned out that this true immortal was indeed the master of Yunju Mountain. Yu also gasped in surprise, realizing that he had inadvertently crossed paths with the illustrious master of Yunju Mountain from Qizhou. You recognize me? At that moment, Lihujun regarded Ling Mu with a slight pause. The master single-handedly pursued the sea-swallowing demon lord to the depths of the sea, earning great renown throughout Qizhou. How could I not recognize him? Ling Mu thought to himself with a bitter smile, puzzled by how Yu, merely a virtual immortal, could possibly know someone of such stature. The Feather Emperor, equally astonished, stared incredulously at his father. Father, how do you know the master of Yunju Mountain? He couldn't help but inquire. Yu looked at him with a sense of pride and stated, Your father, though perhaps of modest talent, possesses remarkable fortune. Were it not for my good luck, I would never have reached the realm of the Void Immortal. I would have remained at the peak of the transformation stage. Yu felt a sense of resignation. It was no wonder his father remained so composed. He had long prepared for contingencies. Very well, you may retire. I owe the divine Feather Empire a favor, and I shall not return for another millennium. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun slightly bowed to Ling Mu. I shall take my leave then, the elderly man said. Previously, Ling Mu had exhibited an air of arrogance before the divine Feather Empire, but now, in the presence of Zhou Jun, he had lost his haughty demeanor. Even if it were merely a mountain lord from the Dao Tian sect who had come, he would still have to show respect. After all, the Dao Tian sect was home to countless powerful beings. As a mere cultivator of the integration stage, he would barely rank among the lower tiers of their elite. If the Dao Tian sect wished to eradicate the Great Ling Empire, it would require but a nod. As Ling Mu departed, Lihujun smiled at Yu and said, Your Highness, we are now even. Do you have any objections? You jest, Mountain Lord. Had it not been for your intervention, the Divine Feather Empire would have become a mere footnote in history, Yuhua quickly replied. Would you care for a cup of tea before you leave? No need. The favor has been repaid. I shall not linger, Zhou Jun declined with a smile. And with that, he vanished into thin air. There remains a millennium. If, after 1,000 years, you cannot break through to the integration stage, our Divine Feather Empire shall inevitably fall under the dominion of the Great Ling Empire, Yuhua said gravely to Yu Huang. 1,000 years to achieve perfection in the transformation stage and reach the integration stage? The thought is disheartening, Yu Huang mused. Knowing the chasm between the realms was vast and not easily traversed. After all, not everyone possessed the formidable cultivation talent of the Mountain Lord of Yunju. Elsewhere, Lihujun arrived at a tea house, intending to rest briefly before returning to the Daotian sect. The Mountain Lord of Yunju, at just over 40, had already attained the true immortal realm. With a visage as handsome as jade and wielding a pristine white sword, he had effortlessly slain countless sea creatures outside Lanai City, even pursuing the sea demon lord into the depths of the ocean, leaving the aquatic races in turmoil. As Lihujun settled at the tea house, he overheard a storyteller recounting his exploits. The audience listened intently, and Lihujun felt a sense of resignation. Who would have thought that he would one day gain such notoriety? After all, aside from hunting the sea demon lord, he had not engaged in battles with other aquatic races, as they were often oblivious to the passage of two true immortal-level powerhouses before them. However, it must be said that the storyteller captivated the audience with his remarkable narrative, even drawing the full attention of Lihujun. Yet, as Lihujun listened intently to the tale of the storyteller, deep within the oceanic depths of the Qingzhou border, several ominous and formidable thoughts converged. They were the most ancient and powerful entities within this vast expanse of sea. That good-for-nothing Tuhai Yaozuan has reduced our sea tribe to a mere laughingstock in the eyes of humanity. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that the Lord of Cloud Residence is a peerless figure, at just over 40 years of age. He has reached the 5th rank of true immortality in the mortal realm. If he continues to develop, he may become a significant threat to our sea tribe. My esteemed colleagues, who among you will eliminate him, quelling him in his infancy? What is the matter? Have you all fallen silent? How could a mere 5th-rank mid-tier true immortal warrant our attention? Who among us is not of the superior true immortal realm? I shall take it upon myself. You feeble old fools, aside from scheming against one another, can only exchange empty words. A youthful voice echoed among the powerful thoughts. Presumptuous. AOU. You newly ascended 7th-rank brat. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. What of my arrogance? If you find me displeasing, those of you with the ability should come forth and spar with me. Let me see what skills you old relics possess apart from your verbal jabs. If that proves too daunting, simply grant me a position, and I shall make my way over there. As the youthful voice faded, the voices from the depths of the sea fell silent. A gaggle of antiquated fools could only linger in the mortal realm. Those two ancient disciples of Daotian's sect have likely long since perished or ascended to the celestial realm, yet you still fear to even approach the shore. Perhaps inferior even to Tuhai Yaozuan. The young man scoffed. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. And soon a majestic dragon enveloped in mist surged forth from the ocean's depths, stirring up towering waves. Ultimately, this dragon transformed into a young man clad in white, possessing striking features. This individual was none other than AOU, who had just confronted the ancient beings of the sea. Lihujun, await my arrival. Do not let me down. AOU licked his lips. It is worth noting that the Dragon Clan and the Sea Tribe do not belong to the same lineage. After all, the Dragon Clan is revered as divine beasts, while the Sea Tribe comprises a myriad of diverse marine creatures. Yet, AOU is not born of true dragon blood. He is a white carp that has cultivated into a dragon. Humans must consume carp. Hence AOU harbors no fondness for humanity and naturally feels a closer affinity to the Sea Tribe. Chapter 113. Zhao Pingyuan on the other side. Within a small tea house in the town, a sharp crack resonated as the storyteller's wooden clapper struck the table. The tale of the master of Cloud Residence Mountain has come to a close, leaving the guests within the hall yearning for more. Master, do you believe there truly exists someone in this world who can attain the realm of true immortality before the age of 100? A young lad inquired, glancing at a white-robed elder who was savoring his tea with great deliberation. Ha ha ha. I recall the day when the Sea Tribe launched their assault on Coastal City. You were present, Master, the elder replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I understand now, Master, the youth said, his eyes brimming with reverence for the legendary figure of the Cloud Residence Mountain. How wonderful it would be if one day I could become a powerful being like the master of Cloud Residence Mountain. Meanwhile, Lihujun observed the storyteller packing up his belongings, leaving with a smile, evidently having earned a considerable sum. This storyteller has a promising future, Lihujun remarked, offering a candid assessment of the storyteller's talents, unaware of the extent of his own prowess. Have you heard? There is a demon lurking in the eastern Sunset Mountain Range, notorious for its penchant for harvesting the hearts of young boys to enhance its cultivation. Indeed, I have heard. Did not the Dao Tian sect already dispatch a mountain lord to exterminate this demon? It is said that the mountain lord is Murong Shui of Lingshiwei Mountain. Came the reply. Just as Zhou Jun was about to take his leave, he overheard a conversation at a nearby table. After some contemplation, he resolved to venture into the Sunset Mountain Range. Should he be unable to assist, he would at least enjoy the scenery. In the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range, a figure clad in black darted through the dense forest with astonishing speed. Damnable woman, have you been pursuing me for so long, and yet continue to chase? The pallid youth, resembling one gravely ill, cast a dark glance behind him. Trailing closely behind was a white-clad woman, equally agile as she navigated the woods, relentlessly following the black-robed youth. Murong Mountain Lord, what is the purpose of this pursuit? I have merely taken the lives of some insignificant creatures to cultivate. The youth called out as he ran. The woman was none other than Murong Shui, who, at that moment, paid no heed to the youth's words. The distance between them grew shorter with her relentless chase. Do you truly believe I fear you, woman? The black-robed youth's expression darkened as he noted her indifference. Surveying his surroundings, he realized they were deep within the Sunset Mountain Range, surrounded by towering trees. Even if reinforcements from the Dao Tian sect were to arrive, it would take considerable time. With a determined resolve, the black-robed youth ground his teeth, halted his steps, and came to a standstill. At the moment the young man in the black robe halted, a piercing flash of sword light cleaved towards him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping the strike, yet a fine, hair-like scar marred his visage. Immediately following, a thunderous crash resounded as several towering trees behind him were severed cleanly by the icy sword light. This woman from the heavenly sect wields a terrifying power. The young man in the black robe inhaled sharply. Although he and Murong Shui were both at the same cultivation level, their abilities were worlds apart. After all, Murong Shui had grown up within the heavenly sect, benefiting from superior resources, establishing a solid foundation. One could liken it to the difference between a thatched hut and a luxurious villa. However, Murong Shui showed no inclination to engage in conversation with him. She raised her hand, wielding her 3-foot-long azure blade, unleashing another frigid sword aura aimed at the young man. How infuriating! The young man, Zhao Pengyun, felt a surge of indignation as Murong Shui blatantly disregarded him, even too apathetic to exchange words, as if he were inconsequential. Yet, when faced with the descending sword strike, Zhao Pengyun's body reacted with stark honesty. He rolled away in a panic, narrowly avoiding the blow. Where is the medicinal maiden? Zhao Pengyun rose, his face a mask of utter humiliation. Oh, Zhao the Mighty, what seems to be the trouble? Do you still require my assistance? Just as Zhao Pengyun's words fell, a plume of black mist rose from the forest, accompanied by a peal of laughter that chimed like silver bells. If Lihujun had been present, he would likely have thought of a clucking hen. However, Murong Shui's expression turned grave. The medicinal maiden, a master of poison at the integration level. At times, merely brushing past her could lead to one falling victim to her schemes. It was unexpected that the two were connected. Before Murong Shui could contemplate further, she found herself enveloped by the black mist, which obscured her vision and senses. The mist was toxic. Plants tainted by it withered almost instantaneously. Murong Shui quickly channeled her inner spiritual energy, sealing her nostrils while enveloping herself in a layer of energy to prevent the black mist from making contact with her body. Simultaneously, within the black mist, several identical figures of a white-haired woman emerged. These figures seemed to be clones, yet also appeared to be the true entity, surrounding Murong Shui. They raised their palms to strike. However, shrouded by the mist, Murong Shui could not discern who was real and who was false, relying solely on her combat experience. She lifted her sword to parry. Clang! A figure with white hair and long, pitch-black nails struck the blade of Murong Shui, producing a clear, melodious chime of the sword. Truly, she was the master of Lingshiwei Mountain, which earned the admiration of the medicine woman. The white-haired woman let out a series of eerie giggles, her form drifting back like a specter, disappearing into the shadows of a dark room. Observing her sword, which had just absorbed the medicine woman's strike, Murong Shui noted that the blade was now exceedingly dark, evidently tainted with lethal poison. Had that strike landed, her fate would have been dire. However, before Murong Shui could catch her breath, the medicine woman, Zhao Pengyun, emerged from the swirling black mist, launching an assault against her. Murong Mountain Master, should you pursue me, be prepared to pay the price. Zhao Pengyun's face twisted into a sinister grin. Murong Shui, her expression grave, formed a hand seal, conjuring a wall of frost behind her. hoping to use it as a shield against Zhao Pingyun for just a moment, allowing her to free a hand to deal with the medicine woman. Suddenly, the medicine woman appeared just 3 steps away from Murong Shui. "Huh!" she exclaimed, as a dense black mist erupted from her mouth, surging toward Murong Shui. The latter swiftly darted to the side, attempting to evade the poisonous fog and escape its enveloping grasp. With a resounding crash, the ice wall shattered as Zhao Pingyun broke through, delivering a powerful strike toward Murong Shui. Bang! Murong Shui raised her sword defensively. Zhao Pingyun's palm collided with the blade, unleashing a tremendous force that propelled Murong Shui backward for dozens of steps, finally moving out of the mist's reach. Noticing this, the medicine woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "Zhao Pingyun, you are indeed a failure at achieving success while adept at causing disaster. Could you not speak so rudely?" "Medicine woman? After all, we are companions on this path," Zhao Pingyun retorted, frowning. The medicine woman chuckled. "Had it not been for your willingness to test the poison, I would have long since eliminated you. Don't let that wretched woman escape. She has pursued me relentlessly. If I do not eliminate her today, my wrath shall remain unquenched." Zhao Pingyun declared. "Humph, enough of this chatter. Let us swiftly deal with her. If the powerful ones from Daotian's sect arrive, our lives will be forfeit," the medicine woman replied with a cold huff. As they spoke, both rushed toward the direction in which Murong Shui had retreated. Just as they emerged from the black mist, a beam of sword light sliced toward them. With deft movements, the medicine woman unleashed dozens of silver needles, which rained down like a tempest, shattering the sword light. Zhao Pingyun, seeing that Murong Shui had not fled, revealed a wicked grin. "My Murong mountain master, how audacious you are to remain here." "Humph," Murong Shui scoffed, offering no reply. The medicine woman and Zhao Pingyun sought to slay Murong Shui, but she too harbored the desire to vanquish them. Just moments ago, she had discreetly informed the experts within her sect. As long as she could delay a little longer until the sect's powerful reinforcements arrived, these two would undoubtedly find themselves unable to escape. "I truly relish your aloof demeanor. Soon, I shall compel you to kneel and beg for mercy." Zhao Pingyun snorted coldly, a flash of brilliance illuminating his hands as 2 swords, one long and one short, materialized. The very essence of his life as treasure, the mother and child swords. With the mother and child swords in hand and the medicinal maiden fortifying his position, Zhao Pingyun no longer feared Murong Shui and charged forward brandishing his sword. Seeing this, Murong Shui would not lose her resolve, and she met him head-on with her own sword. The two clashed, their swords creating a dazzling display of light that severed countless trees in their vicinity. The medicinal maiden seized the opportunity, her delicate hand waving as dozens of silver needles shot forth. Murong Shui managed to force Zhao Pingyun back momentarily with her sword, but in her haste, she could not completely block the barrage of flying needles, allowing several to pierce her body, eliciting a muffled groan. "Murong Mountain Master, you have been struck by my flying flower needles. For 10 hours, you shall be unable to wield even a trace of spiritual energy." The medicinal maiden cackled with delight upon witnessing this. Murong Shui's face paled, feeling a numbing sensation within her, and attempted to suppress it by channeling her spiritual energy, but found herself utterly incapable of mobilizing her inner strength. Faced with such dire circumstances, despair began to take root in her heart. She realized she had been overly ambitious and should have retreated earlier. "Murong Mountain Master, without your spiritual power, you are no different from a mere mortal in my presence. Tell me, how shall I repay you for your relentless pursuit?" Zhao Pingyun gazed at Murong Shui's enchanting figure, feeling a dryness in his throat as a flame ignited in his abdomen. "Zhao Pingyun, if you wish to wait for the powerful reinforcements of the Daotian sect to arrive and slay us both here, then by all means, continue your dalliance with this woman," the medicinal maiden scoffed. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the limits," Zhao Pingyun replied, casting a regretful glance at Murong Shui. After all, it was indeed a pity not to enjoy the company of such a celestial beauty. Yet, as an evil cultivator who had attained the combined body realm, he understood that this was not the moment to be distracted by carnal desires. Although he wished to seize Murong Shui and take her away, the medicinal maiden was, after all, his publicly acknowledged partner. If he were to act rashly, she might very well administer a debilitating poison, sealing his fate. With this thought, Zhao Pingyun's expression hardened, and he controlled the mother and child swords to soar into the air, aiming for Murong Shui's heart. The sword grew larger in her eyes as she attempted to counter with her long sword, but found herself devoid of the strength to even raise it. A look of despair clouded Murong Shui's gaze. How unfortunate it was, she had yet to express her feelings to that man. "Murong Mountain Master, it seems I have saved your life once more." Just as Murong Shui closed her eyes, bracing herself to embrace death, a soothing laugh rang out before her. As Murong Shui opened her eyes, a figure clad in a blue robe appeared before her, effortlessly deflecting the incoming dual swords. This figure, though not particularly robust and even somewhat frail, loomed large in Murong Shue's heart, instilling a profound sense of security. Lihujun, Murong Shue opened her mouth to call out, yet found herself utterly drained of strength. Having lowered her guard, she could no longer withstand the toxins within her and began to collapse to the ground. Remarkably, Lihujun seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, turning around just in time to catch Murong Shue. The beauty fell into his embrace, her delicate fragrance enveloping him. However, Lihujun's expression turned cold as he directed his gaze towards the still-stunned apothecary girl and Zhao Pengyun, saying, "How do you wish to meet your demise? How audacious! The Murong Shue of the Daodian sect is no match for us. What makes you think you stand a chance?" Zhao Pengyun retorted with a scoff. The apothecary girl narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected youth. Given that the Daodian sect was some distance away, it seemed unlikely that their experts could arrive so swiftly, leaving them uncertain of Lihujun's identity. Furthermore, it was evident that they did not recognize him as the recently renowned master of Yunju Mountain. Although they had heard tales of the master, having never seen his likeness in person or in paintings, it was understandable that they failed to recognize him. The realm of true immortals was a level they had yet to encounter, and they certainly did not consider themselves capable of crossing paths with a being of such caliber. After all, it would be akin to striking gold if a true immortal were to descend specifically to hunt down a cultivator of the harmonious body realm. It would be an egregious misuse of power. Both Zhao Pengyun and the apothecary girl had long since broken through to the late stages of the harmonious body realm, while Murong Shue had only recently attained this level. The fact that she could exchange blows with them was a testament to her exceptional talent. Were she to further solidify her foundation, it was likely that these two would prove no match for her. Enough idle chatter, eliminate him swiftly, and let us depart. The apothecary girl urged, her brow furrowed. As her words fell, she continued to communicate with Zhao Pengyun telepathically. His ability to block your dual swords indicates that he possesses considerable strength. We must coordinate as we did before to subdue him. Rest assured. I wielded barely half my strength in controlling the dual swords just now, Zhao Pengyun replied with a chuckle. Given that Murong Shue could no longer channel her spiritual energy, he would not squander an ounce of his own. Meanwhile, Zhao Pengyun waved his hands, summoning the dual swords that Lihujun had knocked down, and, in conjunction with the apothecary girl's barrage of flying needles, they charged at Lihujun. Humph! Lihujun let out a cold snort. Having attained the pinnacle of the harmonious body realm, he was confident that he could easily handle two late-stage cultivators without even resorting to his flying swords or a balanced fight. However, Zhou Jun was disinclined to engage them. As Murong Shue was gravely injured, and swift resolution to assess her condition was of paramount importance. With that thought, Zhou Jun's mind stirred. The celestial sword blazed forth, its fearsome sword intent momentarily enveloping the advancing Zhao Pengyun. The Feihua needles trembled and fell to the ground beneath the overwhelming pressure of the sword's aura. A celestial sword? Zhao Pengyun stood frozen in place, while the apothecary's pupils narrowed to mere pinpoints. In that instant, she recalled the rumors she had heard of the figure in a green robe wielding a celestial sword. Could it be that they had indeed stumbled upon the legendary true immortal, the master of Yunju Mountain? Chapter 115, the youth who desires a hero to rescue the fair maiden. As Zhao Pengyun remained in a daze, the sword light had already swept through his form. In a single stroke, the combined body realm Zhao Pengyun became a mere jest, unable to even muster a reaction before he was utterly obliterated. Flee. The apothecary was shaken by the scene, and upon regaining her senses, she hastily transformed into a streak of light, retreating into the distance. Can you escape? Zhou Jun scoffed coldly, and with a mere thought, the celestial sword hummed to life, unleashing a magnificent sword chi that surged towards the apothecary's back. No. As she felt the earth-shattering sword strike approaching from behind, despair gripped the apothecary's heart. Could you not exhibit a semblance of restraint, O true immortal? Is it not sufficient to slay this combined body realm? Should I weep or laugh at your direct involvement? Yet, what use is it to ponder such matters? Perhaps in the eyes of mortals or lowly cultivators, she appeared as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the combined body realm. Yet, beneath the might of a celestial sword, her cultivation seemed as defenseless as an infant. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the apothecary met her demise beneath the sword's radiance. In the blink of an eye, two formidable cultivators of the combined body realm fell at the hands of Zhou Jun. After dispatching the apothecary and Zhao Pengyun, Zhou Jun sheathed his flying sword and turned his attention to Murong Shue in his arms, assessing her injuries. There is still hope. With a sweep of his consciousness over Murong Shue's body, Zhou Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then placed his palm upon her delicate shoulder, channeling his internal spiritual energy to expel the several Feihua needles lodged within her. At that very moment, A figure clad in white appeared along the path leading to the Daodian sect. This individual was none other than the true dragon, Aou, emerging from the sea realm. Aou took out the portrait of Zhou Jun, examined it briefly, committed the likeness to memory, and then stowed it away. He surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. The picturesque scenery of verdant mountains and clear waters was quite agreeable. He decided to wait for the master of Yunjushan to return to Tiandazong at this very spot. The expanse of Qizhou was vast. Even a true immortal would find it no easy task to search for someone at random. It was wiser to remain in this pivotal location. After all, the master of Yunjushan was merely a 5th-grade true immortal. Aou was confident he would sense his approach. As time passed, more than half a day slipped by, and by the time darkness fell, Zhou Jun had successfully extracted the flying flower needles from Murong Shue's body. Thief! Release the lady in your grasp. Just as Zhou Jun prepared to carry Murong Shui away, a seemingly ordinary young man emerged from the thicket. Upon catching sight of Murong Shui in Zhou Jun's arms, he was instantly captivated by her beauty. How can there be such an exquisite maiden in this world? His anger then surged. Had it not been for his serendipitous discovery of a mysterious cave in the setting sun mountains during his training 3 years prior, where a spiritual spring lay hidden, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Today, as he made his usual pilgrimage to this cave, he stumbled upon this scene. Was this maiden not in peril by the hands of this rogue? Indeed, the heavens must have favored him. After years of arduous cultivation by the spiritual spring, he had broken through to the golden core stage. It was as if fate had conspired to grant him the opportunity to play the hero and rescue the damsel, thereby claiming her affection. The seemingly unremarkable young man felt a swell of pride within. After all, it was a remarkable feat to ascend from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage in merely 3 years, an achievement many could scarcely dream of. Zhou Jun, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this ordinary-looking youth, could not help but express his astonishment. This young man, seemingly no more than 30, possessed golden core cultivation. Such talent, in the lower realms, could be deemed exceptional. Many foundation establishment cultivators, even those who lived for 200 years, could not condense a golden core. Yet, it seemed this ordinary-looking youth fancied himself a flower thief. Zhou Jun was momentarily speechless, given his current renown and appearance. It was no exaggeration to say that countless beauties would willingly offer themselves to him, rendering such base actions unnecessary. Thief, prepare to meet your end. The ordinary-looking youth, with a fierce expression, swiftly appeared before Zhou Jun. Channeling his inner spiritual energy, he thrust both palms toward Zhou Jun. Aware that the youth's intentions were misguided, Zhou Jun refrained from causing harm. With a flick of his sleeve, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth. The ordinary-looking youth's eyes widened in terror. Feeling a tempest approaching, casting the world into darkness, a force far beyond his capacity to withstand. In the next moment, he was swept back several paces by this gale, barely managing to steady himself. Thief! He shouted at Zhou Jun, his heart still racing with fear, though he was aware that the man before him was vastly more skilled. His audacity to traverse the sunset mountains at night gave him a semblance of courage. You scoundrel, why did you attack without rhyme or reason? Look at my appearance. Why resort to such despicable acts? Zhou Jun, cradling Murong Shui in one arm and waving his sleeve dismissively with the other, remained silent. Humph. There are countless scoundrels in this world. How can I know who you truly are? Have you ever seen a thief who openly bears the mark of a thief upon his face? The youth retorted. Zhou Jun was at a loss for words. This was nothing more than a fool intoxicated by his own bravado. And what do you propose? He inquired, narrowing his eyes. Release the girl in your arms, and I shall spare your life, the youth declared with a grin. Amused, Zhou Jun replied, what if I were to refuse? The youth chuckled, producing a bamboo whistle and bringing it to his lips. I have summoned help. You will regret this, he proclaimed, his expression filled with mirth. This bamboo whistle had been bestowed upon him by a tiger demon who had cultivated for a millennium in gratitude for saving its offspring, promising to aid him thrice in the Sunset Mountains. However, moments later, the tiger demon had yet to appear. The youth swallowed hard. It had never been like this before previously. A mere whistle would summon the creature instantly. What was amiss this time? Despite his inner turmoil, he feigned calmness towards Zhou Jun. Just wait. Don't be impatient. It will be here shortly. At that moment, a woman towering even above the strongest man strode through the woods, her expression filled with frustration. In her hand, she carried a tiger cub, hurrying away from the Sunset Mountains while cursing, You little rascal, are you trying to get me killed? Daring to provoke a true immortal? What a death wish. The sword energy from earlier had left her trembling to her very core, without a doubt. It belonged to a genuine immortal. Returning to Zhou Jun, he was not inclined to waste any more time with this foolish youth and prepared to turn away. Just then, Murong Shui stirred in his embrace, letting out a soft groan. Noticing this, Zhou Jun halted. You've awakened, he said with a gentle smile. Yes, Murong Shui murmured, feeling the warmth of his embrace, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Fear not, my lady. I shall rescue you shortly. The youth, seeing Murong Shui awake, expressed his anxiety. Why hasn't that tigress shown herself yet? Murong Shui stood in a daze, somewhat perplexed by the current situation. Lihujun, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I have become a flower thief. A peal of melodious laughter escaped Murong Shui's lips. In the next moment, Lihujun unceremoniously cast her aside. I am still injured. Do you not understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Murong Shui regained her composure and, with a playful blink, addressed Lihujun. He shot her an exasperated glance. With such a laugh, it seems you are not in much distress. Murong Shui was momentarily speechless, realizing the bluntness of his nature. Meanwhile, the young man, upon seeing Murong Shui awaken, began to flirt with the flower thief. He found himself momentarily frozen, unable to decide whether to stay or leave. After all this time, was I truly the fool? It was evident that the young lady was acquainted with the flower thief. Jealousy flickered in his eyes as he cast a glance at the flower thief, thinking, how fortunate for one so handsome to be in the company of such beauty. Clearing his throat, the young man awkwardly announced, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He turned to depart. Zhou Jun made no effort to stop him. After all, he was merely a cultivator of the Golden Core realm, and Zhou Jun found it unworthy of his breath. He then tilted his head to Murong Shui and remarked, Why is it that every time I encounter you, you find yourself in peril? You seem rather weak. Murong Shui pondered for a moment before responding, After all, how else can I keep pace with you? One must take things step by step. If you rush, you may choke. Zhou Jun replied with a sigh. You are over 100 years my senior. Why must I be the one to impart such basic wisdom? Murong Shui's lips twitched in annoyance. She had much she wished to discuss with Zhou Jun, yet his demeanor had suddenly extinguished her desire. Why was it that he could so easily kill the mood? Let us return to the heavenly sect, Zhou Jun declared. Agreed, Murong Shui nodded in response. Why do you seem unhappy? Are you upset? Zhou Jun teased, noticing her glum expression. Not at all, she replied with a smile. That is good. If you were genuinely angry, I have no sweets to offer you, Zhou Jun said, relieved. Roll away, Murong Shui retorted, her teeth clenched. Uttering the word with a hint of irritation, Zhou Jun silently stepped aside, muttering to himself, Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Women can turn on you faster than one can turn the pages of a book. As Zhou Jun adeptly steered the conversation into silence, the two began their journey back to the heavenly sect. Meanwhile, on the road, Aou lounged under a melon canopy, holding a watermelon and expressing his dissatisfaction. This melon is quite nice and sweet, but will Zhou Jun really return? If you do not return soon, this field of melons will be consumed entirely by me. Suddenly, Aou raised an eyebrow. At last, he has arrived. He straightened himself, his gaze fixed upon the night sky where a streak of light raced across. This streak of light was none other than Zhou Jun, returning to Tiangong on his sword. Aou's lips curled into a smile as he conjured his magical energy, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Zhou Jun with the intent to deliver a fatal blow. Although the master of Yunju Mountain was merely a 5th-grade true immortal, Aou, despite his arrogance, adhered to the principle of remaining hidden in the shadows rather than exposing himself in the light. Otherwise, he could not have transformed from a mere carp into a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Boom! Aou clapped his palms together, unleashing an unfathomable force that morphed into a colossal hand, hurtling skyward towards the location of Zhou Jun and Murong Shui. Instantly, the entire realm dimmed beneath the might of his strike. Aou observed this scene, a smile gracing his lips, confident that Zhou Jun would surely meet his demise under this assault. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, guiding his flying sword, seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, a hand, as immense as a mountain, loomed before him. True immortal level? Who could it be? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, but simultaneously, he activated his ability, boosting his cultivation to the 7th-grade true immortal in an instant. What is happening? Behind Zhou Jun, Murong Shui was also taken aback by the sudden development, standing dazedly behind him. At that moment, Zhou Jun raised his fist and struck the void, causing the entire space to tremble under the force of his blow. Boom! His fist collided with the gigantic hand. Immediately, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward in all directions, sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles. This is bad. This fellow can withstand my full power strike. Wasn't he merely a 5th-grade true immortal? As the dust settled, Aou gazed at Zhou Jun, who remained unscathed, hovering in the void on his flying sword, his face turning ashen. Could it be that those ancient beings from the sea wish for me and this master of Yunju Mountain to suffer mutually assured destruction, seizing the opportunity to eliminate me upon my return to the ocean? Realizing this, Aou seethed with fury, Such cunning schemes from those old dogs. In that case, do not blame me. With that thought, Ayu chose not to linger with Zhou Jun, turning instead to vanish into the void. In the ocean's depths, Ayu's juniors inquired if he had brought back good news. Indeed, with your prowess, the master of Yunju Mountain is no match for you. As Ayu returned to the deep sea, several divine senses immediately relayed messages to him. Upon hearing this, Ayu chuckled coldly. This group of old hounds, still playing their charade, harboring hopes of reaping the benefits of a fisherman's profit. After a moment's contemplation, Aoyu responded, "No. I merely circled around the entrance of the Dao Tian sect and did not encounter any so-called Lord of Yunju. Thus I returned." "What? You wandered near the Dao Tian sect? Those two ancient beings did not take action against you?" Upon Aoyu's words, several strands of divine consciousness began to stir restlessly. It was inevitable. The memories imparted to the two elders of the Dao Tian sect, the truth-seeking Lord and the sun-watching Lord, were indeed profound. Countless years prior, under the leadership of several true immortals, the Sea clan had launched a full-scale offensive against Qingzhou, only to be utterly routed by these two true immortals of the Dao Tian sect. The Sea clan's true immortals were scattered and fleeing in disarray, pursued relentlessly by these formidable foes. Now, witnessing Aoyu return safely from the Qingzhou continent, their minds began to awaken with ambition. Indeed, it is likely that those two second-generation disciples of the Dao Tian sect have long since ascended to the celestial realm. Aoyu nodded, acknowledging that the place he had hidden was not close to the Dao Tian sect. After all, he dared not gamble on whether those ancient beings were still alive. Chapter 117. Master, allow me to explain. Aoyu, are you certain you have not deceived us? The ancient beings were clearly reluctant to place their trust in Aoyu's words. Despite their relatively amicable interactions, given the chance, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate one another. After all, those who had cultivated to the level of superior true immortal possessed a plethora of treasures. Even in the absence of such artifacts, they could consume each other's flesh and blood to enhance their own cultivation. Aoyu understood well that these ancient beings would not easily believe him. Yet he had devised a strategy. Should they send their confidants to Qingzhou for verification, he would lay in wait to intercept them, employing intimidation and temptation to lure them to his side. If they chose to send avatars instead, he would simply eradicate them and place the blame on the Lord of Yunju. Everything appeared impeccably orchestrated. Aoyu reveled in his cleverness. Did these ancient beings dare to scheme against him? Humph, why would he deceive these undying ones? Whether they chose to believe him or not, he dismissed them with disdain, declaring, "If there is nothing more, do not disturb me further." With a cold snort, he executed a strategy of feigned indifference. He knew these ancient beings would inevitably dispatch someone to investigate Qizhou, for within the Dao Tian sect of Qizhou, many true immortals had emerged. Perhaps there were even treasures hidden within. The group of ancient beings, incensed by Aoyu's blatant disrespect, felt a surge of anger. Yet they were all individuals of profound cunning, unwilling to engage in conflict over mere pride. After all, with no tangible benefits at stake, losing could mean death, while winning often led to severe injuries. Even if one managed to escape, the specter of demise would still loom large, rendering such endeavors utterly unworthy. Ultimately, it is life and cultivation that hold paramount importance. Reflecting on this, the ancient beings chose not to quarrel with Aoyu, withdrawing their consciousness entirely. Once tranquility was restored, Aoyu maintained a serene demeanor as he returned to his dragon palace. It was only upon entering the secluded chamber where he practiced his cultivation that he finally let out a hearty laugh. As dawn broke, en route to the Dao Tian sect, the memory of that palm strike, seemingly wielded by a 7th-grade true immortal, lingered in Morong Shue's mind, still causing her some trepidation. For reasons she could not fathom, Morong Shue had grown numb to the fact that Zhou Jun could withstand the force of a 7th-grade true immortal strike. Each time she believed he had reached his limit, he would prove her wrong. She would not be surprised if someone claimed he had engaged in combat with an immortal lord. Perhaps that was plausible, Lihujun replied with a smile. Noticing that Lihujun was disinclined to discuss that matter further, Morong Shue shifted the conversation. "When you left last time, Jinyun Taishang came looking for you." "Jinyun Taishang? Who is that?" Lihujun inquired, momentarily puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Could it be the former mountain lords of Yunju Mountain? Indeed. Morong Shui affirmed with a nod. As they spoke, the duo arrived back at the Dao Tian sect. "Greetings, esteemed mountain lords." The disciples bowed in reverence as Lihujun and Morong Shui passed by. Recently, the tales surrounding this mountain lord of Yunju had proliferated, and many disciples viewed him as a paragon, aspiring to emulate him. Additionally, numerous female disciples were captivated by the sight of the elegantly attired Lihujun, their hearts fluttering. The notion of a peerless gentleman aptly described this extraordinary mountain lord. Zhou Jun, exuding warmth and approachability, acknowledged their admiration with friendly nods. However, he soon noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Turning to Murong Shui, he inquired, "Why is it that, apart from the two of us, I sense no other mountain lord's presence along our path?" "They are all in seclusion," Murong Shui replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. It was all due to him. After all, the once lofty mountain lords were feeling the pressure, all claiming they needed to travel the world for inspiration while actually immersing themselves in intensive cultivation. "Ah, I see." Zhou Jun nodded in understanding. As they continued their conversation, they reached a fork in the road. Murong Shui flashed Zhou Jun a playful smile. "Don't be in such a hurry to return. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea at my mountain?" Seeing her inviting demeanor, Zhou Jun chuckled sheepishly, patting his waist. "Next time, definitely next time." Having spoken, he transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring towards Yunju Mountain. Murong Shui, witnessing this spectacle, found herself questioning her existence as she touched her face. Could it truly be that terrifying? The scene shifted. Lihujun had already returned to Yunju Palace. "Sister Ru, prepare yourself." The sword technique of the senior sister bore a resemblance to that of their master, showcasing remarkable prowess. "Sister Ru, you are formidable as well." As Lihujun approached the courtyard, he observed Su Nan and Ru Jining, two young girls, engaging in practice with one another. A gentle smile graced his lips. It was evident that during his absence, they had not been idle, as their cultivation had evidently surpassed the mid-stage of foundation establishment. "All right, Sister Ru. Seeing as I am already quite strong, let us take another day of rest. Later, we shall venture to the lakeside to procure some fish from the 9 dragon uncles. Last time, the eldest dragon uncle praised my culinary skills." Su Nan remarked cheerfully, sheathing her sword. "Sister, is that really appropriate?" Ru Jining wiped the corner of her mouth, slightly troubled as she cast a wistful glance at her belly. "Alas, those fish are nourished by spiritual energy, and I seem to have gained a little paunch from indulging. Yet, your culinary skills are genuinely impressive. What is inappropriate about it? The skills I have so painstakingly honed must not go to waste. Come on," Su Nan exclaimed, pulling Ru Jining towards the lakeside. Zhou Jun could not help but twitch his lips. He had never anticipated such a swift turn of events. "Might I join you? I would like to sample your cooking," he said with a hint of melancholy. "Absolutely. Welcome, dear guest." Su Nan responded boisterously, her eyes closed as she pounded her chest. "Sister, our master has returned." Ru Jining, blushing, nudged Su Nan as she pointed towards the figure in a green robe at the courtyard's entrance, her expression somewhat embarrassed. "Well, if our master has returned, it's not a big deal. I can simply treat him to a meal, right?" "What did you say? Our master has returned?" Su Nan's eyes widened in shock as she caught sight of the young man at the entrance, her expression shifting to one of awkwardness. "Master, please, allow me to explain." Observing Su Nan's flushed and defensive demeanor, Lihujun suppressed a chuckle but sighed instead, "You must not be complacent. What if, in the future, you encounter difficulties while I am not by your side? Master, I acknowledge my mistake and will certainly devote myself to my training from now on." Su Nan playfully stuck out her rosy tongue, showcasing her spirited demeanor. Chapter 118. Taishang'o, you little rascal. Lihujun shook his head in exasperation. Returning to the sect without even a word of greeting, how unbecoming. At that moment, Mu Taiyu arrived at Yunji Mountain. "Master," Lihujun slightly inclined his head in respect. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. Both Su Nan and Ru Jining bowed respectfully to Mu Taiyu. With a hearty laugh, Master Mu remarked, "Now that you have attained the realm of true immortal, I cannot accept such formalities." He smiled, acknowledging the esteemed Lihujun, who, despite being the sect leader, was not one to boast in the presence of a true immortal. Glancing at Su Nan and Lu Jining, he added, "Both of your disciples are indeed prodigies. Masterly, you possess remarkable discernment. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed sect leader," Lihujun replied with a smile. "Do not be so modest, Masterly, otherwise I shall find myself embarrassed," Mu Taiyu said earnestly. Lihujun could only manage a wry smile. "By the way, Masterly, it may no longer be appropriate for you to continue serving as sect leader given your current level of cultivation," Mu Taiyu stated. "How so?" Lihujun inquired, slightly taken aback. With a gentle smile, Mu Taiyu avoided a direct answer, instead suggesting, "I invite you to accompany me to the Supreme Hall. The esteemed elders have been awaiting your arrival." "Lead the way, sect leader," Lihujun responded. "Please," Mu Taiyu gestured invitingly. As they departed, Lihujun cautioned Su Nan, "Do not overindulge. Remember to practice alongside your junior sister, Lu. Do not worry, master. I shall take care." Su Nan waved her hand cheerfully. Lihujun's lips twitched in response. Mu Taiyu chuckled, "Your disciple is quite spirited indeed. My apologies for the laughter, Masterly." With a resigned tone, Lihujun replied, It is quite all right. Subsequently, Mu Taiyu informed Zhou Jun about the identities of the elders awaiting them in the Supreme Hall. They were the venerable Master Yunzi of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain, the fiery Master Fanshan of Fire Maple Mountain, and the ethereal Master Wuchinzi of Heavenly Dust Mountain, all of whom had reached the third rank of true immortal. As they conversed, the two arrived at the Supreme Hall, gracefully suspended atop the mountain and shrouded in clouds. Zhou Jun, you have kept us waiting most patiently. A voice called out just as Mu Taiyu was about to knock. The grand doors of the Supreme Hall creaked open, revealing an elder dressed in simple attire, with flowing white eyebrows and a beaming smile, who circled around Zhou Jun thrice, beaming with satisfaction. Indeed, you are the master of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain. Your demeanor, appearance, and innate talent are truly exceptional. Disciple Zhou Jun pays respects to the venerable elder, Zhou Jun said, somewhat overwhelmed by the elder's exuberance. It was evident that this elder with the flowing white brows was none other than Master Yunzi. Why the formalities? I have heard that you single-handedly repelled a fifth-rank true immortal from the Sea Clan? Master Yunzi inquired. It was merely fortune on my side, primarily. The Sea Demon Lord was not inclined to engage me directly, or else it would have surely resulted in mutual destruction, Zhou Jun humbly replied. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves aside, and the former waves perish on the shore. Your current cultivation level would make even me feel inadequate. Master Yunzi reflected with a sense of admiration. The azure emerges from the blue, surpassing its origin. Zhou Jun smiled, saying, naturally, I cannot allow the various mountain lords to tarnish the reputation of Yunju Mountain. Haha, you young rascal, I take a liking to you, chuckled Yunzi. While Zhou Jun was a fifth-grade true immortal, Yunzi treated him with a calm demeanor. Haha, seeing you in person is far more enlightening than hearing about you. The master of Yunju Mountain is indeed the most outstanding talent of our Daotian sect. If I were younger and a woman, I would surely be entranced by the master of Yunju Mountain. At that moment, an elderly figure adorned in a crimson robe, with a blazing fire resembling a fierce sun, emerged from the grand hall with a smile. This individual needed no introduction. He was undoubtedly the old master of Huofeng Mountain, Zhou Jun of the Burning Mountain. Beside Zhou Jun stood another elderly man, impeccably dressed and equally cheerful as he regarded Zhou Jun. This gentleman was none other than the master of Tiansuan Mountain, Wuchinzi. Upon seeing Zhou Jun and listening to his words, Zhou Jun felt a jolt of surprise, even causing him to recoil slightly. This old man certainly had the audacity to speak so boldly. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun looked at Yunzi with eyes full of envy, contemplating how Yunju Mountain must have been struck by lightning to produce such an extraordinary prodigy. He recalled how he had spent an entire day and night hanging the current master of Huofeng Mountain, the young man named Lu Yan, demanding to know if he was concealing his true abilities. Ultimately, that young man had been knocked unconscious without uttering a single word. And as Zhou Jun prepared to continue his interrogation, he realized the boy was on the brink of death, prompting him to reluctantly cease his efforts and accept the mediocrity of the current Huofeng Mountain Lord. Mu Taiyu silently observed the conversations among the various true immortals, feeling somewhat superfluous as the sect leader, given that he was the least experienced among them. Clearing his throat, he addressed the esteemed elders, masters. It appears that you and Zhou Jun are growing increasingly engrossed in your discussion. If I do not interject, I fear the conversation might continue for an entire month. Ah, what a memory I have, Yunzi exclaimed, then turned to Zhou Jun with a smile. Zhou Jun, I trust you are aware that to become a supreme elder of our Daotian sect, one must not only possess sufficient cultivation but also receive the approval of the sect leader and the three supreme elders. The sect's regulations were, of course, firmly etched in Zhou Jun's mind. He nodded, sensing the weight of what was to come. Indeed, after our deliberations, you have qualified to become a supreme elder of Daotian sect. Zhou Jun, do you wish to accept this esteemed position? Yunzi inquired with a smile. Zhou Jun was immensely honored, bowing respectfully. The position of supreme elder held far greater prestige than that of a mountain lord. Not only would he gain access to the richly infused spiritual energy of the Supreme Hall for cultivation, but he would also have the authority to mobilize sect resources within certain limits. There were instances when even the sect leader would hesitate to act without the supreme elder's consent. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Zhou Jun was now a true immortal. Should he suddenly ascend one day, would it not necessitate the election of a new mountain lord? Li Taishang, this is the emblematic token of the esteemed position of the elder. At this moment, Mu Taiyu presented a smooth jade tablet with both hands to Zhou Jun, inwardly chuckling at the absurdity of a mere 40-year-old serving as the Taishang elder of the Daotian sect. The mere thought would astound countless individuals. While Mu Taiyu was courteous, Zhou Jun naturally refrained from boasting. Upon receiving the Taishang order with both hands, he graciously expressed, "Thank you, sect leader. By the way, Zhou Jun, now that you have ascended to the rank of Taishang, The position of the Yunju Mountain Lord is still yours to decide. After all, your remarkable ascent to the role at such a young age suggests that the two young girls you have taken under your wing must be exceptional as well. Either one would suffice. At this moment, Yunzi chuckled. Rest assured, with both of us here, we will ensure that those two young girls break through to the realm of the virtual immortal within a century. Good, Zhou Jun nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. This time, unlike his previous lonely experience as the Yunju Mountain Lord, he had the support of both the old Mountain Lord and the venerable elder beside him. Chapter 119. Sufficient all right, young Mu, there is nothing more for you to do here. Go attend to other matters. As the sect leader, your responsibilities are considerable. The true monarch of Burning Mountain said, waving his hand at Mu Taiyu. I take my leave, Mu Taiyu replied with a respectful bow, his heart heavy with unspoken tears. While the world perceived him as a figure of great authority, the reality was that, at times, he seemed to bask in glory, yet more often than not, he found himself mediating trivial matters within the sect. Just recently, had not that scoundrel Lu Yin almost been killed by the true monarch of Burning Mountain? Had it not been for his intervention to counsel the true monarch, Lu Yin would have already met his demise. Let us not dwell on that. Consider instead the chain reaction caused by Lu Yan's punishment. Those ostentatiously proud mountain lords, upon witnessing Lu Yan's severe reprimand, spoke of leisure trips, but in reality, they hastily retreated to seclusion, fearing that one day their own ancestors might emerge from the Taishang Hall and administer a similar punishment, questioning their cultivation. And after such a chastisement, it would not merely end there. They dreaded the possibility of receiving a melancholic remark akin to, "It seems my junior truly is a failure." The consequence of this was that within the vast Dao Tian sect, numerous affairs had inevitably fallen upon his shoulders, creating significant pressure. It seemed imperative to quickly elevate his cultivation, to break through to the realm of the true immortal, so that he might either relinquish the sect leader position or ascend to the celestial realm in pursuit of the ultimate path of immortality. Young Mu has been quite competent as sect leader. I support him in holding the position for another 1,000 years, the true monarch of Burning Mountain mused with a smile, watching Mu Taiyu depart. Not far from his departure, Mu Taiyu heard this remark and immediately shuddered, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Yunzi smiled at Zhou Jun and said, "Let us proceed, Zhou Jun. As the esteemed elder of Daotian sect, it is imperative that you have entered the Supreme Hall." Both Master Fenchin and Wichenzi nodded amiably at Zhou Jun. "Very well, I appreciate your guidance, Venerable Mountain Lord." Zhou Jun responded with a respectful gesture towards Yunzi. Accompanied by Yunzi and the two others, they stepped into the Supreme Hall of Daotian sect. Instantly, a dense aura of spiritual energy coalesced into mist, enveloping them. The spiritual energy here was remarkably potent. Even a true immortal could cultivate comfortably in this environment, a realm accessible only to the sect leader and the supreme elders. As Yunzi explained to Zhou Jun. As his words concluded, Yunzi waved his hand, and Zhou Jun felt a sudden whirl of the world around him. The environment spinning until it settled into a serene landscape of verdant mountains, flowing waters, and leisurely drifting clouds. Scattered amidst this picturesque scenery were quaint thatched cottages, resembling a celestial paradise, an idyllic realm beyond the mundane. This locale was a small world, a retreat for many supreme elders of Daotian sect. If you desire, you may move in at any time. However, I sincerely hope you will venture into the immortal realm and compete with the exceptional talents of myriad races. For your potential should not be confined to the lower realms, Yunzi expressed earnestly. Zhou Jun took these words to heart, solemnly acknowledging the old mountain lord's sentiments. At that moment, Master Fenchin interjected with a smile. "Well then, my brother Wichenzi and I shall not intrude on your cherished reunion any longer. Farewell." With that, Fenchin and Wichenzi respectfully nodded to Yunzi and Zhou Jun before transforming into streaks of light and departing. After watching them leave, Yunzi turned to Zhou Jun and remarked, "But you have attained the 5th rank of true immortal. You are still quite young. Are you aware of the subtle distinctions within the realm of true immortals?" Zhou Jun listened intently, humbly acknowledging the inquiry. Observing this, Yunzi felt a deep sense of satisfaction towards this junior. Despite his unparalleled cultivation among his peers, and even surpassing many of the older generation, his ability to maintain such a mindset was indeed rare, indicative of a potential celestial emperor. He hoped for Zhou Jun to make a name for himself in the immortal realm, so that he could boast, "Look at so-and-so, he is a junior of mine." Of course, these were merely fanciful thoughts of Yunzi. He then proceeded to explain to Zhou Jun in detail, the realm of true immortals is classified from low to high, ranging from the 1st to the 9th rank. The 1st to 3rd ranks are considered inferior true immortals, the 4th to 6th ranks are middle true immortals, and the 7th to 9th ranks are superior true immortals. 2 centuries ago, within the supreme hall of Daodian sect, 2 second-generation ancestors reached the pinnacle of the 9th-rank true immortal, on the verge of breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. Unfortunately, the conditions for such a breakthrough do not exist in the lower realms. Thus, they could only ascend to the immortal realm. In the lower realms, achieving the pinnacle of the 9th-rank true immortal is no small feat. Even if the 2 second-generation ancestors have ascended to the celestial realm, they must possess extraordinary talents. Lihujun gasped in astonishment. However, Yunjushan shook his head and remarked, "To speak frankly, the talents of these 2 second-generation ancestors do not surpass yours. After all, they have remained in the supreme hall for their cultivation, where the spiritual energy rivals that of the more remote areas of the celestial realm." Lihujun chuckled awkwardly, pondering whether he could genuinely claim to have reached the consummate stage of the harmonization realm. "Old Mountain Master," Lihujun ventured timidly, "may I inquire what the highest cultivation level is within our Daodian sect?" Upon hearing this, the Old Mountain Master stroked his flowing beard, a cryptic smile gracing his face. "As for the highest cultivation level, I must admit, I am uncertain. However, it is indeed sufficient within this Tianyuan realm." Understanding dawned on Lihujun, and a smile spread across his face. Although he believed he could match anyone equally, having a formidable sect as a backing was undeniably comforting. Yunjushan then chuckled, "All right. Zhou Jun, you should return to report on the affairs of the sect. While it is true that all previous masters of Yunjushan have enjoyed wandering the world, we must not neglect our important duties." "Very well, I shall take my leave for now and visit the Old Mountain Master again another day," Lihujun said, clasping his hands in respect. "Go," Yunjushan nodded. Yet, in the next moment, Lihujun found himself frozen in place. It seemed his cultivation at the harmonization realm prevented him from leaving this world to enter the Grand Hall. While he could utilize his celestial sword, employing it for such a trivial matter felt rather inappropriate. "What troubles you?" Yunjushan inquired. "Ahem, Old Mountain Master, I wish to spend more time with you," Lihujun replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Yunjushan paused for a moment before laughing. "Very well. It is rare for you to express such sentiment. There is no rush regarding sect matters. Let us enjoy a drink together." A month later, outside a rather ordinary thatched cottage, piles of empty wine jars lay scattered about. Yunjushan gazed at these emptied vessels, a flicker of pain crossing his face. "Old Mountain Master, I'm going to catch some fish." At that moment, Lihujun emerged from the cottage, his trousers rolled up, brandishing a fishing spear with a smile. Yunjushan's face contorted in anguish once more. "That little scoundrel. The fine wine I have treasured is nearly consumed by this brat." Chapter 120, Loyalty? By the heavens, I have been deceived by this little scoundrel's jade-like exterior. Each time he desires wine, he scampers off to catch fish. He shamelessly feasts on roasted fish while indulging in my liquor. Though his grilled fish is indeed delicious, it is no match for my celestial brew, which holds far greater value. This cannot continue. He must not stay any longer. At this moment, Yunjushan resolved to send off Zhou Jun today. "Zhou Jun, you have been with me for a month now, and I can sense your enthusiasm. Is it not time for you to attend to the affairs of the Mountain Master?" Yunjushan inquired with a warm demeanor. Esteemed Mountain Master, I actually wish to linger a bit longer." Before Lihujun could complete his sentence, he felt a sudden whirlwind and found himself in the grand hall of the Taishang Palace. Holding a spear, Lihujun blinked in bewilderment as he discovered a stone tablet partially shrouded in mist before him. Upon closer inspection, he saw the words Yun'in Realm inscribed prominently. Next to it, a line of smaller text read, "Entry requires the Taishang Order and Sect Master's command." It dawned on Lihujun that the identity token of the Elder was, in fact, the key. This confusion was understandable, as everyone initially believed him to be a 5th-grade true immortal. Naturally, a 5th-grade true immortal could traverse small worlds at will. Hence the absence of any mention of the Taishan Order's function to him. This predicament caused Yunjushan some distress. Yet, at that moment, Yunjushan stood there, somewhat melancholic. It must be said, Lihujun's grilled fish was indeed delectable, with an array of exotic spices that one could scarcely find elsewhere. Forcing this little rascal away, Yunjushan felt a twinge of reluctance. He glanced at the wine still buried in the ground, realizing that the next time he craved grilled fish, it would be a loss-making endeavor. Meanwhile, Lihujun was enveloped in a radiant glow, restoring his previous ethereal appearance in a blue robe. After stepping out of the Taishang Palace, he instantaneously transported himself to the Cloud Abode Palace. Oh, this woman is utterly unreasonable. She became a partner to that male cultivator, living in bliss, only to end up as his stepmother. How klitsch, how klitsch. Which fool penned this tale? I shall have his head. Upon returning to Yunju Mountain, Lihujun spotted Su Nen between 2 trees in the yard, having fashioned a hammock. She lay there, holding a blue book, her bare feet resting atop one another. swaying gently as she cried and cursed simultaneously. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jun's lips twitched. Is there anything more melodramatic than this between partners? Is there anything more melodramatic? Sunan replied without hesitation. Concealing one's gender, Zhou Jun grinned. Goodness, are you that twisted? Sunan leaped from the hammock, momentarily stunned upon recognizing Zhou Jun. Before rolling her eyes and exclaiming, I'm starving. I haven't eaten for 30 days. I'm about to faint. With that, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhou Jun approached and firmly grasped her ear. Ouch, master. It hurts. Sunan grimaced as Zhou Jun pinched her ear, lifting her off the hammock. Why can't you learn from your junior sister? It would spare me some worry, sighed Zhou Jun. At that moment, a loud bang echoed from the alchemy room. Cough, cough, cough. In the next instant, Lu Jiqing, her face blackened by smoke, emerged from the alchemy chamber, waving her small hands to fan away the soot. Master, I feel like I'm actually all right. At this, Sunan looked at Zhou Jun with a pitiful expression. Aren't you feeling proud now? Your junior sister may have failed in her alchemy, but she possesses ambition. And what about you? What are you doing? Zhou Jun's lips twitched, surprised by how quickly the tables had turned. Yet, as a master, he had to maintain his authority. Jiqing, what potion were you trying to concoct? It's all right to fail. After all, failure is the mother of success. The most important thing is to learn from your mistakes, Zhou Jun said with a motherly smile directed at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing's cheeks flushed. Master, my senior sister has made me gain a little belly. I was trying to brew a weight loss potion. Slap. Zhou Jun covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down. You too, clean up the alchemy room, and then stand outside as punishment for a day, Zhou Jun declared, feeling the bittersweet weight of a father's heart. Having delivered his verdict, Zhou Jun shook his head and returned to his quarters, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. Once he left, Sunan sighed in relief and patted her chest, saying, that scared me to death. Senior sister, do you think Master will get sick from our antics? Lu Jiqing asked Sunan. Sunan chuckled. Master is a true celestial-level expert. How could we possibly provoke him to illness? Let us prepare a cup of tea for him tonight and sincerely apologize. He'll surely calm down. What are you two whispering about? Hurry and clean the alchemy room, came Zhou Jun's urging voice from his residence. Ah, master. We are on our way. Sunan replied loudly, then turned to Lu Jiqing. Let us go clean up. We wouldn't want master to truly get angry. Sister, I can handle the cleaning since it was my mess, Lu Jiqing protested. What are you saying, junior sister? We share both burdens and blessings. Now, come on, grab a broom. Sunan interrupted, urging her on. Meanwhile, deep within the sea near the Qingzhou continent, in the Dragon Palace, Ao Yu indeed captured a peculiar creature from the depths of the sea, sending a trusted confidant, a lobster spirit, to Qingzhou for inspection. He bound this lobster spirit to a wooden frame. Crack. Ao Yu struck the lobster spirit with a whip, his countenance darkened as he proclaimed. I offer you an opportunity. Submit to me. Do you consent or not? The lobster spirit, racked with pain, cried out in torment, on the verge of pleading for mercy. Crack. Another lash echoed. Ao Yu gazed at the lobster spirit in astonishment. Ah, how surprising. You possess quite a backbone. I underestimated you before. Crack. Do you agree or not? Crack. Do you agree or not? After a prolonged session of whipping, Ao Yu finally ceased, regarding the lobster spirit with admiration. The turtle sovereign of the Tuo Sea ought to take pride in having such a loyal confidant. Loyalty? Loyalty, you say. Why won't you let me speak? The lobster spirit, nearly at the brink of death, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing Ao Yu's words, and regardless of whether the figure before him was truly a dragon, he erupted in a torrent of grievances. Chapter 121. The misfortunate lobster spirit. Ao Yu observed the lobster spirit's woeful expression, his lips twitching slightly. So, you are willing to submit to me? Yes? I am. The lobster spirit replied without hesitation, nodding fervently. Crack. Ao Yu lashed the spirit again, furious. You spineless wretch. Unable to endure a mere whipping, you would betray that old turtle. If I were to accept you, would you not also betray me in time? The lobster spirit was utterly bewildered at this moment. Oh, the injustice. To submit to you means enduring punishment, and to refuse also brings suffering. Why must my life be so arduous? Mother, why did you bring me into this world? However, Ao Yu had no intention of actually killing the lobster spirit. He gradually retracted the whip and sighed at the lobster spirit. Very well. Seeing as your name contains the character for dragon, I shall reluctantly grant you one chance. Thank you, revered dragon. The lobster spirit exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. After Ao Yu placed a restriction within the lobster spirit's body, he whispered, Remember my words. Upon your return to the turtle sovereign's lair, convey this message 3 days hence. Having ingested the elixir bestowed by Ao Yu, the lobster spirit's injuries were nearly healed. With a flick of its tail, it propelled itself away from the Dragon Palace's entrance like a cannonball, launching several hundred meters in an instant. With astonishing speed, it traversed the depths of the ocean for 3 hours. Upon reaching an abyss where light could not penetrate, the lobster spirit bowed reverently, addressing, "Ancestors, I have returned. How shall it be?" A voice, ancient and resonant, emerged from the abyss, enveloping the lobster spirit in an immense aura. The lobster spirit, paralyzed by the terrifying presence, trembled and recounted, as instructed by Aou, esteemed ancestor. "I have roamed near the Dao sect for 3 days and nights with the talisman of concealment you bestowed upon me. Yet not a single exalted true immortal has detected my presence." "Very well, I have heard you. You may depart," the aged voice replied. The lobster spirit paused, bewildered. "Wait, did you not promise to grant me the chance of ascension upon the completion of this task? Are you truly dismissing me now?" "Indeed. The talisman I granted you makes it exceedingly difficult for anyone beneath the exalted true immortal level to perceive you. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity? Depart swiftly while I still have no desire to consume you," the voice retorted with irritation. Yes, I shall take my leave," the lobster spirit said, feigning a flattering smile while inwardly spitting in disdain. "Bah, you ancient, decrepit turtle. You wouldn't even let a drop of oil slip through your fingers. That talisman can only be used once. Fortunately, I have yet to utilize it, and now I have turned to follow the true Dragon Lord. You old wretch. Await your demise." As the lobster spirit departed, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted from the abyss, sending tremors through the entire waterway. Schools of fish fled in terror. A colossal turtle, blind in one eye, became momentarily visible amidst the violently churning waters. Meanwhile, Aou resurfaced and concealed himself. In the next instant, an elderly figure clad in green robes shot forth from the depths, transforming into a streak of light that ascended skyward. That old schemer, the sea demon sovereign. Can't be trusted. He only sends his avatars to scout, Aou mused, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he observed the retreating figure of the green-robed avatar. He raised his hand and clenched it. Boom. The rapidly fleeing avatar of the sea demon sovereign exploded instantaneously. At the moment of the avatar's destruction, deep in the azure sea, within a verdant thicket resembling an underwater forest, sat the true form of the sea demon sovereign, an entity of great power. His eyes widened in shock and fury as he realized, damn it, which scoundrel dares to obliterate my avatar? Could it be the doing of that Aou? The depths of the sea demon sovereign's gaze darkened ominously. Could it be that those two old geezers never ascended at all? Perhaps it is merely the cunning scheme of that little dragon Aou, desiring for us seasoned veterans and the eternal old ones of Dao sect to engage in a fierce struggle to the death, only to ambush us upon our return. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a hidden predator waiting behind? Contemplating this, the expression of the ocean demon sovereign grew increasingly grim, but suddenly, he chuckled. Aou, you are still too young. I shall turn your scheme against you, preserving my strength until you have dealt with those old ones who fled back to the sea. Then, I shall strike, akin to a yellow bird capturing a mantis. How could you contend with me? At this moment, the Qitian Sea was shrouded in the scent of conspiracy. In Dao sect, over the past 3 days, Zhou Jun had been diligently instructing his 2 female disciples in their cultivation. Enough for today, you 2 should return and rest, he said to Su Nan and Lu Jining, who were practicing swordplay. Upon hearing this, Su Nan turned to Lihujun Jun with a wrinkled little face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, Master, when will you set out to travel the world? Lihujun Jun smiled kindly at Su Nan. However, the moment she saw that smile, a shiver ran down her spine. Whenever Master smiles like that, it's never a good sign. With that thought, Su Nan hastily pulled Lu Jining away to escape. Watching the retreating figures of his disciples, Lihujun Jun rubbed his temples in exasperation. After all, they were just 2 young girls, and compared to his past self, they still had much to learn. Entrusting the position of mountain master to them, wouldn't he that turned the entire Yunju mountain upside down? The following morning, Lihujun Jun summoned the 2 young girls to the Yunju hall. Master, why did you call us over so early? Is there good news? Su Nan inquired with her bright, sparkling eyes. Indeed, if I were to pass the position of mountain master of Yunju mountain to one of you, who would dare to accept? Lihujun Jun replied with a smile. Really, master? Why would you suddenly want to give us the position? Is it because you? Su Nan clutched her small mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lihujun Jun. Is master running out of time? Lihujun Jun. Lu Jining, what are you thinking? Lihujun Jun shot Su Nan a disgruntled look. This girl was far too filial. If she were a boy, he would have already beaten some sense into her. Chapter 122, The Return of the Ghost Lord. Faced with the exasperation of Lihujun Jun, Su Nan shyly smiled. However, at that moment, Lihujun Jun continued. As I have now become the supreme elder of Daotian sect, the position of mountain master shall naturally be passed to one of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed with his fingertip. The master of Yunjushan, radiating a gentle aura, gracefully descended before Su Nan. She stood there, momentarily bewildered. Zhou Jun chuckled. Su Nan, your cheerful disposition and thick skin are commendable, but now that you are to become the mountain master, I hope you will exhibit a bit more gravitas and take good care of your junior sister. After imparting this advice to Su Nan, Zhou Jun turned his attention to Lu Jining, smiling gently. Jining, your temperament is rather gentle, and you possess a certain shyness. However, you often reflect more thoughtfully than your boisterous senior sister, so remember to lend her a helping hand when the moment calls for it. Master, your teachings have been duly noted, Lu Jining replied with a nod. Regarding Li Zhoujuan's decision to bestow the position of mountain master upon Su Nan rather than herself, Lu Jining harbored no resentment. She understood that her own character was ill-suited for such a role. After all, her reticence could prove to be a disadvantage when confronting the masters of Daotian sect. Furthermore, given that both she and her senior sister had only recently established their foundational cultivation, the responsibilities of the Yunjushan master were far from trivial and would likely invite criticism from disciples. She would likely struggle to bear such burdens. Thick-skinned as a dead pig? Su Nan winced at her master's description, feeling somewhat disheartened. Had her image in his eyes deteriorated to such an extent? Moreover, what an odd metaphor. Master, if you possess the gift of eloquence, might you not share a bit more? Perhaps you could take on another disciple or junior to pass the position to. Su Nan gazed up at Zhou Jun with tear-filled eyes, clearly aware that the role of Yunjushan master was a daunting one for someone at her foundational level. Zhou Jun cast a sidelong glance at Su Nan, shaking his head with a sigh. My dear child, you are still quite lacking compared to my own youth. I remember when I was but 6 years old, managing the rise and fall of Yunjushan all on my own. Oh dear, here we go again with the grandiloquence. Su Nan buried her face in her hands. Lu Jining looked on in admiration. Ahem, master, I would be honored to become the mountain master of Yunjushan, Su Nan interjected. As Zhou Jun continued his nostalgic monologue, feeling increasingly drowsy, yet sensing that he showed no signs of stopping. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary talent, master, she lamented inwardly. Ah. Splendid. Your willingness to assume the mantle of Yunjushan master indicates that you are beginning to embody the essence of my earlier self, Zhou Jun responded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Qingshou Sea region, several ancient beings engaged in discourse, their thoughts intertwining. My trusted confidant has confirmed that Daotian sect has indeed fallen into decline. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? Spoke the Tuo High Demon Lord, his voice thunderous. The Wan High Demon Lord remained silent, choosing to observe quietly. Aware that he was not the only one whose avatar had been extinguished. My avatar was utterly vanquished upon surfacing. You the little dragon, what on earth is happening? The speaker, a colossal octopus known as the Sea Overlord, expressed his dismay. You let out a cold snort. Why ask me? Why not inquire when you shall meet your demise instead? The Sea Overlord retorted with disdain. I advise you to temper your arrogance. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by your true dragon form? Though Yu felt compelled to further challenge this old fellow, he restrained himself and replied icily. I suspect it is highly probable that it is linked to the Master of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain. How could the Master of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain possibly know my timing to venture out to sea? The Sea Overlord clearly doubted this assertion. Your misfortune is your own doing. Who else can you blame? If that were not the case, why did the trusted associate of the tortoise of the sea return, while I, too, returned? Yet your avatar vanished the moment it emerged? Yu scoffed. If you possess the courage, participate in the operation against Qizhou. If not, retreat and continue to cower. Humph. Faced with Yu's unabashed remarks, the Sea Overlord fell silent after a cold huff. I too sent my confidant ashore to investigate. Indeed. There is no presence of high-grade true immortals on Qizhou. At that moment, the leader of the merfolk, with a smile, remarked. In truth, his confidant had also aligned with Yu. Yu, you truly excel in theatrics. Observing this, the Sea Overlord stifled a cold laugh within, yet chose not to expose the ruse. Instead smiling at the Sea Overlord, Brother Sea Overlord, my avatar also perished shortly after setting sail. I surmise it is indeed possible that the Master of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain acted out of fear of our power, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Hearing this, Yu's heart soared with joy. This Sea Overlord has provided me with unexpected support. Finally, after prolonged discussions, the ancient beings, long entrenched in the sea, concluded their deliberations and resolved to act in 1 month, intending to unleash a great flood to cleanse the entire continent of Qizhou. 10 days later, at Daotian sect. Cloud-Dwelling Mountain. Since Su Nan became the master of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain, she has shed much of her former playfulness, adopting a more mature and composed demeanor. Dedicating herself to rigorous training, proclaiming that she must not bring shame to her master. This transformation brought great satisfaction to Lihujun. Moreover, the news of Lihujun's elevation from Mountain Master to Supreme Elder became a favorite topic of conversation among the formidable members of Daodian's sect. Have you heard? The Master of Cloud-Dwelling Mountain is now referred to as Su Nan, while Master Li has ascended to the position of Supreme Elder in our sect. Astonishing. A Supreme Elder in their 40s is indeed formidable, arguably the foremost within our Daodian sect, is it not? Junior brother, have a bit more confidence. Simply remove the word arguably. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions, their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, in the southern region, at a mountainous locale, a figure clad in a flowing black robe emerged from the shadows. We, the disciples and elders of the Ghost Extreme sect, congratulated the sect master on his breakthrough to the Tribulation Crossing realm. At the very moment the black-robed figure appeared, countless others surged forth from the mountains, tears of joy in their eyes, offering their utmost respect. Though following the Ghost Lord often meant enduring hunger and hardship, they were grateful for the chance of survival in his company. Now that the Ghost Lord had achieved a breakthrough, their struggles had finally borne fruit. After all, those who had crossed the tribulation were the most formidable beings beneath the true immortals, and within the entire Tianyuan realm. There could hardly be more than a mere handful of true immortals, certainly no more than 100. The vastness of the Tianyuan realm, teeming with countless life forms, rendered the odds of encountering a true immortal exceedingly slim. Thus, the Tribulation Crossing realm was unquestionably the pinnacle of power, a force capable of reigning supreme in its domain. I have now broken through to the Tribulation Crossing. You shall accompany me back to Qingzhou to seek the remnants left by the Heavenly Ghost King. The Ghost Lord's voice thundered, resonating throughout the area. In that moment, he radiated confidence, having ascended to the ranks of the strongest beneath the true immortals. With time having passed since his breakthrough, he was no longer concerned with the likelihood of encountering a true immortal upon returning to Qingzhou. 3 days swiftly passed. Although Lihujun had attained the esteemed rank of Grand Elder, he chose to remain at Cloud Abode Mountain to continue instructing the two young girls in their cultivation. Most of the time, however, Su Nan and Lu Jining practiced independently, seeking his guidance only when faced with insurmountable challenges. As Lihujun often said, a teacher opens the door, but the cultivation journey is a personal endeavor. Today, Lihujun took a fishing rod and a stool, making his way to the lakeside on Cloud Abode Mountain, ready to embrace a leisurely fishing life. In an unknown mountainous region, the peaks trembled violently. A fissure split open the mountain, producing a thunderous roar that sent dust swirling into the air. Soon after, a figure emerged from the crevice, accompanied by the rising dust. As the haze cleared, a man donned in white, with a strikingly handsome visage reminiscent of a woman, raised his slender, phoenix-like eyes to the sky. After 10,000 years, I wonder if anyone still remembers me, the man with the phoenix eyes mused, licking his lips and narrowing his gaze. Who is the strongest now? I eagerly anticipate finding out. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the figure of the man with phoenix eyes as if he were but a whisper in the breeze. This is but a remnant of a shadow. Meanwhile, his true form has arrived in a grand city. The streets are bustling with pedestrians. And as he walks among the crowd, his demeanor is transcendent, captivating many women with his exquisite appearance. Young master, you are so remarkably handsome. Can you sing and dance? Though my establishment caters solely to women, with your looks, I would gladly part with 10,000 gold pieces to secure your lifetime. An elderly matron, sporting a mole beside her nose, gazes at the man with phoenix-like eyes, her expression one of obsequious admiration as she waves a silk handkerchief. The more she observes, the more her interest deepens. After all, the world is vast, and there are always patrons with peculiar inclinations. These individuals are not lacking in wealth, and they would hardly mind a price increase. The brothel? 10,000 gold pieces? The man with phoenix eyes regards the smiling matron. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the price? The matron chuckles. No worries, as long as you are willing, I am more than willing. However, before she could finish her sentence, her pupils widened in horror, as if she had glimpsed something truly terrifying. Reflected in her eyes, the man with phoenix eyes is no longer human, but instead a skeletal figure devoid of flesh, with 2 hollow sockets in its skull ablaze with a crimson flame intermingled with an eerie green glow. Monster, the matron stammered. In the next instant, her corporeal form erupted on the street, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. The passers-by froze in terror at the sight. Yet the man with phoenix eyes appeared entranced, extending a hand as delicate as jade to catch the falling blood, which he obsessively brought to his lips, licking it with a crimson tongue. Ugh, what a disgusting substance, he exclaimed, shaking off the blood with disdain. Simultaneously, the onlookers regained their senses, their faces paling as they turned to flee. However, a hint of mockery flashed in the man's phoenix eyes. In the next moment, a crimson cloud of blood began to coalesce ominously above the city. The fleeing citizens, in their panic, were startled to feel an overwhelming force pulling them back. Subsequently, within the city, whether cultivators or common folk, young or old, even livestock, the vitality within them began to escape through every pore, drawn into the sanguine cloud above. Their bodies visibly shrank, becoming withered husks draped in skin, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Among them were several secluded cultivators, who, upon sensing this dreadful force, opened their eyes wide in terror. Yet, they were powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as their own essence was drawn away. Their realm, when compared to that of mortals and low-tier cultivators, serves little purpose, instead bringing forth a plethora of anguish. After all, mortals and low-tier cultivators, once their vital essence is drained, soon lose consciousness. Yet, their formidable souls resist such oblivion, leaving them to witness their own slaughter without the means to retaliate. Only a venerable old cultivator, on the verge of complete unconsciousness, found himself confronted by a man with delicate phoenix eyes. "Who are you?" The old cultivator, resembling a desiccated corpse, trembled in terror upon seeing the effeminate visage before him. "Who I am is of little consequence, but I shall inquire of you. Who is the strongest in the world?" The man with phoenix eyes replied with a soft chuckle. As the old cultivator realized the gravity of his impending demise, he felt a sudden surge of bravery. After all, death was inevitable. Why not revel in a moment of defiance before the end? Furthermore, even if he miraculously survived, his existence would be fleeting. Thus, he stammered, I, the strongest in the world is you?" A flicker of disdain flashed in the eyes of the man with phoenix eyes. I'm your father." The old cultivator finally managed to articulate, a smile emerging on his face. In that moment, he felt a sense of exhilaration. The effeminate man before him was undoubtedly the architect of his plight, and perhaps he was an unfamiliar powerful being, allowing the old cultivator the satisfaction of claiming to be his progenitor, a stroke of fortune. Seeking death, the man with phoenix eyes glared with anger. How dare a mere lowly cultivator presume to take advantage of him? With a swift motion, he placed his hand atop the old cultivator's head, unleashing a soul-searching technique. In an instant, the old cultivator's eyes glazed over in a stupor. Bang! The next moment, his head was crushed, his decapitated body collapsing lifelessly to the side. Dao sect, elderly Zhou Jun, 46 years old, 5th grade true immortal? The man with phoenix eyes murmured in disbelief after perusing the old cultivator's memories. A 5th grade true immortal at the age of 46? Such a phenomenon is inconceivable even in the immortal realm. However, a sinister smile crept across his lips as he contemplated. Such innate talent, if I were to refine it into a flesh pill for consumption, would I not be able to ascend directly from a 6th grade true immortal to the exalted realm of a 7th grade superior true immortal? Yet, he furrowed his brow. Pondering the Dao sect, it posed a significant challenge. While he slumbered, the sect had flourished on Qingzhou, becoming a colossal force teeming with formidable beings. Merely a lower realm sect. Even back then, did I ever fear you? The man with almond-shaped eyes let out a cold snort, deciding it was prudent to draw out Lihujun before resolving the matter. His reluctance stemmed not from fear of the Dao sect, but rather from a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. Indeed, that was the case. Chapter 124. Are the disciples of Yunju Mountain so audacious? 3 days later. In the Dao Hall. Master, over the past 3 days, 9 major cities in Qingzhou have fallen in a single night, with corpses strewn across the land. The manner of death for these individuals involved the complete draining of their blood by an unknown entity. Among the deceased were not only those of the void immortal and harmonization realms, but also a formidable figure of the tribulation realm, an ancestor of the hidden Kai family from Huishi City. Kaiji. We have investigated the surroundings and found no traces of battle, indicating that the entity responsible far surpasses the strength of the tribulation expert, Kaiji. I suspect it to be a being of true immortal caliber. The people of Qingzhou are now gripped by fear. An elder stood in the grand hall, reporting to Mu Taiyu. Mu Taiyu rubbed his temples. Is there any pattern to the actions of this unknown entity? It appears to have originated from the northern Bloodskull Mountain, making its way southward through the cities, the elder pondered. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed his face. Could it be the Bone Demon Lord, who was once suppressed by the Elder Tingwei in Bloodskull Mountain? Most likely, Mu Taiyu nodded. You may leave now. Yes. The elder complied, but halfway out, he paused and added, By the way, Master, although the Kai family has been destroyed, their daughter, Kai Shiling, was not in Huishi City at the time. She is now residing at our Dao sect, temporarily at Yuan Mountain. Understood. Mu Taiyu nodded again. Once the elder departed, Mu Taiyu remained seated in the grand hall, lost in thought. If the Bone Demon Lord truly emerged from his seal, could the Dao sect withstand such a threat? After all, the Bone Demon Lord had been sealed at the 6th grade of True Immortal. Currently, the strongest visible figure in the Dao Tian sect was Li Taishang. At the 5th grade of True Immortal, he felt a headache coming on. Rubbing his temples, his gaze fell upon the empty seats designated for over 100 mountain lords. Igniting his frustration, these scoundrels had left him, the sect master, to bear all the burdens alone. However, this matter needed to be discussed with Li Taishang. As for why he did not approach the Taishang Hall, Mu Taiyu could only think that the presence of so many high-ranking officials therein added to his stress. Conversing with Li Taishang would be far less daunting. With that thought, Mu Taiyu stepped into the void. When he reappeared, he found himself beside Lihujun, who was still fishing by the lakeside. The sect master has arrived. Would you care to join me in fishing? Zhou Jun smiled. Mu Taiyu forced a smile in response. Li Taishang, to be candid, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Please, speak freely, Zhou Jun nodded. The emergence of the Bone Demon Lord, suppressed in the Bloodskull Mountain, has wreaked havoc upon the 9 great cities of the Azure continent. Mu Taiyu furrowed his brow. The Bone Demon Lord? Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. During the past 40 years of being unable to cultivate while residing atop the cloud abode, he had perused numerous scrolls of the sect. Naturally, he was familiar with the records concerning the Bone Demon Lord. Particularly, the accounts of battles at the true immortal level left a profound impression on him. The record depicted the Bone Demon Lord as a 6th grade true immortal. As Zhou Jun reminisced about the scrolls, a notification chimed. Ding, the system has issued a mission, which consists of 2 parts that can be undertaken simultaneously. 1. Engage in battle with the Bone Demon Lord. Reward. Initial stage of tribulation cultivation. 2. Exterminate the Bone Demon Lord. Reward. The Aoshu Flying Sword upgraded to a 4th grade true immortal artifact and 1 golden spirit pill. Note, as long as the host contributes to the extermination of the Bone Demon Lord, this reward will be granted. Seeing that the system had finally issued a mission after such a long wait, a smile graced Zhou Jun's face. You have finally surfaced. I thought you had been overshadowed by the righteous light upon the earth. Ding, the host should refrain from complaining. Zhou Jun chuckled, finding solace in the familiar tone of the system. Master Li, how shall we confront this Bone Demon Lord? Mu Taiyu inquired at that moment. Why bother with defense? Have you not heard the adage, the best defense is a good offense? Zhou Jun remarked, brushing off his sleeves and rising with a defiant glint in his eyes. Observing Zhou Jun's formidable demeanor, Mu Taiyu's expression tightened. Truth be told, this Master Li possessed a certain charm. After Zhou Jun transformed into a streak of light and soared away, Mu Taiyu suddenly smacked his forehead, his face a mix of shock and bitterness. Alas! The Bone Demon Lord is a 6th grade true immortal, while Master Li is merely a 5th grade. If anything were to befall him, would not True Cloud Master flay my skin? This position of sect master is truly arduous. I must find a way to extricate myself from this predicament. With a troubled expression, Mu Taiyu hastily flew towards the Supreme Hall, his garments almost smoking from the urgency. In the Supreme Hall, upon hearing Mu Taiyu recount the recent events, True Yunzi's aged face twisted with fury. That little rascal is courting death. If that bone wretch dares to harm him in the slightest, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes. With that, True Yunzi stepped into the void and departed. Mu Taiyu stood dumbfounded. Is everyone in the cloud abode so fearless? Master Li, a 5th grade true immortal, dares to charge forth, and you, a 3rd grade true immortal, follow suit without hesitation? You wish to reduce a 6th grade true immortal to ashes? Am I not hearing correctly? This is madness. Tears nearly brimmed in Mu Taiyu's eyes. Truly, this sect master position was not worth holding. Ha ha ha, dear Mu. What are you afraid of? Do you truly believe that Jinyan Taishang is merely a 3rd grade true immortal? Just as Mu Taiyu appeared on the verge of tears, the esteemed Finshin Jinjuan stepped forward, a serene smile gracing his features as he patted Mu Taiyu on the shoulder. What did Finshin Taishang mean by that? Mu Taiyu was left bewildered. Finshin Jinjuan offered no reply, instead bestowing upon Mu Taiyu an enigmatic smile. 3 hours later, in the tranquil mountains, Kai Shilling, the daughter of the Kai family, sat in her guest chamber, utterly despondent. At this moment, her family had been annihilated, leaving her utterly alone. She was unaware of the immense power behind the entity that had obliterated the entirety of Huishi City, but she was certain it was at least above the tribulation stage. Have you heard? Just now, it was not Li Shan, but Li Taishang, who has set forth to eliminate the Bone Demon Lord. Heh. That Bone Demon Lord was quite arrogant. It is said that before being sealed, he was a 6th grade true immortal. Once he broke free, he slaughtered several cities. Even the Kai family's tribulation elder fell at his hands. Now that Li Taishang has intervened, it seems the days of his arrogance are numbered. But isn't Li Taishang only a 5th grade true immortal? The Bone Demon Lord is a 6th grade true immortal. Do you not understand? Has Li Taishang ever been where we thought he was? Perhaps he has already broken through to the 7th grade. Otherwise, which formidable being would be foolish enough to seek out someone stronger for a confrontation? That makes sense. Indeed, it is quite logical. You are truly wise. Kai Shiling listened to the conversation of two disciples from the tranquil mountains outside her guest room, frozen in her chair. Li Taishan? Is he the renowned and extraordinary former master of Yunji Mountain, Zhou Jun? Can he truly vanquish the Bone Demon Lord? Chapter 125, Lansong City. At this moment, Zhou Jun soared through the clouds on his flying sword. System, in this vast expanse of Qishou, how may I locate the whereabouts of the Bone Demon Lord? Zhou Jun inquired of the system. Beep. System sending location, Lansong City. Ah, you are truly wonderful, system, Zhou Jun chuckled. Beep. One-stop service. Indeed, system. You have made progress worthy of praise, Zhou Jun commended as he turned the sword towards Lansong City. Meanwhile, in Lansong City, in the reception hall of the Zhong family. The head of the Zhong family spoke candidly. Let us not beat around the bush. Your son, Zhong Dong, has had his spiritual roots rendered useless, leaving him with no hope of cultivation. Meanwhile, our sacred maiden of Lingxin's sect, you.Every, at merely 16 years of age, has reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. A remarkable prodigy. Even among the foremost sects of Qishou, Daodian sect, she would be considered a central talent. It would be prudent to dissolve the engagement between your son and our sacred maiden. Our Lingxin sect will compensate the Zhong family with a foundation establishment pill, otherwise. In the future, it is the Zhong family that will suffer the consequences. An elderly man gazed down with an air of arrogance at the middle-aged individual seated above in the hall. The venerable elder before us is none other than the esteemed golden elixir elder of the Lingxin sect, known as the Heart Sword True Man. Beside him stands a girl of indifferent demeanor, seemingly unimpressed by the world around her. Her presence is as frigid as the ice lotus upon a snow-capped mountain. She is none other than the saintess of the Lingxin sect, Yunjushan. At this moment, the assembly from the Zhong family, confronted with the words of the Heart Sword True Man, bears grim expressions, yet none dare to voice their thoughts. A man seated above in the hall. The golden elixir patriarch of the Zhong family, Zhong Lai, let out a deep sigh and remarked, My son Dong indeed does not equate to your esteemed saintess. We are willing to annul this engagement. Suddenly, a youthful and handsome figure interrupted Zhong Lai, striding confidently into the hall. This was none other than Zhong Dong, his son. You wish to annul the engagement? Zhong Dong asked Zhenyueling, standing tall and straight as an arrow. Indeed, Zhenyueling replied, her countenance revealing no emotion as she nodded subtly. She had never met Zhong Dong before, and the marriage was merely a pact made by her master with the late head of the Zhong family. Very well, I consent to your request, Zhong Dong affirmed, his tone resolute. But bear in mind, the world is fraught with peril. The blood clouds have descended upon our Lanchang city. Before Zhong Dong could finish his ominous declaration, a terrified servant of the Zhong family rushed into the hall, panic etched across his face. What? The assembly, upon hearing this news, displayed expressions of horror and sprang to their feet. In recent days, several neighboring cities had fallen under the shadow of the blood clouds, transforming into ghost towns, with corpses littering the ground and no soul escaping. They were all too aware of this dire situation. Damn it, how could an engagement annulment lead to such calamity? The Heart Sword True Man's expression darkened. Although the Lingxin sect does not rank among the most powerful on the Qingzhou continent, it is not without significant stature. Therefore, the news of the blood clouds ravaging cities was certainly within their knowledge. The crowd in the hall hastily rushed outside, and indeed, the ominous blood clouds were gathering ominously over Lanchang City. The Bone Demon Lord stood atop the swirling blood clouds, pondering. Is the efficiency of the Heavenly Dao sect truly this lackluster? I have decimated several major cities over the past 3 days, stirring quite a commotion. Yet, he could not guarantee that Zhou Jun would be among those who arrived. However, it mattered little, for such prodigies invariably accompany powerful figures from their sect for training. Seizing the opportunity to abduct Zhou Jun would suffice. Should a high-ranking true immortal from the Heavenly Dao sect appear, the Bone Demon Lord would not falter. For he had prepared a contingency. A fragment of his consciousness had been placed within the body of the deceased tribulation-level powerhouse from the Kai family, Kai Ji. Upon the demise of his original form, he could almost immediately possess another's body. The venerable ancestor of the Kai family, Kai Ji, had attained the pinnacle of transcending tribulations. Not only that, he had accumulated an immeasurable quantity of potent blood and some primordial essence within the storage ring attached to his corpse. Once he successfully borrowed a new body, he could swiftly utilize this blood and primordial power to reach the great ascensions, allowing him to conceal himself for millennia before making a triumphant return. After all, he had once reached the 6th rank of true immortal. Ascending to that level again would not pose a significant challenge. Though this path was fraught with complications, he had no desire to ascend to the immortal realm. Were he to do so, as a being of his dubious nature, he would undoubtedly endure a life of relentless pursuit by those powerful in the ways of immortality. Such a fate was intolerable for the illustrious Bone Demon King. He preferred to be a rooster among chickens rather than a tail among phoenixes. Unless he could transform into a phoenix's leg. In simpler terms, if he were to enter the immortal realm, he must possess some means of self-preservation. Yet, without ascending, his aspirations of becoming a 7th-rank true immortal remained elusive. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. As the Bone Demon King thickened the blood clouds above, the denizens of Lansong City turned pale. In the courtyard before the Zhong family's main hall, Zhong Dong, his visage ashen, gazed upward at the ominous blood clouds. He truly wished to avoid death, for he had once been a paragon of excellence. But after his spiritual root was destroyed, he found himself scorned by his own kin, unable to endure their disdain. He had leapt from a cliff in despair just days prior. However, by a twist of fate, he stumbled upon the cave of a deceased transformation stage cultivator, granting him a tremendous opportunity. Not only had he discovered a method to restore his spiritual root, but he anticipated that he would soon cultivate to the transformation stage himself. Beside him, Jin Yueling also gazed at the blood clouds. Though her expression was grave, there was no trace of fear upon her face. Her life, which appeared resplendent, was little more than a pawn's existence, dictated by the whims of others. Her marriage and life were not her own, rendering her existence akin to that of a soulless automaton. Nevertheless, she cherished life and did not wish for death. After all, should her cultivation flourish, she might eventually carve out her own destiny, albeit the prospect remained bleak. What manner of being does the master of these blood clouds represent? One elder of the Zhang family murmured, his countenance pale. Some speculated that the master of the blood clouds could very well be the Bone Demon King, suppressed by the might of the Daotian sect. Another elder, known for his curiosity, spoke with a face drained of color. What? At these words, the already pallid faces of those present were instantly suffused with despair. The Bone Demon King was a true immortal, a formidable entity. The very mention of true immortal weighed down upon their hearts like a mountain, instilling a profound sense of dread. Amidst the crowd, a modestly dressed young girl approached Zhang Dong with an air of tranquility, taking his hand in hers and beaming a charming smile. Do not fear, brother Zhang Dong, for I am here. Chapter 126. The Guardian Clan. What use are you? Above us are genuine celestial-level powerhouses, Zhang Dong remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, gazing at the girl who held his hand. Her name was Zhong Lu Earth. His sister, not by blood, but rather an orphan brought home by their father. Though not siblings by birth, their bond was closer than that of many blood relatives. Zhong Lu offered a faint smile, choosing not to directly address Zhong Dong's question. Instead, her eyes narrowed as she observed the ominous blood clouds swirling above. Where are the Daotian sect members? Could it be that, at this moment, no formidable warriors remain within their ranks? The Bone Demon Lord gazed into the distance, feeling a pang of disappointment as the anticipated figures failed to arrive. In that case, I shall cleanse this small city with blood. A sinister grin spread across the Bone Demon Lord's face. In the next instant, the vast expanse of blood clouds overhead began to exude a terrifying force of attraction. Just then, a pillar of light shot up from Lansong City, momentarily startling the Bone Demon Lord. Returning to the previous moment, within the Zhong family of Lansong City, just as the blood clouds were about to unleash their fury, dark patterns began to spread across Zhong Luer's face. From her petite form, a beam of light ascended, piercing through the dense blood clouds above, creating a gaping void. This was the totem of the Guardian Clan. They truly existed, and Zhong Luer was, astonishingly, a member of this clan. The inquisitive elder of the Zhang family widened his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing the totem manifest on Zhong Luer's visage. The Guardian Clan? Jin Yueling inquired, her eyes filled with confusion. The sword master inhaled sharply, stating, according to legend, during ancient times, a celestial lord sustained severe injuries and fell from the celestial realm to the Tian Yuan realm. In his final days, he nurtured a clan of guardians to protect his celestial tomb, thus giving rise to the Guardian Clan. It is said that this clan has a tradition of casting their newborns into the outside world, allowing them to endure trials and grow. Zhong Luer must be a significant figure of the Guardian Clan. At this moment, she is likely summoning powerful allies. We may yet be saved. Is that so? Jin Yueling cast a complex glance at Zhong Luer, feeling a tinge of envy for the members of the Guardian Clan, who, though left to fend for themselves, enjoyed unparalleled freedom. Simultaneously, Zhang Dong stood agape, incredulously watching his sister, who radiated a towering beam of light. Is this girl truly the younger sister that I know? At last, the radiant aura surrounding Zhong Luer dissipated. An elderly man, clad in gray linen robes, materialized before the crowd. His eyes, a dull gray, appeared blind, nevertheless. He accurately located Zhang Luer, offering a slight bow with his hands clasped. Mississippi Miss. Zhang Luer is actually the scion of the tomb guarding clan. How is that possible? In an instant, the Zhong family erupted in astonishment. Elder Zhuang, Zhang Luer acknowledged the elderly figure in gray. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Could he be a true immortal? The appearance of a true immortal from the tomb guarding clan signifies our salvation. Indeed, the tomb guarding clan, as the custodians of the immortal monarch's tomb, possesses formidable strength. At this moment, the members of the Zhong family gazed at Elder Zhuang with a sense of relief. Master Jianxin, too, breathed a sigh of relief. After laboriously achieving the golden core stage, he wished not to meet a grim fate so inelegantly. Hee. I wondered from whence this powerful figure hails, only to find it is merely a mouse from the tomb guarding clan. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly dreadful presence descended from the heavens, suffocating the cultivators of Lansong City, rendering them breathless. Some, unable to support themselves, knelt upon the ground. As the ominous words echoed, the blood-red clouds churned above, ultimately coalescing into a colossal skull, mockingly gazing down at the suddenly emerged Elder Zhuang. The previously composed Elder Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the enormous skull formed from the blood clouds, clearly recognizing the Bone Demon Lord. As the protector of the young lady, he was merely a second-tier true immortal. In the Tianyuan realm, such a rank is undeniably elite for a guardian. Yet, misfortune struck as he faced the Bone Demon Lord. Moreover, at present, he was but a fragment of himself, capable of exerting power at most equivalent to a first-tier true immortal, but certainly not exceeding the second tier. Demon Lord, I harbor no intention of obstructing your cultivation. Might I beseech you, in light of my tomb guarding clan, to allow me to escort the young lady away? The remaining individuals may be dealt with at your discretion. And I shall not interfere. Elder Zhuang earnestly addressed the Bone Demon Lord, bowing respectfully. What? You would so readily abandon us? What choice is there when he himself is in peril? Some members of the Zhang family were left dumbfounded, while others seemed to grasp the reality of the situation. Humph. Who do you think you are? Do you believe I would grant you favor? Even if the patriarch of your watchdog clan were to arrive, I would still compel him to kneel. Kakik, a second-tier true immortal's avatar shall serve as my nourishment. The Bone Demon Lord grinned maliciously. Cursed be this fate. Upon witnessing the scene, Elder Zhuang's expression turned gravely solemn. Zhang Luo blinked in bewilderment. Hadn't her father written to inform her that her protector, Elder Zhuang, was a formidable powerhouse of the Tomb Guardian clan, allowing her to traverse Qizhou with impunity? It seemed, however, that the reality was quite different. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Elder Zhuang as he soared towards the enormous skull looming in the sky. Such strength. The moment the onlookers from the Zhong family, as well as the inhabitants of Lansong City, sensed this overwhelming presence, they collectively inhaled sharply. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal hand, formed from blood clouds, descended upon Elder Zhuang, swatting him down from the heavens like a mere fly. He fell like a shooting star into the city, a visible shockwave radiating outward, obliterating countless structures in its wake. The denizens of Lansong City were left dumbfounded, and soon despair welled up within their hearts. This true immortal of the Tomb Guardian clan couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Bone Demon Lord. They mere ants beneath the true immortals were destined to become fodder, prey to be slaughtered. Coughing, Elder Zhuang emerged from the dust, his face ashen. Had it not been for the fact that this avatar was merely a manifestation of spiritual energy, he might have coughed up blood. My lady, I am but a humble servant, Elder Zhuang said with a bitter expression. He then fixed his gaze resolutely upon her, stating, My lady, I shall self-destruct this avatar shortly. You must flee as far as you can. It is far better than remaining here to await your demise. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through. The once despairing hearts of Lansong City's inhabitants began to find solace. The blood clouds threatening the city were dispersed by this wind, revealing the figure of the Bone Demon Lord hovering in the air before them. Yet, the Bone Demon Lord seemed unconcerned about these developments, his expression growing serious as he inquired, Who goes there? I am Lihujun, came the response. Lihujun, the youngest Grand Elder of Daotian sect. We are saved. The crowd rejoiced, though murmurs of skepticism echoed among them, for was he not merely a 5th-grade true immortal, while the Bone Demon Lord was a 6th-grade true immortal? Amidst the excitement, an ethereal figure clad in flowing robes appeared, standing opposite the Bone Demon Lord. It was Grand Elder Li of the Daotian sect. My lady, it seems we have hope. Elder Zhuang sighed in relief upon seeing the newcomer. You are Lihujun? The Bone Demon Lord asked, his gaze narrowing with increasing unease. Damn it. In the memory of the cunning old man who takes advantage of others, was Zhou Jun not merely a 5th-grade true immortal? Yet, what unfolds before me? How could a fifth-grade true immortal possibly shatter my blood cloud? Surely, only one of equal rank, a sixth-grade true immortal, could accomplish such a feat. Are you truly alone in this endeavor? The Bone Demon Lord now expressed a hint of wariness. One is sufficient, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Arrogance. I refuse to believe that you, a mere sixth-grade true immortal newcomer, can compete with me, an established sixth grade. The Bone Demon Lord snorted coldly, deciding against further discourse with Zhou Jun. After all, swift resolution is paramount. Lingering too long could invite stronger adversaries, a predicament to be avoided. However, the Bone Demon Lord's words left the inhabitants of Lansong City in utter astonishment. Li Taishang has now ascended to sixth grade true immortal? Given the terrifying presence of the Bone Demon Lord vouching for it, it must indeed be true. Who dared to question this? Step forward and give yourself a couple of slaps. This talent is simply too formidable. At that moment, a chilling sound erupted from the Bone Demon Lord. As crimson malevolence enveloped him, obscuring the sky, roars echoed, accompanied by sinister laughter and mournful wails, as various skeletal forms flickered within the sinister aura. In an instant, the sky above Lansong City resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So terrifying. Under this overwhelming aura, the beings of Lansong City felt a tremor resonating within their very souls. Faced with this horrifying spectacle, Zhou Jun's expression tightened, and from behind him, an immense light silhouette surged forth, towering to the heavens as if to shield the sun, moon, and stars. What a fearsome manifestation of the law of heaven and earth. The youngest Taishang of the Daodian sect truly lives up to his reputation, old Zhuang remarked gravely. The ability of the Daodian sect to cultivate such prodigious talent speaks volumes about its profound foundation. Perhaps the Tomb Guardian clan pales in comparison to Daodian sect. Humph. Observing Zhou Jun's aura that matched his own, the Bone Demon Lord could not help but snort disdainfully. With a flick of his sleeve, countless bones within the malevolent energy surged forth like a tide, roaring towards Zhou Jun. Is this the might of a true immortal? It is utterly terrifying. The inhabitants of Lansong City turned pale at this sight. Were they to face the Bone Demon Lord, they would likely be unable to withstand even one of the bones from his malevolent aura. At the same time, as the beings of Lansong City were engulfed by fear, the manifestation of the law of heaven and earth behind Zhou Jun stirred. A colossal hand, shimmering with divine light, descended upon the onslaught of countless bones like Mount Tai. Seeking to suppress them. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, divine light burst forth, and the very heavens trembled. The people of Lansong City beheld countless skeletal remains disintegrating into powder beneath the formidable strike of Lihujun's celestial technique. Few possessed the strength to withstand such an assault. Yet this is merely an appetizer. The main event lies ahead. The Bone Demon Lord, with a grave expression, summoned a blood-red hand to counter Lihujun's celestial strike. Excellent. Lihujun chuckled lightly, directing his celestial technique to unleash a fist that reverberated throughout the heavens. The clash of their mighty powers generated a terrifying shockwave that threatened to overturn the entire city, yet Lihujun, engaged in battle with the Bone Demon Lord, effortlessly dispelled it with a wave of his hand. Impressive. Incredibly formidable. The inhabitants of Lansong City gazed in awe at the figure clad in flowing azure robes. It is important to note that the Bone Demon Lord had been a true immortal for millennia, yet this young master of Daodian sect is still in his youth, capable of exchanging blows with the Bone Demon Lord, and moreover, he possesses the strength to safeguard the lives of the people of Lansong City. Truly, there are no false claims behind such a renowned reputation. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1, engaging in battle with the Bone Demon Lord. Beep. The system grants a reward of early-stage tribulation cultivation. Is that all? Hearing the system's announcement, Lihujun, with his azure robes billowing, stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, gazing at the Bone Demon Lord with a light-hearted smile. Demon Lord, it seems that even after being suppressed by our Daodian sect's ancestor for a millennium, you have made no progress whatsoever. You, the Bone Demon Lord, seethed with fury, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, being suppressed a millennium ago leaves little room for rebuttal, especially when he now finds himself unable to contend with even a junior from Daodian sect. It is indeed a source of great shame. Meanwhile, the audacious Lihujun, effortlessly confronting the once mighty Bone Demon Lord, incited a thrill among the populace of Lansong City. The holy maiden of Lingxin sect, Zhen gazed upwards, her eyes fixated in admiration upon the magnificent figure above. Perhaps this individual is the soulmate she has always envisioned. Beside her, Zhang Dong also looked up, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he contemplated when he might achieve such strength. The Bone Demon Lord gritted his teeth in frustration. Junior, there are countless powerful beings in this world. Do you truly believe that your perceived equality with me grants you the right to look down upon the masses? Li Zhaojun replied with a gentle smile, I have no need to look down upon anyone. All that matters is your inability to defeat me. I have traversed the Tianyuan realm for thousands of years, witnessing far more than you, young one. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? The Bone Demon Lord bellowed. Simply put, you cannot defeat me, Li Zhaojun grinned. The Skeletal Demon Lord. Having undergone countless tribulations and attained the true body of a celestial being, roared, your arrogance is merely a product of your innate talent. In this world, mere talent is insufficient. Li Jun sighed, reflecting on the futility of the situation, though the Skeletal Demon Lord could not defeat him. He too was unable to vanquish the Demon Lord. The completion of this second task seemed an insurmountable challenge. I shall end your life. Chapter 128. Words are insufficient at this moment. The Skeletal Demon Lord was utterly incensed by Li Zhaojun's provocation. His dark hair whipped violently as his flesh appeared to burn like kindling, transforming into a crimson aura that swirled into the void. Before the terrified gaze of the denizens of Lansang City, the Skeletal Demon Lord morphed from a delicate, ethereal figure into a fearsome entity draped in white. His bony form enveloped in a sanguine aura, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The power radiating from him at this moment was exponentially more formidable than before. Did you truly believe I would engage in such trivial banter with you? Forcing me to reveal my true form and employ forbidden techniques. Be proud of yourself. In the hollow depths of his eyes, two dark red flames flickered, seemingly mocking Li Zhaojun. With a grave expression, Li Zhaojun commanded the celestial foot behind him to stomp the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Massive icicles, glimmering with chilling light, shot toward the Skeletal Demon Lord. Too late. Now that I have unleashed my secret arts, how could you possibly contend with me? You should never have engaged in idle chatter with me. You have only given me the time to unleash my techniques. Take heed in your next life. The Skeletal Demon Lord laughed derisively, his grin stretching to his ears. He raised a bony hand, upon which a cryptic crimson rune emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura directed at the eye spike summoned by Li Zhaojun's celestial foot. This aura was potent enough to alarm the elder below at his true form. A second-tier celestial being, been present, he too would be obliterated by this force. With a resounding boom, all the eye spikes disintegrated into a flurry of frost. The aura unleashed by the Skeletal Demon Lord's rune dissipated in that instant. How is this possible? The Skeletal Demon Lord exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How can this boy's powers be so formidable? Even when I resort to forbidden arts, we are still evenly matched. Could it be that he has been toying with me from the very beginning? This boy is truly terrifying. In that moment, the Skeletal Demon Lord's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. No longer can I afford to linger. It has become evident that despite employing forbidden techniques, I am merely matching this boy in strength. Once the duration of my forbidden arts expires, I shall inevitably become a lamb awaiting slaughter. The Bone Demon Lord's thoughts whirled, and he had already abandoned any intention of continuing the battle. Bone Demon Lord, it seems that even with the time I have granted you, you remain unable to best me, Li Zhaojun remarked with a smile, determined not to let the Bone Demon Lord escape so easily. Though he could not overpower the Bone Demon Lord, wearing him down was still a commendable strategy. Youngster, heed my counsel, do not be so reckless. Can you not uphold a modicum of martial virtue? The Bone Demon Lord, seething with indignation, was preparing to unleash further threats when Li Zhaojun suddenly stomped the void with great force, propelling himself towards the demon like a cannonball. To compare physical form with me? Arrogance. The Bone Demon Lord scoffed as he saw Li Zhaojun's fist hurtling towards his visage, a hint of human-like derision flickering across his skeletal features. His body, forged through countless trials, was akin to a fifth-tier true immortal artifact, not to mention the enhancement provided by the runes of forbidden techniques. If Li Zhaojun were to engage in a battle of magic, he would not be able to approach him, rendering his physical prowess useless. Yet now, as Li Zhaojun came charging forth, the Bone Demon Lord had no choice but to accept the challenge. Prepare to perish, he cackled, his slender skeletal hand transforming into a fist, ready to meet Li Zhaojun's blow. Boom. A sound erupted in the air, reminiscent of a muffled thunderclap. Li Zhaojun felt a sharp pain in his fist and swiftly withdrew, discreetly concealing his hand behind him. The Bone Demon Lord stood momentarily stunned. His punch, honed over millennia, had merely equaled this boy's strength? What had he been doing all these years? Living like a dog? At this moment, the Bone Demon Lord was deeply shaken. Yet simultaneously, he gazed at Li Zhaojun with insatiable greed. If he could refine this youth into a flesh pill, he would inherit half of his extraordinary talents. However, all must be meticulously planned. Li Zhaojun, we shall meet again, the Bone Demon Lord resolved, deciding to retreat. His skeletal visage twisting into a chilling smile directed at Li Zhaojun. Just as he turned to step into the void, a voice thundered, "You audacious beast. How dare you bully the disciples of the Dao Tian sect? Prepare to pay with your life. Accompanying the shout was a sword light capable of obliterating all. The Bone Demon Lord froze, staring at the approaching brilliance. I am bullying your disciple. Have some shame. I have already resorted to forbidden techniques. Can you not see that? How dare you utter such words? However, before the Bone Demon Monarch could utter a word, a radiant sword light descended upon him, leading to his utter annihilation beneath its brilliance. With a single strike, the Bone Demon Monarch was slain, revealing the presence of such formidable beings within the Dao Tian sect. At this moment, the inhabitants of Lansong City were utterly astounded. Elder Zhuang gasped in disbelief. The aura exuding from this entity was that of a 9th-rank true immortal. How could it be that Dao Tian sect possessed a 9th-rank true immortal? Just then, Yunjushan appeared before Zhou Jun, scrutinizing him closely. Upon confirming that Zhou Jun was unharmed, he finally exhaled in relief. You lad, weren't you merely a 5th-rank true immortal? Yunjushan inquired. Noticing the dissipating aura around Zhou Jun awkwardly scratched his nose and replied, But aren't you only a 3rd-rank true immortal? At once. The elder and the youth exchanged a glance, and a shared, unspoken smile graced their faces. Yunjushan then jestingly chided, You rascal. You nearly gave this old man a heart attack. Zhou Jun chuckled, but soon his expression turned serious. According to the system, as long as he participated in the extermination of the Bone Demon Monarch, he would receive a reward. Yet, having been involved in the demon's demise, the system had not issued any notification of a reward. What was the matter? Yunjushan queried. Zhou Jun's expression grew grave as he responded, Elder Mountain Master. I suspect that the Bone Demon Monarch is not truly dead. Such underhanded practitioners often possessed myriad means of survival, which is why Elder Yu chose to directly suppress these lowly beings. Yunjushan nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in a desolate and uninhabited mountain range, an ancient figure, little more than skin and bones, suddenly sprang upright from the ground as if resurrected. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, and his expression soured. Damn it. The depths of Dao Tian sect run truly deep. As a 6th-rank true immortal, must I provoke a 9th-rank true immortal? Had I not been prepared, I would have perished. Chapter 129. The struggle for territory after lamenting. The Bone Demon Monarch swiftly broke into a grin. Humph, Dao Tian sect. You likely never anticipated that I had a contingency plan, burying a tribulation transcending cultivator within this mountain. I refuse to believe that, a millennium hence, you esteemed true immortals will remain in the lower realm. Once you ascend, I shall take great delight in nurturing your disciples. Clang, 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 clang. This location is profoundly in nature, exceedingly concealed, and exceptionally suitable for my ghostly extreme sect to take root. Hurry, dig swiftly. A resonant and imperious voice echoed from outside. The Bone Demon Monarch was left utterly flabbergasted. There exists a fellow of the nefarious kind, coveting this sacred land, exclusively belonging to those of the dark path, seeking to usurp it for himself. This is utterly intolerable. In a moment of fury, the Bone Demon Lord erupted with a terrifying aura, shattering the mountainside as he leapt forth. Upon emerging, he beheld a figure cloaked in black, exuding an aura of immense profundity, standing defiantly in the void, rallying his minions who were tirelessly chiseling away at the mountain. This black-robed figure was none other than the Ghost Lord, who had just transcended the tribulation and returned from the southern continent to the Qing continent, in search of the relics left by the heavenly demon king. How audacious! Do you dare to encroach upon my domain? Simultaneously, witnessing the indifference of these individuals to his arrival, still fervently carving out their dwelling, the Bone Demon Lord was filled with rage, flames of fury igniting within him. Is there someone here? The Ghost Lord inquired, but soon scoffed, retorting, What do you mean by your domain? Does it bear your name? According to your own logic. I arrived here first and marked this place. Just look behind you. The Bone Demon Lord seethed with indignation, yet discovered, to his dismay, that inscribed upon the mountainside behind him were the crooked characters proclaiming, The esteemed Ghost Lord has passed through here. Do you not understand the concept of precedence? Do you know who I am? The Bone Demon Lord scoffed, yet within, he felt a profound desolation, never imagining he would be reduced to contending with a mere minor practitioner of the dark path for territory. I care not who you are. The Ghost Lord chuckled derisively. If you dispute this, let us adhere to the rules of the path. The capable shall prevail. Do you dare to challenge me? Seeking death, are you? The Bone Demon Lord nearly spat blood in fury, recalling that in his prime, this wretch would have been groveling before him, calling him ancestor. You wish to die? I shall grant your wish. The Bone Demon Lord ground his teeth, and in an instant, erupted with the aura of a perfected tribulation, albeit somewhat weakened. As he had previously consumed the life force of Kaiji, it was only later that he contemplated the necessity of holding back. Perfected tribulation. The Ghost Lord was initially taken aback, but a playful smile soon graced his visage. A tiger fallen in the plains is preyed upon by dogs. Had you been in your prime, I would have turned and fled, yet your current aura barely surpasses that of an early-stage tribulation practitioner. You insolent wretch. It suffices to end your life. The Bone Demon Lord coldly retorted, and with a flick of his hand, summoned a colossal hand of blood cloud, which surged forward to strike the Ghost Lord. I have been favored by fortune, transcending the tribulation, yet it is not as simple as you imagine. The Ghost Lord sneered, then formed a seal with his hands, summoning a spear of black mist, within which flickered eerie green glimmers. Pierce that colossal hand. The Ghost Lord bellowed, as the black mist spear shot forth like an eagle soaring into the sky, aiming directly at the Bone Demon Lord's blood cloud hand. Thus, the two practitioners of the Dark Path clashed in a fierce battle, even as events unfolded in Lansong City. Elder Zhuang of the Tomb Guardian clan gracefully approached Zhou Jun and Yunjushan, clasping his fists in respectful salutation. I am Zhuang of the Tomb Guardian clan, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you for your timely assistance. The Tomb Guardian clan? Yunjushan remarked, casting a casual glance at Elder Zhuang. How fares Imoran these days? Elder Zhuang, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile. 2 millennia ago, our esteemed ancestor Imoran ascended to the realm of true immortals at the 6th rank. He has since soared to the celestial realm. That old rascal certainly departed quickly, leaving me with a debt of 100,000 jars of immortal brew. Zhang Yunzi reflected on this, then seemed to recall something, turning to Elder Zhuang with a smile. If my memory serves me correctly, your clan's guardian deity established a rule before his demise. Any who reached the true immortal realm before the age of 500 may venture into his tomb. I was merely a year shy at the time, yet you refused me entry. Now, with my junior only 50 years old and at the 6th rank of true immortality, does he possess the qualifications? Naturally, Elder Zhuang nodded, simultaneously deducing Jin Yunzi's identity from his words. After all, before ascending, Ancestor Imoran often spoke of Jin Yunzi with a certain familiarity. Returning the conversation to the matter at hand, Elder Zhuang respectfully addressed Zhou Jun and Jin Yunzi. The Tomb Guardian clan warmly welcomes you, Master Li, to explore the tomb of our guardian deity at your convenience. When shall we embark on this exploration, Zhou Jun? Jin Yunzi inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Soon, but for now, the pressing matter is to locate that Bone Demon Lord, Zhou Jun replied, his appetite whetted by the rewards of the system's tasks. Indeed, these creatures, once wounded, frequently emerge to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm in hopes of swiftly regaining their powers, Zhang Yunzi mused. He then continued, do you have any leads? Zhou Jun shook his head. Not at the moment, but I intend to search thoroughly. Very well, that is all we can do for now. Jin Yunzi acknowledged with a nod. Old Mountain Master, I must take my leave, Zhou Jun said, offering a respectful bow. Go forth, and exercise caution in all matters. Jin Yunzi smiled warmly. Understood, Zhou Jun replied, before stepping into the void. Truly, he is the youngest elder of the Daodian sect, possessing strength that surpasses both his peers and most of the older generation. How fortunate it would be if our Tomb Guardian clan could produce such a formidable figure as well, Elder Zhuang mused as Zhou Jun departed. This esteemed Master Li is indeed a celestial being, traversing the realms with ease. Had I been in his position, I would have already succumbed to the flattery of the moment. Thus, you remain confined to your current station. The inhabitants of Lansong City observed as Zhou Jun departed, expressing their sentiments. Is he truly leaving? The holy maiden of Lingxin sect, Jinyueling, gazed vacantly in the direction of Zhou Jun's departure. Beside her, the real sword of the heart seemed to discern the young maiden's thoughts and shook his head with a wry smile. Holy maiden, to behold a celestial being like Master Li, who roams the realms with such freedom, is a great fortune for our kind. Indeed, she replied. Jun Yueling softly murmured. Yet the resplendent figure clad in azure robes lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. At this moment, Zhou Jun traversed the void, playfully bantering with the system, inquiring. A dragon, could you provide a location for the Bone Demon Lord? Beep, beep. System sends location, Absolute Een Mountain. As Zhou Jun hastened towards the Absolute Een Mountain, a fierce battle raged between the Ghost Lord and the Bone Demon Lord. The swirling black mist enveloping the Ghost Lord suddenly coalesced into 18 long spears. Let me show you the might of my black cloud 18 spears, he bellowed. And with a flourish of his sleeve, the spears, resembling 18 fierce black dragons, surged toward the Bone Demon Lord. Is that all you've got? A mere parlor trick? Scoffed the Bone Demon Lord. If this were a day ago, your trifling antics would have failed to even ruffle a hair on my head. Even if I stood still and allowed you to unleash your powers upon me, However, the Bone Demon Lord was not one to dwell on past glories. Though anger surged within him, he recognized that should he not exert his full strength now, he might indeed falter against this junior. Congeal, the Bone Demon Lord commanded. Extending a fingertip forward, blood clouds surged forth from his fingertip, coalescing into a shield that stood resolutely before him. Boom, boom, boom. The 13 long spears of the Ghost Lord collided with the blood cloud shield, unleashing a terrifying aura. Although the blood cloud shield withstood the onslaught of the 13 spears, it became riddled with cracks. Finally, when the 14th black cloud spear struck the blood cloud shield, it shattered into ash. How could this be so powerful? Astonishment flickered in the Bone Demon Lord's eyes. Yet, in swift succession, the remaining 5 spears crashed against his protective magical barrier. Blood sprayed from the Bone Demon Lord's mouth as his form was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside and creating a vast chasm. Clouds of dust swirling into the air. The Ghost Lord observed this with a furrowed brow. Truly, a formidable opponent at the perfected tribulation stage, even in a battered state. He can withstand my Black Cloud 18 spears and remain unscathed. You seek death. The Bone Demon Lord roared, his fury palpable. He had endured being suppressed by the Dao Tian sect's powerful figures a millennium ago. He had tolerated being bested by the 40-something Zhou Jun. He had even borne the severing of his true form by the 9th grade true immortal of the Dao Tian sect. Looking back, it seemed failure had woven itself throughout his life. Yet, being a true immortal, losing did not carry such shame. However, now even the nest he coveted is about to be seized by a younger generation of evil practitioners at the transcendent stage, and he can no longer endure it. In the eyes of the Bone Demon Lord, flames of crimson intermingled with green ignited, and he extracted a translucent crimson jade vial from his bosom, which he then thrust into his mouth. With a decisive bite, the vial shattered. Instantly, the sanguine essence within filled the Bone Demon Lord's mouth, and his skeletal frame began to gradually fill out. He advanced towards the Ghost Lord, his previously waning aura steadily ascending. Seeing this, the Ghost Lord broke out in a cold sweat, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. This old fellow actually possesses a hidden reserve. How careless of me. Ahem, esteemed senior. If you find this place to your liking, I would not be averse to yielding it to you, the Ghost Lord said, a sycophantic smile gracing his features. As the saying goes, those who recognize the shifting currents are the true talents. Too late. The Bone Demon Lord sneered. Had you spoken to me properly before, I might have considered taking you on as a loyal aide. However, you have forced my hand, compelling me to waste a significant portion of this potent blood essence. Thus, your blood shall serve to compensate for my loss. Despair engulfed the Ghost Lord's heart. Yet, he felt aggrieved as well. He had regarded this place as a potential sect headquarters for quite some time. Bone Demon Lord, so you are here. A youthful voice resounded through the heavens and earth just as the Bone Demon Lord prepared to strike the Ghost Lord down. The Bone Demon Lord trembled, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed into the void. Zhou Jun, how is this possible? How could you possibly find me? At this moment, the Bone Demon Lord was afraid. In his prime, he would have feared nothing from Zhou Jun, even harboring thoughts of eliminating him. But now, he was merely at the peak of the transcendent stage, while Zhou Jun had reached the 6th rank true immortal. Simultaneously, not only was the Bone Demon Lord fearful, the cultivators of the Ghost Extreme sect began to tremble as well. Zhou Jun, the youngest true immortal practitioner of the Dao Tian sect, the youngest supreme elder. Are we truly doomed now? Zhou Jun, that newly ascended young supreme true immortal of the Dao Tian sect. The Ghost Lord was evidently well acquainted with Zhou Jun. After all, with so many subordinates, he naturally had ample intelligence. Upon returning to Qizhou, his first act was to dispatch individuals to gather information about the current situation in Qizhou. Only by understanding the circumstances could he ensure the sect's unassailable position. By the way, that newly appointed supreme elder of the Dao Tian sect was muttering about the Bone Demon Lord. Is this not the true immortal from a millennium ago? Could it be that this ancient being, with whom he had crossed paths, has fallen into such a dire state, so weakened? Are you faring worse than yourself? The demon sovereign's eyes flickered with thought. He then bowed to the void, proclaiming, I, the sovereign of the ghostly extremity sect, pay my respects to the esteemed Li Taishang. I, Ghost, have now washed my hands of my past transgressions. Passing through this place, witnessing the malevolent bone demon, I could not bear to endure it any longer, and thus sought to eradicate this evil. However, I did not anticipate that this bone demon possesses formidable strength, rendering me powerless. I beseech you, Li Taishang, to vanquish this fiend. Upon hearing these words, not only were the cultivators of the ghostly extremity sect astonished, but even the bone demon was taken aback. Has the current generation of those in the dark path truly lost all spine? Is this truly the right course of action? At that moment, Lihujun materialized from the void, gazing at the demon sovereign with shock. evidently astounded by his brazen demeanor. Cough, cough, I understand that you may not believe my words, Li Taishang, but do take a look at my subordinates here. Compared to other cultivators of the dark path, who among them does not appear emaciated? The demon sovereign pointed at his elders and disciples, appealing to reason and emotion alike. At this moment, he felt a sense of secret delight. He had previously commanded his followers to refrain from causing chaos or engaging in bloodshed. Was this not an opportune moment to use that command? Zhou Jun, upon hearing this, squinted at the group of ghostly extremity sect cultivators. He was soon astonished to find that indeed, these individuals exuded a feeble aura. Could it be that what the demon sovereign claimed was true? The cultivators of the ghostly extremity sect, witnessing their sect leader forging a path through the sea, cried out in unison, Li Taishang, we have been following our sect leader, enduring 3 days of hunger and 9 meals missed. Our sect leader has exhausted his wits to lead us away from darkness and towards the light. Ah yes, the sect leader has commanded us not to take lives. I can hardly recall the last time I killed or set fire to anything. I've almost forgotten how to do it. A group of spineless individuals. Truly a disgrace to us cultivators of the dark path. I am ashamed to be associated with you. The bone demon, witnessing this scene, felt his ears blaze with fury, and his crown felt as though it might ascend to the heavens in his rage. Yet Zhou Jun smiled. Perhaps the demon sovereign's words held some truth, but he could not simply take them at face value. However, perhaps it was not entirely unwise to turn the tables, to use evil against evil. Chapter 131. I have grown. At that moment, Zhou Jun stepped forth from the void. The instant the demon sovereign laid eyes on him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not the esteemed Mr. Li, who had allied with the Haohuang to vanquish the soul-devouring Taoist on Ziyun Mountain in the south? He is Zhou Jun. What does it mean to disgrace cultivators of the dark path? Once the ghost lord regained his composure, he fixed his gaze upon the bone demon lord, exuding an air of righteousness as he boldly declared, I have now washed my hands of past misdeeds, returning to the path of virtue. My loyal followers. Do you not agree? Indeed, they chorused. Recently, a young child wished to ascend to the heavens for a brief adventure, and I took him on a delightful journey. Upon our return, he was so overwhelmed he could scarcely utter a word before fleeing in excitement. And what of that incident in the village, where an elderly blind man wished to see the widow bathe? I provided him with that view. The members of the ghostly extreme sect exchanged heated words, their faces flushed with fervor. This spectacle left the bone demon lord astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Jun was rendered speechless. These ghostly extreme sect cultivators were truly exceptional individuals. Ahem, well, Li Taishang, the bone demon lord suddenly altered his demeanor, speaking with insincere flattery, though a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. What I did previously was ultimately for the greater good of the Tianyuan realm. Alas, you did well. Yet I must still take your life, Zhou Jun replied with a grin. The bone demon lord appeared pitiable. But Zhou Jun remembered the bone demon lord's previous haughty warning to him to be cautious in his next life. How could he let him go? Do you still desire a reward? I have lowered myself to this, yet you dare to provoke me. Death is your only recourse. I shall relish in your demise. The bone demon lord stared at Zhou Jun, his eyes filled with rage, as his aura began to expand ominously, his body swelling like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the bone demon lord's inflated form began to deflate at a visible pace, akin to a punctured ball. The bone demon lord stared in disbelief, glancing down to see the spearhead protruding from his chest. Turning his gaze back, he beheld the ghost lord, who wielded a long spear, now embedded in his back. Struggling, he raised a trembling finger towards the ghost lord and, with great effort, managed to utter, Do you still wish to self-destruct? As if I do not exist? As if these vibrant blades of grass around us do not exist? The ghost lord looked on in disdain, yet a rush of exhilaration surged within him. By heavens, I've truly made a name for myself. Even celestial beings have perished at my hands. Unwilling to accept his fate, the bone demon lord lowered his head, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated resentment. Throughout his life, he had been a formidable presence, even among the true immortals, yet he now found himself vanquished by a mere junior undergoing tribulation, a truly lamentable and pitiful circumstance. Notification, congratulations. Host, you have captured the attention of the bone demon lord, providing an opportunity to eliminate him. Notification, the system bestows rewards. The proud snow flying sword has been upgraded to a 4th grade true immortal artifact. Notification, the system grants a golden spirit pill. As Zhou Jun beheld the rewards bestowed by the system, a smile graced his face, making even the ghost lord appear somewhat more agreeable. Thud. The ghost lord casually discarded the corpse of the bone demon lord and, with a countenance filled with reverence, clasped his fist towards Zhou Jun, declaring, Li Taishang, I sincerely wish to abandon the dark for the light. Well done, Zhou Jun replied with a nod and a smile. However, there is no need for you to starve yourselves in the process of abandoning the dark for the light, he added, glancing at the ailing members of the ghostly extreme sect, unable to suppress a chuckle. What a peculiar bunch you are. Following the Ghost Lord for 3 days and enduring 9 meals without food, yet you still wish to accompany him. It is indeed quite absurd. What does Li Taishang mean? The Ghost Lord inquired cautiously. I have but one request, Lihujun Jun said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Do not kill the virtuous. Do not kill the virtuous? The Ghost Lord echoed, taken aback. Indeed, Lihujun Jun affirmed with a smile. Within the righteous path, there are wicked individuals. Likewise, within the sinister path, one may find good souls. Since ancient times, the measure of virtue and vice has not merely been determined by the cultivation method, but rather by the deeds accomplished through such methods. A practitioner of dark arts who performs acts of kindness is equally a good person, while one who adheres to orthodox practices but engages in despicable acts cannot truly be deemed righteous. I have been enlightened, the Ghost Lord said, bowing respectfully to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively, yet he remained skeptical that mere words could lead the Ghost Lord to reform. He smiled at the Ghost Lord and said, Swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. I, the Ghost Lord, swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, should I kill the virtuous. May the day of my tribulation be the day of my demise, he proclaimed without hesitation. After making the oath, he ensured that all his subordinates swore as well. After all, it would be absurd for him, as the sect leader, to shoulder this burden alone. As the saying goes, it is better to share joy than to enjoy alone. The oath to the heavenly Tao holds significant weight within the cultivation community, especially for practitioners at the tribulation stage like him. Thus, the members of the ghostly extreme sect followed suit and swore their oaths. Although they did so reluctantly, they recognized that as long as they followed their sect leader, their miserable existence would at least be spared from death. Observing the entire ghostly extreme sect as they took their oaths in succession, Zhou Jun nodded with a smile. Observing the smile of Zhou Jun, the Ghost Lord felt a chill run down his spine. If memory served him correctly, this very expression had graced Li Taishang's face when he first appeared at Ziyun Mountain in the southern continent and shortly thereafter. The spectral Taoist who descended from the celestial realm had met his demise. However, to prevent the Ghost Lord from abandoning all restraint and disregarding the heavenly Taoist oath, Zhou Jun resorted to a subtle tactic. With a mere flick of his fingertip, a beam of sword light, imbued with a trace of the snow-defying sword's essence, swiftly pierced the Ghost Lord's chest. As the essence of the celestial sword entered his body, the Ghost Lord's eyes widened in terror. Zhou Jun, with a smile, patted his shoulder and reassured him, Fear not, this is the heart-cleaving sword, containing the essence of the celestial sword. As long as you adhere to the oath you just made and act with a clear conscience, you shall encounter no harm. By the way, keep a close watch on your subordinates. Should I learn of any member of your Ghost Extreme sect violating their oath, I shall summon this heart-cleaving sword from 1,000 miles away. I understand, the Ghost Lord replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although Zhou Jun had not taken direct action this time, he had witnessed the formidable presence of Li Taishang at Ziyun Mountain. Thus he believed every word spoken by him. Chapter 132. The wolf, this skeletal demon lord's corpse, is yours to keep, Zhou Jun remarked casually after glancing at the remains of the skeletal demon lord. Thank you, Li Taishang. The Ghost Lord's eyes brightened at his words. Though Li Taishang, a true immortal, might not regard the remnants of the skeletal demon lord highly for him, it was an immense opportunity. Remember your oath, Zhou Jun smiled, then turned and stepped into the void. We bid farewell to Li Taishang. The Ghost Lord and the members of the Ghost Extreme sect respectfully proclaimed as Zhou Jun departed. As he left, an elder of the Ghost Extreme sect cautiously inquired of the Ghost Lord, Master, shall we remain here? Stay. Why would we leave? Do you wish to move again? We now have the Dao Tian sect backing us. The Ghost Lord looked at the elder with exasperation. Do you not tire of relocating all the time? The members of the Ghost Extreme sect were momentarily bewildered when Li Taishang claimed that the Dao Tian sect would support them. Given that such a fierce battle had just unfolded here, it was likely that more nefarious practitioners and righteous cultivators would come to investigate. This was unsafe. The elder of the Ghost Extreme sect expressed his concerns, but this place has just witnessed such a great conflict. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Lord pondered for a moment. Although he was now a tribulation-transcending cultivator, having received Li Taishang's approval, he naturally felt no fear of such investigations. However, if he were to gain the fortune of the skeletal demon lord and be interrupted during his seclusion, it would indeed pose a significant problem. After weighing the circumstances, the Ghost Lord waved his hand decisively. Let us move. Meanwhile, amidst lush mountains and serene waters, a young man clad in azure walked through the fields. This individual was none other than Zhou Jun, who was currently en route to the Daotian sect. Now, he truly resembles a carefree, wandering cloud, unburdened by concern for the two young girls, for he knows that the elder master will certainly not neglect them. I wonder how that young lad, Jiang Xiaobai, is faring these days. Zhou Jun shook his head, stifling a chuckle. Thus, he resolved to pay a visit to the lad. After all, he is his disciple, and it is only natural to show concern. Although Jiang Xiaobai is the son of destiny, which gives Zhou Jun a sense of ease as a master, he cannot simply allow this young one to venture forth alone without supervision. In the vastness of Qishou, even a true immortal would find it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack when seeking someone, let alone Zhou Jun, who is merely undergoing tribulation. System, could you provide me with a location for my disciple? Zhou Jun inquired of the system. Beep, not in a mission. Unless the host and the system sing a duet of Where Has Daddy Gone, with the host taking the part of the son. Not going to happen, Zhou Jun replied, his face darkening. In the next moment, a translucent panel appeared before him, displaying the lyrics. Even if you are ugly, your ideas are quite fanciful, Zhou Jun muttered. Fortunately, he had previously bestowed upon Jiang Xiaobai a fragment of his primordial spirit to safeguard his life, which would allow him to track the lingering aura of that fragment. Just as Zhou Jun was preparing to set off, the system chimed in again. Beep, given that the previous task was quite challenging. This time a simpler task is issued. Resolve a young girl's heartache. Task reward, 1 golden spirit pill. The mention of the golden spirit pill made Zhou Jun's eyes glimmer with interest. With an additional golden spirit pill from earlier, consuming 2 might just enable him to break through to the mid-stage of tribulation. System, you've issued the task. Where is the young girl to be found? Zhou Jun asked. Beep, ahead on the hillside, turn left, in the fields. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun strode forward. Upon rounding the hillside, he indeed spotted a young girl clad in patched hemp garments, seated on a narrow path in the fields with a hoe beside her. Her face, devoid of makeup, bore swollen eyes, and her delicate nose twitched, clearly having shed tears not long before. Young lady, what brings you to this place in sorrow? Zhou Jun approached with a smile. Upon hearing his words, the young girl quickly rose to her feet. When she beheld Zhou Jun in his elegant blue robe, a sense of unworthiness washed over her, and she instinctively lowered her head, gazing at her exposed toes peeking from her cloth shoes. She wiped the corners of her eyes and stammered, no, it's nothing. Noticing her demeanor, Zhou Jun chuckled gently, if you would not mind, I would be willing to listen. For reasons unknown, the young girl felt that the youth before her bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed educators of the town, radiating an air of cultured amiability that caused her inner defenses to dissipate unconsciously. With a sigh, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance, she recounted. In March of this year, my mother fell ill. I planted the pumpkin seeds from our home in this very field, and now, the pumpkins have flourished remarkably, nearing maturity. I intend to take them to the market and sell them to procure medicine for my mother. Zhou Jun listened intently, refraining from interrupting her narration. The girl, wiping her nose, continued. However, the elderly from the neighboring village, whenever they pass by my pumpkin patch, take a few for themselves. While I can tolerate the occasional loss. Yesterday, they came with baskets and began to harvest my pumpkins. When I confronted them, I discovered that many had been damaged. Those pumpkins were meant to be sold for my mother's treatment. As she spoke, she sank to the ground, burying her face in her knees and sobbing softly. Zhou Jun, despite his usual temperament, felt a surge of anger towards the elderly she mentioned. The morality of individuals is not dictated by age. Some who live long merely exploit their seniority, believing themselves above reproach, even as they approach the grave. Casting a glance at the damaged pumpkins in the field, he waved his sleeve, summoning the vast energies of nature. To the girl's astonishment, the pumpkins that had been severed began to heal at a visible pace, returning to their former glory, even improving in appearance. Realizing something extraordinary was occurring, the girl lifted her head. Speechless at the sight before her, the severed pumpkins were indeed restoring themselves, and their quality appeared enhanced. Thank you, Immortal, she exclaimed, her gratitude palpable as she instinctively dropped to her knees to bow in thanks to Zhou Jun, only to be gently halted by a refreshing breeze that lifted her back to her feet. Meeting is fate. Aiding you is also a form of self-help. There is no need for excessive formality, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. However, this is insufficient. He then noticed the clumps of foxtail grass nearby and recalled a certain technique he had once encountered. With deft fingers, he fashioned a lifelike puppy from the grass, conjuring it into existence. What sort of dog should it be? Flashed through his mind, envisioning a Siberian husky, its wolf-like appearance imposing and formidable. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the crafted dog, which transformed into a goofy, tongue-lolling wolf that sat beside the girl. The sight of the wolf caused the girl's complexion to pale, startled by the sudden appearance of the creature. Chapter 133. In the next life. Shall one work as a beast of burden? Not at all. This is not a wolf, but rather a dog. Zhou Jun chuckled as he observed the girl's startled expression, explaining, though its intellect may be lacking at present, it is sufficiently capable of guarding this pumpkin patch. A dog? The girl, still somewhat shaken, glanced at the husky squatting on the ground, its tail wagging, tongue lolling. Indeed, it appeared quite dog-like. Yes, Zhou Jun affirmed with a smile, this husky, crafted from dogtail grass, possesses foundational cultivation. It is more than capable of handling the common folk. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task and alleviating the girl's worries. Ding! The system rewards you with a golden spirit pill. Thank you, Immortal, for your timely rescue. Your kindness is beyond measure, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. I shall serve you as a humble beast, the girl exclaimed, attempting to kneel before Zhou Jun. While offering oneself in service is not out of the question, it was evident to any discerning eye that the immortal before her was no ordinary man. With a resigned wave of his sleeve, Zhou Jun gently conjured his magical energy to lift the girl, saying, there is no need for such gestures. I do not require you to serve me as a beast. For you are a person. Then shall I serve as a beast in my next life? She inquired cautiously, gazing up at Zhou Jun. What is your name? He asked. The girl lowered her head, blushing as she replied, I am called Shisini. A lovely name, Zhou Jun remarked with a nod and a smile. You flatter me. Esteemed one, Shisini said, her cheeks reddening further, thrilled to receive such a compliment for the first time. However, after a moment, she found herself waiting in vain for a response from the immortal. When she finally looked up, she was met with emptiness. He had vanished, leaving only the husky, panting and gazing at her with curious eyes. Thank you, Immortal. Shisini called out to the desolate field, feeling a pang of wistfulness. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun stood atop the clouds, observing the scene below until the girl and her husky departed. He couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. This girl is quite earnest, adorably naive. As night fell, Zhou Jun showed no haste to leave. He reclined on the clouds, propping his face with one hand while holding a jade vial of exquisite wine in the other, indulging in a comfortable slumber until a passing bird startled him awake. Sitting up and stretching, he was soon captivated by the commotion below. In the thickening twilight, he spotted an elderly woman, stealthily approaching Shisini's pumpkin patch with a woven basket on her back. Despite the darkness, she navigated the path with striking precision. These old rascals, Zhou Jun mused, shaking his head disapprovingly. In the pumpkin field of that petty girl, it appears there are still a few good pumpkins left. Once I gather them, I shall prepare a delightful pumpkin porridge. Really, what are just a few worthless pumpkins? This girl is indeed quite small-minded. It would not be a great deal for my foolish son to marry her, the old woman murmured as she approached the pumpkin patch. Zhou Jun was almost amused to the point of laughter by her words. Would someone as lovely as Shisini truly worry about not being married? Does she require your pity? It is utterly shameless and laughable. Zhou Jun silently communicated with the slumbering dog in the field. The dog, upon hearing his voice, lifted its head, surveyed its surroundings, and then spotted the old woman hurrying towards the pumpkin patch. Its eyes sparkled with excitement, and with a swift motion, it darted away like an arrow released from a bow, tongue lolling in the wind, racing towards the old woman without a glance back. Oh my goodness! A wolf! The old woman was startled by the commotion, and upon realizing a dog was charging towards her in the dim light, she was instantly struck with terror. Tossing aside her basket, she fled with surprising agility, showing no signs of her age. Yet, no matter how swiftly she ran, how could she outpace a dog with foundational cultivation? In no time, the dog had pinned her to the ground, its crimson tongue licking her aged face. Goodness gracious! Dear wolf, spare this old woman. The elderly lady trembled in fear, crying out as she was so frightened that she did not even notice that she had wet herself, emitting a foul odor. Clearly, the dog had scared her to the point of losing control. The dog sniffed the air, seemingly catching the scent, and disdainfully leapt away, turning its back on the old woman as it headed towards the pumpkin patch. Lying on the ground, still shaken, the old woman watched the dog enter the field. After a moment, her expression suddenly turned to one of fury. Ah, that petty girl has even raised a wolf to guard her field. Just wait until I spread this scandal across the nearby villages. She won't know what hit her. With that, the old woman clambered to her feet, not daring to retrieve her basket, and fled the scene in a daze. Above in the clouds, Zhou Jun listened to the old woman's words, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from these old folks. If he were to leave now, the dog left behind might become the catalyst for the girl to be ostracized by the entire village. Indeed, it seemed he had been far too kind. Shaking his head, he softly intoned, Ghost Lord. Far away, thousands of miles distant, the Ghost Lord, who was leading the other ghosts and disciples in their relocation, momentarily paused at the sound echoing in his mind. Realizing that Li Taishan was likely contacting him through the heart-cutting sword within him, a fawning smile spread across his face. Li Taishan, do you have any commands for me? A minor matter, Li Taishan jested. How could your affairs be deemed trivial? Zhou Jun immediately rushed over. Zhou Jun interrupted Zhou Jun's words, speaking with righteous indignation. He then produced a black tower from his robe, ushering the members of you.Every sect inside before swiftly stowing the tower away and hurrying to Zhou Jun's location. This black tower was Zhou Jun's audacious tool for relocating his sect, a treasure he had fortuitously acquired. The tower could be enlarged or reduced, and as long as a foundation was dug, it could be expanded to fit securely within. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Zhou Jun, perched amidst the clouds, paused momentarily, acknowledging Zhou Jun's promptness. He then severed the connection with the heart-slaying sword within Zhou Jun and revealed a cold smile. Such wickedness requires a wicked hand to temper it. After a stick of incense had burned, Zhou Jun stood reverently beside Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun remained silent, pointing with a fingertip as a stream of light shot forth, revealing a luminous screen that displayed the earlier conversation between him and the young girl, along with the scene of the elderly lady's escape. Zhou Jun gasped upon witnessing these images, his indignation surging forth. How brazen! Truly, how outrageous! Is there no law? No justice? The actions of these old geezers are intolerable, even for a rogue like me. Chapter 134. I find you quite distasteful, Li Taishan reassured. I shall ensure these old fellows experience a fate worse than death. Zhou Jun grinned at this. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded. As a powerful figure traversing the tribulation, Zhou Jun should manage this trivial matter adeptly. This wine, I gift it to you. Zhou Jun casually tossed the jade wine flask to Zhou Jun, mentioning that the wine within was sourced from the old mountain master. In Zhou Jun's storage treasure, many more bottles awaited. Upon receiving the wine flask, Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. Celestial brew. The rich aroma of the wine was unmistakably that of a true immortal's creation, crafted with spiritual fruits over a century, or even a millennium. Although the flask contained little, about a third remained, which was still immensely beneficial to him. By the heavens, mingling with true immortals is exhilarating. Just a drop of their essence is a grand opportunity for a nascent tribulation practitioner like myself. It might even allow me to break through to a higher realm. Zhou Jun observed Zhou Jun's expression with puzzlement. It was merely a flask of wine. Was it truly that significant? While it could aid cultivation, such fervor seemed excessive. After all, he had consumed it and merely felt his recently attained nascent tribulation stage stabilize further. In this instance, Zhou Jun misjudged Zhou Jun. Though they were currently both at the nascent tribulation stage, the disparity in their perspectives was evident. However, it must be acknowledged that Zhou Jun's cultivation is a reward from the system, and his foundation is inherently robust. Furthermore, he had previously consumed the primordial nourishing pill, specifically intended to cultivate his foundation. One could liken Zhou Jun's foundation to a vast ocean, while the foundation of the Ghost Lord resembles a massive lake. The spiritual energy required for the Ghost Lord to break through to the next realm may not even amount to 1/10 of what Zhou Jun possesses. With 1/3 of the exquisite wine in the jade flask, after a period of further cultivation, the Ghost Lord's chances of advancing to the mid-stage of the tribulation could significantly increase. Moreover, Zhou Jun experienced an unimpeded ascent in his cultivation, genuinely feeling that the process was not particularly arduous. Thank you, esteemed one, for the wine. I, the ghost, am willing to lay down my life in gratitude. The Ghost Lord clasped his hands in salute to Zhou Jun, his voice resonating with conviction. Perhaps previously, he had been compelled by Zhou Jun's authority and cultivation prowess. Yet now, the Ghost Lord could only express that Li Taishan had bestowed too much upon him. It is good to have such intentions, Zhou Jun replied, patting the Ghost Lord on the shoulder with a smile. Casting his gaze upon the pumpkin fields below, Zhou Jun continued, this place shall be entrusted to you. I have pressing matters to attend to. Go ahead, esteemed one. I shall certainly protect that little girl in secret. And those old rascals who bully her shall not escape my wrath. The Ghost Lord declared with fervor, gripping the celestial brew. Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded, turning to step into the void. After Zhou Jun departed, the Ghost Lord brought the jade flask to his nose and inhaled deeply, instantly enraptured. After a moment of indulgence, the Ghost Lord stowed away the flask and summoned several elders and disciples from the Black Tower. I have not isolated the Black Tower. Did you all hear my conversation with Li Taishan? The Ghost Lord inquired. In response to the sect leader, we all heard it. The elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme sect replied. Excellent. From now on, you shall guard this place. Anyone who dares to steal pumpkins shall suffer tremendously. The Ghost Lord grinned malevolently. Ah, and those who previously ravaged the pumpkin fields. none shall be spared. If the task is accomplished, I shall grant each of you a drop of the exquisite wine bestowed by Lihujun. Yes, sect leader. The elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme sect exclaimed joyfully. The prospect of tasting even a single drop of the celestial brew was a monumental fortune for them as lower-tier cultivators. The Ghost Lord, pleased by their reaction, nodded approvingly. He was never stingy with his subordinates, which was one reason the cultivators of the Ghost Extreme sect were eager to follow him. Of course, the most significant factor was that giving away a few drops of the celestial brew would not harm the 1/3 of exquisite wine remaining in the jade flask. Otherwise, the Ghost Lord would be reluctant to part with it. Now, go investigate who has desecrated this pumpkin field, the Ghost Lord commanded, waving his hand. We take our leave. The elders and disciples of the Ghost Extreme sect transformed into streams of light, departing in various directions. The husky below, with its mouth agape and breathing heavily, tilted its head as it observed the fleeting lights around it, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Surely, these creatures were not attempting to usurp its place, were they? Nevertheless, it reassured itself with thoughts of its own handsome visage, contemplating its role as a mere ornament beside the young girl. With that, the husky rolled in the dirt and succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the ghostly lord sought out the elderly woman who had been frightened into submission by the husky. Having witnessed her haughty demeanor moments prior, he anticipated the sight of her weeping in despair. As for the pumpkin patch, it was sufficient for the dog, trained by Lihujun to guard it for the time being. In a humble earthen dwelling, the elderly woman sat trembling on a bench, her shaky hands clutching a bowl of hot water. Despite her fear, she continued to curse vehemently, "You wretched girl, just wait. You shall see how I deal with you. It's just a few pumpkins, yet you resort to frightening me with a wolf. Losing the basket is one thing, but if you frighten me to death, can you bear the consequences?" Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the surroundings, followed by a sinister voice that erupted in her ear. The old woman's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the figure in black robes seemingly materialize before her, causing her to faint instantly. The ghostly lord remarked, "Who would have thought, even more shameless than I, yet possessing such a fragile heart?" However, he had no intention of sparing this loathsome woman. After all, he was not one to be trifled with, a true embodiment of wickedness. He forcefully placed a healing elixir in her mouth, ensuring she would not perish in the near future. With a sinister grin, he seized her by the collar and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon her face, sending her few remaining yellowed teeth, along with blood, flying. Awoken by the pain in her mouth, the old woman gazed at the ghostly lord in terror, mumbling incoherently, "Spare me, divine being. Spare me." The elderly lady, at her age, could hardly withstand such torment. "You vex me greatly, old woman. Prepare to endure my wrath." The ghostly lord scoffed, and once more, he unleashed a series of slaps across her face. Elsewhere, Zhou Jun traversed the night, making his way towards his disciple, Jiang Xiaobai. Judging by the location, it appeared to be near the border of Qishou, close to the maritime expanse. This mischievous child. Has he remained at the border since the secret realm of observing the sea? Lihujun chuckled as he continued on his path. Beneath the moonlight, within a dense thicket, Jiang Xiaobai moved like a dragon, weaving effortlessly through the foliage. Behind him, a pair of young men and women trailed closely, their expressions laced with mockery, as if they were leisurely strolling through a garden while pursuing Jiang Xiaobai. "You're merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Do you truly believe you can escape from two perfected foundation establishment cultivators?" The young male cultivator scoffed. Jiang Xiaobai remained silent, continuing to forge ahead. Chapter 135. Who is the prey? Despite being pursued by two perfected foundation establishment cultivators, Jiang Xiaobai felt no trepidation. He was entirely confident in his ability to deal with the young couple. However, he refrained from taking action near Linging City, for he recognized the young male cultivator as Pan Yongyin, the young master of the Pan family in Linging City. The female cultivator, Ding Chunqiu, was the granddaughter of an elder from the Lian sect. Jiang Xiaobai's familiarity with the pair was straightforward. He had overheard fellow cultivators discussing them while they paraded through the streets of Lingding City. The reason for Pan Yongyin and Ding Chunqiu's pursuit was linked to a site outside the city where a nascent soul cultivator had passed away. Jiang Xiaobai had seized an opportunity there, obtaining a rare pill known as the Spirit Fire Pill, which could assist foundation establishment cultivators in perfectly condensing their golden core without any adverse effects. The moment he collected the Spirit Fire Pill was precisely when Pan Yongyin and Ding Chunqiu arrived, catching him in the act. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Jiang Xiaobai made his escape, leading to the earlier scene. At last, Jiang Xiaobai arrived at the edge of a lake. Noticing he had distanced himself from Lingding City, he halted. "Quite the runner, aren't you? Why have you stopped now? Don't tell me a foundation establishment cultivator fears water. That would be quite the jest." Pan Yongyin jeered as he caught up. Ding Chunju stood silently beside him, her narrow eyes glinting with coldness as she regarded Jiang Xiaobai. This fellow truly could run. Despite their earlier appearance of leisurely pursuit, he was indeed difficult to catch. Every time they seemed close, he would suddenly accelerate as if fueled by some elixir. "I'm not running anymore," Jiang Xiaobai declared, shaking his head. "It seems you have come to your senses. Hand over all the treasures you acquired at the side of the deceased Chuhua Daoist, and I shall grant you a swift end," Pan Yongyan coldly proclaimed. Though the Pan family was affluent, such pills that could aid in the perfect condensation of a golden core were scarce and certainly not intended for him. Given his lackluster cultivation talent, his family would never bestow such a precious item upon someone with poor aptitude, even if his father was the family head. However, his desire for the spirit fire pill was not for his own use, as he possessed a wood attribute spirit root and could not utilize it. The theft of the spirit fire pill was also an attempt to curry favor with Ding Chunju, as she possessed an exceptional fire attribute spiritual root. As for why Jiang Xiaobai was not spared, the reason was quite simple. Having seized this fellow's opportunity, it would be unwise to leave him alive. One must eradicate the root of the problem instead of waiting for him to cultivate to maturity and seek revenge. Heh. Do you two truly believe you can pursue me with your meager skills? At this moment, a hint of derision appeared on Jiang Xiaobai's face. From your words, it seems you think a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like yourself can easily subdue two perfected foundation establishment practitioners? Finally, Ding Chunzi spoke, her voice melodious like a golden oriole, yet oddly grating. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a grin. Chunzu, just wait and see how I deal with this brat. Pan Yongyan scoffed. All right, Ding Chunzi nodded. Although Pan Yongyan was rather inept, he was still capable of handling a late-stage foundation establishment youth. Die. Without further ado, Pan Yongyan bellowed, sweeping his large sleeves as several vines erupted from his cuffs, resembling a vine dragon, rushing toward Jiang Xiaobai. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai grunted, channeling his magical energy as flames surged from his hands, reaching out to grasp the encroaching vines. Seeking death, Pan Yongyan was instantly infuriated. How dare a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator confront his perfected technique head-on? This youth was truly arrogant. Yet, in the next moment, Pan Yongyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Xiaobai emitted a muffled groan but managed to firmly grasp the vines in his hands, and with the flames igniting on his palms, he sent them raging along the vines directly toward Pan Yongyan himself. How could this brat be so powerful? Pan Yongyan was taken aback, hastily severing his magical energy. The vines that had shot from his sleeves were also severed, just as the flames reached the point of rupture. Pan Yongyan was filled with dread. Had he been even a moment slower, the flames would have scorched him. You seek death. Enraged, Pan Yongyan resolved to avenge the humiliation he suffered before Ding Chunzu. He swiftly formed hand seals, and with a sweeping motion of his sleeves, a barrage of wooden spikes whistled forth, enveloping Jiang Xiaobai. Heh, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, shaking his head. He was wearing a powerful magical ring on his finger. This ring, discovered during his scavenging in the sea-viewing secret realm, not only allowed for storage but also amplified the power of techniques wielded by the cultivator, albeit only twice in succession before requiring a substantial amount of spirit stones to replenish its energy. Between thoughts, Jiang Xiaobai activated the magical ring on his middle finger. After pressing his palms together in a gesture of reverence, the ring emitted a faint glow and warmth. He then wielded his hand like a blade, striking fiercely towards the ground. In an instant, a towering flame of bladed light surged forth, cleaving through the earth with an unstoppable force, aimed directly at Pan Yongyan. The intense heat of the blade incinerated all incoming wooden spikes to ash in midair, yet it continued its relentless advance towards Pan Yongyan. How is this possible? Pan Yongyan's mouth fell agape, and upon regaining his composure, he hastily summoned a shield adorned with intricate magical patterns, a precious defensive artifact bestowed by his family, capable of withstanding a strike from a golden core master. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as the blade struck Pan Yongyan's shield, sending both him and the shield hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai swiftly dashed to the side of the shield and stowed it within the magical ring. This shield, which could withstand the amplified might of his abilities, was certainly a remarkable item. You, Pan Yongyan, lying on the ground and spitting blood, witnessed this scene and spat another mouthful of blood in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm still alive. Useless." Ding Chunju cast a disdainful glance at the bloodied Pan Yongyan sprawled on the ground, her eyes filled with contempt. A perfected foundation establishment cultivator. Yet he could not subdue a late-stage foundation establishment youth. This pathetic creature dares to pursue me? Dream on. I wouldn't even marry you if you were the last man on earth. With that thought, Ding Chunju manifested a curved blade in her hand, her figure moving like a phantom as she instantly appeared behind Jiang Xiaobai. Raising her knife high, she aimed directly for his neck, fully intent on severing his head from his body. Chapter 136. Is it only capable of sneaky attacks from behind? Jiang Xiaobai let out a cold snort, channeling his spiritual energy through his palms without hesitation, and forcefully struck back with the magical ring. Bang! A deep, resounding impact echoed through the air. Ding Chunju. Her face filled with arrogance, widened her eyes in disbelief as she felt the immense force radiating from the blade. In the next moment, she coughed up blood and was sent flying along with her weapon. Thud. Ding Chunju crashed heavily to the ground, her blade landing beside her. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze fell upon her weapon. The blade was entirely snow-white, with a hilt made of fiery red glass, and the guard depicted a majestic phoenix in flight, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Jiang Xiaobai unceremoniously claimed the blade as his own, flashing a grin at Ding Chunju as he remarked, "You stood there watching, thinking you were formidable. Yet you were even inferior to Pan Yongyan. At least he could exchange a few moves with me, while you couldn't endure a single strike." Upon hearing this, Ding Chunju instantly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was only then that she noticed the immense power emanating from Jiang Xiaobai was derived from the ring upon his hand. "You insolent brat, my grandfather is Ding Liangji, a senior elder of the Flame sect. Should you dare to take my life, he will not let you off lightly." Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Ding Chunju fixed her gaze upon Jiang Xiaobai, her voice laced with fury. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed in response. "Your grandfather is a cultivator at the transformation realm. Yet my master is a celestial lord. I have yet to utter a word, and you are already putting on airs?" He dismissively raised his hand, ready to strike down upon Ding Chunju's crown. In that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from her, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to swiftly evade to the side. A thunderous crash resounded. As he turned to look back, a deep pit had formed where he had just stood, a chilling realization dawning upon him that had he been struck, he would have been obliterated without a trace. "You have quick reflexes, young one. But how dare you attempt to harm my beloved granddaughter?" At that moment, two fire dragons erupted from Ding Chunju, intertwining to manifest as an elder clad in red robes, his face a mask of murderous intent directed at Jiang Xiaobai. This was the avatar of a cultivator at the transformation realm. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Grandfather!" Ding Chunju exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing the elder, undoubtedly her grandfather, Ding Liangji. With rage and tears, she pointed at Jiang Xiaobai, exclaiming, "Grandfather! This scoundrel not only seeks to kill me but has also stolen the phoenix ring blade you gifted me." "Humph. It was you two who sought to kill and seize treasures first. I merely acted in self-defense," Jiang Xiaobai retorted coldly. He then bowed respectfully to Ding Liangji, addressing him. "Esteemed elder, your cultivation has reached the transformation realm, and I trust you are a person of reason. I harbor no intention of harming your granddaughter. I implore you to see things clearly." Although Jiang Xiaobai appeared composed, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. His sole reliance rested upon the magical ring adorning his middle finger, which, however, had depleted all its spiritual energy. Even if it contained power to amplify his abilities manifold, it would still be trivial before a cultivator of the transformation realm, even if only an avatar. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, it would take but a mere flick of a finger to extinguish his life. "Heh, young man, you may seem calm. Yet you seek to harm my granddaughter and expect me to spare you? Do you not find that absurd?" Ding Liangji sneered. "Elder Ding, kill this brat." At that moment, Pan Yongyan, who had been lying on the ground, rose to his feet, his face twisted in anger as he glared at Jiang Xiaobai. Ding Liangji cast a glance at Pan Yongyan and chuckled. "Rest assured, young Master Pan, I am well aware." Though his words seemed courteous, he harbored a profound disdain for the youth. Were it not for Pan's family head, who possessed the cultivation of the transformation realm, and the ancestral figure of the Pan family, a celestial immortal, he would scarcely have paid Pan Yongyan any heed. Jiang Xiaobai, sensing that Ding Liangji's attention was not directed at him, cautiously began to retreat. Even though he was fully aware that facing a practitioner of the transformation realm spelled certain death, he deemed it preferable to struggle for a glimmer of hope than to await his demise passively. It appeared that Ding Liangji noticed Jiang Xiaobai's movements. "Escape? Do you truly believe you can?" He laughed. "My master is Lord Lihujun of the Daotian sect," Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed urgently, realizing that his only chance of survival rested upon invoking his master's name. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Jun had long since ascended to the status of a supreme elder within the Daotian sect. "Huh, youngster. If you intend to leverage connections, you are going about it most foolishly," Ding Chun has remarked with a sneer. Zhou Jun is no longer the master of Yunju Mountain, but a supreme elder of the Daotian sect. Moreover, it is well known that Elder Li has 2 female disciples. Yet there has never been any mention of a male disciple. You are truly grasping at straws. If you possess any skill, why not present the token of a true disciple of the Daodian sect? Furthermore, Ding Chun's has added, the resources for cultivation within the Daodian sect are immensely abundant. As a disciple of Elderly, how could you possibly have fallen to the point of needing to acquire a spirit fire pill from another's place of meditation? Is that not a standard possession for true disciples of the Daodian sect? At that moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within Jiang Xiaobai. The avatar of his primordial spirit, previously bestowed by his master, had already been utilized, leaving him without any means to verify his identity. To wish to slay my granddaughter is one thing, but to audaciously impersonate a disciple of Elderly is utterly unforgivable, Ding Liangji exclaimed, observing Jiang Xiaobai's inability to substantiate his claims, and he chuckled derisively. Clearly disbelieving that this pitiful youth could have any genuine connection to the esteemed elder of the Daodian sect. Youngster, prepare to meet your end, Ding Liangji declared, eschewing further pleasantries with a cold laugh. As his words echoed, he swept his hand, and the oppressive force of a transformation realm expert surged forth, crashing down upon Jiang Xiaobai like an avalanche. In the face of this immense pressure, despair flickered in Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. He was unwilling to accept his fate. After enduring numerous life-threatening trials, he had finally reached the late stage of foundation establishment and was on the brink of breaking through to the golden core stage, drawing ever closer to his beloved, only to face imminent death. The injustice of it all weighed heavily upon him. You truly believe my treasures are so easily acquired? Pan Yongyan remarked, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he gazed at the despondent Jiang Xiaobai. Ding Chun's mirrored his sentiments, her eyes gleaming with greed. Once this young man was no more, the spirit fire pill and the peculiar ring he possessed would all belong to her. Ding Liangji stood with an air of unparalleled arrogance, utterly convinced that a mere foundation establishment cultivator could not possibly survive a casual strike from him. However, just as they all believed that Jiang Xiaobai was doomed, a figure in a green robe suddenly appeared before him. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, as ferocious as a cataclysmic tidal wave. The oppressive force emanating from Ding Liangji was effortlessly dispersed beneath this overwhelming energy, like parchment swept away by the wind. At that moment, Ding Liangji's eyes widened in terror. The surging spiritual essence showed no signs of abating as it continued its relentless advance towards him. Hastily, he activated his defensive techniques, raising a fiery turtle shell of spiritual energy in a futile attempt to shield himself. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. He and his protective shell were violently hurled away, crashing through dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt, landing awkwardly on the ground in a most undignified manner. The sheer force had rendered his avatar flickering, as though it might dissipate at any moment. Who? Pan Yongyan exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. The arrival had merely executed a casual strike. And yet Ding Liangji's avatar, a formidable figure of the transformation realm, was rendered utterly defenseless, akin to an infant. Just how powerful was this newcomer? Upon witnessing the figure, Ding Chun's had been left in a daze, for the visage before them perfectly matched the portrait of the youngest Grand Elder in the history of Daodian sect that their sect leader had shown them. Master! Jiang Xiaobai cried, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the figure shielding him, as Ding Liangji, still sprawled on the ground, raised his head to discern the identity of the newcomer and heard Jiang Xiaobai address him as master. An expression of profound dread overtook his aged features. The words spoken by the youth were, astonishingly, true. Chapter 137. Seeking forgiveness, is that truly the Grand Elderly of Daodian sect? How could this young man genuinely be a disciple of Grand Elderly? Ding Chun's murmured, staring at the figure before Jiang Xiaobai. What? Pan Yongyan, standing beside Ding Chun's, also widened his eyes in shock. Though he had never seen a portrait of Lihujun, he could deduce, even in his ignorance, that the figure was indeed Grand Elderly of Daodian sect. Otherwise, the ever-proud Ding Chun's would not display such a countenance. Realizing this, Pan Yongyan trembled in fear. Damn it! How could a disciple of Grand Elderly risk life and limb for a mere spirit fire pill? Do you dare to lay hands on a disciple of Li? At this moment, Zhou Jun squinted his eyes slightly. Although he exuded no discernible aura, the tension in the air caused cold sweat to rain down upon those present. The mere title of true immortal was enough to instill fear in cultivators below the great ascension stage. This is a misunderstanding, Li Taishang. Ding Liangji struggled to rise from the ground, his face a mask of despair. He could hardly believe that the master of this impoverished youth was, in fact, the youngest Taishang elder of the Daodian sect. Misunderstanding? Zhou Jun shook his head. Had I not arrived in time, my disciple would have surely become a ghost beneath your command. With those words, Zhou Jun offered no further opportunity for dialogue. With a mere thought, 3 formidable swords of intent coalesced before him, transforming into brilliant beams of light that, like lightning, pierced the foreheads of Ding Liangji, Ding Chunzhang, and Pan Yongyan. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lian sect's secret chamber, Ding Liangji's true form widened his eyes in shock. The destruction of his avatar had resulted in a backlash upon his true self. Yet, at this moment, he was too preoccupied to care about such matters. Even the death of his granddaughter was cast aside. All his thoughts were consumed by the fact that he had offended the esteemed Li Taishang of the Daotian sect. The very thought of the might of the Daotian sect drained the color from his face, leaving no room for thoughts of vengeance for his granddaughter. If Li Taishang did not come seeking trouble, he would already feel fortunate. Should Li Taishang indeed arrive, it was likely that he would not even need to lift a finger. The disciples of the Lian sect would take care of him. As the saying goes, what one fears most is what inevitably comes. Just as Ding Liangji was engulfed by dread, a beam of sword light, akin to a celestial blade, seemed to traverse space and time, appearing before him. No, terror flickered in Ding Liangji's eyes. He did not wish to die, having painstakingly cultivated to the realm of transformation. Revered by countless cultivators, he truly did not want to perish. By the lakeside of the dense forest, Zhou Jun summoned a trace of the Yaoxiwei flying sword's intent, seeking the aura of Ding Liangji's avatar to locate his true self. Upon surveying Jiang Sibai from head to toe, Zhou Jun's brow furrowed upon noticing his scarred hands. Master. Jiang Sibai nervously retracted his scarred hands. Is this due to your training? Zhou Jun redirected his gaze and inquired. Yes, Jiang Sibai nodded, confirming that the scars on his hands were indeed the result of his practice of the burning fire technique. This method, discovered by Jiang Sibai in the Guanhai secret realm, was extraordinarily demanding, requiring an exceptional aptitude for cultivation and an arduous process that involved placing one's hands upon spiritual flames for tempering. Generally, foundation-building cultivators would find it difficult to bear scars upon their bodies. However, those who practiced the burning fire technique often resumed their training before their scars had fully healed. Thus, over time, the scar remained ever present. After each session of cultivation, one should apply this medicine. Should any latent ailments arise during your trainings, they would prove detrimental to your future advancement. At that moment, Zhou Jun spoke, tossing a vial of spiritual medicine to Jiang Xiaobai. Thank you, master. Jiang Xiaobai expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his eyes glistening with tears. Perhaps his master was the one person in the world, besides his father, who treated him with such kindness. Though they seldom met, each time he intervened, it felt akin to granting him a second life. By the way, master, that woman is a disciple of the Lian sect. The divine avatar from earlier was her grandfather, an elder of the sect. As for the man, he is the young master of the Pan family from the nearby Lingding city, Pan Yangbua. Jiang Sibai explained. They have been pursuing me relentlessly because I obtained a spirit fire pill at a place where a Yunjushan cultivator had perished. They wish to kill me and seize the treasure. Who dares to harm my son? Just as Jiang Sibai's words fell, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe emerged from the void, wielding a steel staff, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It was none other than Pan Yangbua, the head of the Pan family. However, upon seeing Zhou Jun, he froze in place. Li Taishang, ahem, Li Taishang, would you like to see a steel staff dance? I perform it beautifully. A sycophantic smile spread across Pan Yangbua's face. This scoundrel, how could he have provoked such a formidable being? Pan Yangbua could hardly suppress his desire to beat his already deceased foolish son to death once more. Although the Pan family was among the top families in Lingding City, facing the colossal Daotian sect felt akin to an ant standing before an elephant. In truth, Pan Yangbua was indifferent to the death of Pan Yongyan. After all, he had more than one son, and his eldest was exceptionally talented. What truly concerned him was his reputation and the standing of the Pan family in Lingding City. Begone, Zhou Jun said, casting a disdainful glance at the obsequious Pan Yangbua. Yes, I shall leave at once, Pan Yangbua replied, relief washing over him as he bowed and hastily retreated into the void without daring to look back. Jiang Xiaobai observed this scene with admiration. His master, merely standing there, had instilled such fear in a cultivator of the divine transformation realm. It is worth noting that cultivators of this tier are considered high-ranking on Qizhou, not to mention that the Pan family had an ancestral figure of the void immortal level overseeing them. Upon returning to the Pan residence, the first thing Pan Yangbua did was seek out the reclusive void immortal ancestor of the Pan family, informing him of the incident involving Pan Yongyan. When the ancestor learned that Pan Yangbua's youngest son had provoked Zhou Jun, he immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, exclaiming in fury, "Good riddance, you wretched son. Do you wish to rob me of my peaceful twilight years? You dare provoke the venerable Li from the Daotian sect? If he were not deceased, would we be compelled to eradicate the Daotian sect? The higher one ascends, like our esteemed ancestor from the Pan family, the more one comprehends the formidable power of the Daotian sect, which is beyond the reach of our clan. Ancestor, what shall we do?" Pan Yangbua, feeling somewhat uneasy, observed the rare display of fury from the usually composed ancestor. The Pan clan's elder gradually regained his composure and remarked, "The fact that Li was able to allow your return indicates he is no easy adversary. He possesses discernment. It is certain that your foolish son was at fault. Retrieve our family rules. I must go to Li to express my contrition." He was uncertain of Li Zhou current sentiments, but to ensure the survival of the Pan family in Qizhou, he had no choice but to humble himself and offer an apology. Yes, I shall do so immediately." Pan Yongbo did not dare to dispute this and hurried to the ancestral hall to fetch the family regulations, along with the ancient thorny branches. Watching Pan Yongbo depart, the elder of the Pan family sighed, hoping that the venerable Li would, in consideration of the Pan family's long-standing battles against the sea tribes on the borders of Qizhou, spare them from annihilation. Chapter 138. The excited Aou. Meanwhile, Li Zhou Jun and Jiang Xiaobai sat by the lakeside. Jiang Xiaobai recounted his experiences and the treasures he encountered in the sea observation secret realm to Li Zhou Jun without reservation. At this moment, Li Zhou Jun was the person Jiang Xiaobai trusted the most, aside from his own father and Yao Tao. Listening to Jiang Xiaobai's tales of narrow escapes, Li Zhou Jun couldn't help but marvel at the young man's extraordinary luck. His impulsive decision to seek out this lad may indeed have been predestined. "Here, take this genuine Dao Tian sect token. It is impractical for me to be present at every crisis you face." As he spoke, Li Zhou Jun produced a jade token and handed it to Jiang Xiaobai. "Thank you, master." Jiang Xiaobai accepted the jade token with a serious expression. Li Zhou Jun nodded with a slight smile. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side, and an elderly man, bare-chested and carrying thorny branches on his back, emerged from the void. The elder bowed respectfully to Li Zhou Jun and proclaimed, "I am Pan Jinshan, the elder of the Pan family, here to offer my apologies to the venerable Li." Pan Jinshan. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this not the elder from the Pan family who had reached the realm of the virtual immortal? "There is no need for such formality, Elder Pan," Li Zhou Jun remarked, noting the elder's imposing demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. It was evident that this was a gesture of contrition. Having harmed a younger member of their clan, the elder now came to apologize. It all seemed rather absurd. Yet such absurdities often reflect reality. Regardless of the setting, the strong invariably dominate the weak. If one is struck, a smile must be feigned, otherwise, the consequences may be dire. At this moment, the elder of the Pan family shook his head and resolutely stated, "It is my inadequacy in raising my children that has led us here. If Lord Li harbors any dissatisfaction, he may vent it upon me. But I implore you to consider the Pan family's long-standing battles against the sea tribes and spare us a path to survival." As he spoke, the elder respectfully offered the thorny staff from his back to Lord Li. Seeing this, Lord Li responded with a hint of exasperation, "Were I truly a bloodthirsty individual, the head of the Pan family would not return home, and the flame sect would have long been annihilated. I acknowledge your sincerity. You may take your leave." "Thank you, Lord." The elder of the Pan family sighed in relief upon receiving Lord Li's response. It seemed the Pan family would continue to hold dominion over Lingding City, though upon returning, he would undoubtedly urge the younger generation to exercise restraint. This encounter with Lord Li had been relatively agreeable. However, had the one provoked been the master of Huofeng Mountain from the Daotian sect, the entirety of Lingding City might have faced their wrath. "I take my leave," the elder of the Pan family said, retracting the thorny staff and bowing to Lord Li, before stepping into the void and hastily departing. Although Lord Li appeared cultured and affable, the elder still found himself drenched in sweat in his presence. Jiang Xiaobai observed all of this intently. Power. Indeed, it is power. When one possesses strength and a formidable background, even if one has taken lives, their adversaries may not seek vengeance. Rather, they may feel fortunate that the wrath was not directed at them. In simpler terms, when one has power, actions deemed right are justifiable, and even wrongdoings may be perceived as acceptable. Lord Li glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, who was ignited with ambition, and inquired, "Do you understand why I did not annihilate the Pan family or the Flame sect?" The disciple shook his head in ignorance. Lord Li chuckled. Both the Pan family and the Flame sect are situated near the coastal borders of Qizhou, where many within their clans and sects frequently clash with the sea tribes, often at the cost of their lives. Perhaps their battles against the sea tribes were also motivated by the desire to enhance their cultivation and acquire treasures. Yet they have undeniably fought for the peace of Qingzhou. Killing Pan Yongyan, Ding Chunju, and Ding Liangji would be justified, as they are at fault. But directly obliterating these two factions may instill fear among the populace of Qingzhou. Remember my words. Power is not meant to oppress the weak or to flaunt one's might, but to defend one's dignity and protect those worthy of safeguarding. Should you lose your way in the pursuit of power through slaughter, are you still the same person? I have learned much, Jiang Xibai replied, rising to bow deeply to Lord Li. Indeed, Lord Li nodded in acknowledgement. Master, I have recently been traversing the borders of Qishou, and I have observed numerous aquatic beings coming ashore. Some have concealed themselves within the mountains, while others attempted to enter the city, only to be revealed by the guards' demon-revealing mirrors, meeting their demise on the spot. Jiang Xiaobai appeared to recall something and turned to Zhou Jun. Oh, is that so? Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. Although he was not afraid, the matter concerned the safety of Qishou, and he could not afford to be careless. After all, the safety of Qishou was something the Daotian sect could not overlook. Moreover, there were true immortals among the aquatic beings. It seems this matter must be reported to Elder Xinyun of the Elder Mountain, so appropriate countermeasures can be devised. Indeed, such occurrences transpire daily, Jiang Xiaobai responded. I have acquired several cultivation techniques that were derived from the aquatic beings. They appear to be remnants of powerful human practitioners that were discovered by them. Enough. I am already aware of this matter, Zhou Jun said, then smiled and inquired, would you like to return to the Daotian sect for training? No, master. I prefer to roam the world, Jiang Xiaobai replied with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. His current pace of cultivation was not inferior to that of the disciples training within the Daotian sect, and in fact, he was even slightly ahead. Very well. Among my disciples, you are the one I trust the most, Zhou Jun said, patting Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder with a smile. Hee. Jiang Xiaobai beamed like a child who had just received a sweet treat upon receiving his master's praise. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun flicked his finger, sending a stream of divine thought racing towards the direction of the Daotian sect. This divine thought contained the information from this location. This is the art of transmitting thoughts over vast distances. When your cultivation is sufficient, you will naturally grasp it without needing to learn, Zhou Jun remarked, smiling at the inquisitive Jiang Xiaobai. Meanwhile, within the ocean realm, several powerful divine thoughts converged to engage in conversation. You. Do not tell me you were unaware of the recent emergence of a 9th-rank true immortal above Qishou. The Tua Hai Yaozuan, who had transformed from a 10,000-year-old tortoise, questioned Yu with immense anger, feeling a wave of dread as he realized how fortunate he had been to refrain from venturing out immediately. Yu scoffed, hee. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. Who can say? Before my seclusion, I had already dispatched my subordinates to infiltrate Qishou. Yet upon my emergence, you inform me that there is a 9th-rank true immortal present? The leader of the merman tribe responded angrily. Had those who ascended to the shore been our kin rather than mere fish and shrimp spirits, I would have already overturned the table and ceased this game. Enough of this clamor. If we calculate the days, that being should awaken within the coming century. Even if there is a 9th-rank true immortal in Qishou, we shall be able to contend with them. The watergrass spirit, the revered Jun Haiyao, lamented internally. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the 9th-grade true immortal, he might have successfully eliminated those old fellows, along with Aou, and ascended to the celestial realm by now. That individual, could it be? Aou's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. He had heard that this figure was of his own kin. Alas, by the time he attained immortality, this entity had already entered a deep slumber. Chapter 139. Using the might of the heavenly Tao as paper upon hearing Jun Haiyao's words, several formidable beings from the sea tribe fell into silence. Indeed, that individual was immensely powerful, having reached the status of a 9th-grade true immortal during his seclusion. Moreover, a millennium ago, had it not been for that individual's intervention, these sea tribe true immortals would have perished at the hands of 2 second-generation disciples of the Daotian sect. Should we continue sending people ashore? Inquired the leader of the merman tribe in a deep voice. Jun Haiyu replied, naturally. When that esteemed master awakens, our sea tribe must also ascend to the shore. After all, it is not your merman kin who will perish, but merely some foul fish and shrimp. Why are you so concerned? Understood. The leader of the merman tribe replied. Meanwhile, at the Daotian sect, in the Supreme Hall, Jin Yunzi had just received a message from Zhou Jun. Jin Yunzi's brow furrowed in apprehension. Jin Yun, what troubles you? Asked the Burning Mountain True Monarch, noticing Jin Yunzi's troubled expression. Given Jin Yunzi's cultivation level, it was rare for anything to disturb him so. The sea tribe is up to something. I suspect that the sea tribe supreme is about to awaken, Jin Yunzi sighed. The sea tribe supreme? Is it that black dragon with the deity of the sea? The expression of Burning Mountain True Monarch gradually darkened. Indeed, Jin Yunzi nodded gravely. If the black dragon awakens, possessing the might of the sea deity, its current strength may have already ascended to the threshold of a semi-immortal. Though our Daotian sect has a profound foundation and 3 top-tier 9th-grade true immortals stationed here, we need not fear it, however, if a battle ensues. It is certain that our sect will find itself at a disadvantage, unless we seek assistance from the celestial realm, but unless absolutely necessary. It is best to refrain from doing so. After all, when a sect faces tribulation, the first thought should not be to seek help, but rather to devise a solution. Otherwise, can it still be considered a powerful sect? Moreover, the Black Dragon's background is not simple. Otherwise, the two second-generation ancestors would have already subdued the Sea Tribe when it was merely a ninth-grade true immortal. Indeed, Jin Yun's reasoning is sound. Burning Mountain True Monarch nodded in agreement. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked, "From where did this news originate?" "It is from Zhou Jun, who is currently at the border of Qizhou," Jin Yunzi replied. "Hiss. Quickly summon that lad back. If the Black Dragon has truly awakened, he will be in grave danger," exclaimed Burning Mountain True Monarch. "As a promising junior of Yunju Mountain, how could I not be concerned? Not long ago, I sent a message back." Jin Yunzi cast a glare at the Burning Mountain True Monarch and remarked. Indeed, the Burning Mountain True Monarch chuckled awkwardly. This is truly a case of the Emperor not being anxious while the eunuchs are. If Zhou Jun were to encounter trouble at the borders of Qingzhou, Jin Yunzi would undoubtedly risk everything to ensure that the Sea Tribe pays the price. The mere thought of Zhou Jun's unparalleled talent among his peers drove the Burning Mountain True Monarch into a frenzy of jealousy. He resolved that once Liu Yin emerged from his seclusion, he would personally urge him to train relentlessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun was in no rush to depart. Instead, he followed Jiang Xiaobai to his current resting place. It was an impeccably clean cave. Gazing at the cave, Zhou Jun expressed his surprise. "Have you been residing here all this time?" "Indeed, master. There are many demon beasts nearby, and I often seek them out to hone my skills. Some sea tribes also take refuge here," Jiang Xiaobai replied, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. "I see," Zhou Jun mused, "truly the child of destiny." "Master, what brings you to the borders of Qingzhou so suddenly?" Jiang Xiaobai inquired curiously. "Naturally, I came to see you," Zhou Jun said with a smile as he settled down on a stone pedestal within the cave. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, his master still cared for him. "Master, allow me to catch a few wild delicacies to showcase my culinary skills," Jiang Xiaobai declared. "Go ahead." Zhou Jun nodded with a smile. After Jiang Xiaobai left, a streak of light surged into the cave, flying towards Zhou Jun. He reached out to catch the light. And Jin Yunzi's voice echoed. "The borders of Qingzhou are perilous. Return swiftly to the heavenly sect." Beep, detecting the Sea Tribe's restlessness. The system issues a task. Have 5 or more superior Sea Tribe True Immortals sign the 10,000-year non-aggression treaty for Qizhou. The more signatories, the greater the rewards for the host. Beep. The system has issued a task item, the Heavenly Tao Oath Paper. The host may extract it at any time. Heavenly Tao Oath Paper, crafted from the power of the Heavenly Tao. If the signatory violates the oath, they shall face annihilation in both body and spirit. Just as Jin Yunzi finished speaking, the system's voice chimed in. Crafted from the power of the Heavenly Tao. Zhou Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. System, you wouldn't be borrowing the Heavenly Tao from the Tianyuan realm, would you? Beep. Indeed, it is correct. Borrowing a bit of the Heavenly Tao's power from the humble Tianyuan realm is no issue, right? It should feel honored. Zhou Jun inhaled sharply, suddenly realizing something. He frowned and said, "Wait a minute, system. As a mere tribulation passer, even if I possess a 50-50 chance, I could at best reach a stalemate with a superior true immortal, right? If they all attack me at once, wouldn't I be doomed? The world, in all its vastness, encompasses everything. Although the ability of a 50-50 balance activates instinctively in the face of formidable danger, the host may also exercise control over this ability. Should one harness the power of the 50-50 balance, even when besieged by a multitude, one can contend equally with them, if among them stands a high-ranking true immortal. Engaging with such a being can unleash a residual force capable of vanquishing lesser immortals. Host, broaden your horizons. With a host of your caliber, I find myself quite embarrassed as a system." At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai returned to the cave, triumphantly holding a mountain chicken, a smile illuminating his face. "Master, I caught a chicken just after stepping out," he exclaimed with excitement. "Boil some water and pluck its feathers," Zhou Jun replied with a grin. "All right," Jiang Xiaobai responded eagerly. Before long, the leaves were strewn with chicken bones. "Master, how did I fare?" Jiang Xiaobai beamed, seeking praise. "Not bad, considerably better than your senior sister's initial attempts." Zhou Jun acknowledged with a nod before rising to his feet. "Are you leaving, master?" Jiang Xiaobai asked, his heart laden with reluctance. "The Sea Tribe has been quite unruly lately. I intend to pay them a visit to restore some order," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. "Really?" Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened, but then he recalled that his master was a powerful immortal lord, and a mere Sea Tribe would likely be no match for him. "Focus on your cultivation. Strive for ascension to the immortal realm within a century, and do not bring shame upon me," Zhou Jun said with a twinkle in his eye. "Rest assured, master," Jiang Xiaobai affirmed with determination. "Very well, I shall await the day I drink to your joyous occasion." Zhou Jun laughed heartily. In the blink of an eye, however, Lihujun had vanished from the cave. "Do not worry, master. I will certainly not disgrace you," Jiang Xibai declared. His fists clenched in resolve as he surveyed the now empty cave. Meanwhile, Lihujun stood suspended in the void, gazing down upon the boundless ocean. The sea roared with tumultuous waves, resembling a monstrous beast that could swallow all, constantly bellowing. Chapter 140, Battle with the Sea Demon Lord. So the sea tried. "Here I come," Lihujun grinned before plunging into the depths. As he submerged, the seawater did not dampen his azure robe. Halting at a mere fraction of an inch away. "System, provide a coordinate for a superior true immortal," Lihujun requested with amusement. "Alert! Travel 1,000 miles forward and turn right for 3,000 miles to encounter a 7th-grade true immortal of the sea tribe." Upon receiving the coordinates provided by the system, Lihujun proceeded without the slightest hesitation, charging forward with unwavering resolve. The aquatic creatures encountered along the way were caught completely off guard, and before they could even register his presence, Lihujun had vanished from their sight. "I felt something pass by just now," muttered the lobster spirit, known as Old Third, a confidant of the Tua High Demon Sovereign, who had been swayed by Aou. Beside him, the catfish spirit scoffed. "Old Third, I warned you against seeking out those clam spirits too often. Look at you now, dazed and confused. This is the territory of the Tua High Ancestor. Who would dare to act so brazenly here? They must be courting death." "Indeed," the lobster spirit agreed, nodding in affirmation. But then he snapped back. "Who the hell is dazed? You're the one who's dazed." As Old Third engaged in this banter with the catfish, Lihujun had already arrived at the precipice of a chasm. The abyss yawned before him, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, unfathomably deep. Standing at the entrance, Lihujun appeared as inconsequential as a mere speck of dust. "Who dares approach?" Suddenly, a voice, ancient and resonant, echoed from the depths of the chasm, akin to the rumbling of thunder, sending shivers down the spine. "Daotian sect, Lihujun." Despite the overwhelming aura emanating from the abyss, Lihujun remained unperturbed, his azure robe billowing, exuding an aura that was equally formidable. "Daotian sect, Lihujun." The voice was now tinged with both surprise and fury. In the next moment, the waters surged violently, and the earth trembled. A massive turtle head emerged from the chasm, occupying 1/5 of the entrance. The ancient turtle's face bore 2 eyes, each as large as hills. One was clouded and evidently blind, while the other gleamed sharply, fixated intently on Lihujun, who appeared insignificant like an ant before it. "You are the one who forced the Tua High Demon Sovereign to flee in disarray," the turtle thundered, its voice resonating like rolling thunder. "Indeed," Lihujun replied with a light chuckle, standing boldly before the ancient being that loomed like a deity. "Do you know who I am?" The turtle's face twisted into a sneer, unable to fathom that this 5th-grade true immortal, Lihujun, would dare to present himself so boldly. "Naturally, I know. If I am not mistaken, you are the Tua High Demon Sovereign, and your eye was blinded by my sect's 2nd-generation ancestor," Lihujun stated calmly. "So, you are aware," the turtle nodded, though its expression darkened ominously. "The ancestor has yet to exact revenge on your Daotian sect. And you dare to come here seeking death?" "I am not here to seek death," Lihujun retorted with a smile. "I have come to bring peace to the sea and humanity." "Bring peace?" Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the ancient turtle scoffed. "The animosity between the sea clan and the human clan has endured for ages. Can it truly be quelled by mere words? This young fool is utterly naive." With a sinister grin, he continued, "You, a mere mid-level true immortal, dare to utter such hubris? Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the Daotian sect, and thus avenge this blind grievance." As his words fell, the hunchbacked sea demon ceased his prattle, opening his massive maw to unleash a torrent of frigid air. Where the cold wave passed, the seawater froze, and fish were rendered motionless as if time itself had halted. The entire area transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Just as the icy wave was about to engulf Lihujun, he too sprang into action, with his hands weaving intricate seals. A grand manifestation of the law of heaven and earth emerged behind him. A 7th-tier true immortal. The ancient turtle's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed the aura emanating from Lihujun. Under Lihujun's command, the colossal hand of the law of heaven and earth pierced through the icy gale, aiming directly at the turtle's head. With a thunderous crash, the giant hand descended. Yet, the ancient turtle swiftly retracted his head, causing the hand to crash onto the seabed, stirring a tempest of dust and chaos, shaking the underwater realm to its core, plunging it into darkness. The emergence of a 7th-tier true immortal naturally stirred the powerful beings of the Sea Clan. Several figures materialized almost instantaneously above the scene. "Lihujun!" Aou exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief upon recognizing Lihujun, This fellow has dared to invade the territory of the Sea Clan. The hunchbacked sea demon regarded AOU with an impassive gaze. This AOU, he mused, previously claimed he hadn't seen Zhou Jun. Yet now he recognizes him at once. Truly, this one is not to be underestimated. Arrogance, while he is a superior true immortal. To brazenly invade our domain is a display of excessive hubris, the leader of the shark people remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Meanwhile, as Zhou Jun made his move, the once tranquil sea surface erupted into towering waves. The powers of Qi Zhou were taken aback by the commotion. Within the Dao Tian sect, a fervor surged. Who dares to act within the territory of the Sea Clan? The sect leader, Mu Taiyu, exclaimed, his expression one of profound shock. Even the Dao Tian sect was reluctant to engage in direct conflict with the Sea Clan, for the repercussions would fall upon the common folk of Qi Zhou. The true Cloud Master within the Supreme Hall also changed countenance. In the waters of Qi Zhou, a superior true immortal is at work. Could it be they have discovered Zhou Jun? The Burning Mountain True Monarch remarked, his expression grave. I will first make my way to the Qingzhou border. You must promptly inform the other two ninth-rank true immortals to emerge from their seclusion. Should the Sea Tribe dare to lay a finger on that young man? I would rather perish than allow the entire Sea Tribe to escape unscathed. With a countenance as dark as a stormy sea, Jin Yunzi declared. As his words fell, he vanished from the spot. Beneath the Qingzhou Sea, Lihujun, seeing his strike miss, could not help but express his frustration. You were once so arrogant. Yet now you scurry away like a frightened rabbit. Are you truly afraid of a mere human cultivator? Am I, your ancestor? Afraid? What a joke. Just look at your current predicament. You have already been cornered by several superior true immortals of my sea tribe. Even if you are a 7th-rank true immortal, escape is beyond your reach. The Tuahai demon lord snorted coldly, and then turned to confront Yu and the others arriving from above. What are you waiting for? Are you merely going to watch? As a result, Yu and the others stood still, unmoved, indeed adopting a spectator's demeanor. Observing this, the Tuahai demon lord felt a surge of despair. These individuals were likely waiting for me and Zhou Jun to exhaust each other before swooping in to reap the rewards, perhaps even refining my shell into a defensive treasure. Such scheming among the Sea Tribe will inevitably lead to their demise. The Tuahai demon lord roared in anguish and fury. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun activated his celestial powers, preparing to launch another assault on the Tuahai demon lord. The latter, witnessing this, became even more enraged, questioning why the focus was solely on him. Does one truly believe that I am so easily bullied? Chapter 141. Battle against the 5 great Sea Tribe true immortals in a fit of rage. The Tuahai demon lord withdrew his head into his shell, akin to 4 ancient pillars rising from the ocean floor. As his massive form advanced, the seabed trembled with each step he took. Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a colossal shadow erupted from the abyss, charging forth with the speed of lightning, directly colliding with Zhou Jun's towering celestial avatar. The size of this figure was no less than that of Zhou Jun's own manifestation. Zhou Jun braced himself, commanding his avatar to raise its hands. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. Zhou Jun's celestial avatar's hands firmly resisted the Tuahai demon lord's retracting shell. Yet he himself was forced back several steps, each step covering miles. The Tuahai demon lord, with his head still retracted, revealed a hint of triumph across his tortoise-like visage. He then opened his vast mouth, unleashing a radiant flying sword that shot forth like a shooting star, aimed straight at Zhou Jun's true form. What a cunning old turtle! Zhou Jun lamented, simultaneously raising his palms to emit dazzling spiritual light. This young man dares to attempt to block my 7th-rank true immortal weapon with mere hands. Upon witnessing the scene, the venerable Tuahai was filled with perplexity. After all, this flying sword was a 7th-grade true immortal artifact, imbued with his profound magical power. Even among those of the same grade, one would typically seek to evade its lethal edge without proper defenses. Yet, this young man remained motionless, daring to catch the blade with his bare hands. Contemplating this audacity, a sinister expression crept across Tuahai's face. Such arrogance warranted death. The onlooking true immortals of the Sea Tribe shared the same sense of bewilderment. Was this legendary Zhou Jun, renowned among his peers, truly such a fool? Could he dare to catch a flying sword with his bare hands? Even they, when faced with Tuahai's sword, would retreat from its sharpness. Or was it that Zhou Jun possessed exceptional skill paired with reckless bravery? In the next moment, their understanding shifted. Zhou Jun, with hands radiating with spiritual light, brought them together, firmly pinching the sword expelled by Tuahai between his palms, halting its advance entirely. The sword's glimmering tip was now but a mere fraction away from his handsome visage. Gasp! The true immortals above were struck with astonishment. He had indeed caught it. This young man was undoubtedly among the elite within the 7th grade true immortals. Tuahai, equally incredulous, soon regained his composure and bellowed, Will you continue to spectate? This youth is formidable. If you remain idle, prepare to be vanquished one by one. Following Tuo Hai's words, the expressions of the observing true immortals shifted between uncertainty and determination. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. They would strike together to subdue Zhou Jun. Die. Aou shouted fiercely, stomping his foot into the ocean, sending ripples cascading outward. As he surged towards Zhou Jun, a dragon silhouette emerged behind him, and his body became enveloped in lustrous, jade-like dragon scales. In an instant, Aou appeared behind Zhou Jun, raising a fist clad in dragon scales to strike at his back. The leader of the mermen followed closely, brandishing a trident that glimmered ominously, charging towards Zhou Jun's left side with an unstoppable force. The sea demon lord refused to be outdone. An immense octopus apparition manifested behind him, and his right hand transformed into two serpentine tentacles, lunging at Zhou Jun's right side. The Tide Demon Lord, witnessing the unfolding chaos, wasted no time. With a mere thought, countless water plants surged from the ocean floor, entwining around Zhou Jun's legs, seeking to bind him in place. Seeing his allies engage, Tuo Hai finally felt a sense of relief. With 5 7th-grade true immortals attacking simultaneously, even if Zhou Jun was among the top tier, he should be doomed to perish. Boy, prepare to meet your end. The Tuo Hai Demon Lord let out a sinister laugh, unleashing a terrifying surge of magical power that enveloped the flying sword clutched between Zhou Jun's palms, causing its might to surge dramatically in that moment. Observing this, Zhou Jun remained silent. With a deft maneuver, he shifted the sword aside with a gentle push, redirecting its point to pierce the 2 colossal tentacles advancing from the Oversea Demon Lord. You fool! The Oversea Demon Lord bellowed in fury upon witnessing the turn of events. The Tuo Hai Demon Lord, equally astonished, realized that the force he had imparted to the flying sword was excessive. It was now perilously close to the Oversea Demon Lord's tentacles, leaving no time to adjust its trajectory. With a swift motion, the flying sword cleaved through the air, severing the 2 tentacles of the Oversea Demon Lord with a resounding thud, which echoed ominously as they crashed to the ground, their weight akin to that of a mountain, sending tremors through the seabed. The Oversea Demon Lord cried out in anguish before hastily retreating from the battlefield. Though his face was pale, he could see his tentacles visibly regenerating at an alarming rate, his gaze dark and fixed upon the Tuo Hai Demon Lord, who had revealed his true form. It was difficult for him not to suspect that this old tortoise had acted with intent, having successfully neutralized the assaults of the 2 sea demon lords. Zhou Jun did not relent. He raised his fist and struck backward, meeting the oncoming punch of Aou. The tremendous force transmitted through the collision allowed Zhou Jun to swiftly retreat, covering a distance of 1,000 miles in an instant, while simultaneously evading the water grasses that the rolling sea demon lord had ensnared around his feet. Seeing this, the rolling sea demon lord twitched his mouth in irritation. The leader of the merman clan, brandishing a trident, pursued Zhou Jun without hesitation. This young man had already confronted 4 7th-tier true immortals. His internal magical energy must be nearly depleted. However, he was destined for disappointment. Zhou Jun flashed a grin at him, then stomped down ferociously, causing the seabed to crack open, propelling his figure like a cannonball straight towards the merman clan leader. Boom! Zhou Jun's fist collided with the trident thrusting towards him. Die! The merman clan leader's face twisted in rage as he forcefully drove the trident forward, aiming to pierce through Zhou Jun's fist. Yet, Zhou Jun's skin merely bore a white mark from the trident strike. Simultaneously, Zhou Jun met the merman clan leader's strength with equal force, using his fist as a weapon to directly counter the trident. The overwhelming force from both combatants began to bend the trident, forged from a millennium of deep-sea black iron. Witnessing this, the merman clan leader's expression shifted from ferocity to disbelief. This young man was nothing short of a human weapon. How could his physique be so formidable, especially when his trident was also a 7th-tier true immortal artifact? At last, the trident reached the limits of its endurance, yet due to its remarkable resilience, it snapped apart with the force of a spring, sending Zhou Jun and the leader of the merfolk reeling back several paces. This lad has surely depleted his strength after facing our onslaught. Let us not hold back any longer. We shall seize him and divide the treasures he possesses, declared the Vortex Sea Demon Lord, his voice calm as he addressed several true immortals of the Sea Clan. Old Tortoise, the grudge for the severed arm shall be settled after this battle. The Oversea Demon Lord cast a dark glance at the Vortex Sea Demon Lord upon hearing his words. The Humpback Sea Demon Lord retorted defiantly, "How can this sword be blamed on me? It was Zhou Jun who wielded it with cunning. What could I have done? Do you 2 ancient ones not grasp the principle of taking advantage of one's misfortune?" Aou admonished coldly. The Oversea and Humpback Sea Demon Lords each huffed in response, their gazes fixed upon Zhou Jun. Onward! The Vortex Sea Demon Lord bellowed. As the 5 true immortals of the Sea Clan charged once more at Zhou Jun, the battle was on the brink of eruption. However, as the conflict deepened, the 5 superior true immortals of the Sea Clan grew increasingly astonished. This youth possessed formidable strength. Even after a round of exhausting exchanges, he could still contend against 5. Refusing to yield. As the 6th, 7th tier true immortals clashed, the ocean became a chaotic maelstrom, a veritable catastrophe for the marine beings. Countless sea creatures perished in the aftermath of their fierce confrontation, and numerous hard reefs were reduced to mere flat ground by the residual force of their battle. We can no longer engage in combat here. Although our Sea Clan numbers are vast, we cannot withstand such devastation. The merfolk leader conveyed telepathically to the other 4 true immortals of the Sea Clan. I see that you merely fear the aftermath of this battle will affect your merfolk territory, AOU scoffed. Though spoken lightly, the others, including AOU, the Oversea Demon Lord, the Vortex Sea Demon Lord, and the Humpback Sea Demon Lord, understood the truth in the merfolk leader's words. Should countless marine beings perish in this conflict without purpose, the Black Dragon would undoubtedly seek retribution upon them. Contemplating this, the several superior true immortals of the Sea Clan exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to shift the battlefield upward. Zhou Jun, fully aware of their intentions, persistently engaged the Vortex Sea Demon Lord and the others underwater for several more rounds, ensuring that no living soul remained within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Only then did he ascend to the surface, satisfied, for he had exerted considerable effort to keep them from escaping the fray. In the skies above the ocean, the 5 superior true immortals of the Sea Clan positioned themselves in a circular formation, encircling Zhou Jun. Behind him, a celestial manifestation loomed high, suspended amidst the sun, moon, and stars. The earlier battle beneath the waves had already garnered widespread attention. In contemporary times, the battlefield has ascended to the skies. The myriad beings of Qizhou, upon gazing up at the spectacle above the ocean, collectively inhaled sharply. That figure, seemingly the venerable Li from the Daotian sect, stands alone against several formidable sea tribe true immortals, remarkably maintaining the upper hand, truly a sight to behold. Initially, it was presumed that he would be evenly matched with the 6th-ranked true immortal, the Bone Demon Lord. However, we have evidently underestimated the youngest elder of the Daotian sect. The cultivators of Qingzhou, observing the ethereal figure clad in azure robes, could not help but express their awe. Thankfully, the esteemed Li possesses a magnanimous heart and has not sought retribution against my Pan family. Otherwise, we would have faced utter annihilation. The patriarch of the Pan family gazed skyward, feeling an immense sense of relief as he beheld that imposing azure figure, seemingly surveying all beneath him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, watching his master single-handedly confront 5 elite sea tribe true immortals, was filled with perplexity. Surely, his master must be toying with these sea tribe true immortals. Otherwise, they would have long since met their demise. At Haowang Mountain, Haowang's gaze fixed upon the heavens above Qizhou. Upon witnessing the imposing presence of Zhou Jun, he smiled and shook his head, remarking, "This Mr. Li is always full of surprises." Meanwhile, Jin Yunzi, who had already arrived at the oceanic domain, now stood suspended in the air, observing Zhou Jun, who showed no sign of weakness against the 5 sea tribe's 7th-ranked true immortals. With a sigh of relief, he jested, "This lad's true cultivation level has even eluded me." The mountain lords of the Daotian sect, who had been in seclusion, now emerged one after another. "Oh, this Master Li truly is a hidden gem. When he finally reveals himself, he astonishes all. Indeed, I feel utterly inadequate in comparison to Master Li, quite right. Our presence has diminished the overall strength of the Mountain Lords. What a disgrace." Upon their emergence, the Mountain Lords, unaware that Zhou Jun had ascended to the rank of elder, could only shake their heads in wry amusement. Cough, cough. Now that Li Taishang is no longer merely the Lord of Yunju Mountain, but has ascended to the status of elder, one elder, preoccupied with sect affairs, clarified. "What? Master Li is now an elder? Then I have nothing to be ashamed of. It is perfectly normal for a mountain lord's cultivation to be inferior to that of an elder." At last, a sense of relief washed over the faces of the Daotian sect's mountain lords, alleviating their concerns that their ancestor would use the Lord of Yunju Mountain to spur their cultivation. If I had emerged from seclusion sooner, these sea tribe true immortals would be of no consequence. At that moment, Lu Yen, just out of seclusion, gazed disdainfully at the 5 sea tribe true immortals in the sky. The attention of the mountain lords suddenly shifted to him. Lu Yen, casting a casual glance at the mountain lords, continued, "Had I emerged from seclusion earlier, I would surely have stood by, rallying support for elderly, showcasing the grandeur of our Daotian sect's celestial might. Amidst the majestic mountains on the ethereal Lingxue Mountain, Moro Shui gazed anxiously at the resplendent figure in the azure robe, lamenting her own limited strength, which rendered her unable to assist. On Yunju Mountain, Lu Jining and Su Nin stared in astonishment at their revered master, their hearts swelling with emotion. Above the vast ocean, Aou turned to Li Zhou with a smile and remarked, "How does it feel to be the center of attention among the creatures of Qizhou? It must be quite exhilarating, but I dare say if you were to perish before their eyes, it would be even more entertaining." Perhaps, Li Zhou nodded in agreement. Though inwardly he wished for his companions to engage him in conversation a while longer, as he was about to silently set up the locking immortal formation. Otherwise, with 5 formidable true immortals present, if they sensed something amiss and fled, his mission would be in jeopardy. Aha, boy, are you regretting your choices now? With your talent, had you cultivated steadily within the Daotian sect, we would surely be no match for you in the future. Alas, your arrogance has led you astray. The Tua High Demon Lord had transformed into a one-eyed old man with a turtle shell on his back, grinning as he addressed Li Zhou. Regret? Li Zhou shook his head, smiling lightly, clad in azure. I plunge into the abyss, yearning only for the peace of Qizhou for 10,000 years. His words, merely a ruse to buy time, nonetheless stirred the hearts of the people of Qizhou. Oh, woe is me. This humble girl shall marry none but the esteemedly. Many female disciples on Qizhou wept as they beheld the remarkable figure, willing to face death for the tranquility of their land. I cannot compare to the esteemedly. Countless powerful beings gazed at the azure figure, their hearts swelling with admiration. In terms of talent, cultivation, and conviction, they found themselves eclipsed by this youngest elder of the Daotian sect. Ah, what a noble desire for the peace of Qizhou for 10,000 years. Alas, you shall not witness it. The Tua High Demon Lord sneered, then turned to Aou and the other superior true immortals of the sea race, bellowing, "What are you dawdling for? Quickly subdue this boy, or when the 9th grade true immortal arrives, it will be our demise." Chapter 143. This is the supreme elder of Daotian sect, as the words of the Tua High Demon Lord echoed. The other superior true immortals of the sea race grasped the urgency of the situation and ceased to hold back, unleashing their most formidable divine abilities. Aou conjured a silvery spear, gathering myriad spiritual energies at its tip, and hurled it forward with a fierce thrust. The spear transformed into a roaring dragon, charging forth relentlessly. The Fu High Demon Lord formed seals with his hands, conjuring a massive character of Fu before him. With a forceful clap, this character, imbued with the might to overturn the heavens and seas, surged towards Li Zhou. Following suit, the other formidable figures, the Tua High Demon Lord, and the leader of the Jiaoran tribe, also unleashed terrifying divine powers. As 5 7th grade true immortals acted in unison, the heavens and earth quaked, and the unleashed power was nothing short of cataclysmic. The myriad beings of Qizhou watched this extraordinary battle, their hearts suspended in trepidation. Upon witnessing the scene, Jin Yunzi's expression grew grave, yet he did not rush to intervene. After all, at that moment, Li Zhou appeared utterly unfazed. And Jin Yunzi was confident that Li Zhou was not a reckless individual. His audacity to venture alone into the sea territories surely stemmed from a profound self-assurance. Nevertheless, he had already prepared himself, ready to act should any peril arise to rescue Li Zhou. Meanwhile, Li Zhou faced 5 exalted true immortals, their formidable powers converging from all directions. His 3,000 inky tresses danced wildly, his azure robe billowing, and within his starry gaze lay an air of disdain. Boom. At last, Li Zhou made his move. The celestial manifestation behind him, towering like the blazing sun, erupted in a myriad of divine radiance, its terrifying might stirring the depths of the ocean into towering waves. Boom. As the divine powers unleashed by the 5 sea-dwelling true immortals met Li Zhou's celestial manifestation, a surge of divine light ascended, exuding an aura reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation, spreading across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles over the sea. As the calamity threatened to engulf Qingzhou, Jin Yunzi was poised to wave his sleeve and mitigate the residual force, only to be astounded by the sight of golden chains composed of myriad runes materializing in the void, directly binding the residual impact heading towards Qizhou. Observing this, Jin Yunzi maintained his composure and gently patted the sleeve he had raised. This young man, he can even invoke the celestial locking grand array? At last. As the divine light faded, Li Zhou stood proudly in his azure attire, akin to a resilient pine, poised in the void, though the celestial figure behind him flickered between brilliance and dimness. The reason for this fluctuation was clear. The formidable aura of the 5 sea-dwelling 7th grade true immortals had also begun to wane. Otherwise, Li Zhou could have continued to soar. The world-destroying powers of the 5 7th grade sea-dwelling true immortals had all been repelled by the Supremely. Just how formidable is the strength of the Supremely? It remains uncertain, yet one thing is clear. Since the Supremely first took action, he has never known defeat. The people of Qingzhou gazed at the figure standing proudly in the void, their faces reflecting reverence. This is the supreme of our Daotian sect. Within the sect, from the supreme leader to the elders and disciples, an expression of pride illuminated their faces. Simultaneously, Yunjushan observed this spectacle, a smile of satisfaction gracing his aged visage. This young man, will he continue to surprise me? At that moment, a white-haired old woman silently appeared beside Yunjushan. The visitor was none other than Shui Lao, the venerable matriarch of Lingshui Mountain, one of the 3 ninth-grade true immortal supremes of the Daotian sect. What do you think of my junior from Yunju Mountain? Yunjushan asked with a proud grin. Quite commendable, Shui Lao replied, nodding in appreciation as she regarded the radiant figure of Zhou Jun, which shimmered through the ages. Where's Old Shin? Yunjushan inquired upon noticing that only Shui Lao had arrived. Shui Lao replied helplessly. That old man is on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm and is currently suppressing his own advancement. However, even if he manages to restrain his progress this time, he can only hold on for a maximum of 10 years. Should he attempt to forcibly suppress his realm beyond that, it is likely to result in complications. Moreover, the heavenly Tao of this realm would expel him to the celestial realm. Unless he can acquire a divine position within 10 years and cultivate to the threshold of a celestial being in the Tianyuan realm, allowing him to remain here. To ascend from a true immortal to a celestial requires an understanding of a fragment of the heavenly Tao's power. It is to be understood that the Tianyuan realm cannot permit many to ascend as celestials. Thus, only by gaining the recognition of the Tianyuan realm and obtaining a divine position can one have the opportunity to access the heavenly Tao, comprehend its essence, and eventually become a half-step celestial or a full celestial. A half-step celestial is someone who can vaguely perceive a trace of the heavenly Tao's power yet cannot fully grasp it, thus remaining within the confines of a true immortal. Even so, a half-step celestial, capable of hazily sensing the heavenly Tao's power, is significantly more formidable than an ordinary 9th-grade true immortal. The heavenly Tao of the celestial realm, however, is vastly more potent than that of the Tianyuan realm, naturally accommodating a greater number of celestials without the prerequisite of a divine position. Yet, until now, no true celestial has emerged from the Tianyuan realm. Even the existence who founded the Daotian sect likely ascended directly to the celestial realm as a 1st-grade true immortal, having no intention of wasting time in the lower realm. Old Shin, indeed. Yunjushan shook his head in resignation, when his gaze fell again upon Lihujun. A smile crept across his lips. Meanwhile, the 5 Sea Tribe true immortals encircling Zhou Jun wore expressions of profound discomfort. This young man is far more powerful than we imagined. Is he truly merely a 7th-grade true immortal? Aou pondered tumultuously, for the aura emanating from Zhou Jun undoubtedly marked him as a 7th-grade true immortal. Could it be that he is feigning weakness? Yet, if he were an 8th-grade true immortal, there would be no need for him to engage us in such a fierce battle. He could easily defeat us with a single punch. For a moment, the Sea Tribe's 7th-grade true immortals found themselves uncertain of Zhou Jun's true prowess. At that moment, Zhou Jun spoke with a light-hearted smile. Esteemed Sea Tribe true immortals, I seek nothing more than for you to sign a treaty that forbids you from infringing upon Qisho for 10,000 years. You must be dreaming. The Tua High Demon Sovereign scoffed. You cannot even defeat us. What right do you have to demand we sign such a treaty? Indeed, what right? Aou concurred, nodding in agreement. At worst, we shall simply turn and depart, returning to the vast sea where even celestials may struggle to locate us. Zhou Jun grinned. Then do try it. Can you truly escape? Just as his words fell, the tension in the air thickened. A resounding roar echoed through the void, as a spherical cage formed from golden runic chains materialized completely. The space where the few individuals stood had long been ensnared by the slowly rotating chains of runes. The locking immortal grand array. At this moment, a hint of fear finally surfaced on the faces of the several true immortals from the Sea Tribe. Their trepidation did not stem from the grand array itself, but rather from the dread of being trapped within it when the 9th-tier true immortal from the Daotian sect arrived. That would spell their doom. Chapter 144, Supreme of the Sea. Black Dragon, how is this possible? When did you set up this locking immortal grand array? A look of terror spread across Aou's face. The expressions of the other 4 true immortals of the Sea Tribe were equally grim. Just then, an abrupt change occurred. The sea, which had yet to calm from the earlier battle, surged once more with tumultuous waves. Dark clouds gathered above it, as if a formidable presence were about to emerge into the world. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and Shui Lei's expression grew solemn. Indeed, it appeared that the Supreme of the Sea Tribe had awakened. He had truly reached the threshold of a half-step celestial immortal. Yunjushan also spoke with grave seriousness. Simultaneously, the true immortals of the Sea Tribe, sensing this overwhelming aura, saw their previously terrified expressions shift gradually to one of elation. Young one, our esteemed Lord of the Sea Tribe has awakened. Your end is nigh. A sinister smile crept across Aou's face. The other 4 true immortals also wore expressions of relief from calamity. The Sea Demon Lord remarked, "It seems that the battle between the Sea Tribe and Qingzhou may be upon us decades earlier than anticipated." As he finished speaking, the terrifying sea churned even more violently, resembling an ancient beast roused to fury. Then, the surface of the sea parted as if cleaved by a knife, revealing a bottomless abyss. Lihujun observed this scene with little change in his demeanor. In the next moment, he beheld a striking young man in a black robe, with flowing white hair, stepping forth leisurely from the land revealed by the parted sea. The black-robed youth moved with ease, yet with each step, it felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Who is this person? Such a terrifying aura, merely casting a glance at him makes my heart race with fear. He resembles the deity of the sea tribe, the Black Dragon. The beings of Qishou gazed upon the suddenly emerged black-robed youth, their faces displaying a mix of terror and concern as they glanced toward the figure in the azure robe. The Black Dragon has awakened. With both second-generation ancestors unable to contend with him, can Li Taishang truly be his match? At this moment, the Daotian sect, which had just felt pride for Li Zhujun, transformed into a state of concern. I have slumbered for millennia, and upon awakening, I find that my sea tribe is beset by adversaries. The young man in black robes gazed at Li Zhujun, who stood suspended in the air, and smiled pleasantly. His demeanor suggested not a confrontation, but rather a light-hearted discourse. Divine One, Aou and several other true immortals of the sea tribe bowed respectfully to the young man in black, who was none other than the sea god, the Black Dragon. Simultaneously, the Black Dragon's gaze settled upon Aou, nodding in satisfaction. A fish transforming into a dragon is commendable. My sea tribe shows signs of improvement. You honor me, Divine One, Aou replied, unable to conceal his excitement. Now he stood as a member of the Dragon clan alongside the Black Dragon. In the future, as he traverses the seas, who would dare to disregard him? However, at this moment, Li Zhujun wore a contented smile. To bully the sea tribe is unlikely. At worst, it would merely be coercion. By the way, you are the one rumored to be the supreme of the entire sea tribe, correct? Your presence is most opportune. We should sign the agreement to uphold the Qingzhou Pact for another 10,000 years. Upon hearing these words, Jin Yunzi was taken aback. Shuelao twitched her lips. Is it the case that all of you from the Yunju mountain lineage were so audacious in your youth? I remember when you first became a true immortal, you sought to spar with a third-tier true immortal. Had it not been for the intervention of the second-generation ancestor, you would not be standing here now. And now, this Li Taishang, a seventh-tier true immortal, dares to provoke the Black Dragon, a half-step celestial being. With no pretense, truly an instance of overreaching. Jin Yunzi remarked, why does it seem that Li Taishang does not regard the sea god Black Dragon with any reverence? The beings of Qingzhou were collectively rendered speechless. Even the Black Dragon himself was momentarily stunned by Li Zhujun's words. Impertinence. How dare a seventh-tier true immortal speak so boldly to the Divine One? Aou shouted in fury. The Black Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness emanating as he bore down on Li Zhujun. How dare this boy? Does he not sense the aura of a half-step celestial being emanating from me? With this thought, the Black Dragon raised a hand and grasped fiercely. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as the celestial binding array, which had ensnared Aou and the others, shattered into countless golden fragments, scattering into the void. Such strength. The beings of Qishou paled at the sight. The array capable of binding 5 true immortals of the sea tribe was effortlessly destroyed by the Black Dragon's mere gesture, showcasing the terrifying might of the Black Dragon. Li Zhujun, however, was not particularly surprised. After all, this celestial array was established with the combined efforts of him and these 7th-tier true immortals. Its destruction by a half-step celestial being was entirely within reason. The Black Dragon, as a junior of the Daotian sect, is not one to be bullied by you. Just then, an elder's voice resonated like thunder in spring. Subsequently, 2 figures appeared at Li Zhujun's sides, one to the left and one to the right. Hiss. The profound depth of the Daotian sect is indeed astonishing, with 2 ninth-grade true immortals in attendance. No wonder the sect has remained transcendent and dominant over Qishou for countless years. Such a foundation is utterly terrifying. These 2 are the old mountain masters of Yunju Mountain, Zhen Yunzi and Lingshui Mountain, Xuelao. Jinyan, the Grand Elder, had already intervened when the Bone Demon Lord emerged. I had assumed that the Daotian sect had only 1 ninth-grade true immortal to safeguard it, but to my surprise, there is also Xuelao, a 9th-grade true immortal as well. I have indeed underestimated the situation. However, can 2 ninth-grade true immortals truly contend with a being at the threshold of a celestial? The gathered cultivators of Qingzhou began to murmur amongst themselves. Aou. 1 hai, 2 hai, 2 ah hai, and the leader of the Jiaoren clan, 5 7th-grade true immortals, felt a twinge of trepidation. Thank heavens they did not ascend the shore prematurely. Having 1 9th-grade true immortal in the Dao Tian sect was already daunting, and now there are 2. Had the Black Dragon not appeared today, they would have surely perished. 2 Grand Elders are more than enough. 1 Zhou Jun suffices. After observing the arrival of Yunjushan and Zhou Jun proclaimed, though I have yet to meet Zhou, judging by her attire and cultivation, it is highly likely she is indeed the venerable master of Lingshu Mountain. Are you certain? Yunjushan inquired, taken aback. Zhou's expression twitched. Was the Yunju lineage this audacious in their youth? The Dao Tian sect truly lives up to its name, astonishingly producing 2 9th-grade true immortals following the 2 old geezers. At this moment, the Black Dragon, after noticing Yunjushan and Zhou's appearance, chuckled lightly, but then turned his gaze to Lihujun, his demeanor turning frosty. Yet how has the Dao Tian sect, with its seemingly endless supply of 9th-grade true immortals, managed to raise such a brash young man? Chapter 145, Half a Step to Celestial. If youth is not characterized by impetuosity, then what does it mean to be young? Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Although he was now 46, in comparison to cultivators who have lived for thousands of years, he was indeed still a youth. Hiss. It seems that Elderly does not regard the Black Dragon with much respect. Could it be that Elderly's strength has also reached half a step to celestial? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old is Elderly now? To have achieved 7th-grade true immortal before the age of 100 is already an extraordinary feat. By your logic, is it not foolish to assume that Elderly, who reached 7th-grade true immortal before turning a century, lacks the confidence to be so audacious? The populace of Qishou, upon hearing Lihujun's words, erupted in speculation, each theory more fanciful than the last. You little rascal, are you truly confident? At this moment, Yunjushan furrowed his brows and cast a serious glance at Lihujun, solemnly stating, in the face of a half-step celestial, a moment's carelessness could lead to death and annihilation. Rest assured, the old mountain master, Zhou Jun, knows his limits. Lihujun nodded and smiled. Very well, I appreciate your trust. Seeing that Lihujun had no hint of jest, Yunjushan acquiesced. Yunjushan, are you certain you will allow this young man to confront the Black Dragon alone? Even with the 2 of us united, we may not stand a chance against it. Zhou conveyed her concerns telepathically to Yunjushan. He is a descendant of Yunju Mountain, and I have faith in him, Yunjushan replied earnestly. Although Zhou was reluctant to question further after Yunjushan's declaration, she resolved that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would risk everything to protect Lihujun. That Lihujun, on Lingshu Mountain. Moro Shui was overwhelmed with anxiety upon learning that Lihujun intended to face the Black Dragon alone, and that Yunjushan had consented to it. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. Only Jiang Xiaobai, at this moment, held unwavering faith in Lihujun. Having witnessed his master's avatar contend evenly with the avatars of celestial lords, surely, a mere half-step celestial was merely a plaything for his master. Very well. Let me see what prowess this arrogant youth possesses, the Black Dragon growled in anger. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, having vanquished countless elders and peers to attain the status of sea god and dominate the ocean, he never anticipated that after a millennium of slumber and upon breaking through to half-step celestial, he would be scorned by a youth not yet a century old. Who wouldn't he be enraged by such disrespect? Arise. The Black Dragon snorted coldly, and the surging sea responded in kind. In an instant, dozens of towering water columns shot up towards Lihujun's immense form. Hiss. The beings of Qingzhou looked upon the soaring water columns, feeling an innate despair. A mere thought from a half-step celestial could conjure catastrophic disasters. The might of a half-step celestial was truly terrifying. Hao Huang, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming shock. If it were he facing these water columns, he feared his body would be riddled with holes in an instant. The onlookers in Qizhou were now on the edge of their seats. The sea race's true immortals observed in astonishment. Although they had seen the Black Dragon strike only a few times, each of its attacks carried world-destroying power. This young man may not even withstand this strike from the divine being, Aou chuckled. Indeed, several upper-tier true immortals of the sea race nodded in rare agreement. Before the dozens of world-ending water columns wielded by a 7th-grade true immortal, Lihujun appeared as fragile as a mayfly, no matter how strong he was. He could hardly endure such a blow, especially since his earlier battle with them had left his celestial manifestations flickering uncertainly. Could this young man truly succeed? Shuilao observed the scene before her, her brow furrowed in concern. Surely, he is not merely posturing? She mused. From my understanding of this young man, he is not one to act recklessly. He exhibits far greater composure than I did in my youth. Yunjushan remarked. recalling his own youthful exuberance which gradually tempered with age, leading him to become a seasoned veteran. Yet, Lihujun was different, even at a tender age. He demonstrated remarkable restraint. Initially perceived as a mere 5th-rank true immortal, he had astonishingly matched the prowess of the 6th-rank bone demon lord. Just when one might assume him to be a 6th-rank true immortal, he turned his attention to engage 5 formidable 7th-rank true immortals of the Sea Clan in a fierce confrontation. Jin Yunzi could hardly dismiss the possibility that Zhou Jun could also contend with the Black Dragon, a being of half-step celestial cultivation, in a stalemate. Given Zhou Jun's age, it seemed implausible for him to hold his own against the Bone Demon Lord or the 5 7th-rank true immortals of the Sea Clan, yet he had accomplished both feats. Perhaps, this time, he would succeed once more. Now, as Jin Yunzi pondered, Zhou Jun erupted with a powerful shout. The once flickering celestial manifestation behind him suddenly blazed forth with countless rays of spiritual light, his aura ascending like that of an ancient emperor awakening, resonating throughout the cosmos. With a resounding crash, Zhou Jun's celestial manifestation stomped down, causing the heavens to tremble and the stars to realign. In the eyes of the beings of Qishou and the Sea Clan, the formidable columns of water, imbued with world-destroying power, were firmly held beneath Zhou Jun's feet. Unable to advance even an inch, a half-step celestial, Li Taishan was indeed a half-step celestial, upon sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Zhou Jun. The populace of Qishou erupted in fervor. This young man, Shuai Lao's expression shifted to one of astonishment, realizing her previous worries had been unfounded. Jin Yunzi, with a relieved smile, could not help but mutter in frustration, "This scoundrel. When I return, I shall certainly have a word with him. He has concealed his true abilities even from me, the venerable master of Yunju Mountain. Let him revel in his triumph." Shuai Lao shot Jin Yunzi a disapproving glance, noting how pleased he had become. Yet, she mused, should a prodigy like Zhou Jun emerge among her lineage, she would undoubtedly summon all the elders in seclusion and host a grand banquet for 3 years in his honor. This fellow had indeed reached the level of a half-step celestial. Aoyu and several other Sea Clan true immortals, who had previously clashed with Zhou Jun, now stood dumbfounded, cold sweat trickling down their backs, particularly the Camel Sea Demon Lord, whose shell was already glistening with beads of perspiration. In the Qishou Sea region, 2 half-step celestials were engaged in battle. Within the Dao Tian sect, elders of superior true immortal rank, ranging from 7th to 9th, who had been in seclusion, were now emerging as well. Upon learning from the Burning Mountain true monarch that the young man contesting the Black Dragon was the youngest elder of the Dao Tian sect, they were all filled with astonishment. The Dao Tian sect has unexpectedly given rise to such an extraordinary prodigy. It is only fitting that our sect reigns supreme over Qingzhou. Truly, Yunzi has acquired an excellent disciple. I wonder how our current mountain lord measures up, for they should be older than this esteemed Li Taishan. Even if they fall short, it cannot be by much. Indeed, I shall go and observe for myself. The newly emerged transcendent true immortals from the Dao Tian sect nodded in agreement. In this moment, the mountain lords of the Dao Tian sect, astounded by Zhou Jun, collectively shuddered. Lu Yin cast a glance at the assembly of mountain lords and inwardly chuckled, for he had already faced the reprimand of the venerable Burning Mountain true monarch. Now, with Li Taishan exhibiting such formidable prowess, how could you all be so inept? Surely your own mountain lord shall administer a fitting lesson with a small whip. Chapter 146. Truly a master, how could this be? The Black Dragon gazed at Zhou Jun's grand celestial foot, which firmly pressed down upon its divine power. Its formerly defiant eyes now filled with astonishment. The sea god, the supreme deity of the sea race, a half-step celestial immortal, was this all it amounted to? Zhou Jun, with a smile, suggested to the Black Dragon, why not draft a contract? A mutual benefit for all parties involved. Did you truly believe that withstanding one of my casual strikes would elevate you above me? The Black Dragon scoffed, unable to believe that an ancient being, ageless and wise, could be subdued by a mere youth yet to reach a century of life. Though reluctant to concede, the Black Dragon could not deny the aura emanating from Zhou Jun, which was indeed on par with its own. Thus, it dared not underestimate the situation. In an instant, the Black Dragon unleashed its full power. A jet of black spiritual energy surged skyward, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in response. With a roar, the Black Dragon manifested in its true form, its massive silhouette looming like a mountain, its head raised to the heavens as it released a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the world. In a heartbeat, an unending torrent of spiritual energy erupted like a tempest. Aoyu and several other sea race true immortals displayed expressions of profound shock, swiftly retreating thousands of miles away. Despite their rank as 7th-tier true immortals, proximity to that spiritual storm would spell certain doom. The sheer might emanating from this half-step celestial immortal was sufficient to send the 7th-tier sea race true immortals fleeing in panic, Such terror was unimaginable. The inhabitants of Qishou, without exception, were awestruck by the might of the Black Dragon. Even true immortal Yunzi, Shuelao, and the newly emerged transcendent true immortals from the Dao Tian sect removed. The Black Dragon's strength surpassed their wildest expectations. The Black Dragon's enormous eyes, akin to the sun and moon, fixated on Lihujun, its voice resonating with immense power that rippled through the cosmos. In the next moment, the Black Dragon soared into the sky, extending its vast dragon form, charging directly towards Lihujun's towering celestial manifestation. Why cling to the unyielding? Lihujun sighed. As the celestial manifestation of law and nature erupted behind him, radiating a dazzling divine light, resembling an ancient deity standing tall and unyielding. Boom. The celestial manifestation raised a fist as colossal as a mountain, striking down upon the head of the Black Dragon. The unparalleled spiritual power ravaged the cosmos. Resonating with a sound akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, its momentum undiminished against the corporeal form of the Black Dragon. When Lihujun's fist collided with the true head of the Black Dragon, the very heavens trembled, the universe turned upside down, and a tempest roared. In this confrontation, both combatants were evenly matched. A fierce glint flashed in the Black Dragon's eyes. After a deafening roar, it twisted its head and opened its massive maw, capable of devouring mountains and rivers, aiming directly for the shoulder of Lihujun's celestial manifestation. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment filled the colossal pupils of the Black Dragon. It could not penetrate the defenses of this young man's celestial manifestation. How could this be? Lihujun chuckled. At that moment, their strengths were evenly matched. How could the Black Dragon overpower him? Unless the dragon resorted to an all-or-nothing approach, employing enough force to shatter its own teeth, inflicting injury in exchange for injury. Would it sustain damage? However, the Black Dragon was evidently unaware of Lihujun's nuances, believing that the celestial manifestation was solidified to an unfathomable degree. Yet, the Black Dragon was also a formidable character. It could not fathom that its mighty jaws could not crush Lihujun's law form. Thus, with a fierce determination, the Black Dragon bit down hard. Crack. What ferocity! Feeling the celestial manifestation's shoulder shatter beneath the dragon's bite, Lihujun could not help but utter an expletive. The celestial manifestation surged with radiant divine light, striking towards the dragon's grotesque visage. Boom! A resounding impact landed heavily upon the Black Dragon's demonic face, causing it to reel in dizziness, yet it seized the opportunity to tear away the spiritual energy from Lihujun's shoulder, retreating swiftly. Remarkably, a breach had appeared in Lihujun's celestial manifestation. Indeed, Lihujun was still too young to prevail, but even in defeat, this battle showcased his formidable prowess. After all, at merely 100 years of age, he had engaged in combat with the Black Dragon, a being at the cusp of transcending to a higher realm. Who else in the world could claim such a feat? The denizens of Qingzhou sighed in contemplation. Wait, look at the Black Dragon's mouth. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. They beheld droplets of true dragon blood trickling down the dragon's fearsome jaws, each droplet exuding a terrifying aura, imbued with boundless potential, weighty as Mount Tai. Thus, this could be deemed a mutual destruction. Lihujun had not truly lost, had he? The crowd of Qingzhou collectively inhaled sharply. Upon Lingshui Mountain, Morong Shui gazed at Lihujun, whose face had turned pale, feeling an immense pang of sorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, from the borders of Qishou, looked upon Lihujun with admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, my master, even in performance, you embody authenticity. Young one, I wish for your demise." At that moment, the battered Black Dragon, regaining its composure, let out a furious roar and charged once more at Lihujun. Unfazed, Lihujun stomped his foot in the void with a celestial force, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble as he surged forward to meet the Black Dragon head-on. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their immense spiritual energies radiating outward like an unstoppable tide. Fully immersed in battle, Lihujun paid no heed to the residual energies that threatened to devastate Qizhou, for he trusted that Jin Yunzi and Shuelao would intervene. Observing the unfolding chaos, Jin Yunzi and Shuelao indeed took action, shielding Qingzhou from the aftermath of the clash between the two half-step celestial beings. I never anticipated the formidable strength of half-step celestial beings, even if we join the fray. Our efforts may prove futile, Jin Yunzi remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, Shuelao nodded in agreement. Unless Old Chen arrives, the three of us, along with Lihujun, who can contend with the Black Dragon, may still struggle to secure victory. Fortunately, Zhou Jun has stepped up. Otherwise, even if Old Chen were to emerge from seclusion, the three of us might risk our lives and still not be able to hold off the Black Dragon for long. Jin Yunzi reflected with relief. Shuelao noted the underlying tone of Jin Yunzi's words. He seemed to be subtly boasting about the invaluable treasure. Lihujun, from the Yunjushan lineage. As the two ninth-grade true immortals conversed, the black dragon's massive form was mercilessly pounded by Zhou Jun's celestial technique, blood and scales flying in all directions. While Zhou Jun's own technique suffered grievous damage from the dragon's fierce bites, his spiritual power dissipating. Is this the true might of a half-step celestial being? It is utterly terrifying. Had it not been for the presence of the two supreme elders from Daotian sect, Qingzhou would likely have been obliterated by the residual forces of this battle. The citizens of Qingzhou gasped in astonishment. As the fierce clash between Zhou Jun and the Black Dragon raged on, the dragon's resolve began to waver. At this rate, how long must we continue fighting to determine a victor? Perhaps it is best to consider the contract that this lad proposed, the Black Dragon contemplated. Though uncertain why this young man could transcend to a half-step celestial being without divine status, the dragon surmised that he could not remain in the Tianyuan realm for long, as the realm's heavenly laws wielded considerable power akin to that of celestial lords. Therefore, as long as this young man lacked divine status, he would inevitably be expelled from the Tianyuan realm. At that point, the dragon could simply renege on the contract. Chapter 147. I endure with these thoughts. The black dragon distanced itself from Zhou Jun, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, and opened its massive jaws, speaking in human tongue. Young one, where is that contract? Present it for my inspection. Hiss. Is the black dragon conceding? The citizens of Qizhou were left in shock at this unexpected turn of events. It is merely a contract. Does it truly possess binding power? Should Li Taishang ascend to the celestial realm? Would the black dragon renege? Such questions were raised. The five true immortals of the sea tribes exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. Could it be that Zhou Jun, through sheer will, could ensure the sea tribes refrain from infringing upon Qingzhou for the next 10 millennia? At this moment, gazing at the humbled black dragon, a smile graced Zhou Jun's lips as he remarked, would it not have been better to have done this sooner? Violence only breeds discord. Please wait. As his words fell, Zhou Jun raised his right hand, and in an instant, a formidable celestial force, imbued with the might of the heavenly Tao, began to converge within his palm. It was indeed the power of the heavenly Tao. The black dragon's pupils constricted. The five true immortals of the sea tribes were momentarily paralyzed, their minds blank. True Yunzi and Shui Lao exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of bewilderment in the other's eyes. Could it be that Zhou Jun could extract the heavenly Tao's power from the Tianyuan realm for his own use? Such a feat could only be accomplished by top-tier celestial monarchs. Yet, this youth was merely in his 40s. How could this be? Was he perhaps a reincarnation of a celestial emperor? Yet, even a reincarnated celestial emperor would not be so extraordinary. Moreover, how did this lad manage to cultivate to the rank of celestial monarch in the mortal realm? All of this shattered their previous understanding. Are you truly of celestial monarch cultivation? The black dragon's face twitched. At this moment, he felt more bewildered than true Yunzi and Shui Lao. Am I truly engaging with a celestial monarch on equal footing? Can you believe it? Clearly, he had regarded this battle as a life and death struggle, while the other was merely toying with him. Jiang Xiaobai wore a contented smile, realizing that his master had finally revealed his true prowess. These sea tribe individuals must now be trembling in fear, right? What? Did I mishear? The black dragon claims that Li Taishang is of celestial monarch cultivation? The populace of Qizhou stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated witnessing a battle between true immortals, a half-step celestial clash. An event they believed would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. Little did they expect that Li Taishang would be the legendary celestial monarch. With but a thought, a celestial monarch could obliterate the entirety of Qizhou. Within the Daotian sect, after a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted like pebbles cast into water. This Li Taishang was nothing short of a prodigy, a freak of nature. One of the mountain lords of the Daotian sect could not restrain his exclamations. Not merely a prodigy, but an aberration. I deem him a monstrous prodigy. Another mountain lord echoed in agreement, looking upon Zhou Jun, who raised his arm high, his palm gathering the power of the heavenly Tao, resembling a deity. Mu Rongxue's face lit up with surprise, only to be followed by a bittersweet smile. How could she ever be worthy of such a formidable Zhou Jun? Mu Rongxue felt an immense relief at not having been with him. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly become a stumbling block in his path. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, firmly believing that one day she would stand beside Zhou Jun, sharing his burdens. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun did not address the black dragon's queries. The power of the heavenly Tao in his grasp coalesced into a blank sheet of paper. In a fleeting moment, golden inscriptions appeared upon it, only to revert back to its original state. These golden characters embodied the inviolable treaty of the Sea Clan regarding the sacred continent, existing in a realm beyond the reach of mortals. An elder gazed down at the heavenly Tao power converging in Zhou Jun's hands. wiping away tears that had trickled from his eyes, realizing that it was indeed his heavenly Tao power that had been seized. This elder was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao from the Tianyuan realm. In truth, the heavenly Tao had been aware of the two since Zhou Jun's confrontation with the 7th-rank immortal, Yunjushan, who had descended from the immortal realm. However, its strength was merely equivalent to that of a 1st-rank immortal, rendering it incapable of intervening in their fierce battle, trembling in the shadows. Since Yunjushan's departure, it had refrained from observing Zhou Jun through the eyes of the heavenly Tao, for he was a 7th-rank immortal, and should he become enraged, what calamity might he unleash upon the world? Reflecting upon that inky night, the elder distinctly remembered a voice requesting to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. When he declined, he was left grievously wounded, ultimately offering the power with his own hands. Even to this day, he remained unaware of who had taken it from him. Moreover, he wished to pose a single query. Was this truly borrowing? It was nothing short of robbery. He still could not fathom how such an unreasonable and malevolent entity had emerged in the Tianyuan realm, where he believed everything was under his control. Returning to Zhou Jun, he grinned as he presented the paper to the black dragon, suggesting, "Would you care to sign it after pricking your finger?" The black dragon's skin twitched. Despite the formidable power backing him, he was not immune to the threat posed by an immortal. What if this young man, in a moment of madness, struck him down with a single blow? Even if his allies sought vengeance, it would be of no consequence if he were dead. Contemplating this, the black dragon transformed into human form without hesitation, pricked his index finger, and inscribed his name, you.Every, in blood upon the paper crafted from the heavenly Tao power. With the name inscribed, the black dragon felt an overwhelming force of authority bind him. Should he dare to contravene the treaty, his demise would be inevitable. Zhou Jun glanced at the crooked characters pinned by you.Every and quit, after living for tens of thousands of years. How is it that your handwriting is still so unsteady? It pales in comparison to the script I penned at the age of 3. You.Every retorted. You are an immortal. I shall endure. I shall endure. Subsequently, Zhou Jun hurried before several Sea Clan's true immortals, including Aou, requesting their signatures. Upon witnessing that you.Every had already signed, Aou and the others, fearing hesitation, swiftly offered their own blood to inscribe their names. As this was accomplished, the sheet of white paper, imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao, vanished from Zhou Jun's grasp. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. The system rewards you with a welfare task, a century of cultivation to attain immortality. Century of immortality. After a century of seclusion, the host shall gain the cultivation level of a true immortal. Gasp. Zhou Jun stared at the reward with astonishment. The bounty for this task was undeniably generous. Were the system a charming maiden, Zhou Jun would have been tempted to embrace and kiss it. Ding. Should the host entertain such thoughts again? The system will promptly render the host a ghostly beast. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. That is rather harsh. Zhou Jun chuckled awkwardly. Immortal Lord, may we depart? At that moment, the black dragon you.Every inquired in a deep voice. Enough, Dahe, you may leave. Zhou Jun waved his hand dismissively. The countenances of the Sea Clan's true immortals shifted dramatically. Within their ranks, no one had ever dared to address the black dragon in such a manner. It was akin to calling a dog. The black dragon's skin twitched in response, yet recalling the other's immortal status, he thought, a wise dragon does not suffer immediate losses. I shall endure. Thus, you.Every, accompanied by Aou and the other Sea Clan's true immortals, vanished into the ocean's depths. Zhou Jun chuckled and shook his head, his heart filled with an impatient longing to retreat and cultivate for a century to transcend into a true immortal. Meanwhile, the people of Qizhou gazed up in sheer excitement at the figure clad in azure robes, their eyes brimming with tears of joy, an era of peace lasting 10,000 years. A dream they had never dared to envision. Chapter 148. A century esteemed elders, I shall return to the Dao Tian sect to prepare for my seclusion. Zhou Jun announced as he approached Jin Yunzi and Shui Lao, not pausing for their response before hastily making his way to the Dao Tian sect. Seclusion? Jin Yunzi and Shui Lao exchanged glances, watching Zhou Jun's rapidly receding silhouette, feeling a profound sense of impact. This young man, could he be on the verge of another breakthrough? Upon returning to the Dao Tian sect, Zhou Jun immediately proceeded to Lingshui Mountain, seeking out Murong Shui. Gazing at Zhou Jun, who had just emerged from battle, felt a flush rise to her cheeks, pondering why he sought her upon his return. Take these 2 golden spirit pills. Use them as you see fit. When I enter seclusion, should the old mountain master also choose to do so, I would appreciate your care for the 2 young girls on Yunju Mountain. These pills shall serve as compensation. As Murong Shui indulged in her thoughts, Zhou Jun placed 2 golden spirit pills into her hands before turning to leave Lingshui Mountain. For him, the golden spirit pills held little value. It was better to bestow them as a gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, Murong Shui stared blankly at the pills in her hands, her lips twitching slightly, realizing that she had overthought the situation. Within the secret chamber of Yunjushan, Zhou Jun inquired of the system, "If I enter seclusion, can I still cultivate?" The system retorted, "Just sleep. Cultivate. What are you talking about?" Clearly displeased, the system scoffed at his presumption. "How delightful," Zhou Jun mused, before reclining on the stone platform designated for cultivation and promptly falling asleep. Truth be told, after battling the Black Dragon, despite the even odds, he had remained in a state of tension, and fatigue was beginning to weigh on him. In the 10th year of Zhou Jun's seclusion, Jin Yunzi and Shui Lao began their own closed-door cultivation, suppressing their own powers. Meanwhile, another 9th-grade elder, Old Shin, could no longer contain his cultivation and ascended to the celestial realm. By the 30th year of Zhou Jun's retreat, Jiang Xiaobai had endured countless trials and finally achieved immortality, ascending to the celestial realm. In that same year, Sunan reached the initial stage of the void immortal realm, solidifying her position as a competent leader of the Daodian sect. Lu Jiqing also excelled, becoming a practitioner at the initial stage of the void immortal realm. All of these accomplishments were attributable to Murong Shui's efforts. Over the years, she refrained from consuming the golden spirit pills that Zhou Jun had gifted her, instead diluting the 2 pills and administering them to Su Nan and Lu Jiqing. In the 60th year of Zhou Jun's seclusion, Murong Shui frequently ventured out to hone her skills, breaking through to the perfection of the tribulation crossing stage. Meanwhile, Mu Taiyu finally fulfilled his desire to resign from the position of the Daodian sect leader, ascending to the celestial realm at the Great Ascension stage. The mantle of leadership subsequently fell upon Murong Shui's shoulders. Thus, another 40 years passed. The Daodian sect welcomed a new influx of disciples. New recruits should aspire to emulate Elder Li, a senior disciple proclaimed with pride. Is Elder Li the immortal who single-handedly ensured a millennium of peace for our Qingzhou? The new disciples inquired with curiosity. The elder replied with a smile, "Indeed. Do you know that within the Daodian sect, there are only 2 stone statues? One is of our esteemed founder, and the other is Elder Li." As he spoke, the elder gestured towards a particular direction. The new disciples followed his indication to the pinnacle of Yunjushan. At the summit, a statue of a young man stood tall and resolute, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing azure robe. He gazed defiantly at the heavens, exuding an aura that seemed to challenge the very cosmos, undaunted and unwavering. Li Taishang originates from Yunju Mountain, and the stone statue was erected atop this very mountain. At this moment, an elder disciple chuckled and remarked, "Brother, we are on Shengxian Mountain, and having not been chosen by the Lord of Su Mountain, how can we possibly gain entry to Yunju Mountain?" A new disciple inquired. To cultivate in a place once graced by the presence of an immortal lord is indeed a great honor. The elder disciple laughed heartily and confessed, "To be honest, when I first entered the sect, I too aimed for Yunju Mountain, but its selection of disciples is exceedingly stringent, and alas, I was eliminated. Now, I must settle for being an inner disciple of Qianlong Valley." He sighed, explaining that Qianlong Valley is dedicated to instructing outer disciples, and those who excel may ascend to become inner disciples and eventually elders of Qianlong Valley. Observing the forlorn expressions of the new disciples, the elder disciple added with a smile, "The fragrance of fine wine does not fear the depth of valleys. If you truly possess worth, the lords of the various mountains will not overlook you. Naturally, they will bring you forth. If not, you can still participate in the inner assessments of the mountains. For now, focus on your cultivation in Qianlong Valley. We thank you for your guidance, brother." The new disciples clasped their fists in gratitude. That night, behind the Daodian Hall, there was a cliff where the spiritual energy was dense, a place specifically used by the sect master for cultivation. Under the luminous moon, Murong Shui stood bathed in moonlight, resembling a fairy from a celestial pool, ethereal and otherworldly. At this moment, her brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. She parted her ruby lips and sighed softly. Immortals may close their eyes and open them, yet a century has swiftly passed in the mortal realm. The sect has undergone many changes, yet that fellow remains in seclusion. As Murong Shui sighed, within the secret chamber of Yunju Mountain, Zhou Jun, who had been in slumber, slowly opened his eyes. "System, the century has arrived. Is it time for me to face the thunder tribulation?" Zhou Jun inquired softly. Without awaiting a response from the system, he directly stepped into the void and arrived atop a desolate mountain, tens of thousands of miles away from Daodian sect, preparing to undergo the heavenly tribulation. "Come forth." Thunder tribulation. Zhou Jun stood proudly on the mountaintop, his azure robe billowing, gazing defiantly at the heavens. In the skies above, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, an aged figure seated upon the clouds, cast a glance at Zhou Jun his lips twitching before he simply closed his eyes, completely ignoring him. Is this fellow out of his mind? A 7th-tier immortal lord seeking the heavenly tribulation from a 1st-tier celestial Tao? Who will strike whom? This is not how one should treat the heavenly Tao. Why is there no thunder tribulation? System, is your reward for a century of seclusion false? Zhou Jun pondered as the heavenly Tao remained unresponsive. Beep. System rewards granted. True immortal cultivation level. As the system's voice concluded, Zhou Jun was bewildered to discover that his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Do I not need to undergo the tribulation? Zhou Jun inquired, his expression laden with uncertainty. Ding. The reason others face tribulations is to refine their bodies through heavenly trials, achieving a transformation of the mundane. Now, with the system aiding your refinement, is it not infinitely superior to that wretched celestial mandate? Moreover, you have already been mistaken for an immortal lord. Does he dare strike you? Your words leave me speechless. Zhou Jun's lips twitched slightly. Why did you not inform me sooner? I've journeyed tens of thousands of miles. Ding. Who told you to run so swiftly? Very well. I cannot argue with you. Zhou Jun conceded with a hint of resignation. Ding. Slightly superior, the system replied with a hint of pride. Zhou Jun chuckled and shook his head. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the true immortal realm. The system has issued a task for the Guardian clan. Check in at the tomb of the immortal lord and protect the remains. The host shall receive bountiful rewards. Note, this task has no time limit. No time limit. Zhou Jun paused momentarily, then resolved to return to the Dao Tian sect before embarking on his task. After all, he had been in seclusion for a century and was unaware of the current state of the old mountain lord, the 2 young maidens, or Mu Rongxue. And what of that young lad, Jiang Xiubai? Surely he must have ascended to the celestial realm by now. I wonder if he has left a cup of celebratory wine for his elder. Chapter 149, a bit? Dao Tian sect. Cloud Abode Mountain. At this moment, Cloud Abode Mountain no longer bore the desolate atmosphere it possessed during Zhou Jun's tenure as Mountain Lord. Several elders were present, accompanied by dozens of inner disciples and a few true disciples of elder rank. Although dusk had settled, many disciples were still cultivating by the lake nestled within Cloud Abode Mountain. Senior brother, I heard that our former Mountain Lord Li's 9 serpent carriage is hidden within this lake, which is why the spiritual energy here is so profound. Inquired a newly initiated inner disciple of an elder disciple nearby. Indeed, but I have never witnessed the 9 serpent immortals appear, the elder disciple replied with a smile. As the two conversed, a figure clad in a simple blue robe, indistinguishable from an ordinary person, silently materialized behind the disciples engaged in their cultivation by the lake. However, the disciples of Cloud Abode Mountain remained unaware of the newcomer's presence. This figure was none other than Zhou Jun, returning from the desolate mountains. Observing the flourishing Cloud Abode Mountain, a smile of satisfaction graced Zhou Jun's face. These 2 young maidens have done remarkably well. With that, he turned and continued his ascent up the mountain, pausing intermittently as memories flooded back. Within the Cloud Abode Hall, 2 enchanting women, possessing the beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, conversed in the grand hall. These 2 were Su Nan and Lu Jining. Lu Jining, clad in a flowing green dress, resembled a fairy of the forest, her delicate features exuding a subtle chill. In a resplendent purple attire, Su Nan had shed her youthful naivety, her beauty blossoming further, exuding an air of newfound composure. Senior sister, our disciples at Yunju Mountain have increased significantly. Perhaps it is time to seek a new secret realm for them, to challenge and cultivate their skills, suggested Lu Jining. Indeed, junior sister, your reasoning holds merit. I shall instruct the 2 elders to attend to this matter, Su Nan replied with a gentle smile, followed by a sigh, by the way. Our master has been in seclusion for a century now, yet he remains unresponsive. Our master is a formidable immortal sovereign. For him, a century is but a fleeting moment. Lu Jining remarked with a smile. True, Su Nan agreed, and subsequently, she transmitted a message to Yunju Mountain, summoning the 2 existing transformation elders to Yunju Hall. Mountain Master. Elder Jining came their respectful greeting as a young man and woman entered the grand hall. The male cultivator was named Fu Hao, and the female was Su Yuhai. This couple, bound by their shared path, were the 2 current transformation cultivators of Yunju Mountain. I must trouble you both to seek out secret realms for the disciples' training, Su Nan said to Fu Hao and Su Yuhai with a smile. They had been saved by Su Nan during their nascent stages of cultivation and had unwittingly become elders of Yunju Mountain. When they realized that this was the very place where the revered Li Taishang of Dao Tian sect had practiced, they felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Rest assured, Mountain Master, this task will be handled by us, Fu Hao assured with a smile. Go forth and take care on your journey, Su Nan advised, her tone warm. Thank you for the reminder, Mountain Master, the couple replied respectfully before departing Yunju Hall. Very well, you 2 young ladies have indeed not disappointed your master. Su Nan was about to continue her discussion with Lihujun regarding the matters of Yunju Mountain when a youthful figure appeared in the hall's ether, smiling broadly. Master. Upon seeing this young man, Su Nan and Lihujun felt tears welling in their eyes. A century may not seem significant to those who frequently meditate in isolation. But for these two young women, who had journeyed from their teenage years to over 100, it felt like an eternity. Why do you weep, my dear disciples? Your master is still here, Zhou Jun said with a smile. A century, master. Su Nan pouted, an expression she hadn't worn in many years. Yet in her master's presence, she felt the weight of her pretenses lift, returning to the innocent girl she once was. A century has merely passed. Ah, the realm of virtual immortals. Though it may not quite measure up to the days of my youth, it is still commendable. Zhou Jun glanced at the cultivation levels of the two young ladies, nodding in satisfaction. Master, we lack your extraordinary talent, Lihujun remarked helplessly. Indeed, Su Nan concurred. Moreover, it is largely thanks to sect leader Murong that my junior sister and I have attained the realm of virtual immortals. She bestowed upon us 2 exceedingly precious golden spirit pills, enabling us to reach this stage so swiftly. Otherwise, we might still be at the nascent soul stage. Is the current sect leader Murong Shan? Zhou Jun inquired with surprise, his face then breaking into a wry smile. Ah, that girl Murong Shui. Indeed. Su Nan nodded, a teasing smile gracing her features. Master, it is evident that sect leader Murong truly holds affection for you. Why not unite in matrimony? Zhou Jun shot Su Nan a glance. I shall have a chat with sect leader Murong. Very well, master. Su Nan waved her hand, seemingly recalling something. By the way, master, have you seen the statue atop Yunju Mountain? My junior sister and I were involved in its entirety. Quite impressive, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Then turned and stepped into the void. Such a master, lost in the allure of beauty, Su Nan remarked, her expression filled with wistfulness. Lihujun, upon hearing this, cast a disapproving glance at Su Nan. The moonlight was as dark as ink. At this moment, Murong Shui stood atop the roof of the Daodian Hall, gazing wistfully at the magnificent statue on the summit of Yunju Mountain. Ever since she ascended to the position of sect leader, she would frequently come here to linger for a while. What is my statue so exquisite? Would you like to see the real thing? A light laugh resonated from behind Murong Shui. Startled, she turned around, and, upon seeing the figure clad in green, a flood of memories from a century surged forth, compelling her to leap into the arms of the newcomer. In the embrace of a beauty, Zhou Jun chuckled, patting Murong Shui's back. You're already the sect leader. Yet still so childish. Murong Shui's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away, stammering. This is merely a simple greeting between old friends. I understand. After all, I am quite handsome. Even if you are taking liberties, I wouldn't mind, Zhou Jun replied with a laugh. Sitting at the eaves and producing 2 jars of exquisite wine, gifted by Zhang Yunzi, handing one to Murong Shui. Care for a sip? Self-absorbed, Murong Shui retorted playfully, accepting the wine jar and sitting beside him. If this scene were to be witnessed by the disciples and elders of the Daodian sect, they would undoubtedly be left agape. For Murong Shui was renowned for her icy demeanor. Chapter 150. The divide between immortals and mortals. Zhou Jun took a sip of the wine, gazing at the statue atop Yunju Mountain, and smiled. Do you recall our first official interaction? It was over the matter of competing for that little girl, Su Nan, as a disciple. Murong Shui sighed helplessly. Who could have known you would conceal your true abilities at that time? If the roles were reversed, would you have the heart to watch a prodigy, blessed with a sacred ice root and a brilliant future, follow someone incapable of cultivation? Haha. Indeed, Zhou Jun chuckled. Do you remember Granny Jinhua? Of course, I remember. You ended up with a bump on your head back then, Murong Shui replied with a laugh. Zhou Jun's lips twitched. I had just been transported by the space jade cicada and never imagined such coincidence, all right? Besides, did I not have her dance for me later? So, you made her dance just to avenge that bump? I thought you had peculiar tastes, Murong Shui teased. Zhou Jun rolled his eyes. Who would willingly fancy an old woman? Unless, of course, she offers too much. I'm just joking, haha. Murong Shui laughed heartily. Zhou Jun continued to share tales of his past encounters with Murong Shui, recounting strange happenings in temples, the Bone Demon King, and the girl whose pumpkin was stolen, among others. Yet, Murong Shui remained silent, quietly listening, her beautiful eyes shimmering like stars, filled with admiration for the loquacious Zhou Jun, and the corners of her mouth subtly curling upwards. This scene was truly enchanting. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after sipping some wine, Zhou Jun remarked, You know, I believe I am quite handsome, and you are truly beautiful. Even if you are a tad older than I. But that is inconsequential. I am now 100-year-old eccentric. Just as he was speaking, the faint sound of snoring interrupted him. Glancing to his side, he discovered that Murong Shui had rested her head on his shoulder, and had fallen asleep. Oh, this girl has such poor tolerance for alcohol. Is she really snoring while inebriated? Zhou Jun mused, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, reminiscent of orchids, with a resigned chuckle. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her delicate nose. Then, he stowed away the wine jug and, with a graceful motion, descended from the rooftop. Carrying Murong Shui in his arms, landing softly before the Daotian hall, he proceeded to place her gently on the bed in a chamber of the adjacent hall, tucking her in snugly. Gazing at the sleeping Murong Shui, he took out a meticulously carved jade pendant and placed it beside her pillow. This pendant contained a fragment of Lihujun's essence. Having completed these tender gestures, Lihujun sighed and turned to leave, heading towards the Supreme Hall to pay a visit to the venerable Lord Jinyan. Not long after Lihujun departed, Murong Shui opened her eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Sitting up in bed, she held the jade pendant in her hands, staring blankly at the warm artifact, lost in thought. Perhaps what Lihujun wishes to express is merely what he longs to hear. However, he is destined to ascend to the celestial realm and carve out his own path. Whether she can transcend to a true immortal remains uncertain. She does not wish to become a burden to Lihujun. Rather, she yearns to stand proudly by his side, sharing in his burdens. Even if that proves impossible, she must not become a stumbling block for him. As dawn breaks in a city known as Xinxiao, numerous vendors selling breakfast have already taken to the streets, calling out to potential customers. A young man clad in a blue robe strolls through this city. This individual is none other than Lihujun, who has departed from the Supreme Hall of the Daotian sect, en route to the Gravekeeper clan. He did not encounter Yunjushan at the Supreme Hall, for Yunjushan is currently in seclusion, and Lihujun deems it inappropriate to disturb him. Furthermore, it is uncertain how long he must wait for Yunjushan to emerge from his retreat. Thus, Lihujun resolves to proceed to the Gravekeeper clan to fulfill the task assigned by the system. Though the location of the Gravekeeper clan is shrouded in secrecy, the archives of the Daotian sect contain records of its whereabouts. After noting down the location, Lihujun sets off. Along the way, he encounters a small town filled with the aroma of fresh food. Deciding to take a leisurely stroll, he considers it a chance to breathe after a century of seclusion. "Sir, would you like some steaming hot buns?" A cheerful vendor calls out to Lihujun. "I'll have a serving," Lihujun replies with a smile. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, an elderly woman accompanied by a somewhat foolish-looking wolf appears. The elderly lady, with her hair grayed and dressed in elegant garments, still exudes an air of dignified grace despite her age. Beside her is a young girl, chattering incessantly like a lively lark. The elderly woman maintains a benevolent smile as she nods at the girl as chatter. Behind them, several strong and robust attendants, clearly trained in martial arts, follow closely. Suddenly, the wolf beside the elderly woman barks excitedly a couple of times and bolts forward like a runaway horse. The young girl gasps in surprise, covering her mouth. "Grandma, what has gotten into General Hua today?" The wolf bears a large character for fire on its forehead, hence the girl refers to it as General Hua. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman, who had maintained a kind smile, finally shows a flicker of emotion. The seemingly foolish wolf rushes straight to the young man at the bun stall, wagging its tail and circling around him incessantly. "Ah." Lihujun gazed at the wolf that had suddenly emerged, his face reflecting a look of astonishment. Was this not the very husky he had conjured from the dogtail grass for the young girl named Shisini, whose pumpkin had been stolen? "Is that you, immortal?" The elderly woman murmured in disbelief, staring at the youthful face of the young man before her, who appeared as ageless as he had a century ago. "Immortal?" The girl beside the elderly woman gasped, covering her mouth in surprise upon hearing her grandmother's words. The girl often listened to her grandmother recount tales of her youth, when life had been particularly hard and her great-grandmother had fallen ill. In desperation, her grandmother had cultivated a pumpkin field, hoping to sell the pumpkins to fund her great-grandmother's treatment. However, overnight, miscreants had ruined the entire crop. It was then that an immortal had intervened, saving the pumpkin field and weaving a fire general to guard it, enabling her grandmother to prosper and gradually attain wealth. Though sadly her great-grandmother did not survive the grave illness. The grandmother also mentioned that the immortal had arranged for another figure, often clad in black robes, to protect her. Yet, after moving to the city and settling down, she had never encountered the robed immortal again. Could it be that the young man in the green shirt, now circling around her, was indeed the immortal who had rescued the pumpkin field, as her grandmother had often recounted? The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized Lihujun. At that moment, Lihujun seemed to hear the elderly woman's murmurs. He looked up and saw her, dressed in splendid attire, standing still. From the contours of her brow and eyes, he could vaguely discern the charming visage of her youth. Lihujun recognized her as Shisini, the girl whose pumpkins had been stolen. It was as if a grand dream had unfolded. The girl had aged. He gently patted the husky beside him and smiled at Shisini, acknowledging her enduring grace. Perhaps this was the distinction between the immortal and the mortal. Even those who had transcended tribulation were, in the eyes of true immortals, no different from ordinary beings. Chapter 151, Emotion, and yet, when Shishini blinked, the young man who had been standing before the Baozi shop had vanished without a trace. Only a few copper coins lay quietly on the stall of the Baozi vendor. Had it not been for those coins, it would seem the young man had never existed at all. "Oh my dear heavens! An immortal just came here to buy Baozi," exclaimed the vendor, astonished as she looked at the coins before her. The girl beside Shishini was now etched with shock. "Grandma, did that person really just disappear like that? Could he truly be the immortal you spoke of?" Tears welled in Shishini's aged eyes as her voice trembled softly. She addressed her granddaughter, who would have thought that a century has passed. "And the immortal's grace remains unblemished? Yet here I stand, having transformed from an enchanting maiden into a feeble old woman of over 100. Nevertheless, to behold this celestial being once more before my demise, I find myself content with my long life." "Grandma, what are you saying? You could live for another 100 years. The young girl comforted her grandmother. "Ah, I am old," Shishini replied, shaking her head with a gentle smile. "Come, let us go buy some buns to eat." "All right, let us get a few for General Hua too," the girl responded gleefully. Meanwhile, at that moment, Zhou Jun was soaring through the skies on his flying sword, munching on a bun as he hastily made his way to the Tombkeeper clan. Previously, he had always heard that time held no sway over those who cultivated immortality, and he had never felt the need to ponder such matters deeply. Yet, now it struck him that while he had merely taken a nap, Shishini, once a vibrant maiden, had already entered her twilight years, nearing the end of her life. After finishing his bun, Zhou Jun had already arrived above a desolate expanse, where the daylight began to break. As he navigated his sword through the barren landscape, he finally encountered several towering stone pillars in the heart of the wasteland. Before these ancient structures stood 5 elderly cultivators. To his astonishment, Zhou Jun discovered that these venerable figures had all achieved the pinnacle of tribulation. Yet their auras were pitifully feeble, clearly indicating their impending end. They had come to the Tombkeeper clan with hopes of guarding the tomb of the Celestial Lord, seeking a chance at fortune. In front of the 5 old cultivators stood a young man clad in black, defiantly positioned in front of the stone pillars. Facing the 5 elders, he spoke with an air of indifference. "You aspire to breach the tomb of our Celestial Lord, yet do you even consider your own age? You have not even reached the realm of true immortals. Do you believe yourselves worthy? Youngster, do not be so arrogant." One of the elder cultivators retorted angrily. It was audacious for this junior, merely at their level, to look down upon them. "Humph, I, Emotion, have transcended 300 years of tribulation and thus possess the right to be arrogant," the young man coldly responded, with a tremor of his body. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, causing the entire desert to churn with flying sand and darkness engulfing the sky. The elderly cultivators gasped in shock. How formidable! They realized that even though they were on the brink of death, engaging in combat with this black-clad youth would likely lead to dire consequences. "Young man, might you grant us 5 an opportunity?" one of the elder cultivators implored, his gaze pleading. The young man in black sneered. "I have stated that you are unworthy. If you truly wish to enter the tomb of the Celestial Lord, then eradicate my Tombkeeper clan, and only then shall you gain access." You, the 5 elder cultivators, seeing the black-clad youth's unwavering stance, felt their frustration rising to the point of nearly spitting blood. The guardians of the tomb are under the protection of formidable celestial beings. Should we dare to intrude or refrain? It seems futile. Should we venture forth, we would meet an immediate demise. Conversely, if we choose to retreat, relying on life-extending elixirs, we might yet survive for several decades, perhaps even achieving a breakthrough into the realm of true immortality within that time. After a deliberation among 5 venerable cultivators who had perfected their tribulations, they cast a reluctant and resentful glance at the young man in black before departing from that place. As the 5 aged practitioners took their leave, Zhou Jun confidently maneuvered his flying sword, landing gracefully before the young man in black. "Who goes there?" exclaimed Emotion, astonished that anyone could stealthily bypass his awareness and suddenly appear in this location. However, upon recognizing the visitor, his expression turned to one of even greater astonishment. "Li Xianjun." Indeed, Zhou Jun nodded with a smile. Emotion pays his respects to Xianjun. Emotion quickly responded, bowing respectfully. He had witnessed the fierce battle between Zhou Jun and Ao Dahe a century prior, and even after all these years, the memory remained vivid in his mind. "There is no need for excessive formalities," Zhou Jun waved his hand with a smile. "May I inquire, Xianjun, what brings you to our tomb guarding clan?" Emotion asked with reverence. "I have come to challenge the tomb of the Xianjun," Zhou Jun replied. Emotion's face displayed a look of incredulity. What compels a celestial being to challenge the tomb of another celestial? After all, as fellow celestial beings, should we not consider ourselves the strongest and look down upon one another? I have always regarded the resting place of tribulation cultivators with disdain. It appears I have underestimated the situation. Is that truly unacceptable? Lihujun inquired, puzzled. At these words, Yunjushan shivered slightly, forcing a wry smile. Xianjun jest. You, a paragon who attained celestial status within a century, naturally meet the conditions to become a true celestial at 500 years. If you cannot, then no one in the Tianyuan realm could. Please, follow me, Yunjushan said respectfully. As he spoke, a shimmering light curtain appeared between the stone pillars. Clearly, the clan's territory was situated within a small world. Following Yunjushan, Lihujun stepped through the light curtain, and the world before them instantly brightened. Soon, they found themselves standing upon a verdant lawn rich with spiritual energy. Children frolicked on the grass, yet they were wise enough not to disturb those nearby, maintaining a respectful distance while playing in designated areas. Zhou, my clan, bearing the surname Imo, resides in Imo City. This is the Bai Chao Yuan within our clan, a favored spot for many members to unwind or seek a peaceful corner for meditation and cultivation, Yunjushan explained with a smile. I kindly invite you to the Imo clan Grand Hall for a brief respite. Please lead the way, Lihujun responded. As Lihujun followed Yunjushan away from that location, many members of the tomb guarding clan gathered together. Ah, the gentleman clad in azure robes is truly handsome. You, my dear girl, are merely captivated by his appearance? Do you not realize that our tomb guarding clan has never allowed outsiders to enter? The fact that this gentleman has been brought in by Elder Schwanna signifies that he is a true immortal, having attained such status within 500 years. Why does he seem somewhat familiar to me? No, wait, I remember now. This man is none other than Li Xianjun, who, a century ago, drew upon the celestial power of the Tianyuan realm as parchment and compelled the sea deity, a black dragon of semi-immortal cultivation, to sign the Qizhou Treaty, rendering it inviolable for 10,000 years. What? It is indeed him. Unfortunately, many among us at that time were either not yet born or were hiding in small worlds, unable to witness the might of the immortal as those of our clan who ventured into the outside world did. At this moment, the city of Imo has erupted in excitement due to the arrival of Lihujun. Simultaneously, Lihujun, accompanied by Yunjushan, entered a resplendent hall. Please take a seat. Immortal, Yunjushan offered, bringing a chair for Lihujun. Thank you, Lihujun replied with a smile. You are too kind, Yunjushan responded. Then presented Lihujun with a cup of hot tea. Please wait here for a moment while I notify the clan leader. I appreciate your efforts, Lihujun nodded. Yunjushan withdrew respectfully, aware that he must not show any negligence in front of Lihujun, for the immortal possessed the power to obliterate the entire city of Imo, even the small world, with but a thought. Chapter 152. The Faceless Puppet. After waiting in the hall for a short while, Yunjushan hurried in with a middle-aged man. I am Imo Fan, the clan leader of the Tomb Guarding clan. I have the honor to meet you, Li Xianjun, he said, bowing with cupped hands upon seeing Lihujun. There is no need for such formalities, clan leader Imo, Lihujun replied, placing his teacup on the nearby table. Elder Schwanha has informed me that I am here to explore the tomb of the immortal? Imo Fan inquired respectfully. Indeed, Lihujun affirmed. It is entirely permissible for you to venture into the immortal's tomb. Imo Fan quickly added, however, given the arduous journey, would you not prefer to rest a moment before your exploration? No need. We shall proceed directly, Lihujun replied with a smile, shaking his head. Then please follow me. Imo Fan said, eager to lead the way. I appreciate your assistance, Lihujun remarked. You are too courteous, Imo Fan replied hastily, instructing Yunjushan to continue guarding the entrance of the tomb guarding clan while he guided Lihujun. Along the way, Imo Fan smiled at Lihujun, saying, a century ago, I thank you for saving my daughter. A look of confusion crossed Lihujun's face. He did not recall ever having met Imo Fan's daughter, let alone rescuing her. Imo Fan smiled and said, this is my daughter, Imo Luer. Initially seeking experience, she was adopted by the Zhang family of Lansong City and renamed Zhong Luer. Little did we expect that she would encounter the Bone Demon Lord, who decimated the city. Her protector was no match for the Bone Demon Lord, and it was only with the intervention of Immortal Li and the Supreme True Cloud that she and the entire Lansong City could survive. Indeed, Lihujun remarked, suddenly enlightened. I wondered why a true immortal from the Gravekeeper clan would engage in battle with the Bone Demon Lord. As they conversed, Lihujun followed Imo Fan through numerous palaces before ascending to the summit of a mountain. At the peak, they came upon a bottomless chasm, resembling a beast poised to devour. Immortally, this place is the entrance to the tomb of the Immortal Lord. since the inception of the Gravekeeper clan. You are the first non-member to arrive here, Mo Fan remarked with a smile, aware of the irony that he might also be the first to witness the remains of the Immortal Lord. After all, Zhou Jun was already of immortal caliber, and the artifacts within the tomb would pose no hindrance to him. As Mo Fan spoke, he cast a glance at the abyss, feeling a surge of primal fear even with his true immortal cultivation. Yet, Zhou Jun, bold and skilled, offered a slight bow to Mo Fan before leaping directly into the chasm. The wind howled fiercely around him as he plummeted rapidly downward. However, Zhou Jun remained unfazed. Meanwhile, at the edge of the chasm, a woman of unparalleled beauty approached Mo Fan and softly inquired, "Father, I heard that Immortal Li has come to explore the tomb of the Immortal Lord?" "Yes, what is it, my daughter?" Mo Fan replied with a smile. The young woman was none other than Zhang Luer from the Zhang family of Lansong City, now known as Mo Luer, the esteemed daughter of the Gravekeeper clan. "Immortal Li saved my life once. I must express my gratitude in person," Mo Luer stated with a smile. "Indeed. However, Immortal Li has already descended." Mo Fan nodded, smiling. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "My dear, I must ask you honestly, when I prevented you from being with Zhong Dong and forcibly separated you, you do not harbor resentment towards your father, do you?" "Not anymore," Mo Luer responded with a bittersweet smile, shaking her head. Now married to a prodigy from her clan and a mother, what good would harboring resentment do? Zhong Dong hails from a humble family, though he possesses some fortune. With his talent, it is unlikely he will ever reach the celestial transformation realm. Meanwhile, you have already attained that level. I fear that Zhong Dong may only reach the transformation stage at best. The lifespan of a celestial is far longer than that of a transforming spirit. I do not wish to see you live in solitude, Mo Fan sighed. Yes, Mo Lua nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, after an indeterminate period of descent, Zhou Jun finally reached the ground. Had a mere mortal fallen here, that would surely have been reduced to a mere pulp. Zhou Jun steadied himself, surveying his surroundings with wonder. Before him lay an expansive subterranean plaza, flanked by towering stone columns. At the far end stood a grand bronze door, its surface marred by rust yet exuding an air of solemn majesty, as if the passage of time had imbued it with an enigmatic allure. Zhou Jun advanced purposefully towards the door, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously in the vast, silent space. It was truly unsettling, he thought. After all, he was now a genuine immortal, equipped with a 50-50 system. How could he possibly fear such phantoms? With this in mind, he quickened his pace, nearly instantaneously arriving at the bronze door. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, colliding with the bronze door, producing a cacophony akin to thunder. As a narrow gap appeared in the door, a pale hand emerged, seizing the fabric of Zhou Jun's chest and yanking him forcefully inside. The bronze door swung wide open with a tremendous crash, and Zhou Jun, bewildered, was pulled through. The force was tremendous. Had it not been for the 50-50 system at his side, he would likely have been slammed against the door, rendered unconscious by the impact. "Oh, a genuine immortal of your caliber is rather intriguing," a sharp voice, ambiguous in gender, echoed before him. Zhou Jun rubbed his face, still stinging from the collision, and finally beheld the entity that had drawn him into the bronze door. This figure had disheveled hair, black locks, and white robes fluttering without wind, and a face devoid of features, smooth and uniform. "Ascension puppet?" Zhou Jun exclaimed in surprise. "Presumptuous. I am the faceless deity, meticulously crafted by the esteemed Lord of Ink Jade." The puppet seemed to take offense at being referred to as a puppet. And you think you deserve to be called a deity?" Zhou Jun replied, taken aback. Little one, is your wit all you possess? Rest assured, you shall not escape today." The faceless deity sneered, suddenly unleashing a formidable aura of a third-tier immortal that bore down upon Zhou Jun. "Escape? Why would I flee?" Zhou Jun chuckled, waving his hand. The bronze door he had just burst through rumbled shut behind him. The faceless deity, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned. Though it had no eyes, it could not comprehend Zhou Jun's bold maneuver. A first-tier immortal standing his ground against a third-tier immortal, and even sealing off his own retreat. What could be going through his mind? Chapter 153. Brother, do not leave. Young man, it seems you are tired of living. The faceless puppet, witnessing this scene, could not help but emit a cold snort. Since you were so proactive, this deity shall oblige you. As the words left its lips, the faceless puppet sprang into action, akin to a swift leopard, transforming into a fleeting shadow that materialized before Zhou Jun. A fist, seemingly imbued with the force of thunder, was aimed squarely at Zhou Jun's face. In the face of such a ferocious attack, a smile graced Zhou Jun's countenance. Just as the faceless puppet's fist was mere steps away from striking his handsome visage, Zhou Jun opened his mouth wide, and from his dantian, the proud snowfall flying sword, a fourth-grade true celestial artifact, surged forth like a flash of lightning, slicing towards the advancing faceless puppet. This technique was one he had learned from the Tua High Demon Sovereign. Thus, he grasped why the flying sword was often described as being emitted from the mouth. A fourth-grade true celestial artifact. The faceless puppet, witnessing the sword erupting from Zhou Jun's mouth, was engulfed by a tumult of shock. How cunning can this lad be? You are a fourth-grade true celestial. Why pretend to be a mere first-grade true celestial? Is it truly wise to deceive and ambush a puppet with even a modicum of intelligence? It suddenly comprehended why this young man had closed the door. He was not sealing his own escape, but rather preventing this third-grade true celestial from fleeing. You shall not escape. As the faceless puppet beheld the oncoming blade, it found itself unable to react in time and let out a furious roar. Yet, just as the sound escaped its mouth, the blade transformed back into the snowfall flying sword, returning to Zhou Jun's grasp after slicing through its form. Simultaneously, the faceless puppet's body split in two, collapsing to either side. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength. With a sigh, Zhou Jun sheathed the snowfall flying sword and stepped over the remnants of the faceless puppet, intent on continuing towards the corpse of the celestial lord. Did I allow you to leave? Suddenly, the voice of the faceless puppet resonated ominously from behind Zhou Jun. He felt a powerful grip seize his ankle. A surge of energy coursed through Zhou Jun's body as he forcefully shook off the puppet's hand and swiftly distanced himself. To his astonishment, the once-split faceless puppet was now fusing back together, standing before him unscathed, and emitted a sinister laugh. Do you know why I am called a deity? Because beneath the celestial lord, I am indestructible and immortal. Moreover, each time I am slain, my strength ascends to greater heights. As its words lingered in the air, the faceless puppet erupted with the aura of a fourth-grade true celestial, overwhelming Zhou Jun like a tidal wave, causing the very space around them to tremble. Zhou Jun inhaled sharply, realizing that he had erred earlier. Noticing his apparent intent to concede, the faceless puppet was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. What? Where did you go wrong? Weren't you quite confident? Let me ponder where my mistake lies, Zhou Jun mused, resting his chin on his hand. After a brief contemplation, he smiled and remarked, My error was in referring to you as a puppet. Rather, I should have called you an indomitable cockroach, seeking death. The faceless puppet erupted in fury. It was unexpected that this boy, facing imminent demise, would still feign bravado. With a swift movement akin to a specter, the faceless puppet lunged toward Zhou Jun once more, yet this time, it remained acutely vigilant against Zhou Jun's flying sword. Suddenly, as the ghostly figure approached, it collided with an invisible barrier, akin to striking transparent glass, and was sent hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. What the devil? The faceless puppet sat dazedly. But as it lifted its gaze, it beheld golden rune chains materializing in the void, encircling its vicinity. The locking immortal formation? The faceless puppet was stunned. Upon regaining its composure, it glared at Zhou Jun, seething. When did you set up this locking immortal formation? How devious can you be? Can't we just have an honorable fight? Did you not request me to engage with you once more? Although I have never encountered anyone making such a demand. Since you have asked, I cannot refuse you, can I? Zhou Jun shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. As for the locking immortal formation, it was a scheme Zhou Jun had devised while conversing with the faceless puppet, recognizing that he could not vanquish the puppet with his current strength. However, ensnaring it within the formation was indeed feasible. Did I not instruct you to engage with me? Why then do you not ascend to the heavens as I suggested? You appear youthful, yet your thoughts are exceedingly cunning and treacherous. At that moment, the faceless puppet, trapped within the locking immortal formation, began to curse vehemently, thoroughly incensed. Yet, Zhou Jun chose to disregard the puppet's tirade, turning to venture deeper into the passage. Upon witnessing Zhou Jun's intent to depart, the faceless puppet panicked. Unwilling to be confined in this narrow space for eternity, while it had previously enjoyed some mobility, it was far superior to the confines of the locking immortal formation. Brother, do not leave. Let me out, and I shall guide you. The faceless puppet implored urgently. Zhou Jun paused in his tracks. The faceless puppet, sensing a glimmer of hope, eagerly continued. Yes, release me. I know a shortcut directly to the immortal monarch's remains, and there is not a hint of danger along the way. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun turned back, flashing a grin that revealed a set of dazzling white teeth. Without a backward glance, he departed from the gaze of the faceless puppet. You old rascal, don't let me find the opportunity for revenge. The faceless puppet bellowed in a thunderous rage. However, Zhou Jun paid no heed to its fury. He traversed the corridor for quite some time, arriving before yet another ancient stone door. Above the door, The characters for Hall of the Immortal Monarch were inscribed in grand letters. Is this really the place? A look of confusion crossed Zhou Jun's face. He had anticipated that the tomb of the Immortal Monarch would be fraught with peril. For some reason, he sensed something amiss. Throughout his journey, he had not triggered any traps. Indeed, many mechanisms had already been activated or even destroyed. According to Mo Fan, he was the first outsider to venture into the tomb of the Immortal Monarch. This implied that it was quite possible that someone from the Tomb Guardians had previously trespassed into the Immortal Monarch's tomb. Yet, if that were true, the Tomb Guardians should not have been able to surpass the Faceless Puppet. After all, the Faceless Puppet was not only indestructible, but also revived stronger each time it perished. As it claimed, in its own words, beneath the Immortal Monarch, it was immortal and indestructible. There was a possibility of boasting involved. Nevertheless, Zhou Jun felt the Faceless Puppet was not lying. After all, it was crafted by the Immortal Monarch and was no mere trinket. Thus, there were only two methods to overcome this obstacle: to confine the Faceless Puppet or to slay it. However, the fact that the Faceless Puppet was still lively upon his arrival indicated that no one had yet breached this challenge. Who then had triggered the traps within the Immortal Monarch's tomb? Could it be the inhabitants of the tomb? A sense of gravity settled in Zhou Jun's heart. Chapter 154. Immortal Monarch MOU. With a resounding boom, Zhou Jun pushed open the stone door, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Fortunately, as a true immortal, he was spared the need to cough up any phlegm. Simultaneously, as the great door swung open, a vast hall appeared before him. At the center of the hall stood a stone platform, upon which a woman clad in black gazed intently at the gradually opening entrance. This woman, with skin as white as snow, bore intricate dark patterns that spread across her hands and face. MOU. It seems that the Tianyuan realm has indeed birthed a true immortal within the last 5 centuries. You have lost. I have grown weary of your flickering candle of life. The woman in black remarked with a light laugh. As the woman clad in black chuckled lightly, a barely audible sigh escaped another woman. At long last, the grand door swung open completely. Zhou Jun strode in with purpose. Upon laying eyes on the woman in black atop the stone platform, he froze in place. Mou Xianjun? Yes, and yet not. The woman in black laughed. Did you not perish? Zhou Jun's lips twitched. If Mou Xianjun had not met her demise, how could he have signed him before her remains? System, you cannot possibly expect me to deal with her, can you? I am incapable of such a task. Zhou Jun felt utterly at a loss. However, the system did not respond to him. Instead, the black-clad woman smiled first, saying, Perhaps if you had not come, she would have perished within 3 years, her celestial soul exhausted. But since you have arrived, you shall die together, while I shall live. As her words faded, the black-clad woman moved. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Zhou Jun, her alabaster hand adorned with black patterns reaching toward his neck. She wasted no words. Her strike was lethal. Excessive, Zhou Jun frowned and raised his fist, unleashing an overwhelming divine might that shook the heavens and the earth. Crashing toward the woman's outstretched hand, this fist carried the weight of a celestial lord. Boom. At the moment of impact between Zhou Jun's fist and the woman's palm, the entire hall trembled violently. The previously calm gaze of the black-clad woman erupted into tumultuous waves. How could this young man in the azure robe possess the strength of a celestial lord? Had he not previously relied on tricks to deal with that faceless puppet? Meanwhile, behind the bronze door, the still cursing faceless puppet sensed the surrounding tremors and was instantly gripped by terror, frantically beating against the locking immortal array. Celestial Lord! How could it be a battle of celestial lords? Good heavens! When deities clash, mortals suffer. I must escape. I must get out. Not only was the faceless puppet terrified, but the entire small world inhabited by the Tomb Guardians also trembled violently. Hiss! What is happening? What kind of formidable beings are clashing to shake the small world created by the Tomb Guardians? The members of the Tomb Guardian clan were now filled with dread. Could it be that Li Xianjun and Mou Xianjun are engaged in battle? How is that possible? Wasn't Mou Xianjun dead? The Tomb Guardian clan members exclaimed in shock. Simultaneously, several true celestial beings from the Tomb Guardian clan emerged from their seclusion. Their expressions grave as they ascended into the skies of the small world, near the entrance of the celestial lord's tomb. With a solemn expression, Mo Fan addressed his daughter, Mo Luer. It appears that the tomb of the immortal sovereign is far more complicated than we initially assumed. It seems that Li Xianjun has become entangled with some unknown entity. Fortunately, the location of the tomb is profoundly concealed. Otherwise, our clan's sacred grounds would surely face annihilation at this very moment. You must depart swiftly, while I and several venerable true immortals stabilize this realm. Very well, father. Take care, Mo Luer replied, fully aware that the situation was no trifling matter and quickly vacated the premises. As she left, Imo and Fan ascended into the skies above the Guardian clan, where, alongside the venerable true immortals, he managed to restore order to the trembling world. Within the Grand Hall, Lihujun intercepted a blow from the cloaked woman. The two appeared evenly matched. However, the woman's complexion turned ashen as she exclaimed, "Imo, you wretched harlot. How dare you take advantage of my vulnerability?" At that moment, a radiant light enveloped the woman, and the dark markings on her face and hands began to fade. Her black attire transformed into a flowing white gown, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman with an icy demeanor. The instant the white-clad woman emerged, her beauty rendered the world around them pale in comparison. What is happening? Lihujun pondered, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Greetings, fellow cultivator," the now white-clad Mou. The immortal sovereign said, cupping her hands in respect towards Lihujun. "What precisely is the situation? Have you been possessed?" Lihujun inquired, frowning. He now grasped that the Mou of the dark garb was utterly distinct from the Mou before him in white. The white-clad Mou offered a bitter smile. "Fellow cultivator, to be brief, during our time in the immortal realm, I, alongside several fourth-rank immortal sovereigns, jointly vanquished the daughter of the war demon emperor, Zhou Jun. We believed her to be dead. However, she employed a secret technique to seize control of my body, to elude the pursuit of the fourth-rank sovereigns. She again utilized her secret arts and fled to this realm. In her moment of vulnerability, I managed to regain control of my body for a short time. I contemplated self-destructing my immortal soul and body, but as a mere third-rank sovereign, even if I did so, Zhou Jun would not perish. She could awaken after a millennium, bringing ruin upon this realm. With no other recourse, I could only impart my teachings to the inhabitants of this world, hoping they would prevent any interference in my struggle with Zhou Jun for dominion over my body." "And what are the stipulations regarding the tomb of the immortal sovereign? Requiring one to be a true immortal within 500 years? Lihujun queried with a furrowed brow. "That is a wager between Zhou Jun and myself." The white-clad Mou replied with a faint smile. "Should a true immortal under 500 years of age arrive, she would undoubtedly prevail. Her body would be hers to seize, and I could not intervene. If not, she must remain within my body until my immortal soul is nearly extinguished, at which point I would be forced to self-destruct. Even though I do not possess control over my celestial body, the moment I detonate my celestial soul, the celestial body will be compelled to follow suit in its explosion. However, had I not established a solemn oath with her to wager against each other, she would have undoubtedly fled from my being, even at the peril of enduring severe injuries from my self-detonation, leaving her in a deep slumber for millennia." Lihujun suddenly comprehended. Could it be that the destroyed mechanisms outside were also the handiwork of this Zhou Jun? Indeed, I had employed a few cunning tricks, setting up an exceptionally intricate mechanism's secret realm, along with the bronze door, behind which lay the nearly invincible faceless puppet below the rank of celestial sovereign. The inked jade celestial sovereign lamented. Zhou Jun, aware of my machinations, had systematically dismantled those mechanisms outside, and just as she was about to annihilate the faceless puppet, I thwarted her with the threat of self-detonation of my celestial soul. Fortunately, with the arrival of my companion, this third-rank celestial sovereign, I hope that my ally will join forces with me to obliterate Zhou Jun. In return, I shall exhaust my celestial soul, and the treasures within my storage ring, as well as the faceless puppet outside, shall serve as recompense." The inked jade celestial sovereign spoke gravely to Lihujun, evidently considering him a third-rank celestial sovereign after their recent confrontation. "How dare you? You would dare to slay me. My father shall not let you go unpunished." At that moment, the inked jade celestial sovereign's complexion paled, as a ghastly visage of a woman flickered ominously across her lovely face. Chapter 155. Celestial Emperor, I shall grant your request. Observing the grotesque female visage flickering upon the face of the inked jade celestial sovereign, Lihujun grinned. "Thank you, my friend." Upon hearing this, the inked jade celestial sovereign's expression brightened. Damn it. Zhou Jun's expression shifted instantly. She understood that if she remained within the inked jade celestial sovereign's body any longer, the latter would inevitably self-detonate her celestial soul, inflicting grave harm upon her corporeal form. At that point, the celestial sovereign in the green robe would surely take advantage of the situation and slay her. With this thought, Zhou Jun disregarded the oath she had previously sworn. Enduring backlash during her cultivation was preferable to facing death at this moment. Thus, Zhou Jun dared not linger within the body of the inked jade celestial sovereign any longer, and with a steely resolve, she transformed into a streak of black light. Like a bolt of black lightning, darting out from the inked jade celestial sovereign's brow, hurtling towards the stone door behind Lihujun. Although Zhou Jun now existed as a celestial soul, her combat prowess remained sufficient to rival that of a third-rank celestial sovereign. Upon witnessing this, Lihujun could not permit Zhou to escape so easily. Leaving behind an afterimage, Lihujun positioned himself directly in front of Zhou, raising his fist to unleash a cataclysmic force aimed squarely at her. Outrageous. Zhou felt both astonished and enraged. She could not fathom how a mere being from the lower realms could suddenly manifest as a celestial sovereign. Nevertheless, facing the oncoming punch from Lihujun, Zhou dared not underestimate the threat. The black light transformed into an ordinary, albeit somewhat unattractive, woman clad in black, who began to form seals with her hands, invoking defensive divine powers to block Lihujun's strike. Boom! Lihujun delivered a formidable punch, striking decisively against the seal formed by Zhou. The impact drained the color from Zhou's face, causing her hand to flicker dimly with the seal's power. After all, she was merely a celestial soul, lacking a physical form. The recovery of her celestial energy fell woefully short of the consumption incurred during their clash. Thus, even though Lihujun and Zhou currently appeared evenly matched, with a 50-50 chance, the relentless depletion of energy would ultimately favor Lihujun, who could gradually wear down Zhou. Meanwhile, the Jade Ink Immortal observed the confrontation between Lihujun and Zhou with a glint of menace in her eyes. Suddenly, a third-grade immortal weapon, a flying sword radiating a destructive aura, emerged from within her. Under her command, the sword soared into the air, abruptly multiplying into myriad sword shadows. Go! The Jade Ink Immortal commanded sharply, and the multitude of sword shadows descended like a torrential rain upon Lihujun and Zhou, enveloping them in a deadly cascade. Lihujun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never fully trusted the Jade Ink Immortal. After all, could one readily believe the words of an ancient being who had lived for countless years? His willingness to ally with her stemmed from the confidence afforded by his 50-50 system. Emboldened by his skill, he felt unafraid, even if the Jade Ink Immortal were to deceive him. Moreover, when Zhou had taken control of the Jade Ink Immortal's body, her intent to eliminate him was unmistakable. Could Lihujun tolerate such a threat? At that moment, Zhou mocked him, saying, "You are still too young, boy. I am not one to be trifled with. And do you think that the Jade Ink Woman is any different? We are merely two sides of the same coin." However, as she finished her taunt and sensed the impending sword rain, her laughter faded, replaced by dread. Without a doubt, this deluge of sword shadows concentrated the full might of the Jade Ink Immortal, aiming to either slay Lihujun and Zhou or inflict grievous harm upon them. Yet, just as the sword rain was about to descend upon them, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A terrifying aura began to coalesce around Zhou. Under the weight of this energy, the raging sword rain seemed to freeze midair, unable to advance an inch. In the next instant, a fissure appeared in the void above the grand hall. Behind this crack, a figure clad in a red robe sat majestically upon a fiery throne. Lihujun could not discern the face of the robed figure, as it appeared shrouded in countless laws, obscured and indistinct. However, at that moment, Lihujun chose to confront him directly, revealing the visage of an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, though the red-robed man remained seated upon his throne. He exuded an aura akin to a towering mountain or an entire world, instilling in those who beheld him a sense that his slightest movement could bring about cataclysmic upheaval. With the emergence of the middle-aged man in the red robe, the celestial being, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, began to tremble uncontrollably. What in the world has the Tianyuan realm done to deserve this? What manner of existence is squeezing into the Tianyuan realm? Am I truly worthy? At that moment, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao felt a profound sense of despair. In the realm of the immortals, the mention of the war demon emperor sent a chill through the heart of the Ink Jade Immortal upon seeing the newcomer. In the immortal realm, the title of demon emperor is not merely a name. It signifies a being of equal standing to the immortal emperor. The hierarchy in the immortal realm is categorized into various realms: true immortal realm, celestial immortal realm, profound immortal realm, which can be referred to as immortal monarch, Tai profound immortal realm, which can be referred to as immortal king, golden immortal realm, which can be referred to as immortal emperor, Tai golden immortal realm, which can be referred to as immortal sovereign, and the great Luo golden immortal realm, which can be referred to as immortal emperor. In truth, the demon emperor is also an immortal emperor of the golden immortal realm. Yet he practices the path of darkness or engages in deeds that contravene the so-called righteous path of the immortal realm, thus earning him the title of demon emperor. In the presence of a golden immortal emperor, a profound immortal monarch is akin to an ant. Father, upon seeing the middle-aged man in the red robe seated upon the throne, Zhou expression was instantly filled with excitement, and she realized that her father had concealed an immortal emperor's mark within her immortal soul, only to reveal it when her soul was in peril. Zhou, you have disappointed me. The war demon emperor spoke nonchalantly, yet his voice resonated as if it descended from the heavens, causing the third-grade immortal monarch, Immortal, to spew blood. The torrent of swords that had momentarily halted in the sky shattered at this moment, transforming into a single flying sword that clattered to the ground. Such power! Zhou Jun was rendered speechless by the spectacle. He was unaware of the true strength of the demon emperor. Yet he now grasped the formidable nature of a third-grade immortal monarch. It would be no exaggeration to say that if an immortal monarch sought to obliterate the Tianyuan realm, it would be as effortless as flipping a hand. However, even so, the Immortal, as a third-grade monarch, could hardly withstand the resonance of the war demon emperor's voice, left reeling in a half-dead state. Meanwhile, the war demon emperor seemed to take note that Zhou Jun had pierced through the layers of laws coalescing before him, discerning his visage, and remarkably, remained unfazed by his voice. The war demon emperor's expression shifted. He could almost confirm that this young man in the azure robe was also a formidable immortal emperor of the golden immortal realm. Which immortal emperor has descended to the lower realm? War certain pays respects, the war demon emperor said, offering a slight bow to Zhou Jun. At this proclamation, both Zhanlan and the Immortal gazed at Zhou Jun in disbelief. He is an immortal emperor? How could that be? How could this individual possibly be an immortal emperor? If he were indeed an immortal emperor, why would he resort to tricks to seal the faceless puppet? If he is an immortal emperor, why does he not simply annihilate the two of them? Could it be that since entering the tomb of the immortal monarch, this individual has merely sought amusement? Thus, each time he strikes, it merely balances the scales with his opponent? Such meticulous control over the battlefield is indeed a feat only an immortal emperor could accomplish. Moreover, a formidable being like the war demon emperor would undoubtedly never fall prey to a misjudgment. As these thoughts crossed Mou's mind, her complexion turned pale. She had unwittingly betrayed an immortal emperor. It is worth noting that Zhanlan is under the protection of the war demon emperor, while she possesses nothing. Truly, it is over for her. Chapter 156. The death of Zhanlan. Who am I? Does it truly matter? Zhou Jun remarked nonchalantly in the presence of the invincible war demon emperor. Clearly, Zhou Jun understood that he had already been regarded as a peer among formidable adversaries. This individual, facing his father, could remain so unfazed. Could it be that what his father claimed was true, that he is indeed an immortal emperor? Zhanlan, witnessing the scene unfold, felt as though she had brushed against the gates of the underworld. Since this immortal emperor wished to conceal his identity, Zhan would refrain from further inquiry. However, might the immortal emperor spare Zhanlan's life for the sake of Zhan's reputation? The war demon emperor smiled at Zhou Jun. Ding, Zhanlan wishes to seize the host's body. Can she be allowed to leave? The system has issued a task. Eliminate Zhanlan. Upon completion, the host will receive the fated flying sword, Aoshue, and advance to a 5th-tier true immortal artifact. As the system issued this task, Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes and addressed the war demon emperor. What if I decline? Upon hearing his words, the war demon emperor's expression gradually turned frigid. If the immortal emperor does not acquiesce, do not blame me for being impolite. Surely, the aftermath of a confrontation at the immortal emperor level is beyond this realm's capacity to endure? Zhou Jun remained silent, for he understood that the war demon emperor was not exaggerating. After all, a moderately powerful immortal monarch could obliterate the Tianyuan realm, let alone a mighty immortal emperor. He could not afford to let the aftermath of their clash lead to the inexplicable destruction of the Daodian sect. Such a gamble was too perilous. Ding, the host is fearful of trivial matters. This system will directly sever this grand hall from the Tianyuan realm. The host may act freely. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhou Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the war demon emperor, seeing Zhou Jun's silence, chuckled. It seems this humble lower realm holds extraordinary significance for the immortal emperor. In that case, I shall take the young lady with me. As for this Mou, I will leave her to the immortal emperor's discretion. Upon hearing this, Zhanlan's face brightened. As long as she could return to her father's side, reconstructing her physical form would be but a trifling matter. With this thought, Zhanlan cast a triumphant glance at Zhou Jun, as if to say, what of your status as an immortal emperor? When my father arrives, I shall undoubtedly survive. Zhou Jun seemed to sense the gaze of Zhanlan and smiled. What are you so pleased about? Did I promise your father to let you go? Upon hearing this, Zhanlan's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment's contemplation, she donned a different facade and, with a sycophantic smile, addressed Zhou Jun, Your Majesty, the Emperor of Immortals. Given that Mou seeks to bring about our demise, it stands to reason that we are, in essence, allies on the same front. Why must we engage in such unpleasantness? Mou's countenance paled upon hearing these words. Concurrently, Zhou Jun scoffed. Rest assured, neither you nor Mou will escape today. This Emperor of Immortals believes in mercy, but the War Demon Emperor is growing somewhat irked. Does he truly think that just because he is an Emperor of Immortals, the War Demon Emperor, would be intimidated? After all, even among Emperors of Immortals, there is a hierarchy. Strength and weakness are not always clear-cut. I have stated it clearly. Neither of these individuals will leave, Zhou Jun declared with a cold snort, as his words echoed. An aura akin to that of a celestial deity surged forth from him, enveloped in an indescribable force of law. At this moment, Zhou Jun's cultivation was evenly matched with that of the War Demon Emperor, and much of the power of law emanating from him was likely a testament to the system's influence. The power of law indeed belonged to an Emperor of Immortals. Simultaneously, Zhanlan and Mou, witnessing the spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines. If there had been any lingering doubts in their hearts regarding the War Demon Emperor's judgment, they were now obliterated by the formidable aura of law encircling Lihujun. Particularly for Mou, regret washed over her. Her original intent had been to ally with Lihujun to eliminate Zhanlan, after which she would swiftly conclude her own dwindling celestial soul energy and vanish from existence. Yet, as she observed the fierce battle between Lihujun and Zhanlan, the grandeur of the celestial lord emanating with dominion over all, she found herself inexplicably unwilling to accept her fate. She resented the notion of having devoted countless years to cultivation only to perish in a realm so insignificant. She lamented that, despite being worthy of reverence from myriad immortals, her long lifespan had barely begun to unfold, and she was now on the brink of extinction due to the depletion of her celestial soul. Thus, she entertained a nefarious thought, to seize the opportunity to slay Zhanlan and Lihujun, absorbing their celestial soul energy through dark arts. This would not only replenish her own celestial soul, but perhaps even enable her to transcend to the fourth rank of celestial monarchs. It is worth noting that, upon reaching the rank of celestial monarch, even some lower-tier monarchs might remain stagnant for tens of thousands of years. This temptation proved too great for Mou to resist, and she acted against Lihujun. Now, however, she regretted her decision. Had she not entertained such a misguided notion, perhaps this celestial emperor in his azure robes would have shown her mercy, considering her impending demise in her attempt to stall Zhanlan. However, at this moment, everything seems impossible. As the saying goes, a thought can lead to paradise or hell. Is it not so? It appears that the celestial emperor has made up his mind. In light of this, let this sovereign test the celestial emperor's prowess. The War Demon Emperor, observing the resolute stance of Zhou Jun, understood that further words would be futile. In an instant, a colossal hand coalesced, piercing through the void and the barriers of reality, arriving before Zhou Jun. This immense hand occupied a third of the celestial lord's hall, covered in numerous fissures from which orange-red lava flowed. As this hand materialized within the grand hall, the temperature surged as if an additional sun had emerged. Although Zhanlan was shielded by her father, Mou, the celestial lord, was in dire straits. Under the intense heat, he felt as though his very body was about to ignite, struggling to breathe. Unfazed by the impending lava hand, Zhou Jun drew his finger as if it were a sword, unleashing a sword chi potent enough to carve through the starry river, striking towards the molten hand. Boom! The sword light collided with the lava hand. In that instant, the brilliance of the sword shattered, and the lava hand, now riddled with cracks, transformed into a cataclysm of lava, sweeping through the entire hall like a natural disaster. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Jun deftly controlled a fragment of the shattered sword light, directing it towards Zhanlan. Though merely a remnant of sword light, it was imbued with the celestial emperor's power, far beyond what an ordinary celestial lord could withstand. Consequently, Zhanlan's once proud gaze was now filled with terror as she faced the approaching fragment of sword light, paralyzed in fear, as if her feet were leaden. Despicable! The War Demon Emperor, witnessing this, erupted in fury, and the hall around him trembled violently. With a swift gesture, he conjured a spear of blazing flames, hurling it towards the impending fragment of sword light aimed at Zhanlan. You cannot prevent my vengeance, Zhou Jun chuckled, flicking his wrist to unleash another cataclysmic sword light that thwarted the heavenly spear. Simultaneously, the fragment of sword light had already sliced through Zhanlan's celestial form, causing her essence to shatter into countless pieces, dissipating into nothingness. Scoundrel! The War Demon Emperor rose from his throne, his voice reverberating like the wrath of thunder. I will slay you. In the corner of the hall, the Mou celestial lord, who barely survived the clash, was overwhelmed with despair, realizing the terrifying might of the celestial emperor. Chapter 157. The Acquisition. Lihujun scoffed. There are countless who wish to kill me. Your presence changes nothing. At that moment, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of eliminating Zhanlan. The you.Every flying sword has been upgraded to a 5th grade true immortal artifact. death. Simultaneously, the battle demon emperor ceased any further dialogue with Lihujun. His muscles transformed into a vibrant, molten body. Upon attaining true immortality, a cultivator could alter their very essence, becoming a different kind of existence. Boom. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a cataclysmic river of lava surged forth toward Lihujun, threatening to engulf him entirely. With the death of his daughter, the battle demon emperor acted without restraint, wielding immense power capable of shattering the celestial origin realm with every gesture. The fiery river of lava, pouring forth from the rifts of the void, reflected searing heat in Lihujun's eyes. Undaunted, Lihujun summoned the power of the Immortal Emperor's laws, manifesting a colossal hand radiating with myriad beams of light, which descended upon the lava river with devastating force. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the lava river could not advance an inch beneath Lihujun's enormous palm. The two forces were momentarily locked in a stalemate. In a corner, the Immortal Monarch observed this scene with newfound resolve. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the fallen flying sword transformed into countless sword shadows, striking towards the battle demon emperor in the immortal realm. Pathetic insects, the battle demon emperor scoffed, making no effort to defend himself. In an instant, the myriad sword shadows penetrated his molten form, yet they vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, a pallor crossed the Immortal Monarch's face, her aura waning as if she were a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment. Her life-bound flying sword had been utterly melted upon penetrating the battle demon emperor's body. Is this what it means to be an immortal emperor? Immortal Monarch thought bitterly. Lihujun glanced at her in surprise, momentarily unsure of her intentions. Just then, the battle demon emperor, realizing that his lava river could not overcome Lihujun, prepared to unleash another deadly strike. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Battle demon emperor, this time you cannot escape. A woman's voice resonated from beyond the grand hall where the battle demon emperor stood. Yoli, Immortal Emperor? Damn it, in my rage. I forgot that she has been pursuing me relentlessly. The battle demon emperor's expression shifted between anger and apprehension upon hearing the voice. It was likely the commotion he had caused had revealed his location. With a reluctant glance at Lihujun, he retracted his powers and vanished from sight in an instant. As the war demon emperor vanished, in the next moment, Lihujun glimpsed through the rift in space a woman clad in a blue robe, strikingly similar to himself, materializing in the grand hall where the war demon emperor had previously stood. The woman, exuding an overwhelming aura befitting a celestial emperor, regarded Lihujun with a friendly nod. Shortly thereafter, she too vanished before his eyes, and the rift sealed shut, restoring Lihujun to the essence of an ordinary mortal. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the female celestial emperor, he might have been embroiled in a century-long stalemate with the war demon emperor. Moreover, it appeared that this celestial emperor was in pursuit of the war demon emperor, who harbored a palpable fear of her. Regardless of these thoughts, Lihujun's gaze shifted to the waning presence of the Jade Immortal, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sensing his scrutiny, could only manage a bitter smile. She understood that regardless of whether Lihujun chose to strike her now, her fate was sealed. Originally capable of sustaining her celestial soul's power for 3 more years, the destruction of her life as sword had triggered a fierce backlash, leaving her with but a sliver of strength on the brink of exhaustion. Unless a celestial emperor intervened, even a celestial sovereign could not alter her grim destiny. Clasped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Lihujun, stating previously, "When I allied with the celestial emperor to vanquish Zhou Jun, I was overtaken by nefarious thoughts. I am unworthy to face the celestial emperor and implore you to spare the Tomb Guardian clan from your wrath, for their efforts, though lacking in merit, have not been without hardship. Had they not vigilantly guarded the tomb of the immortal sovereign through generations, Zhou Jun might have long since usurped the bodies of those who dared to explore the tomb, wreaking havoc upon this realm. For my prior transgressions, I am willing to offer my life as atonement, along with the treasures I have accumulated over the years." As her words concluded, she presented a storage ring in her hands, her eyes gradually losing their luster as vitality ebbed from her being. It was evident that had ignited the remnants of her celestial soul, leading to her inevitable demise, leaving behind merely her corporeal form. Thus, a celestial sovereign fell before Lihujun. The distinction between good and evil is often but a fleeting thought. Lihujun shook his head in lamentation, observing who had detained Zhou Jun for countless ages and had now willingly acted against the war demon emperor. It seemed her nature was not inherently malevolent. Rather, she had strayed momentarily down a misguided path. The complexities of human nature are indeed profound. Simultaneously, this experience reshaped Lihujun's perception of celestial sovereigns. While they may appear as insurmountable barriers in the eyes of those from the mortal realm, within the celestial realm, they seemed merely ordinary. He recalled the earlier display of prowess by the You family as celestial sovereign, pondering whether this figure was merely posturing or if there existed an ancient being of immense power within their lineage. Zhou Jun silently scoffed at the thought. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in before the remnants of the celestial monarch, rewarding the host with an elevation of cultivation to the second tier of true immortal realm. As the system's voice faded, Zhou Jun felt a surge of magical power within him, multiplying several times, and his physical strength also ascended several levels at that moment. No wonder it is said that in the realm of true immortals, each tier represents a significant leap, Zhou Jun mused. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and effortlessly retrieved the storage ring held by the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch. The items possessed by the Celestial Monarch would undoubtedly be of great value to Zhou Jun at this stage. Upon inspecting the treasures within the storage ring, he discovered numerous celestial crystals, which are superior to spirit stones. Zhou Jun had learned about these from the Qingzhou record, recognizing them as the medium of trade among celestial beings in the immortal realm. Aside from the celestial crystals, the ring contained a plethora of elixirs, magical artifacts, and cultivation techniques. Most importantly, it held 3 spirit talismans radiating the power of a celestial monarch. These talismans contained the mightiest strike equivalent to that of a first-tier celestial monarch, a truly extravagant treasure for Zhou Jun at present. For instance, when facing a heavenly immortal, Zhou Jun could only match him evenly. However, with these 3 talismans, the scenario would change dramatically, a single strike from one of them, embodying the strongest blow from a first-tier celestial monarch, would surely spell doom for the heavenly immortal. After securing the storage ring, Zhou Jun buried the corpse of the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch, digging a grave and employing one of the talismans to establish a defensive spirit formation capable of warding off attacks from cultivators beneath the Celestial Monarch level. Although the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch had intended to kill him, her contributions to the Tianyuan realm were indelible, without her holding back Shanlan. The latter's prowess would have left the Tianyuan realm in ruins. This fact warranted Zhou Jun's respect. Thus, he deemed it only fitting to grant her peace in death, ensuring she would not be disturbed further. Chapter 158. Zhang Dong's visit. After burying the corpse of the Ink Jade Celestial Monarch, Zhou Jun departed from the Celestial Monarch's hall. Retracing his steps, along the way, he encountered the faceless puppet, which had been trapped within the locking immortal formation. Upon seeing Zhou Jun, the faceless puppet instantly erupted with excitement. You're still alive. How could you possibly survive the aftermath of the Celestial Monarch's battle? You scoundrel. If you have the ability, free me. I'll make sure to eliminate you. Zhou Jun replied. Wait a moment. Are you one of the Celestial Monarchs who just battled? The faceless puppet seemed to suddenly grasp the situation. Incredulity etched on its features. After all, the young man in the azure robe had entered shortly before the celestial clash erupted. Thus, it was not surprising that the faceless puppet held such a notion. Moreover, during Zhou Jun's confrontation with the War Demon Emperor, the residual might of the Celestial Emperor had been blocked by the system. Therefore, the faceless puppet assumed that a celestial monarch had been engaged in combat within. Originally, I intended to release you, but the moment you laid eyes on me, you clamored for my demise. Thus, I cannot let you out. Instead, you shall be punished to remain within the confines of the immortal locking array for eternity. Zhou Jun chuckled at this notion. After all, the faceless puppet is a troublesome entity, one that cannot be vanquished. Should I release it? This mindless creature might disregard its own status as an immortal lord and attempt to harm me, leading to a situation I could not rectify, ultimately wasting considerable time. Of course, I could resort to using a spiritual talisman imbued with the might of an immortal lord S-strike, but as the saying goes, good steel should be reserved for the blade. Utilizing a talisman on this faceless puppet would indeed be a waste. Moreover, I had already expended one talisman to set up an array for the immortal lord Mou, leaving me with only 2 remaining. Thus, it is best for the faceless puppet to remain within the immortal locking array, where it might still serve as a verbal deterrent, providing the first line of defense for immortal lord Mou. With that thought, Zhou Jun stepped towards the bronze door. Immortal lord, I was wrong. Please, release me. The faceless puppet pleaded, striking the immortal locking array in desperation. However, Zhou Jun ignored it and exited through the grand bronze door. At that moment, the faceless puppet regretted its actions, wishing it could slap itself. Why did it feel the need to echo others' threats? Truly, trouble arises from one's own words. When Zhou Jun returned to the entrance of the immortal lord's tomb, several figures descended from the sky, landing before him. We have met the esteemed immortal lord Li. Under the leadership of the patriarch of the tomb-guarding clan, Mo Fan, several true immortals from the clan respectfully bowed to Zhou Jun. Among them was Mo Zhuang, whom he had encountered in Lansong City. There is no need for such formalities, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Immortal lord Li, Did you encounter any entities within the tomb? Mo Wenfan inquired cautiously. Zhou Jun pondered for a moment before responding. Immortal Lord Mo, you did not perish. Instead, she was suppressing a demonic cultivator of Immortal Lord caliber below. After my descent, I allied with Immortal Lord Mou and successfully vanquished that demon. Following this battle, Immortal Lord Mou exhausted her vitality and fell. I have buried her and established a spiritual array to ensure her rest in peace. Being the faith of the tomb guarding clan, Lihujun chose to weave a benevolent lie, for one cannot deny another's contributions due to a minor fault. Especially when Immortal Lord Mou had already paid the price for her misguided thoughts. Furthermore, Lihujun had gained much from her, and one must learn to practice understanding in life. Thank you, Immortal Lord Li, Mo Wenfan, and the other true immortals of the tomb guarding clan, their eyes glistening with emotion. Respectfully bowed to him. It was a revelation to them that the immortal lord they had guarded for generations had not perished, but instead had displayed such greatness, suppressing immortal-level demons single-handedly for countless years. This realization affirmed to Mo Wenfan and his companions that their lifelong dedication to this immortal lord was indeed worthwhile. As for whether they would feel deceived by Zhou Jun, that was certainly not the case. After all, he was a celestial lord, capable of annihilating the Tomb Guardian clan with but a thought. Was there truly a necessity for him to resort to deception? No need for formalities. Zhou Jun waved his hand with a smile. The Ink Jade Celestial Lord has valiantly suppressed countless celestial-level demonic cultivators at the cost of his own life, earning the respect of all. At that moment, Mo Luer hurried over and respectfully bowed to Zhou Jun, saying, I, Mo Luer, pay my respects to Celestial Lord Li. And I thank you for saving me in Lansong City. You were too kind, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the small world where everyone was gathered. In the next moment, a figure clad in black flew in through the fissure, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon recognizing this figure, the faces of the Tomb Guardian clan members darkened instantly. The figure was none other than Mu Xian, the perfected Tribulation Realm cultivator who had been guarding the entrance to their small world. Following this, two more figures emerged from the crack, an elderly man in a black robe and a young man with a resolute expression. As soon as Mo Lua laid eyes on the young man, her eyes turned red with emotion. Zhang Dong. Mu Wenfan's expression turned icy as he recognized the newcomer. What is your intention in injuring the elder of my Tomb Guardian clan? The young man was indeed Zhang Dong, who had once been torn apart from Mu Wenfan's daughter. At this moment, Zhang Dong exuded an incredibly potent aura, clearly having reached the combined body realm. However, he paid no heed to Mu Wenfan's words and instead looked at Mo Luer with concern, asking, Luer, my master sensed that a great battle erupted here earlier. Are you unharmed? I'm fine. Mo Luer shook her head. Luer, do you wish to leave this place with me and ascend to the celestial realm? Zhang Dong inquired, gazing at her with affection. No. Mo Luer inhaled deeply and shook her head. I have become a mother. How could I abandon my husband and child? At that moment, a young man from the Tomb Guardian clan swiftly positioned himself beside Mo Luer, shielding her and eyeing Zhang Dong warily. Luer is already married to me, Zhang Dong. If you truly wish to take her away, you must step over my dead body. Upon hearing Mo Ahan's words, Zhang Dong's expression darkened. He looked at Mo Luer, inhaled deeply, and nearly gritted his teeth as he asked, Luer, is what he says true? Zhang Dong's gaze made Mo Luer feel that he was a complete stranger at this moment. Boy, what are you babbling about? If you want a woman, then take her. With my master here, this mere Tomb Guardian clan cannot stir up any trouble. At that instant, the elderly man in the black robe beside Zhang Dong cackled with laughter. Impudence. The celestial beings of the Tomb Guardian clan were incensed upon hearing this. This individual dares to regard them with such disdain. As Zhou Jun observed this scene, he found it somewhat melodramatic yet painfully realistic. The young couple had been torn apart. As the man achieved a measure of success, he turned to find that the woman had already married, and perhaps even had children by now. Speaking of which, the old man in the black robe referred to this realm as a mere triviality. Could it be that he hails from the celestial realm? The family scandal has become a source of amusement for Lihujun. At this moment, Mo Wenfan offered an apologetic gesture to Zhou Jun before casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Dong, his eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps you possess some capabilities now. But Lulu is already a wife and mother. I advise you to let go of the past. As Mo Wenfan's words fell, the old man in the black robe, standing beside Zhang Dong, fixed his gaze on Zhou Jun, his eyes narrowing. Mortal from the lower realm, do you comprehend what a celestial lord is? Do you dare to presumptuously claim such a title? Are you worthy? Zhou Jun quipped. He is intoxicated. Can he be caught in the crossfire while lying down? However, at this moment, Zhang Dong paid little heed to Zhou Jun, for his mind was consumed by rage. His relentless efforts in cultivation had been solely for the purpose of being with Immolure, yet now she had become a wife and mother. What had all his years of earnest training been for? How could he not be furious? Chapter 159. Time is inherently uncertain. Meanwhile, the members of the Tomb Guardians were taken aback upon witnessing the audacity of the old man in the black robe towards Zhou Jun. They were momentarily stunned. How dare he show such disrespect to Jun? Imo Fan rebuked the old man fiercely. A mere lower realm could produce a celestial lord of the profound immortal realm? The old man in the black robe laughed derisively. Who was he trying to intimidate? After all, would a celestial lord from the immortal realm deign to visit this desolate lower world? Furthermore, regardless of one's divine status, the strength of the heavenly Tao in this realm only amounted to a first-tier celestial lord. Therefore, any cultivator who reached the 9th tier of the heavenly immortal would be forcibly transported to the celestial realm. As the old man finished speaking, the true immortals of the Tomb Guardians gazed at him with pity. As the saying goes, if one does not court death, one will not die. How dare this ant from the lower realm display such insolence towards me? The old man in the black robe was incensed by the scornful gazes of several true immortals from the Tomb Guardians. In an instant, a terrifying aura began to brew around him, and the very fabric of the little world inhabited by the Tomb Guardians dimmed. Is that a 9th tier true immortal? The true immortal experts of the Tomb Guardians inhaled sharply upon sensing the aura emanating from the old man in the black robe. I am the Black Cloud Taoist from the celestial realm. The old man surveyed the astonished true immortals of the Tomb Guardians, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Years ago, he had acquired a supreme cultivation method in the celestial realm, which had led to him being pursued by numerous powerful foes. In a moment of desperation, the enigmatic Black Cloud Taoist employed a secret technique, sacrificing his ascent from the celestial realm to descend into the realm of the 9-ranked true immortals. Upon his arrival, he found himself in a state of unconsciousness, collapsed by a stream. Fortunately, he was rescued by Zhang Dong. Upon awakening, the Black Cloud Taoist was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhang Dong possessed a rare and divine water spiritual root, perfectly suited for his cultivation methods. Thus, he took Zhang Dong as his disciple. Over the years, their bond deepened, and the Black Cloud Taoist grew fond of Zhang Dong, imparting to him the teachings he had acquired in the celestial realm. Recently, the Black Cloud Taoist felt that the constraints of the Tianyuan realm were stifling Zhang Dong's innate talents and sought to take him to the celestial realm for further training. However, Zhang Dong vehemently insisted on visiting the Tomb Guardian clan's heiress, Immolure, declaring that if he left, he would take Lua with him. Truly, he was a passionate soul. The Black Cloud Taoist proclaimed that matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by themselves, warning that anyone who dared to interfere would face his wrath. He let out a sinister laugh, casting a threatening glance toward the Tomb Guardian clan's true immortals. Noticing Zhou Jun's indifferent demeanor, the Black Cloud Taoist scoffed, contemplating that if this young man were indeed a celestial lord, he would have perished at the first challenge posed by him. The members of the Tomb Guardian clan, including their leader, Imo Fan, glared back in fury. Although they had 6 true immortals among them, the strongest was merely a 6th-ranked true immortal, far beneath the might of their adversary. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong's gaze fell upon Imo Han, whose forehead glistened with sweat, and he spoke darkly. Do you dare accept my life and death challenge? Those who are dead shall lie down, and those who are alive shall take Lua with them. Just as Imo Han was about to respond affirmatively, he was silenced by his wife, Immolure, who covered his mouth. Looking at Zhang Dong, whose countenance was shadowed with intensity, Lure spoke with bitterness. Zhang Dong, you have now become a disciple of a formidable master, and we are no longer on the same path. Your future is limitless, but I cannot accompany you to the celestial realm, for my family and children are here. Even if I were to one day journey to the celestial realm, it would be on my own merit. Please respect my choice and leave. Why? Zhang Dong gazed at Lure, bewilderment filling his eyes. Memories of their shared past flooded his mind, a time that had been so beautiful. But now, everything had changed. Clenching his fists, he felt the weight of fate. Because we are fated to be apart, forget me, Zhang Dong. You will encounter someone far better in the future. Imo Lua said with a resigned smile. Growing impatient, the Black Cloud Taoist interjected, enough of this tediousness. If you have the courage, just take the woman you desire by force. Why all this unnecessary talk? As long as she stands by your side, what does it matter where her heart resides? With these words, the Black Cloud Taoist spoke, causing Imo Han's face to turn ashen. Yet, he gritted his teeth and positioned himself protectively in front of Imo Lure. Addressing Zhang Dong, if you truly care for Lure, then respect her choices. Had she not married me, you would have perished long ago. Seeking death, Zhang Dong, consumed by jealousy, glared at Imo Han who shielded Imo Lure, and in a flash, he appeared before Imo Han, seizing his throat with lightning speed. Moahan, nearly at the level of a virtual immortal, stood no chance against Zhang Dong, who was at the integration stage. The true immortals of the Tomb Guard clan, witnessing this, were incensed. However, the Black Cloud Taoist, with a playful glint in his eye, restrained the true immortals led by Mo Fan from intervening. After all, a ninth-grade true immortal was of a superior caliber. Extinguishing those beneath him was as effortless as crushing an ant. Mo Lure, upon witnessing the scene, turned pale but desperately implored Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, I beg you, spare him. I truly plead with you. You are not the Zhong Lua I once knew. Zhang Dong, looking at the tearful Mo Lure who was pleading for Mo Ahan, felt his own countenance lose color. Once, Zhong Lure had exuded confidence and beauty in the face of adversity, but now reluctantly, Zhong Dong released his grip, letting go of Mo Ahan's neck. Coughing, Mo Ahan gasped for breath. Mo Lure, filled with concern, inquired, Ahan, are you all right? I'm fine, Mo Ahan replied, shaking his head despite his pale complexion. Zhou Jun observed this unfolding drama with a heavy heart, reflecting on the circumstances. He had been an onlooker, and now he grasped the essence of the situation. In essence, Zhang Dong and Mo Lure had once been a couple, but Mo Luo's family had opposed their union, threatening her with dire consequences should she continue her relationship with the impoverished Zhong Dong. Consequently, Mo Lure had no choice but to let go. Later, the Tomb Guard clan continued to pressure Mo Lure, leading her to marry one of their own outstanding talents. Perhaps, as time passed, she genuinely developed feelings for Mo Ahan, resulting in the birth of a child. Subsequently, Zhang Dong, having entered the tutelage of a powerful master, trained diligently and rose in prominence. Seizing an opportunity, he sought to confront his past. According to the typical narrative of most tales, one would expect the Tomb Guard clan to regret their earlier actions upon witnessing Zhang Dong's newfound strength and formidable backing. Yet, reality often proves to be more unforgiving. No one waits indefinitely, whether due to personal circumstances or external factors. Time itself is replete with uncertainties. Thus, by the time Zhang Dong sought retribution a century later, Mo Lure had already married and started a family. Chapter 160, The Despairing Black Cloud Taoist. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong gazed at Mo Lure, who was concerned for Mo Han, and felt a profound sense of desolation. He understood that everything was now beyond hope. Master, let us depart, Zhang Dong said, his spirit waning as he addressed the Black Cloud Taoist. Depart? The Black Cloud Taoist's face twisted into a cold smile. Why should we leave? It is not so easily done. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the head of the Tomb Guardian clan, Mo Fan, and a greedy glint flickered in his eyes. I have heard that the Jade Emperor Mou of the Celestial Realm fell into this world due to an unfortunate accident. Is it true that you guard the tomb of the Jade Emperor? And if it is? Mo Fan replied coldly. Now that the Jade Emperor has found eternal rest, my clan shall not allow you to disturb her. They were acutely aware that the Jade Emperor had perished in the battle against demonic cultivators and had been properly interred by the Celestial Lordly. Naturally, they wished for no one to disrupt her peace. Furthermore, according to ancestral teachings, should anyone enter the tomb of the Celestial Lord, it would never be reopened thereafter. Haha. You claim not to disturb, yet can you truly prevent me? You insignificant ants cannot stand in my way. The Black Cloud Taoist's face contorted into a sinister grin. It was evident that his primary aim in visiting the Tomb Guardian clan was the Celestial Lord's tomb, and his so-called assistance to his disciple was merely a pretext. After all, at his level of cultivation, he would not rise early without a reward. Then you shall have to tread over our corpses. Mo Fan retorted angrily. The true immortals of the Tomb Guardian clan stood resolutely beside Mo Fan, exuding an aura of terrifying power. They could no longer contain themselves. This master and disciple had been aggressive since their arrival, truly believing that the Tomb Guardian clan was a soft target to be easily manipulated. Is that all you have? The Black Cloud Taoist sneered, and in an instant, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the previously clear sky. Master, Zhang Dong's countenance changed drastically upon witnessing his master's intention to strike against the Tomb Guardian clan. Truth be told, he did not wish to see Mo Lua harmed. Fool. The Black Cloud Taoist shot a frigid glance at Zhang Dong. Is it worth abandoning the immense opportunity to enter the Celestial Lord's tomb for a woman who has already forsaken you? Once you attain greater power, you will have your pick of women. You were not so indecisive when you followed me before. Why now does your mind falter? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong's face turned pale. Master, I silence. The Black Cloud Taoist cut him off. His cold gaze fixated on Mo Fan and the assembled true immortals of the Tomb Guardian clan, his eyes narrowing as he declared, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Will you allow me to enter the Celestial Lord's tomb? Should you remain obstinate, Do not blame me for exterminating everyone within this small world. The true immortals of the Tomb Guardian clan exchanged glances, their faces betraying mocking smiles. The Black Cloud Taoist indeed possesses the capability to vanquish them. However, with Lihujun present, his audacious bravado is nothing short of courting death. The Black Cloud Taoist, perceiving the disdainful expressions on the faces of those around him, felt an immense surge of indignation. Just as he was about to strike, he was restrained by Zhang Dong, who implored him earnestly, "Master, this Yunjushan has undoubtedly suffered a fall from grace, and her strength must be lacking. Even if we were to seize her opportunity, it would yield little benefit." "Foolish brat," the Black Cloud Taoist retorted, disappointment lacing his voice. "I truly misjudged you. Are you now willing to defy your master for the sake of a woman?" As his words echoed, the Black Cloud Taoist's body trembled, and Zhang Dong was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth mid-air. "Observe closely, young one. Today, I shall impart another lesson. Anyone who hinders one's cultivation, regardless of who they may be, shall meet their demise." He snarled with a wicked grin. Zhang Dong lay on the ground, gazing at his master with a dazed expression. Suddenly, applause erupted. The Black Cloud Taoist and the true celestial beings of the Tomb Guardian clan turned their attention to the source of the clapping. It was none other than Zhou Jun. Clearly, the Black Cloud Taoist had just declared his intent to slaughter everyone in the small world, including Zhou Jun himself. "What are you doing?" the Black Cloud Taoist demanded, narrowing his eyes at the applauding Zhou Jun. This young man, seemingly facing imminent peril, still retained his audacity. Truly remarkable. "As you can see, I am merely applauding," Zhou Jun replied with a smile. "Don't be hasty. You cannot escape either." The Black Cloud Taoist sneered at the composed Zhou Jun. The audacity of this man towards Lihujun was astonishing. He was likely a recent arrival from the celestial realm, utterly unaware of her formidable power. The true celestial beings of the Tomb Guardian clan regarded the brazen Black Cloud Taoist with expressions akin to those observing a jester. "Dang, the system has never encountered such an arrogant individual. A mission has been issued with two options. 1. Engage the Black Cloud Taoist in combat. The system will reward the host with a defense artifact crafted from tortoiseshell. 2. Eliminate the Black Cloud Taoist. The system will reward the host with a Celestial Spirit Pill. Celestial Spirit Pill, an upgraded version of the Golden Spirit Pill, capable of assisting true celestial cultivators in their training and enhancing their cultivation level. A defense artifact? Zhou Jun pondered momentarily. It seemed unnecessary for him. Thus, he could only opt for the second choice. "I choose option 2, Zhou Jun declared. "Ding, you have 30 minutes to resolve the combat. Otherwise, the reward will become void." The host is urged to conclude swiftly. Just as the system's message faded, the Black Cloud Taoist made the first move. With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, the heavens erupted in a cacophony of thunder and lightning. From the tempestuous clouds above, 5 colossal dragon figures, formed from the gathered rain, descended with a cataclysmic aura, roaring with a thunderous intensity. The true immortals of the Guardian clan, witnessing the spectacle, turned pale with fear. The 9th grade true immortal was overwhelmingly powerful, so formidable that those beneath the 9th grade stood no chance of resistance. Should these 5 rain dragons descend upon the small world of the Guardian clan, it would not merely face annihilation in an instant, but would undoubtedly plunge into chaos and misery. Zhou Jun's eyes reflected the descending water dragons, his expression steady. If a swift resolution was required, he would deploy a spiritual talisman infused with the might of an immortal lord. With that thought, Zhou Jun pointed his sword, sending forth a hidden talisman towards the Black-clad Taoist. In an instant, the talisman radiated divine light, transforming in midair into a terrifying multitude of sword shadows that obscured the sun. Under this onslaught of 1,000 sword shadows, the 5 dragon figures were reduced to mere specks, dissipating like a gentle rain. Yet, even after decimating the 5 water dragons, the momentum of the sword shadows did not wane. They coalesced into an enormous sword of immense power, exuding an aura capable of sundering the very heavens. As the colossal sword descended upon the black-clad Taoist, he found himself frozen in disbelief, as if paralyzed with dread. How could this be? The young man known as Lihujun could wield such terrifying force with a mere flick of his wrist. Could he truly be an immortal lord? Overwhelmed by despair, the black-clad Taoist's heart sank. "Master, flee." In the distance, Zhang Dong, who had been hurled away by the black-clad Taoist and was still spitting blood, watched this unfolding scene with eyes wide in agony. Despite having been struck by the black-clad Taoist, he realized that without him, there would be no Zhang Dong today. Boom. Just as Zhang Dong's words hung in the air, the immense sword crashed down upon the black-clad Taoist like a bolt of thunder. In that moment, the sword penetrated the Taoist's body. Though his form appeared unscathed, his immortal soul had been utterly obliterated by the sword's might. This strike could sever an immortal soul without harming the physical body. Li Xianjuan's mastery of sword control had reached a level of terrifying prowess, truly befitting the youngest of immortal lords. The true immortals of the Guardian clan stood in awe of Li Zhoujuan's unparalleled strength. In truth, he had merely unleashed a single talisman. Master. At that moment, Zhang Dong gazed at the black-clad Taoist, who stood frozen and devoid of life. His face a mask of sorrow, yet a flicker of hidden satisfaction glimmered in his eyes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Celestial Sovereign for his timely intervention. Meanwhile, the esteemed immortals of the Tomb Guarding clan, upon regaining their composure, respectfully bowed to Lord Li Zhou. Ignoring the members of the Tomb Guarding clan, Li Zhou narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Zhang Dong. He pondered whether to eliminate this youth or spare him. After all, Zhang Dong's life history seemed to align with the archetype of a destined child of fate. Having slain his master, Li Zhou found justification for his actions. Yet, could a child of destiny be swayed by reason? Should this boy harbor animosity towards him? Li Zhou was unafraid, however. He feared the possibility of Zhang Dong seeking retribution against the Daotian sect. Zhang Dong, sensing the hostility emanating from Li Zhou, hastily implored, Celestial Sovereign. My master was at fault first. He has already paid the price for his actions, yet he remains my master. I humbly request your permission to carry his remains for a proper burial, fulfilling my duty as a disciple. Li Zhou remained silent, as the system was currently notifying him about the distribution of celestial spirit elixirs. Mistaking Li Zhou's silence for acquiescence, Zhang Dong bowed deeply before shouldering the lifeless body of the Black Cloud Taoist, whose soul had been severed by a single sword strike, and departed from the Tomb Guarding clan's miniature world. It was only after Zhang Dong had left and the celestial spirit elixirs had been dispensed that Li Zhou glanced at the members of the Tomb Guarding clan and remarked with a smile, I shall not linger here any longer. With that, he stepped into the void and vanished from sight. We bid farewell to Lord Li. The true immortals of the Tomb Guarding clan, led by Mo Fan, reverently sent him off. Upon leaving the Tomb Guarding clan, Li Zhou did not choose to venture elsewhere. Instead, he concealed himself within the void, following closely behind Zhang Dong, intrigued to ascertain whether this youth truly possessed the fortune of a destined child. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong was blissfully unaware of Li Zhou trailing him. After all, Li Zhou had attained the rank of a second-tier true immortal, making it nearly impossible for Zhang Dong, a mere integration realm cultivator, to detect his presence. Thus, Li Zhou shadowed Zhang Dong for an extended period. Old man. You chose not to leave when given the chance. Now that you are dead, your celestial form shall serve as my puppet. Prepare to be refined by me. At this moment, assured that no one was around, Zhang Dong traversed the boundless expanse of the desert while carrying the corpse of the Black Cloud Taoist. Guffawing, he addressed the lifeless body, Old man, do not blame me. That day, while you indulged in celestial wine and became inebriated, I noticed you revealing the formula for refining meat elixirs, casting furtive glances my way. I see your unwavering dedication to nurturing me was merely a ploy to refine me into a meat elixir once my cultivation reached a certain level. In your eyes, I am no different from a pig raised for slaughter. Yet, while you plotted against me, did you not consider that I was also scheming against you? From the very beginning, I recognized Zhou Jun. He had displayed the prowess of a celestial sovereign a century ago. In other words, I merely utilized his hand to eliminate you. In retrospect, I have played the role of the filial disciple quite successfully. Otherwise, I would not have been able to extract your celestial form. Rest assured, old man, after your departure, your celestial body, magical treasures, elixirs, and divine abilities will all belong to me. Sooner or later, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this realm, and at that time, not only the Tomb Guardian clan, but the entire Daotian sect will bow before my feet. By the way, I have heard that Murong Shui of the Daotian sect is a peerless beauty among mortals. As he spoke, Zhang Dong began to cackle with delight, as though victory was within his grasp. At that moment, though he maintained some caution, it was minimal. After all, he did not believe that Zhou Jun would follow him. For how could a celestial sovereign, the apex of the lower realm, stoop to engage in such underhanded tactics? Surely, he was lofty and detached from worldly affairs. If he truly wished to kill me, he could have done so within the confines of the Tomb Guardian clan's small world. As for the Tomb Guardian clan, they were of no concern. With his master already deceased, they would not regard him highly, believing he could stir no significant waves. Moreover, he had just surveyed the surroundings and found no one present. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, who was trailing behind Zhang Dong, was utterly astonished. Was this young man's scheming truly so profound? Had it not been for his vigilance in following closely and listening attentively, Zhou Jun realized he might have been deceived by this boy's performance. Indeed, the waters of the cultivation world run deep, filled with cunning individuals. Zhou Jun sighed. It seemed this boy could not be allowed to live. With such shrewdness and depth of character, should I show him mercy, it was likely that upon my ascension, he would grow powerful enough to elude the control of the Daodian sect. Moreover, this boy had unwittingly mentioned Murong Shui, a sensitive topic for Lihujun. Ding. The host surely does not wish to see this treacherous boy trample upon Qishou and strike the Daodian sect, does he? The system has issued a task, eliminate Zhong Dong, and the host shall receive generous rewards. Upon hearing the task from the system and observing Zhong Dong's triumphant demeanor, a chilling murderous intent surged within Li Zhoujuan's eyes. Zhong Dong, burdened with the corpse of the Black Cloud Taoist, seemed to sense something and abruptly turned around, only to find Li Zhoujuan smiling at him. Li Xianjun. Zhong Dong gasped in horror, his eyes wide with fear. I'm sorry, but I heard everything you just said, Li Zhoujuan replied with a resigned smile. No, Li Xianjun. What I said earlier was not as you think, Zhong Dong stammered, panicking as he sought to explain, bewildered as to why Li Zhoujuan, a dignified celestial sovereign, would deign to follow a mere cultivator of the fusion realm. However, Li Zhoujuan was well aware of the peril that verbosity posed to villains, and thus refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Zhong Dong. With a mere flick of his fingertip, an unremarkable sword chi erupted instantaneously, producing a fleeting sound of air being rent asunder. In the next moment, it pierced through Zhong Dong's brow, extinguishing the very soul within him. In his final moments, Zhong Dong's eyes were filled with bewilderment and a lingering sense of resentment. Chapter 162, Arrival in the Celestial Realm. Beep, congratulations, host, for completing the task and slaying Zhong Dong. Beep, the system awards you with a divine ability, Determining Heaven. Determining Heaven, a method of the Celestial Emperor. Utilizing the cosmos as a board and mystical energy as pieces, 1 move ensnares the dragon, 2 moves precipitate the fall of stars, 3 moves establish dominion over heaven. Ah. The system has truly gone all out, even revealing the Celestial Emperor's method, Li Zhoujuan remarked in astonishment. Beep, shouldn't you call me father for this? Get lost. Li Zhoujuan retorted, exasperated. Was this system not a little unhinged, insisting on being called father? Beep, feeling hurt. At that moment, Li Zhoujuan turned his gaze towards the corpse of the Black Cloud Taoist. Without a moment's hesitation, he thoroughly searched the bodies of master and disciple, but found nothing of value, only a few celestial crystals and elixirs. After looting the remains of the duo, Li Zhoujuan cast a wisp of spiritual fire upon them to erase their existence. Zhong Dong's corpse was consumed almost entirely by the flames upon contact. However, the body of the Black Cloud Taoist proved resilient. After a prolonged effort, it remained unscathed, despite his fall from the true celestial realm. The Black Cloud Taoist's body had been tempered by numerous lightning tribulations, rendering it a true celestial physique. Li Zhoujuan's second-grade true celestial fire could hardly inflict any damage. After rummaging through the Black Cloud Taoist's storage ring for a while, Li Zhoujuan indeed discovered the item he sought, the transformation water. Even the corpse of a celestial could be transformed into corpse water. It was truly a remarkable treasure for eradicating evidence after a kill. He poured a drop of transformation water onto the Black Cloud Taoist's body. In an instant, the seemingly indestructible form disintegrated into visible white bones, which then transformed into a pool of corpse water. Having completed this task, Li Zhoujuan was preparing to return to the Daotian sect when the system chimed in once more. Beep. The host is now a true celestial. Remaining in the Tianyuan realm holds little significance. If the host chooses to depart for the celestial realm within 1 hour, a new player gift package will be awarded. 1 hour? Are you rushing me to reincarnate? Li Zhoujuan's lips twitched. Nevertheless, he transmitted a thought back to the Daotian sect, informing Murong Shui of his impending journey to the celestial realm. After concluding these matters, Li Zhoujuan looked skyward and smiled, saying, System, let us depart. Beep, off we go. As the voice of the system faded, Li Zhoujuan felt the winds of change swirling around him, as if he had traversed an immensely thick barrier. When he opened his eyes again, the desolate landscape had transformed into a picturesque realm of mountains and clear waters. The spiritual energy in this place was extraordinarily rich, several times denser than that of the Tianyuan realm. Ding, newbie gift package from the Immortal Realm has been sent. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received 3 immortal spirit pills, 1 million immortal crystals, and your cultivation has been elevated to the 3rd rank true immortal. With the system's announcements, Li Zhoujuan sensed his internal magical power surging anew, and after a gradual calming, he found that his power had increased severalfold once more. In just one day, Li Zhoujuan had ascended from a 1st rank true immortal to a 3rd rank true immortal, a speed that would bring tears to even the most seasoned of old monsters. Is this the immortal realm? It seems not much different from the Tianyuan realm, aside from the richer spiritual energy, Li Zhoujuan mused as he surveyed his surroundings. Oh, Are you a true immortal who has ascended from the lower realms? Just as Zhou Jun was taking in the scenery, two figures descended from the sky, riding the clouds. One was a handsome man and the other, a beautiful woman. It was the woman who had spoken. And you are? Zhou Jun inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity. Haha. We are the true immortal elders of the Yunjushan domain, Lingyu Immortal Sect, the woman replied with a smile. I am Jisida, and this is my senior brother. Dengichen, may I ask for your esteemed surname, friend? One may simply call me Li, Zhou Jun replied. Ah, so it is the esteemed true immortal Li. Jisida beamed. To ascend from the lower realms to the immortal realm, you must indeed be a prodigy. Might I invite true immortal Li to join our Lingyu sect as an honorary elder? If you agree. Our sect is willing to provide you with abundant cultivation resources and 120,000 immortal crystals each year. Such a favorable offer? Zhou Jun regarded the pair with astonishment. Primarily, our Lingyu sect is in dire need of talents like true immortal Li, who have ascended from the lower realms. Dengichen added. Zhou Jun jestingly asked, You aren't trying to trick me into working in the mines, are you? Jisida and Dengichen exchanged glances. Jisida conveyed to Dengichen through a thought, Brother, this native from the lower realms appears quite cautious. We must entice him back to the Lingyu sect to mine for immortal crystals. This year, we have only recruited 3 true immortals from the lower realms for mining in this area, where many often ascend. If we do not reach 5, we may face the wrath of the Grand Elder and be forced to labor alongside these ascended natives in the perilous and arduous mines. Dengichen communicated back, stating, If it truly comes to that, junior sister, you may need to endure some hardship and sacrifice a bit of your allure. Should that fail, we will have no choice but to resort to force. A true immortal who has ascended from the lower realms, based on past experiences, is unlikely to exceed the 3rd rank. After all, the tribulations beyond the 3rd rank in the lower realms are quite formidable, and this individual ascended without much commotion, likely relying on golden light, indicating he has just progressed from the 1st rank of true immortality. Both of us are 3rd rank true immortals. As long as we bring him back to Lingyu sect, the subsequent matters will not trouble us. Very well. Ji Sidong, recalling the dangers lurking within the celestial crystal mines, turned pale. The celestial crystal mine, true to its name, is the very place where celestial crystals are produced. Moreover, these mines are exceedingly robust, rendering ordinary cultivators below the rank of true immortal utterly incapable of mining them. Only true immortals possess the strength to extract resources from these depths. Furthermore, there is a significant possibility that beings of celestial immortal caliber, or even higher, inhabit these mines. Since the establishment of Lingyu sect, numerous true immortals have mysteriously perished within those tunnels. True immortal Li, you jest. Who among those who have ascended to true immortality from the 3,000 realms is not a prodigy? Ji Sidong continued. As long as true immortal Li accompanies us back, we shall provide him with the finest delicacies and the company of beautiful maidens. At this moment, in her determination to secure Zhou Jun as a pawn, Ji Sidong, as was her custom, resorted to her enchanting techniques. She cast a flirtatious glance at Zhou Jun and, with her fair, delicate hand, attempted to reach towards his chest. However, her charms proved ineffective against Zhou Jun, a man who had faced celestial lords and even emperors multiple times. Each encounter with such formidable beings had fortified his resolve and composure. Zhou Jun deftly evaded Ji Sidong's hand, wearing a smile as he remarked, Do not touch me. I find it distasteful. Offering unsolicited kindness often conceals ulterior motives. The duo's demeanor evoked a sense of familiarity reminiscent of those deceitful individuals from my past life, who lured unsuspecting victims abroad with promises of high salaries. The unfortunate souls who fell for such traps seldom met with favorable fates, often facing grievous consequences. Moreover, can a virtuous person truly rely on such beguiling tactics to draw others in? Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Ji Sidong's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Chapter 163, The Son of the Emperor? True immortal Li, you possess quite the way with words. Observing his junior sister's enchanting techniques failing against Zhou Jun, Dengichen expression darkened. Ji Sidong, stung by Zhou Jun's mockery, abandoned her earlier gentle demeanor and retorted fiercely, Senior brother, since this Li, a mere native from the lower realms, refuses our hospitality, we shall dispense with pleasantries and take him back directly to the elders. Zhou Jun, witnessing their exchange, shook his head with a sigh, reflecting, This celestial realm is truly inhospitable. Right from the outset, there are those seeking to ensnare me. Hee. The depths of the celestial realm are profound indeed. You are still too young, my boy. With a cold smirk, Dengichen ceased his idle chatter with Zhou Jun. After exchanging a glance with Ji-Sidon, the two of them suddenly unleashed the formidable pressure of third-grade true immortals, their forms darting like dragons as they approached Zhou Jun from either side. Zhou Jun chuckled. In the past, he would have acted ruthlessly, deploying a fifth-grade true immortal artifact to vanquish the duo in an instant, or he would have engaged in a fierce contest of equals. However, now that he possessed the Imperial Law and was also a third-grade true immortal, he was curious to assess his standing among his peers. As Zhou Jun narrowed his eyes, his azure robe billowed without wind, and in an instant, a colossal transparent chessboard descended, enveloping a radius of 100 miles. This was the dragon-trapped formation. Within the confines of the chessboard, Ji-Sidon and Dang Yichen were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. They felt as if they bore the weight of 10 mountains. Unable to move an inch, Zhou Jun opened his eyes and surveyed the area shrouded by the chessboard, his expression one of astonishment. Given his cultivation level, he could easily cover a radius of 10,000 miles with the dragon-trapped formation in the lower realm. It must be due to the more refined laws of the celestial realm and the denser spiritual energy. One could liken the lower realm to a wall of crumbling tofu, while the celestial realm resembled a wall forged of iron, and the cultivators are akin to hammers. Striking the wall of tofu is effortless. Yet breaking through the iron wall is a different matter altogether. Third-grade true immortal. At that moment, as Zhou Jun made his move, Ji-Sidon and Dang Yichen gazed at him in utter disbelief. Fear not, junior sister. As fellow third-grade true immortals, we can certainly subdue him in a 2-on-1. Dang Yichen proclaimed, his face flushed red as his aura surged dramatically, attempting to counteract the immense pressure within the chessboard. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results. Ji-Sidon fared even worse, her posture bent under the strain, nearly collapsing to her knees. He seems to be wielding the Imperial Law, Ji-Sidon thought, her heart racing with astonishment. Dang Yichen's complexion turned pale. He could not fathom how an individual from the lower realm could possess the Imperial Law. Was it not impossible for someone from the lower realm to cultivate such power, given the absence of conditions conducive to its mastery? The Imperial Law was derived from the insights of the Celestial Emperor into the heavenly principles of the Celestial Realm. While those from the Celestial Realm could practice it in the lower realm, the reverse was not feasible due to the incomplete heavenly principles of the lower realm. Yet this young man has just ascended and can already utilize the Imperial Law. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? It could be said that this young man is an Imperial Prince from the Celestial Realm, descending to the mortal world to experience life. Or perhaps a holy son from a sacred land. Upon his return to the Celestial Realm, he should be greeted with a resplendent display of golden clouds, surrounded by myriad celestial beings, with heavenly music echoing all around, creating a scene so grand it would be almost ostentatious. Yet, here he stands, solitary and unaccompanied. And it appears he did not ascend by breaking through the barriers between realms, but rather was brought forth by a radiant light. Could he be an emperor of the immortals? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. If he truly were an immortal emperor, the two of them would have long been dead. At this moment, Ji-Sidon and Dang Yichen gazed at Zhou Jun, who stood at the center of the chessboard like a deity poised between heaven and earth, their hearts profoundly shaken. However, Zhou Jun remained unaware of their inner turmoil as he immersed himself in mastering this imperial technique. The first application, Confining Dragon, simply involves creating a domain within which the enemy is ensnared, unable to move, while the practitioner may utilize their divine powers within this realm to gain enhancement. Upon grasping this principle, Zhou Jun looked at Ji-Sidon and Dang Yichen, who were now breathless after a single step, and couldn't help but smile. Do you still wish to take my life? The Imperial Prince, spare me. Unable to contain her emotions, Ji-Sidon burst into tears. No longer concerned about Zhou Jun's mastery of the Imperial technique or his identity, she simply opted for the most flattering titles. Subsequently, she ceased to resist the pressure emanating from the chessboard and, with a soft thud, knelt upon the ground, her tear-streaked face radiating an irresistible charm. Sister you. Seeing Ji-Sidon beg for mercy, Dang Yichen was taken aback, astonished that this junior sister could act more swiftly than he. Without hesitation, he too knelt before Zhou Jun, crying out, Your Highness, we truly wish to be virtuous. However, if we fail to recruit 5 true immortals for our sect's mining within a year, our fate will be dire. We are compelled to act thus. For the sake of our lives, kneeling is not a disgrace. Your Highness? Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback by their address. To be called an imperial prince implied he was the son of an immortal emperor. How could they so casually bestow upon him a father he never had? This was intolerable, as irritation welled up within him. He prepared to unleash the second application of the technique, Falling Stars, only to find, to his astonishment, that his internal mana was insufficient to perform it. Zhou Jun inhaled sharply. His mana was far more potent than that of an ordinary third-grade true immortal, yet even so, It could only barely sustain the first application of the imperial technique for a fleeting moment, perhaps only when he reached an equal standing with an immortal emperor. Attaining that realm himself, could he fully unleash the true power of this imperial technique. Thus, it seemed he would have to resort to a ruthless display once more, employing the newly ascended 5th grade true immortal artifact, the proud snow-flying sword, to vanquish the two before him. Meanwhile, Deng Yichen sensed that the pressure upon him was diminishing, and a glimmer of greed emerged in his once pitiful gaze. This young man wielded the methods of an emperor with the power of a true immortal, and it seemed that his internal energy had nearly been depleted. Should he succeed in eliminating him, the emperor's techniques would be his to claim. As for whether Lihujun was indeed the emperor's son, Deng could scarcely be bothered. As the saying goes, the bold may thrive while the timid perish. In the face of overwhelming temptation, some individuals truly lose their rationality and gamble everything. It was akin to those bank robbers in Lihujun's past life, who, fully aware of the potential to be riddled with bullets, still dared to take action. Furthermore, even if Lihujun were the genuine emperor's son, there were still reckless individuals who would dare to scheme against him, though they seldom found the opportunity. Typically, an emperor's son would be exceedingly cautious during their travels. Even if they chose to engage, they would not immediately exhaust their internal energy with grand displays of power, and they were often accompanied by formidable protectors. However, should the emperor's son find himself alone, there would indeed be those willing to strike. After all, the celestial realm is vast, comprising 5 major domains: the northern, southern, central, eastern, and western celestial regions. Within these 5 domains lie countless smaller realms, each comparable in size to a world in the mortal realm. Thus, if an emperor did not leave behind any means of protection on their offspring, locating them would prove difficult. In the annals of the celestial realm, there once existed an emperor known as the Fallen Taoist. Prior to achieving his status, he encountered an emperor's son who had just survived a great battle, lost his protector, depleted the protective means bestowed by the emperor, and was severely injured. This emperor's son pointed at the fallen Taoist, who, unable to restrain his temper, ended up killing him outright, seizing the cultivation resources from the emperor's son. He then lived in hiding for hundreds of thousands of years until he attained the level of an emperor, ascending to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, earning the title of the Fallen Emperor, with countless celestial beings paying homage to him. Of course, this is merely an anecdote. Most who dared to confront an emperor's son met a grim fate. Yet, even as an exception, it signifies that opportunities indeed exist, compelling some to act recklessly. Chapter 164. The Frenzied Deng Yichen Jr. Sister. He has exhausted his internal energy. If we join forces to eliminate him, the treasures he possesses shall be divided between us. Deng Yichen's eyes gleamed with madness as he transmitted this thought to Ji Sidong. Ji Sidong, stunned, replied, "Senior brother. He possesses the emperor's techniques and is likely the son of a certain imperial dynasty or a holy offspring of the great sacred lands. If we act against him, we may not even comprehend the manner of our demise." Deng Yichen scoffed, "Foolishness. We have already offended him, even if we do not kill him now. Once he returns to his backing force and sends strong reinforcements, the entirety of the Yunjushan domain may very well face annihilation. Since death is inevitable, why not take the risk?" Upon hearing Deng Yichen's words, Ji Sidon's face flickered with a hint of struggle, yet ultimately, her fervor triumphed over reason. Her senior brother was right. After all, death was inevitable, so why not take a gamble? Just as the two were exchanging thoughts telepathically, Zhou Jun observed his own spiritual power surging forth like a flood unleashed, and thus, he withdrew the imperial technique, regarding the duo with a smile, as if he had already surmised their intentions. "Very well, senior brother, I shall comply with your wishes. Let us eliminate him and divide the treasures he possesses." Ji Sidon communicated to Deng Yichen. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Deng Yichen's eyes. To take down the prince even after exhausting much of his own power was no trivial task. However, with the assistance of a 3rd grade true immortal, the odds were significantly improved. As for the idea of sharing the spoils, that was merely a ruse. In the face of substantial benefits, even the closest of kin could turn against each other. The treasures belonging to a prince were immensely valuable. How could he possibly agree to relinquish half of it? Once the blue-robed prince was dealt with, the next to perish would surely be his junior sister. Yet, Deng Yichen was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Ji Sidon was equally astute. She was well aware of her senior brother's character. He was the type to dismantle the bridge after crossing it. Hence, after disposing of the blue-robed prince, she planned to strike first, eliminate Deng Yichen, and depart from this realm with the treasures, leaving no trace behind. "Junior sister, let us advance," Deng Yichen bellowed, rising from the ground with fervor, brandishing a dagger that transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Lihujun. "Lihujun, Witnessing this scene found it somewhat amusing. The speed of their change in demeanor was quite remarkable. Just as he prepared to act, a figure clad in resplendent attire suddenly appeared before him, as if traversing the very fabric of reality. This figure wielded a gigantic sword, sweeping it with great force, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that sent Deng Yiqin hurtling backward. Lu Daofeng, as he steadied himself after being flung away. Deng Yiqin recognized the newcomer, a strikingly handsome young man in blue finery, and his expression soured. However, the newcomer paid no heed to Deng Yiqin's displeasure. Instead, turning to Li Shojun with a warm smile, softly remarking, Lu Daofeng of the Lu family from the Jade Prosperity Domain has arrived late. My apologies for startling the prince. Li Shojun replied with a hint of exasperation. Is it really necessary to treat me as someone with an imperial deity as a backing just because you can wield an imperial technique? Nonetheless, he understood their apprehension. After all, the methods of an imperial deity were not within everyone's reach. First and foremost, practicing the techniques of an imperial deity required vast resources. This resource is not something that ordinary individuals can afford to consume. Thus, even if someone were to stumble upon the Celestial Emperor's techniques, they would be unable to cultivate them. This indicates that those who practice the Celestial Emperor's methods are undoubtedly backed by exceptionally powerful forces. Secondly, the cultivation of the Celestial Emperor's techniques typically requires direct guidance from the Celestial Emperor themselves. Otherwise, any minor misstep in practice could lead to catastrophic failure. Unless the practitioner possesses the innate talents akin to that of a Celestial Emperor, gifts so prodigious that they border on the monstrous, such occurrences are nearly non-existent and can be disregarded. Throughout history, there have been very few such unparalleled prodigies. Therefore, through the process of elimination, Lu Daofeng deduces that there is at least a 99% probability that Li Zhou is a prince or holy son of a top-tier power. Meanwhile, observing Li Zhouju's silence, Lu Daofeng turned to Deng Yiqin, a smirk appearing on his face. Deng Yiqin, do take a moment to assess your own capabilities. Even if you were to attain imperial methods, do you truly believe you could rival the monstrous talents of a fallen celestial emperor through mere self-study? If you dare to assassinate a prince, brace yourself for the annihilation of your clan by the great powers. Li Shojun glanced at Lu Daofeng, who was being exceedingly obsequious, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. During his time in the minor world of the Supreme Hall of the Dao Heaven sect, he had heard Jin Yunzi mention that the sect's founder, Qin Tianyi, ascended to the celestial realm and indeed became a celestial emperor, subsequently establishing the Dao Heaven Celestial Palace. However, even if he were to join the Dao Heaven Celestial Palace, he would merely be an ordinary disciple, wouldn't he? Nevertheless, if others have misconstrued his identity, let them continue in their misunderstanding. Li Shojun could not be bothered to clarify, for the identity of a prince allows for certain privileges in this realm. Yet, the unexpected addition of a father figure was somewhat vexing. Ding, what do you mean by unexpected? This system has now adopted the title of the Great Emperor Ding Ding. You should address me as father. Li Zhou. System, I want a 50-50 split. Ding. Well, have you considered running around this world while singing Conquer? Forget it. I will contemplate further, Li Zhou thought. At this moment, Deng Yiqin's countenance darkened as he beheld the suddenly appearing Lu Daofeng, who bore an air of mockery. The Lu family, from which Lu Daofeng hails, is a powerful clan that stands on par with the Lingyu sect. Lu Daofeng is the son of Lu Hai, the head of the Lu family. Although he often presents himself as a carefree individual, his talents are not to be underestimated, having cultivated to the level of a third-grade true immortal. Furthermore, Lu Daofeng is notably astute, thriving in the Yuxing domain. Clearly, he has sensed the fluctuations of the imperial methods and has come to rescue this Li prince, aiming to create a debt of gratitude that would elevate the Lu family's status in the Yuxing domain. After all, in the remote Yuxing domain of the southern celestial region, the strongest beings are merely ninth-grade celestial immortals. Senior brother, what shall we do? Ji Sadeo was now thoroughly flustered. With the arrival of Lu Daofeng, it seems that the two of them will not be able to kill Li Zhou. It appears they can only fight to the death. Deng Yiqin declared fiercely. Fight to the death? Do you think you are worthy? Lu Daofeng scoffed. He then turned to Li Zhou and said, Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall take care of these two insignificant pests. I will not disappoint your high hopes. Li Zhou replied. When have I ever placed high hopes on you? I am completely unaware of that. Meanwhile, Deng Yiqin spoke solemnly to the still-dazed Ji Sidon. Junior sister, hold Lu Daofeng off for a moment. I will eliminate that Li fellow and come to assist you. Chapter 165. The Imperial Law, second fall after Deng Yiqin finished speaking to Ji Sidon. He attempted to bypass Lu Daofeng and launch an attack on Li Zhou. Observing this, Lu Daofeng chuckled and said, If you two wish to harm even a hair on the Excellency, you must first step over my dead body. As Lu Daofeng's words fell, he swept a massive sword forward, and in an instant, a tremendous tempest surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Junior sister, why are you still not making a move? Dang Yichen, now blocked by Lu Daofeng's sword, looked back at Ji Sidon with frustration. Ji Sidon responded, brother, you should hold Lu Daofeng at bay. I am no match for him. How could she not realize that if she held off Lu Daofeng while her senior brother dealt with the Zhou Jun, he would undoubtedly seize the treasure and flee without a second thought? Are you still plotting? Dang Yichen, engaged in combat with Lu Daofeng, was instantly incensed by her words. Ji Sidon scoffed. Brother, what schemes are you hiding? Am I not aware? If I hold off Lu Daofeng, will you even care about me after you have slain that excellency? Junior sister, your brother is not the kind of person you think he is. Dang Yichen protested vehemently, though a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His intention was indeed as Ji Sidon had surmised after he dealt with Zhou Jun. He planned to abandon all responsibilities and flee. However, I must admit, I had underestimated my junior sister. Her intellect shines brightly in critical moments. Meanwhile, Ji Sidon disregarded Dang Yichen's protests and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Zhou Jun, intent on a swift resolution and immediate escape. Zhou Jun found himself at a loss for words. These two individuals exuded an unwavering confidence that they could easily kill him. Do I truly appear so feeble? However, shortly thereafter, Ji Sidon, like Dang Yichen, found her path obstructed by Lu Daofeng. You two little weaklings are truly pathetic, with such meager strength. You dare to lay a hand on the excellency? Lu Daofeng taunted as he firmly held Ji Sidon and Dang Yichen at bay with his massive sword. Though they were all of the third-rank true immortals, it was evident that Lu Daofeng's prowess surpassed theirs by a significant margin. Arrogant. Dang Yichen was provoked by Lu Daofeng, his hands wielding a dagger in each, transforming into a flurry of shadows that enveloped Lu Daofeng in a cascade of dagger illusions. Lu Daofeng, with a disdainful glint in his eyes, shook his colossal sword, dissipating the myriad shadows of daggers into thin air. After effortlessly countering Dang Yichen's attack, Ji Sidang's formidable spell followed suit. A white seal of magic surged toward Lu Daofeng's chest. In a moment of urgency, Lu Daofeng raised his giant sword to block. With a thunderous crash, the seal struck the sword, causing Lu Daofeng to stagger back several steps before regaining his stance. At that very moment, both Ji Sidong and Dang Yicheng recognized the opportunity to strike Zhou Jun, and a terrifying aura erupted from their beings. Die! Dang Yicheng bellowed with veins protruding on his face as he gazed at Zhou Jun, just as he was about to hurl his dagger at him. Suddenly, a piercing sound resonated as a long sword pierced through his body. Stunned, Dang Yicheng looked down in disbelief, seeing the sword's tip protruding from his chest. Glistening with his own blood, he stiffly turned his head to find Ji Sidong, sword in hand, gazing at him with a fierce expression. Senior brother, do not blame me. From the very beginning, you intended to eliminate me after obtaining the treasure. Hearing Ji Sidang's words, Dang Yicheng laughed. Do you truly believe that by killing me, they will spare you? You are far too naive, junior sister. Just as he spoke, Ji Sidong, uninterested in his words, twisted her wrist, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through the sword and into Dang Yicheng, utterly destroying his internal organs and even his celestial soul. Zhou Jun and Lu Daofeng were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Ji Sidong, however, sheathed her sword and respectfully clasped her fists toward Zhou Jun, stating, Ji Sidong is willing to traverse mountains of daggers and seas of fire for the Emperor's sake. My senior brother's life is my pledge of loyalty. Lu Daofeng couldn't help but marvel at this woman's ruthlessness. She was willing to kill her own brother for the sake of survival. Zhou Jun, with a smile, looked at Ji Sidong and remarked, now that you can kill your own senior brother to save yourself, will you also be willing to kill me for your life in the future? Ji Sidang's expression paled as she responded, the Emperor jests. How could Ji Sidong ever dream of striking against you? But you have already laid your hands upon me, Zhou Jun grinned, clearly uninclined to spare Ji Sidong's life. After all, she had plotted against him from the start, intending to deceive and betray him. Had it not been for Lu Daofeng's timely arrival, Ji Sidong would have turned against him, eliminating Dang Yicheng in the process. Upon hearing Zhou Jun's words, Ji Sidong was immediately struck with shock. Having cultivated to the third rank of true immortal, she was no fool. It was abundantly clear that Zhou Jun had no intention of sparing her life. Realizing this, Ji Sidong hastily attempted to retreat from the scene. Zhou Jun, observing Ji Sidong's frantic escape, could not help but smile faintly. Long before the clash between Lu Daofeng and Ji Sidong along with Dang Yichen, Zhou Jun had consumed a potion to restore his magical power. Now, his internal energy had recovered sufficiently, allowing him to unleash the second phase of the imperial technique, Starfall. As Zhou Jun's azure robe billowed, He formed a sword gesture with his fingers, placing it before his brow. In an instant, dazzling black and white chess pieces appeared above Zhou. Resembling stars suspended in the sky, their terrifying aura causing the very heavens to tremble. How fearsome is this imperial technique? Which faction's prince is he? It seems that no emperor in the celestial realm has practiced this technique. Could he be a prince of a hidden family? Lu Daofeng, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, Zhou, overwhelmed by the oppressive force above her, was consumed by panic, desperate to flee. Finally, Lihujun made his move, sweeping his sword gesture forward and softly uttering, "Fall." With the command, the black and white chess pieces descended like falling stars, crashing towards the ground where Zhou was fleeing in terror. No, under the might of this dreadful imperial technique, despair flickered in Zhou's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. As the chess pieces struck down, the earth shattered within a 100-mile radius, mountains collapsed, and a series of thunderous roars erupted, kicking up clouds of dust. Chapter 166. The Celestial. And moments later, as the celestial chess pieces fell silent and the dust began to settle, the landscape revealed itself as a scene of utter devastation. Zhou, reduced to nothing amidst the relentless bombardment, had perished completely. The prince's divine might was unparalleled, rendering him invincible among his peers. Lu Daofeng, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in awe before hastily flattering Lihujun. Lihujun glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Thank you." "Why would the prince thank me?" Lu Daofeng quickly waved his hands. "Your affairs are my affairs." Lihujun remarked, "This fellow is quite the flatterer. I wonder if the prince has any plans ahead?" Lu Daofeng inquired cautiously. "Do you have something in mind?" Lihujun asked. Lu Daofeng chuckled. "If the prince finds himself with some free time, please visit my Lu city. The Lu family will surely extend our utmost hospitality." "There's no need," Lihujun replied with a smile. "Pretending to be a prince is rather exhausting." "Very well. If in the future the esteemed emperor requires any assistance from me, please do not hesitate to summon me directly in Luqing. I shall certainly be at your service without hesitation," declared Lu Daofeng with a resolute expression. Lihujun smiled and replied, "I shall remember this kindness today." "You are too gracious, my lord." Upon hearing these words from Lihujun, Lu Daofeng's eyes sparkled with delight. His tireless efforts had been aimed at receiving such a response from Lihujun. Perhaps sensing that Lihujun preferred solitude, Lu Daofeng respectfully said, "Then I shall take my leave now." "Indeed," Lihujun responded. As Lu Daofeng departed, Lihujun did not linger but chose a direction to discreetly make his exit. Before long, Lihujun arrived at a grand city known as Guangyang City, which sprawled over a vast area, bustling with cultivators whose lowest cultivation level was at the nascent soul stage. As a newcomer, Lihujun intended to familiarize himself with the customs and culture of the celestial realm. Upon entering the city, he came across a stall where he noticed a book titled Chronicles of the Celestial Realm. The stall owner, an old cultivator at the tribulation transcendent stage, was perceptive enough to assess Lihujun and remarked, "You must have recently ascended from the lower realms, am I correct?" Typically, only newly ascended true immortals show interest in the chronicles of the celestial realm. You are quite fortunate. This book not only chronicles various extraordinary tales and accounts of the celestial realm, but also features numerous powerful figures from antiquity to the present, providing a comprehensive overview of the celestial world, truly an encyclopedia of the celestial realm. Furthermore, the old man's edition contained additional records of secret realms, which he had painstakingly documented at great personal risk. "How much does it cost?" Lihujun inquired directly. "1 celestial crystal per copy, but seeing that you have just ascended, you likely lack celestial crystals. Therefore, I shall offer it to you for 100 premium spirit stones." "You cannot go wrong with this purchase," the elderly vendor chuckled. Lihujun, upon hearing this, saw no need to haggle. After all, for someone of his status, worth 1,000,000 celestial crystals, the price was negligible. Moreover, he had not yet counted the celestial crystals acquired from the likes of the Inked Jade Immortal and the Black Cloud Taoist. "Ah, old Chu, still preying on the newly ascended true immortals. Are you not concerned about potential repercussions? Your last injury has yet to heal, I presume?" Just as Lihujun was about to pay with a celestial crystal, a woman with long, elegant legs clad in a cheap house-style red dress approached him, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon seeing her, the vendor's expression turned pale, and he quickly said, "Sir, I find you quite agreeable. Consider this edition of the Chronicles of the Celestial Realm as a gift. I must attend to matters at home, so I shall take my leave." Having spoken, the old man Chu waved his hand, swiftly retracting his entire stall into his storage artifact, limping away hastily towards the outskirts of the city. It appeared that he held a profound apprehension towards the suddenly appeared woman in the red dress. Lihujun, bewildered, clutched the record of the immortal realm in his hands. Hadn't the old man just asserted that the secrets contained within this tome were meticulously documented at the peril of his own life? And now he relinquished it so readily? Upon noticing the expression on Lihujun's face, the woman in the red dress stifled a laugh, saying, "It seems this newly ascended true immortal is unaware that it is not uncommon for lower realm immortals to ascend in this vicinity. Consequently, this old man frequently sets up his stall, deceiving those newly arrived true immortals from the lower realms. Just a month prior, a true immortal, following his guide, ventured into what was purported to be a secret realm, only to find himself in a barren wasteland. Upon returning with a mouthful of sand, he broke the old man's leg in retribution." Zhou Jun blinked in disbelief. Wasn't that old man just undergoing tribulation? Does he dare to swindle even true immortals? The woman chuckled, as the saying goes, the bold prosper while the timid perish. This old man who has capitalized on the naivety of newly ascended true immortals, underestimating a mere tribulation realm cultivator, thus reaping substantial profits. Typically, those true immortals would not bother to contest a mere 100 prime spirit stones, for such trifles are inconsequential to them, and they would not waste their time pursuing grievances against the old man. Furthermore, newly ascended true immortals are unfamiliar with their surroundings, and they might also fear any formidable figures that could be backing the old man. However, the true immortal who broke the old man's leg was likely an exception. "Ah, I see," Zhou Jun replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. He then added with a smile, "It seems he holds you in considerable regard." The woman in red chuckled lightly. "To be frank, he has deceived me before, and I subsequently purchased his entire stall with a single celestial crystal. By the way, I am Tang Choner. May I have the honor of knowing the esteemed name of the true immortal?" The woman smiled at Zhou Jun. "Zhou Jun," he replied, "since you've just ascended, I presume you have yet to secure a residence? There is an inn nearby that caters specifically to newly ascended true immortals, named the Celestial Arrival Inn. Often, individuals visit there to post tasks, which, upon completion, yield generous resources for cultivation," Tang Choner explained with a smile. "Thank you," Zhou Jun nodded appreciatively. "Very well, then. True immortal Li, feel free to peruse the area. These stalls may indeed hold treasures for you," Tang Choner said before taking her leave with a farewell. Zhou Jun meandered along, eventually arriving at the Celestial Arrival Inn as mentioned by Tang Choner. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Tang Choner, her face alight with a warm smile directed at him. This establishment offers heavenly suites, earthly suites, and standard rooms. Among them, the heavenly suites are the most opulent, featuring specialized spirit gathering formations. "I wonder which type true immortal Li would prefer?" Tang Choner inquired with a smile. "I shall take the heavenly suite," Zhou Jun replied. Lihujun chuckled, displaying indifference to Tang Choner's solicitation. "Waiter, please escort this gentleman to room Tion number 2 and charge it to my account," Tang Choner said, turning to a young waiter at the yuanying stage. "Yes, miss," the waiter promptly replied. Hearing that Tang Choner intended to treat him to a stay in a prestigious room, Lihujun felt a twinge of surprise. Tang Choner smiled and remarked, "To be honest, those who ascend from the lower realms possess considerable talent." She paused mid-sentence. Lihujun grasped her implication. She was contemplating investing in him. However, not wishing to be indebted to her, he politely declined. "There is no need to trouble Miss Tang. I can afford the inn's expenses myself." "Very well, I shall not insist," Tang Choner responded without irritation. "Thank you." Lihujun offered a slight bow to Tang Choner before turning to ascend the stairs with the waiter. As she watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile graced her lips. This young man intrigued her. His demeanor was unassuming, akin to an ordinary person. She referred to him as a true immortal merely to align with Old Master Chu's designation. Yet, even she, a practitioner who had long surpassed the 6th rank of the true immortal realm, could not discern his true cultivation level. It seemed that this young man named Lihujun was far from simple. Chapter 167, The Arrival of Lu Daofeng Big Sister. He is merely a true immortal who has ascended from the lower realms. Is it necessary to treat him with such courtesy? A voice interjected as Tang Choner observed Lihujun disappear around a corner. A young woman in a purple dress, strikingly similar to Tang Choner, rose from a seat on the first floor of the inn and approached her, her expression rife with indignation. "You.Every, be cautious with your words," Tang Choner admonished, furrowing her brows. The girl in the purple dress was none other than Tang Choner's younger sister, Tang You.Every, a practitioner at the early stage of the tribulation realm. "Big sister, I am merely standing up for you," Tang You.Every retorted defiantly. Tang Choner shook her head in resignation. "You.Every, with such a temperament, you are bound to encounter great misfortune in the future. But isn't that why I have you, big sister?" Tang You.Every playfully clung to Tang Choner's arm. "Oh, you impudent child," Tang Choner sighed helplessly, then seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, how are you and Lu Daofeng faring?" He is coming to see me tomorrow," Tang You.Every replied, her eyes sparkling with happiness at the mention of Lu Daofeng. Once you attain the true immortal realm, you both should arrange your marriage, Tang Chan'er suggested. Although Lu Daofeng can be unreliable at times, he is a decent person with no ill intentions. Understood, big sister. My Lu is indeed quite good, Tang Yue affirmed. TSK, you girl. Tang Chan'er marveled at her sister's affectionate address of Lu Daofeng. Observing the condition of his sister, it appears that Lu Daofeng treats her quite well. However, Tang Chan'er remains apprehensive, fearing that her sister may face bullying after joining the Lu family. After all, the patriarch of the Tang family in Guangyang City is merely at the half-step celestial immortal realm, while the ancestor of the Lu family in Lu City is a genuine first-tier celestial immortal, a member of a family that governs an entire city. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun, accompanied by a waiter from the Immortal Inn, arrived at room number 2 of the Heavenly Series. Esteemed Immortal, we have arrived. The amenities within are fully equipped. Should you require anything, simply activate the calling array inside. Here's the key to room number 2. I kindly ask you to keep it safe, the waiter said respectfully, bowing slightly as he handed the key to Zhou Jun. Thank you. You may go about your duties, Zhou Jun replied with a smile as he accepted the key. Your servant takes his leave, the waiter said with a courteous bow before departing. Once alone in the room, Zhou Jun observed that room number 2 comprised several chambers, including a meditation area and a bathing room, with a level of opulence that rivaled 5-star hotels from his previous life. Today, Zhou Jun had no intention of venturing elsewhere. Instead, he retrieved the record of the immortal realm acquired from the stall keeper, Old Chu, and began familiarizing himself with the immortal realm. Naturally, he disregarded the secret realms marked by Old Chu. After a brief period of reading, Zhou Jun gained a general understanding of the cultivation levels and geographical layout of the immortal realm. It is noteworthy that there are mortals within the immortal realm whose cultivation levels mirror those of individuals from the lower realm. However, most natives of the immortal realm possess innate cultivation from birth, ranging from chi refinement to golden core. The realms beyond true immortal include celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, known as immortal monarch, and supreme mysterious immortal, known as immortal king. Currently, he resides in the Yunjushan domain, a remote minor domain among countless others within the southern immortal domain, one of the 5 major domains of the immortal realm. Interestingly, the 5 major domains also possess alternative names. The central immortal domain is called Zhangzhou, the southern immortal domain is known as Nanzhou, the western immortal domain is Shizhou, the northern immortal domain is Beizhou, and the eastern immortal domain is Dongzhou. Beyond these 5 principal continents, numerous scattered minor continents abound. The Yunjushan domain, where Zhou Jun currently finds himself, is situated in the southern immortal domain and is a considerable distance from the central immortal palace, where true immortals would require decades to traverse without relying on teleportation arrays. Furthermore, the most powerful being within this minor domain is merely at the celestial immortal level. It is worth mentioning that even within the minor regions of the southern immortal domain, proximity to the central area often correlates with the strength of the inhabitants. Some minor domains have even birthed immortal kings capable of establishing their own cultivation dynasties. As Zhou Jun perused the record of the immortal realm, he was unaware that time had slipped into the dawn of the second day. Zhou Jun sat at the table, gently pinching the bridge of his nose before closing the book. One must admit that the affairs of the celestial realm are indeed captivating. He recalled that the first floor was a designated dining area, and he was eager to sample the delicacies of this ethereal world. After tidying himself up, Zhou Jun made his way downstairs and settled into a cozy corner on the first floor. Esteemed Immortal, what would you like to order? We have dragon liver and phoenix marrow, as well as steamed jade spirit dumplings, said the cheerful waiter who had guided Zhou Jun earlier. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Zhou Jun inquired, astonished. They are from the common flood dragon and phoenix species, the waiter replied with a grin. Oh, I see. I shall have that. Along with a selection of signature dishes, Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. Very well, esteemed Immortal, please wait a moment while I instruct the kitchen. The waiter responded. Once the waiter departed, Tang Chan'er, adorned in a red dress, approached and sat across from Zhou Jun with a smile. Yunjushan, how did you rest last night? Quite well, thank you, Zhou Jun replied politely. That's good to hear. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask, Tang Chan'er nodded. Indeed, Zhou Jun smiled. After a brief conversation, the dragon liver and phoenix marrow that Zhou Jun had ordered was served by the waiter. Miss Tang, would you care to join me for a meal? Zhou Jun inquired with a smile. If Yunjushan does not mind, I would be delighted to. Tang Chan'er replied with a light laugh. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Tang Yue, who had just entered the inn. This fellow is already attempting to court my elder sister? Tang Yue frowned disapprovingly, immediately forming a negative impression of Zhou Jun. perceiving him as merely a handsome face who relied on others. At that moment, with a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, Lu Daofeng entered the inn with a beaming smile. "Yuer, come quickly and see what I have brought." "You've brought something again?" Tang Yuer responded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation upon seeing Lu Daofeng. "This chicken is quite special," Lu Daofeng replied cheerfully. But his expression faltered as his gaze fell upon Zhou Jun in the corner. "Isn't that the esteemed son of the emperor? What is he doing here?" "Ah. It seems this newcomer from the lower realm is pursuing my elder sister, but I doubt he stands much of a chance." Tang Yuer remarked as she noticed Lu Daofeng's attention on Zhou Jun and Tang Chan'er. Lu Daofeng, Chapter 168, The Lin Family, Lin Pingyun. "Yuer, do not speak nonsense." Lu Daofeng hastily dropped the chicken and duck, reaching out to cover Tang Yuer's mouth. He knew his fiancée well. To put it nicely, she was innocent. But to be blunt, she often spoke without thinking, blurting out whatever came to mind. "What are you doing?" Tang Yuer's mouth was covered by Lu Daofeng. Her face filled with confusion as she looked at him, murmuring softly. "Hiss." Lu Daofeng inhaled sharply. "The one sitting at your sister's table is no ordinary person. You must not provoke him. Otherwise, our entire Yunjushan domain could be destroyed in an instant." "Why? Isn't he just a celestial being who ascended from the lower realms?" Tang Yuer, noticing Lu Daofeng's alarmed demeanor, felt even more perplexed. "My goodness, would I harm you?" Lu Daofeng, feeling helpless, replied, "I will explain later. I need to go over and become better acquainted with him first." With that, he disregarded Tang Yuer and hurried over to the table of Li Jun and Tang Chan'er, nodding and bowing with a face full of flattery as he greeted Li Jun. "Brotherly, it's wonderful to see you again." Initially, Lu Daofeng intended to address Li Jun as the prince, but upon noticing that Li Jun had not revealed his identity, he quickly corrected himself. After all, Lu Daofeng prided himself on being quite astute. Should he expose Li Jun's identity as the prince now, it would likely lead to complications, with many either disbelieving or flocking to ingratiate themselves with him. Such a scenario was unacceptable. "Hiss, isn't that the young master of the Lu family? Why does he show such deference to that youth?" "I don't know, but the Lu family is backed by a celestial ancestor. If even the young master shows such respect, this youth must have an extraordinary background." Some true immortals who had been in the celestial realm for a while recognized Lu Daofeng's respect for Li Jun and resolved not to offend him. Meanwhile, Tang Yuer was utterly astonished. She was aware that her fiancé, Lu Daofeng, though smooth and adaptable, typically exhibited the pride of a member of a prestigious family and would not easily bow to others. Even she, with her limited intellect, understood that the young man seated across from her sister was of significant standing. "Daofeng," Tang Chan'er remarked with some surprise upon seeing Lu Daofeng. "Do you know Li Jinxian?" "Of course. I share a close relationship with Brotherly." Lu Daofeng laughed. Li Jun was also somewhat taken aback by Lu Daofeng's presence but quickly explained, "Brotherly, you may not know, but I am betrothed to the second daughter of the Tang family, Tang Yuer. I came today to visit my fiancée and unexpectedly ran into you. What a fortunate encounter." "Ah, I see," Li Jun responded, understanding the situation. At that moment, Tang Chan'er perceived that Lu Daofeng's conversation with Li Jun was laced with flattery, and she immediately grasped that this Li Jinxian was indeed quite remarkable, just as she had surmised. "Have you eaten?" Li Jun inquired of Lu Daofeng. "Not yet." Lu Daofeng shook his head. "There is plenty of food. Sit down and join us. We can order more if it's not enough." Li Jun smiled. "Would you mind if I brought my fiancée along?" Lu Daofeng asked. Lu Daofeng, feeling a touch of embarrassment, remarked, "This expense shall fall upon me. It is quite unexpected that Brother Lu harbors such affection for his partner." Li Jun chuckled in response, "However, let this debt be attributed to me as a token of gratitude for Brother Lu's earlier assistance." "Thank you, Brotherly," Lu Daofeng replied with enthusiasm. Subsequently, he introduced Tang Yuer, who sat somewhat shyly opposite Lu Daofeng, beside her elder sister. "There is no need for formality. I can certainly bear the cost of this meal," Li Jun said, noticing that the three had yet to pick up their chopsticks. As soon as he finished speaking, they began to eat. By the way, in the next couple of days, the celestial sovereign of the Luotian domain, along with several heavenly beings, will be visiting our Yunjushan domain to recruit disciples. The primary focus will be on true immortals who have ascended from the lower realms, but we may also seize the opportunity to try our luck, Tang Chan'er interjected. The Luotian domain is in close proximity to the Yunjushan domain, and the Luotian sect is undoubtedly its dominant power, with a 9-rank celestial sovereign in command. My family shares this sentiment and wishes for me to attempt to join, Lu Daofeng replied with a smile. I wish to go as well, Tang Yuer whispered. There will be opportunities for all. The Luotian sect does not prioritize spiritual roots, but rather assesses a cultivator's comprehension through secret realms. Only those who meet the required understanding may enter their ranks, Tang Chan'er explained with a smile. She then turned to Lihujun and inquired, might you, true immortal Li, have any desire to join the Luotian sect? At that moment, Tang Chan'er was testing Lihujun. If he indeed possessed a formidable backing, he would naturally refrain from aligning himself with the lesser sects of the immortal realm. Lihujun, hearing her question, simply replied with a smile, you may go. I shall merely observe from the sidelines. Jin Yunzi had previously advised Lihujun that, given his aptitude, he would receive significant cultivation in the Dao Tian Immortal Palace and might even be appointed as a holy son on the spot. Thus, he was cautioned not to be swayed by petty gains and join those minor sects in the immortal realm. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lihujun's refusal, Tang Chan'er felt a growing certainty that he indeed had significant power behind him. It seems that true immortal Li has grander plans, she remarked with a smile. As the group continued their conversation, a young man clad in splendid yellow attire, accompanied by a taciturn elder in gray, entered the immortal guest inn. His gaze immediately fell upon Lihujun and Tang Chan'er's table. Upon seeing Lihujun engaged in lively conversation with Tang Chan'er, the young man's expression soured. Chan'er, enjoying such a fine meal without inviting me? The young man, who appeared to be Lien Pingyun, the eldest son of the Lien family from Guangyang City, approached their table with a smile. He was known to be a 6th-rank true immortal and was rumored to be pursuing the eldest daughter of the Tang family. With a click of the tongue, the anticipation thickened. Within the ranks of the Lien family, there existed an ancestor of formidable prowess, a being on the cusp of transcendence. One could only wonder if the youth clad in azure could withstand such a presence. Did you not hear? The scion of the Lu family, ever polite, addressed that young man as brotherly. It is evident that this individual possesses an extraordinary background. While we may enjoy the spectacle, let us not forget to steer clear of unnecessary trouble. The true immortals on the first floor of the inn were now spectators to this unfolding drama. Lu Mei's husband. It has been a while, Lien Pingyun greeted Lu Daofeng with a smile. Mind your words, who dares to call me your brother-in-law? Lu Daofeng frowned, dismissing the Lien family without a second thought. At this moment, Lu Daofeng secretly hoped for a union between Lihujun and Tang Chan'er, for when that day arrived, would not the imperial prince become his brother-in-law? A true family connection. Indeed, do refrain from making unfounded connections. Tang You.Every chimed in, supporting her husband. Meanwhile, upon noticing the newcomer, Tang Chan'er furrowed her brow, clearly unimpressed by Lien Pingyun's presence. In response to their remarks and Tang Chan'er's evident impatience, Lien Pingyun merely smiled faintly. With the recent recruitment of disciples by the Luotian immortal sect in the Yuxing domain, he was confident in his admission, bolstered by his father's ties with an immortal from the sect. Moreover, he had already endeavored to win the favor of that celestial being with a substantial portion of his family's wealth. Of course, his own remarkable talent in cultivation would further ensure that he would be accepted as a true disciple. The likes of Tang Chan'er and her companions, even if they succeeded in the assessments, would merely be outer disciples. Would the Tang family consent to such a marriage then? At that moment, Lihujun observed the scene with great interest, sensing that the unfolding events might somehow involve him. Chapter 169. The imprint of winds and clouds. Lien Pingyun turned to Lihujun with a smile, inquiring, might I ask which faction you hail from, my friend? Begone. Who are you to question Brother Li's affiliations? Lu Daofeng retorted, offering no quarter to Lien Pingyun. The rebuke caused Lien Pingyun's brow to furrow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. However, he was aware of Lu Daofeng's backing from a celestial family and his status as the rightful fiancé of Tang Chan'er's sister, Tang You.Every, rendering him untouchable. Simultaneously, Lien Pingyun found himself uncertain about Lihujun's identity. After all, to earn such respect from a scion of a celestial lineage indicated that this individual was no ordinary person. With these thoughts in mind, Lien Pingyun chuckled amiably and addressed the group. Since it appears I am unwelcome, I shall not impose further. We shall meet again in the future. With that, he and the gray-clad elder beside him turned and departed. Young master, are we truly going to endure this humiliation? The gray-clad elder gazed at Lien Pingyun with a perplexed expression outside the Xianlai Inn. Lien Pingyun scoffed, of course, we cannot let this slide. However, I am still uncertain about that young man's identity. It is likely that he possesses the backing of celestial beings. I shall wait until I join the Luotian. At that point, the Tang family will naturally seek to curry favor with us. Young master, you are truly wise. The gray-clad elder offered a compliment. Lien Pingyun merely chuckled in response. Inside the Xianlai Inn, Zhou Jun and his companions had polished off the meal on the table. Zhou Jun then rose and approached the counter to settle the bill. Esteemed immortal, the total is 6,666 celestial crystals. The young woman at the front desk stated cautiously. Having personally witnessed the profound respect the two daughters of the Tang family and the son of the Lu family had shown towards this young man, Zhou Jun paid little mind to the celestial crystals. With a grand flourish, he placed a substantial pile of celestial crystals on the counter, exhibiting an air of extravagance. Tang Chano observed this scene, her conviction deepening that Zhou Jun was undoubtedly a descendant of a powerful faction. After all, over 6,000 celestial crystals was no small sum for an ordinary true immortal. Yet, Zhou Jun produced them without a hint of hesitation. Such wealth could only come from a robust family background. Celestial crystals are immensely precious to true immortals, as they not only aid in cultivation but also assist in alchemy and formation crafting. It is rare for a newly ascended true immortal to possess such a fortune. Meanwhile, the cultivators dining on the first floor of the inn were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dazzling array of celestial crystals on the table. It would be disingenuous to claim they had no designs on Zhou Jun's wealth, yet they were also wary of the hidden powers behind him. The reasoning is simple. Those who have achieved the true immortal realm are far from foolish. If he dares to display his wealth, it is evident he has the confidence to withstand envy. After settling the bill, Zhou Jun smiled at Tang Chon'er and the others, saying, "I have some matters to attend to and shall not disturb you." "Li brother, please do not mind us and go about your business," Lu Daofeng hurriedly replied. "Very well." Zhou Jun smiled, turning to leave the first floor of the inn and returning to his room. Once Zhou Jun departed, Tang Yuer grasped Lu Daofeng's waist and inquired, "Who exactly is this person?" "Ah." Lu Daofeng grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "My dear aunt, that hurts. If this were to injure me, we would have no children in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Yue quickly released her grip but urged, "Hurry and tell me. No need for suspense." At that moment, Tang Chon'er also looked at Lu Daofeng with keen curiosity. "He, allow me to speak freely. Do not be alarmed later." Lu Daofeng, with a mysterious smile, whispered to the two ladies, "I surmise that this Mr. Li is likely a prince or a holy son of a formidable power." "How is that possible?" Tang Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Chon'er shared a similar look of surprise. "A prince appearing in our humble Yuxing domain? Moreover, he has no guardians with him." Tang Chon'er expressed her doubts. Lu Daofeng chuckled. "Ah, you seem to misunderstand. Even in the absence of guardians, do you think a prince would lack powerful means for self-preservation?" Indeed, Tang Chon'er nodded in understanding. At that moment, Tang Yue felt a twinge of apprehension. Although she found it hard to believe that Zhou Jun could be a prince, she was convinced that Lu Daofeng would not deceive her. Enough about his identity. What matters is that we do not offend him. After all, these are merely conjectures. The priority now is how we can successfully join the Luotian sect. Tang Chon'er stated, "With our talents, gaining entry into the Luotian sect should not pose a challenge. The real difficulty lies in whether a celestial being or a celestial lord will accept us as their true disciples," Lu Daofeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue and Tang Chon'er nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after returning to his room, Zhou Jun collapsed onto the bed, yearning for a good night's sleep. Having not experienced one since his arrival in the celestial realm, time swiftly passed, ushering in the dawn of the following day. Zhou Jun stretched lazily and sat up from his bed. Beep. As the host is new to the celestial realm, the system has issued a task: sign in at the depths of the Guangyang mountain range to receive generous rewards. Guangyang mountain range? Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback before retrieving the celestial realm record to peruse. The Guangyang mountain range is located near Guangyang City. After confirming the location, Zhou Jun wasted no time and set off from the city towards the mountain range. Along the way, he walked at a leisurely pace. "Have you heard? The celestial lord of Luotian sect is coming to our Guangyang city to recruit disciples from our city and several nearby ones." "Indeed. I hope my son can successfully join the Luotian sect." Many travelers on the road discussed the imminent arrival of the Luotian sect. However, Zhou Jun continued on his way, exiting the city and making his way directly to the Guangyang mountain range. An hour later, amidst the dense woods of the Guangyang mountain range, a figure in a green robe strolled leisurely through the forest. The woods were fraught with danger, and even true celestial beings could find themselves in peril if they were not careful. Yet, having spent many years ascending the celestial mountains while at the Daotian sect, Zhou Jun possessed ample experience, and with the system's ability to mask his presence, he easily ventured deep into the Guangyang mountain range, successfully completing his sign-in. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task. The system rewards you with Fengyun Seal. Fengyun Seal, an exalted celestial technique of immense power. He must not escape. As Zhou Jun contemplated the divine skill within his mind, a thunderous voice rang out like a spring thunderclap, echoing through the forests of the Guangyang mountain range. Chapter 170. Encounter with the people of Luotian sect. The sudden shout snapped Zhou Jun back to reality. He then beheld a dark shadow, accompanied by a surging demonic mist, rushing towards him at an alarming speed, obliterating the towering trees in its path into dust. Is this the aura of a celestial monarch? Zhou Jun gasped in shock. It was too late to evade. Without employing his capability of equal strength, he would undoubtedly be crushed like those trees in an instant. At that moment, within the tumultuous demonic mist, a figure with crimson eyes appeared. Upon spotting Zhou Jun, a cruel smile crept across his lips as he barreled towards him with malevolent intent. He imagined, in that moment, Zhou Jun being reduced to a mere heap of flesh beneath his might. However, Zhou Jun too was in motion. His aura erupted like an unexpected tempest, spreading in all directions. Is this a celestial monarch? Upon sensing the surge of Zhou Jun's energy, the figure within the demonic mist widened his eyes in astonishment, recognizing Zhou Jun as a fellow third-rank celestial monarch. Rumbling. At this moment, the heavens stirred with swirling winds and crackling lightning, coalescing in Zhou Jun's hands to form the commanding words Fengyun. This technique was none other than the divine skill he had just acquired from his sign-in, the Fengyun seal. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the characters surged forward, akin to a relentless force, towards the encroaching demonic mist. The figure enveloped in the mist was taken aback, hastily manipulating the surrounding fog to counter Zhou Jun's divine skill. Boom. With a resounding crash, the figure within the mist managed to withstand Zhou Jun's strike, yet he staggered back several paces, causing the surrounding demonic mist to dissipate, revealing his true form. He was a strikingly handsome young man clad in black. Simultaneously, several formidable figures descended, encircling the handsome youth. There were 7 in total, 2 of whom were third-rank celestial monarchs, while the remaining 5 possessed the cultivation of 9th-rank celestial immortals. One of the middle-aged third-rank celestial monarchs approached Zhou Jun, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, noble celestial monarch, for your assistance in subduing this villain. Once we capture him, we shall discuss matters further. Zhou Jun had observed the scene unfold, recognizing that this young man was, like himself, a third-rank celestial monarch. Meanwhile, as the middle-aged celestial lord's voice faded, the oppressive aura of a third-tier celestial lord suddenly erupted from him. With a swift motion of his hand, a golden rope, resembling a flowing dragon, surged forth from his sleeve, sweeping toward the strikingly handsome young demon. Another elder, also a third-tier celestial lord, mirrored this action. 2 resplendent golden ropes advanced, one after the other, towards the young demon. Upon witnessing this, the young demon gritted his teeth and cast a glare at the 2 celestial lords, saying, I, Qin, have taken note of your actions. There will be ample time to settle this score in the future. Faced with 3 third-tier celestial lords, the young demon chose not to prolong the confrontation. He directly invoked a secret technique at the cost of 30,000 years of his lifespan. Just as the golden ropes were about to ensnare him, his complexion turned ashen, and he vanished from his location. Blood traverses the cosmos. The middle-aged celestial lord exclaimed in astonishment. Truly worthy of a demon lord-level powerhouse. What audacity! The elder of third-tier cultivation remarked with admiration. After retracting the golden ropes, they turned their attention to Zhou Jun. The middle-aged celestial lord clasped his hands in courtesy, smiling. I am Gong Hongzhuang of the Luotian sect. A pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist. The elder, Feng Dai, who also possessed third-tier cultivation, bowed in greeting. I am Feng Dai, elder of the Luotian sect. Pleased to meet you. Zhou Jun returned the gesture, saying, I am Zhou Jun. Honored to meet both of you, fellow Taoists. It seems you have journeyed here from afar. I am confident that I have heard of several celestial lords in the nearby domains, yet I have never come across your name. Gong Hongzhuang remarked with a smile. I have just descended from the lower realms, Zhou Jun replied with a smile. Oh? Gong Hongzhuang expressed surprise, but attributed it to Zhou Jun attending to matters in the lower realms. After all, who among celestial lords would willingly incur such a cost to venture to a desolate lower realm? Thus, Gong Hongzhuang refrained from further inquiries, acknowledging that everyone has their own secrets. Elder Gong, celestial lord Li, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Feng Dai stated at that moment. Gong Hongwang smiled. I must extend my gratitude to Elder Feng for coming. Otherwise, I would have faced Qin Jifeng alone, and I fear I would not have been his match. Elder Gong need not be so courteous. Remember to invite me for a drink next time. It is unfortunate that we let Qin Jifeng escape, Feng Dai lamented. With that, he clasped his hands towards Zhou Jun and Gong Hongzhuang before turning to step into the void. Gong Hongzhuang then looked at Zhou Jun and said with a smile, Fellow Celestial Lord, you may not be aware, but I originally led a group of celestial beings to this Yusheng domain with the intention of recruiting disciples to rejuvenate our sect. However, we unexpectedly encountered that wandering demon lord, Qin Jifeng, the very one you just clashed with. This individual possesses formidable strength. I can only hold him off for a brief moment, as I am no match for him. Fortunately, Elder Fong arrived just in time. Upon noticing the unfavorable situation, Qin Jifeng turned and fled. Elder Fong and I naturally seized this opportunity to pursue and resolve the matter with Qin Jifeng, who ultimately encountered you, leading to the earlier incident. I see, Li Shojun comprehended. Earlier, when Tang Chan'er and the others conversed, they mentioned their desire to join the Luotian sect. This must be the very sect they referred to. Subsequently, Li Zhoujun cast a discerning glance at the 5 celestial beings behind Gong Hongzhuang, 3 men and 2 women, an elderly man, 2 young male figures, and 2 young female figures. The celestial beings of the Luotian sect, upon noticing Li Zhoujun's scrutiny, promptly bowed and said, "We have met the Immortal Lord. There is no need for such formality." Li Zhoujun waved his hand dismissively. "May I inquire whether you, Immortal Lordly, are a solitary cultivator?" or Gong Hongzhuang began. Sensing that Li Zhoujun lacked the usual air of a seasoned immortal, which typically betrays one's age of several millennia. Thus, he felt inclined to recruit Li Zhoujun into his sect. "Gong Xianjun, I must apologize. It appears I do indeed belong to a sect already." Li Zhoujun replied with a smile. His status as the supreme of the Daotian sect, confirmed through the supreme token, would allow him to join the Daotian Immortal Palace with ease. "That is truly regrettable," Gong Hongzhuang expressed with a look of disappointment. Li Shojun merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. "Now, I must attend to the matter of recruiting disciples, so I shall not intrude upon your tranquil cultivation any longer," Gong Hongzhuang said, bidding farewell to Li Shojun. "Very well," Li Shojun nodded, watching as Gong Hongzhuang and the celestial beings departed towards Guangyang City. He was in no rush to return, so he decided to catch a wild chicken from the celestial realm, kindling a fire to prepare a roasted chicken. Chapter 171. Return to Guangyang City surprisingly. The roasted chicken was quite delectable. Sitting by the fire, Li Zhoujun savored a chicken leg, his mouth greased with oil, smacking his lips in delight. The wild chicken was succulent yet not overly fatty, its aroma wafting through the air, a true testament to the quality of celestial cuisine. At present, Li Zhoujun had no particular hobbies, but he held a special fondness for roasted chicken. If paired with a flask of fragrant celestial wine, it would indeed surpass even the delights of living immortals. While Li Zhoujun indulged in his roasted chicken, Gong Hongzhuang, accompanied by the 5 celestial beings, had arrived at the gates of Guangyang City. The city lord, Gong Sun Yang, a half-step celestial, was awaiting their arrival alongside the heads of the Tang and Lian families. Tang Wan and Lian Fengmao, both of whom were 9th-grade true immortals. The 3 of them appeared to be middle-aged. Following closely behind were Tang Chan'er, Tang Yuer, and Lian Pingyun, with Lu Daofeng standing beside Tang Yuer. Meanwhile, upon the arrival of Gong Hongzhuang, Gong Sun Yang donned a smile and approached to greet him, saying, "The Lord of Guangyang City, Gong Sun Yang, pays his respects to Master Gong and esteemed elders. There is no need for excessive formality, Lord Gong Sun." Gong Hongzhuang replied with a grin. "Our sect has come to Guangyang City to recruit disciples, and I must trouble you to arrange a venue." "Master Gong, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor for our Guangyang City to host your esteemed sect in its recruitment endeavors," Gong Sun Yang promptly responded, his demeanor markedly humble in the presence of a 3rd-grade immortal monarch. The heads of the Tang and Lian families similarly exhibited a submissive attitude. Is this the might of an immortal monarch? Tang Yuer, Tang Chan'er, and Lian Pingyun observed their once authoritative fathers now rendered speechless, adopting a posture of deference that underscored the formidable presence and gravitas of the immortal monarch. Of course, it was not only their fathers who felt this way. They too were affected. Although Gong Hongzhuang appeared amiable at this moment, the thought of facing an immortal monarch alone would likely leave them at a loss for words. After all, immortal monarchs are considered sovereigns in the realm of immortals. "Elder Bai Zhiqing, I have heard that you have already selected accommodations in advance," Gong Hongzhuang inquired. Turning to the elder among the 5 celestial beings of the Luotian sect, Bai Zhiqing smiled in response. "During my previous travels, I came across and called the welcoming immortals pavilion, which is quite commendable in terms of scale and service." "Then let us make our stay there," Gong Hongzhuang chuckled. Upon witnessing this, Lian Fengmao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, it was his considerable wealth, amounting to millions of immortal crystals, that had won over the heart of Elder Bai Zhiqing. Lian Pingyun was also filled with excitement, as it seemed likely that during the Luotian sect's recruitment, Elder Bai would take a liking to him and accept him as a true disciple. These arrangements were orchestrated by his father, Lian Fengmao, with the intention of conveying to the people of Guangyang City that his son was a true disciple of the Luotian sect. To offend the Lian family, one would have to consider not only their influence in Guangyang City, but also the formidable backing of the Luotian sect behind Lian Pingyun. In stark contrast to the joy of the Lin family, the Tang family was engulfed in panic. The reason was simple. The welcoming Immortals Pavilion was a property of the Lin family. Both the Tang and Lin families were prominent clans in Guangyang City. And they were also rivals. If you possess the welcoming Immortals Pavilion, I shall have the Pavilion of Immortal Arrivals. If you boast Dragon Gall and Phoenix Marrow, I shall have Dragon Whip and Phoenix Claws. Now, the choice of the welcoming Immortals Pavilion by the members of the Luotian sect was certainly not favorable news for the Tang family. To put it succinctly, the celestial beings of the Luotian sect all acknowledged the ancient tower established by the Lin family. Naturally, many cultivators in Guangyang City will instinctively consider the offerings of the Lin family first. This influence extends beyond the Yin's business. It affects every industry in which the Tang family competes with the Lin family in Guangyang City. On a larger scale, if an elder of the Luotian sect were to take a liking to a disciple of the Lin family, accepting them as an official disciple, the Tang family would forever find themselves overshadowed by the Lin family. Unless, of course, the Tang family also has a disciple favored by an elder of the Luotian sect, who would then be accepted as a true disciple. Seeing that the members of the Luotian sect had already chosen their accommodations, Gong Sun Yang quickly inquired, "Might I ask when Lord Gong plans to officially begin recruiting disciples? I would like to make the necessary arrangements in advance." "Perhaps the day after tomorrow," Gong Hongzhuang replied with a smile. Having just engaged in an intense battle with the demon lord Qin Zhifei, feeling somewhat fatigued and intending to spend a day recuperating and relaxing. "Very well, I understand." Gong Sun Yang responded with a smile. Indeed, Gong Hongzhuang nodded. Subsequently, the members of the Luotian sect, amidst the warm company of Gong Sun Yang and the Lin family, made their way to the Ancient Inn with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Tang family members were far from pleasant. "Father, now that Lord Gong and the others have chosen to stay at the Ancient Tower, what should we do?" Tang Yu'er asked anxiously. Turning to the head of the Tang family, Tang Wen. Upon hearing this, Tang Wen sighed and then smiled. "Since they have chosen to come, we must make ourselves comfortable. Your sister's talent is not inferior to that of Lin Pingyun." "Very well," Tang Yu'er responded, understanding that the current situation appeared quite unfavorable for the Tang family. "Let us depart. There is nothing for us here. It is time to return home," Tang Wen said with a smile. At this moment, Tang Chan'er, who had maintained a calm demeanor, felt a twinge of bitterness within. If Lin Pingyun were truly accepted as an official disciple by the Luotian sect, should he continue to pursue her, the family might feel pressured to agree to this union. This was something Tang Chan'er was reluctant to see. However, if such an event were to transpire, she would have no choice but to acquiesce, especially considering the considerable resources the Tang family had invested in her upbringing. Meanwhile, Tang Wen seemed to notice that his eldest daughter, Tang Chan'er, was somewhat off, and he smiled, saying, "My daughter is not a bargaining chip to be used to curry favor with powerful families. You have the right to pursue your own desires. And should anyone dare to force you into something against your will, I, Tang Wen, shall be the first to object." "Father," Tang Chan'er gazed at her father, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Yet, the more her father expressed such sentiments, the more she wished to shield him and the family from harm. In the Guangyang Mountains, Lihujun finally finished his roasted chicken while savoring the fine celestial brew. Rising and dusting off his sleeves, he too made his way toward Guangyang City. Previously, it was stated that one must observe Tang Chan'er and the others as they partake in the recruitment assessment of the Luotian sect, and it is only fitting to uphold that promise. Upon Lihujun's return to Guangyang City, he found the streets bustling with pedestrians engrossed in discussions about the Luotian sect. You should have witnessed the politeness displayed by the city Lord Gongsun and the heads of the Tang and Lin families, who, in the presence of the immortal from the Luotian sect, were exceptionally courteous. Is that not obvious? Were it not for the frequent ascensions of true immortals from our region, do you truly believe the Luotian sect would send an immortal to this desolate place? With a mere thought, the immortal could obliterate our entire city. Chapter 172. Jade Hairpin, listening to the conversations of the passers-by. Zhou Jun understood that the members of the Luotian sect had likely arrived in Guangyang City. Upon reaching the Xianglai Inn, he spotted Tang Chan'er, Tang Yu'er, and Lu Daofeng seated at a table, their expressions rather grim. Li Zhenxian, Tang Chan'er greeted him with a smile upon noticing his presence. "What's troubling you all?" Li Zhujun inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, merely some trivial matters," Tang Chan'er replied with a smile. "That's good to hear," Li Zhujun nodded in agreement. After a brief chat with Tang Chan'er, he took his leave and ascended to his room. "Sister, do you think Li Zhujun has an interest in you? If he truly is the heir of some powerful faction, perhaps you should make a greater effort. After all, you are not lacking in beauty," Tang Yu'er teased her sister. Aware of their previous discussions regarding Li Zhujun, Tang Chan'er playfully pinched Tang Yuer's nose and retorted, "You mischievous girl. Do you think your sister is that kind of person?" Tang Yuer chuckled. Yet, soon after, Tang Chan'er fell into contemplation. To be honest, Li Zhujuan's appearance far surpassed Lien Pingyun's by a considerable margin, and the aura he exuded was incomparable to that of Lien Pingyun. Reflecting on her sister's words, Tang Chan'er began to find some merit in them. However, if Li Zhujun truly were the heir of some significant power, why would he take an interest in a girl from a humble origin such as herself? Even if he were to agree, his backing would undoubtedly object. After all, only with equal social standing can a formidable alliance be forged. Yuer, it seems your sister has developed a slight interest in the young Master Li. Lu Daofeng whispered to Tang Yuer. Tang Yuer giggled. Honestly, I believe that even if Li Zhujun is not the heir, he is still 100 times more appealing than that annoying Lien Pingyun. Indeed, Brother Li is incomparable to ordinary mortals. Lu Daofeng nodded in agreement, having witnessed Li Zhujuan's prowess firsthand. If he were to face Li Zhujun, it would undoubtedly result in a dire outcome. On another side, in the welcoming in of the Lien family, the members of the Luotian sect had settled into their respective chambers. Lien Fengmao, the head of the Lien family, accompanied by his son Lien Pingyun, arrived at the quarters of Elder Bai Zhiqing of the Luotian sect. Within the elegantly antiquated room, Lien Fengmao and Lien Pingyun respectfully bowed to Elder Bai. Elder Bai, stroking his beard, cast a discerning glance at Lien Pingyun and remarked with a smile, "Rest assured. The promises I made to you earlier shall not be broken." Hearing this, Lien Fengmao and his son released a sigh of relief, as the matter Elder Bai referred to was indeed the acceptance of Lien Pingyun as his disciple. Now, before you begin the recruitment of disciples, best not to seek me out. It is prudent to avoid any semblance of bias, Elder Bai chuckled. Although it was unlikely that anyone would voice any objections. Even if the team leader Gong Hongguang were to find out about the monetary transaction for true discipleship, he would likely remain silent. For the choice of whom to accept as a true disciple is ultimately at his discretion. However, should this matter become public, it would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Luotian sect. Thus, it is wise to maintain a cautious distance. Then, we shall take our leave, Elder Bai. Lien Fengmao said, bowing once more. Go ahead. Elder Bai waved his hand dismissively. As he watched the father and son depart, Elder Bai touched the mysterious golden ring on his hand, a grin spreading across his face. The 770,000 celestial crystals bestowed by the Lien family were all contained within this ring. This specific amount was deliberately chosen by the Lien family, symbolizing auspiciousness. One must admit, the Lien family had been exceedingly generous this time. Even he, a 9th-tier celestial immortal, felt tempted to breach his own principles. However, accepting a true disciple did not require him to impart any teachings personally. He could simply entrust the responsibility to his eldest disciple. The Lien family's desire to align themselves with him was merely a reflection of their admiration for the Luotian sect and his celestial status. Meanwhile, Lien Fengmao and his son returned to the Lien family home. In the study, Lien Fengmao placed a reassuring hand on Lien Pingyun's shoulder and advised earnestly, "Son, once you enter the Luotian sect, you must devote yourself to diligent training." "Do not worry, father," Lien Pingyun replied with a confident smile. "By the way, what of Tang Chani from the Tang family?" Lien Pingyun suddenly inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Lien Fengmao chuckled with a hint of reproach. "Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts, my son? Fear not. Once you become a disciple of the Luotian sect, every word we utter will carry weight for the Tang family. With just a slight pressure from me, they will have no choice but to yield Tang Chani to us. Even the city lord Gongsun would hesitate to offend the Lien family." With this, both father and son shared a knowing smile. Time swiftly passed, bringing forth the dawn of a new day. Although Li Zhujun yearned to remain a languorous fish within the inn, he ultimately resolved to explore the vibrant city of Guangyang. Li Zhujun walked along the street and noticed a treasure shop by the roadside. He lifted his foot and stepped inside. "What grade of treasure do you wish to purchase?" "Sir?" a sweet-faced young maid asked respectfully. "I'll just browse. You may attend to your duties," Li Zhujun replied with a smile. "If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to call for me," the maid said, revealing a charming dimpled smile. "Very well," Li Zhujun responded, then began to explore the shop. Soon, his gaze fell upon a white jade phoenix hairpin. An inexplicable image of Murong Shui adorning this very pin surfaced in his mind. "I wonder how things are in the lower realm," Li Zhujun mused. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase this third-grade true immortal artifact. "How much is this hairpin?" he inquired of the maid. "Sir, this jade hairpin is a third-grade true immortal artifact and is priced at 30,000 immortal crystals," the young maid replied. "All right, I'll take it," Li Zhujun said with a smile, not bothering to haggle. "Sir, your taste is impeccable," I am sure your wife must be very fortunate." The maid remarked with a sweet smile. Li Zhaojun chuckled and handed over the 30,000 immortal crystals. Just then, Lian Pingyun suddenly entered the treasure shop. Upon seeing the jade hairpin in Li Zhaojun's hand, his expression hardened. Wouldn't he be buying that pin to gift to Tang Chan'er? Would he? Lian Pingyun thought, his heart sinking at the realization. Where did this person come from? However, Lian Pingyun maintained a smile as he greeted Li Zhaojun. "Brother, we meet again." Li Zhaojun glanced at Lian Pingyun and replied with a smile, "It is indeed a coincidence." "Quite the coincidence. I came here for the pin in your hand. To be honest, I had my eye on it yesterday, but regrettably, I did not have enough money. Might I persuade you to part with it?" Lian Pingyun said, smiling at Li Zhaojun. He spoke the truth. He had indeed admired this pin when passing by the shop the previous day, intending to gift it to Tang Chan'er. "Absolutely not," Li Zhaojun replied without a moment's hesitation, as he intended to give the pin to Murong Shui. "Can I offer a higher price?" Lian Pingyun asked. Taking a deep breath, "This is not a marketplace. The first buyer claims the prize. Once you leave my shop, I shall have no part in it. But if you dare to cause a disturbance here, do not blame me for being impolite." A robust elderly man, dressed plainly, emerged leisurely from a back room of the shop, his voice resonating with authority. Chapter 173, Are you threatening me? The sudden appearance of the elderly man caused Lian Pingyun to narrow his eyes. Zhou Jun was equally astonished as he beheld the old man leisurely emerging from the side room. Since the master had spoken thus, he decided to extend a courtesy to the old proprietor. At that moment, Lian Pingyun respectfully addressed the unexpectedly appearing elder. He recalled his father's admonition. Anyone in Guangyong City could be offended, except for the owner of the Xianba shop, a place that must not be provoked. It was said that the proprietor of this treasure store possessed extraordinary abilities. Once, 2 ninth-grade true immortals had caused a ruckus within his establishment, disregarding his warnings. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, those 2 ninth-grade true immortals had been unceremoniously thrown out like discarded dogs. After Lian Pingyun's words fell, he turned and exited the shop. Watching him leave, Zhou Jun clasped his hands in gratitude toward the elder. The elder, upon hearing this, cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Jun, only to find himself momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the depth of this young man's cultivation. How could this be? There is no need for excessive courtesy. In both life and business, integrity is paramount, the elder remarked, before turning his back on Zhou Jun and returning to the side room. After nodding to the young maid, Zhou Jun also stepped out through the main entrance. He then noticed Lian Pingyun waiting for him outside. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Lian Pingyun, with a smile, inquired, "Brother, might you part with that?" "Not a chance." Zhou Jun replied without a moment's hesitation, promptly turning toward the Xian Lion. Lian Pingyun's expression darkened as he watched Zhou Jun head in that direction. Zhou Jun was remarkably handsome, which fueled Lian Pingyun's sense of urgency. Furthermore, given that Zhou Jun had purchased a hairpin and was now proceeding to the inn, Lian Pingyun surmised that he was pursuing Tang Chan'er. Consumed by anger, Lian Pingyun coldly remarked, "Brother, I care not about your background, but I advise you to keep your distance from Tang Chan'er." Zhou Jun halted and turned back, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Are you threatening me?" Li Xianjun. Suddenly, an elder's voice interrupted the tense standoff between Zhou Jun and Lian Pingyun. An elder hurriedly approached them. This individual was none other than Bai Zhiqing, an elder from the Luotian sect, who had received 770,000 immortal crystals from the Lian family. Bai Zhiqing had come to this place knowing it offered even celestial treasures for sale. However, he was taken aback to witness Lian Pingyun threatening Zhou Jun. The sight sent a chill through Bai Zhiqing's bones as he realized that Li Xianjun was indeed a formidable immortal sovereign. If one were to take as a disciple someone who has offended a celestial lord, one might find it difficult to sleep soundly. When Lian Pingyun saw Bai Zhiqing approaching, a flicker of joy sparked within him. His support had arrived. However, upon hearing Bai Zhiqing's address to Li Shouchun, his expression froze. Li Xianjun? Could this young man in the azure robe truly be a celestial lord? Surely there must be some mistake. Yet, Bai Zhiqing, an elder of the Luotian sect, was indeed a bona fide 9th-rank celestial immortal. Such a trivial error should not occur, should it? Did this imply that he had just been confronting a celestial lord? Lian Pingyun's face paled instantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he were truly a celestial lord, how could he be mingling with Tang Chan'er, Tang Yu'er, and Lu Daofeng, who were mere true immortals? But as Lian Pingyun's thoughts spiraled, Bai Zhiqing had already stepped between the two and respectfully greeted Li Shouchun. "I am the old man Bai Zhiqing, honored to meet you, Li Xianjun." Li Shouchun nodded and then glanced at Bai Zhiqing and Lian Pingyun, inquiring, "Do you know each other?" "How could that be? We do not know one another." Bai Zhiqing vehemently denied. "I merely approached to pay my respects upon seeing Li Xianjun here." This scene left Lien Pingyun momentarily stunned, his heart swelling with indignation. Yet he dared not express it. After all, Bai Zhicheng's status as a ninth-rank celestial immortal was undeniable. The reason Bai Zhicheng claimed not to recognize Lien Pingyun was solely to avoid offending a celestial lord over a paltry sum of 770,000 celestial crystals. Although the Luotian sect had celestial lords of its own, there was a lingering fear that Li Xianjun might hold a grudge. Should he find himself alone outside the sect and be captured by Li Zhouchun, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. It was better not to be acquainted. Li Zhouchun smiled at Lien Pingyun, who, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt too intimidated to speak, standing there with a pale visage. Elder Bai, you may attend to your matters. I have pressing business and shall not linger here, Li Zhouchun stated before turning to leave. Meanwhile, within the back room of the treasure shop, a robust elder appeared to observe the scene through the wall. A celestial lord? The elder murmured. This is likely not as simple as it seems, Xiaoqiu, he said calmly. Master, a young maid peeked into the back room. Looking at the elder with a smile, do you have any instructions? Please investigate the identity of the person who just purchased the jade hairpin, the elder commanded. Certainly, master. The young maid replied with a sweet smile, though her heart was filled with curiosity about what manner of individual could command such attention from her master. That young man is indeed extraordinary. Li Shojun had returned to the Xian Lion, standing before the treasure shop. Lien Pingyun, pale as a ghost, gazed at Elder Bai and implored, Elder Bai, please stop. However, Bai Shicheng coldly interrupted Lien Pingyun, stating, from this moment onward, you and I have no connection. I shall not take you as my disciple. How foolish you are to provoke a celestial being. If I were to accept you as a disciple, I fear I would not know when or how I might meet my end. With that, Bai Shicheng turned and strode into the treasure shop, leaving Lien Pingyun standing there. His face ashen. It was over. Everything was lost. If his father were to discover that he had offended a celestial lord and that Elder Bai was unwilling to accept him as a disciple, it would surely drive him to despair. Yet, in his panic, Lien Pingyun could not dwell on such thoughts and hurried back to the Lien family. At this point, he could only hope that his father might devise a solution. Before long, Bai Zhicheng emerged from the treasure shop, a satisfied smile on his face as he stroked his beard, humming a cheerful tune. It was evident that he had successfully purchased the defensive celestial treasure he sought. He quickly made his way back to the Ancient Inn, eager to refine the newly acquired celestial artifact. With this treasure in his possession, his combat prowess in the celestial realm would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Chapter 174, Enemies in the Past? However, upon returning to his lodgings at the Ancient Inn, Bai Zhicheng encountered Lien Pingyun and his father, both standing anxiously at the door, their expressions grave. He frowned. Didn't I instruct you not to seek me out? Elder Bai, my son has acted thoughtlessly and nearly offended a powerful celestial lord, implicating you. I have chastised him thoroughly. I implore you to show mercy and accept my son as your disciple. Lien Fengmao pleaded, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Lien Fengmao truly wished to reprimand his son, questioning why he had to falter at such a critical juncture. Elder Bai, I acknowledge my mistakes, Lien Pingyun added, feeling unjustly treated. But how could I have known that he was a celestial lord? Why did he lower himself to associate with Tang Chan, and the other true immortals? Wasn't he that a blatant trap? Yet, no matter how much the father and son from the Lien family pleaded, Bai Shicheng remained unmoved. A mere 770,000 celestial crystals. Do you think I would risk offending a celestial lord for that? Bai Shicheng shook his head, a look of resignation on his face. You may leave. Consider those celestial crystals as the price for saving your son's life and a reward for your family. Had I not intervened in time, your son would have completely offended that Lord Li, and, without a doubt, your entire Lien family would have perished overnight. Upon concluding his words, Bai Shicheng waved his grand sleeves, sweeping aside the Lien family father and son who obstructed the doorway, and entered, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Naturally, what had been consumed could not be regurgitated. Observing this, the Lien father and son refrained from further embarrassment and departed silently. Their departure a stark contrast to the last time they left this place. Father, you foolish scoundrel. For the sake of a woman, you have cast aside your future. Look at your current disgraceful state. Outside the Hengxian Tower, Lien Pingyun intended to speak, yet was met with a torrent of scorn from his father, Lien Fengmao. 770,000 celestial crystals, this is no trifling sum. It has severely wounded the entire Lien family. And in the end, it has all gone to waste? Lien Fengmao was truly tempted to throttle his own son. In our past lives, we must have been arch enemies. And now you have brought such ruin upon me in this life. What a calamity! At this moment, Lien Pingyun was chastised by his father as if he were a mere coward, his face flushed with shame. Father, what shall we do tomorrow? After a brief pause, Lien Piyun observed that his father's temper seemed to have stabilized and cautiously inquired, what else can be done? What do you wish to do? You must participate in the assessment. If Bai Zhiqing does not accept you as a true disciple, then at the very least, you can enter the Luotian sect as an outer disciple. It will suffice to provide me with an explanation to the elders of our clan, Lien Fengmao lamented, deeply troubled. I understand, father, Lien Pingyun replied. Though his expression appeared calm, internally, he was seething with resentment, yearning to flay Zhou Jun alive. He was on the verge of becoming a true disciple of the Luotian sect, only to have lost that nearly within grasp. Along with the family's 770,000 spirit stones. All of this was the fault of that man named Li. If given the chance, he would ensure that Li met a most gruesome end. Alas, he is a celestial lord. With this thought, Lien Pingyun deflated like a punctured balloon, devoid of motivation. Life felt exceedingly dull, lacking meaning. Truly, it had become utterly insipid. Meanwhile, at the Xianbao shop, the little maid, having just returned from an outing, bounced back in high spirits. How did it go? The old man inquired with a smile. Zhou Jun, age unknown, likely a celestial lord, currently residing in room number 2 of the Xianlian. It appears he has just ascended from the lower realms to the celestial realm, the little maid reported, nodding enthusiastically. The old man nodded thoughtfully. Master, why are you interested in a celestial lord? The little maid asked, puzzled. The old man chuckled, shaking his head, in the world outside. Some individuals are far more complex than they appear on the surface. All right then, the little maid replied, looking somewhat aggrieved. Please, go about your business. The old man waved his hand dismissively. Understood, my lord. The young maid pouted in response. As she departed, a trace of melancholy crossed the old man's face. In this small town of Guangyang, could there truly exist beings surpassing even the celestial lords? While pondering this, he approached a hefty iron hammer, lifted it, and entered a nearby chamber illuminated by the flickering red glow of flames. Before long, the rhythmic clanging of metal echoed from within. Time swiftly passed to the following day. The previous evening, the news of the Luotian Immortal Sect's recruitment assessment, set to take place in a vast open space at the heart of Guangyang City, had swept through the entire town. Thus, on this day, many true immortals who had ascended from the lower realms, local inhabitants of Guangyang, and cultivators from other cities within the Yuxing domain arrived early at the central square, eagerly awaiting the event. Among the crowd were Tang Chaner, Tang Yuer, Lu Daofeng, and Lien Pingyun. For them, this moment might have been even more exhilarating than when Zhou Jun faced his college entrance examinations in a previous life. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun stood on the balcony of a tea house's 3rd floor, savoring a cup of morning tea, taking in the bustling scene of the central square below. Look at Zhou Jun, Tang Yuer remarked, peering out from the balcony, her cup in hand. He is just standing there, seemingly unfazed. It's as if he has a powerful backing, remaining indifferent in the face of such a grand opportunity presented by the Luotian sect. A major sect boasting a 9th-grade celestial lord. Focus, cultivate your energy, and maintain your composure, Tang Chaner advised. I've heard that the secret realm used by the Luotian sect for the assessment is an illusion so convincing that even if one knows it to be false, they will still be led to believe in its reality once inside. Is it really that extraordinary? Tang Yuer questioned, her skepticism evident. Do not underestimate the methods of celestial lords. They possess the strength to establish themselves in the immortal realm, capable of feats that can rival the stars. Lu Daofeng chimed in. All right, Tang Yuer conceded with a nod. The immortal from Luotian sect has arrived. Suddenly, a voice in the crowd exclaimed in excitement. Immediately, 5 figures descended from the sky, landing at the center of the square. These 5 were led by the celestial lord Gong Hongzhuang, accompanied by several elders of the Luotian sect. We pay our respects to Lord Gong and the esteemed elders. The cultivators in the open space greeted Gong Hongzhuang and his fellow elders with palpable excitement. Gong Hongzhuang, recognized as a powerful celestial lord, was well known across several nearby realms. Thus many cultivators identified him instantly. There is no need for such formalities, Gong Hongzhuang replied with a smile. However, he soon spotted Zhou Jun standing on the corridor outside the tea house. After a moment of surprise, he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to Zhou Jun from a distance. The several celestial elders from the Luotian sect behind him did the same. Holding a teacup, Zhou Jun could only smile and nod slightly in return, acknowledging their gesture with a bow. This scene instantly caused all the cultivators present to draw a sharp breath. The celestial lord of the Luotian sect, along with several heavenly elders, had simultaneously bowed to the young man in the green robe standing on the corridor of the tea house. Who could this young man possibly be? Chapter 175. The Luotian sect begins recruitment of disciples. Who could this young man be, that even the celestial lord must show him such deference? I believe I have seen him before at the Immortal Guest Inn. where the young master of the Liu family and the daughter of the Tang family treated him with utmost respect. At this moment, witnesses began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, Tang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder sister, I can almost conclusively affirm that there is an immensely powerful force behind Zhou Jun. Even the celestial lord bows to him." "It is truly astonishing." Tang Chan'er nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief within. Fortunately, their initial encounter with Zhou Jun had been amicable. After all, upon first seeing Zhou Jun, Tang Chan'er had sensed his extraordinary nature, and it now appeared that her intuition had indeed been validated. Only Lu Daofeng was beside himself with joy, as if he had truly secured an alliance with a figure so revered that even celestial lords showed him respect. As the saying goes, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. At this moment, Lien Pingyun's face had drained of color. If he had previously harbored doubts about Zhou Jun's identity, those doubts were now obliterated with the celestial lord's bow. Zhou Jun was undoubtedly a person of celestial stature. After all, the strength of a celestial lord is evident. Who would waste their time bowing to someone of a lower realm? The thought left Lien Pingyun feeling utterly despondent. Meanwhile, after Zhou Jun nodded slightly, Gong Hongzhuang gradually returned the gesture and addressed the gathered cultivators. "The conditions for recruitment into the Luotian sect are likely familiar to you all to some extent. Shortly, I will lead you into a secret realm, where you will encounter a series of illusions. To be deemed qualified, you must remain in the secret realm for 3 incense sticks worth of time and navigate through 3 illusions. Should you conquer the 4th, you will be eligible to become an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. If you succeed with the 5th, I assure you, even I would be tempted to accept you as a true disciple. Let us return to the matter at hand. This test will evaluate not only your comprehension but also your character. Do you all understand clearly?" At this moment, the assembled cultivators reacted promptly, hurriedly responding, "We understand." "That's good to hear. Let us commence without delay," Gong Hongzhuang said with a broad smile. This secret realm is not only capable of testing the insight and character of the cultivators, but also serves to discern whether certain practitioners are aligned with the malevolent path. Simultaneously, with a grand sweep of his sleeve, a transparent crystal sphere suddenly soared from his cuff, levitating in midair. In the next instant, the sphere erupted with resplendent spiritual light, emanating an immense gravitational force. The cultivators present felt as if their bodies were uncontrollably drawn into the sphere, morphing into shadows that were subsequently engulfed within its confines. This technique was undeniably formidable. Zhou Jun felt a twinge of astonishment and took a sip of tea. Pondering how one could encapsulate an entire secret realm within a mere crystal sphere, such a feat was no trivial endeavor. Meanwhile, as all the cultivators were drawn into the crystal sphere, the 5 celestial elders of the Luotian sect also entered, primarily to prevent any unforeseen incidents within and to supervise the participants undergoing the assessment. The external realm was entrusted to Gong Hongzhuang, a powerful celestial being, for vigilant oversight. In addition to those participating in the recruitment assessment by the Luotian sect, many other cultivators had gathered outside, anxiously awaiting their turn. Outside the tea house where Zhou Jun stood, a multitude of onlookers had assembled. However, in the presence of the young man clad in blue, they hesitated to approach. After all, he was a figure to whom even celestial beings showed deference. The respect afforded to him suggested either that he was backed by an immensely powerful force or that he himself possessed celestial-level cultivation akin to Gong Xianjun. Regardless of the truth, it was evident that this young man in blue was not someone they could easily provoke. Yet, scarcely had time passed when several figures shot forth from the crystal sphere, their faces etched with disappointment. Clearly, they had been eliminated. Upon entering the secret realm, they had succumbed to an illusory trap, nearly encountering peril before being summarily expelled by the elder of the Luotian sect, who waved them out with a flick of his sleeve. Time continued to flow until 3 incense sticks had completely burned down. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators who had participated in the assessment, only a little over 2,000 remained within the secret realm. However, of these, 3/4, approximately 1,500, were ensnared within the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd secret realms. Gong Hongzhuang observed that the time of the 3 incense sticks had come to an end. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, shadows emerged from the crystalline orb. Some bore expressions of disappointment, having been ensnared in the 1st or 2nd illusion. Others displayed looks of frustration, for they found themselves in the 3rd illusion, on the verge of success. Additionally, a select few wore expressions of delight, having met the standards of the Luotian sect, with some even venturing into the 4th and 5th illusions. There were those who, after traversing the 3rd or 4th illusions, opted to withdraw, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the assessment within the secret realm. Notably, no one had managed to conquer 5 illusions within the span of 3 incense sticks. "Sister, which illusion did you reach?" Tang Yue inquired upon her exit, directing her question at Tang Chan'er. The fifth, though regrettably I could not surpass it. Tang Chan'er replied with a hint of disappointment. That is still commendable, elder sister. Having cleared the fourth illusion already qualifies you to become an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. I merely made it through the third before the assessment concluded. Tang Yue remarked with a smile. She then turned her gaze to Lu Daofeng, asking, how many illusions did you conquer? My fiancé is quite formidable. I'm about to surpass the fourth illusion, Lu Daofeng responded with a grin. All right, you all surpass me in skill. By the way, how far do you think Lian Pengyun has progressed? Tang Yue inquired curiously. He shouldn't be more capable than elder sister, right? Uncertain, Lu Daofeng replied, shaking his head. Tang Chan'er, appearing somewhat exasperated, said, you shouldn't pry into such matters, dear girl. Very well, Tang Yue conceded. At that moment, Lian Pengyun stood not far from Tang Chan'er, having overheard their conversation. However, he was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Having traversed 4 illusions, he was, by all accounts, qualified to become an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. Although the title of inner disciple paled in comparison to that of a true disciple, it still held greater prestige than that of an outer disciple. Yet, when Lian Pengyun noticed Bai Ziqing conferring with several elders of the Luotian sect, occasionally glancing in his direction and whispering, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Chapter 176. Forging the Firmament, just as Lian Pengyun had surmised. The hushed discussions between Bai Ziqing and the elders did not bode well for him. Bai Ziqing approached Lian Pengyun with a smile, remarking, your talent is quite impressive. Young man, you flatter me, Elder Bai, Lian Pengyun replied humbly. Does this mean I might smoothly join the Luotian sect? Not quite, Bai Ziqing chuckled. While your talent is indeed remarkable, I have just conferred with several elders regarding the recruitment of disciples in Guangyang City. The quota for inner disciples has been filled. But regrettably, there is one excess candidate. Given your evident potential, I believe you will undoubtedly secure a place in another sect. Thus, let this opportunity be given to someone in greater need. Elder Bai, the inner disciples have all been recruited. I would not mind being an outer disciple, said Lian Pengyun hurriedly. Bai Ziqing was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I apologize, but we have also just filled the spots for outer disciples. At this moment, Lian Pengyun realized that the Luotian sect was not inclined to accept him as a disciple. After all, to recruit one inner disciple, one would have to offend a celestial lord, which was quite unwise. To be frank, if the nearby sects learn that you have offended a celestial lord, they will not take you as a disciple, Bai Ziqing stated. After saying this, Bai Ziqing departed, leaving Lian Pengyun standing there in a daze, wondering if his life was destined for ruin. Despair welled up within Lian Pengyun at that moment. Meanwhile, Lihujun, having witnessed the conclusion of the disciple recruitment examination at the Luotian sect, decided against lingering in the tea house's outer corridor and made his way back to the inn. Upon returning to the inn, he was astonished to find the usually bustling establishment rather desolate. Most patrons, he surmised, had gone to observe the recruitment examination at the Luotian sect. Just after Zhou Jun returned, he soon heard the voice of Tang Yue outside. Sister, we will be heading to the Luotian sect the day after tomorrow. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. No matter where we are, we must diligently cultivate. Tang Chan'er added. Shortly thereafter, Tang Chan'er, Tang Yue, and Lu Daofeng entered the inn. Upon seeing Zhou Jun, their expressions immediately turned formal, greeting him with Lihujun. They had intended to address him as DZ, but Lu Daofeng had advised that in crowded places, it was better to use a more common form of address if no guardian was present. Zhou Jun smiled. Congratulations to you all on successfully becoming disciples of the Luotian Xianzhou. Brotherly, if you were to participate in the Luotian sect's examination, I believe you could pass at least 10 illusions within 3 incense sticks. Lu Daofeng flattered Zhou Jun. Not necessarily, Zhou Jun replied. At that moment, a young girl bounced into the Xianlai Inn. This girl was none other than the little maid from the Xianbao shop, Xiao Qiu. Upon entering, she spotted Zhou Jun and exclaimed, Sir, my master requests your presence to taste some wine. The little maid disregarded Tang Chan'er and the others, offering Zhou Jun a sweet smile. A maid from the Xianbao shop, Tang Chan'er, Tang Yue, and Lu Daofeng were taken aback upon seeing the maid. The Tang family studied the Xianbao shop far more deeply than the Lian family. Every time a maid from the Xianbao shop stepped out, it was to hunt the demon race of the celestial realm, collecting their skins, flesh, and bones to use as materials for crafting magical artifacts. In other words, the maid from the celestial treasure shop is, at the very least, a being of the heavenly immortal realm. Meanwhile, Zhou Jun was contemplating declining the maid's invitation, as he had only met the owner of the celestial treasure shop once. However, at that moment, the system intervened, announcing, Ding, system mission issued. Visit the owner of the celestial treasure shop, and the host will receive substantial rewards. Upon hearing the system's task, Zhou Jun naturally changed his mind and smiled at the maid, asking, "Has your master instructed you on when I should visit?" "Whenever you wish, sir." The maid replied with a beaming smile. "Very well, I shall come by shortly," Zhou Jun said. The maid nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will convey your words to my master." With that, she departed from the scene. "Lihujun, since you are heading out for drinks, please bring some dishes from our establishment. This will also serve as a request for you to speak favorably of the Tang family before the owner of the Celestial Treasure Shop, so there will be no charge." Tang Chan'er seemed to see an opportunity to gain favor with both Zhou Jun and the owner of the Celestial Treasure Shop. "That would be much appreciated." Zhou Jun replied with a smile. After a brief wait, Tang Chan'er arrived, carrying a wooden box filled with numerous dishes, and cheerfully announced, "There are 9 signature dishes from the Celestial Inn inside." "Thank you," Zhou Jun said, accepting the wooden box into his storage ring. After expressing his gratitude, he left the Celestial Inn and made his way to the Celestial Treasure Shop. Upon entering the shop, the maid greeted him with a smile, saying, "Please follow me, sir." "Very well," Zhou Jun responded. The maid then led him to a side room, stopping at the door and cheerfully stating, "Sir, the owner is waiting for you inside." "Thank you," Zhou Jun replied. "No need for formalities," the maid said before attending to another customer who had just arrived. As Zhou Jun pushed open the door to the side room, he saw the owner of the Celestial Treasure Shop, a robust elder, seated at a small table. Smiling warmly at him, "Friend, please take a seat," the elder invited. "I wonder why you summoned me here?" Zhou Jun inquired with a smile. The elder chuckled softly without answering, instead filling a small cup in front of Zhou Jun and gesturing, "Please, my friend." Seeing this, Zhou Jun did not hesitate. Lifting the cup to his lips and downing its contents in one swift motion, concealing his face with his sleeve. "Excellent wine," he exclaimed, placing the cup down in admiration. "You have a commendable capacity for alcohol," the elder remarked, his eyes glimmering with appreciation for Zhou Jun. "I am known as Duan Songqiang," the elder introduced himself. Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun replied. At that moment, Zhou Jun appeared composed on the surface, yet his insides burned intensely, had it not been for the protective ability of his 50-50 shield. This cultivator would surely have faced a severe gastric rupture. At this moment, the young maid had finished attending to the guests and stepped inside. Upon noticing the remnants of wine in Zhou Jun's cup, her expression momentarily froze, and she inhaled sharply. In such a brief span, consuming even this modest cup of wine poured by the master would incapacitate even a 9th-grade celestial lord, leaving them sprawled across the table, unable to rise. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of visiting the Celestial Treasure Shop's proprietor. The system rewards you with the cultivation of a 4th-grade true celestial. Beep. The system has issued a new task. Intoxicate Duan Songqiang and compel him to concede. Upon completion, the host shall receive generous rewards. Chapter 177. 7th-grade true celestial Xiaoqiu, why are you dazed? Hurry and refill the master's cup. Duan Songqiang chuckled. Yes, my lord. The young maid, startled into action, lifted the wine jug from the table and filled Zhou Jun's cup once more. Duan Songqiang smiled at Zhou Jun, saying, "This jug can hold the flowing rivers, my friend. Drink to your heart's content." "Then I shall not be polite," Zhou Jun replied with a grin. "I raise a toast to you, my esteemed elder." With that, Zhou Jun lifted his cup and downed the contents in one gulp. Good, good, good," Duan Songqiang exclaimed, repeating the word thrice as he too raised his cup and emptied it. Observing this, the young maid promptly filled their cups again. "Wait a moment," Zhou Jun suddenly interjected. "Oh, do you have something to say?" Duan Songqiang inquired, puzzled. Zhou Jun smiled. "The Tang family from Guangyang City prepared 9 dishes for us to enjoy." "That is splendid." Duan Songqiang nodded in agreement, smiling. Thus, the two began to drink and savor the dishes together. Half an hour passed. Zhou Jun had barely touched his food, yet he continued to toast Duan Songqiang. This scene left the young maid utterly astonished. Surely, even celestial lords could not indulge in the master's personally brewed wine to such an extent. Could it be that this young man in the azure robe, like the master, was a celestial emperor? How could this be possible? The maid gasped in disbelief. At this moment, Duan Songqiang felt somewhat lightheaded. "My friend, your capacity for wine is impressive," he remarked. "It has been ages since I have enjoyed drinking so heartily." At this point, Duan Songqiang was nearly certain that Zhou Jun was of the same celestial emperor caliber as himself, and possessed an exceptional tolerance for alcohol among them. "Haha. Then I shall toast you once more, Elder Duan." Zhou Jun laughed heartily. "Please do," Duan Songqiang replied with a smile. Thus, the two continued their ritual of toasting each other until the midnight hour. "Come, let us drink another round." Zhou Jun raised his cup towards Duan Songqiang. Duan Songqiang was momentarily taken aback, a tumultuous sensation stirring within his stomach. He hastily shook his dizzy head and said, "No, I cannot match your drinking prowess, esteemed sir. I am already feeling quite overwhelmed." "Is that so?" Zhou Jun replied somewhat despondently. "Let us continue another time." With a smile, Duan Sanqiong responded. And just as his words lingered in the air, a notification from the system resonated. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for compelling Duan Sanqiong to concede. Ding! The system grants a reward. Attainment of 7th grade superior true immortal cultivation, and the Aoshua flying sword is upgraded to a 7th grade true immortal artifact." Zhou Jun was startled by the system's announcement. The reward seemed exceedingly generous. "Ding! The system is in high spirits today, hic. Why do you still hiccup as if you're intoxicated?" Zhou Jun exclaimed, momentarily stunned. "Ding! Who decreed that a system cannot indulge in wine?" Zhou Jun thought to himself. Truly, this is beyond the realm of common sense. Meanwhile, the maid observed her master's concession and could not help but swallow hard. Historically, her master had never lost to anyone in drinking or wielding a hammer. Now, he had conceded to an immortal emperor of unknown origins. After all, one at the level of an immortal emperor would surely possess a notable reputation. Yet, the maid racked her brain, unable to find any immortal emperor in the celestial realm who matched the appearance of this Yunjushan immortal emperor. Could it be that old Master Duan required assistance from Zhou Jun? At that moment, Zhou Jun smiled and said, "Old Master Duan, please do not hesitate to speak. For the sake of these drinks, as long as it does not contravene any fundamental principles, I shall certainly lend my aid. Since you have said so, I shall not be polite. Indeed, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you." Duan Sanqiong replied with a smile. Zhou Jun thought, as expected, the drunkard's true intent lies beyond mere wine. "Please, go on, old master," he urged. Duan Sanqiong nodded and said, "Once, there was a powerful immortal emperor known as the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor, who obtained a naturally cultivated divine fire, named the Burning Heaven Divine Flame." Zhou Jun nodded, internally critiquing the name of the spirit fire, wondering if it were the rebellious phase of a youthful spirit. Duan Sanqiong continued, "However, the Burning Heaven Divine Flame is exceedingly domineering. Even an immortal emperor might struggle to completely refine it for his own use. Since the Divine Flame Immortal Emperor acquired the Burning Heaven Divine Flame, he has not been seen for millennia. Thus, I surmise he likely perished during the process of refining this flame. Therefore, I dispatched myriad avatars across the 4 continents of the immortal realm, countless small domains, and the 3,000 lower worlds to seek the whereabouts of this Divine Flame Immortal Emperor. Have you managed to locate this immortal emperor?" Zhou Jun inquired, simultaneously feeling a chill run down his spine. With a mere utterance, he conjures countless manifestations. Just how formidable is this Master Duan? Indeed, Master Duan Sanqiong nodded and remarked, "I cannot fathom how many years I have spent in search of clues. Ultimately, I surmise that this Divine Flame Immortal Emperor likely perished on a mortal continent known as the Immortal Relic Land, situated between the southern and eastern regions of the Immortal Realm. This land was once a place of exile for those of the demonic path, where the spiritual essence of heaven and earth has been rendered exceedingly sparse by various methods employed by the immortals. Moreover, every individual from the demonic path, prior to their banishment to that realm, would have their cultivation utterly stripped away. Over time, it seems the immortals gradually forgot about that continent, hence its designation as the Immortal Relic Land. Presently, the inhabitants of the Immortal Relic Land are mere mortals. While there may exist cultivators, there are certainly no true immortals. Thus it can be regarded as a lower realm within the immortal realm. May I inquire, Master Duan, why have you sought me out?" Zhou Jun asked with a smile. "Because I cannot see through you," Master Duan Sanqiong replied with a grin. Zhou Jun chuckled lightly. "Are you not concerned that the divine flame might be seized by me, rendering your years of effort futile?" "I am but a mere manifestation now," Master Duan Sanqiong stated confidently. "Moreover, I trust my judgment in people. Should this endeavor be successful, I am willing to forge an Immortal Emperor artifact for you, free of charge." "Such magnanimity, Master," Zhou Jun remarked with admiration. From the moment Master Duan Sanqiong offered to forge an Immortal Emperor artifact upon acquiring the Divine Flame, it became evident that he was likely a powerful Immortal Emperor himself. Yet, the division of his essence into countless manifestations must have some effect, however slight, on his true being. Otherwise, he would not have sought Zhou Jun's assistance, but rather would have directly confronted the matter with his true form. "Beep, the system has issued a task. Assist Master Duan Sanqiong in obtaining the Divine Flame, and the host shall receive an Immortal Emperor artifact crafted by Master Duan Sanqiong, alongside substantial rewards from the system." At that moment, Zhou Jun's system began to announce a new task. Noticing that Zhou Jun remained silent, Master Duan Sanqiong did not rush him but patiently awaited his response. Chapter 178. Arrival at the Immortal Relic Land very well. Since Master Duan has presented such a sincere offer, I have no reason to decline, Zhou Jun stated. Turning to Master Duan Sangqiong. Ha ha ha. Mr. Li is a man of great fortitude. Come, let us raise a toast. Master Duan Sangqiong exclaimed joyfully, lifting his cup toward Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun paused momentarily, realizing that Master Duan Sangqiong was not yet fully intoxicated. Please, Zhou Jun lifted his cup, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. After they both finished their drinks, Master Duan Sangqiong smiled and said, Mr. Li, 1 month hence, we shall reconvene at the Immortal Relic Land. This jade talisman will guide you to my location upon your arrival. As he spoke, Duan Sangtian produced a jade talisman and handed it to Zhou Jun. Accepting the talisman, Zhou Jun nodded and bid farewell, saying, Then we shall reconvene in a month's time. It is already early morning, and I shall not further intrude upon you. Esteemed Elder Duan. Very well, Mr. Li, travel safely, Duan Sangtian replied with a smile, watching Zhou Jun depart. Only then did the young maid turn to Duan Sangtian and inquire, My lord, is he truly a celestial emperor? Most likely, Duan Sangtian nodded thoughtfully. The wine I brewed myself is potent. Had a celestial emperor with a weak constitution consumed such an amount, they would surely be unable to rise from the table today. Yet, Mr. Li shows no signs of inebriation and departs with remarkable vitality. Indeed, the young maid agreed with a nod. Prepare yourself. We shall set forth immediately to the Celestial Ruins continent. Even with my avatar possessing Celestial Emperor strength, it will take half a day to reach our destination. Duan Sangtian instructed. Understood, my lord, the young maid replied. Meanwhile, after leaving the Celestial Treasure Shop, Zhou Jun returned to the Celestial Inn. He rested for a night to alleviate the burning sensation within him, which had been quite distressing. As dawn broke, feeling somewhat better, he descended the stairs. At the reception desk, Tang Chan'er, fiddling with an abacus, noticed Zhou Jun and greeted him with a smile. You haven't rested? Zhou Jun inquired. I have indeed joined the Luotian sect, Tang Chan'er replied with a wry smile. However, having managed the Celestial Inn for decades, it would be disingenuous to say I have no attachment. Thus, I wish to finalize the accounts before my departure. Of course, Zhou Jun smiled back. Might you also tally my expenses? Typically, inns require payment in advance, yet it was evident that Zhou Jun was an exception. Are you preparing to leave, Mr. Li? Tang Chan'er asked in surprise. Indeed, Zhou Jun affirmed with a smile. Everyone has their aspirations, one cannot remain in one place indefinitely. That makes sense, Yunjushan. Please hold on for a moment, Tang Chan'er said, her delicate fingers skillfully maneuvering the abacus. After a brief pause, she looked up at Zhou Jun and announced, Mr. Li. The expenses for room number 2 over the past few days amount to 9,000 celestial crystals. At this point, Tang Chan'er hesitated before adding with a smile, If it pleases you, Mr. Li may leave without payment. No, thank you, Zhou Jun replied, shaking his head with a smile. He then paid the 9,000 celestial crystals to Tang Chan'er and turned to leave. However, halfway to the door, he paused and turned back to Tang Chan'er, asking, Might you know of the Celestial Ruins continent? The Celestial Ruins continent? Tang Chan'er was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, I have heard of it. But that place is particularly distant from our Yunjushan domain. Even for an immortal, it would take at least a decade to arrive. Even with the aid of transmission arrays along the way. A decade? Zhou Jun was stunned. He had made an appointment with Duan Sangqiong to meet on the Xini continent in a month. If he were to arrive 10 years later, the opportunity would surely have passed. He needed to find Duan Sangqiong swiftly and persuade him to delay his departure. Perhaps by offering a reason for him to take Zhou Jun along. What is it, Yunjushan? Tang Chan'er inquired at that moment. Nothing, I must take my leave. Zhou Jun replied, hastily exiting the Xianlai Inn and making his way toward the Xianba shop, leaving a bewildered Tang Chan'er watching his receding figure. After a while, Tang Chan'er regained her composure, feeling a pang of regret that she had not shared a story with Zhou Jun. However, she consoled herself with the thought that she had become an inner disciple of the Luotian sect. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Xianbao shop, Zhou Jun noticed a sign hanging at the entrance, which read, The proprietor is out. Please do not disturb. Consequences are yours to bear. Realizing the situation, Zhou Jun slapped his forehead in frustration. This is a disaster. Beep. The charming me always appears at the most opportune moments. Preparing to transport the host to the Xini continent. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the system's countdown concluded, Zhou Jun felt the world around him shift and swirl. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense forest. Beneath his feet lay a desolate, muddy path, and the morning sun had yet to rise, casting an eerie dimness across the landscape. Is this the Xini continent? Zhou Jun mused, surprised by the remarkably thin spiritual energy surrounding him. although this place was still within the realm of immortals. The density of spiritual energy was even sparser than that of barren lands in the lower realms. At that moment, a young man clad in a raincoat and hat, holding a fishing rod, appeared ahead. He was moving hurriedly along the muddy path, his steps creating squelching sounds, his face a mask of panic. Upon noticing Zhou Jun, the young man exclaimed, "There's something filthy ahead. Do not approach." Without waiting for a response, he attempted to circumvent Zhou Jun. Intrigued, Zhou Jun followed closely beside him and inquired with a smile, "Would you be so kind as to elaborate?" As he spoke, he revealed a gold coin in his palm. Initially, the young man in the raincoat was reluctant to engage with Zhou Jun. He felt he had done his due diligence by warning him. However, at this moment, the young man appeared to be rather generous. The youth in the raincoat pondered for a moment, considering the distance to the river, which was not insignificant. And realizing he was close to home, he said, "Very well, I shall recount the events that transpired. As saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 levels." The youth in the raincoat accepted the gold from Lihujun's hand, and as he reflected, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "That river is an hour's journey from here, traversing these muddy paths, desolate and uninviting. When I encountered that foul creature, the dawn had yet to break. I had arrived there yesterday afternoon to fish, but despite my efforts throughout the day, I caught nothing. As twilight descended, my companions, also there to fish, began to depart one by one. Initially, I paid little mind to it, but by midnight, the fish suddenly began to bite inexplicably. I caught one large fish after another, until I felt a tug on my line once more. With a swift jerk of my rod, I pulled in a sizable grass carp. However, curiously, this carp offered no resistance as it was hooked. When I removed it, I was horrified to discover that it was stiff, its eyes rolled back in death, long deceased. Tell me, brother, how could a dead fish bite the hook? As the saying goes, a dead fish signifies retreat. Nevertheless, having fished at night for several years, I am not one to easily succumb to superstition. And with the fish biting so well, how could I give up so readily? Thus, I cast aside the dead fish and continued to fish. Not long after, I felt a breath near my neck. At this point, the youth in the raincoat turned pale. Chapter 179. The evidence Lihujun has always had an affinity for tales tinged with horror. However, regarding the youth in the raincoat's experience, he could only express that one does not court death without reason. The adage about the dead fish signifies retreat is a warning to fishermen who disturb the water ghost, which might place a dead fish on the hook as a cautionary sign. Well, that is the essence of my encounter. I shall take my leave now, brother. The youth in the raincoat said with a smile, weighing the gold in his hand. Very well, Lihujun nodded in agreement. Observing the youth in the raincoat depart, he had no intention of seeking trouble with the water ghost, for the fact that it had allowed the youth to leave indicated it harbored no ill intentions. Sometimes, the human heart can be far more terrifying than any ghost. Subsequently, Lihujun prepared to find an inn on this celestial continent, awaiting the arrival of the forging of the heavens. With a sweep of his celestial senses, he discerned that approximately 20 miles behind him lay a city, indeed inhabited by cultivators. However, the cultivation levels of these individuals did not surpass that of newborns from the 5 continents of the celestial realm. 20 miles. Stepping into the void, Lihujun reappeared in but an instant. On the other side, Zhuang Sangxiong, accompanied by his petite maid, traversed the perilous expanse of the southern sea and arrived at the fringes of the immortal relic continent. To his surprise, he discovered that Mr. Li had already made his way there. Upon reaching the immortal relic continent, Zhuang Sangxiong utilized a jade talisman and learned that Zhou Jun had indeed arrived. Goodness, Mr. Li has managed to outpace even you, my lord. The maid exclaimed, astonished. It seemed evident that Mr. Li was undoubtedly a formidable being at the level of an immortal emperor. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach the immortal relic continent ahead of her master. After all, her master was among the elite of immortal emperors, and even a mere avatar of his could rival an ordinary immortal emperor. Let us seek out Mr. Li, Zhuang Sangxing suggested with a smile. Although they had agreed to meet in a month's time, both parties having arrived warranted an earlier encounter. Indeed, aside from the presence of the divine flame immortal emperor, the immortal relic continent offered little of interest, resembling a confining prison devoid of purpose. Very well, the maid nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhuang Sangxiong was aware of Zhou Jun's location, thus his journey from his position to the inn where Zhou Jun resided would take but an instant. As Zhuang Sangxiong appeared outside the inn, Zhou Jun sensed his arrival through the jade talisman. Rising from his chamber, Zhou Jun stepped outside to behold the beaming Zhuang Sangxiong alongside his maid, Xiao. I apologize for the wait, Mr. Li, Zhuang Sangxiong remarked with a smile. I have just arrived, Zhou Jun replied, then inquired, might I ask, dear Zhuang, if you know the location of the fallen divine flame Immortal Emperor? Certainly. Zhuang Sangqiang responded with assurance. Rest assured, I have it well in hand. I naturally trust in your expertise, esteemed Zhuang, Lihujun replied. After a leisurely chat outside the inn, Zhuang Sangqiang decided to lodge there as well. They had already agreed to set off at dawn the following day to the site of the divine flame Immortal Emperor's demise. On the morrow, as dawn broke, Lihujun stretched lazily and made his way downstairs. Zhuang Sangqiang and the maid had already laid out a sumptuous breakfast along with morning tea. Please, Mr. Li, Zhuang Sangqiang said with a smile as he watched Lihujun descend. I shall indulge without reservation, Lihujun replied cheerfully. The site of the divine flame Immortal Emperor's fall lies 10,000 miles from here, Zhuang Sangqiang remarked, sipping his tea while Lihujun peeled an egg. That is manageable. It won't take too long, Lihujun assured him, confident that their speeds would align perfectly. Indeed, it is not far. Yet the divine flame Immortal Emperor is no trivial matter, otherwise he would not have possessed the heavenly flame of devastation, Zhuang Sangqiang cautioned. However, we must proceed with utmost care. At this moment, the little maid laughed and said, My lord, you are overthinking. With the two of you, the celestial emperors, intervening. I believe that even the formidable divine flame emperor and the burning heaven divine fire would be as easy to handle as a trifle. You little girl. Duan Sangqiang chided playfully. Li Zhoujun smiled gently. It seemed that Li Zhoujun had suddenly recalled something, and thus posed a question to Duan Sangqiang. I wonder, dear elder Duan, do you have any knowledge of the Yao family in the celestial realm? Li Zhoujun felt it necessary to take an interest in his disciple, Jiang Xiaobai. The Yao family? Duan Sangqiang paused slightly. Is that the humble family from the central continent's celestial domain? Their head is known as Yao Huangzuan, replied Li Zhoujun. To be referred to as a humble family by Duan Sangqiang indicated that they were not merely an ordinary impoverished household, but rather a lineage that had once basked in glory but had now fallen into obscurity. Even in their decline, they were far from comparable to the average families of the celestial realm. It seems to be that Yao family. Their ancestors once produced a female emperor by the name of Yao Shu. I crafted an imperial weapon for her. She was an incredibly gifted individual. Among the elite, even among celestial emperors. Unfortunately, she disappeared while seeking the Chaos Heaven, Duan Sangqiang lamented. Chaos Heaven? Li Zhoujun inquired, astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a place. Even celestial emperors who ventured there failed to return? Was this place truly so terrifying? However, it made sense that Yao Huangzuan was so arrogant. After all, they had once produced a celestial emperor. Though they were now a humble family, their strength remained formidable. And perhaps an ancient being was secretly in seclusion, refining their skills. Why does it seem that you two have an interest in exploring Chaos Heaven? Duan Sangqiang inquired. Noticing Li Zhoujun's surprise, he was unaware that this was the first time Li Zhoujun had heard of Chaos Heaven and assumed he wished to seek it out. After all, what celestial emperor was not aware of it? While the lifespan of a celestial emperor was indeed vast, it was only so in relation to those beneath them. In reality, celestial emperors also had an end to their lives, measured in epochs, one epoch equating to 360,000 years. Thus, throughout history, many celestial emperors, after living their lives to the fullest, would seek out Chaos Heaven in search of realms beyond that of a celestial emperor. Hence, Chaos Heaven was known as the land of imperial burials. However, Li Zhoujun was genuinely unaware of any of this. I do not. But I am merely curious about what kind of existence lies within, he replied with a smile. Duan Sangqiang nodded in agreement. I too am quite curious. Yet I still have several epochs of life ahead of me, so I have ample time left. Li Zhoujun chuckled softly. By the way, how did you come to inquire about the Yao family? Duan Sangqiang then asked. I have had dealings with the current head of the Yao family. Li Zhoujun replied with a slight smile. Ah, I see, Duan Sangqiang responded, enlightened. The three of them had now finished their breakfast. Duan Sangqiang addressed the young maid, saying, You shall remain here in this inn until I return. The maid smiled gently and replied, Rest assured, my lord. After acknowledging her, Duan Sangqiang turned to Li Zhoujun and said, Mr. Li, let us also set forth. Li Zhoujun responded affirmatively, and the two departed from the inn, employing their ability to traverse vast distances in the mere blink of an eye, arriving at their destination in no time. Now standing upon the clouds, Duan Sangqiang glanced at Li Zhoujun beside him and smiled inwardly, recognizing that his companion, who had arrived at the immortal relic continent ahead of him, possessed a skill in spatial contraction that rivaled his own. In Chapter 180, The Divine Flame of Heaven, Li Zhoujun, observing the mountain range beneath them, expressed his surprise. Is the Divine Flame Emperor truly here? Duan Sangqiang nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed. Let us proceed. They transformed into streaks of light and descended to the base of a towering mountain. Before them lay a seemingly unremarkable cave within the mountainside. Although the Divine Flame Emperor had seized the heavenly flame of destruction, he had sustained grave injuries from other celestial emperors, fleeing to this location. The more ordinary the place appeared, the more advantageous it became for him, Duan Sangxiong remarked with a smile. Zhou Jun nodded in agreement. And together they ventured into the cave. At first, the path within the cave was tranquil and exuded a chilly ambience. However, as they delved deeper, the temperature began to rise significantly. After traversing approximately 20 miles, they encountered numerous cultivators and the desiccated corpses of ordinary mortals, whose bodies had preserved remarkably well due to the loss of moisture. Yet, they did not pause, pressing onward into the depths. After walking about 50 miles, they still had not reached the cave's end, but the temperature had escalated to a scorching intensity, akin to the blazing sun overhead. It was likely that any cultivator beneath the Celestial Emperor's rank would find themselves drenched in sweat, unable to proceed further. Truly, the might of the Celestial Emperor was evident, as the passage to his small world seamlessly connected with the greater realm. As Zhou Jun continued forward, he mused internally about this remarkable phenomenon. In truth, from the moment the temperature began to rise, both Zhou Jun and Duan Sangxiong had already entered the small world created by the Divine Flame Emperor. Duan Sangxiong then remarked, "The Divine Flame Emperor is indeed deserving of his title, even in death. It is unlikely anyone would suspect that his imperial tomb would be hidden within this unassuming cave on the immortal relic continent. Furthermore, while his tomb appears devoid of defenses, it is, in fact, far more perilous than those heavily fortified with traps." Zhou Jun concurred. Indeed, ever since we stepped into his diminutive world, the temperature has risen with each advancing step. Were an ordinary cultivator to sense something amiss and seek to flee, they would likely find themselves too exhausted to turn back, ultimately succumbing to the searing heat within, akin to a frog slowly boiled in water. Quite so, Duan Sangxiong chuckled. Traveling alongside an astute companion makes the journey considerably more effortless. As the two of them engaged in light-hearted banter, they strolled leisurely through the cavern that felt akin to a furnace. After traversing yet another 100 miles, Zhou Jun and Duan Sangxiong finally beheld a man clad in white, a flickering flame dancing upon his forehead, seated serenely on a stone platform at the cave's end, his eyes gently closed. At that moment, the ambient temperature was such that anyone beneath the status of an immortal emperor would be reduced to ashes in an instant. As if sensing their arrival, the white-clad man gradually opened his eyes. With the opening of his gaze, the environment around Zhou Jun and Duan Sangxiong underwent a profound transformation. In that instant, they found themselves within a grand hall, where molten lava surged all around them. The white-clad man stood imperiously above them, his authoritative gaze casting down upon Zhou Jun and Duan Sangxiong. At this moment, the presence of the white-clad man exuded a regal might, akin to the vast heavens, suggesting that with a mere gesture, he could alter the very fabric of reality. However, Zhou Jun and Duan Sangxiong remained undaunted, standing their ground with an air of calm composure. Unexpectedly, two immortal emperors have sought me out. The man with the flickering flame upon his forehead spoke slowly. After all, those who could reach this place and remain unflinching beneath such overwhelming power undoubtedly possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor. Do you truly believe that by occupying the corporeal form of the Divine Flame Emperor, you have become him? Duan Sangxiong interjected. You merely took advantage of the Divine Flame Emperor's grievous injury to seize his immortal body. As Duan Sangxiong's words fell, the Divine Flame Emperor, or the burning heaven Divine Flame, regarded them with a gradually chilling gaze. And so? He retorted with a grin. You wish to refine me, extinguish my consciousness, and force me to birth a new awareness that acknowledges you as my progenitor? You are not entirely foolish. Indeed, Duan Sangxiong replied, a smile playing on his lips. And just the two of you? The burning heaven Divine Flame scoffed. Sufficient, Duan Sangxiong declared nonchalantly. The reason the burning heaven Divine Flame lingered here was that, despite the passage of countless years, he had yet to fully merge with the corporeal form of the Divine Flame Emperor. Seeking death, the burning heaven Divine Flame snorted. And in an instant, a sea of flames surged forth, enveloping the realm in its fiery embrace. This technique, known as the burning heaven Divine Domain, would amplify the combat prowess of the burning heaven Divine Flame within its confines. Intriguing, Duan Sangxiong remarked with a smile. Ah, the real intrigue lies ahead. With a chuckle, the flame god of heaven waved his sleeves, and instantly, a sea of fire surged forth, from which 9 ferocious fire dragons emerged, charging towards Zhou Jun and the Forger of the Firmament. My friend, merely hold the line for me, the Forger of the Firmament remarked to Zhou Jun with a smile. He then moved, turning his palm, and the overwhelming majesty of the Celestial Emperor stirred the surrounding sea of flames into a restless tumult. Soon after, A seemingly ordinary yet humble hammer materialized in the forger's grasp. Gripping the hammer's handle, he swung it with a mighty force. In an instant, a tremendous power surged forth like a tempest, causing the 9 fire dragons to wail under the impact, their forms dissipating, while the entire sea of flames trembled violently. Were your true form to arrive, I would not engage you, but within this realm of the flame god, even your celestial emperor's avatar, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly contend with me, the flame god of heaven remarked with a grin. His thoughts guiding the 9 fire dragons to coalesce once more and continue their assault on the forger. This is somewhat troublesome, the forger of the firmament mused, taken aback. Meanwhile, the flame god of heaven turned to Zhou Jun, smiling broadly as he said, "You are the helper this old man summoned, are you not? Since you are here, do not take your leave. The celestial emperor's body of divine flame is something I cannot fully adapt to, and I am seeking a change." Lihujun felt a twinge of awkwardness at this remark and replied, "You may be disappointed. I might be even less suitable for you." What Lihujun said was the unvarnished truth. As a true immortal, if his physical form were to fall into the hands of these celestial emperor-level figures, it would likely not even warrant a glance. Arrogance. However, at that moment, the flame god of heaven interpreted Lihujun's words as disdain, and in a fit of rage, he stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble violently, as the apocalyptic sea of fire surged towards Lihujun with ferocity.